The man indifferently picked up the RPG rocket launcher and fired at the densely crowded gathering place without hesitation. With a loud bang, flames shot up into the sky. Then, he raised his golden M4 carbine and fired wildly at the panicked crowd. Bullets rained down like rain, and the scene was immediately plunged into chaos and screams. Even the cries of women and children failed to arouse any sympathy. Then he waved his hand behind him, and 3,000 shadow warriors appeared quietly, sweeping in like a tide. They destroyed all the buildings in the gathering place, looted everything, and turned everything into ruins, leaving no survivors. Because this is the war continent, a cruel world where billions of reincarnated people around the world fight each other and compete for supremacy. Each lord can randomly obtain a type of soldier to develop power, plunder resources, and become the king step by step. At this moment, Li Yuan was standing alone in a dilapidated castle, surrounded by thick fog. The roar of wild beasts could be heard from afar from time to time. The depressing and unfamiliar atmosphere was suffocating. At this moment, a mechanical and indifferent voice sounded in his mind. Your castle has activated a 7-day protection barrier, which is immune to all attacks during this period. After 7 days, the barrier will automatically become invalid, and you'll be hit by a level 1 beast tide. Once the core crystal of the castle is destroyed, you and the castle will be completely destroyed. Before he could recover from the shock, a milky white halo suddenly enveloped the entire castle, including Li Yuan. He immediately walked towards the center of the courtyard. It was an altar-like barracks building, dark red in color, with 9 black diamond-shaped crystals suspended on the top, shining with a mysterious light. Black Shadow Crystal Only Barracks contains 9 major armies: Ghost Shadow, Claw Shadow, Giant Shadow, Flying Shadow, Helmet Shadow, Soft Shadow, Devouring Shadow, Pincer Shadow, and Side Shadow. Current level, Level 1, can breed 2 soldiers per day with a 1 in 10,000 chance of breeding a Black Shadow General. Upgrade conditions: Energy Stone times 100, Yuan Crystal times 1. The Shadow Core, Li Wangaspat. He certainly knew the legend of this core. The soldiers could freely shuttle through the shadows, did not eat or sleep, had full loyalty, and even more terrifying was, they could not be truly killed. Even if they died in battle, they could be resurrected from the shadows. Just as he was shocked, the 9 crystals above the barracks suddenly rotated slowly, and a prompt appeared before his eyes. Barracks charging completed. Do you want to recruit immediately? Recruit. Li Yuan did not hesitate. With a gleam of light, 2 black shadows fell from the sky, transforming into 2 warriors in black robes, their faces obscured by shadows, revealing only a pair of scarlet eyes. They knelt on one knee and bowed to Li Yuan. Ghost Core Soldier, current level, Level 3, upgradable, loyalty, 100%, growth limit, sanctuary. Starting from the 3rd level, it can grow to the Holy Realm. This is just one member of the Ghost Shadow Core. If the other core have the same amazing potential, if all 9 Shadow Generals gather together, they will be enough to destroy a kingdom. Thinking of this, Li Yuan's chest rose and fell violently, and his heart beat like thunder. There was no more confusion in his eyes, only endless ambition. The next second, a virtual panel appeared, clearly displaying his basic information. Lord, Li Yuan, strength, 0 level, can be improved by killing. Territory level, primary castle. Arms, Black Shadow Core. Existing buildings, warehouse, Black Shadow Barracks. Equipment, energy stone, 0, prime crystal, 0. Li Yuan looked at the 2 expressionless ghost soldiers beside him, and he felt more confident. Although he could only summon 2 soldiers at present, this was already the limit of the novice stage. Fortunately, the system could recruit new soldiers every day. When the barracks were upgraded, one day, he would be able to summon thousands of troops and sweep across the continent. After getting familiar with his personal information, he began to browse other functional modules. Having just arrived in this war-torn continent, his friend list and private chat were naturally blank, but the world channel was extremely lively, with messages scrolling very fast, almost without a moment's pause. He clicked the pause button and finally saw the chat content clearly. Boss, what types of soldiers did you recruit? Are there any incredible ones? Don't mention it. I recruited a 1st-level slime, and its growth limit is only level 3, so I'm gonna lie down. Mine is a pig orc. It's so hungry that it's crying. I can't afford to feed it. Haha. I recruited a night elf. The upper limit is sanctuary level, a sure win. You dare to show off an elf? Mine is an initial level 3 troll, a future demigod. A brother just drew a frost dragon. I heard that his talent skills are terrifying. What the hell is this fair? Some people take off right from the start. Li Yuan couldn't help but smile when he saw the word fair. The system did send troops randomly, but fairness did not mean balance. Some people started with magic weapons in hand, while others could only feed slimes to survive. The world channel was mostly filled with complaints and boasting, so Li Yuan glanced at it and then turned his attention away. No one had yet placed a sign in the trading plaza, and it was clear that no one had the energy to care about trading. After checking all the functions, he looked at the foggy land outside the castle. The system reminded him clearly that the novice protection period was only 7 days, and then there would be a brutal first-level beast tide. This was the dividing line between life and death. To survive, you can't hide in the castle and wait for death. You must take the initiative to attack, collect resources, and increase your strength. He walked to the gate of the courtyard, and the ghost soldiers followed silently. Go and investigate first, Li Yuan ordered. As a rank 0 lord, he did not have the ability to fight yet, so he could only rely on his troops to lead the charge. The two ghosts silently passed through the milky white protective barrier and stepped into the mist. The mist slowly dissipated, revealing a field of wild grass and gravel outside. The primitive wilderness was barren and dangerous. In the bushes, 3 black wild boars were digging for food. Their fangs were like knives, and their aura was fierce. Sensing hostility, they suddenly charged. The ghost reacted very quickly, and a shuriken shot out quickly. Puff, puff. The 2 wild boars fell to the ground instantly, and their bodies rolled and slid to the ghost's feet. Your troops killed a first-level wild boar and gained 5 more energy. Your troops killed a first-level wild boar and gained 5 more energy. The last wild boar fled in a hurry, but just after taking a few steps, it was stopped by another ghost who suddenly appeared and punched it. With a thunderous sound, the wild boar was killed. Your unit killed a first-level wild boar and gained 5 energy points. Li Yuan was not surprised at all, as it was easy for a level 3 ghost to crush a level 1 beast. What surprised him was that the energy brought by those kills was actually injected into his body, and his strength was slowly increasing. Is this energy? He muttered to himself, feeling excited. Energy can not only strengthen oneself, but also improve one's level. There is a bright future ahead. Soon, 2 ghosts returned, dragging 3 wild boar carcasses. We found wild animal carcasses. Do you want to collect them? Collect them immediately. Collected successfully. Wild boar meat times 10, wild boar tusk times 4, wild boar skin times 1, energy stone times 1. As the prompt popped up, the 3 corpses turned into a pile of resources, and together with the energy stone with a grayish-white glow, they were piled on the ground, and a strong energy wave came towards them. Send it to the warehouse, then continue to attack, hunt the beasts, and bring back the bodies, Li Yuan ordered in a deep voice. The ghost disappeared into the fog again. For him, the ghost army is the most suitable type of soldier for early development. They are not afraid of death, and can be resurrected even if they are killed. As long as there are enough resources, the ghost army will never decline, but will only become stronger and stronger. In the following time, the system prompts popped up frequently. Get energy +5, get energy +5, get energy +5. Li Yuan's body is constantly strengthening, and his attributes are steadily improving. Every time the ghost returns, it brings back a new prey. The strength of the beasts on the periphery was generally low, and the 2 ghosts advanced almost in a sweeping manner with extremely high efficiency. It was not until the afternoon, when Li Yuan had just finished collecting a batch of resources, that the system suddenly popped up a prompt. Your castle has not been named yet. Please give it a resounding name. This is difficult for me. Li Yuan scratched his head and said with a wry smile. Then let's call it Black Shadow Castle. Named successfully, Black Shadow Castle. Level, primary, buildings, Black Shadow Crystal, warehouse, upgrade required. Stone times 1,000, wood times 2,000, current camp. None. To upgrade, I need so many materials? Do I have to move bricks and chop trees? Li Yuan frowned and gave up the idea of upgrading immediately. It was only the first day, and strengthening the troops was the key to survival. Li Yuan noticed a new camp option in the system interface, and his mind moved slightly. Will we be able to form an alliance in the future? He frowned, unable to figure out the mystery for the time being, so he simply put it aside and waited for subsequent system prompts. The ghost continued to go out hunting. Li Yuan had nothing to do, so he casually opened the world channel. As expected, the chat box was refreshing like crazy. He immediately pressed the pause button, otherwise he couldn't see the content clearly. The 2 goblins I recruited were eaten by a giant wolf as soon as they left the house. There's a winged tiger squatting outside my castle. Woo woo woo, I don't want to play anymore. Can we go back to Earth? Don't leave the city. Don't commit suicide if you don't have enough troops. Don't enter the forest. This is a lesson learned through blood and tears. I cursed a soldier and his loyalty was reduced by 20. I was almost killed. It's so miserable. One of my 2 soldiers died and the other was disabled before I killed a rabbit. Excuse me, there are no stones around. How can I upgrade the castle? After watching these wailings, Li Yuan felt secretly lucky. He had the ghost core, and he was far ahead of others from the beginning. The spoils and food stored in the warehouse were the most powerful proof. He closed the channel and opened the flashing trading square. This time the interface was no longer blank, and all kinds of purchase information were overwhelming, almost all of which were related to food. In this world, both the Lord and the soldiers must eat. If the Lord is hungry, he will die directly, and if the soldiers are out of food, their loyalty will drop, and in serious cases, they will even rebel. Just half a day into the game, everyone realized the importance of eating enough. But Li Yuan scanned the purchase list and found that there were only a handful of people willing to exchange resources for food. It was no wonder that in the early days, there were few soldiers, fierce beasts, and prey was hard to find, so there were almost no people who could stockpile food. He opened the warehouse and saw in the food column, 55 units. This was the result of Ghost Shadow's half-day raid. The pile of prey had already exceeded the limit, and the Black Shadow Core did not eat or drink, so he was the only one who needed to eat. In other words, this was more than 100 kilograms of stock, which he could not finish in a month, not to mention that Ghost Shadow was still hunting continuously. We have to trade this time. He quickly studied the trading rules. He had originally planned to let Ghost continue to kill monsters and not rush to upgrade the city. But now that it would not delay progress and could be exchanged for key resources, why not seize the opportunity? The rules show 5 units of food are approximately equal to 1 energy stone. 1 unit of food is approximately equal to 10 units of wood/5 units of stone. However, players can set their own prices and the market is completely free. He quickly browsed the history and found that the premium was extremely high. Some players were even willing to exchange 30 units of wood for 1 unit of food. This was just the beginning, and resources were so scarce that a 100-fold premium was not a dream. Li Yuan decisively placed an order. 1 unit of food equals 1 energy stone/50 units of wood/25 units of stone. Total tradable food, 50 units. As soon as the message was sent, the system prompt jumped on the screen. Transaction successful. Add 50 wood. Transaction successful. Add 25 stone. Transaction successful. Add 50 wood. In less than half a minute, 50 units of food were sold out. Instantly, 1,500 units of wood and 500 units of stone were added to the warehouse. If we can gather another 500 pieces of wood and stone, we can start building the intermediate castle. Li Yuan grinned. Ghost Shadow was very efficient in killing monsters. At this rate, another wave of upgrades would be a sure thing. This deal almost allowed him to lay down and get the key resources. At the same time, the world channel was also boiling. Who is the Lord of Shadow Castle? 50 units of food. Is there really anyone who can afford it? I just wanted trade, but it was sold out in seconds. How strong are his troops? Does he hunt wild animals at random? Boss Shadow, do you have any more food? Please trade. Boss Shadow, please add me as your friend. I'm a cute girl. Li Yuan didn't even look at the messages, but the friend list kept beeping. He glanced at them and saw that they were all freeloaders, so he decisively set reject friends. At this stage, adding friends is meaningless, and resources are the real hard currency. At this moment, 2 ghosts dragged several beast corpses back to the castle, including not only wild boars, but also giant wolves, black dogs, and a thick snake. They dropped the corpse and without rest, quickly moved on to the next hunting target. Li Yuan walked forward to collect and harvested 3 energy stones, 25 units of food, and materials such as wolf teeth and snake skin. However, the next second, His expression suddenly changed, and he looked up into the distance. At that moment, he sensed that two ghosts had died at the same time. The two ghosts were both level 3 warriors. With their strange and unpredictable movements, they could easily escape even if they encountered a level 4 beast. They were even more powerful when it came to level 3 beasts and below. But now, the two ghosts were killed, which can only mean that they encountered a high-level monster above level 5. However, Li Yuan was not worried. Although the ghost died, it was quickly resurrected and continued to hunt ruthlessly. It was like a cold-blooded killing machine on the battlefield. As the ghost continued to kill wild monsters, the energy in Li Yuan's body also accumulated rapidly and soon reached a critical point. An hour later, a golden stream of light fell on his head. Congratulations, Lord of Black Shadow. Your personal level has been raised from level 0 to level 1. Li Yuan suddenly felt his strength surge, as if he could kill an adult buffalo with one punch. But he also knew that this strength was nothing. After all, he had personally seen the ghost fight against a first-level wild boar. If it were him, he would most likely be killed by the wild boar. Rank is only part of it. The real combat power depends on talent and type of soldiers. As soon as Li Yuan finished upgrading, two ghosts dragged a bunch of wild monsters back to the castle. Although they themselves could not be upgraded. After all, the energy required for the 3rd level and above is much higher than the initial level. Their efficiency is still amazing. After several rounds of monster hunting and gathering, Li Yuan had a rich harvest. He had 12 energy stones, which brought him one step closer to the goal of 100 required to upgrade the barracks. He also accumulated 60 units of food. Without hesitation, he immediately opened the trading square and took out 50 units of food to exchange for stone and wood. At this time, other lords also began to take out the food in their hands for trading. However, most of them were small quantities, mostly 5 or 10 units, and the supply still exceeded the demand. Sure enough, his 50 units of food were sold out as soon as they were put up for sale. The trading square was in an uproar. Fuck, I just filled out the information and 50 units are gone. Those with food, please come up quickly. I still have wood. My troops are starving. Please give me some rations. Question. I recruited 2 sheep. They are starving to death. Can I grill them and eat them? Grilled lamb chops, you deserve it. Wait, did you notice? Another 50 units put up by Lord Sombra. That's a total of 100 units. What kind of magic weapon did he recruit? A dragon? A titan? A behemoth? Who cares, as long as it's strong. I'm so envious. Boss Sombra, please add me as your friend. My troop type is wooden men, so we can have long-term cooperation. Stop shouting. Go to the trading square. Another boss is putting up food. Damn, another ruthless guy shows up. As soon as Li Yuan exited the trading square, he noticed that another lord had put up 60 units of food. His name was Angel Lord. Did he summon an angel? Angels have been regarded as messengers of gods since ancient times, and even represent the incarnation of gods themselves. If they're really angel soldiers, it makes sense that they have 60 units of food. But Li Yuan didn't think much about it. With 3 billion people on Earth, some people are naturally lucky. He went directly to the warehouse, and the harvest was obvious. Wood, 1,000 units. Stone, 750 units. Including the previous inventory, he now had a total of 2,500 units of wood and 1,250 units of stone, enough to upgrade the castle, with some leftover. Lord Shadow, your castle upgrade materials are complete. Do you want to upgrade immediately? Upgrade immediately. Li Yuan responded without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible force flowed down from the void. The old castle quickly transformed in the light. In just half a minute, a taller and more magnificent castle rose from the ground. The dark and heavy walls exuded a sense of oppression, like a sleeping beast. This was his Shadow Castle. Castle information appears. Castle name, Shadow Castle, level. Intermediate castle, territory range, 500 meters in radius. Buildings, Shadow Crystal, warehouse. Next upgrade conditions, 5,000 units of stone, 15,000 units of wood. Reputation, 800. Hint 1. All resources within a 500-meter radius of the castle belong to you. Hint 2. You have successfully attracted the attention of the local forces of the Red Moon Forest. Compared with the previous ones, 2 new items were added, territorial scope and reputation. Li Yuan soon realized that the so-called local forces were probably the legendary myriad races. For these earthlings who had traveled through time and space, the local races regarded them as invaders. The fact that the upgrade attracted attention was obviously not a good sign. Fortunately, there was still a protective barrier, so there was no need to worry about the invasion of local forces in the short term. In summary, he had to improve his combat power as much as possible within 7 days, whether it was the Black Shadow Corps or his own level. Only the strong could survive in this strange continent. It was at this time that Li Yuan first learned the name of the area he was in, Red Moon Forest. The two ghosts set out again, entering the depths of the forest to hunt monsters. Every minute and every second was extremely precious and could not be wasted. As soon as the ghosts left, a new prompt box popped up in front of Li Yuan. Your castle has been upgraded to the intermediate level, and you have a chance to extract a magical skill. Do you want to extract it immediately? He was slightly stunned and then overjoyed. Although the Black Shadow Army was strong, if he could also master powerful skills, he would be truly invincible. Draw now. Congratulations, Shadow Lord. You have obtained the Dragon Talisman in this draw. The prompt box flickered slightly, and a fiery red dragon suddenly flew out of the void, hovering for a moment like a living creature, and instantly sank into Li Yuan's body. The next second, the fiery power boiled up in his body. Li Yuan felt his blood boiling, and ecstasy surged in his heart. He originally thought that he could only summon the Black Shadow Army, but he didn't expect that he could draw the legendary 12 talismans. That is the embodiment of the power of the 12 zodiac signs, and each talisman contains extraordinary abilities of different attributes. And this Dragon Talisman is the most offensive one among them. If you master it, you can use the Fire Explosion skill to release scorching and explosive flame attacks. Li Yuan clenched his fists, and a circle of flames instantly rose around him. The air around him seemed to be ignited and visibly twisted. If he had not been in the castle, he would have been eager to try out the power of this fire explosion. There is no doubt that as long as the pyroblast is activated, even a first-level beast can be killed in one blow. Even second-level and third-level monsters may be killed in one blow. Li Yuan could feel that this power had not yet been fully unlocked and seemed to be linked to his own strength. That is, the stronger he was, the more terrifying the power of the Dragon Talisman would be. Taking a deep breath, the flames slowly receded, and a smile appeared on Li Yuan's lips. Now, I finally have the confidence to protect myself. At first, he was not in a hurry to upgrade the castle, but this unexpected harvest completely changed his mind. Not only the barracks must be upgraded, but the castle must not be left behind. Compared to the barracks that require scarce energy stones and crystals, castle upgrades only require wood and stone, which can be obtained entirely through food trading. How about I go out and kill monsters too? The thought came to his mind, but was immediately rejected by Li Yuan. It would be irrational to take risks after losing the ghost. Moreover, he was still unfamiliar with the outside world. If he encountered a high-level monster, he would be in danger of death. Hold on, don't aim too high. Time passed quietly, and the two ghosts were still out hunting monsters. Unknowingly, night fell. The blood-red light enveloped the forest, and the silver moon was also dyed scarlet, which is why the Red Moon Forest got its name. The strange atmosphere made the beasts restless, and roars came one after another. Under the bloody light, Li Yuan stood at the gate of the castle and watched the shadowy beasts roaming in the forest. The Red Moon Forest at night was more dangerous than during the day. Most lords would recall their troops to avoid danger, but Li Yuan did not. The Shadow Corps was originally created by the night, and their combat power doubled at night. So the ghost continued to hunt, and despite the frequent warnings of death, its efficiency was no worse than during the day. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Li Yuan sat on the steps of the castle waiting for the ghost to return. Just as he yawned, he saw two ghosts returning one after the other, dragging several monster corpses. Li Yuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped forward. Suddenly, he found that the aura of these two ghosts was stronger than before. Advanced, Li Yuan immediately called up the attribute panel, and sure enough, they had already jumped from the 3rd level to the 4th level. This was undoubtedly great news, which meant that the efficiency of the subsequent hunting would be doubled. More importantly, he could summon 2 more shadow soldiers tomorrow, and by then he would have 4 powerful subordinates. Thank you for your hard work. Keep going. Although the ghost did not give any verbal feedback, Li Yuan still gave them affirmation. The ghost turned silently and continued to walk into the night. Li Yuan began to collect the corpses of the monsters. Soon, the warehouse had 67 new units of food, and other materials were piled up. However, this amount of resources was not enough to upgrade the castle, so he was not in a hurry to trade. At this time, he was already exhausted, yawning several times, and decided to rest for a night. He took out some food from the warehouse, made a simple meal, took a hot bath, and finally fell into the big bed in the bedroom and fell into a deep sleep. And those two tireless ghosts were still shuttling and hunting in the night, and the pile of corpses became more and more shocking. The next morning, the sun shone through the curtains onto Li Yuan's face, and he slowly opened his eyes. After a brief moment of confusion, he jumped out of bed and stood in front of the window, looking at the pile of monster corpses outside the door, his eyes full of satisfaction. Ghost Shadow, it's really reliable. After a simple wash, he did not collect the corpses immediately, but went to the shadow crystal in the barracks as soon as possible. It was a new day, and it was time to recruit new soldiers. Just like yesterday, the crystal was glowing with a faint light, and a system prompt appeared. Barracks charging completed. Would you like to recruit shadow soldiers immediately? Recruit. As Li Yuan finished speaking, 9 diamond-shaped crystals slowly rotated and 2 shadows fell from them. One of them looked like a familiar ghost, but the other one surprised Li Yuan. The man was wearing a mask on his face, and his temperament was completely different from that of the ghost. No, that's not a mask. Li Yuan looked carefully and realized that the black shadow in front of him was not a disguise at all. That was his real face. He had a strange head, with long green hair draped over his shoulders, a high forehead, and a strange pink face. He had 2 golden horns on his head, bloodshot eyes, and a mouth full of sharp teeth, looking particularly ferocious. His black robe did not cover his face, and his hands were also exposed. His pink skin and long, sharp nails made him look nothing like a human. He walked slowly out of the shadows, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, "Nika, hello to my king." Li Yuan's heart was pounding, and he could hardly suppress his excitement. Ghost General, Niga. This was only the second time he recruited, and he had already chosen one of the 9 generals. He remembered clearly that the Black Shadow Crystal had said that the chance of recruiting one of the 9 generals was only 1 in 10,000. He had only won it twice? This was simply incredible luck. He suppressed his joy and said calmly, "Get up." As soon as he finished speaking, Nijia's attribute panel appeared in front of him. Ghost Shadow Group General Nijia. Strength level, 5th level, upgradable, loyalty, 100%. Growth limit, God Realm. It was indeed true. All 9 generals had the potential to become gods, and they would be comparable to gods in the future. Moreover, they were at the 5th level of combat power, far superior to the 2 ghosts recruited yesterday. Although those 2 ghosts had now risen to the 4th level, they were still slightly inferior to Nijia. At this time, 2 ghosts came back dragging several beast corpses. Li Yuan took the opportunity to call them over. The 4 ghosts stood in front of him, all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at him, showing unconditional obedience. Nijia's arrival was indeed a pleasant surprise. However, no matter how excited he was, he couldn't delay his work. Li Yuan gave the order directly. Take them to hunt wild monsters, survey the surrounding terrain, and come back to report. I will obey the order of my king. Nijia said decisively, and left the castle with the 3 ghosts. Li Yuan stood at the door, looking at the figures going away, and felt relieved. In the past, ghosts could not communicate, and even if they were loyal, they were difficult to command. But now, Nijia can speak, and with his chief of staff, his tactical space has suddenly opened up. Looking at the pile of beast corpses on the ground, Li Yuan walked over with a smile and began to collect them. After a few minutes, he had collected all the beasts, and the spoils were amazing. He had accumulated 36 energy stones and 213 units of food. How many beasts did the 2 ghosts hunt last night? They were so fierce. Of course, he didn't know that the 2 ghosts had experienced countless deaths and resurrected hundreds of times before they came back to kill. Strike while the iron is hot. Li Yuan put 200 units of food on the trading square at yesterday's price. As soon as the message was sent, the world chat channel exploded. The Shadow Boss is here again. 200 units? Are you crazy? Grab them quickly. I've been hungry for a whole day and night. Where did he get so much food? It's still not dawn yet. Maybe the troops he recruited can fight at night. They are ridiculously strong. They are simply monsters. It's over. 200 units have been taken away again." Sure enough, within a minute, all 200 units were exchanged. In this transaction, Li Yuan gained 6,510 units stone, 1705 units. Adding the remaining inventory from yesterday's upgrade, we are only halfway to a high-level castle. At this rate, we can upgrade in 2 more rounds of trades. However, he also knew that this food bonus would not last long. As everyone recruited soldiers and expanded the army, hunting efficiency would increase, and food supply and demand would eventually reach a balance. The only regret is that no one is willing to exchange for energy stones. It is true that those who can produce energy stones are basically not short of food. It is still early, and Nijia and the others have not returned yet, so Li Yuan simply opened the chat channel to see what others are doing. Just as he was about to browse, a pinned message suddenly caught his attention. Announcement: basic information about the war continent. Li Yuan's eyelids jumped, and he immediately clicked it and read it carefully for more than 10 minutes. The summary is as follows. The war continent is an infinitely vast alien world. There are not only wild beasts and monsters here, but also a large number of local empires and kingdoms. 3 billion people on Earth were randomly placed in the wilderness, away from the mainstream forces, which gave them time to develop in the early stages. The announcement also mentioned the military system. The military system is very diverse, including humans, humanoids, orcs, elves, dragons, liches, etc., with a Western fantasy style. Most of them recruited ordinary soldiers, and powerful soldiers were extremely rare. Although Li Yuan's Shadow Legion may not be the top combat force, it wins in 3 words: immortal, indestructible, and mysterious. More importantly, there is the upper limit of growth. Ordinary shadow soldiers can grow to the Holy Realm, and generals can even reach the Divine Realm. As long as he doesn't commit suicide, he will definitely have a place among the top strongmen in the future war continent. While he was thinking, there was a noise outside the door. He saw that Nijia had returned with 3 ghosts, carrying new beast corpses in his hands. With a 5th-level commander in hand, the combat power really increased dramatically. This trip was unprecedentedly rich. There were not many beast corpses, but their strength was extremely high, either level 3 or level 4, and there were even level 5. At this moment, Ghost Shadow General Nijia held a level 5 wild boar in each hand, with tusks half a meter long and a body size comparable to a small mountain. Nowadays, the ghosts no longer care about weak prey. They only hunt high-level beasts, which not only can obtain more energy, but also bring more abundant supplies to Li Yuan. The 1st-level and 2nd-level beasts in the surrounding area have been almost wiped out, and many have even fled the area. Since yesterday, the ghosts' hunting targets have been mainly wild boars. Li Yuan guessed that there might be a wild boar den near the castle. After some collection, this round of harvesting up to 210 units of food, almost catching up with the total amount of last night. In addition, he also obtained 14 energy stones. Li Yuan's total number of energy stones has reached 50, which is only half of what is needed to upgrade the barracks. However, 1 more Yuan crystal is needed to upgrade, but unfortunately this thing has not yet appeared in the world. After cleaning up the bodies, Li Yuan looked at Nijia and asked, "What was the result of your investigation?" Nijia immediately replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, there are dense forests on the southeast side of the castle. There's a strong aura in it. I dare not trespass. There's a small plain in the north. A werewolf tribe was found on the slope 3,000 meters away. There's a large wetland in the west, where a large number of wild boars gather. There are mostly scattered wild beasts in other directions, and the threat is not great." After listening to the report, Li Yuan had a clear topographic map in his mind. The forest in the southeast must be the Red Moon Forest. The name suggests danger, so it was wise for Nijia not to go deep into it. Although there is a rebirth mechanism, no one is willing to die easily. Forests are usually the dens of wild beasts. Perhaps the beast tide in 7 days will originate from here. We must strengthen the defense in the southeast. The werewolf tribe in the north is obviously a local force near the Black Shadow Castle. They can survive on the edge of the Red Moon Forest. Their strength is definitely not ordinary. They are bound to cause trouble in the future. As for the existence of the wild boars in the west, it also confirmed Li Yuan's guess about the wild boar den. In general, the biggest threat to the castle right now is the Red Moon Forest, followed by the werewolf tribe, while the wild boar den and other scattered beasts pose relatively less threat. Li Yuan pondered for a moment, then asked, "What is the specific situation of the wild boar den? How is the combat power distribution?" Nijia replied, "There's a wild boar king in the central area, which is level 5, but I believe its strength is far beyond the ordinary, at least level 6. Hearing this, Li Yuan's eyes suddenly darkened. A 5th level elite boss? According to the normal game rules, this kind of monster has a very high explosion rate and usually drops rare supplies. He touched his chin and asked, "Can you guys kill this wild boar king?" Nijia clasped his fists and shouted without hesitation, "I will present the wild boar king's head to my king." Li Yuan nodded in agreement. "Okay, then let's find the right time and take action. I obey your command." As soon as the words fell, Niga and the 3 ghosts quietly sank into the ground and rushed to the west. Li Yuan looked towards the west, thinking to himself, "I wonder if this wild boar king can explode a Yuan crystal?" Then he looked back at the Red Moon Forest. That was the real enemy. As the castle continues to expand, the territory will eventually reach the Red Moon Forest, which is inevitable. Migration is not an option. Li Yuan must face it head-on. There is also the werewolf tribe in the north, which is far away, but is destined to become an obstacle and challenge in the future. After all, my strength is still not enough. Li Yuan whispered, "If I am strong enough, the werewolves and the Red Moon Forest will all bow down to me. The werewolves will be suppressed and become guard dogs, and the Red Moon Forest will become my back garden." He encouraged himself and was about to open the trading square to exchange for building materials. But unexpectedly, there was a loud noise from the west. The noise was so loud that it was obvious that Nijia and his men had raided the wild boar's den. "You did it pretty fast," Li Yuan laughed. "With such a powerful army, why should he fear the Red Moon Forest and the werewolf tribe?" But the next second, his smile froze. As soon as the battle started, 3 ghosts died, leaving only Nijia. "Is this wild boar king so strong?" Li Yuan frowned and immediately rushed to the top of the city wall, leaped to the highest point, and looked into the distance. Today was sunny and the fog was thin, so the view was excellent. He saw a group of wild boars charging and colliding on the wetlands in the west, splashing mud and water. In front, 3 reborn ghosts were fighting and retreating, with dozens of wild boars chasing them from behind. Most of them were level 5, and the rest were level 3 or 4. If there were only a few of them, the 3 ghosts could easily kill them. But now they were surrounded by a group of beasts, so they could only fight and retreat. "Where is Niga?" Li Yuan searched around and soon saw Niga confronting the wild boar king on the other side of the wetland. Niga was tall and mighty, over 2 meters tall, while the wild boar king opposite was an even bigger beast, as black as rock and 3 or 4 meters tall. Li Yuan immediately understood. Lure the tiger away from the mountain. The ghost shadow attracted the herd of wild boars, while Niga fought the wild boar king alone, obviously coming prepared. As a high-ranking commander, Nijia would not be foolish enough to fight head-on. He knew that it was difficult to defeat the wild boar king and the group of beasts alone, so the 3 ghosts risked their lives to lure the enemy out. At this moment, the 3 ghosts had returned to the battlefield with the help of shadows, but the wild boars were still far behind. On the wetland, the battle situation was clear. Nijia faced the wild boar king alone, and 3 ghosts stood in a triangle, blocking the retreat. The wild boar king dug the ground with his front hooves, and a foul smell of white gas came out his nose, and he was furious. Niga looked stern and whispered, "Let's fight quickly and decisively, and don't keep my king waiting for long." As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow condensed in his hand, turning into a silver sword, and he rushed out first. The wild boar king roared and charged, his fangs like 2 crescent moons, going straight for Nijia. Boom! The blade and the fangs collided head-on, instantly knocking the wild boar king several meters away. With one blow, the difference in strength was immediately apparent. He called back the ghost, not because he couldn't defeat it, but because he didn't want to waste time. Although Nijia is only at the 5th level, he is a general, and his growth ceiling is directly at the god realm. In other words, he is a genius among geniuses. As a top powerhouse, it is common for him to sweep the same level and kill the higher level. This time, he recalled the ghost shadow just to make a quick decision and kill the wild boar king quickly. Otherwise, even if he entangled for half an hour at most, he could return triumphantly with the corpse. But half an hour is too long. Nijia could feel Li Yuan's eagerness to kill the wild boar king. He couldn't let his king wait too long. As the blade flashed, the huge body of the wild boar king was chopped off and fell heavily into the mud, splashing mud and water everywhere. The three ghosts did not hesitate for a moment and threw kunai and shurikens one after another, attacking the wild boar king like a dense rain. Ding, dang, ding. The wild boar king had thick skin and flesh, and it was almost impossible for hidden weapons to penetrate his defense. The ghost reacted very quickly and turned to attack the wild boar king's eyes. Swish, swish, swish. Just as the wild boar king was rolling and had not yet stopped, a shuriken accurately pierced into his right eye. Blood spurted out, staining the wild boar king's fangs and face red. Ouch! The wild boar king roared and stood up. One of his eyes was blind, and Niga had cut a half-meter-long bloody wound on his shoulder. This knife broke the defense that he was so proud of. In the distance, the wild boars that were looking for the ghost heard the howling, stopped suddenly, and ran back like crazy. They wanted to protect the wild boar king. Kenniga's eyes were cold. He ignored it and rushed towards the wild boar king again with his knife. Three ghosts instantly sank into the ground, emerged from the shadow under the wild boar king's feet, and worked together to lift it high into the air. At this moment, Nija swung his sword and leaped high with a loud bang. The sword slashed down angrily, chopping off the top of the wild boar king's head. Bang! The wild boar king fell like a meteorite, its head deeply embedded in the wetland, splashing up mud. If the mud was not soft, its head would probably have smashed into the chest. The wild boar king struggled to raise his head and was met with two black shadows, one on the left and one on the right. Each of them stabbed his eyes with his sword. The ghost blade was made of shadows and could be transformed at will. These two swords directly pierced through his remaining vision. Ouch! With a heart-wrenching scream, the wild boar king shook his head wildly, and with a sweep of his fangs, he tore the two ghosts apart. But at this moment, Niga's figure flashed like lightning and landed on its neck. Go to hell! He held the knife with both hands and stabbed it straight into his forehead. With a swoosh, the long knife pierced through the old wound, splashing red and white, staining Nija's face with blood. The wild boar king trembled violently twice, then fell to the ground with a bang, completely losing his life. The whole fierce battle took less than 2 minutes. The price was just two ghosts that could be reborn infinitely. What price could it be? Li Yuan was stunned on top of the castle. That was a wild boar king. How could it be easily defeated? Sure enough, it wasn't that the wild boar king was not strong enough, but that the ghost was too powerful. It could be close or far away, and it appeared and disappeared mysteriously. This was a ghost. Shadow Lord, your troops killed the elite wild boar king and gained 120 energy points. Golden light fell, and Li Yuan's whole body was shaken, and his energy soared to the second level. This was also expected, as the previous wave of monsters had pushed him to the peak of the first level. At this moment, what he was more concerned about was, can this wild boar king collect Yuan crystal? At the same time, the newly summoned ghost today was promoted to the 4th level, while Niga and the other two ghosts stagnated. Nija jumped down from the corpse and was about to tell the ghost to deal with the prey. Suddenly, it got dark. It was not real night, but a huge monster blocked the sunlight. Deep in the Red Moon Forest, a bird of prey spread its wings and glided over the castle. It was over 20 meters long, with a wingspan of nearly 100 meters. Its feathers shone with a cold metallic luster. Its black feathers on its head looked like a golden crown, and its blue eyes scanned the earth indifferently. It was a magical beast, a black-crowned golden eagle. The sonic boom whistled past, but didn't reach our ears until it passed over the castle. Its speed was shocking. It circled in the air, and its dark blue eyes finally locked onto the hill-like corpse on the ground. The wild boar king. Not good. Li Yuan's face suddenly changed. Nija's expression was stern. This black-crowned golden eagle was not an enemy he could contend with. Its target was obviously the corpse of the wild boar king. Travel through the shadow space. Let's go. At the moment the golden eagle swooped down, Niga and the three ghost shadows dragged the wild boar king at the same time and disappeared into the shadows. The black-crowned golden eagle missed and hovered in place, eyes full of confusion. What about that big pig and those little bugs? Could it be that it knows space magic? Forget it. You guys are fast runners. It flapped its wings and turned to pounce on the trembling wild boars not far away. Under its terrifying pressure, the wild boars crawled on the ground, not daring to move. So, the black-crowned golden eagle pecked at the croakers one by one easily, just like popping shrimps. In the castle courtyard, Nijia and the others had returned, and the wild boar king's body was safe and sound. Li Yuan was still standing on the wall, staring at the golden eagle that was eating the wild boar. Those below level 5 are beasts. Those above level 6 are called demon beasts, with human intelligence. So, is this black-crowned golden eagle level 7, level 8, or even a sanctuary? Li Yuan swallowed subconsciously and turned to look into the depths of the Red Moon Forest. Can I really turn that forest into my own backyard? The appearance of the black-crowned golden eagle completely broke Li Yuan's calm. Even though there was a protective barrier behind the castle, the overwhelming pressure still came over him, making him breathless. That was not an ordinary monster at all. It was probably a sanctuary-level monster. Even if it wasn't, it was at least an 8th or 9th level top-level existence. It flew from the depths of the Red Moon Forest. Could it be the true king of that forest? There was such a terrifying existence hidden there. What was even more terrifying was, could there be a stronger one? This thought made Li Yuan feel extremely heavy in his heart. He had heard about the dangers of the Red Moon Forest, but only when this monster appeared did he truly realize the weight of the word crisis. A holy monster was hovering behind his castle. How could he feel at ease? Just thinking about it made his scalp numb. Unfortunately, the castle's protection period is only 6 days. After 6 days, the barrier disappears. If the black-crowned golden eagle attacks, can he resist it? Li Yuan's face was gloomy. He jumped down from the wall. His eyes fell on Nijia, but a glimmer of hope suddenly rose in his heart. As long as Nijia successfully advances to the holy domain within these 6 days, they will still have the strength to fight. A holy domain-level Nijia will never be worse than a black-crowned golden eagle. He took a deep breath and gave a decisive order. From now on, you have only one task. Kill monsters. No matter what, improve your strength. Niga looked solemn and responded without hesitation. That's exactly what I meant. As soon as he finished speaking, Niga and 3 ghosts instantly sneaked into the ground. Li Yuan looked up and saw that the black-crowned golden eagle had eaten all the wild boars on the wetland. It took off again and circled in the air, as if inspecting its territory. Its eyes occasionally fell on the top of the Black Shadow Castle, but it never approached. Obviously, it was afraid of the existence of the barrier. However, Li Yuan didn't notice it. He was busy collecting the spoils of the Wild Boar King. He must become stronger. The ghost must become stronger. The castle must also become stronger. Compared with yesterday's level 1 beast tide, the oppression brought by the black-crowned golden eagle today is more real, the crisis is closer, and the belief is more firm. What is the hegemony of all races? Only by surviving can you be qualified to talk about hegemony. Collection successful, you get wild boar meat times 100 units, elite wild boar tooth times 1, energy stone times 10, yuan crystal times 1. Kill the elite beast and get an additional elite wild boar meat times 50 units. Seeing the spoils, Li Yuan finally smiled. As expected, Yuan Jing and 10 energy stones. He was only 40 energy stones away from upgrading to Black Shadow Crystal. More importantly, this batch of meat and materials was enough to upgrade the castle to a high level. Is there any difference between elite wild boar meat and ordinary wild boar meat? He thought to himself, took out a piece of elite meat, and went to the kitchen to prepare it himself. Soon after, the aroma of roasted pork chops filled the air. He ate while checking the properties. Elite wild boar meat could actually provide energy. 1 unit provides 2 energy points, which is not much, but is a real combat benefit and strengthens the body. He kept a small amount as a backup and put the rest into the trading square. This time he didn't hang up all of them at once, but in batches, 160 units of ordinary meat for wood, 150 units for stone, still maintaining a 5-fold premium. 40 units of elite meat were exchanged for energy stones, 1 for 1, and their energy-providing properties were boldly marked. Li Yuan knew that this kind of thing depended on luck, so he didn't force it. As soon as this side was connected, the world channel was already in an uproar. Someone killed an elite monster. Only the second day, killing a 5th-level elite? Impossible. Who did it? Shadow Boss. It's him again. Elite wild boar meat can provide energy? Holy shit. He dared to offer an energy stone? Too dark, right? Don't mention it. Someone has already bought it. Li Yuan's transaction notifications popped up one after another. Although the elite meat was selling slowly, it was indeed being sold steadily. He waited patiently for the transaction to be completed. At the same time, on a plane hundreds of thousands of miles away, a young woman suspended in midair was watching the angels hunting the gray wolf. She had white wings on her back and a delicate face. Her name was Yishue, and she was the angel lord who sold food at the standard price. She stroked her wings gently. Her eyes fell on the content of the world channel and whispered, "Actually killed the elite monster." Ishue's army was angels, and she was the only one in the entire war continent that could recruit angels. The angels she recruited were at least level 3, and their growth ceiling was directly at the demigod level. This morning, she even recruited a 4th level archangel, whose future potential is close to the true god realm. In her opinion, even if she's not the strongest lord, she is definitely the top existence among the top soldiers. She should be ahead of everyone. When darkness fell last night, her angel castle had successfully upgraded to the intermediate level and gained magical skills during the upgrade. This should have been the rhythm of crushing everything. So, when she saw Li Yuan taking out a large amount of food in the trading square, she didn't take it seriously at all. Even if he also upgraded the intermediate castle, he was just a profiteer who relied on opportunism. She even speculated that Li Yuan's troops might only be good at hunting low-level beasts, or that the density of beasts near his territory was too high, which led to his frequent exchange of resources. Everyone is short of food now, but it is only a temporary stage. As long as time passes, Li Yuan will definitely show his trump card, which is not worth mentioning. But things turn out to be beyond her expectations. Li Yuan actually took out elite wild boar meat for trading. This is an elite, small boss-level prey, with strength beyond the 5th level, comparable to the 6th level of Magic Beast. There is also an elite wolf king of the same level near her territory. This morning, she personally led 4 angels to the battle, but they were defeated miserably. All 4 angels were seriously injured and had to retreat. This shows that if Li Yuan really killed the wild boar king, his troops might be able to fight against the 6th level creatures. Yishue was full of confusion. What kind of soldiers did he recruit? In this Western fantasy continent, who could be stronger than angels? In her understanding, angels are the spokespersons of God and the symbol of the strongest. What made her even more uneasy was that Li Yuan actually started to exchange elite wild boar meat for energy stones, which was clearly a preparation for upgrading the advanced castle. Yishue looked on coldly with a stubborn look. "Cheryl, do your best to wipe out the beasts and upgrade our own castle." After that, she flapped her wings and personally joined the battle to encircle and suppress the gray wolves. The 4-winged angel Cheryl was shocked when she saw this, and hurriedly flew to protect her master. "Master, it's too dangerous." "Weapons." Ishue's expression was cold, and her voice was unquestionable. "I can't let you take risks." Cheryl still tried to stop him. "I said, give me weapons." Her tone became colder and colder. Cheryl had no choice but to offer her silver longbow and chant a spell to summon a set of snow-white armor to protect her. The armor condensed in the light, and Yishue held the bow in one hand with murderous intent in her eyes. "Don't worry about me. Just focus on killing monsters. Today, my angel castle will also be upgraded to a high-level castle." At the same time, other top military lords in the war continent were also stimulated by Li Yuan, their killing intent boiling, and they rushed to upgrade. No one was willing to fall behind. In the Black Shadow Castle, Li Yuan paid no attention to this. He was not surprised by the chat channel and was completely unaware of the elite wild boar meat incident. At this time, under the leadership of Niga, several ghosts were frantically hunting wild beasts on the periphery. Resource prompts kept popping up, and each one represented a surge in energy points. Li Yuan once said, "at all costs," and Nijia really did it to the extreme. He even led the team to the edge of the Red Moon Forest many times to hunt higher-level beasts, and the scene was extremely tragic. There were roars of beasts around the castle, and the air was filled with the smell of blood and fire. The black-crowned golden eagle disappeared yesterday. It was unknown whether it retreated deep into the forest or had other purposes. Of course, frequent combat also comes with the price of death. The number of deaths of the ghosts is increasing. Even Nijia has been killed many times, and he has carried out Li Yuan's orders without reservation. However, the results were remarkable. In just 50 minutes, Li Yuan's level approached the peak of the second level, and the three ghosts also reached the limit of the fourth level. Full promotion is just around the corner. At this time, the ordinary food in the trading square has been cleared out. Shadow Lord, the conditions for upgrading your castle have been met. Do you want to upgrade immediately? Upgrade immediately. Li Yuan responded without hesitation. The starlight fell, covering the entire city. In a moment, the old castle disappeared, and a new magnificent castle rose from the ground. The main fort is more than 20 meters high and has a 6-story structure. 2 secondary forts guarded on both sides, which is magnificent. The shadow crystal was moved to the main castle hall. Its appearance remained unchanged, but it became more mysterious. At the top of the main castle, a fist-sized crystal core was suspended, emitting gray-white energy and forming additional protection on the outer layer of the castle. The system panel popped up. Castle name: Black Shadow Castle. Castle level: Advanced Castle. Nuclear Crystal Defense. Level 6. Territory range: 1,500 meters. Buildings: Black Shadow Crystal Warehouse. Materials required for next upgrade: stone 50,000, wood 100,000, iron 10,000. Tip: once the nuclear crystal is destroyed, the castle will be completely destroyed. Currently, it can resist level 6 attacks. The new outer layer of the castle was protected by nuclear crystals. Although it was not strong, it was enough to keep the castle safe during the protection period. What really alerted Li Yuan was the hint that the local forces might take the initiative to attack. According to the current intelligence, the nearest hostile force is the werewolf tribe, which is only 2 kilometers away. He pondered for a moment. Let Nijia go to investigate later. If the enemy's combat power is not up to level 6, kill them to eliminate future troubles. If there is a strong enemy ahead, we will make plans later. Looking at the material requirements for the next stage of town upgrading, Li Yuan frowned. 50,000 stones or 100,000 woods. The key is 10,000 units of iron essence, which he has never seen before. It seems that I have to hunt high-level monsters to get it, he whispered to himself. However, because of the high difficulty, it is destined to become a key node that widens the gap between the major lords. It's okay. We can still upgrade the barracks. He opened the trading square and found that there were still 20 units of elite wild boar meat that had not been exchanged. After all, only a few lords were willing to use energy stones to exchange for food. There are only 11 energy stones left. It will be done soon. The frontline hunting had brought in 8 energy stones. Just as he was calculating the progress, the system suddenly popped up a new prompt. Activate the permission to extract magical skills in the advanced castle. Do you want to extract immediately? Li Yuan raised his lips and smiled. I almost forgot there was this one. He said to himself, last time I drew the dragon talisman. What will it be this time? Congratulations, Shadow Lord. You have obtained the lightning magic energy in this draw. When Li Yuan saw the prompt, he was slightly stunned. What he drew this time was not a spell, but one of the 8 magic powers, the lightning magic power. As one of the 8 magic powers, Li Yuan was naturally familiar with it. Like the 12 spells, they came from the same powerful system, an ancient legend that gave birth to countless powerful people. It is said that the 8 kinds of demonic energy come from 8 ancient demons. Those who obtain the demonic energy can control the corresponding terrifying power. The lightning demonic energy is the core power of the lightning demon, Zhongsu. The next second, the surging power of thunder and lightning turned into arcs of electricity, which quickly penetrated into Li Yuan's body. Sizzle, 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 lightning flashed everywhere, and Li Yuan's body seemed to have turned into thunder itself. Moreover, this was no longer as if, but real control. From this moment on, Li Yuan could not only release the power of thunder and lightning at will, but also completely became the incarnation of thunder. Of course, like the dragon spell, the power of the magic energy was also linked to Li Yuan's own strength. The stronger the strength, the more terrifying the thunder and lightning that could be mobilized. The advantage of lightning magic is that it is comprehensive and flexible, and can be used for both long-range and close-range attacks, with almost no blind spots. In contrast, although the dragon spell has the ability to control fire, it is more inclined to explosive skills, such as fire explosion. This does not mean that the 8 magic powers are necessarily better than the 12 spells. They each have their own advantages. For example, The dog spell and the horse spell in the 12 spells do not have combat power, but they can be regarded as absolute auxiliary artifacts. The dog charm grants the holder immortality and immunity to almost any fatal damage. The horse charm can remove all negative states in the body and repair any broken objects. These two abilities are beyond the reach of the 8 demonic energies. In any case, obtaining the lightning magic energy will undoubtedly greatly increase Li Yuan's combat power. Now, he is both the dragon spell and the lightning magic energy, and it is no problem for him to easily defeat the 3rd level or even 4th level beasts. At this time, good news came again. Golden light fell, and Li Yuan successfully broke through the 3rd level. At the same time, he sensed that Nijia under his command was promoted to the 6th level, and the 3 ghosts also broke through to the 5th level. The combat power of all members soared. At this moment, Li Yuan's high-level castle has reached the 6th order top-level combat power, and the barracks upgrade is also imminent. This is only the 2nd day, and there are probably no more than 5 lords who can do this on the entire platform. Even if he is not the first, he, the Shadow Lord, is definitely in the top 3. Li Yuan immediately opened the trading square and found that there were still 2 units of elite wild boar meat that had not been traded, and the energy stones needed to upgrade the barracks were still insufficient. He could only wait patiently. But until the evening, no one had exchanged. Seeing that the progress was stuck in front of him and he could not move forward, Li Yuan was very anxious. Fortunately, Nijia and the 3 ghosts finally returned. Their main purpose of this expedition was to improve their strength, so they did not bring back the spoils immediately after killing the wild monsters. As night fell, a large number of beast corpses were dragged back in batches. A total of 128 beasts, including 2 elite monsters. Li Yuan looked at the corpses in the yard and laughed. This Nijia is really crazy about killing. If he had known this, he should have asked them to bring them back for inventory first. Otherwise, the energy stones would have been enough. Thank you for your hard work. Li Yuan nodded and went forward to collect resources. 10 minutes later, the collection was completed. Ordinary food, 1,360 units. Elite food, 100 units. Energy stones, 42. Yuan crystal, 1. Other materials. This is an unprecedented harvest. Li Yuan excitedly ran straight to the Shadow Crystal. Shadow Lord, you have enough resources to upgrade the barracks. Do you want to upgrade immediately? Upgrade now. As he responded, the Shadow Crystal's light surged. After a moment, the light dissipated. Although the surface seemed unchanged, the information panel was completely new. Black Shadow Crystal 2nd level barracks, 9 core. Ghost Shadow Core, Claw Shadow Core, Giant Shadow Core, Flying Shadow Core, Helmet Shadow Core, Soft Shadow Core, Devouring Shadow Core, Clamp Shadow Core, Side Shadow Core. Daily production capacity, 5 Black Shadow Soldiers. Core types random. Probability of recruiting generals 1 in 10,000. Requirements for lower level upgrade, 1,000 energy stones, 50 Yuan crystals. Although the surface hasn't changed much, the production capacity has doubled, and there is a small chance of getting a Black Shadow General. Li Yuan rubbed his hands and asked impatiently, "Can we still recruit soldiers today?" Tip: today's recruitment has been completed and the Shadow Crystal is being charged. Let's talk about it tomorrow. It would be great if we could draw soldiers from other legions, or even a general tomorrow. Next, Li Yuan sorted out the existing resources. Ordinary food, 1,368 units. Elite food, 100 units. Stone, 750 units. Energy stone, 40 pieces. Yuan crystal, 1 piece. Other supplies piled up like a mountain. But these are still far from the huge amount of resources needed for upgrading. Upgrading a castle requires 50,000 stones, 100,000 wood, and 10,000 iron essences, and a military camp requires 1,000 energy stones and 50 Yuan crystals. Li Yuan smiled bitterly. It had only been 2 days since he went from being a resource tycoon to a poor lord. In particular, prices in the trading square had plummeted, and food prices had fallen to the standard line. No one had redeemed the elite wild boar meat in the afternoon, but stone and wood were becoming increasingly scarce. Even so, these foods could not be left unused, so Li Yuan decided to sell them all at the marked price, and he would take whatever he could get. At this moment, Nijia suddenly stepped forward and whispered, "King, I have something important to report." Li Yuan turned his head and looked at him. "Go ahead," Nijia replied solemnly. On our way back, we found a suspicious intelligent creature at the border of the territory. It's not a monster. He emphasized the wording. Li Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is it a werewolf?" Previously, Niga had reported the existence of a werewolf tribe nearby, only 2 kilometers away from the territory, making it one of the nearest local forces. "No, it's another creature, my king." Nijia shook his head and said, "It's a short humanoid creature with long pointed ears and green skin. It looks very ugly. We encountered a scout team. There are 7 of them, wearing worn leather armor and simple weapons. The leader is a 5th level elite, and the rest are 3rd and 4th level. They fled after seeing us. We did not pursue them without permission. We are waiting for your order." Li Yuan pondered for a moment. A chill flashed in his eyes. "Goblin?" This description was correct. Since they have trespassed in my territory, they are enemies, not friends. He said coldly, "They may come back tonight. We must find out where they are." Goblin tribes mostly live in underground caves. They are timid and cunning. It is normal that Nijia and his team did not catch them for the time being. Since they have shown their heads, they cannot be left alone. If they dare to come a second time, Li Yuan is ready to destroy them directly. If we destroy the goblins, we might be able to trigger a reward. As for the werewolf tribe, we must find out their details as soon as possible. We thought there was only 1 enemy point, but 2 appeared one after another. However, compared to the Sanctuary Black-Crowned Golden Eagle and the incoming Beast Tide, this little episode was not a big deal. Nijia led the ghost team out of the city again, hunting wild beasts while secretly tracking the movements of the goblins. Li Yuan stayed in the castle and put all the more than 1,000 units of food in his hands on the trading square. Ordinary food was used to exchange for stone and wood, while elite food was specifically exchanged for energy stones, iron essence, and crystals. 1 unit of elite food can be exchanged for 1 energy stone or 1 unit of iron essence, and 5 units can be exchanged for 1 elemental crystal. As soon as it was put on the shelves, the world chat channel exploded. "Oh my god, did this guy poke the beast's nest? Almost 1,500 units of food. How many monsters did he kill? I'm afraid he recruited gods as thugs. I saw it. Boss Black Shadow is going to exchange it for iron essence now." Yuan Jing is used in the barracks. Could iron essence be weapon material? Wrong. It is used to upgrade the castle or barracks. I have already upgraded the castle to a mid-level one. I don't know if I need iron essence to upgrade to a high-level one. The Angel Lord said that iron essence is a must for upgrading to a town level. Boss Black Shadow and Boss Angel have both built advanced castles. Comparison is the thief of anger. My castle is still at the elementary level. I spit out a mouthful of blood. Angel Lord. This name is not unfamiliar to Li Yuan. The other party has posted a message again to buy iron essence, and it is obvious that they have entered the advanced castle stage. Both sides are ahead of most lords, and perhaps a war is destined to happen in the future. Li Yuan couldn't help but think to himself, which continent is the Angel Lord hiding? Resource trading continued, with a large amount of wood and stone brought in, and more than a dozen energy stones were exchanged. However, no one provided Yuan Jing and iron essence. Yuan Jing can be dropped by killing elite monsters, but the origin of iron essence is still a mystery. Is it a mineral or a refined product? Li Yuan was ready to take a short break, but considering that the goblins might attack at night, he decided to stay up all night. He was always very curious about the local forces in this world. In particular, the introduction of the war continent on the World Channel was always vague. If he could capture a few goblins alive, he might be able to dig out key intelligence. As night fell, Li Yuan climbed up to the 6th-floor attic, his eyes piercing through the dark jungle. The moonlight was dim, and the roars of wild beasts were endless. Before the ghost sent a message about the goblin invasion, he opened the trading interface to continue processing resource exchange. Niga and his crew had brought back another 300 beast carcasses earlier, which were processed by Li Yuan into ordinary food and put back on the shelves. The harvest was quite impressive. 11,000 units of wood, 7,500 units of stone, and 12 energy stones. There were 88 units of elite food left, and there were still gaps in Yuan Jing and iron essence. At this time, a prompt box suddenly popped up. "Shadow Lord, your number of private messages from strangers has reached 50 million. Please clear them in time." 50 million? Li Yuan was stunned. Since he posted the transaction information, countless lords have come to privately chat and bargain, but he ignored them all. Who would have thought that in 2 days, the number of messages would soar to 50 million. It makes sense to think about it. There are 3 billion human reincarnations in the war continent. Li Yuan opened the private chat interface and was about to clear it with one click. But just when he was about to click the clear button, his finger suddenly stopped. His peripheral vision accidentally scanned the last private chat message. In it, one word instantly made his pupils shrink. It was none other than the resource that Li Yuan had been dreaming of: iron essence. The last private message came from a strange player named Little Fairy Lord. You want iron essence? This fairy has plenty of it, and it can be supplied continuously. But your food is too expensive. Can we add each other as friends and chat? Just by looking at the tone, Li Yuan could almost imagine that the other party was a young girl. After all, who else but a middle-schooled son or a girl would name their territory Little Fairy? He instinctively felt that this person was not very reliable, so he simply cleared all private chats with one click. But after deleting it, Li Yuan hesitated. Iron essence involves town upgrades, and it has been so long since I could get any. Now, someone has come to me. How can I not give it a try? He finally opened the friend window, searched for Little Fairy Lord, and sent a friend request. Add her and chat. If she is unreliable, I could just delete her. After sending the request, he waited for a long time, but the other party did not respond, which made Li Yuan feel a little disappointed. But then he thought it was late at night, and the other party must have gone to bed early. Just as he was about to close the window, a message popped up. Are you the Shadow Lord with a lot of food? Li Yuan. Yes, it's me. You said you have iron essence. How much? Little Fairy Lord. Currently, only 20 units have been refined, but it will be mass-produced soon. Li Yuan. Refined? Little Fairy Lord. Yes, there's an iron mine at the entrance of my territory. I recruited dwarf craftsmen who can smelt iron essence. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. Sure enough, iron essence needs to be smelted. And dwarves. He remembered that they were indeed good at forging. The premise is that what the fairy said was true. He continued to ask, I have a huge demand. Can you craftsmen handle it? Little Fairy Lord. How big is big? The dwarf uncle said that as long as you eat enough, it is not a problem to refine 100 units of iron essence a day. Li Yuan was shocked. This was a high output. Normally, within 2 days of the game starting, at most 4 units could be recruited. Mining and smelting were all needed. How could they have time? He was a little skeptical when the other party sent him new information. Fairy Lord. Too little? When I upgrade the furnace to the intermediate level, I can produce 300 units a day. Li Yuan. Furnace? Little Fairy Lord. Special buildings built with blueprints from quarrying stones. The dwarf uncle uses it to smelt iron. Special buildings, blueprints. Li Yuan knew it was not made up as soon as he heard it. Swindlers these days don't work so hard, so he believed it a little. Li Yuan. How do you plan to exchange it? What's the price? Little Fairy Lord. I need 600 units of food a day. Now I can give you 100 units of iron essence every day. Is that okay? Li Yuan. Who are you feeding all this food to? Are you summoning dwarves or gluttonous giants? Fairy Lord. Not for storage. I have hundreds of mouths, and I eat them all up every day. Li Yuan was shocked. You recruited more than 100 dwarves in 2 days? Normally, a level 1 barracks has at most 2, and a level 2 barracks has only 5. How did she do it? Little Fairy Lord. It's not my fault. On the first day, I released 2 dwarf uncles. When they went to dig stones, they ran into a group of more than 80 local wandering dwarves who insisted on following me to eat, and I couldn't drive them away. This fairy was almost worried to death. But they can mine and work very hard, but they eat too much. 1 meal consumes 2 units of food, and 2 days of stone are all fed to them. Otherwise, my castle would have been upgraded to the intermediate level long ago. Li Yuan didn't know what to say for a moment. Who could resist such good luck? Hundreds of hard workers came to his door for free, and they just happened to know how to mine. No wonder so much iron essence can be produced in a day. He gritted his teeth and replied, 600 units of food for 100 units of iron essence. I agree. The Fairy Lord immediately replied, Can I exchange 20 units now? Several uncles are already starving. Li Yuan. Okay, you can send the transaction. It is much more convenient for friends to trade privately. Soon, the other party sent a purchase message, and Li Yuan entered 120 units of food. Fortunately, he still had some spare food, otherwise he would not be able to get enough. The transaction was completed, and suddenly there were 20 fist-sized black iron blocks in the warehouse. Iron essence, that's right. Little Fairy Lord, I received the food. I will come to see you tomorrow after I have smelted it. This fairy is very sleepy. I'm going to sleep now. Good night. Li Yuan. Okay, good night. Seeing the other person's profile picture turn gray, Li Yuan's mouth curled up slightly. You should watch more of the World Channel and shouldn't always isolate yourself. This time is a typical example. If it weren't for the reminder, or if he hadn't added the friend with the intention of giving it a try, Tai Jing wouldn't know when he would get it. If the fairy can really supply goods for a long time, then upgrading the town will not be far away, and she may even monopolize the iron market. Town upgrading requires refined iron, and others can't get so many dwarves and iron, or even if they want to. Who can compare with her? Besides, she is young and looks a bit naive. If you fool her, you might get more benefits. Of course, the premise is that she is really reliable. Li Yuan yawned, feeling sleepy. He glanced at the time, just past midnight. The goblins aren't coming tonight? Forget it, let's go to sleep. After taking a few steps, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Now it's a new day, and I can recruit new soldiers. Li Yuan went downstairs and came to the hall. Recruit soldiers first, then go to sleep. He thought to himself, the upgraded second-level barracks can already summon 5 shadow soldiers at a time. This means that he will have 5 more combat forces tonight. With 8 shadows out, the efficiency of killing monsters will double. In this world full of murderous intentions, time is life, and being able to squeeze out time is the real way to go. More importantly, other lords' troops can only retreat and defend at night, but his shadow can move freely without fear of the night. The reason Li Yuan was ahead of his peers was not only because of the strength of the shadow soldiers themselves, but also because of his night combat ability. If he widened the gap now, he would have a greater advantage in the future. Under the bright light, the shadow crystal glowed with a deep black luster, like an abyss that swallowed everything. The shadow crystal has been charged. Would you like to recruit shadow soldiers immediately? Li Yuan was about to speak. Surrender immediately. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the dark space, and Niga's figure quietly emerged and appeared in front of him. Report to my king. Nijia knelt on one knee and said solemnly, those ugly green creatures are coming and are quietly approaching the territory. Li Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and looked back out the window. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything clearly. How many people are there? Nijia responded. 2 teams, 14 in total. The leaders are 2 level 5 elites. Li Yuan, Fronut. A group of goblins had just arrived in the evening, and now 2 more groups came, obviously targeting the castle. Humph, a bunch of ignorant people. He sneered. Let them get closer. Don't let any of them go. Yes, my king. Nijia bowed again to receive the order. Li Yuan glanced at the black shadow crystal and did not summon it immediately. Instead, he turned off some of the castle lights for fear of alerting the enemy. 10 minutes later, with the faint moonlight, he finally saw a green figure swaying in the jungle. They had green skin, slender limbs, short stature, and strange appearance, just like the aliens in the movies. The closer Li Yuan got, the clearer he could see that they were goblins. They were only a little over 1 meter tall, with long ears and sharp teeth, green skin and big eyes, wearing tattered leather armor and holding simple weapons. The 2 leading ones were even more special. One was wearing a robe and leaning on a staff embedded with crystals and seemed to be a wizard. The other was burly, holding a mace, and had a fierce look on his face. A long-range mage and a charging warrior. Li Yuan had already made a judgment in his mind. At this time, the goblin mage waved his staff, and a faint blue light emanated from the top crystal, spreading to the other goblins. Their armor-piercing armor actually glowed faintly, and their aura faintly strengthened. The auxiliary magic was indeed a strengthening magic. The next moment, the goblin warriors led the charge, howling and waving their weapons, rushing towards the castle. The first wave of attacks came from the goblin wizard. He waved his staff, and a piece of frost condensed in the air, turning into dense ice cones that fell like raindrops. However, before the ice cones hit the ground, they were all stopped by the castle's defense barrier. Bang! 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 After a burst of intensive roars, the milky white barrier was as solid as a rock, without even a crack. Instead, the ice cones shattered into particles and floated away. 7 days of invincibility is not just talk. Not to mention a mere 5th-level magician. Even if a god descended to the world, he would not be able to break through the defense. The black-crowned golden eagle knew how to avoid its sharp edge, but the goblins and other idiots only knew how to charge. At this time, other goblins also rushed out of the castle and smashed things around, but all of them were bounced back by the barrier and fell to the ground in a miserable state. The magic circle is above level 9. More, retreat, the goblin mage shouted in fear. It turned out that they had been eyeing the castle for a long time, and when they found that there were only a few men in black outside, they thought it was a good opportunity and attacked temporarily. Who would have thought that the castle was actually equipped with high-level protective magic? How could they provoke someone who could set up a 9th-level magic array? Either a 9th-level expert was in charge, or there was a terrifying backer behind him. With this thought, the goblin mage turned around and fled without looking back. The other goblins finally reacted and turned around and ran away. You're really a coward. Leave 2 alive and kill any others. Yes, my king. As soon as the words fell, Nigga's figure instantly merged into the ground and disappeared without a trace. The reason why Li Yuan could understand them was because the goblins used the common language of the war continent, and all the lords who came through were born with the ability to master this language. Soon, there were brief sounds of fighting and screams outside the castle. Li Yuan didn't look at it anymore and turned around and walked towards the black shadow crystal. Nijia alone was enough to kill all the goblins. What's more, the other 3 black shadows were also 5th-level combat power. Not to mention a dozen soldiers. Even the 2 elite goblins were just lambs to be slaughtered. The shadow crystal has been charged. Would you like to recruit shadow soldiers immediately? Recruit now. Chapter 15, Recruiting Giant Shadow, a walking killing fortress. Black light filled the air, and 5 shadows separated from one of the diamond-shaped crystals. Each of the 9 crystals represents a type of soldier. Li Yuan guessed that this should be the case. However, these 9 crystals are exactly the same, so Li Yuan can't tell which one is which, or whether they are different from the previous recruits. But don't worry, you will know soon whether there is a shadow of the new recruits. After a few breaths, the shadows shifted, and 5 dark figures stood up from the shadows. Li Yuan looked up and immediately smiled. He guessed wrong. Not every diamond-shaped crystal represents 1 legion. They also appear randomly. There are still ghosts this time, 2 of them. But the other 3 were no longer ghosts. They came from new legions. They were extremely tall, at least 2.5 meters tall, and were dressed similarly to ghosts, with black clothes covering their bodies. A pair of scarlet eyes, like 2 big red lanterns. Also, their muscular arms are exposed, which is very visually impactful. A single one looks like an iron tower. This is none other than the Giant Shadow Regiment among the 12 Black Shadow Regiments, also known as the Troll Regiment. Of course, they are not the troll-like humanoid creatures in Western fantasy, but simply huge monsters. The Giant Shadow is huge in size, has infinite strength, and has unparalleled defense. It can be regarded as a walking, killing fortress. The only drawback is that it is a little less flexible. After the 2 ghost shadows and 3 giant shadows appeared, they all knelt on 1 knee towards Li Yuan, showing silent submission and respect to him. Giant Shadow Soldier. Strength level. Level 4. Can be improved by killing enemies. Loyalty 100. Growth limit. Sanctuary. The other 2 ghosts also had initial strength of level 4. This should be because the Shadow Crystal was upgraded to level 2, which raised their initial level. The first 2 recruits were both level 3. Nigga is a general level shadow, and was only at the 4th level when he was recruited. The 4th level Giant Shadow is slightly weaker than Nigga and the others now. However, given the Giant Shadow's thick skin and flesh, he may not be able to defeat Nigga, but he may not be much weaker than those 5th level ghosts. Unfortunately, we were not able to recruit a general level ghost this time. After all, the chance of doing so is only 1 in 10,000. Li Yuan looked at the Giant Shadow and was quite satisfied with this recruitment. I hope I can recruit other corps next time, and strive to gather all 9 corps as soon as possible. As for the other 8 generals, take your time. There are 9 major shadow legions, each with unique abilities, and they are all very powerful. For example, the Feying group is shaped like bats. They have wings and can fly, and have aerial combat capabilities. If Feying could be recruited, it would definitely strengthen Li Yuan's control over the territory's airspace. Just as Li Yuan was looking at the Giant Shadow, Nigga and the Ghost were ruthlessly harvesting the lives of those goblins. The Shadow, as the darling of the night, is blessed with unique advantages. They can appear next to any goblin at will. Whenever they appear, there is a flash of cold light and blood, which represents the end of the goblin's life. While Li Yuan was recruiting the shadows, 2 goblin teams had already been killed. At this moment, only a few were still fleeing in panic, including the charging warrior goblin and the magician goblin. The magician goblin is the fastest and can even fly for a short time with the help of his staff. Unfortunately, it was of no use, as when all the other goblins were killed, the ghosts immediately gave chase. The warrior goblin was running madly in the woods, and the next moment, 3 ghost figures emerged from his shadow and chopped off one of his arms. Amid screams, 3 ghosts successfully captured him. The goblin magician who was fleeing in the front was so frightened when he heard the screams of the goblin warriors that he turned pale with fear and increased his speed greatly. At this moment, a blade of light slashed down from the void. The goblin magician retreated quickly, chanting continuously, his staff flashing, and a magic shield condensed in front of him in an instant. Then, magic armor appeared on his body. Unfortunately, when the blade fell, the magic shield shattered instantly and continued to slash towards him. The magic armor was as fragile as tofu and was easily crushed by the sword light and was completely unable to resist. Phew! The blade slashed into the goblin magician's chest, revealing his flesh and bones, and he fell powerlessly from a low altitude. The goblin landed on the ground, and Nigga's figure emerged. He grabbed the goblin magician by the neck and disappeared without even looking at him. When Nigga appeared again, he had returned to the Shadow Castle. 3 ghosts were constantly carrying the goblin corpses into the castle, and they were piled up in green. The goblin warrior with a broken arm curled up on the ground, his legs tied with ropes and bleeding from his wounds. King, all the creatures that invaded the territory have been killed. According to your request, we deliberately left 2 people alive. After Nigga appeared, he first bowed to Li Yuan and then casually threw the goblin magician next to the warrior. The 2 goblin leaders looked at each other with only despair in their eyes. Completely annihilated, led by 2 5th-level elites, they formed 2 teams of 14 people and once explored the werewolf tribe next door. Those werewolves were also very powerful, but after being discovered, they escaped unscathed with only 3 warriors killed. But now that they came to the castle, only the 2 of them were still alive. When they saw Li Yuan looking down at them, and the 3 huge figures beside Li Yuan, they felt hopeless. This human castle that suddenly appeared is so terrifying. Li Yuan glanced at the 2 goblins and ignored them, but walked towards the goblin corpses. These goblins are intelligent creatures, not ordinary wild beasts or monsters. Can they be collected? Found a goblin corpse. Do you want to collect it? The appearance of the prompt box means that these goblin corpses can also be collected, but it is not known what can be collected. Li Yuan said with some curiosity, "Collect it immediately." The next moment, all the goblin corpses on the ground disappeared. The goblin corpse was collected successfully. You got 5 sets of 1st-level leather armor and 5 1st-level weapons. Tip: weapons and equipment are divided into levels 1 to 9, holy weapons, and divine weapons. Li Yuan saw the message in the prompt box. As expected, the benefits were different from those from the beasts. This time, he mainly got equipment. There is no food and no energy stones. There were 5 more sets of leather armor and 5 swords in the warehouse, which were obviously 1st-level leather armor and 1st-level weapons. These harvests were better than the leather armor and weapons originally worn by the goblins, and were similar to those worn by the 2 living goblins. Obviously, only these 2 goblins are wearing 1st-level equipment, and the others are not worthy of wearing them. However, these weapons and equipment are completely useless to the shadows, as they can condense any weapon using shadows. Li Yuan himself looked down upon the lowest level equipment. Without paying attention to the equipment for the time being, Li Yuan turned his attention back to the 2 living goblins. Li Yuan Chao walked towards them and took the staff from the goblin magician. A closer look at the crystal core on the top revealed that it was indeed the Yuan crystal needed to upgrade the shadow barracks. It was an unexpected surprise. But it's just 1. Li Yuan still needs 48. Playing with the staff in his hand, Li Yuan said to the 2 goblins in the common language of the War Continent, "I need to know all the news about the Red Moon Forest and the surrounding area, including the situation of your goblin tribe. Who will come first? A goblin warrior will never betray the tribe." The goblin warrior said loudly. Li Yuan smiled and glanced at the huge shadow beside him. Suddenly, the fist that was bigger than the goblin's body landed on the goblin warrior's body. When he raised his fist, the goblin warrior had turned into meat paste, including the first-level leather armor he was wearing. The goblin magician next to him was shaking all over as his heart almost jumped out his chest. I say, respected human strongman, I say, I will tell you everything. Chapter 16. The god fell, and his fellow villagers died tragically. The goblin magician was so frightened that he answered whatever was asked. His name was Gilten, and he came from a natural cave outside the swamp west of Shadow Castle. The entire goblin tribe lives there with more than 1,800 people, which is considered a small tribe. According to Gilten, their tribe was once an army of the Goblin Kingdom decades ago, and wandered here after being defeated. Goblins are a low-profile version of goblins, and have always been subordinate soldiers of the Goblin Kingdom. The strongest person in the Goblin tribe is their chief, a 9th-level warrior who was once the leader of their team. In addition, there is an 8th-level magician and 5 or 6 7th-level magicians. The overall strength is still very good. If you're not strong, you will not be able to survive here. Li Yuan also got a general understanding of the geographical location of the Red Moon Forest from Gilting. The War Continent is not a complete continent, but is divided into 7 plates of different sizes, which are called the 7 continents. Between the 7 continents lies the endless ocean. The Red Moon Forest is located in Andira, one of the 7 continents. It is located in the eastern part of the War Continent and has a medium area. The Red Moon Forest is a forbidden area in Andira State. Gilten couldn't explain the specific situation. It is just rumored that a god died here many years ago, and since then the moonlight near the forest has turned red. Generally speaking, few creatures would come to the Red Moon Forest. In their view, a god had fallen in the Red Moon Forest, and it was an ominous, cursed place. Of course, this is also related to the danger level of the Red Moon Forest itself. In addition to countless wild beasts, there are also many high-level magical beasts. There are only 2 tribes of intelligent life around the Red Moon Forest. One is their Goblin tribe, and the other is the werewolf tribe north of the castle. The werewolf tribe has existed for a longer time. When Giltung and his tribe wandered here, the werewolf tribe already existed. The 2 tribes were quite far apart from each other and rarely fought with each other. Most of the time, they lived in peace. Compared with the Goblin tribe, the werewolf tribe has 3,000 people and is much stronger. The leader is a semi-saint, the kind who is just a little bit away from breaking through to the Holy Realm. He also has a 9th-rank warrior and a magician under his command. As for the Red Moon Forest itself, Gilten knew even less, for none of them dared to venture deep into it. Li Yuan mentioned the black-crowned golden eagle, and Jierer Ting knew something about it. The black-crowned golden eagle is indeed a sanctuary, and it flies out of the Red Moon Forest once every 10 days. The specific reason is unknown. After patiently listening to Jierer Tung's narration, Li Yuan was silent for a long time. Seeing that Li Yuan was thinking, Jierer Tung kept his mouth shut and didn't dare to make sound. After a long while, Li Yuan asked again, "Have you found other castles like mine nearby?" Hearing this, Jierer Tung's face changed slightly, and he glanced at Li Yuan weakly. "There is one a few hundred meters away from our tribe. It suddenly appeared the day before yesterday." Gilten whispered, "But it's gone now." Li Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked, Tell me what happened." Soon after that castle appeared, some of our strange people came out of it and dug stones. They looked very hungry, as if they were enslaved. We approached them secretly and provided them with food. We learned that a human enslaved them. After our persuasion, the stranger went back and tricked the human out. We killed him. After saying these words, Jierer Tung shrank his neck, apparently afraid that Li Yuan had something to do with the humans they killed. When Li Yuan heard this little story, his expression became complicated and he sighed. In short, he, a fellow Earth native whom he had never met before, recruited goblin soldiers at the doorstep of the Goblin tribe. Then, the recruited goblins worked on an empty stomach and were instigated to betray by the Goblin tribe. In fact, these are all trivial matters. The key point is that this idiot actually left the castle on the first day. He is so stupid that he is hopeless. Isn't it great to have a 7-day invincible protection period? Now, he was killed as soon as he went out, and he died indirectly at the hands of the soldiers he recruited. I can only say that it is a trick. Li Yuan shook his head and asked curiously, "What about the castle? Is it still there?" "No, The castle disappeared after that human died. Giltin replied honestly. However, we found 500 energy stones and 2 elemental crystals where the castle disappeared. 500 energy stones and 2 yuan crystals. Li Yuan was suddenly shocked. Could this be the reward for destroying other lords' castles? If this is the case, it will only intensify the fighting and hatred among the 3 billion lords. The main thing is to kill and destroy the opponent's castle. The rewards are too much. 500 energy stones are half of the number needed to upgrade the barracks to level 3. This is just an entry-level castle. If it were an intermediate or advanced castle, the rewards would probably be even more generous. Soon, Li Yuan reacted and said to Jiertong with a strange expression, "So, you guys are focusing your attention on me?" "Yes, respected human warrior," Giltin said with a wry smile. Li Yuan could not deny this. With hundreds of energy stones, if it were him, he would probably not be able to resist trying his luck. Of course, that fellow villager died outside the castle. Otherwise, if these goblins knew about the castle's invincible protective barrier, they would definitely not dare to come. At this time, Giltin asked timidly, "Respected human strongman, I have told you everything I know. Can I leave now? Did I say I would let you go?" Li Yuan asked back. Giltin was shocked, but his expression froze in an instant, as Niga had already reached out and twisted his neck. The next moment, flowing light appeared on Li Yuan's body. The beasts killed by the ghost before, plus the energy points provided by these goblins, allowed him to advance from level 3 to level 4. It's just the 4th level, not worth mentioning, nothing to be happy about. After all, the crises he has to face are either at the 9th level or at the Holy Realm. The 4th level is too weak. Li Yuan got familiar with a new power, turned to look at Nijia, and said, "Go ahead and continue hunting monsters." "Yes, my king." Niga's eyes swept over the 4 ghost shadows and 3 giant shadows, and they all sank into the ground and disappeared. Li Yuan collected Giltin's body and obtained a 1st-level leather armor. I looked at the time, and it was almost 1 in the morning. For Li Yuan, there was not much point in staying up late. There was a black shadow outside to kill monsters, so there was no need for him to go out in person. After taking a comfortable hot bath, Li Yuan lay down in the soft bed. He did not go to bed immediately, but began to review what he had gained today and think about his next plans. The Goblin tribe took 500 energy stones. They should have some too. This tribe has to find a way to get them. One is level 9. After 2 days, Nijia will be upgraded to level 8. With the help of Ghost Shadow and Giant Shadow, we should be able to take it down. The werewolf tribe is large in number and strong enough, so we won't provoke them for now. The fairy will provide 100 units of refined iron tomorrow. Upgrading the town requires 10,000 refined iron, which is not enough. We have to think of other ways. We can't forget about exchanging stones and wood. Is there anyone willing to trade the leather armor and weapons we collected? Chapter 17. The 3rd day of reincarnation, the young man and the golden dragon. The next day was the 3rd day for the 3 billion people on Earth to reincarnate into the war continent. After 2 days of development, the lives of many lords were much better than when they first arrived. In 3 days, at least 6 types of soldiers can be recruited. Regardless of the strength of the troops, at least they should be able to ensure their survival. In the trading square, the demand for food has dropped by 70% to 80%, and now most people are looking to buy stone and wood. This means that everyone is preparing to upgrade the castle. After all, the beast tide in 7 days is not far away. Only by making their castle stronger and upgrading their troops to a higher level can they survive the 1st level of life and death. That's right, it's a life and death level. It can also be seen as a life and death elimination match. Only by safely surviving the beast tide will one be qualified to truly participate in the so-called battle for supremacy among all races. This is all just empty talk. The key point is that only by surviving the beast tide can you survive. After surviving, you can choose whether to continue to fight for supremacy or to live in this different world. If you can't get through, then you have no choice but to die. This is not a game. The reality before us is so cruel. There is no doubt that many people will die in the beast tide, perhaps half, or perhaps more. No one wants to be one of the dead. No one wants to die. Therefore, countless lords are putting all their efforts into improving their own strength. Li Yuan slept in today. He stayed up too late last night because of the goblin matter, and when he woke up, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. He washed his face, brushed his teeth, made breakfast, and ate until he was 7/10 full before walking in a yard. There was a huge pile of beast carcasses, no less than 150, which showed that the Black Shadow's killing efficiency had increased a lot last night. Li Yuan didn't look at it any further and started collecting it directly. Ordinary food, 2,300 units, elite food, 260 units. 28 energy stones, and 2 yuan crystals. There was nothing to think about. Li Yuan put all the food into the trading square. As usual, ordinary food can be exchanged for stone and wood at standard prices, and elite food can be exchanged for energy stones, iron essence, and crystals. Although the demand for food is not as high as the previous 2 days, someone will still make a change eventually. For example, there are too many stones and wood, or the soldiers are particularly edible, or there's no food to be found within the territory. Of course, 600 units of ordinary food were left. He did not forget that the fairy had to provide him with iron essence, so he had to prepare enough for her. Li Yuan looked at the friend chat bar and found that the fairy lord's avatar was still gray. He didn't know whether Tai Jing was not prepared or was sleeping in. Since he had nothing to do anyway, Li Yuan opened the trading square again. He killed those goblins last night and obtained 6 sets of first-level leather armor and 5 first-level weapons, which he planned to exchange for other things. Li Yuan searched for the standard price and found that the first-level equipment was only worth 1,000 units of wood and 500 units of stone. I have to say, this is really shit. Li Yuan cursed inwardly, but still chose to put on the market for trading. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Besides, there's no point in keeping it, and it wastes warehouse space. Just after filling in the transaction information, Li Yuan suddenly discovered that there was an auction button on the left side of the trading square. After thinking about it, Li Yuan decisively deleted the original transaction information and put the leather armor and weapons into this auction system. In the entire trading square, no one has brought out weapons or equipment to sell. In other words, Li Yuan is the first one. Admittedly, Li Yuan looked down upon these low-priced equipment, but for some other lords, there was still a difference between having weapons and not having weapons. If you recruit ordinary militiamen, put on leather armor, and take up weapons, you will be able to kill monsters faster. The rules of the auction system are very simple. The auction time is 2 hours, and the transaction is completed by the highest bidder within 2 hours. After throwing it up, Li Yuan no longer cared about it, and just waited for the time to come. Li Yuan closed the trading square, thought about it, and opened the friend chat bar, and sent a message to the fairy lord. Li Yuan, 600 units of food are ready. Where is your iron essence? For a long time, the little fairy didn't respond. Li Yuan shook his head helplessly and opened the world chat channel next to him, ready to see the situation of other lords. The chat history is still numerous and fast, flashing constantly. Li Yuan studied the chat channel for a while and found that the chat history could actually set the message frequency. You can set the refresh time, keyword refresh, or blocking, etc. It is very powerful. Li Yuan slowed down the information refresh frequency by 1,000 times, and the speed of information jumping slowed down. Just at this time, the information about Li Yuan's equipment auction caused a sensation again. What's going on? Can I get equipment by killing monsters? What equipment? Didn't you see the trading square? Boss Black Shadow is auctioning off his equipment. Fuck, it's true. These equipments look so familiar. I seem to have seen them before. I remember that yesterday afternoon, goblins attacked my ghost-faced spider, and they were wearing this kind of leather armor. So, the Black Shadow boss has started to attack local forces? I seriously doubt that Boss Black Shadow is now the strongest among all the lords. Black Shadow boss is so awesome that he needs no explanation. It's just that the equipment is too low level. All of them are level 1. Everyone's troops should be level 2 or 3, so they are not suitable. It is still useful. My militiamen are still only wearing shorts. They come back from hunting with wounds all over their bodies. It's a pity that I only have enough stone and wood for my own use. Otherwise, I would have bought some. Bye. I don't have much of anything, but lots of wood. Let me get to know the professional lumberjacks. I don't know where the Black Shadow boss's territory is and whether it's close to me. I really want to ask Black Shadow boss to support me. You wish, you big foot-picking bastard. Li Yuan was somewhat surprised to see the news. From the conversations among these people, it can be seen that I seem to have become somewhat famous. Mostly because I sell a lot of food. Li Yuan had no intention of joining the chat. He looked around again and didn't find much useful information. It's all nonsense, devoid of any substance. I have to say these people are so idle that they are in the mood to chat, even when the crisis is imminent. An island in the endless sea. A young man was walking leisurely on the beach, and several golden dragons were hunting a group of sea beasts in the sea. Lord Shadow, I have seen your messages every day these days. The young man looked at his golden dragon and chuckled. Are your troops strong? The soldiers he recruited were the king of dragons, the golden dragon. Although it is still a larva and not as powerful as in the myth, it is currently only at level 5. But once it reaches adulthood, the golden dragon will be at the saint level, with the upper limit being the divine realm, comparable to a god. I hope you can survive the beast tide, otherwise you are not qualified to be my opponent. As the young man spoke, a faint aura of oppression emanated from him, causing the sea beasts to tremble. This is the magical power he gained by upgrading his castle, the holy power of the Dragon Emperor. After recruiting the Golden Dragon, the young man no longer worried about the beast tide. His goal was to dominate all races. He will definitely become one of the overlords of the war continent. Chapter 18. Mr. Black Shadow, I want to become your territory. In the state of Andira, on the Tatkan Plain, stands a tall castle. At the top of the castle, there's a white angel statue with 6 pairs of wings behind it. This is Ishue's Angel Castle. Judging from the scale of the Angel Castle, it has obviously been upgraded to a high level. At this time, Ishue had already gathered all the energy stones and crystals needed to upgrade the second-level barracks. She was extremely happy after the upgrade, but she also saw the information about Li Yuan's equipment auction and felt a little depressed. She had tried very hard, even going so far as to personally participate in the hunt, but she was still one step behind Li Yuan. Ishue guessed that Li Yuan upgraded the barracks yesterday. If she upgraded now, she would only be half a day slower than Li Yuan. But now Li Yuan actually started killing goblins. Coincidentally, not far from the Ikshu Angel Castle, there's also a goblin tribe. But with her current strength, she is unable to attack such a tribe. I will definitely surpass you. Ishue clenched her fists and said to her upgraded barracks, recruit angels. She could have recruited early in the morning, but she held back and waited until the barracks were upgraded so that she could summon more angels. From this we can see that Ishue's IQ is proportional to her face. In other parts of the war continent, all lords with powerful top-level troops have the same mentality. Even though Li Yuan apparently had a lead, they were still full of confidence. The powerful top-level troops are enough for them to catch up in a short period of time, because their troops will become stronger and stronger. Of course, Li Yuan didn't know all this. He was now collecting monster corpses again. Niga led 4 ghost shadows and 3 giant shadows and brought back another 32 beast corpses. After collecting the corpses of the wild animals, Li Yuan left Niga alone. Li Yuan first hung the food in the trading square, and then told Nija, don't kill monsters for the time being. Go to the Goblin tribe outside the Western Swamp first and carefully investigate their specific situation, as well as the werewolf tribe in the north. Be careful. Yes, my king, Niga responded and sank into the ground. Although Gilten had mentioned the strength of these 2 tribes, who knows whether what he said is true or not? You still have to see it with your own eyes. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you be invincible in every battle, especially the Goblin tribe. Li Yuan is determined to win it. There are at least 500 energy stones there. There's no reason not to take them. As for Niga's safety, Li Yuan was not worried at all. He hid in the shadows, and no one could find him. Besides, Niga's trip was just to gather intelligence, and he would not fight with the other party. It is worth mentioning that there are still many lords who want those goblin leather armor and weapons, and now they have all been auctioned off. In this auction, Li Yuan obtained a total of 7,000 units of wood and 1,200 units of stone. Including the food that was sold, there were a total of 33,000 units of wood and 9,200 units of stone in the warehouse. There's still a long way to go before upgrading the town, especially the iron essence. There are only 20 units now. There are 53 energy stones and 4 yuan crystals, which is still a long way to go to upgrade the Black Shadow Crystal. I don't know if we can gather them together before the beast tide. I hope the castle and barracks can be upgraded once more before the beast tide hits. Li Yuan didn't dare to think that he had to upgrade twice in the past few days. If this upgrade alone required so many resources, what would it take to upgrade again? During the 7-day protection period, You can upgrade once more at most, provided nothing unexpected happens. Therefore, Li Yuan decided that the focus in the next few days would be to improve Black Shadow and his own strength, with collecting resources coming second. In particular, the strength of the Shadow General Niga must be improved to above level 9. Otherwise, even if his castle was upgraded to a town and his barracks was upgraded to level 3, he would not be able to survive the Black Light Golden Eagle, the sacred beast. There's also the Beast Tide attack. As the first life and death elimination match, it shouldn't be too easy. This is also the reason why Li Yuan is eager to deal with the Goblin tribe. Dealing with them is more cost-effective than ordinary monster hunting. Killing ordinary wild beasts can only obtain a small amount of energy points. The rest is basically to obtain food, and you have to go to the trading square to exchange for other resources. By killing the Goblin tribe, you can obtain more energy points, as well as the 500 energy stones, and collect weapons and equipment. If his strength allowed, Li Yuan would even want to swallow up the werewolf tribe in one bite. After we kill the Goblin tribe and digest all these resources, I wonder if we will have the strength to deal with the werewolf tribe. While Li Yuan was pondering, the friend chat box started flashing. It was a message from the little fairy lord. When I opened it, I saw an emoticon with a crying face. Li Yuan? Little fairy lord. Mr. Black Shadow, can you give me more food every day? Li Yuan? Little fairy lord. Ah, the dwarf uncle just brought back 50 more stray dwarves for me. Li Yuan. At this moment, the word fuck was stuck in Li Yuan's throat. It would be fine if local forces took the initiative to surrender once, but this is the second time. Does the little fairy have the attribute of attracting local forces to join her? Little fairy lord, I will pay you, Mr. Dark Shadow. I have more people here, and more people are working. Now, there are 50 more dwarves, and my daily iron production will definitely increase to 400 units. Little fairy lord, please, Black Shadow Cauldron, it seems that no one can support me except you. Little fairy lord, by the way, the castle was upgraded today, and I recruited a dwarf blacksmith. I can also make weapons for you in the future. Little fairy lord, please, Brother Black Shadow, please. Looking at the messages constantly coming in the chat box, Li Yuan fell into deep thought. It can continuously provide iron essence, and can also create weapons and equipment. It seems that this little fairy is really worth investing in, and the rate of return seems to be very good. After thinking about it, Li Yuan replied, I can provide you with enough food, but I have a condition. Little fairy lord, what's the condition? Promise yourself to me? That's not possible. I'm still a virgin. Li Yuan ignored the fairy's mischief and replied, from now on, all your iron essence and equipment cannot be given to others. You can only trade them with me. This time, the little fairy was silent for a long time, as if she was hesitating and considering. Half a minute later, the little fairy finally replied, Little fairy lord, Mr. Black Shadow, how about letting my territory become yours? Seeing this message, Li Yuan was slightly stunned. He was clear about the concept of territory, as it was mentioned in the announcement in the World Chat channel. Countless lords are relatively independent, but they can form alliances through contracts or become each other's territories. The alliance is equal, and the lords help each other according to the terms of the contract. If it is territorial, it means submission to the other party. The difference between territories is the main city and secondary cities, which is equivalent to the fact that all territories of secondary cities belong to the main city. Once the contract is reached, it cannot be revoked, otherwise the city will be destroyed and people will die. How could Li Yuan not be surprised that the fairy lord did not mention an alliance, but directly said that she wanted to become his territory? Chapter 19, no matter how many of us there are, he can support us. Once the fairy's territory becomes a vassal state of the Black Shadow territory, she will lose the opportunity to dominate the war continent. Everything within the territory will become Li Yuan's possession, including the soldiers. Although they are still recruited by the fairy, they must obey Li Yuan's orders first, and then hers. Little fairy lord, Lord Black Shadow, are you unwilling? Yes, your territory is so powerful. How could you possibly look down upon a territory like mine? Is it necessary to collect the territories now? Logically speaking, it would only be necessary to recruit territories after the struggle for supremacy between lords officially begins. Not only can the territory be expanded, but also the arms can be expanded. At the moment, neither of us has even released a novice village, which is a bit too advanced. But if you think about it carefully, after signing the territorial contract, everything the fairy lord has will be his, so he will not lose out no matter how you look at it. Li Yuan weighed the issue in his mind for a long time and replied, "If you really want to, then initiate a territorial contract." The fairy did not reply to other messages, but directly sent a signed contract. Very decisive. Li Yuan looked at the terms of the contract, which were all standard content. To sum up, he is the king and his subjects are his subjects, and they obey his orders unconditionally. If the territory is attacked or destroyed, Li Yuan can choose to provide assistance or ignore it, and he will not suffer any losses. If it is an alliance treaty, the specific content is written by oneself, and both sides will have restrictions. Li Yuan stared at the contract and thought for a long time before signing his name on the treaty. As soon as the name came down, a prompt box appeared in front of Li Yuan. Shadow Lord, you have successfully acquired a territory and gained a chance to extract a magical skill. Do you want to proceed with the draw immediately? Seeing this, Li Yuan couldn't help but be overjoyed. I didn't expect that by acquiring a piece of land for no apparent reason, I could actually get the opportunity to extract magical skills. This is a great harvest in the territory. Just this wave alone is worth it. It's really worth it. You know, this opportunity only comes after upgrading the castle. Li Yuan was about to draw magical skills, but the fairy sent him another message at this time. Little Fairy Lord, Mr. Black Shadow, can you bring us some food now? They're calling for lunch. Li Yuan, I will give you 600 units first, and then transfer another 300 units to you later. Is that enough? Little Fairy Lord, that's enough. Thank you, Mr. Black Shadow. I will transfer all the iron essence to you right now. A moment later, there were 215 units of refined iron in Li Yuan's warehouse, 15 units more than what was said yesterday. This is all the iron essence in the Fairy Lord's warehouse. As a vassal of the Black Shadow territory, Li Yuan can see all the other parties' information. Territorial Lord, Mo Shanshan. Strength, level 2. Territory level, intermediate castle. Army, mountain dwarf. Buildings, warehouse, dwarven crystal, furnace. Equipment, none. Energy stone, 62. Yuan Jing, 1. In addition, the warehouse is basically full of stone materials, more than 2,000 units. There are also several hundred units of food that Li Yuan had just transferred to her, as well as some colorful stones and the like. There were 6 dwarves recruited, and 138 local dwarves surrendered. Li Yuan knew the number, but what surprised him was the loyalty of these dwarves. 6 recruited dwarves, loyalty 99%. As for those native dwarves who have taken refuge, their loyalty levels are actually over 80%, and many are over 90%. Little Fairy Mo Shanshan. How did she do it? Magic. The only pity is that there are no strong ones among these mountain dwarves. Most of them are level 3 or 4, and there are quite a few level 1. But overall, the strength of the Little Fairy territory is not bad, and it definitely exceeds 90% of the lords. If we just talk about the number of people, there is no doubt that it deserves to be the first. Li Yuan, by the way, do you know where your territory is? Since the other party has become his territory and his person, Li Yuan feels it is necessary to get to know him better. If both parties are closer, it will be easier to take care of each other. Although the opponent's strength is not weak, it is not that strong either. If Nijia goes over, he can kill them all without a protective barrier. Little Fairy Lord, I heard from those wandering dwarves that this place is called Amo Gobi, and it seems to be in some dire state. I have never heard of Amo Gobi, and Gilton has never mentioned such a place nearby. But in the same continent, it shouldn't be too far. Li Yuan, then ask them again if they have heard of the Red Moon Forest. Little Fairy Lord, okay, let me ask. Little Fairy Lord, I asked, and they said it's not far from here, just across the Takgon Plain. Black Shadow, are you in the Red Moon Forest? Li Yuan, well, I'll come to see you when I have the chance. It doesn't matter if the position is exposed now. The little fairy is bound by the contract and will not and cannot do anything bad to him. Those dwarves are also extremely loyal and will not betray you. Little Fairy Lord, okay. Li Yuan, that's it for now. Let those dwarves work harder. I have enough food here. Little Fairy Lord, I understand. Amo Gobi is a barren Gobi desert with stones everywhere and very few green trees. In a stone forest in the Gobi Desert, there is a castle made entirely of stone. On the right side of the castle, there stands a wide chimney more than 20 meters high, emitting billowing black smoke. In the castle, you can see busy dwarves working. Some were pushing large stones into the castle, while others were pushing and pulling bellows under a huge furnace, pouring or into it. The sound of hey yo never stopped. Just then, a little girl wearing a princess dress, about 15 or 16 years old, ran to the square in the yard. She is the owner of this castle territory, Imo Shanshan. Dear uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, I have good news for you. Imo Shanshan waved her little fist and said excitedly, I found a long-term meal ticket for everyone. The long-term meal ticket says that as long as you work hard enough, you'll have enough food. Everyone must work hard. We will definitely live a good life and will never go hungry again. Long live the fairy lord. Long live the fairy lord. The mountain dwarves cheered loudly and worked even harder. Returning to the castle happily, Imo Shanshan looked at the bearded dwarf next to her who was only 1.5 meters shorter than her. This was the first dwarf soldier she recruited and summoned. Uncle Green, didn't you say you saw a group of mountain dwarf wanderers? Imo Shanshan blinked her big eyes and said, If you meet her again, bring her back to the castle. The dwarf named Green was silent for a while, then said in a muffled voice, If there are too many, our food. It's okay. Didn't I just tell you that I found a long-term meal ticket? Imo Shanshan smiled and said, Black Shadow is very strong. No matter how many of us there are, he can support us. Yes, sir, Green replied, kneeling on one knee. After Green walked out of the castle, Imo Shanshan walked to the balcony and looked at the busy dwarves below and couldn't help laughing. She is an orphan who grew up eating at many people's homes and understands the meaning of self-reliance. When she first arrived in the war continent, she was scared and panicked, but now she has slowly gotten used to it. However, the struggle for supremacy among all races is too far away from her. She just wants to live well with these dwarves. The Shadow Lord looks very powerful and should be able to be relied upon. Recalling the conversation with Li Yuan, Imo Shanshan said to herself, Will he be a bad man? When the time comes, a delicate and weak woman like me will have no choice but to obey, right? Chapter 20. Extract the Horse Talisman, Holy Light Knight of the Holy Court. Li Yuan naturally didn't know that Imo Shanshan was considering how to face him when they met in the future. Even prepared for the worst possible sacrifice. It was obvious that Imo Shanshan had great confidence in him, and it was impossible for him to fail to survive the beast tide in a few days. And she herself also had confidence in the fairy castle, because there were very few wild beasts in the Amo Desert. That's why she was short of food. Plus, there are so many dwarves in the fairy castle, so they should not be afraid of the beast tide. After Li Yuan dealt with the little fairy, he couldn't wait to start extracting her magical skills. Draw magical skills immediately. Now that he has obtained the dragon talisman and the lightning magic energy, he wonders what it will be this time. Soon, a prompt box appeared in Li Yuan's field of vision. Congratulations, Shadow Lord. You have obtained the horse talisman in this draw. The prompt box disappeared, and a pony with a long chirping sound jumped out from the void and instantly merged into Li Yuan's body. Horse charm. Li Yuan was surprised and delighted. He didn't expect that he would draw the horse talisman this time. Happiness came so suddenly, it was really a burst of luck. Among all the 12 talismans, the horse talisman and the dog talisman were the two he wanted most. Needless to say, the dog talisman grants immortality. The horse charm represents the ability to heal and repair and to expel all injuries caused by external forces. Not only for the human body, the horse charm can also repair any broken items. What Li Yuan values most is of course the healing power of the horse spell on people. Possess the horse charm. As long as the opponent does not completely wipe out his physical consciousness in an instant, he can quickly recover to the most perfect state. To a certain extent, it can be considered as immortal. However, the dog charm grants eternal youth and immunity to all fatal attacks, so there is a clear difference between the two. The best situation is to use the horse spell and the dog spell together. That is the true immortality. Now that I have obtained the horse talisman, can the dog talisman be far behind? Li Yuan felt the extra power of the horse talisman in his body, and he felt extremely happy. It was an unexpected surprise among unexpected surprises. It seemed that some of the fairy's good luck had been passed on to him, making her his lucky star. At this moment, Li Yuan raised his eyebrows. In the mysterious connection between him and Niga seemed to have died once. Was it a goblin or a werewolf? The next moment, Niga's figure appeared in front of Li Yuan, having been reborn. Glancing at Niga, Li Yuan frowned and asked, "What's going on?" To be able to prevent Niga from escaping in time, the opponent's strength must be above level 8. Both the Goblin tribe and the Werewolf tribe have such combat power. Niga bowed and said, "Reporting to my king, I encountered a big battle on my way back from investigating the Werewolf tribe. A blonde human wearing silver armor, riding a unicorn, is chasing a demon beast. I wanted to go and take a look, but as soon as I got close, I was discovered by the human knight. He condensed holy light into a sword and killed me with one strike. This man is very powerful. Under his holy light, no shadow can escape. However, this is also because I am too weak. If I were a saint, killing him would be as easy as butchering a dog." After listening to Niga's words, Li Yuan did not speak for a long time. There were actually native humans nearby. The reason why it is certain that it is a local human is that no matter how fast the other lords have upgraded in the past 3 days, they cannot have the strength to kill Niga with one sword. Silver armor. Unicorn. Could it be the Holy Light Knight? In the announcement on the World Chat channel, there is a description of a character with similar attire. They come from a human force of the Holy Court, spread across the 7 continents of the War Continent, and are one of the top organizations on the continent. Every knight of the Holy Court claims to be a pioneer of holy light and wants to purify all darkness in the world. Thinking of this, Li Yuan asked again, "How do you think his strength compares to that black-crowned golden eagle?" From the perspective of momentum and pressure, it is even stronger than the black-crowned golden eagle. Niga compared it and replied, "Li Iwan Nudda." It seemed that the other party should be the Holy Light Knight of the Holy Sea. Holy Light Knight is an honorific title for the powerful ones in the Holy Court, and those below the Holy Court can only be called Glory Knights. The other party should be passing by and will not pose a threat to me. Li Yuan was silent for a while, thinking so in his heart. According to Niga, this Holy Light Knight was hunting down Warcraft, and Niga's death was purely due to curiosity killing the cat. If he doesn't take the initiative to approach her, nothing will happen. He will just be asking for trouble. Li Yuan put this matter aside for the time being and returned to the main topic, asking, "Tell me what you found out." Niga nodded and quickly described in detail what he had gained from the trip. The situation of the Goblin tribe is roughly the same as what Gil 10 said. There are nearly 1,900 of them in total, led by a 9th-level warrior and an 8th-level magician. When Niga arrived, the Goblin tribe was holding a meeting. The content of the meeting was about the 2 teams led by Gil 10 that had never returned. There is no return. Either you're captured or you're wiped out. Some goblins wanted to come to the castle again to investigate, while others did not want to provoke them, and the argument ended in vain. It doesn't matter whether he comes or not. Li Yuan will visit the Goblin tribe's lair sooner or later. The Werewolf tribe is indeed very strong. There are 3 9th-level ones, and one of them has a strong aura. He should be the half-saint that Gil 10 mentioned. But what Gil 10 didn't know was that there was an altar inside the Werewolf tribe. In the middle of the altar, there was a wolf-head withered skeleton, exuding an aura of chaos and tyranny. Since the semi-holy werewolf was guarding the altar, Niga didn't dare to get too close. He just took a few glances and then retreated. Pay more attention to the movements of the Goblin tribe. The Werewolf tribe. If they don't come to provoke us, just ignore them for now. As the saying goes, pick on the weak. The Werewolf tribe gave Li Yuan a feeling of being a little dangerous and a little mysterious. At this time, in the north of the Red Moon Forest, a figure shrouded in dazzling holy light stood proudly in the void. The silver armor shone brightly, and he sat on a white horse with a single horn. He has a fair and handsome face, blue pupils, and long golden hair draped over his shoulders. He looks intimidating without even showing any anger. It was exactly the Holy Light Knight who was chasing after the monsters mentioned by Niga. There were large stains of blood on the ground, left by the monster he was chasing. One corpse of a holy domain blood-eyed demon ape and one young one can at least exchange for 2 baptisms of holy light, which will allow this king to improve his strength to a higher level. What a pity that they escaped into the Red Moon Forest. Damn it! The Holy Light Knight seemed somewhat unwilling, but as he looked at the Red Moon Forest right before his eyes, there was deep fear in his eyes. In the end, the Holy Light Knight chose to turn around and leave. Even though the blood-eyed demon ape had suffered a fatal attack from him and was about to die, he did not dare to enter the Red Moon Forest to pick up the corpse. The Holy Light Knight rode the unicorn and rose high into the sky in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to fly away, the Holy Light Knight's brows suddenly frowned slightly, and his gaze fell towards the southern outskirts of the Red Moon Forest. At the edge of the Red Moon Forest, he saw a towering castle. Chapter 21. The blood-eyed demon ape comes to your door automatically. Another castle like this. The Holy Light Knight looked at the tall castle from afar with a gloomy expression. This castle is naturally the Shadow Castle. During the days of hunting the blood-eyed demon ape, he had seen many similar castles along the way. Every castle gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. The strange thing is that the creatures in the castle are very weak. In fact, the strength of the blood-eyed demon ape was comparable to his, but it was seriously injured because it crashed into a castle and was rebounded. This gave him the opportunity to chase the enemy to the Red Moon Forest, but unfortunately he failed. The dying blood-eyed demon ape escaped into the Red Moon Forest. The Holy Light Knight could see that there was an extremely powerful protective force above the castle, which made him terrified. The sanctuary cannot be broken, and a strong attack will only result in heavy damage. Let's go back to the Holy Court and ask what these castles that suddenly appeared are all about. Could it be some force that has been hiding for a long time? The Holy Light Knight chose to leave and did not descend on the Shadow Castle. He quickly turned into a stunning figure and disappeared into the sky. The unknown is always the most terrifying, and the strong ones in the sanctuary are no exception. There was another reason. This was the Red Moon Forest, and he didn't dare to stay any longer. This place is too ominous and mysterious. There are at least 80 powerful sanctuaries who died in the Red Moon Forest, including quite a few gods. As a high-ranking member of the Holy Court, he should know more than low-level goblin creatures like Giltan. The appearance of this castle here, no matter who is behind it, is seeking death. Anyone who dares to enter the Red Moon Forest will die. There will be no exceptions. Li Yuan was obviously unaware of the Holy Light Knight's brief attention. At this time, Li Yuan was collecting the corpses of wild beasts, including 2 6th-level monsters. After some collection, Li Yuan obtained 930 units of food, 110 units of elite food, and 8 energy stones. 8 of the energy stones come from level 6 monsters, 4 for each beast. It can be seen from this that killing monsters above level 6 can obtain more energy stones. Unfortunately, this time, Niga and his team also killed a 5th-level elite beast, but did not obtain any Yuan crystals. However, there's good news. The 3 Ghost Shadows recruited initially have been upgraded to level 6, and the 2 Ghost Shadows and 3 Giant Shadows recruited later have also been upgraded to level 5. And the Ghost General Niga is just 1 step away from reaching the 7th level. Li Yuan himself reached the middle stage of the 4th level. I believe that Nijia should be able to upgrade by tonight at the latest. The 7th level Niga is enough to fight against the 8th level, so the next step is to focus on killing the monsters. Warcraft can provide more energy stones and more energy, making it easier for everyone to upgrade their levels together. As long as everyone has another wave of upgrades, it's time to go to the Goblin Tribe. After getting rid of the Goblin Tribe, the castle may not be upgraded, but the Shadow Crystal should be able to be upgraded to level 3. Nijia and the others continued to go out and kill monsters. Li Yuan casually transferred 300 units of food to Imo Shanshan and threw the rest into the trading square. Time passed slowly, and the Ghost and Giant Shadows worked tirelessly, bringing back many corpses of wild beasts and monsters in one afternoon. Nearly 2,000 units of food were collected, and some other items were also gained. Just as Li Yuan expected, when night fell, the Ghost General Niga successfully broke through to the 7th level. Under the cover of night, Niga and his companions were killing monsters outside the Red Moon Forest. Li Yuan was preparing dinner in the castle. Just as the aroma of steamed meat filled the air, a loud noise was heard from outside the castle. Rumble, the earth shakes. Li Yuan's face changed, and he appeared in the yard in a flash. At the same time, Niga's Ghost and Giant Shadow also abandoned the monster that was about to be killed by them and returned to the castle. 3 huge figures stood in front of Li Yuan, protecting him tightly. Niga took the lead and guarded the castle gate, while the other 5 ghosts were scattered in all directions on guard. But Li Yuan ignored them. His eyes were fixed on the giant statue outside the castle since he appeared in the yard. The Shadow Castle is more than 20 meters high, and that giant statue is half as tall as the castle. It was dozens of meters away, but it seemed to be right in front of us, standing tall in the dark, knife-cut mountains. It is a tall giant. In front of this behemoth, it is just a bigger ant. This is a giant creature that looks like an ape. Its huge body was covered with wounds so deep that the bones could be seen, and there were large areas of corrosion and burning marks, with almost no intact areas. A pair of blood-red eyes, like two blood moons, stared straight at the Black Shadow Castle. With the help of the lights in the castle, one could vaguely see that the face, whose half of the skull had been cut off, had complex human emotions. There is anger, reluctance, pain, struggle, and so on. Nijia seemed to recognize the giant ape and said to Li Yuan in a deep voice, "King, he is the monster being chased by that knight." Hearing this, Li Yuan's heart moved, but he didn't say anything. Since it could be hunted down by the Holy Light Knight, this demon ape must also be a holy level monster. Although Li Yuan was shocked, he was not too scared. After all, the castle was still under protection, and the demon ape could not get in. He was curious about what this giant ape was doing in the castle. Li Yuan did not sense any murderous intent from this giant ape, nor did its aura seem violent. Roar! At this moment, the giant ape roared to the sky, making a deafening roar and wail. In the Red Moon Forest, countless wild beasts and monsters were fleeing frantically. After a long roar, the giant ape lowered its head, bared its fangs, and its blood-red pupils fell on the Black Shadow Castle again. Immediately afterwards, a punch came towards the Shadow Castle. That huge fist pierced through the void in the blink of an eye, causing bursts of sonic booms. "Protect my king." Niga retreated quickly and blocked Li Yuan's way together with the giant shadow. He also knew that the castle had a protective barrier, but his instinct made him come back to protect Li Yuan. This was the mission of their existence. Through the gaps between the giant shadows, Li Yuan could see the giant ape's fist rapidly approaching the castle. The sacred beasts have high intelligence. Li Yuan and the Black Shadow did not provoke it. So why did the other party attack the Black Shadow Castle? Before the giant ape's fist got close, the milky white protective shield above the castle appeared, creating ripples. But soon the fist stopped. It was not because of the blocking of the protective barrier of the Black Shadow Castle, but because the fist stopped by itself. Not only did it stop, it was also falling to the ground with a whoosh. Along with the fist, the giant ape's body also fell down, and it suddenly fell forward and hit the ground heavily. Suddenly, the earth shook again. Outside the castle, large tracts of trees were crushed and broken as the giant ape fell. Countless clouds of dust rose up in an instant, almost covering the entire Black Shadow Castle, making it impossible to see the situation outside. After a while, peace returned outside. It was silent under the hazy moonlight. The giant ape lay on the ground on its side, with its head tilted and eyes closed, its face facing the direction of the Shadow Castle. Only the fist that was thrown first landed directly at the castle gate, less than half a meter away from the protective barrier. Dead. Li Yuan pushed away the ghost and stared at the giant ape outside the door. His mind was a little confused. "I will go and take a look." Niga volunteered and appeared outside the city in an instant, cautiously approaching the giant ape on the ground. After a while, Nijia came back and said, "My king, this ape has no breath of life, its holy soul is extinguished, and it is completely dead." He really died. A holy domain monster died at the gate of its own castle. Wait, the Holy Land monster. Li Yuan suddenly realized that this was the corpse of a holy domain monster. If it wasn't killed by a ghost, can it be collected? If you can collect it, you will make a lot of money. Chapter 22, Mutated Magic Beast, Future God-Level Fighter. The Black-Crowned Golden Eagle is a sacred beast and has been a threat to the Black Shadow Castle since its appearance. For Li Yuan now, he can only be beaten by the Holy Domain monsters. He and the Black Shadow will have the same fate. Therefore, Li Yuan currently has no intention of killing the Holy Domain monster. Even the werewolf tribe with a semi-saint, Li Yuan put it last and would not provoke it easily. There is no doubt that if you can kill a Holy Domain monster, the benefits will definitely be huge. If it were in the game world, the Sanctuary Beast would be equivalent to a super boss in the dungeon. And now, Li Yuan did nothing, and a Holy Domain monster died at the gate of his castle. Who could have imagined that the corpse of a holy beast would be delivered to your door? I just don't know if the collection can be successful. After all, it was not him and Ghost who killed the giant ape, and they didn't contribute any effort during the process. With great anticipation, Li Yuan walked quickly out of the castle. The main reason is that the giant ape's body is too huge. It is 40 or 50 meters tall and weighs at least hundreds of tons. It cannot be contained in the yard. You can't collect it if you don't go out, as there are distance restrictions for collection. The distance is not enough to trigger the collection prompt box. This was the first time Li Yuan walked out of the castle, but he had no intention of thinking about anything else. His mind was full of the giant ape's corpse. How many energy stones can be collected? How many crystals can be obtained? Are there any other precious items? When he came out of the door, Li Yuan looked up at the giant ape's corpse with burning eyes. A monster corpse was found. Would you like to collect it immediately? The prompt box that usually looks dull and boring is now so beautiful. It can really be collected. Li Yuan was overjoyed and said immediately. Immediately. As soon as these two words came out of his mouth, Li Yuan's face suddenly changed. He returned just as quickly as he left the castle. In the blink of an eye, Li Yuan reappeared in the yard, within the protective barrier of the castle. A pair of eyes were fixed on the giant ape's corpse. Niga and the other giant ghosts were now facing a formidable enemy and were ready for battle. There was no other reason. Just now, the giant ape's fingers moved, the fingers on the fist that landed at the door. And now it is still moving. Li Yuan stared at the fingers that kept bouncing up and down and felt a chill in his heart. What's going on? Could it be that this giant ape is not dead yet? That's not right. He was just told to collect the corpses, which means the giant ape is indeed dead. Is it a twitch caused by a neural reflex arc? You know what? Li Yuan was really scared just now, and his heart is still pounding. If the giant ape was pretending to be dead, then killing him with just that one finger would be no different from killing a mosquito. But now the finger is still moving, the nerve reflex arc is too long. At this moment, a squeaking sound came from the giant ape's fist, and the cry was anxious. Soon, a golden little monkey half the height of a human jumped out from between the fingers of the fist. Squeak! Squeak! After the little monkey jumped out, it hopped all the way to the giant ape's chest, screaming incessantly. Squeak! Squeak! The little monkey kept jumping on the giant ape's body, as if calling his mother to wake up. Unfortunately, his mother was no longer able to respond to his calls and pick him up and put him on her shoulders, as she usually did. In the castle yard, Li Yuan watched this scene in silence. Recalling the giant ape's fist that had just been swung at the Black Shadow Castle, Li Yuan sighed secretly. No wonder he didn't sense any murderous intent from the giant ape. The other party didn't really want to attack the Black Shadow Castle. The giant ape simply used up the last of its strength to send its child to the castle. Otherwise, why would the fist land right at the castle gate? He took another look at the golden monkey that was still calling out, and it was only the aura of a third level. It is impossible for the little monkey to survive safely in this Red Moon forest. Li Yuan looked at the giant ape's corpse and sighed. Do you want me to protect your child? You think too highly of me. He is now in a very difficult situation, with crises coming one after another. After looking for a while, Li Yuan walked out of the castle gate again and came to the giant ape's corpse. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little monkey seemed to know what was going to happen next. It jumped to the ground with its hair standing up. It bared its teeth at Li Yuan and prevented him from getting close. When the golden monkey came in front of him, Li Yuan discovered that there was a special rune on the golden monkey's forehead. That was a contract rune, a master-servant contract. Obviously, this contract rune was prepared in advance by the dead giant ape. He knew that there were strong humans in the castle, and hoped that this would allow his child to receive the protection of the castle owner. Perhaps this is the greatness of maternal love. It has nothing to do with race. At this time, Niga had already captured the little monkey. The third-level little monkey had no power to resist. If Li Yuan guessed correctly, this little monkey was only a few days old. It was born with the strength of the third level, and it seems to be quite intelligent, which shows that it has great potential. In time, it will become a holy domain monster. However, it's just a holy domain monster. It's quite powerful now. Can you still look down on it in the future? You must know that the growth limit of any Black Shadow recruited by Li Yuan is the Holy Land. Squeak! Squeak! The little monkey struggled frantically in Niga's hands, screaming at the top of his lungs. Li Yuan looked at the giant ape's corpse and finally walked towards the little monkey and said, "Humans are not plants. I have to say that your mother has successfully moved me. From now on, you will follow me. This is also my reward to your mother. What's the reward? Of course, it was the giant ape who offered the body. After saying that, Li Yuan reached out and pressed his hand on the little monkey's forehead. The contract rune glowed and slowly absorbed Li Yuan's aura, merging with it. During this process, the little monkey's struggle became weaker and weaker, and finally it became quiet, with tears in its little eyes. At the same time, a new prompt box appeared in front of Li Yuan. Contracted beast, mutated blood-eyed demon ape. Strength level, level 3. Loyalty 100. Growth limit, divine realm. Li Yuan was a little surprised when he saw it. The upper limit of this little guy's growth is actually the divine realm. He doesn't think much of the holy domain monsters, but the divine realm, the growth ceiling of the 9 Dark Shadow generals, is the divine realm. In this case, it seems like a good idea to take in this little monkey. Not only did he pick up the corpse of a holy beast for free, but he also gained a potential thug in the divine realm. After a moment, the contract was concluded. Li Yuan asked Nijia to let go of the little monkey, and the little monkey stood beside him obediently. Go and say goodbye to your mother. Don't take too long. Hearing this, the little monkey quickly ran towards the giant ape's body and gently lay on the giant ape's arm. A few minutes later, the little monkey jumped off the giant ape's body and walked towards Li Yuan, looking back every few steps, looking pitiful and helpless. Since you have wisdom, you should remember your mother's murderer. Remember this well. You will take revenge with your own hands in the future. As Li Yuan spoke, he reached out to cover the little monkey's eyes and began to collect the giant ape's corpse. The collection of Warcraft corpses was successful, and you have gained. Chapter 23. Saint-level building drawings, Holy Source Tower. The Warcraft corpse was collected successfully. You obtained 200 energy stones, 10 elemental crystals, and a special building blueprint. It is worthy of being the corpse of a holy domain monster, with 200 energy stones and 10 yuan crystals. Although these things are a lot, they're still far behind the upgrade materials for the castle and barracks. But isn't it great that this resource comes to your door automatically? Li Yuan was still very satisfied, especially since he had collected special architectural drawings this time. Li Yuan already knew something about architectural drawings. The fairy lord said at the beginning that when she was collecting stones, she collected special building drawings, which was the furnace on her side. It is precisely because there is a furnace in the fairy territory that the dwarves can use it to smelt iron. Later, Li Yuan specifically went to the announcement to look up information about special building drawings. The types of blueprints are not limited to buildings. There are also equipment blueprints, magical skill blueprints, or blueprints for some special functions. Blueprints also have levels, divided into low level, intermediate level, holy level, and god level. For example, the furnace of the fairy Mo Shan Shan is an advanced blueprint, and the furnace built is also an advanced building. All drawings, no matter how they are obtained, need to be identified to know their specific grade and function, and it also depends on personal luck. Once you get the blueprint, the appraisal will be automatically activated, and there is no need to learn this skill. Li Yuan did not examine the blueprints immediately, but took the little monkey back to the castle first. The little monkey had just lost his mother and was feeling depressed. Li Yuan was not very good at comforting people, let alone a monkey. He just gave a piece of meat, and the monkey ignored him. The divine realm is the divine realm, and that is also a matter of the future. Who knows when that might happen? Li Yuan has no habit of being a babysitter, so it's good enough that he survives. As for Niga and the others, they naturally couldn't sit idle and had to go out to kill monsters again. Li Yuan simply filled his stomach and went to the castle warehouse, where he found the architectural drawings he had just obtained. The drawing was made of craft paper with many lines and runes scrawled on it, and it was impossible to tell what it was. Architecture drawings, what grade? After all, it was collected from the corpse of a holy domain monster. Even if it is not high level, it will not be low level. When Li Yuan picked up the craft paper, the identification was automatically activated. If you find a piece of architectural drawing, should you immediately conduct an appraisal? Identify immediately. Suddenly, a stream of light flashed on the craft paper, and the specific information of the drawing was clearly displayed in front of Li Yuan. Saint-level building blueprint, Holy Source Tower. Function 1. Strengthen the loyalty of soldiers to the Lord. Function 2. Within the territory, the strength of the Lord and soldiers will be unconditionally increased by 1 level. Function 3. There's a rich energy in the tower, which can quickly help the Lord and soldiers improve their strength. Construction materials: 10,000 units of stone, 30,000 units of wood, 500 units of refined iron, 10 yuan crystals. Looking at the prompt message in front of him, Li Yuan's mouth corners slightly raised. Good luck, Holy Source Tower, a holy level building. Li Yuan smiled and began to seriously consider the specific functions of the Holy Source Tower. The first function is to strengthen the loyalty of the troops to the Lord, which is a bit useless to Li Yuan. The soldiers of the Shadow Legion will be 100% loyal to him once they are recruited, and their loyalty will not decrease. The second function is very powerful. Within the territory, it unconditionally improves the strength of the Lord and the troops, and the improvement is 1 level. Li Yuan is now at level 4, and with the Holy Source Tower, he can be promoted directly to level 5. Nijia advanced from level 7 to level 8. Of course, the triggering condition is within the territory, within a radius of 1,500 meters from the Shadow Castle. The third function is also very powerful. There is rich energy in the Holy Source Tower. Entering it can quickly improve your strength. This is a bit similar to those holy places for cultivation. War Continent. It seems like you're playing a game, but this is the real world. Killing monsters can gain powerful energy, and naturally it can also be improved through practice. Otherwise, how can those local forces play? It's just that Li Yuan usually relies on Niga and others to kill monsters to improve himself, and ignores his own slow improvement. Li Yuan practiced absorbing energy on his own, but he didn't have the corresponding skills, so the speed was very slow. He could only absorb 100 points of energy at most in a day. With the Holy Source Tower, he could enjoy the energy provided by Niga and his friends from killing monsters while absorbing energy in the Holy Source Tower. To sum up, except for the first function of the Holy Source Tower, which is of little use, the other two are worthy of the title of holy level buildings. Looking at the construction resources of the Holy Source Tower, the demand is not very large. 30,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of stone, 500 units of iron essence, and 10 yuan crystals. It just so happens that Li Yuan can take out all these resources at once. After today's food exchange, there are already 15,000 units of stone and 46,000 units of wood in the warehouse. Together with the 10 yuan crystals collected from the corpse of the blood-eyed demon ape, there are a total of 14 yuan crystals. As for the iron essence, although there are only a little over 200 of them now, the Fairy Lord has already smelted more than 300 units today. Through the territorial information, Li Yuan can know the assets within the territory. I don't know the exact situation with the fairy. She said before that she could smelt 300 units a day. As a result, he saw 390 units, which was close to 400 units. If these more than 300 units of iron essence were transferred back, they would be enough to build the Holy Source Tower. In other words, as long as Li Yuan is willing, the Holy Source Tower can be built now. But Li Yuan was a little hesitant at this time. These resources are gathered together to upgrade the castle and barracks. If they're used to build the Holy Source Tower now, the upgrade of the castle and barracks will have to be postponed. We need to carefully weigh the pros and cons of this matter and determine the order of priority. Finally, Li Yuan decided to build the Xinyuan Tower, because, relatively speaking, the benefits of building the Holy Source Tower at this time are greater. The last two functions of the Holy Source Tower are to enhance the combat effectiveness of him and Black Shadow, which is Li Yuan's most urgent need. Especially the unconditional upgrade by 1 level within the territory is simply a defensive weapon. This is equivalent to any enemy attacking the castle being unconditionally weakened by 1 level when entering the territory. It may play a crucial role in the upcoming Beast Tide. As for the upgrade of the castle and barracks, Li Yuan was confident that he could upgrade the level of the barracks before the Beast Tide came. However, it is a bit difficult to upgrade the castle to a town, and it is very likely that the iron essence cannot be gathered unless the fairy can provide 3,000 to 5,000 iron essences every day. To build the Holy Source Tower, you only need the yuan crystals. For upgrading the barracks, no energy stones are needed. There are only 14 yuan crystals now, and there are still more than 30 crystals needed to upgrade the barracks. Even if they are used, the impact will not be that big. As everyone's strength improves, kill more elite beasts and monsters, then destroy the goblin's nest, and there'll be a high probability that you'll have a chance to gather the whole group. Li Yuan is a man of action. Once he makes a decision, he will do it immediately. Li Yuan immediately sent a message to the fairy lord, asking her to transfer the existing iron essence immediately. It was still early, and the little fairy Mo Shanshan had not slept yet. After receiving the message, she directly transferred 390 units of iron essence to him. As a territorial territory, we must unconditionally obey the orders of the main city. Even if the little fairy refuses to hand it over, Li Yuan can directly use his authority to empty out the things in her warehouse. Just then, the fairy sent a message. Little fairy lord, Mr. Black Shadow, it seems that I don't have enough food again. Li Yuan? Chapter 24, Under the Holy Land, a terrifying improvement. What's going on? There's not enough food again. In total today, I have transferred 900 units of food to the little fairy. Li Yuan's heart moved slightly, and he quickly checked the information of the fairy castle. Recruit 6 mountain dwarves. 197 of them defected to the dwarves from the native land. Sure enough, there were more than 50 more dwarves who came to join them. Really nothing to say. No wonder the amount of iron essence smelted was so large. Li Yuan looked at his warehouse and began to doubt whether he could afford to support this territory. At this rate, about 100 people are coming here a day, which is really a problem. Little fairy lord, 59 more dwarves have come. They are so pitiful. Anyway, I have work to do here, so I asked the uncle to bring them back. Little fairy lord, big boss, that should be okay, right? Li Yuan, 400 units of food, transferred to you immediately. Little fairy lord, long live Lord Black Shadow. Li Yuan turned off the chat with his friends and didn't take it too seriously. The more dwarves the fairy lord has, the better. It means that a large amount of iron essence will arrive soon. In the current trading square, there are already a few lords looking to purchase iron essence. Moreover, they are basically exchanged for energy stones. 1 energy stone can be exchanged for 1 unit of iron essence. Energy stones are mainly used to upgrade barracks, and iron essence is used to upgrade castles. It can be seen that these lords focus on upgrading castles. The main reason is that it is easier to upgrade the castle, and both stone and wood are not difficult to obtain. Upgrading the barracks requires energy stones and crystals, which are relatively difficult to obtain, and everyone only has a small amount of energy stones and crystals. There is no hope of upgrading the barracks. Instead of keeping these supplies, it is better to use them to exchange for resources to upgrade the castle. There are successful transactions, but the tradable units are very small, and 10 units are already a large number. It can be seen that iron ore is the most in-demand commodity at this stage. Unfortunately, Li Yuan himself does not have enough iron essence now. Otherwise, he would be able to use the iron essence to exchange for a large amount of upgrade materials. But there is no need to rush. There will be plenty of opportunities later. As long as the fairy doesn't send hundreds of dwarves to join him at once, Li Yuan feels that he can still hold on. The dwarves, who are now in their early 200s, only need 1,200 units of food a day. If Niga and the others were allowed to concentrate on collecting food, with their current strength, they could easily collect tens of thousands of them in a day. It's just that Li Yuan asked them to kill more high-level beasts and monsters, so their efficiency decreased a little. After all, although those low-level beasts provide food, the energy points obtained are too few, and the cost-effectiveness is not high. That blood-eyed demon ape is a bit of a waste. The corpse of the blood-eyed demon ape provided no energy points, nor did it collect any food. Otherwise, with its status as a sacred beast and a weight of hundreds of tons, it would definitely be able to collect massive amounts of food. I believe that sanctuary-level food should be stronger than elite-level food, right? Having said that, Li Yuan was just talking casually. The value of the drawings of the Holy Source Tower is incomparable to food. At this time, there was not much food in Li Yuan's warehouse. There were only elite-level food for dozens of units to use. There was no other way. He could only take down 400 units from the trading square and transfer them to the ferry. After finishing this, Li Yuan ignored everything else and went to the yard. Shadow Lord, the resources you have are enough to build the Holy Source Tower. Would you like to build it immediately? Build now. In an instant, a black tower appeared at the location of the secondary fort on the left side of the castle. The black tower is not high, only about 10 meters, and is divided into 3 floors. The whole body is as black crystal, with red lines on the wall, flowing through it from time to time, making it look extremely mysterious. Auxiliary building, Holy Source Tower. Level, Saint level. First level, improve the efficiency of energy absorption. The higher the level, the higher the absorption efficiency. Second level, radiate energy, enhance the strength of the Lord's troops. Third level, radiate energy, enhance and consolidate the loyalty of the territory and territorial troops. Tip: Holy Source Tower is only effective for levels below the Holy Domain. The three-layer energy tower corresponds to a function described in the drawings. What is noteworthy is that the Holy Source Tower can actually enhance the loyalty of local troops, which was not mentioned in the previous introduction. When all races fight for supremacy, conquering cities is inevitable. By then, this function will not be useless. However, it was too early to say this now. Li Yuan couldn't wait to push open the tower door and walked into the Xingyuan Tower. You absorbed 5 points of energy. You absorbed 5 points of energy. Continuous prompts flashed before Li Yuan's eyes, almost 1 per second. In other words, every second he spent in the Holy Source Tower was equivalent to Niga and his companions killing a first-level beast outside. Even though these 5 points of energy are few in number, 5 points per second means 300 points per minute. 300 points, more than killing 2 level 5 elite beasts. 18,000 points an hour, that's 43,200 points of energy a day. As for Li Yuan himself, the amount of energy he actively absorbed in a day was about 100 points, and his efficiency was increased by 400 times. Li Yuan secretly estimated that he should have absorbed more than 40,000 points of energy to upgrade from level 3 to level 4. He is now at level 4. If he wants to upgrade to level 5, the energy required will double to 80,000. Today, Black Shadow and his men killed monsters and magical beasts all day, providing him with about 35,000 energy points. In the Holy Source Tower, Li Yuan did nothing. While Niga and the others were on vacation, he was able to upgrade to level 5 within a day. Such an improvement effect, this is a holy level building. However, according to the prompt, the Holy Source Tower also has limitations. That is, it is for levels below the Holy Domain. If you advance to the Holy Realm, you will no longer be able to enjoy this kind of improvement. But for Li Yuan, this is not a restriction at all. Now he just wants to improve his strength quickly. Even if he is promoted to the Saint level, the Holy Source Tower will be useless to him. But what about his shadow troops? In the future, he will summon countless new shadow soldiers, and they will either be recruited or from the sanctuary. With the Holy Source Tower, these dark shadows can be quickly turned into holy places. The fight for hegemony cannot be won by Li Yuan alone. No matter how strong he is still the king who defends his territory. He relies on these dark shadows for external defense. All in all, this Holy Source Tower is more than just a holy weapon. It is simply a divine weapon. Although it consumes a lot of resources, it is a sure win both now and in the long run. Just at this moment, Li Yuan sensed that Niga and the others had returned, and they had apparently brought back a pile of monster corpses. However, when Li Yuan went out, he found that there were only 3 beasts, and they were of the 4th level. My king, tonight, there are no living creatures in the territory. Nijia seemed to see Li Yuan's confusion and couldn't help but explain. Hearing this, Li Yuan frowned and quickly figured out the reason for this situation. Perhaps it was the commotion made by the blood-eyed demon ape before its death that scared away all the wild beasts and monsters in the territory. After all, it was a holy domain monster. At this time, Nijia suddenly said in surprise, "My king, I have advanced to the 8th level." Li Yuan smiled and glanced at the Holy Source Tower behind him. Nijia had just been promoted to the 7th level not long ago. How could he be promoted to the 8th level now? Obviously, this was the blessing bestowed upon him by the Holy Source Tower, not a real promotion. While collecting the corpses, Li Yuan explained the reason to Nijia, which made Nijia a little puzzled and felt that he was happy for nothing. "Go to my bedroom and move the bed to the Holy Source Tower." Li Yuan decided that apart from eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating, he would make his home in Xingyuan Tower. Chapter 25. Today's target, the Goblin Tribe. Black Shadow Castle, Holy Source Tower. Li Yuan was not joking. He really slept in the tower. He absorbs energy passively and does not need to actively absorb it. Niga and the Ghost Giant were also in the Holy Source Tower at this time. Not only them, but even the little monkey was thrown into the tower by Li Yuan. After Li Yuan's inquiry, he learned that the 7th level Niga can now absorb 10 points of energy per second, which is twice as fast as him. For the whole day, that's more than 70,000 points. Of course, if Niga wants to advance to the 8th level, plus the energy gained from killing wild beasts, he will need at least 500,000 energy points. After absorbing energy in the Holy Source Tower for 7 or 8 days, you could be promoted to the 8th level. But time does not allow it. There are only 4 days left before the Beast Tide is about to come. Therefore, it is impossible for Niga and the Ghost Giants to stay in the Holy Source Tower and waste time. They still have to kill monsters outside. In addition to brushing resources, they can obtain more energy points outside. If they kill more high-level monsters, the energy points they gain will be higher than in the Holy Source Tower. A 6th level magical beast can provide Niga with 2,000 to 3,000 energy points. If he kills dozens of them, it will be far more than training in the Holy Source Tower. Li Yuan usually gets fewer energy points because he didn't kill the beast himself. Just like the last hit in the game, the person who gets the last hit gets more money, while the teammates next to him get much less. Although Li Yuan is not a support, he gets group buffs, so naturally he is less. This also shows that the Holy Source Tower is mainly aimed at low-level players. For high-level players, going out to kill monsters is the best choice. It's normal to think about it. If working hard outside is not as good as sleeping in the Holy Source Tower, it would be too unfair. Now the wild beasts and monsters in the territory have been scared away by the blood-eyed demon ape, and can only stay in the Holy Source Tower to absorb energy. At midnight, Li Yuan had already fallen asleep and was dreaming. Niga, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes and walked straight to Li Yuan's bed. My king! My king! Nijia bowed beside Li Yuan and called out softly. After shouting twice, Li Yuan finally opened his eyes and asked vaguely, "Is it time?" "Well, just after 12 o'clock. Nijia replied. Li Yuan rubbed his eyes, got out of bed quickly, and walked straight out of the tower. It was Li Yuan himself who arranged for Niga to call him, of course, in order to recruit new shadow soldiers in a timely manner. Now that we have the Holy Source Tower, we must not waste time. When Li Yuan came to the bottom of the black shadow crystal with sleepy eyes, the prompt box appeared as expected. The barracks has been charged. Would you like to recruit shadow soldiers immediately? Recruit now. After a while, 5 dark shadows appeared in front of Li Yuan. Unfortunately, no new soldiers were recruited this time. There are still 2 ghost shadows and 3 giant shadows, and their levels are all level 4. This is purely a matter of luck and cannot be forced. Li Yuan sighed secretly, then returned to the Holy Source Tower with the newly recruited Black Shadow. For a full 4 days, Li Yuan had 1 general, Niga, 7 ghost shadows, and 6 giant shadows under his command. Let's all continue to absorb energy. Li Yuan lay back on a bed and added, Nijia, you should go out and hunt wild beasts. It's late at night, and the monsters might come back. Well, you should go out alone, and the other black shadows should stay put. Try to kill some high-level monsters. Yes, my king. Nijia responded and immediately left the Holy Source Tower. The reason for letting Niga go out alone is very simple, so as to prevent other ghost shadows and giant shadows from sharing energy points. As the strongest fighter in the Black Shadow Castle and the greatest reliance of the Beast Tide in a few days, we must find a way to upgrade him to the 9th level. As long as Niga reaches the 9th level and his strength is comparable to that of the Holy Land, he will not be afraid of anything. The night passed peacefully, and the next day was a sunny day. When Li Yuan woke up, he found that he had successfully advanced and broken through to the 5th level. It was obvious that Niga had gained something in the second half of the night. He might not be able to advance relying solely on the energy provided by the Holy Source Tower. When we walked out of the energy tower, we saw some corpses of monsters and wild beasts piled up in the yard. Not many, about 30 or so. Most of them are level 5 or 6, and there's also a level 7 monster. Li Yuan collected food directly and obtained a total of 1,300 units of food. They were all high-level monsters, so naturally he collected more food. In addition, there are 18 energy stones and 3 yuan crystals. I looked at the trading square again and saw that everything had been exchanged. There are currently 8,500 units of stone, 22,000 units of wood, and 279 energy stones in the warehouse. 7 yuan crystals and 110 units of iron essence. Poor. Li Yuan did not put the food on the trading square. He transferred all of it to the ferry. There were 200 mouths waiting for him there. I don't know if there will be more dwarves coming over there to seek refuge today. When Li Yuan was making breakfast, he received a message from the fairy. Little fairy lord, the food has been received. Thank you, Mr. Black Shadow. Hey, there are 200 more units. Li Yuan, keep it. I'm afraid another dwarf will come to join you soon. Little fairy lord, Mr. Black Shadow is so powerful. How did you know that another dwarf is coming to my place? Li Yuan was mentally prepared for this and replied calmly. How much? Little fairy lord, Uncle Dwarf said there are not many of them, maybe only about 200, and they're on their way to the castle. Li Yuan almost spit out the piece of meat in his mouth. Just about 200, just? This little fairy Mo Shan Shan seems to think of herself as a grain-lifting machine. Stay calm. If 200 more dwarves come, the fairy will have more than 400 dwarves, and the iron essence production will definitely double, from 400 a day to 8. It's just 2,500 units of food. Drizzle. If you have the guts, multiply 10 times your strength, and I will ask Black Shadow to work hard to find food for you. Li Yuan swallowed the meat in his mouth and replied directly, It's not a big problem. I can feed thousands of mouths. Little fairy lord. Really? That's great. I was afraid that Dark Shadow would be angry. Little fairy lord, I heard that there was a rebellion in the dwarf kingdom, and there is constant war. There are many refugees here. If I meet them, I will call them back. Li Yuan decisively closed the contact box and could no longer chat. There is a rebellion in the dwarf kingdom, and it seems that the local forces in this war continent are also in chaos. This is good news for the 3 billion lords. If the forces on the war continent are united as one, that would not be a good sign. After all, to the local forces of the war continent, these 3 billion earthlings who suddenly emerged were all invaders. After breakfast, Li Yuan called out the ghostly giants in the Holy Source Tower and threw them all out to hunt monsters. Nijia still acts alone, hunting high-level monsters and focusing on his own upgrade. If everything goes well, Niga will probably be able to reach level 8 after slaughtering high-level monsters for a whole day. The 8th level Niga can fight against the 9th level Niga, which is enough to kill the Goblin tribe. That's right. Li Yuan's target today is the Goblin tribe. Chapter 26. A Feast of Killing. Either you die or I live. Night falls in the castle courtyard. With the blessing of the Holy Source Tower, Niga exudes the aura of the 9th level. As Li Yuan expected, in the afternoon, Niga, who had been fighting for most of the day, had broken through to the 8th level. There was a price to pay, which was that I died dozens of times during the day. Really trying hard. All the monsters that Nijia found were level 8 monsters from the Red Moon Forest, and he won and lost. Not only did he advance to the 8th level, but Li Yuan was also promoted to the peak of the 5th level, which shows how many energy points he obtained today. The other ghosts and giant shadows have also been upgraded, especially the 5 black shadows recruited in the early hours of last night. After practicing in the Holy Source Tower for a night and killing wild monsters all day, all of them were upgraded from level 4 to level 5. The 2 ghosts recruited at the beginning were even upgraded to the 7th level. General Niga, 8th level. There are 2 7th level ghost shadows, 5 5th level ghost shadows, and 6 5th level giant shadows. At this moment, the combat power of Li Yuan's subordinates was extremely strong, and he was well-deserved to be the number 1 among the 3 billion lords. Standing at the castle gate, Li Yuan felt quite solemn, because he had to go with them this time. If he didn't, he wouldn't be able to gather any harvest. The Goblin tribes stored supplies, such as the 500 energy stones left after the destruction of the fellow villagers' castle, might be able to be obtained. But you can't get the equipment and weapons collected from the corpses. With nearly 2,000 goblins, at least thousands of equipment can be collected. Even if it is only 1st level, its value cannot be underestimated. Although you can pick up scraps from the corpse, they are really just scraps. Collected from the corpse, it is a perfect new product. Of course, you can also let Sombra bring back all the goblin corpses. But that would be too troublesome and a waste of Shadow's time. It would be better to use that time to kill more monsters. Besides, Li Yuan is no longer the weakling he used to be. With the strength of the peak of the 5th level, with lightning magic energy, dragon talismans, and horse talismans in hand, he is not afraid of anyone below the Holy Realm. Even if he can't defeat him, the worst that can happen is that the ghost will carry his head through the shadows and return to the castle. As a lord and a ruler, he should not go out in person, but just plan and strategize inside and outside. But who can blame us for our current weak strength? Development requires resources, and we are too poor. Also, Li Yuan himself wanted to go out and see what this war continent was like. I've been here 4 days, but I haven't had a good look outside yet. I did go out for a while last night, but as soon as I stepped out of the door, it was as if I hadn't gone out. Nijia stood behind Li Yuan, hesitated for a long time, and couldn't help but said, "King, otherwise, you should not go. I promised to annihilate the entire Goblin tribe. You are our king. How can you take risks so easily?" Li Yuan waved his hand and said, all right, you've said this 100 times. Let's go." Seeing Li Yuan's firm attitude, Nijia stopped trying to persuade him and asked, "Then, Your Majesty, how do we go? Should we go directly or slowly?" Niga has been to the cave of the Goblin tribe and can get there through the shadow space. Just go ahead. It is true that Li Yuan wanted to take a look outside, but he also wanted to end the battle quickly. Let's deal with the Goblin tribe first, and then see the night view of the Red Moon Forest on the way back. Yes. Niga exchanged a glance with several giant ghost figures, then pulled Li Yuan along and disappeared into the castle yard together. The distance of 3,000 meters was reached in a flash. When he reappeared, Li Yuan was already standing behind a huge rock. From here, you can see clearly the outside of the Goblin tribe's cave. There is a valley ahead, with many torches on the mountainside, and under each torch there is a cave entrance. Goblins of all sizes were walking around the cave entrance. There were more than a dozen large fires burning at the bottom of the mountain. Hundreds of goblins, separated by a circle around a fire, were burning the corpses of unknown beasts. Li Yuan roughly counted and found that there should be about 500 goblins outside the cave alone in the entire valley. In other words, most of the goblins are in the cave at this time. "My king, that is the cave where the chief of the Goblin tribe lives," Nijia said, pointing to a relatively large hole. Li Yuan took a look and saw that the entrance of the cave was decorated with many bones and skulls hanging on it. Outside the cave entrance, there are 4 armored goblin guards. "Catch the leader first." Li Yuan pondered for a moment and ordered, "Nijia, take 2 7th-level ghosts and kill the goblin chieftain directly. The other ghosts and giants should wait for a while. When Nijia and the others start fighting and there is chaos outside, then rush out to kill the other goblins. Remember, Niga, after you kill the chief, go kill the other high-level goblins immediately." "Yes, I will obey the king's order." Naturally, Niga and the others had no objection to Li Yuan's arrangement. However, when Nijia and his men were about to set out, Nijia turned around and asked, "Your Majesty, what about you?" Li Yuan thought for a moment and replied, "I'll be outside finishing off the enemy. I'll kill anyone who escapes." Nijia opened his mouth and finally looked at a 5th-order giant shadow and said, "You stay to protect the king and evacuate at any time if there is danger." The huge shadow whooshed and appeared beside Li Yuan. Li Yuan did not refuse. To be honest, he almost forgot about it. Fortunately, Niga brought it up. With a dark shadow by his side, he feels very safe. Even with his current strength, he is able to defeat this 5th-order giant shadow. But the existence of the giant shadow is to help him travel through the shadows and save his life. Action! At Li Yuan's command, Niga and 2 7th-level ghosts disappeared from the spot. It goes without saying that at this time, Niga and the others had already appeared in the Goblin Chief's cave by passing through the shadows. Soon, sounds of fighting and roaring were heard from the Goblin Chieftain's cave. "Damn it, who are you? Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Many Goblin guards ran out of the chief's cave, shouting loudly. Li Yuan looked at the other shadows and said in a deep voice, "It's your turn." As soon as he finished speaking, except for the giant shadow that protected Li Yuan, the other ghost shadows and giant shadows appeared directly at the bottom of the mountain and in the cave. In an instant, screams were heard from all over the goblin cave. These goblins are not strong, and Black Shadow is a natural assassin who can run rampant in the dark. The death of just a few dozen goblins threw the entire tribe into chaos. Li Yuan shook his head as he looked at them. With such a horrible appearance, could they have been the army of the Goblin Kingdom? The killing continued, and blood flowers bloomed in the dark night. At this moment, an old goblin walked out of the cave, flew into the air, and muttered something. In his hand, he held a gray staff inlaid with yuan crystals. Fireballs shot out from the staff, heading towards the location of the giant dark figure. This is the 8th level magician from the Goblin tribe. The fireball was so powerful that even a giant shadow would be burned into nothingness if it was hit. Unfortunately, the next moment, the killed giant shadow appeared again in another place and continued to slaughter other goblins. The goblin magician was furious and howled in the air, but it couldn't change anything. Soon, a blade light appeared. The goblin 8th level magician was chopped in half, and the two halves of his body fell from the air. Nigga's figure appeared, reached out, and picked up a fat goblin and threw it to the bottom of the mountain. That is the chief of the Goblin tribe. Although this chief is a 9th level warrior, Nigga is also an 8th level warrior. With the cooperation of 2 7th level ghosts, it took less than 3 minutes to kill it successfully. With the addition of Nigga and the 2 7th level ghosts, the killing inside and outside the cave became even more intense, and the goblins had no room to fight back. As for Li Yuan, he just played bystander the whole time and had no chance to take any action. Under the stranglehold of the shadow, not a single goblin escaped. In less than half an hour, all the goblins fell in a pool of blood, green and red patches like a pot of blood-spatter cabbage. The Goblin tribe, more than 1,800 people, were all killed. Li Yuan walked down the valley under the protection of the giant shadow and couldn't help but sigh at the lethality of the Black Shadow Corps. So strong. Even though the Goblin tribe was weak, there were still nearly 2,000 of them, and they were all killed by just a dozen black shadows. Looking at the goblin corpses all over the ground, Li Yuan's expression remained unchanged. He had seen too many corpses of wild animals these days and had almost become immune to it. At the same time, Li Yuan did not feel any psychological burden about slaughtering thousands of goblins. Put yourself in his shoes. If the goblins were stronger now and had fought their way into the Shadow Castle, would they show mercy to his men? No way. In the War Continent, it's either you die or I live. Chapter 27. Wherever the Black Shadow stands, it is the king's land. The Goblin tribe was destroyed without any danger, which was within Li Yuan's expectations. Putting aside their combat power, goblins are just the lowest level of intelligent creatures in the War Continent. Just a bunch of goblin appendages, nothing to be proud of. After being moved roughly by several giant shadows, all the goblin corpses were thrown into the ravine. Li Yuan did not collect these corpses for the time being, but instead asked the Black Shadows to search all the caves to find usable supplies. In the Goblin warehouse, 300 sets of leather armor and various sword weapons were found, including 3 staffs inlaid with yuan crystals, 438 energy stones, 15 yuan crystals, and some other things such as bee skins, furs, teeth, and bones. Then, 200 energy stones and 5 elemental crystals were found in the Goblin Chief's cave. There are also dozens of energy stones scattered in other caves. As long as something was usable, Li Yuan let the giant shadow move it through the shadow space and back to the castle's warehouse. While the giant shadow was moving things, Li Yuan collected the corpses of all the goblins and obtained thousands of sets of equipment and weapons. After everything was done, Li Yuan activated the dragon spell, and suddenly fire dragons flew out from his hands. At this time, Li Yuan was already in the middle stage of the 6th level. Killing nearly 2,000 goblins provided him and Black Shadow with a huge amount of energy. Not only did Li Yuan successfully break through the level, but all the existing ghost shadows and giant shadows were upgraded to the 7th level. Only Nigga is still at level 8. It would take too much energy for him to advance to level 9, at least millions of energy points. The fire dragon danced in the void, instantly covering the entire valley and burning the Goblin tribe. At the same time, all traces of Li Yuan and others' existence were erased. Let's go. With Nigga's help, Li Yuan and all the black shadows sank into the ground. When they reappeared, they were already back outside the territory, walking towards the castle. Now that the Goblin tribe has been dealt with, Li Yuan certainly did not forget to watch the night view as planned. This was the first time Li Yuan saw his castle from the outside. The entire castle is backed by the Red Moon Forest. Although there are some small woods in front, they can only be considered bushes. Behind it are endless towering trees that stretch for tens of thousands of miles. The Red Moon Forest is very large, and the territory of more than 1,000 meters occupied by the castle is just the periphery of the periphery. Unfortunately, it is dark now, and I can only see a vague outline. Li Yuan walked towards the castle without saying a word, but he felt an unprecedented sense of heroism in his heart. When he first came into this world, his first intention was to survive. First, there was the imminent beast tide attack, and then there was the potential threat from the Holy Domain monster. All these are telling Li Yuan that you must become stronger quickly, otherwise death will be waiting for you. Over the past few days, Li Yuan has been working hard for this. His nerves are tense, and he dares not slack off even for a minute or a second. Unconsciously, from being alone and now, he has dared to take the initiative to attack, and even easily destroyed the local goblin forces. He and his shadow had improved to an incredible level in just a few days. To be honest, the pressure from the beast tide is nothing to him now. It was the Holy Land black-crowned golden eagle. If Li Yuan saw it again, he would not be as shocked as he was before. All races fight for supremacy. Then let's fight for supremacy. The destruction of the Goblin tribe and the bloody and ruthless killing caused subtle changes in Li Yuan's state of mind. He truly recognized the rules of the game of competition among all races. From now on, his goal is to lead Black Shadow to stand at the top of this world. He wants to build his own kingdom, the Shadow Kingdom. At this moment, something called ambition sprouted deep in Li Yuan's heart. That was the heart of a king. I came, I saw, I conquered. Wherever you look, wherever the Black Shadow stands, it's the king's land. When the group returned to the castle, Niga took the initiative to go out and kill monsters without Li Yuan's instructions, and the other ghosts and shadows were not willing to lag behind. Li Yuan walked into the Holy Source Tower and began to count the spoils of tonight's massacre of the Goblin tribe. The most important energy stone, this is Li Yuan's primary goal. A total of 712. Obviously, in addition to the 500 energy stones that exploded from the fellow villagers' castle, the Goblin tribe also has its own storage. Energy stone is itself a solid form of condensed energy. For local forces, they can use energy stones to improve their strength. In fact, Li Yuan and the others could do it, but they just don't know how to do it. Yuan crystals, including the ones Li Yuan took from the staff, 24 in total. The rest is to equip weapons. There are 823 sets of first-level leather armor weapons and 454 sets of second-level leather armor weapons. Level 3 leather armor weapons, 208 sets. In addition, there are 10 sets of 4th-level iron armor and 1 set of 5th-level silver armor. Li Yuan did not count the fur, teeth, bones, and other things that the giant shadows brought back, but there were a lot anyway. There is no doubt that this is another great harvest. In terms of value alone, the gains that the goblins brought to Li Yuan might be more than what Black Shadow earned from killing monsters in the wild in the past 4 days. Looking at the things displayed in the warehouse, Li Yuan couldn't help but smile. After building the Holy Source Tower, Li Yuan had almost given up on upgrading the town and was only prepared to try his best to upgrade the Black Shadow Crystal. But now it seems that there's still hope for upgrading the town and upgrading the barracks. Now, in the warehouse of Shadow Castle, there are a total of 1,013 energy stones and 34 Yuan crystals. To upgrade the Black Shadow Crystal, there are enough energy stones, and only 16 Yuan crystals are needed. Now Niga mainly kills level 7 and 8 monsters, and the drop rate of Yuan Jing is already quite good. He should be able to collect all the Yuan Jing by tomorrow night at the latest. In other words, upgrading to level 3 Shadow Crystal is a done deal. Then the next focus is to collect the materials needed to upgrade the castle and town. The existing stone and wood in the warehouse have not changed much, with 13,000 units of stone and 36,000 units of wood. 840 units of iron essence. In the evening, the little fairy brought over 700 units of iron essence. It is said that more than 200 dwarves have entered the fairy castle and started working at noon, so there are more iron essences. If he smelts all the iron all day long, he can get 900 units of iron essence a day. But with 900 units per day, it would be impossible to gather 10,000 units of iron essence before the beast tide arrived 3 days later. Therefore, you have to go to the trading square to exchange. Li Yuan opened the trading square and searched for some trading information using iron essence as the keyword. It's still the same as before. The trading volume is very bleak and few people are willing to exchange iron ore. However, there is still no exchange of weapons and equipment, only the record of Li Yuan's previous auction. After all, not everyone is like Li Yuan's shadow, who doesn't need weapons and equipment. Even if a lord defeated the local forces and obtained a small amount of equipment, he would not be willing to sell it. Li Yuan looked at the price of the equipment again. The standard price of first-level equipment was 1,000 units of wood and 500 units of stone. The standard price for the second order is doubled, and so on. Li Yuan made a rough estimate and put up all the first and second-level weapons and equipment for auction. Nearly 1,300 sets of leather armor should be enough to exchange for stone and wood. First, use the first and second-level weapons to stir up the heat. Not surprisingly, after Li Yuan posted the auction information on the trading square, it soon caused an uproar in the World Chat channel. Chapter 28. On the top of the mountains, visitors from another world. My eyes are blind. My eyes are blind. The mysterious shadow boss appears again, and he has more than 1,000 pieces of equipment. Ah, this is a massacre of a local tribe, right? Be more confident and get rid of it. It must be that the Black Shadow boss followed the clues and wiped out the Goblin tribe last time. It was said that Black Shadow didn't give out much food today. It turns out that he went to fight the local forces. Nima, more than 1,000 pieces of equipment. How many local forces do we have to kill? It must be a goblin, right? It seems that the Shadow boss killed a goblin last time. How awesome. Just ask who can massacre a native tribe. Only Boss Black Shadow. Hey, it seems there is also second-level equipment this time. Level 2 isn't that great. My troops are already level 4, so they're useless. A well-fed man does not know the hunger of a hungry man. Hey, Black Shadow boss is awesome. This time, Boss Black Shadow is only exchanging stone and wood, so I can go and exchange some. I can't upgrade the castle anyway. What the above person said is right. The weapon is not of high grade, but it is better to have it than not to have it. In the bustling World Channel, many people have already rushed to the trading square after sighing. Stone and wood are definitely something everyone is short of, and they are essential for upgrading castles. But now there are only 3 days left before the beast tide hits. For most people, after upgrading their castle to the intermediate level, it is hopeless to upgrade to the advanced level. Rather than letting the stones and wood rot in your hands, it is better to use them to exchange for weapons and equipment to deal with the next wave of beasts. Similarly, Li Yuan's move once again attracted the attention of those lords with powerful troops. Everyone thought the previous few sets of equipment were nothing special. But now, more than 1,000 sets of weapons and equipment have shocked them. Today is the 4th day of the Reincarnation War Continent. Those lords with powerful troops have basically had contact with local forces. They are more aware of the strength of local forces and their combat effectiveness. More than 1,000 sets of equipment, which means that this local force has at least thousands of people. In a tribe like this, there are many 7th and 8th level strongmen, and it is very likely that there will even be a 9th level one in charge. And now, they only have a dozen or so branches of the military at most. More than a dozen soldiers massacred a native tribe of thousands of people. How could they not be shocked? Tak complained, Angel Castle. Ishwe was lying on a bench in the castle, her mouth slightly open, her pretty face full of disbelief. How was that possible? Last night, 2 teams from a goblin tribe she discovered ambushed her angel team halfway. Although the angel team showed their power and wiped out the enemy, the angels were also seriously injured. And these 2 teams only have 15 goblins. According to Ishwe's estimation, the strength of her angel team could at most fight against 30 goblins. If there are more, the angel squad will collapse and suffer casualties. But now, this Shadow Lord has actually slaughtered an entire goblin tribe. Ishwe has always been very confident. But at this moment, she suddenly doubted herself. Could she really catch up with this Shadow Lord? No, it will definitely work. Ishwe quickly wiped out this thought, clenched her fist, and said, Ishwe, you can do it. Your soldiers are the supreme angels. Endless Sea, Golden Castle. Today, the young man in white led the golden dragon and slaughtered a tribe of murlocs, reaping a great harvest. But when I saw the content in the World Chat channel, it suddenly became boring. Because this murloc tribe only has 200 people, and the strongest one is only level 7. What a great Shadow Lord. I underestimated you. The young man in white looked at the golden dragon guarding the edge of the castle and frowned. What kind of soldier are you? In his opinion, the golden dragon is already one of the best military forces in the war continent. The dragon clan is supreme and powerful. What other type of soldiers can compare to the golden dragon? In the 7 continents of the war continent, Countless lords were amazed and curious about the type of troops this Shadow Lord had. Even though they didn't admit it in their hearts, Li Yuan was indeed ahead of them. There were discussions about himself, and Li Yuan also saw those information records this time. Some flattered him, some were jealous, some discussed his equipment and weapons, some guessed what kind of military service he was in the army. There were all kinds of people. Of course, what Li Yuan is most concerned about is the auction of weapons and equipment. Unfortunately, although the World Chat channel is lively, there are not many people bidding for weapons and equipment. It wasn't noticeable last time because the number of items in the auction was small, but now that the number has increased, there are really few people bidding. Half an hour has passed, and only a few hundred people have bid. It seems that everyone is really not interested in these low-level equipment. Li Yuan set the auction time at 2 hours, and if it went on like this, there was basically no chance of finishing the auction. It's nighttime now. Maybe everyone is sleeping? Li Yuan found a reason for himself, and then silently changed the auction time to 24 hours. It's enough if someone takes the photo. At most, we just have to wait a little longer. There's no rush for stone and wood anyway. The key point is the iron essence, which makes Li Yuan worried. Few people come to auction first and second-level weapons and equipment. So who would be willing to take out iron essence? Let's see what happens tomorrow. If it doesn't work, we'll think of other ways. Otherwise, we'll just give up upgrading the town. Li Yuan was not a person who would hesitate, so he immediately closed the trading square and left the Xingyuan Tower. It's almost 12 o'clock, and it's time to recruit new shadows. Just as Li Yuan was preparing to recruit new black shadows, outside the swamp west of the castle, there was a place where the destroyed Goblin tribe was located. 3 2-meter-tall giants were standing where Li Yuan and the others were before, looking at the Goblin cave that was already in ruins. They're all dead. Not a single one is left alive. If I'm guessing correctly, this should be done by the alien visitors from the Red Moon Forest? How cruel. It should be. The other alien visitors around here don't have this strength. News came from the top of the mountains. It's not just us. There are many alien visitors from other worlds appearing in all 7 continents. What are the origins of these visitors from other worlds? The mountaintop didn't say much, just told us not to provoke them for the time being. It seems that their castle is now protected by an unknown force. But what if they come to provoke us? Nonsense, of course we should kill them. We are not lowly creatures like goblins. It seems that all visitors from other worlds are human. Do you want to eat them? I want to try. I don't know when I can return to the top of the mountains. I've been in this damn Red Moon Forest for 200 years. I've had enough. It's almost there. The 3 strong men chatted with each other, and finally turned into 3 huge black wolves and disappeared into the night. Li Yuan naturally had no idea about the situation here. After waiting for about 10 minutes under the black shadow crystal, he finally saw the cute prompt box. The barracks has been fully charged. Do you want to recruit immediately? Li Yuan stared at the black shadow crystal and said, "Recruit now." The next moment, the 9 crystals began to rotate from slow to fast, and 5 shadows flowed out from them. The first thing to come out of the shadows was a ghost. Then 3 giant figures walked out of the shadows, and the last one to come out was a tall figure with blue skin and wearing armor. Seeing this, Li Yuan suddenly lost all sleepiness and was overjoyed. Chapter 29, General IK, Special Rewards for the Beast, Tied. Li Yuan had failed to recruit a general the previous 2 times, and he didn't have much hope this time. He didn't even think about it. He just wanted to recruit the shadows for the new day and then go to sleep. Finally, a surprise came. The Black Shadow appeared at the end. It turned out to be IK, one of the 9 generals of Black Shadow, and the general who commanded the Helmet Shadow. He has blue skin, wears dark gray armor, and is tall and majestic. General IK walked out from the shadows, half-knelt on the ground, and walked straight towards Li Yuan. The collision of armors made a clanging sound. General IK pays homage to my king. The sound is like a huge bell, full of energy. Li Yuan smiled and raised his hand, saying, "Get up, General IK, and no need to be polite." To be honest, he really didn't expect to be able to recruit a shadow general tonight. IKA is in charge of the Helmeted Shadow Corps, also commonly known as the Samurai Corps. Li Yuan hasn't summoned any helmet shadows recently, only ghost shadows and giant shadows. But now he directly recruited the general of the Helmet Shadow Regiment. After the surprise, Li Yuan also called up Ika's information panel. General of the Queen Group, IKA, strength level 7, can be improved by killing enemies. Loyalty 100, Growth limit, divine realm. When recruiting Niga, the shadow crystal was only level 1, and Niga's initial strength was level 5. The shadow crystal is now at level 2, and IKA is at level 7 when he comes out, which is only one level lower than the current Niga. As for the other ghosts and giant shadows, their initial level is still level 4. Li Yuan looked at IKA and said, "Go out and kill the monsters. Improve your strength as soon as possible. There's still 3 days before the beast tide arrives. IKA can at least be promoted to the 8th level, and there is hope for the 9th level. If Niga and IKA both advance to the 9th level by then, he will have the combat power of 2 sanctuaries. With the support of the Holy Source Tower, the territory can be 1 level stronger than the Holy Land. I will definitely live up to my king's expectations." IK stood up quickly and sank directly into the ground. Immediately, Li Yuan summoned back all the ghosts and black shadows that had gone out and grouped them with the 4 newly recruited black shadows. The ghost and the black shadow disrupted the groups for killing monsters and left the castle again with the new recruits. The previous ghosts and giants were all upgraded to level 7 after slaughtering the Goblin tribe. It may be difficult to upgrade again in the near future. They are not like Niga and IKA, who can kill monsters of higher levels and obtain high amounts of energy. After shuffling the groups, previously recruited ghosts and giants can better help newly recruited black shadows to upgrade their levels. As for the current situation, the focus is still on Niga and IKA. As for the other shadows, it doesn't matter if they're slightly weaker. Furthermore, ordinary wild beasts still need to be killed. After all, the little fairies have a great demand for food. After dealing with the newly recruited black shadow, Li Yuan returned to his bed in the Xinyuan Tower, thinking about what to do in the next 3 days. It's a waste of time to just let Sombra and the others kill monsters. No matter how hard you try, you can't get any iron essence. How about we just ignore upgrading the town and barracks and upgrade Nija and IK to level 9 first? Even if the town and barracks are not upgraded, it's not a bad thing for me if the shadows become stronger. Now, the Holy Land's combat power is the most important. Yes, you should focus on doing one thing. It's a pity that my strength is not enough now. Otherwise, I could go and wipe out the werewolf tribe, and maybe I could directly upgrade Nijia to the 9th level. Obviously, Li Yuan tasted the sweetness of slaughtering the Goblin tribe. Not only does the werewolf tribe have a semi-saint, but there are also 2 9th level ones. It would be difficult to defeat them if we go now. As he was thinking, Li Yuan slowly fell asleep. The next morning, Li Yuan was unable to sleep until he woke up naturally. He was awakened by a magnificent voice. "Hello, lords. It's time to remind you that there are only 3 days left until the 1st level beast tide. Can your castle and your troops survive the beast tide?" Li Yuan opened his eyes, turned over, and jumped off the bed, quickly came to the castle yard, and looked up at the sky. This is the voice that spoke when I was just reincarnated. At this moment, countless lords across the war continent, like Li Yuan, looked up at the void. However, there was nothing unusual about the local forces. This voice can only be heard by the 3 billion lords who have reincarnated into the war continent. 3 days later, the beast tide will arrive. The lord who resists the beast tide will receive rich rewards based on his performance during the beast tide attack, limited to the top 1 million lords in overall performance ranking. The lord who ranks first in overall performance will receive a unique special reward. Lords, go ahead and kill as much as you want. Don't stay in the castle. Fight your way out to get more. There is gain only when there is danger. Hearing these words, Li Yuan couldn't help but frown. This is becoming more and more like a game. These so-called rewards are almost the same as official activities in the game. But Li Yuan could feel that his castle, his own troops, and the local beast forces from the outside world were all real. Is this really a game? If this is really a game, who is in charge? Thinking of this, Li Yuan laughed. It was too unrealistic to think about this now. Even if there really is someone behind all this, able to reincarnate 3 billion people on Earth, he can create such a scene. Is it something he can fight against now? There's a saying that goes, life is like circles and crosses. Since you can't resist it, just enjoy it. Perhaps in the distant future, when he is strong enough to stand at the top of this world, he may be able to find out the truth of all this. Now, it would be better to consider the beast tide reward. The top 1 million lords in the overall ranking will all receive rewards. The lord who ranks first in the overall ranking will receive a unique reward. What are the rankings based on? 1 million lords may seem like a lot, but compared to 3 billion lords, it is really not a lot. A probability of 3 in 10,000. Among 10,000 lords, 3 may receive a reward. Of course, after the beast tide hit, it is unknown how many of the 3 billion lords will be left. Maybe now, there are no longer 3 billion lords. There are too many people, and there are always a few guys whose brains are in there, but like the poor fellow who was killed by the goblins. I should have no problem ranking in the top 1 million. Can I fight for the first place? Li Yuan was not so arrogant that he really thought he was the best among all the lords. There are 3 billion people on Earth, so it's hard to guarantee that there isn't someone luckier than him. There is always someone better than you. Maybe someone can directly recruit a god, and the god will work for him at the beginning. Besides, this comprehensive performance should not only be based on combat power, but also include factors such as castles, barracks, etc. Chapter 30, Dragon Bloodline, a group of mutant lizards. Li Yuan felt that ranking in the top 1 million should not be a problem for him. The key point is whether we can get the first place. This is the first official event, and its special rewards are obviously not ordinary rewards. Just like the rich get richer. After receiving this reward, the gap between him and other lords will inevitably widen infinitely. Not to mention those lords after the millionth place, it will be almost impossible for these lords to develop in the future. You are destined to be cannon fodder. Originally, Li Yuan planned to give up upgrading the town for the time being. But now the emergence of this special reward made him rekindle this idea. Castles, barracks, and troops are used to fight against the beast tide. These items will obviously be important factors in judging the overall performance. It seems that we still need motivation. Li Yuan smiled and shook his head, but there was a firm light flashing in his eyes. He has always been a man of action. Once he has decided on something, he will definitely do it. Since you won't be the first, you will try your best. Go all out. After a night of killing monsters, the shadows had brought back a large pile of corpses of wild beasts and monsters. The collection is completed. More than 5,000 units of food and 18 energy stones. What surprised Li Yuan was that there were actually 2 Yuan crystals in this collection. Li Yuan was in a good mood and transferred all the food to the little fairy lord. With those weapons and equipment, he no longer needs to put food out for trading, although there is still a market for food. But the price has already fallen by half. 1 unit of food can only be exchanged for 5 units of wood and 2 units of stone. After finishing all these, Li Yuan went to the warehouse to get food to make himself breakfast. Li Yuan ate breakfast and opened the World Chat channel. Due to the appearance of the previous voice, the World Chat channel is still discussing it lively. Millionaires can win prizes. Go for it, brothers. Don't even think about getting first place, but we can still try to get into the top 1 million. Let's go for it. I'm going to go out and kill the monsters myself today. After 3 days, it will be my turn to change my fate. Hey, what the hell? My slimes are almost eaten by the monsters outside. I'm dead. By the way, what will the reward be for first place? It's none of your business. Don't worry about it. Brothers, never give up. Keep going. You guys are so idle. There are only 3 days left, and you're still chatting here. You losers. If we talk about the first place, can Black Shadow Boss do it? Who knows? Maybe some big guys have quietly upgraded and never showed up. Yeah, forget it. Let's go to work. Chats like these never stopped, and countless lords became restless. Li Yuan flipped through it casually without looking at it any further and opened the trading square. Hey, more and more people are bidding. Last night, there were not many bids for the goblin weapons and equipment put up for auction. And now, not only are there more and more people bidding, but the number is still increasing. Li Yuan thought about it and roughly guessed the reason. It was the voice from this morning. Its appearance made these lords lose their composure. Whether it is the beast tide or the beast tide rewards, the only way is to become stronger and stronger. In 3 days, they have to try every possible way to improve them and ensure they survive the beast tide. At the same time, we need to make their performance better. In 3 days, you can still do a lot of things and take risks. It is undoubtedly a good choice to let your own soldiers have weapons. They were reluctant to give up wood and stone before, but now they have to be willing to do so, because only by giving up can they gain. It was soon evening. Together with the 2 generals Niga and Ik, there were a total of 19 black shadows killing crazily, and the yard was once again filled with the corpses of wild beasts and monsters. After all, Black Shadow's strength has increased, and the level of monsters he hunts is getting higher and higher. Therefore, the things Li Yuan collected naturally became better and better, especially energy stones and Yuan crystals. He harvested 32 energy stones and 3 Yuan crystals respectively. Since then, Li Yuan has owned 1,163 energy stones and 36 Yuan crystals. To upgrade the Shadow Crystal, the energy stone is already enough. At present, there are still 14 Yuan crystals short of upgrading the Black Shadow Crystal. At the same time, after half a day of killing, the newly recruited Giant Shadow and Go Shadow also upgraded their levels and were promoted to the 5th level. General IKA is still at level 7, but not far from level 8. The shadows went out again, but not long after, Niga and IK returned to the castle at the same time. In the Holy Source Tower, Li Yuan asked in surprise, "What happened?" "My king, we have discovered a group of lizards." General IKA bowed and replied, "This group of lizards are mutants, with dragon blood. Is it very strong?" Li Yuan asked doubtfully. Whenever Niga and his men found any magical beast, they would basically kill it directly and rarely come back to explain to him. Nija nodded and said, "They're not very strong, but they are in the Red Moon Forest. Moreover, they're located relatively deep inside." Hearing this, Li Yuan frowned. Niga had been killing monsters in the Red Moon Forest before, but he didn't dare to go deep into it. Most of the time, they are within a kilometer range outside the territory because there are many 9th level monsters within a kilometer. Even a 9th order elite monster is not much weaker than a sanctuary beast. Although Niga is not afraid of death, he cannot kill the other party after death, which is a pure waste of time. So Li Yuan also ordered him not to enter the depths of the Red Moon Forest. Li Yuan looked at Nija and asked, "Do you want to join forces to kill these mutant lizards?" "Yes," General IKA replied. Li Yuan thought for a moment and asked, "What's the reason?" Nija clasped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, 3 of the 4 crystals you obtained today came from this group of lizards, and we only killed 5. Tell me what's going on." Li Yuan suddenly became interested. There were too many Warcraft corpses, and Li Yuan naturally did not have the leisure to identify all of them. Recently, he has been collecting them directly without even looking at them, and he really has no impression of the corpses of lizard-like monsters. 5 mutant lizards dropped 3 Yuan crystals. The drop rate is unimaginably high. Niga quickly told the story. This afternoon, Niga and IKA were separated, but both were killing monsters outside the Red Moon Forest. Coincidentally, the two met each other and happened to encounter this group of lizards, and each killed a few lizards. They killed a total of 5 mutant lizards, and Li Yuan collected Yuan crystals from 3 of them. As the killers, they could sense it when Li Yuan was collecting corpses. They also knew that Li Yuan needed Yuan Jing. Therefore, Niga and IKA paid attention to the mutant lizard. After discussion, they came back to Li Yuan to explain the situation. Chapter 31. Hundreds of thousands of resources, the richest lord. The explosion rate of 3 to 5 is as high as 60%. Moreover, what exploded was Yuan Jing. However, the strength of this group of lizards is still very strong. According to Niga and the others, the strongest mutant lizard among them is a 9th level elite. The 9th level of elite is close to the Holy Realm and can even be said to be a semi-saint. In addition to this 9th level elite lizard, there are 2 other 9th level lizards and 5 8th level lizards. There are not too many in total, about 50 or so. With such strength, Li Yuan couldn't help but think of the werewolf tribe in the north. The werewolf tribe also has a half-saint, as well as a 9th level warrior and a 9th level magician. Warcraft is also intelligent. Therefore, in terms of high-end strength, this group of lizards is not much worse than the werewolf tribe. Li Yuan was silent for a while, then asked, "Can you kill all the lizards together? If IKA can advance midway, then there will be no problem." Nija glanced at IKA and said, "IKA is about to advance to the 8th level." Li Yuan set his gaze on IKA, and indeed, he felt the fluctuation of the peak of the 7th level from him. IKA, who is at level 8, can also fight against level 9. It seems that these 2 guys want to raid the lizard group, kill a few lizards first to let IKA advance, and then wipe out the lizard group in one fell swoop. Since you already have a plan, go for it. Li Yuan agreed with the two generals' ideas and was also looking forward to the assassination plan. If the drop rate could really be 60%, then this group of lizards would be able to provide him with enough crystals to upgrade the barracks. Of course, the prerequisite is that Nijia and others can succeed. In addition to the possible gains, Li Yuan also wanted to use this as a drill for a surprise attack on the werewolf tribe. After all, in terms of high-end strength, the mutant lizard group and the werewolf tribe are not much different. If Niga and IKA can successfully get rid of the lizard group, then together with the other giant ghosts, maybe I can go to the werewolf tribe. At night, the weapons and equipment that Li Yuan put up for auction had been on sale for 24 hours. I have to say, this time I really took advantage of the Beast Tide rewards and auctioned off all the weapons and equipment. It's a pity that the auction price is not too high. It can only be said to be okay. Those equipments obtained a total of 380,000 units of stone and 860,000 units of wood. With such a huge amount of stone and wood, Li Yuan is probably the lord with the largest amount of these two resources. This auction alone is enough to upgrade the Shadow Castle to a town. This was within Li Yuan's expectations. Stone and wood were not within his needs at all. The focus was still on iron. The little fairy Mo Shanshan transferred nearly 1,000 units of iron essence to him at night. In the past 2 days, she transferred 2,000 units of iron essence to Li Yuan, a total of 2,180 units. There is still 4/5 left to reach 10,000 iron essences. Thinking of all the stones and wood he had, Li Yuan couldn't help but open the fairy's chat box. Li Yuan, come out. The little fairy replied immediately. What do you want, Mr. Black Shadow? Li Yuan, your castle is now an intermediate level. If you upgrade it to an advanced level, can your refined iron production be increased? Little fairy lord. Huh? Mr. Black Shadow wants me to upgrade the castle? Li Yuan, look at the questions and answer them. Little fairy lord. Mr. Black Shadow, it seems that this is not possible. The furnace is a separate building, and the castle upgrade will not affect the output of the furnace. Seeing the fairy's answer, Li Yuan couldn't help but think of his own Holy Source Tower. The Holy Source Tower itself is a holy level building, and it does not seem to have much to do with the level of the castle. But at this moment, the little fairy replied again. Little fairy lord, Mr. Black Shadow, it seems that my furnace is a growth-type building. I can upgrade the building level of the furnace. Little fairy lord, it's just that my furnace is a high-level building. If I want to upgrade it, it will be a holy level. The resources required are a bit too much. Seeing this, Li Yuan quickly asked, what do you need? Little fairy lord, 300,000 units of stone, 500,000 units of wood, and 100 energy stones. Li Yuan, saint-level furnace, how much can the output increase? Little fairy lord, it seems to be doubled. The next moment, the little fairy was stunned. Her warehouse suddenly had 300,000 units of stone, 500,000 units of wood, and 100 energy stones. Little fairy lord, Dark Shadow, Li Yuan, upgrade the furnace quickly, and also upgrade your castle to a high level. Afterwards, he transferred another batch of stone and wood to the fairy lord. Now he has too much stone and wood, and he can't use so much to upgrade the town. Although they can be saved for future use, current resources must be transformed to gain the greatest benefit. There is no doubt that this batch of wood is the best for the fairies. There is nothing wrong with upgrading the advanced castle. At most, it can enhance the defense of the fairy castle. But if the furnace is upgraded, the benefits will be higher. Saint-level furnace, output doubled. Now the little fairy can provide him with nearly 1,000 units of iron essence every day. If it is doubled, that would be 2,000. Amogobi, little fairy castle. Mo Shanshan was standing on the bed in the bedroom, with an expression of disbelief on her face. Hundreds of thousands of units of stone and wood arrived in her account in an instant, which made her feel a little unreal, but it happened. It's also because Mo Shanshan hasn't been to the trading square recently. Otherwise, she would have been mentally prepared. The furnace is advanced, and Mo Shanshan has no intention of upgrading it to holy level in the short term. She simply cannot get so many resources. She just said what Li Yuan said, but she never thought that Li Yuan really gave her hundreds of thousands of units of supplies. By the way, she also needs to upgrade the castle to a high level. It was really unbelievable. Mo Shanshan didn't know how to describe her feelings at this moment. Deep down in her heart, she felt extremely gratified that she had decided to become Li Yuan's subject. However, Imo Shanshan also knows her own limitations. There is no such thing as goodness without reason in the world. The reason why Li Yuan is so devoted to him is not because he values her as a person, but because she is a melting pot. This is the iron essence that Li Yuan needs. Of course, this is also the value of her, Imo Shanshan. Mo Shanshan jumped off the bed and replied to Li Yuan, "Mr. Black Shadow, I will definitely work hard. Don't talk too much nonsense. Just show an attitude." Li Yuan, "Well, come on. By the way, can you increase the number of your dwarfs? Don't be afraid. The more the better." Imo Shanshan, "I understand, Mr. Black Shadow. I will let Uncle Green pay attention." It also upgraded her furnace and allowed her to summon more dwarves. Obviously, the main city wants a lot of iron essence. Lots and lots of iron essence. On the other side, Li Yuan also closed the chat window with Imo Shanshan and a smile appeared on his face. Taijing, there will definitely be unlimited business opportunities in the future. What he is looking at is no longer the present, but the future. Li Yuan reopened the trading square and put up weapons and equipment for auction again. Level 3 leather armor weapons, 208 sets, starting price, 100 units of iron essence. 10 sets of 4th tier iron armor, starting price, 200 units of iron essence. A set of 5th level silver armor, starting price, 500 units of iron essence. Chapter 32, Silver Armor Auction. Li Yuan enters Red Moon Forest. Currently, the iron ore trading in the trading square has not increased in volume. However, Li Yuan didn't believe that in such a vast war continent, only Imo Shanshan got the furnace. Perhaps some people, like Li Yuan, also value this business opportunity. After all lords who want to upgrade their towns need iron essence. Nowadays, most of the castles people have are of intermediate or advanced level, and there are even some low-level ones. Of course, they're useless if they're taken out now. But as everyone upgrades to advanced levels, who doesn't want iron essence? Also, very few of the items listed on the trading square are worth exchanging for iron essence. Apart from Yuan Jing, whose value can compare to Tai Jing. It is precisely because of this that the trading volume of Tai Jing is not high, and even if it is traded, it is only in units. The equipment and weapons that Li Yuan took out now were no lower level than before. The lowest is level 3, and the highest is level 5. They're not only leather armor, but also iron and silver armor. Compared to those first-level armors, the value of these armors is obviously much higher. Before, everyone looked down on first-level equipment. That was the big guy's troops, and their initial strength was all first level. First-level strength combined with first or second-level equipment is just icing on the cake. But now the third to fifth-level equipment is different. It can significantly improve the attack and defense capabilities of their troops. There is no other reason. Not everyone's troops are the same as Li Yuan and his top-level troops. In the past few days, they have been upgraded to the 6th and 7th levels. Nowadays, on the war continent, 99% of the Lord's troops are only at level 2 or 3, and level 4 or 5 is the highest. If they could have these equipments, their strength would be greatly increased. Li Yuan directly chose to trade with Iron Essence in order to allow those lords who possessed Iron Essence to emerge. Lords with powerful troops may not take action, but those lords with weaker troops will surely show up. First, drain the Iron Essence from these people, and then the market will belong to him, Li Yuan. It's not just the iron or market, there's also the weapons and equipment market. Why did he strongly support the little fairy lord of Imo Shanshan? Besides the urgent need for Iron Essence, it was also for weapons and equipment. The fairy said before that her dwarves are working on building a weapon refining shop, so they will be able to refine weapons in the future. This is also an extremely broad market. Even though the demand for weapons and equipment is not so obvious now, it will become more apparent in the future. You have recruited thousands or tens of thousands of soldiers, but won't you give them weapons? Li Yuan's thinking is very clear. Since he has decided to fight for hegemony, he must be prepared for all routes. Personal strength is one thing, but these auxiliary means cannot be neglected either. As expected, once weapons and equipment above level 3 appeared, the world chat channel became noisy again. Especially the preheating of more than 1,000 pieces of weapons and equipment directly caused a sensation. Fuck. Tier 5 equipment. Am I seeing things? From a distance, I saw a minotaur wearing silver armor. It was an 8th level local giant. No need to say more, Boss Black Shadow really slaughtered an entire goblin tribe. That's right, this 5th level armor is something that only tribal leaders can afford to wear. That's because you haven't seen the real powerful local forces. The 5th level armor is nothing but trash in the eyes of those beings. You're talking like you're so awesome. Do you have a 5th tier armor? If you do, keep saying that. This time, the item that Black Shadow wants to trade is Iron Essence. It looks like that's all we need to upgrade the town. For those 1st and 2nd tier weapons and equipment in front, guess how much stone and wood Boss Black Shadow exchanged for? Damn, hundreds of thousands. Stone and wood are both hundreds of thousands. Fuck, if we don't count the Iron Essence. This would be enough to upgrade several towns. Mr. Black Shadow, please have mercy on me. This is just a beginner's castle. Please give me some stone and wood to upgrade it. I will work like a slave for you. Those who are shouting happily are basically weak lords. Those who truly possess powerful troops have nothing to do but come here to brag and talk nonsense. This is also the reason why Li Yuan rarely comes to the chat channel. At this time, Li Yuan was staring at his auction information on the trading square. After being spread through the world chat channel, the auction that Li Yuan posted has now started to move. The first item to be bid was the 5th level silver armor. Of course, that was just the lowest price Li Yuan put forward, 500 units of Iron Essence. Li Yuan took a look and saw that the person who made the bid was called the #1 lord in the world, a very arrogant name. From the name, it is unclear what type of soldiers the other side is recruiting. After a few minutes, the 5th level silver armor did not move, and people began to bid for the 3rd and 4th levels. Sure enough, everyone hides the good stuff. Li Yuan smiled and stopped paying attention to it. He set the auction time to 18 hours, and the result would be known by noon tomorrow at the latest. Maybe by tomorrow he will be able to gather all the Iron Essence needed to upgrade the barracks. As night falls in the Red Moon Forest, the roars of monsters continue to echo in the void. During these 5 days, at least 2,000 wild beasts and monsters died at the hands of the Black Shadow. But now when you go out, you can still see wild beasts and monsters everywhere, which shows that there are countless wild beasts and monsters near the Red Moon Forest. Li Yuan walked out of the Holy Source Tower and summoned back a 7th level ghost. At the same time, Niga and IK returned to the castle and appeared in front of Li Yuan. Li Yuan glanced at Nijia and asked, "What's the situation?" Nijia bowed and replied, "IKA and I have almost killed all the monsters near the mutant lizard group. They didn't notice and are still in the same place. We also arranged other Black Shadow giants on the periphery to block other monsters." "Very good, let's go." Li Yuan raised his leg and walked out. That's right, Li Yuan will also go out tonight and follow Nijieka to kill those mutant lizards. This was Li Yuan's sudden decision in the afternoon. There are only 2 days left before the Beast Tide arrives. By then, Li Yuan will definitely take action in the Beast Tide, and it is impossible for him to just stand by and watch. After all, the number of arms is not enough, and every bit of strength counts. His strength is not weak. He is already at the 6th level. With the Dragon Talisman, Horse Talisman, and Lightning Magic Energy, his combat power should be no weaker than that of the 7th level. But what he lacks is practical combat ability. So Li Yuan will go out in the next 2 days to enhance his practical combat ability. IKA hesitated for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, the mutant lizard group is close to the interior of the Red Moon Forest, where 9th level monsters often appear. We are not sure whether a 9th level monster will suddenly break in. Once a 9th level monster breaks in, other ghosts and giants will not be able to stop it. If you really want to improve your actual combat capabilities, you can let the ghosts take you to the periphery. Don't try to persuade IKA. My king will not change his decision easily." The one who interrupted IKA was General Niga. He had advised Li Yuan before when Li Yuan went to the Goblin tribe, but it was of no use. "It's okay. If I can't defeat you, I will retreat. Actual combat is actual combat, but life comes first." Li Yuan glanced at the 7th level ghost he had recalled, and this ghost merged into his shadow. Seeing this, IKA said no more. He looked at Niga, came to Li Yuan's side, and took him directly to the Red Moon Forest. Chapter 33. The hunt begins the rookie's first battle. The Red Moon Forest is vast and boundless, stretching for tens of thousands of miles. The Black Shadow Castle is at the edge of the forest, and its territory only extends to a little over 1,000 meters into the Red Moon Forest. In the night, it was pitch black and almost nothing could be seen. In addition to trees, there are also some that are several meters in diameter. Li Yuan is now at level 6, so his night vision ability is naturally no problem. Nijia and Ik took Li Yuan through the shadows, and they appeared at the border of the territory. This place is still some distance away from the mutant lizard group, but the high-level magical beasts are intelligent, so they did not appear directly. After all, this time they were also conducting a surprise attack, not a head-on battle. They needed to approach slowly so as not to attract the attention of the mutant lizards. Otherwise, if more than 50 high-level magical beasts, all of which are at least level 6 or above, attack together, even Niga, who is at level 9, will not be able to withstand it. Originally, Niga and Ika's plan was to lure out a few mutant lizards first, with Niga roaming nearby, while Ik killed them and upgraded. After both of them reached level 8, they no longer took any mutant lizards seriously except for the elite level 9 one. But now with Li Yuan joining the team, the plan has changed slightly. However, there are not many changes except that they now have to split into two groups, Li Yuan and Niga in one group, and Ika in another group, fighting in two groups. Since the monsters in the surrounding area have been cleared out, there are no monsters around for the time being. Slowly, Li Yuan and his companions came to a place where some trees had collapsed. At the same time, a foul odor filled the air, mixed with a faint smell of toxicity. If an ordinary person inhales it into his mouth or nose, he will be dead. Fortunately, Li Yuan is not an ordinary person, so this poison gas is not a big problem for him. Even if there is a little damage, it cannot match the expulsion speed of the horse talisman. Your Majesty, there is a puddle ahead. The lizards are there. Please wait here. Nijia looked ahead and said to Ik, "Action." As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them immediately merged into the shadows, leaving only Li Yuan alone there, with the ghost hiding under his feet. Li Yuan looked around and focused his eyes on the puddle in front that Niga pointed to. It doesn't look very real, mainly because there are too many huge trees blocking the view. However, Li Yuan vaguely saw a lot of green fluorescence, which should be the eyes reflected by the moonlight. A lot crowded. At the same time, Li Yuan also felt a strong and overwhelming aura from a distance. This should be the elite 9th level lizard. Compared with the black-crowned golden eagle that Li Yuan had seen, it was still much worse, so this elite 9th level was not as good as the Holy Realm. It turns out that he is only a half-saint. But Li Yuan knew very well that a half-saint was also a saint, and he was not someone he could fight against at the moment. After staying there for about 5 minutes, a low roar came from the depression ahead. The next moment, Nijia appeared and said to Li Yuan with a serious look, "Your Majesty, there are more prey than expected. 5 lizards have come to our side. One of them is level 9. Please go back to the castle first." "What else?" Li Yuan Fronat. In their estimation, the lizard that was lured out this time should be a 6th-order lizard, but they never expected that it would be a 9th-order one. Nijia quickly replied, "1 9th level 1 for 6 level 1s. Hearing this, Li Yuan hesitated for a moment and replied, "I will deal with the 2 6th level 1s, and you deal with the others." "Your Majesty." Niga wanted to say something, but the ground began to shake and several tall figures were rushing towards him. "Your Majesty, be careful." Nijia said nothing more, turned around, and ran towards the rushing figure. Boom! With a loud bang, Niga killed a 6th level mutant lizard with one move, and then turned around to attack several other lizards. In an instant, Niga stopped 3 lizards, including one with sparse golden scales all over its body. This is the 8th level mutant lizard. 3 mutant lizards surrounded Niga, with poison gas spewing out of their mouths, making it impossible to see the specific battle situation. All you could see were a few tails sweeping down. Li Yuan was standing aside, watching speechlessly. He had agreed to deal with 2 of them, but Niga ended up killing 1 mutant lizard in seconds. In this way, Li Yuan only needs to face a mutant lizard. But just as the lizards that arrived later were about to attack Niga, a fire dragon lit up the forest. At the same time, a beam of fire quickly, accurately, and fiercely landed on the mutant lizard's chest. Although it is called a lizard, it is actually about the same size as a dinosaur and is extremely huge. There are thick and hard scales on the body. The fireball released by Li Yuan did not cause any substantial damage to the mutant lizard, but only left a black mark. But also let the mutant lizard know that there were other invaders here. Bang, bang, bang. The mutant lizard's 4 short legs moved quickly, and half of the roller coaster rushed over the pile of wood and headed straight towards Li Yuan. My first battle. Fight! Li Yuan looked at the mutant lizard running towards him, took a deep breath, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Li Yuan pushed his feet and used the force to fly high into the air. The mutant lizard passed by almost sticking to the soles of his feet. This lizard was fast and extremely agile. After running over, it quickly stopped and turned around, biting Li Yuan. The teeth were dense and messy, and at the same time, a large amount of poisonous gas was spewing out. Li Yuan's figure fell without any delay, and the dragon talisman fire explosion was instantly triggered. The palm of his hand was suddenly covered in flames, which lingered on his arm, quickly forming a fireball that smashed towards the mutant lizard. Boom! The fireball landed smoothly on the mutant lizard's head. Li Yuan's target was originally the mutant lizard's bloody mouth. But the mutant lizard was too agile and actually dodged, as if it sensed the violent energy contained in the fireball. The fireball exploded on the mutant lizard's head, and the flames immediately covered the mutant lizard. But at this moment, Li Yuan felt a sharp pain in his back, and he crashed into the trunk of a huge tree next to him like a kite. A pitch-black tail hit Li Yuan's back at some point. It was the mutant lizard covered in flames. The moment he was hit by the flames, its tail lashed towards Li Yuan in a strange trajectory. In an instant, a 7th-level ghost appeared in front of Li Yuan. Go away! Li Yuan rolled over and stood up from the ground, and coldly stopped the 7th-level ghost who was about to attack. Accustomed to seeing Niga and his men kill wild beasts and monsters in seconds, Li Yuan thought that his dragon spellfire explosion might be able to kill this 6th-level lizard. The result is self-evident. He was careless and never expected that the 6th-level lizard would be so tough. You also forget that Warcraft is intelligent and won't just stand there and let you hit it. At this time, the mutant lizard had many parts of its body blown to pieces, but it was still standing and not dead. Not only did he not die, but he also fought back when attacked. This was something that Li Yuan, a combat rookie, had never expected, and he suffered a great loss for it. With a smile on his face, Li Yuan walked towards the mutated lizard after the explosion, with a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. Come again. Li Yuan's steps became faster and faster, and in the blink of an eye he rushed under the mutant lizard. The mutant lizard's tail swept towards him again. Li Yuan's expression remained unchanged. He swung his right hand, and electric light spread in his palm, instantly turning into an electric knife. The next moment, Li Yuan disappeared. At the same time, 2 blue arcs of light streaked across the sky. After a moment, the mutant lizard's tail broke in the middle, and then the mutant lizard's head separated from its body and fell off. No blood flowed out. The lightning blade burned the wound and stopped the bleeding. Li Yuan's figure fell from the air. He glanced at the corpse of the mutant lizard. The lightning knife in his hand disappeared, and his face turned slightly pale. But soon, Li Yuan recovered as before, and a smile appeared on his face. A real battle isn't easy. If he didn't have the horse talisman, that blow from the tail would have been enough to take half his life. And this was caused by his contempt and carelessness. So this first battle taught him a lesson. No matter how strong or weak the enemy is, he must remain highly vigilant. Also, when you attack, you have to use all your strength to avoid a fatal mistake. Chapter 34, Burning Dragon Blood, Elite 9th Order Lizard King. The 6th Order Mutant Lizard could indeed not be a match for Li Yuan. After all, with his current combat power, it is not impossible for him to deal with an ordinary 7th-level warrior. It was not surprising that 1 knife cut off the tail and 1 knife chopped off the head. When Li Yuan killed the mutant lizard, Niga on the other side also ended the lives of several other mutant lizards. It wouldn't have happened so quickly, but when Niga saw Li Yuan injured, he went crazy. He risked his life once and killed the 9th-level lizard in an instant. After getting rid of all the mutant lizards, Niga suddenly appeared beside Li Yuan, his red face almost turning blue. Your Majesty, are you all right? Li Yuan shook his head and said, It's okay, I just got some sha scraped off. It's no wonder that the injury from the previous attack was healed with the help of the horse talisman. But when I was injured, the pain was still there. It was really painful, and I felt like my internal organs were shattered. I failed to protect you, Your Majesty. Please punish me. Nijia fell to one knee, looking like this was all his fault. The other 7th level ghost had already knelt on the ground with his head pressed against the ground. Li Yuan felt helpless when he saw this. Okay, this is none of your business. Besides, I'm fine, right? Get up. Li Yuan changed the subject and asked, How is IK doing? Nijia then stood up, looked in Ika's direction, and replied, It should be no problem. The alarmed 9th level mutant lizard is chasing me. He only has 2 8th level mutant lizards, 1 7th level and 1 6th level. Well, let's wait a moment. Li Yuan nodded. Soon, Li Yuan sensed that IK had died once, but not long after, the figure that had moved away appeared in front of him. IKA bowed and said, Your Majesty, I have fulfilled your mission. I have been promoted to the 8th level. Li Yuan felt it and found that IKA had indeed advanced to the 8th level and directly possessed the combat power of the 9th level. All the shadows, come here. At Li Yuan's command, more than a dozen huge ghost figures appeared here. Finally, Li Yuan looked at Nijia and asked, Is there a chance to break through to the 9th level this time? I can't guarantee this. Niga thought for a moment and replied. After all, he wanted to upgrade from level 8 to level 9, and the energy required was an astronomical figure, numbering in the millions. In fact, if he was alone this time, he might be able to level up by killing these mutant lizards. But Niga can't defeat the enemy alone, so IKA must get involved. If Li Yuan is included, the energy points will be shared by 3 people, which may not be enough. Li Yuan nodded and said, It's okay, then you guys go ahead, and I and the other black shadows will be guarding outside. Even if Niga cannot advance, IKA can become more powerful by dividing the energy points. By then, Niga will most likely be just a little bit away, and 2 days will be enough for him to upgrade to the 9th level. Neither the ghost nor the giant shadow participates and does not share the energy. Li Yuan stayed outside with them, hunting down some fish that had escaped the net. Niga and IK looked at each other and quietly disappeared into the darkness. After a while, the sound of fighting was heard from the other side of the depression, and it was very fierce. Fortunately, they had just lured out nearly 10 mutant lizards, and General IK was also promoted to the 8th level. Otherwise, it would be much more difficult to attack directly. Soon, Li Yuan felt that General IK died first. Of course, Li Yuaning could continue to receive news of energy absorption, but it was not as fast as he had imagined. Li Yuan frowned, moved a little closer, and then jumped onto a tall tree with a wide view. In the depression, a mutant lizard appeared at this moment, which was larger than the lizard that Li Yuan had just killed. 90% of the scales on its body are golden, with only a small part remaining black, which is very eye-catching under the moonlight. This should be the elite 9th order mutant lizard. Li Yuan guessed that if the opponent's scales all turned golden, he might be promoted to the Holy Realm. At the same time, the dragon blood in the body is condensing, and maybe he can transform into a giant dragon. At this time, the one fighting against this elite 9th level creature was Niga. IK attracted other mutant lizards and was besieged by dozens of lizards, so he died. However, this also gave Niga the opportunity to fight the elite 9th level mutant lizard alone. Of course, this was a plan that had been made long ago. Nijia can fight at the 9th level, but he is still a little bit inferior to the elite 9th level. Therefore, Niga would first hold back this 9th level elite, while IKA would deal with the other mutant lizards. After the other lizards were dealt with, IKA and Niga teamed up to deal with the elite 9th level. Niga is in a miserable situation now. He is often beaten away by the elite 9th level lizard and is completely at a disadvantage. But he still persisted. Not only did he not die, but he also had time to help IKA. General IK was even more miserable. Since he died once at the beginning, he kept dying every few seconds. However, every time General IK died in battle, he would take a mutant lizard with him. So after half a minute, there were only 6 lizards left besieging General IKA. Roar! The elite 9th order lizards also noticed the decline of their own population at this time and let out a deafening roar. The golden scales on its body glowed, and its speed suddenly increased. Its claws actually grabbed the fleeing Niga. Then, the elite 9th level lizard bit Niga into pieces and swallowed it into its stomach. The ninth level elite was filled with anger, and he roared and rushed towards General Ika again, as if he wanted to swallow him in one bite. But at this moment, Niga's figure appeared in front of him again, and it appeared at the lower jaw of the elite ninth level lizard and forcibly pulled its open mouth closed. Ika! Niga shouted loudly. General Ika didn't ask any more questions. He instantly understood what Niga meant and gave up on the other mutant lizards. Swish, swish, swish. Blades condensed from black shadows appeared all over Ika's body, spinning wildly around his body. The next moment, his entire figure was like a turbine, and he drilled straight into the big mouth of the elite ninth level lizard that was held by Niga. At the same time, Niga let go of the elite ninth level lizard, turned around, and began to slaughter the other lizards. Ika entered the abdomen of the elite ninth level lizard and continued to rampage in its body like a drill. Roar, roar, roar. The elite ninth order lizard roared in pain continuously. The huge body twisted wildly, and many of the surrounding giant trees were broken and kept falling down. Not long after, golden light burst out from the elite ninth order lizard again, and its body shrank significantly. After a few breaths, Ika's figure appeared beside Niga. Apparently, he died in the belly of the elite ninth level lizard again. Damn it, the dragon blood that I worked so hard to condense was burned and consumed just like that. Die, you all will die. The shrunken elite ninth level lizard actually spoke in human language, its tone full of anger. Chapter 35. Death is like the wind, but it cannot be killed. Generally speaking, Warcraft can only speak human language when it reaches the Holy Realm. Not only can he speak human language, he can also transform into a human form. Although this ninth order elite lizard has not yet reached the level of the sanctuary, he is a mutant monster. The dragon blood in its body gives it the abilities of a dragon, so it can speak. It didn't say anything at first. It just thought that the two little bugs in front of it would not pose any threat to it. But now it was severely injured by these two little bugs. The dragon blood in its body is the result of purification and accumulation over countless years. It is related to the transformation of the ninth order mutant lizard into a dragon. But due to the damage Ika had just caused in his body, it had to burn most of the dragon blood. With this, the ninth level elite lizard not only fully recovered from its injuries, but its strength was even stronger than its peak just now. It is already infinitely close to the Holy Land. Fortunately, Niga had already killed all the mutant lizards during this time. Roar! When a ninth level mutant lizard saw that its entire clan was wiped out, the anger in its eyes became even greater. This time, when it opened its mouth and roared, a powerful beam of fiery light burst out from its mouth. Dragon breath. After burning the dragon blood in its body, the ninth level mutant lizard briefly possessed the dragon's innate skill, dragon's breath. It can be seen that if this ninth order mutant lizard could transform into a dragon, it would probably be a giant fire dragon. Its dragon breath instantly ignited the air, and some of the surrounding tree bark began to burn. The target of the fiery breath is naturally Niga and Ika. Niga and Ika were both extremely solemn at this moment, as this was the strongest monster they had ever encountered. Any one of them alone could not be a match for the elite ninth order lizard. However, this blatant attack is ineffective against them. Before the dragon breath of the elite ninth order lizard arrived, Ika and Niga quickly sank into the ground and directly traveled through the shadow space. Although the fire illuminated the area, it was night after all, and there were too many dark places. Niga and Ika appeared in the darkness on the left and right of the elite ninth level lizard, respectively, and launched a double attack on the mutant lizard. However, the elite ninth level mutant lizard reacted too quickly. As soon as Ika appeared, it opened its mouth and bit toward the place where Ika was. At the same time, the tail, whose golden scales had dimmed a lot, swept towards where Niga appeared. Having learned from the last lesson, the elite ninth level mutant lizard did not think of swallowing Ika this time, but bit Ika. Obviously, it also knows that Ika is weaker than Niga, so it has to deal with Ika first. In fact, it did succeed because Ika was not able to escape and did not escape. Hiss! The elite ninth order mutant lizard, with its sharp teeth, bit Ika's body into two pieces. Nija was also swept by the tail and flew backwards between the trees. With one strike, the winner is immediately decided. Although IKA and Nigga's combat power is comparable to that of the 9th level, they are no match for the elite 9th level mutant lizard in a head-on attack. With the blessing of burning dragon blood, the elite 9th order lizard is extremely powerful. Roar! The elite 9th order mutant lizard tore IKA into pieces and went straight to Nigga, who was swept away by his tail. But the next moment, Ika's figure appeared again. This time, the elite 9th level mutant lizard ran towards Nigga too fast and did not notice Ika's appearance for a moment. IKA appeared at the feet of the lizard, climbed up his legs, pulled out a long sword from his waist, and stabbed it towards the lizard's joints. Chi. The long sword created a series of sparks at the lizard's joints, but was unable to penetrate. You know, the weapon condensed by Ika's own 8th level shadow power is basically equivalent to an 8th level weapon. It can be seen that the defense of this mutant lizard is also extremely powerful. Disgusting undead creature, let's see how many times you can die. The elite 9th level mutant lizard spoke in human language again, and the scales on its legs flew and burst, crushing Ika's body again. Apparently, the lizard thought IKA was an undead creature that could be reborn. Some types of undead creatures have the ability to be reborn after death, but each rebirth requires the consumption of original power. And the rebirth of Black Shadow certainly does not require this kind of origin. As long as the Black Shadow space does not disappear, all the Black Shadows, including the 9 generals, can be resurrected infinitely. In the current situation, as long as Li Yuan is not dead and the castle is not destroyed, the Black Shadow will not truly die. After IK died in battle again, the flying scales returned to the lizard's legs by themselves, as if they were not born on the flesh. In the distance, Li Yuan's eyes flashed when he saw this. This lizard looks like it has a layer of armor on its body. Just when those scales flew back, Li Yuan saw another layer of scales on the lizard's legs. Could it be that the mutation of this lizard is related to this layer of armor? Li Yuan was thinking about this, and on the other side, Nigga was finally killed by an elite 9th level lizard. After Nigga and IKA were resurrected, the elite 9th level lizard gave them almost no time to breathe and began an endless pursuit. Die. The elite 9th order lizard kept roaring, tried to use it to destroy IKA and Nigga's life force. But soon, the elite 9th level lizard discovered something unusual. It has killed IKA and Nigga more than 10 times, but the aura of these two guys has not dropped. And Nigga and IK also saw the state of the elite 9th level lizard. The power of the burning dragon blood in this lizard is constantly decreasing, and its strength is also decreasing. Therefore, although they kept dying, they would launch their most powerful attack before each death. This is used to consume the power gained by the elite 9th level lizard from burning dragon blood. Eventually, the aura of the elite 9th level lizard dropped to the level of an ordinary 9th level monster. The lizard gasped for air and shouted angrily, "What the hell are you guys? Why can't he be killed?" No matter whether it was Nigga or IK, they were killed by it 100 or 80 times, but now they are still in their peak state, no different from the beginning. Nigga and IKA smiled at each other and ignored the lizard's questions. Not to mention Nigga, given the lizard's current state, IKA could kill it on the spot. In fact, the result was just as expected. The elite 9th level lizard finally died at the hands of IK, who had died the most times. When the elite 9th order mutant lizard died completely, Li Yuan slowly walked over. At this time, Li Yuan had successfully broken through to the 7th level. There are mainly dozens of mutant lizards, all of which are quite powerful. The weakest is at level 6, and most of them are at level 7 or 8. Unfortunately, Nigga did not break through to the 9th level. He was still just a little bit away. As for IKA, he is in the middle 8th level. As he walked and collected the corpses of other lizards, the smile on Li Yuan's face became more and more intense. Soon, Li Yuan arrived in front of the corpse of the elite 9th level mutant lizard. Li Yuan reached out and touched the mutant lizard's corpse. It was cold and indeed did not look like real scales. Maybe this is really a piece of armor. This armor is definitely extraordinary, as it can allow a lizard to possess dragon blood and even have the potential to transform into a dragon. However, Li Yuan did not let the Black Shadow peel off the armor, but chose to collect it directly. Having had experience with the Goblin tribe, He knew that he could obtain relatively intact equipment through gathering. Collect now. Chapter 36, Dragon Blood Armor, Defense Tower, Building Blueprints. The Warcraft Corpse was collected successfully. You have obtained 500 units of elite food. You have obtained 85 energy stones. You have obtained 3 Yuan crystals. You have obtained the God-level armor, Dragon Blood Armor. You have obtained a special building blueprint. Looking at the prompt boxes that kept flashing by, Li Yuan's face was already full of smiles. As expected of an elite 9th-level mutant monster, it gave so many things and even revealed special building blueprints. And that armor, it's God level. Li Yuan did not count all the gains for the time being, but said to Nija and IK, "You continue, I'm going back first." IKA and Niga nodded at the same time, and then disappeared on the spot. The other Black Shadows also left. They were tireless and naturally went to kill monsters again. Only the 7th-level ghost first sent Li Yuan back to the castle, and then returned to the group that Li Yuan had assigned them to. In the castle, Li Yuan smiled and began to count all the gains of the night. Not to mention the food, Li Yuan simply ignored this item. Energy stones, a total of 140. Even though the drop rate of Yuan Jing is not really 60%, I still got 18 pieces this time. Compared with these, Li Yuan was more concerned about the Dragon Blood Armor and special building drawings. The existence of the Dragon Blood Armor proves Li Yuan's previous conjecture that the elite 9th-level mutant lizard is indeed wearing armor. Li Yuan took out this set of golden armor from the warehouse. At the same time, all the information panels of this set of armor appeared in front of him. Equipment introduction, Dragon Blood Armor, made of God-level giant dragon scales, tempered with God-level giant dragon blood. Equipment level, God level. Equipment skills. 1. Attacks below God level are weakened by 50%. 2. Activate Dragon Blood to perform Dragon Breath. Warm tips. Wearing this armor will earn you the hatred of all dragons. This equipment is quite powerful. Li Yuan looked at the introduction of the Dragon Blood Armor and couldn't help but sigh. This armor seemed to be made of special dragon scales. It was very delicate and soft and could be changed in size at will. It's easy to understand, otherwise the mutant lizard wouldn't be able to wear it. The point is, the Dragon Blood Armor on the lizard is not complete, but broken. Because the God level armor is strong enough to withstand 50% of attacks below the God level, ordinary attacks are just tickles to him. At the same time, this Dragon Blood Armor also has another function, which is to activate the power of Dragon Blood and briefly display the Dragon's Breath. The mutant lizard had indeed used this ability before. From this, it can be seen that the lizard must have accidentally obtained a broken Dragon Blood Armor somewhere, which led to the mutation of their tribe. Also, it condensed Dragon Blood in an attempt to transform and extracted the power of the Dragon Blood Armor, causing the already broken Dragon Blood Armor to become even more powerful. If it was a complete Dragon Blood Armor, not to mention Nagaika, even a strong man from the Sanctuary might not be able to kill this lizard. And now, what Li Yuan has collected is the complete Dragon Blood Armor. In other words, the current Dragon Blood Armor can now exert 100% of its original power. Anyway, it's a great bargain. Li Yuan put away the Dragon Blood Armor and had no intention of selling it. Taking out a magic weapon to sell? You must be crazy. Ordinary equipment was of little use to him and Sombra, and it didn't matter if they were sold, but this armor was very useful. If Niga and IKA were to wear the Dragon Blood Armor, they would not only be able to match the 9th level enemy, but would be able to kill them head-on, instantly. Once they break through to the 9th level, they will be able to narrow the gap with the Holy Land infinitely. After all, the gap between the Holy Domain and the 9th level is huge. It is an improvement in the level of life and can use the energy of heaven and earth for one's own use. Therefore, even if Niga and the others reached the 9th level, they would most likely not be a match for the strong men in the Holy Domain. And this unexpected acquisition of the Dragon Blood Armor might be enough to make up for this gap and allow them to fight across levels again. If they are within the territory, they could be unconditionally upgraded to the next level. The 9th level Niga and IKA may be able to kill ordinary sanctuaries. After putting away the Dragon Blood Armor, Li Yuan took out the special building drawings. Suddenly, a prompt box popped up. If you find a piece of architectural drawing, should you immediately conduct an appraisal? Identify immediately. Li Yuan was looking forward to it, wondering if there would be another saint-level blueprint this time. Just like last time, A ray of light flashed on the craft paper, and the drawing identification information appeared in front of Li Yuan's eyes. Advanced Building Blueprint. Magic Defense Tower. Function. Connected to the castle crystal core, it launches magic shells to attack the territory invaders. The attack and defense are equal to the castle grade. Construction materials. 1,000 units of stone, 2,000 units of wood, 100 units of refined iron, and 1 yuan crystal. After seeing the identification results, Li Yuan still felt a little regretful. It's just a high-level special building, not a holy level one. It's normal to think about it. The Holy Source Tower was exploded by the holy level monster Blood-Eyed Demon Ape, and the lizard is just an elite 9th level one. This magic defense tower is useful and useless at the same time. The crystal core defense of the Shadow Castle is now at level 6, so if a defense tower is built, its attack and defense power will also only be at level 6. It is not very strong and is a consumable item. Once damaged, it must be rebuilt. Moreover, the castle is so big that even if you build 1 or 2, the effect will not be that obvious. Unless you have 100 or 80 of them, it would be equivalent to having 100 or 80 fixed types of troops, which would be good. After all the lords now have few types of troops. With 100 or 80 defense towers, the castle's defense capabilities can obviously be enhanced. The premise is that there are so many resources. 1,000 units of stone, 2,000 units of wood, 100 units of refined iron, and 1 yuan crystal. The demand for such materials is not high, but it is not easy for ordinary lords to take out too much. Li Yuan had quite a few, but unfortunately he had used them all to upgrade the fairy's furnace. Now the stones and wood in the warehouse have to be kept for upgrading the town, so not much can be taken out at once. In particular, this defense tower requires yuan jing. Let's wait and see. Once the town is upgraded, we can get some extra ones. Then, Li Yuan threw the drawings back into the warehouse and took a look at the information on the trading square. More and more people are bidding at the equipment auction. The value of that 5th-tier silver armor has now soared to over 800 units of iron essence. The others also saw small increases. Li Yuan was not in a hurry, since the auction would end at noon tomorrow anyway. It's time to upgrade the Shadow Crystal. Li Yuan smiled, turned and walked towards the Black Shadow Crystal. With the harvest from killing the mutant lizard group tonight, all of Li Yuan's energy stones and crystals have now reached the requirements for upgrading to Black Shadow Crystals. At this time, Li Yuan had 1,203 energy stones and 54 yuan crystals. To upgrade the Black Shadow Crystal, only 1,000 energy stones and 50 yuan crystals are needed, and there will be some left over after all of them are used up. Chapter 37. New Legion, Flying Shadow Claws, Shadow Helmets, and Shadows. It took a lot of time to kill the group of mutant lizards before. Li Yuan returned to the castle to count the harvest, which took some time. It was almost midnight. After the upgrade, we can almost recruit Sombra again. Li Yuan has been preparing for this upgrade for a long time. The main reason is that yuan jing is too difficult to obtain. If we don't encounter a group of mutant lizards with a super high explosion rate, we may have to wait until tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to upgrade. Tonight is already the 5th night, and the initial beast tide impact is very close. When Li Yuan came in front of the Black Shadow Crystal, a prompt box popped up. Shadow Lord, you already have enough supplies to upgrade the barracks. Would you like to upgrade it immediately? Upgrade now. Li Yuan didn't think much about it and spoke directly. Suddenly, the Black Shadow Crystal glowed brighter. Not long after, the light completely disappeared, and it was almost the same as the first upgrade. On the surface, the Black Shadow Crystal did not change much. The information panel also changed after the light passed. Black Shadow Crystal, a unique military camp containing 9 military groups. 9 Corps, Ghost Shadow Corps, Claw Shadow Corps, Giant Shadow Corps, Flying Shadow Corps, Helmet Shadow Corps, Soft Shadow Corps, Devouring Shadow Corps, Clamp Shadow Corps, Side Shadow Corps. Level 3. Level 3 production capacity. Can breed 10 Shadow Soldiers every day. The type of Corps is random, and there is a 1 in 1,000 chance of recruiting a Shadow General. Upgrade items. 5,000 energy stones, 200 elemental crystals. Looking at the information panel, Li Yuan smiled. The production capacity finally doubled from 5 per day to 10 per day. Before the beast tide comes, you can recruit twice more, that is 20 Black Shadows. However, if there is enough time, there will be a chance to recruit again in the early morning of the 8th day. That means there will be 30 more dark shadows. Of course, the prerequisite is to be able to grasp the opportunity where the beast tide does not appear after midnight, giving everyone this opportunity. Regardless, an increase in numbers is a good thing. After all, the purpose of upgrading the shadow crystal is to be able to summon more shadows. The number of black shadows is still too small now, not as endless as Li Yuan imagined. This is related to the future of the castle. But now that he's been upgraded to level 3, the number of his shadow troops will increase accordingly. In addition to the number of people, the chances of recruiting a general have also increased tenfold. Originally, the Black Shadow Corps had only 9 generals, and now Li Yuan has recruited 2 more generals besides IKA and Niga. Only 7 have yet to be recruited. Although this is a tenfold increase, equivalent to an infinite number of shadow troops, is still an extremely small probability. But it was improved after all. In just these few days, Li Yuan has recruited 2 generals. His overall luck is still very good. Moreover, now that we can recruit 10 shadows at once, the probability of recruiting other types of soldiers should not be too low. Now Li Yuan has only recruited soldiers from 2 corps, Giant Shadow and Black Shadow, and there are still 7 corps of Black Shadow that have not been recruited. The Ghosts are a basic corps, an all-rounder, but their combat capabilities are actually average. Although the Colossus can be used as a meat shield, its flexibility is relatively poor. It's not that the shadows of these 2 corps are not strong. It's mainly because the shadows of other corps have some more outstanding abilities. If the 9 corps were to gather together, the overall combat effectiveness of the Black Shadow would obviously increase several times. I hope we can recruit shadows from other regiments. Li Yuan took a deep breath, and his eyes fell on the Black Shadow crystal again. Recruit now. However, after the words fell, the Black Shadow crystal did not move at all. Li Yuan reacted quickly and looked back at the clock above the castle. It was still 1 minute before 12 o'clock. So Li Yuan stood under the Black Shadow crystal and waited obediently for a minute. But as soon as 12 o'clock passed, a prompt box of the Black Shadow crystal appeared in front of Li Yuan's eyes. The Black Shadow crystal has been fully charged. Would you like to recruit it immediately? Li Yuan nodded and said, "Recruit now." As Li Yuan finished his words, just like before, some shadows flowed out from the Black Shadow crystal. The only difference is that there were only 5 shadows before, but this time there were 10. After a moment, the 10 shadows successfully appeared in front of Li Yuan and turned into 10 black shadows. In an instant, Li Yuan's eyes lit up. My luck is really good. I really managed to recruit other troops. At this moment, the 10 shadowy soldiers all revealed their figures clearly. 2 of them are the most familiar ghost ninjas, and the other 2 are tall giant shadows, both of whom are Black Shadow soldiers recruited before. In addition, there are 2 wings flapping like bats, half suspended in the air. This is the Flying Shadow Corps, a corps among the 9 Black Shadow Corps that has the ability to fly, also known as the Nightbat Corps. Feying have wings similar to those of bats, and their overall shape is somewhat similar to that of bats. They have very fast speeds. In addition to speed, they also have special magic-like attacks. Their palms can emit light waves to cause damage to the enemy. They can also use light waves to form light ropes to comfortably bind the enemy. They are flexible shadows that can attack from a distance or in close combat. There are also disadvantages, such as relatively poor defense. Among the new Black Shadows recruited this time, in addition to Feying, there are 2 other new recruits. Next to Feying, there are 2 Black Shadows that look like mantises with slender and long arms. But they have no fingers, only claws, and each one is extremely sharp. Also, their feet are not ordinary saws, but are like awls, and are extremely sharp. This is the Thorn Blade Regiment among the 9 Black Shadow Corps, also known as the Claw Shadow. It has very powerful melee capabilities, far surpassing the Ghost Shadow. Next to the Assassin Shadow, there is a Black Shadow wearing armor. This is the Helmet Shadow of one of the 9 Corps under General IKA, also known as the Samurai Corps. This time we recruit 2 Ghost Shadows, 2 Giant Shadows, 2 Helmet Shadows, 2 Flying Shadows, plus 2 Claw Shadows. Li Yuan really didn't expect that the upgraded Black Shadow Crystal would recruit 3 new types of Legion soldiers at one time. The number is not large yet, but the variety of the Corps has increased, which is good. Li Yuan looked at these newly recruited Black Shadows and felt extremely happy. He immediately recalled the other Black Shadows. The newly recruited Black Shadows all have an initial strength of level 5. If they upgraded individually, it would not be easy to reach a high level in just 2 days. Therefore, Li Yuan grouped them again, with the 7th level ghosts leading the team, sacrificing their energy to upgrade these new Black Shadows. After all, it is not realistic for those 7th level ghosts to upgrade again. Before the Beast Tide comes, Li Yuan hopes that all these ghosts can reach the 7th level. The same goes for those recruited tomorrow. He is ready and will just let Niga and the others lead the team to gain experience. Hard brush, hard lift. By then, a group of more than 30 7th level Black Shadows, plus Niga and Ike, the so-called Beast Tide impact. Can it still pose a danger to him? Chapter 38. The little monkey's bloodline evolves, the golden holy ape. After grouping the shadows, they went out to kill monsters. And Li Yuan, naturally, returned to the Holy Source Tower. Now, he has reached the 7th level, and it will be difficult to improve further. However, Li Yuan felt that there was still hope. After all, he had absorbed a lot of energy from the Holy Source Tower. In addition, all the killing of the Black Shadows outside would bring him energy. With the double accumulation, even if it was impossible to reach the 9th level, he had a chance to reach the 8th level. After tidying up, Li Yuan wanted to go to bed, but then he remembered that he had not taken a shower or washed up. Li Yuan immediately returned to the castle, took a comfortable hot bath, changed into pajamas, and returned to the Xinyuan Tower. Taking advantage of this time, Li Yuan counted his iron essence. Previously, there were 2,180 units of iron essence, most of which were provided by the fairy. The fairy Amo Shanshan's furnace has been upgraded to the holy level, and the output has doubled. She'll be able to produce at least 2,000 units of iron essence tomorrow. If you add them all up, it's about 4,200 units. By the 7th day, we can earn another 2,000, which means more than 6,000 units. Don't forget that the auction at the trading square is still going on, and there should be several thousand units of iron essence coming in there by then. Therefore, unless there are any other accidents, his castle can be upgraded to a town by tomorrow at the latest. Li Yuan lay down on the bed, smiled, and soon fell asleep. Tonight, he had a very long and pleasant dream. In the dream, in the next Beast Tide event, he successfully won the first place and received a huge reward. In the future battle between lords, if you meet a god, kill the god. If you meet a Buddha, kill the Buddha. The entire war continent is under the control of the Dark Shadow. Wherever the Dark Shadow is, it is the symbol of the Dark Shadow Kingdom. Just when Li Yuan was sleeping in the corner of Xinyuan Tower, the mutated, blood-eyed demon ape cub, which had been ignored by Li Yuan since arriving at the castle, has been staying obediently in the Holy Source Tower to absorb energy. Over the past few days, the little monkey's level has improved a lot. It has been upgraded from the original 3rd level to the 6th level, and the efficiency of absorbing energy is extremely high. However, in the middle of the night, a powerful aura suddenly burst out from the little monkey. Li Yuan, who was sleeping, was also awakened by the noise. What's going on? Li Yuan lifted the quilt and looked at the little monkey in the corner. He was not worried about enemy invasion. After all, they were still within the protection period. The little monkey had a master-servant contract with him, and it was impossible for him to rebel. Li Yuan stared at the little monkey and discovered that the little monkey's body was undergoing tremendous changes. At this moment, the energy in the Holy Source Tower rushed towards the little monkey frantically. The absorption efficiency even reached tens of thousands of points of energy per second, which was countless times stronger than Li Yuan's. As these energies were absorbed, the yellow fur on the little monkey's body turned golden at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the little monkey's body also grew larger. It grew from half a person's height to 2 meters tall, and its body became much larger. The monkey's eyes turned red, but in the scarlet eyes, there's a little bit of golden light flashing. The same color as its fur. What's going on? Li Yuan looked at the little monkey and didn't know what was going on for a moment. Perhaps it was because his level had increased. Li Yuan looked outside and did not continue to sleep. He just watched the little monkey quietly. After that, there weren't many other changes in the little monkey. The aura became stronger and stronger, and it had actually risen from the 6th level to the 7th level, and only more than 10 minutes had passed. It takes more than 10 minutes to upgrade 1 grade, which is as fast as riding a rocket. Li Yuan had already figured out at this time that this little monkey might be undergoing some kind of bloodline evolution. because the little monkey can no longer be called a little monkey now. After all, its body is taller than Li Yuan. Of course, compared to its mother's body, it is only about the size of the finger of the holy domain blood-eyed demon ape. As for why Li Yuan felt that the monkey was evolving in bloodline, it was because the monkey's scarlet eyes had almost completely faded and the pupils had turned golden, leaving only a little bit in the middle that was still scarlet, which was also the only other color on his body. In addition, the monkey's entire body is covered in golden color, like a golden statue. Finally, the last trace of scarlet in the monkey's eyes was covered by gold. Boom! The monkey's aura suddenly surged at this moment, and it actually broke through the 7th level barrier and was promoted to the 8th level. Li Yuan was stunned. Upgrading is easy as drinking water. Is this the monkey you're talking about? At this moment, the golden light on the monkey's body slowly faded, and its other limbs slowly returned to their original state. The golden fur did not change much, and the body returned to half a human's height, turning into a little monkey again. The little monkey's body still looks childish, but its eyes have suddenly become much calmer, as if it has suddenly transformed from a child into an adult, a spiritual growth. Meet the master. Unexpectedly, the little monkey actually spoke to Li Yuan, speaking the common language of the war continent. You know, only the holy domain monsters can speak human language. The elite 9th level lizard that was killed earlier was a mutant. Thinking of this, Li Yuan remembered that according to the information panel of the little monkey, it was also a mutated monster. The little monkey is an alien species among the blood-eyed demon ape, and that is why his level of cultivation has reached the upper limit of God level. But despite this, the little monkey is only at the 8th level, and it can speak human language at the 8th level. Li Yuan is still very curious. Li Yuan looked at the little monkey and asked, "What's wrong with you?" "The blood in my body has evolved." The little monkey did not hide anything and answered truthfully, "My father has the bloodline of the ancient golden holy ape, and now it has been activated by me." Golden holy ape? Li Yuan muttered something, his eyes flashed, and the information of the little monkey appeared in front of him. Contracted beast, golden holy ape. Strength level, level 8. Loyalty 100. Growth limit, divine realm. Reminder, the golden holy ape is an ancient mythical beast that often feeds on giant dragons. When it grows up, it reaches the divine realm and is unrivaled in combat. Sure enough, the little monkey's name became the golden holy ape. When Li Yuan saw the last hint, his eyes suddenly lit up. Although the upper limit of the golden holy ape had not been raised, and he was still in the divine realm, he was able to feed on dragons, which made him an extremely powerful existence compared to others in the divine realm. After all, dragons are also the top creatures in the war continent, and basically they enter the holy realm when they reach adulthood. The fact that it can eat giant dragons shows how powerful the golden holy ape is. In the announcement information of the World Chat channel, there are also differences in the strength of the divine realm. In the divine realm, there are many levels, but because the current lords are still too low level, they are not made public. There is no doubt that the little monkey's potential has been enhanced after his bloodline evolved this time. Moreover, after reaching adulthood, he will reach the realm of gods and be a relatively powerful being in the realm of gods. This is good news for Li Yuan. Not to mention the future. Even now, there is an 8th level master, which also enhances the strength of the castle. The only pity is that the little monkey is not a shadow and cannot be reborn. I wonder if there is any way to assimilate the little monkey into a black shadow. This idea suddenly popped up in Li Yuan's mind. To be honest, the god realm might be strong, but compared to the 9 generals, it is nothing. Although we don't know how strong the upper limit of the 9 generals is in the realm of gods, their immortal attributes already make them invincible. But if there's a way to assimilate the golden holy ape into a black shadow, it'll have the attribute of immortality. But this is just Li Yuan's idea. There is no other solution, at least for now. Otherwise, let alone the golden holy ape, all the monsters in the Red Moon Forest would be assimilated by him and turned into an army of black shadow monsters. Shaking his head, Li Yuan looked at the sky again and prepared to take another nap. But the little monkey said, "Master, can I go out?" Li Yuan glanced at the little monkey and frowned. "You're not that strong right now. What are you going out for?" He could feel the hatred in the little monkey's heart, and it was obvious that he had not forgotten the scene of his mother's tragic death. "Master, you worry too much. I know myself well. I am not a match for the Holy Land yet." The little monkey shook his head and said, In my inherited memory, there are countless god realms in the Holy Land. Even if I advance to the god realm in the future, I will never go to the Holy Court to seek revenge. However, I must kill that human. At the end of his words, the little monkey was filled with murderous intent, with golden light flashing in his eyes. After a pause, the little monkey continued, "My bloodline has evolved this time, and I have gained many magical skills. I can go out and find other magical beasts to get familiar with, which can enhance my combat effectiveness. If I get familiar with them, I can fight against higher-level beasts. Besides, I am already at level 8 now. It is impossible for me to absorb energy in this tower to advance in a short time." Li Yuan thought about it and nodded. "Okay, let's go out. Be careful." "Thank you, Master." The little monkey grinned and said, "I will not die before I kill that holy court knight." "Wrong, little monkey." Li Yuan looked at the little monkey and said calmly, "Your life is mine. If I don't let you die, you can't die. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, the little monkey felt as if he had been electrocuted. "I understand," the little monkey said quickly. The contract it signed with Li Yuan was a master-servant one, and its life and death were controlled by Li Yuan. Originally, because of the evolution of his bloodline, the little monkey regained some of the pride of the Golden Holy Ape clan, so he spoke without thinking too much. But after Li Yuan's reminder, the little monkey also recognized his real situation. He is now Li Yuan's contracted beast. Under normal circumstances, how could there be a Golden Holy Ape as a contracted beast for humans? But this was the opportunity her mother bought him with her body in the last moments of her life. A chance to survive. Otherwise, if this third-level little monkey was left alone in the Red Moon Forest, he would have already turned into excrement for other monsters. Li Yuan smiled. He knew the hatred in the little monkey's heart and understood his eagerness for revenge. So he added, "But don't worry. If there is a chance, I will let you take revenge yourself." "Okay, Master." The little monkey bowed and replied. Li Yuan waved his hand and said, "Go ahead, but try not to stray too far from the territory. If you encounter a monster that you cannot defeat, quickly return to the territory. Within the territory, your strength will be increased by 1 level." The little monkey is Li Yuan's contracted beast, which is equivalent to Li Yuan's subordinate, and naturally also enjoys the rank blessing of the Holy Source Tower. Chapter 39. 88,000 units of Iron Essence, a great harvest. Nowadays, Niga and IKA are both level 8 and can fight level 9. With the blessing of the Holy Source Tower, it can be compared to the Holy Land. Now, with the addition of the little monkey, the Golden Holy Ape, his combat power is almost the same as that of Nagalka. It just lacks the immortality of the Shadow. Except for the new Black Shadow recruited tonight, all others have reached the 7th level. With the blessing of the Holy Source Tower, it also has the combat power of the 8th level. In addition, Lord Li Yuan is also at level 7, and also has the combat power of level 8, or even level 9. Overall, the high-end combat power of Shadow Castle is already quite good. It should be noted that in just over 5 days, it would be difficult for other lords to upgrade their troops and themselves to the 4th or 5th level. Except for a limited number of top-level troops, it is almost impossible. After the little monkey left, Li Yuan began to take a nap. When he woke up again, it was already past 10 in the morning. As usual, I first washed up, made breakfast, and ate, then went to the front yard to collect the corpses of the monsters. There are a lot of them, including high-level monsters and also 4th and 5th level ones. Li Yuan did not check how much food was collected, and threw it all to Mo Shanshan's fairy castle. One after another, the dark shadows brought back a lot of monster corpses. The black shadows recruited in the early morning have also been upgraded at this time, basically from level 4 to level 6. Obviously, Li Yuan's grouping is very reasonable. Moreover, with the integration of Helmet Shadow, Flying Shadow, and Claw Shadow, the efficiency of monster killing has also increased a lot. Time soon came to noon. Li Yuan had eaten early and was not in a hurry to make lunch. At this time, Li Yuan was looking at the weapons auction posted in the trading square. There's still 3 minutes left before the auction ends, and all the weapons and equipment have been bid on. There are a total of 208 sets of 3rd-level leather armor weapons. In the auction, the bids for these leather armor weapons were basically between 300 and 400 units of Iron Essence. The starting price for those 10 sets of 4th-tier armor is 200 units of Iron Essence, and the current bid has reached 600. The 5th-level silver armor is even more exaggerated. The starting price that Li Yuan filled in yesterday was 500 units of iron essence, but the highest bid at this time has reached 3,200 units. As Li Yuan thought, these lords did not lack iron essence, but they were just unwilling to take it out before. Maybe he wants to keep it for himself, or maybe he doesn't want others to upgrade the town. However, stimulated by the beast-tide activities and given by Li Yuan the weapons and equipment that were currently useful, they were willing to take them out. Yes, there are, but judging from the bids, they're obviously not too much. A few minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and when the time was up, the trading square ended the auction. Li Yuan's weapons and equipment naturally disappeared from the warehouse. Instead, there was a pile of iron essence. Li Yuan glanced at the backstage of the transaction. In this auction, he obtained a total of 88,000 units of iron essence. That's right, 88,000 units. Although this number is large, it is nothing compared to the 3 billion lords. However, the iron essence obtained from this auction, plus his existing inventory, is enough to upgrade the town 8 or 9 times. It's too early to upgrade the town now. Li Yuan had thought before that if there was enough iron essence, he would upgrade the town immediately. But now, Li Yuan has changed his mind. Now is not the best time to upgrade the town. Just at this time, Imo Shanshan sent a message. Little Fairy Lord, Dark Shadow, I have another 300 mountain dwarves here. Oh, and I'll give you the Iron Spirit. Li Yuan glanced at the warehouse and saw that indeed, more than 2,000 iron essences had been transferred in, doubling the amount. But it can be imagined that the nearly 90,000 iron essences he obtained were nothing compared to him. Li Yuan thought about it and replied, well, the more people the better. If there is not enough food, just come to me. Little Fairy Lord, it's enough now. There is still more than 8,000 units of food in the warehouse. Li Yuan, has the castle been upgraded? Little Fairy Lord, I have upgraded the castle to a high-level 1, thanks to the Shadow Cauldron. Li Yuan, is the blacksmith shop you mentioned before ready? Can it forge weapons and equipment? Little Fairy Lord, I was just about to tell you this. Uncle Green and the others have already made it, and we can start at 12 p.m. Li Yuan, at the beginning, what grade of weapons could they create? Little Fairy Lord, let me ask. Little Fairy Lord, I asked. Uncle Green said that the 3rd level weapons and equipment are random, and the 4th and 5th levels depend on luck, as well as materials. Seeing this, Li Yuan was a little surprised. I originally thought that those wandering dwarves would at most have low-level weapons of level 1 or 2, but I didn't expect that they would start at level 3. Li Yuan, is there a weapon master? Little Fairy Lord, not a master. The dwarf's teacher used to be the royal weapon refiner of the dwarf kingdom, and he had forged a 6th level weapon before. He said that if there were good materials, he should be able to forge a 6th level weapon. Seeing the fairy's reply, Li Yuan really admired her luck, which was not much worse than others. Not only did local forces come to join us on their own initiative, but they are all talented. 6th level weapons are considered to be of good quality in the war continent. Although the Goblin tribe was only a small tribe, even the tribal chief was only wearing 5th level armor. Li Yuan, I have a lot of materials here. I'll give them to you all. As he spoke, he transferred all the unused teeth, fur, bones, etc. in his warehouse to Imo Shanshan. There were too many things, so Li Yuan didn't take a serious look at them. After all, before this, what he was most concerned about were energy stones, crystals, and iron essences. He never paid any attention to other supplies. Little Fairy Lord, Dark Shadow Cauldron, have you killed thousands of wild beasts? Li Yuan, about the same. Little Fairy Lord, I took Uncle Green and Uncle Rambo to see it. Uncle Rambo was very excited and happy. He said that these items are of very high grade. Most of them can be used to make 3rd and 4th grade weapons and equipment. Some high-level Warcraft materials can possibly be 5th and 6th grade. Li Yuan, as long as it's useful, you can assign some people to focus on making equipment and weapons. You can slow down the work on the Iron Essence side. Little Fairy Lord, okay. Dark Shadow Cauldron, don't you need the Iron Essence anymore? Li Yuan, yes, but don't rush. By the way, you can take a small amount of Iron Essence to the trading square to exchange for stone and wood. Little Fairy Lord, no thanks. I'm not in a hurry to upgrade the town. Li Yuan, no, let's change. I don't have much stone and wood here, otherwise I can let you upgrade the town now. Little Fairy Lord, what's going on? Li Yuan, you are my subordinate territory. The stronger you are, the better it is for me. Just listen to me. If you don't have enough, I will transfer it to you. Little Fairy Lord, okay, Then I'll listen to the Black Shadow Cauldron. Li Yuan, okay, that's it. By the way, let the dwarves make high-level weapons first. Don't worry about the materials. Just make as high a grade as possible. Try to give it to me before noon tomorrow. Little Fairy Lord. Okay, I'll go tell them right now. Chapter 40. Unexpected Visitors, the Arrival of Goblin Nobles. In the afternoon, Li Yuan took some time to check out the World Chat channel. It is now the 6th day, and there's only a little over a day left before the beast tide hits. There aren't many people chatting in the chat channel. Of course, this is just because the speed of information jumping is not as fast as before. There's still chat messages in the chat channel now, but most of them are about the beast tide tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. After all, time is really running out. The beast tide impact concerns the lives of 3 billion Earth Lords. Even with Li Yuan's current power and strength, he dare not ignore the beast tide, let alone others. Again, no one wants to die. Although we come into this world uncontrollably, as long as we can survive, we will do everything we can to survive. The 7 days are almost over. It's so hard. Don't say anything. It's all difficult. In the past 2 days, I found that there are more monsters around me. Even after the beast tide, we can't let our guard down, brothers. What the above person said is right. After all, the beast tide is just a stage in our novice period. The world outside the castle is the most dangerous. Yes, those local forces are very powerful. There has been more than one wave of local forces outside my castle. These local forces seem to have a natural dislike for us. They call us visitors from another world and are very hostile. It's obvious. We suddenly appeared in this world and are invaders. We are naturally enemies. I think that in the end, only one of us and the local forces will survive. Whoever survives will dominate the war continent. Of course, he is the best among us lords. Li Yuan looked at the messages in the chat channel, some of which he agreed with, but some he disagreed with. For example, it is obviously not entirely correct for these people to say that they, the lords, are completely opposed to the local forces. A typical example is Mo Shanshan, the fairy lord. On her side, there are nearly 1,000 mountain dwarves who have taken refuge with her, and they include all kinds of talented people. Of course, on the whole, they were indeed invaders when they came to the war continent. Most local forces would definitely treat them as enemies in this regard. So, what some people say is still very right. The beast tide is just the first level for everyone leaving the novice village. After the beast tide, the castle's protective barrier disappears, and that is when all lords face the biggest challenge. At that time, local forces will be able to enter the castle. From that time on, perhaps it will be the most chaotic time for the entire war continent, and countless wars will be set off. 3 billion lords, 7 days or something like that, can at least summon more than 20 types of troops. If you add them all together, it would be like there were suddenly so many more living beings on the war continent, which would surely cause a sensation. Only after a series of wars can there be some peace and stability. But that was just the beginning. As the person mentioned earlier said, only one side can survive between the lords and the local forces. Only the winner can become the master of the war continent. Cruel game, cruel world. However, thinking about the future, Li Yuan felt inexplicably excited. This was the result of his previous desire for hegemony. Just as Li Yuan was looking forward to his future, a prompt sound appeared in his mind. Your unit killed a goblin and gained 250 energy points. Li Yuan was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, did Black Shadow and the others encounter goblins? The goblin tribe they slaughtered last time was a vassal of the goblins, and it was just a small fleeing army. Now, goblins have appeared near the castle. Strangeness. Could it be that the destruction of the goblin tribe attracted the attention of the goblin kingdom? Li Yuan knew that the Goblin Kingdom was in Andira's state. Next, news came that several more goblins were killed, and Li Yuan could not help but call back Niga and Ika. However, the goblin was not killed by just the 2 of them, so they had to call back the other shadows, 1 from each group. Through Nijieka's questioning of the Black Shadow, Li Yuan finally learned the whole story. As expected, it was the Goblin Kingdom that noticed the demise of the Goblin tribe, because the place where Sombra and his men killed the goblins was in the same direction as the goblins were originally, near their cave. Ika, go over and take a look at the situation. Li Yuan immediately asked Ika to go over and investigate. About half an hour later, Ika returned to the castle. After listening to Ika's report, Li Yuan couldn't help but frown. It was unexpected, because the goblin tribe that they had slaughtered before was not a defeated army at all. Instead, he was a powerful figure in the Goblin Kingdom, who was specially sent to the outside of the Red Moon Forest. The purpose is also very clear. It is not for anything in the Red Moon Forest, but to monitor the werewolf tribe. Spying on the werewolf tribe? Speaking of which, when Nijia went to this werewolf tribe, he felt the crisis. Could it be that the werewolf tribe really has some secrets? Li Yuan thought about it, then looked at Nijia and asked, "How far are you from reaching the 9th level?" "Almost there. I feel it's almost there," Nigga replied. After killing the group of mutant lizards last night, Nigga had already arrived at the door of the 9th level. After spending most of the day killing monsters, now almost half of his body has stepped into the 9th level. Li Yuan nodded and said, Let's go. Let's go meet these goblins together." IKA continued to kill monsters alone. IKA naturally had no objection, nor was he worried about Li Yuan's safety, because the goblins only had one 9th level leader. One is level 9, several are level 8, and the rest are probably level 5 or 6. The total number of people is less than 100. Not to mention Nigga. Even IK, if it weren't for Li Yuan's order, he would have been able to wipe out this team of goblins. Soon, Li Yuan, carried by Nigga, appeared at the location of the goblins' cave. When they arrived, the goblin group had already set up camp below the cave. The goblins did not enter the cave, but set up a few tents in the valley where a lot of black ashes still remained. These goblins don't look much different from goblins, except that they're taller and more muscular. But the equipment he had was much better than the goblin's scrap metal. At a glance, most of them were wearing 4th Order iron armor, and those with strong strength were equipped with 5th Order silver armor. Moreover, the 9th level goblin mentioned by IK was wearing golden armor. The silver armor is all level 5, so the grade of this golden armor is obviously above level 6. At this moment, outside the tent, a goblin in golden armor was talking to several people in silver armor, and his face did not look very good. "Have you figured out the specific situation? Who killed Mutuo?" The golden-armored goblin had a very long beard, and when he spoke, some saliva flowed down his beard, which was very disgusting. "Muto is the goblin chieftain killed by Nigga." A man in silver armor replied, "It's not clear yet, but the person who went to get the news should be back soon. I guess it wasn't the wolfhounds who did it. We know exactly what they're going to do. Mutuo has been here for so many years. If they wanted to do it, they would have done it long ago." The golden-armored goblin snorted coldly. "It better not be them, otherwise my Highbaugh family will destroy their hundreds of years of sacrifice." Just at this moment, a leather-armored goblin hurriedly crawled down the hillside and came to the front of the golden and silver-armored man. "Oh no! Oh no!" a man in silver armor shouted. "Why are you so panicking? Tell me what happened." "Dead," the leather-armored goblin said quickly. "My lords, when I came back, I found that several team members were dead." The golden-armored goblin glanced over coldly. The leather-armored goblin shuddered with fear and quickly said, "I found a castle outside the Red Moon Forest. I can really encounter these alien races everywhere." When Jin Jia heard the castle, he snorted and said, "If Mutuo wasn't killed by the werewolves, then it must have been these visitors from other worlds. Then, sir, what should we do?" Next to him, a silver-armored goblin frowned and said, "These visitors from another world are protected by a special magic array. They came from the capital of the Goblin Kingdom, so they knew the basic information about the castle. After all, such castles have appeared in various places throughout the war continent, and the news has long been spread. My Highbaugh family is the 3rd largest family in the kingdom. Although Mutuo and the others are a bunch of trash, they are also trash raised by my Highbaugh family. If you kill our rubbish, you will have to bear the wrath of the Highbaugh family." The golden-armored goblin obviously didn't intend to leave just like that. He paused and then said, "Don't forget, we have captured those alien visitors in the castle before. They said that the magic circle protecting them only lasts 7 days. They suddenly appeared 6 days ago. That means, in a little over a day, the magic circle protecting them will disappear. Since we're already here, there's no need to rush for a day or two. Kill these visitors from another world, and then visit the werewolves before going back." After these words, the other silver armors nodded in agreement. They have seen many visitors from other worlds. They were all very weak humans. Without the protection of the castle, they were nothing. Not far away, Li Yuan heard the conversation between the goblins and was slightly moved. From their conversation, it can be heard that the local forces of the war continent are not completely ignorant of them, the lords. In a few days, they had already had a general understanding of the lord of the castle, especially since everyone knows that the castle's protection period is only 7 days. Of course, in addition to these, Li Yuan is most interested in the affairs of the werewolf tribe. When Niga went to investigate, he discovered an altar deep in the werewolf tribe. And now this golden-armored goblin mentioned the sacrifice again and said that the werewolves had been preparing for hundreds of years. It was obvious that there really was a secret. Li Yuan glanced at the group of goblins and said to Nijia, "Let's go ahead and capture the one with the golden armor first." Chapter 41. Take the initiative, surrender, or die. To be honest, Li Yuanjin didn't take the powerful people in the Goblin Kingdom seriously. What Haiba family, the third family, is not worth mentioning. Even the entire Goblin Kingdom is nothing in Li Yuan's view. After all, in the war continent, goblins are only slightly stronger than goblins. They're not a powerful race at all. When Li Yuan obtained the dragon blood armor, he had already offended the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan is the top race in the war continent and occupies a continent as its territory. Li Yuanlian is not afraid of the dragons, so why would he be afraid of the goblins? At Li Yuan's order, Niga had already set out, and when he appeared again, he came out of the tent. Those goblins never expected that someone would attack them from behind. As soon as Niga appeared, he rushed directly towards the golden-armored goblin, ignoring all the other goblins. This naturally attracted the attention of the nearby goblins. Protect the Lord! Protect the Lord! A group of silver-armored goblins rushed towards Niga frantically, but how could these 8th-level goblins be his opponents? Bang, bang, bang! Niga punched each of the silver-armored goblins and knocked them away. But with their obstruction, the golden-armored goblin had time to react, and a big axe appeared in his hand. The axe head is made of unknown metal, and the handle is made of hand bones. How dare you to attack and kill members of the Haiba family? The golden-armored goblin, holding a big axe and standing on his short legs, actually took the initiative to kill Niga. The result is predictable. With just a few moves, Niga took away the weapon of the golden-armored goblin, captured him directly, and lifted him up in midair. "Get out of here!" Niga held the golden-armored goblin and shouted coldly at the silver-armored ones around him. Niga looked fierce to begin with, and after his loud shout, all the silver-armored warriors retreated obediently. The golden-armored goblin struggled in midair and roared. "Do you know who I am? I am the third steward of the Bull family. Let me go, otherwise, no matter who you are, the Bull family will kill you, kill you." Nijia ignored him and waited for Li Yuan to arrive. At this time, Li Yuan naturally jumped down from the mountain with a few jumps. There are accomplices. When some goblins saw Li Yuan, they subconsciously surrounded him. Niga jumped up, past many goblins, and appeared in front of Li Yuan holding a golden-armored goblin. "Everyone stand back or kill this guy." Niga lifted up the golden-armored goblin, and the goblins were afraid of the consequences and retreated. Li Yuan casually glanced at the golden-armored goblin and took a step back in disgust. This guy really smelled a bit. I'm afraid he has never taken a bath. It's so disgusting. After Li Yuan stepped back, he said, "I will ask you questions and you will answer them. If your answers satisfy me, I will consider sparing your life." Human race from another world. The golden-armored goblin spitted out foam of the mouth and roared. "Who do you think you are? A bunch of evil creatures from another world. Not only does he stink, his mouth stinks too," Li Yuan said coldly. "Kill him." After saying that, Niga didn't hesitate, raised his hand, raised the golden-armored goblin's axe, and chopped off his head. Grown-ups! Grown-ups! A group of goblins were terrified when they saw this scene. The screams were there, but none of the goblins did anything. Although they are not goblins, their blood genes are similar, and the timid gene is engraved in their bones. Li Yuan didn't even look at the golden-armored goblin, and then looked at the other silver-armored ones. "Now, can any of you talk to me properly?" The goblins looked at each other. Jinjia's death made them lose their backbone. But at this moment, a man in silver armor retreated quickly, apparently choosing to escape directly. However, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck the man in silver armor. Ah! Amidst the screams, a ball of fire fell on the silver-armored goblin and burned it to ashes in an instant. Although this silver armor is of level 8, Li Yuan's lightning magic energy plus the dragon talisman can still kill it instantly. Li Yuan didn't even move on the spot, and an 8th level goblin captain died instantly. This scene shocked the group of goblins again. Now, can you answer the question properly? Li Yuan glanced at the group of goblins again and spoke slowly, as if he had really done nothing. Finally, a man in silver armor stood up and asked cautiously, "Sir, I wonder what you want to ask. Werewolf tribe. What are they going to do?" Li Yuan asked directly. As for the affairs of the Haiba family and the Goblin Kingdom, these are not within his consideration for the time being. The silver armor gritted his teeth, as if accepting his fate, and said, "They want to summon a wolf god who died in the Red Moon Forest." Wolf god? Did a god really fall in the Red Moon Forest? Li Yuan asked in surprise. Jia nodded and said, "Yes, many gods died in the Red Moon Forest. Especially 800 years ago, a group of gods were trying to explore the interior of the Red Moon Forest and provoked a white-clothed human. All of them were killed. There were more than a dozen gods." Hearing this, Li Yuan was quite shocked. After all, gods are already considered to be the top forces in the war continent, surpassing the existence of the Holy Land. As a result, a lot of people died in the Red Moon Forest. It seems that this Red Moon Forest is more terrifying than I imagined. Li Yuan became more and more wary of the Red Moon Forest. From the beginning, he thought it was the problem with the black-crowned golden eagle. But later I heard that the Red Moon Forest was the place where gods fell, and now I heard that more than one god died here, but more than a dozen. In the end, the Red Moon Forest is still the most dangerous. Even so many gods have fallen here. How will he develop the castle in the future? To be honest, he really wanted to move the castle. Li Yuan is extremely confident in himself and the Black Shadow, but it depends on the situation. A bunch of gods couldn't withstand the Red Moon Forest, so how could he possibly deal with the Red Moon Forest with his current strength? The white-clothed people, being able to kill more than a dozen gods. This shows how powerful the white-clothed human race is. Top-level deity or main god? Li Yuan Siga Sakurelli. As for the Red Moon Forest, it was beyond his control, and he could only put aside for the time being. I just hope that when the territory expands, I won't attract such existence. Otherwise, the white-clad people mentioned by the goblins would definitely be able to raise his shadow castle to the ground. Li Yuan is now a little hesitant as to whether he should upgrade the castle into a town. Also, will the beast tide in a day cause a riot in the Red Moon Forest? Li Yuan, who had been full of confidence in the beast tide and the future, suddenly felt a little unhappy when he heard the news. Well, let's take it one step at a time. Li Yuan quickly stopped thinking about this and continued to ask the silver-armored goblin. "You said that those werewolves wanted to summon their dead wolf god in order to revive that wolf god? If it's possible to revive, then what about other gods? Why didn't they do this?" "That's right, my lord." The silver-armored goblin patiently explained in detail. They're not trying to revive the dead wolf god, but to use the remains of the wolf god and, through special sacrifices, to recondense the werewolf's godhood. This is a secret method that only the werewolves know, so other races cannot do it. To upgrade the sanctuary to the divine stage, one needs to condense the divine nature, which is also a necessary stage in becoming a god. Some of these are listed in the world announcements, and Li Yuan knows about them. However, this was the first time Li Yuan heard that even after death, gods could still condense their divinity. After thinking for a while, Li Yuan suddenly asked, "If the godhood is condensed again, doesn't that mean that a god can be created?" "Yes, sir. Even if I can't become a god, I can still become a demigod," the silver-armored goblin replied honestly. Li Yuan continued to ask, "Then what is their current situation? Do you know? Has the godhood been recondensed?" "It should be soon. I'm not sure about this," the silver-armored goblin replied weakly. Li Yuan nodded, put the matter aside for the time being, looked at the group of goblins again, and finally spoke. "I have asked all the questions that need to be asked. Now I give you a choice: surrender or die." After hearing these words, all the goblins changed color. Fortunately, the silver-armored goblin who had just responded was the first to kneel down towards Li Yuan, with his right hand on his chest. "My lord, I, Pulda, am willing to surrender." After the first one, there was the second one, and soon the other silver-armored men and other goblins knelt on the ground and did the same thing. "Sir, we are willing to surrender. Ants are kind and try to survive, let alone timid and intelligent creatures like goblins. Besides, they are just servants of the Haiba family, small characters, so how could they be loyal to the family? Li Yuan glanced at Nijia and said, all of them should sign the master-servant contract. These local forces are not the shadows. Once they are conquered, they will be 100% loyal to him, so naturally he has to keep some tricks up his sleeve. Of course, leaving these goblins behind was just to use them as cannon fodder in the beast tide. This is all they are useful for. Otherwise, Li Yuan feels that it would be better to kill them and let Niga upgrade directly. There is another reason. That is the little fairy Mo Shanshan. The other party has local forces align themselves with them, and he also wants to try to see if he can conquer the local forces. As a result, this group of goblins were so afraid of death that after only 2 goblins died, the other goblins all lost their will to resist. I obey your command, Niga replied, and began to sign a master-servant contract with these goblins. These goblins were originally servants of the kingdom's nobles, so they did not have much resistance to signing a master-servant contract. It's useless to have it. If you don't sign a master-servant contract, it's a death sentence. Soon, Niga signed a contract with these goblins, a total of 82 goblins. Among them, 3 are of level 8, and the rest are of level 7, 8, 5, and 6. After dealing with these goblins, Li Yuan collected the corpses of the golden-armored goblins and obtained a set of 6th-level armor. And that axe is also a 6th-level weapon. In addition, the silver-armored goblin whose body he burned also left behind a set of black silver armor. But it doesn't matter. It will be clean after washing. There is no damage anyway. After packing up everything, Li Yuan asked Niga to take him back to the castle first, and then Niga led the group of goblins back to the castle. Of course, goblins are not allowed to enter the castle. Li Yuan asked the group of goblins to set up some tents a few hundred meters away from the castle, near the swamp. Chapter 42. The little fairy upgrades the town, and the masters from the Holy Land come to join. The night of the 6th day fell. There is only 1 night and 1 day left before the castle's protection period. Li Yuan was in the Xinyuan Tower and had just finished chatting with the little fairy Mo Shanshan. In the evening, the fairy auctioned off iron essence and collected all the wood and stone needed to upgrade the town. Of course, during this period, Li Yuan transferred more than 10,000 iron essences to the little fairy. Otherwise, with the fairy's inventory, there would not be enough to continue upgrading the castle after exchanging wood and stone. And now, the little fairy Mo Shanshan has just upgraded the castle into a town. Li Yuan didn't know if Mo Shanshan was the first among all the lords to upgrade his town, but he was definitely at the forefront. In fact, the first one. Of course, this is not what Li Yuan cares about. He is observing the news from the fairy castle, or rather the town. Name of the territorial castle, Little Fairy Town. Town level, primary town. Town core crystal, 9th level defense. Territory range, 5,000 meters. Buildings, Heart of the Dwarf, warehouse, furnace. Upgrade intermediate town items. 500,000 units of stone, 1 million units of wood, 100,000 units of iron essence. Camp, belongs to the Shadow Lord. Reputation, 8,000. The town's crystal core's defense has been upgraded to level 9, so only attacks above level 9 can break it. The territory has been expanded to a radius of 5,000 meters. 500,000, 1,100,000, it's enough to upgrade to the next level. It's not too much. Is this little girl's reputation so high? Mine is only 18,000. When Li Yuan saw the other party's reputation value, he shook his head helplessly. No wonder so many wandering mountain dwarves came to her for help, and his goblins were conquered by force. These are not very important. What is important is that Li Yuan got the information he wanted. That's right. The reason why Li Yuan supported the upgrade of the fairy castle to a town was just to test the effect of the town. The territory covers an area of 5,000 meters in radius. This is what Li Yuan cares about most. Once Li Yuan's Black Shadow Castle is upgraded to a town, it will be able to easily cover the werewolf tribe 3,000 meters away. Yes, Li Yuan had already made a plan to destroy the werewolf tribe. But at that time, I didn't know that the werewolf tribe was recondensing its godhood. It's better to know now. Otherwise, if you go to their door and they turn out to be a god or a demigod, the outcome would be quite bleak. Now that we know, it's better and we'll be better prepared. Moreover, this also made Li Yuan more certain of his intention to attack the werewolf tribe. After all, there was a god there. One divine nature can at least create a demigod. By that time, there would be basically no need to worry about the beast tide. The only problem is the Red Moon Forest. But now Li Yuan basically no longer thinks about the horror of the Red Moon Forest. There's no use thinking about it. There is no other way except to improve your strength as much as possible before provoking the strong ones in the Red Moon Forest. However, Li Yuan was planning to fight the werewolf tribe tonight. But now he has changed his mind, mainly because it is not a good idea to upgrade the town now. Especially after the town is upgraded, the territory scope changes, which is completely used as a tactic. At first, Li Yuan only wanted to use it to deal with the werewolf tribe, but just now he thought that it would be a waste to use it to deal with werewolves. Just imagine that when the beast tide comes, countless magical beasts are besieging the castle. As a result, Li Yuan's Shadow Lord was suddenly upgraded to a town. What kind of scene would that be like at that time? The distance is 5,000 meters in radius. Even if we cannot cover all the beast tides, we can at least cover most of them. In just that instant, all the monsters and wild beasts would be suppressed by one level in disguise. Wouldn't the black shadows just kill them indiscriminately? You need to use your brain to do things, and Li Yuan is very glad that his brain is not too stupid. Next, we can build a batch of defense towers. Li Yuan checked the warehouse and found that there were no major problems with the stone and wood. The main defense tower required Yuan Jing. Building each defense tower requires a crystal, which is a huge consumption. However, if you build defense towers now, when you upgrade the town, these defense towers will have the same attack power as the crystal core defenses. In other words, a defense tower is a 9th order turret. Li Yuan looked down on the defense tower before, but the defense tower with 9th level attack power cannot be underestimated. After all, there are not many shadows, so having more defense towers is not a bad thing. Unfortunately, since he spent 50 shadow crystals to upgrade, Li Yuan doesn't have many Yuan crystals left. There are only 12 in the warehouse. 8 of them were collected by the shadows when they killed monsters last night and during the day today. Suddenly, Li Yuan seemed to have thought of something and immediately called Niga back. After a moment, Niga's figure appeared in the Holy Source Tower. Need ya go find? Before he could finish his words, Li Yuan asked in surprise, "You have broken through to the 9th level?" "Yes, my lord." Nijia also had a smile on his face and replied, "I just had a breakthrough before you summoned me." Although Niga's breakthrough was expected, Li Yuan was still quite happy. After all, this guy was considered the best master in the territory. The 9th level combat power is comparable to that of a half-saint, and with the Holy Source Tower raising it to a higher level, it is no less than the Holy Domain. After being happy, Li Yuan did not forget the main business and said, "I remember there are several magicians among the goblins. Go and bring all their magic wands back to me. I can use them." "Yes, your majesty." Niga's figure disappeared, but came back soon, bringing back 6 staffs inlaid with Yuan crystals. Since then, Li Yuan has owned 18 Yuan crystals. Just at this moment, the little fairy lord suddenly sent a message. "Little fairy lord, Mr. Black Shadow, come out quickly, come out quickly." "Li Yuan, what's wrong? What happened?" "Little fairy lord, something big has happened. Great news. A sanctuary mountain dwarf has come to my place. He said he was very grateful to me for taking care of so many mountain dwarves and wanted to stay to help me protect the town." When Li Yuan saw the news, he felt very uncomfortable for a moment, really very uncomfortable. Think about what kind of life I have been living these days, looking forward to it day and night, and finally Nijia has grown to the strength of a sanctuary. But what about this little fairy Mo Shanshan? The master of the Holy Land came directly to her door. After a long while, Li Yuan replied, "Congratulations. Little fairy lord, ha ha ha, this is a great event. By the way, this uncle also gave me 20 Yuan Jing." "Oh shit." Li Yuan almost wanted to flip the table. "You Mo Shanshan. I'm afraid they are the illegitimate daughters of the person behind the reincarnation of them to the war continent." After being silent for a long time, Li Yuan replied, "Give me the Yuan Jing, I can use it." "Little fairy lord." "Okay, Black Shadow Cauldron, I'll turn it over to you right away." Li Yuan felt better after hearing this. "So what if you are an illegitimate daughter? You are still my employee now." Chapter 43. 40 defense towers, and an expert emerges. Unexpectedly, what the fairy turned over was 22 Yuan crystals. Obviously, Mo Shanshan also got Yuan Jing in the past 2 days. After Li Yuan got them, there were a total of 40 Yuan crystals in the warehouse. If all the defense towers were built, it would be equivalent to 40 fixed 9th level warriors. Li Yuan also had enough other materials. After all, the materials needed for the defense tower are not much: 1,000 units of stone, 2,000 units of wood, and 100 units of refined iron. Li Yuan did not waste any time and walked out of the Xinyuan Tower immediately. However, whether these defense towers were built inside the castle or in the territory outside the castle made him think for a while. In the end, Li Yuan decided to build the defense tower inside the castle. This is mainly because the defense towers are fixed and cannot be moved at will. Once they are hit by a tide of beasts, they can be easily destroyed. Furthermore, the main way to resist the beast tide is to rely on the Black Shadow. The construction of a defense tower can only be said to be a sniper of some fish that slip through the net, so it is better to put it in the castle. Therefore, Li Yuan soon began to build a defense tower. 40 defense towers were built evenly spaced outside the castle walls. When the defense tower is built, it is actually similar to the one in the game, with a crystal floating above the defense tower. And on this crystal, there is a visible light-colored thread, which is connected to the crystal core defense of the castle itself. This creates a shared use of energy. Speaking of which, this defense tower is a bit like an enlarged and thickened magic wand. It just doesn't require a magician to activate it. The defense tower will attack any invader. The attack power of the 9th level is enough to strangle the monsters and beasts below the 9th level. With these 40 defense towers, the pressure on the shadows can be reduced to a considerable extent. Of course, Li Yuan's Black Shadow Castle still has a 6th level defense power, so the attack power of the defense tower is also only 6th level. After the defense tower was built, Li Yuan found Niga again. Now Niga has reached the 9th level, and it is basically impossible to improve further in the near future. So Niga was kept by Li Yuan, and more high-level monsters were left to IKA, allowing IKA to focus on upgrading. This guy has now reached the peak of the 8th level and will soon be promoted to the 9th level. Tomorrow is the last day, and the possibility of IKA being promoted to the 9th level is still very high. The goblins were not idle either. Li Yuan thought about it, and asked them to go to the werewolf tribe to learn more about the situation. According to the Goblin tribe, the Red Moon Forest is within the territory of the Goblin Kingdom. The werewolf tribe was able to perform sacrifices in this place with the tacit approval of the Goblin Kingdom. Otherwise, they would have been expelled long ago. As for whether the Goblin Kingdom had any other intentions in mind as it watched the werewolf tribe condense their godhood, it is unknown. After all, what needs to be condensed is a divine nature, which can at least cultivate a demigod. Isn't the Goblin Kingdom jealous? However, Li Yuan didn't care about these for the time being. Anyway, he had already taken the divine power into his pocket. The goblins have a reason to go. They represent the Goblin Kingdom, and the werewolf tribe can't stop them from leaving. The direct reason is the demise of the Goblin tribe, and the goblins can use it as an excuse to get to the bottom of it. As for Nijia, he also followed. The goblins are brainless, so if Niga goes there, he will naturally be able to better understand the situation of the werewolf tribe. Li Yuan started another round of auction in the Xinyuan Tower. Although the more than 80 goblins have surrendered, the other 2 sets of weapons and equipment can still be auctioned. There are 2 sets in total, a 6th level gold armor and a 5th level silver armor. This time, the auction requirement filled out by Li Yuan was still iron essence. The 6th level golden armor starts at 10,000 units of iron essence. The starting price for the 5th level silver armor is 5,000 units of iron essence, which is much higher than last time. Time is running out now. Time is life. High-level armor is also a guarantee of life, so Li Yuan doesn't worry about not being able to take the photo. Moreover, Li Yuan's auction time is no longer 24 hours, but only 4 hours. That is, the auction will end at midnight tonight. It is worth mentioning that the little fairy Amo Shanshan also brought over more than 50 sets of 3rd level armor. It is said that it was made by the first wave of dwarves who were refining weapons. Although Li Yuan asked them to fight at a higher level as much as possible, it was just the beginning after all, so it was normal for them to practice. Therefore, Li Yuan finally put these dozens of sets of 3rd level leather armor up for auction. The last auction showed that those lords had iron essence in their hands, and there were quite a few of them. Most of them want to upgrade the castle to a town. But there's only 1 day left, and some of the towns that cannot be upgraded obviously need to convert their resources into combat power. As a result, armor and weapons have become absolutely hot-selling items. The more than 1,000 sets of weapons and equipment that Li Yuan auctioned last time were completely unable to satisfy these lords. Not to mention 1 or 2,000 sets, even 1,000,000 sets would not be enough. You know, if you include the military forces, there are billions of creatures descending on the war continent. Just like the food in the past, the demand far exceeds the supply. Li Yuan didn't pay much attention to it after he hung up, but opened the world chat channel. He wanted to see how other lords were doing now. Unfortunately, after Li Yuan opened it, he found that most of the chats were about him. Fuck, Black Shadow, you are truly invincible. Invincible. They killed goblins before, and now they're killing gnomes. They don't take the beast tide seriously at all. That's the 6th level golden armor. Damn it, that's the equipment only the goblin nobles can have. Shit, did Black Shadow break into the goblin kingdom? I heard that those goblin nobles rarely come out. Horrible, terrible. Perhaps this is the gap between us underground players and high-end players. Oh, what else can I say except envy? I don't know if I have a chance to survive the beast tide. Why did you make me come here? I want to go home. I want to go home too. Damn it. My company just went public, and I was about to get married, but I was brought here. By the way, what the hell brought us here? Will someone really die? I don't want to die. I'm only 18 years old and my life has just begun. As we chatted, the tone of the conversation began to change. Anyway, there's really only one day left. At the beginning, no one thought it was a big deal, but the real life-and-death crisis was about to begin. Many lords with bad character have begun to collapse. But soon, the tone of the conversation changed again. Fuck. Another big guy shows up with more than 5,000 sets of weapons and equipment. Who is this? So powerful. Even Black Shadow Boss didn't take out so much. More than 5,000 headgear and equipment, and a few 5th-tier equipment. Did they massacre a medium-sized tribe? I took a look, and this looks like the equipment of the werewolf tribe. Fuck, werewolves are really strong. They can't be compared to goblins or goblins. Boss, this is an existence even more powerful than the Black Shadow Boss. Seeing the news of this sudden change, Li Yuan also paid attention. With more than 5,000 sets of werewolf equipment, I have to say that this lord is really powerful. But Li Yuan didn't think that the other party was stronger than him. As long as the other party didn't show up a holy god or something like that, he could lead the Black Shadow and defeat a werewolf tribe of not only 5,000 but even 10,000. However, Li Yuan still went to the trading square, wanting to see what the other party was like and what kind of troops they had. Chapter 44. At 12 o'clock midnight, the beast tide is about to come. Not just Li Yuan, but also some other top military lords in Andira. They were also extremely curious about this lord who suddenly took out thousands of sets of weapons and equipment. After all, several thousand sets were taken out quietly and on the last day. Its intention is probably not only to exchange for iron resources, but also to declare its own presence. Tak complains, issue of Angel Castle. Ishwell looked at the auction information on the trading square and felt a little uncomfortable. All along, she has been chasing the Shadow Lord as her target and does not dare to slack off every day. Now, her barracks has been upgraded to level 3, and perhaps she will have enough supplies to upgrade the castle to a town tomorrow. Her personal strength has also been raised to the 6th level. The strongest angel under his command has even been promoted to the 8th level, which is already an extremely powerful force. She even wiped out the previous Goblin tribe. In addition, the Shadow Lord has not made any big moves recently, and she is almost catching up with the Shadow Lord. But who knew that the Shadow Lord would first throw back the 6th Order golden armor of the Goblin nobles? Immediately afterwards, someone released thousands of sets of weapons and equipment, and they were werewolf weapons. A few thousand werewolves is already a medium-sized tribe. At least her Angel Castle cannot be taken down for now. In addition to the Shadow Lord, I have another challenger. Ishwa clenched her fists, full of confidence. The improvement in her strength also helped her regain her confidence. In the Endless Sea, the young man in the Golden Castle on the island was also looking for information about the Lord. Including the top lords from other states, they're all in the trading square at this moment to see who can come up with so many weapons and equipment. God Lord, the Lord who took out 5,000 sets of werewolf equipment, that's his name. Heavenly God is a very broad name, because in fact any deity can be called Heavenly God. Is it possible that someone has actually recruited divine soldiers? Li Yuan smiled and shook his head, feeling that the possibility of recruiting gods was slim. If someone really recruits the gods, how can others play? Of course, this is not absolute. After all, the war continent is too large and the gods are not invincible. Who among those local forces that have a little bit of strength doesn't have a god? However, Li Yuan did not belittle himself. He was just a god, and his shadow was not far from a god. And he himself is about to be promoted to the 8th level. After more shadows are recruited, his level will increase even faster. Although some ordinary wild beasts and monsters do not provide him with much energy, if the number of black shadows increases, it will cause a qualitative change. So, it just means that his strength now lags behind Black Shadow. In the near future, perhaps his strength will soon surpass that of Niga and Ika. If he were to get the werewolf tribe to condense his godhood, even if he couldn't make him a demigod, a sanctuary would be absolutely indispensable. In the World Chat channel, many people are also discussing this Lord's army. Some people said that the person being recruited might be a god, and some people expressed their previous speculations about Li Yuan. For example, Lich, Undead Summoner, and the like. Because currently everyone only has a dozen or 20 types of soldiers, and only these can summon creatures to assist in combat. Otherwise, how could they dare to fight a werewolf tribe of more than 5,000 people? In fact, at this time, some people have said that this man called Godlord will most likely become the #1 in the Beast Tide. Li Yuan naturally became the subject of comparison because he was the most popular candidate for first place. However, these were only the thoughts of the lords of the middle and low-level arms. The lords of the high-level, top-level arms did not refute them. For them, being at the forefront right now does not mean they will have the last laugh. Who knows what the Beast Tide activity is like? That voice said fairness and justice at the beginning. But who can guarantee that the Beast Tides encountered by all lords will be the same? Maybe the strength of the Beast Tide is related to the level of the castle and the strength of the lord? If that is true, whether it is this god lord who suddenly appeared or the previous shadow lord, they are very likely to suffer serious damage. And at that time, it will be the stage for those lords who possess top-level troops. But at a time when everyone was amazed and suspicious, one after another, lords who had never appeared before suddenly appeared. Some of them appeared in the trading square and also took out weapons and equipment for auction. Some people took out some special items, and some even took out dozens of yuan crystal for auction. There are also some lords who speak out in the World Chat channel. For example, some trash talk belittling other lords, saying that you are the best in the world, and other such childish words. Some people also said that they had upgraded the town and barracks to level 3. Some people also said that they had discovered a special 9th level building and were not afraid of any beast tides at all. Without exception, these people all possess top-notch military forces. Black Dragon, Behemoth, Lich, Titan. The chat channel, which had been a little quiet, was reignited by the appearance of these big guys. Li Yuan had already closed the chat channel at this time. Empty talk and the like are all just a show of verbal prowess. Who is stronger and who is weaker can only be known through real combat. At night, the Dark Shadows brought back a lot of monster corpses again. After Li Yuan collected the food and sundries, he threw them to Mo Shan Shan, leaving only the energy stones and yuan crystals. 5 yuan crystals and 67 energy stones. The time soon came to 12 o'clock midnight, and Li Yuan arrived at the Black Shadow crystal on time. This is the last time to recruit Black Shadow during the protection period. Hope to have good luck. Li Yuan stood in front of the Black Shadow crystal, looking at the prompt box that had already appeared, and exhaled, "Recruit now." The shadows flowed, and finally the dark figures emerged. Unfortunately, we were not able to recruit the 9 generals again. They were basically the same ones we recruited last time. 2 ghost shadows, 2 helmet shadows, 2 claw shadows, 2 giant shadows, and 2 fly shadows. Quite average, but it's not a big problem. It doesn't matter if we don't recruit a general. After all, there's only 1 day and 1 night left. In this short time, even a general cannot improve to the level of Niga and others. On the contrary, the improvement speed of other Black Shadows is faster. So, after recruiting the new Black Shadow, Li Yuan immediately summoned back Ika. Nija now followed the goblins to the werewolf tribe and has not returned. There were a total of 27 shadows recruited previously, excluding Niga and Ika. Including the 10 recruited now, there are 37 people in total. Li Yuan regrouped them. The previous 17 Black Shadows, after being grouped together to kill monsters, have all been upgraded to the 7th level. In other words, the shadow recruited tonight is only level 4. Li Yuan regrouped the Black Shadows, 1 or 2 level 7s with 1 level 4, specifically to kill those high-level monsters. The energy provided by high-level monsters is enough to allow low-level shadows to advance quickly. Li Yuan finally let him go alone, and he should concentrate on upgrading to the 9th level. After arranging all these, Li Yuan returned to the Xinyuan Tower. The Holy Source Tower was empty. The little monkey left after his bloodline was upgraded and never came back. However, Li Yuan could feel that the little monkey was still near the territory and had not gone far. And Li Yuan also told him that he must come back tomorrow night. A night passed. Li Yuan washed up and had breakfast as usual, without putting too much pressure on himself. As for the trading market and auction, he was too lazy to look at them. Now, in addition to improving the strength of the troops, you have to adjust your mental state. Li Yuan spent most of his time wandering around the castle, and from time to time he built a few defense towers, all of which were places where geographical defense positions intersected. If a tide of beasts attacked, those defense zones would most likely be breached by the tide of beasts. By noon, Li Yuan had built 9 more defense towers, making a total of 49. And good news came at noon. IK successfully broke through to the 9th level. With the blessing of the Holy Source Tower, the Black Shadow Castle has added another Holy Domain fighter within its territory. The other Dark Shadows are also improving their strength step by step. At 10 o'clock in the afternoon, Nijia came back alone. Li Yuan communicated with him for a while, and then let Niga return to the werewolf tribe again. The identities of that group of goblins were still very good. They went to the werewolf tribe openly, and the werewolf tribe had to let them in, even treat them to delicious food and drinks. Of course, Niga had been hiding in the goblin's shadow the whole time, unnoticed by the werewolf. It was evening again. The little fairy Emo Shanshan transferred 5,000 units of iron essence and 800 sets of weapons and equipment. There are also 10 sets of level 5 among them. The little fairy naturally knew about the beast tide, so these things were produced by the mountain dwarves working overtime. However, Li Yuan is not interested in these things for the time being, and he is too lazy to even throw it up on the trading square. In the evening, even Li Yuan went out in person. IKA takes them to kill monsters and level up. IKA fights Big Head, and Li Yuan goes to finish off the enemy. Finally, Li Yuan was upgraded to the 8th level. When midnight approached, all the shadows except Niga returned to the castle, including the little monkey Golden Holy Ape also came back. Unexpectedly, the Golden Holy Ape actually advanced to the 9th level within these 2 days. Li Yuan, 8th level, will be 9th level with the blessing of Holy Source Tower. If wearing Dragon Blood armor, the frontal combat capability will not be much worse than that of the Sanctuary. IKA, 9th level, with the blessing of the Holy Source Tower, can fight in the Holy Land. The Golden Holy Ape, 9th level, with the blessing of the Holy Source Tower, can still fight hard in the Holy Land. The other 37 Black Shadows are all at level 7, and with the blessing of the Holy Source Tower, they are all at level 8. In addition, Niga in the Werewolf Tribe is also at the 9th level, and with the blessing of the Holy Source Tower, he can fight in the Holy Land. In addition, the castle has 49 defense towers. These are all the combat power of the Black Shadow Castle, the result of Li Yuan's 7 days of hard work. On the castle tower, the seconds on the clock were ticking away, and there were still 5 minutes left until midnight. 5 minutes later, a tide of beasts rushed in. Chapter 45. The killing begins, and the music of death is played. There are only 5 minutes left. After 5 minutes, the barrier that has protected countless lords for 7 days will disappear. At that time, only the castle's own protective energy shield remained. After losing the invincible protective barrier, all lords will face a real test. A test of life and death. All the lords are preparing, waiting, and suffering at this moment. Some are panicked, some are cowardly, and some are desperate. Of course, there are also lords who are full of confidence and do not care about the coming beast tide. Their hearts have already drifted towards the future battle for supremacy among all races, and the beast tide is merely the threshold for them to enter the battle for supremacy among all races. Not surprisingly, these confident lords all possess powerful armies. However, in the last 2 minutes, the world chat channel suddenly became lively again. The speed at which information is flowing is faster than ever before. There was no other way. Waiting quietly was too uncomfortable. The depressing atmosphere made most of the lords feel extremely nervous. Only by living and talking in the chat channel can you find other people and have someone to accompany you. 2 minutes left, brothers. Have you noticed that the protective barrier is fading? Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm just waiting to die. I'm ready. The worst that can happen is that I'll die, and my eggs will be in the air. Fight hard. There is no other way to choose now. Fuck you if I die. I will forever curse my grandson who brought me here. I have a lot of monsters here. Once the protective shield is gone, my 20 or so snake men will not be able to stop them. You still have 20 soldiers. I want to go out and fight yesterday, but my soldiers died and only 2 were left. Oh my god, there are wild beasts surrounding my castle, and there are monsters behind them. Yes, it's the same here. These beasts seem to know that the protective shield of my castle is about to disappear. My protective shield has been attacked by a beast. Brothers and sisters, maybe in a while I will be gone, but I hope you can all survive. Ditto, I hope you can survive. No matter how depressing your words are, they're still so aggressive. Even if I die, I won't let those beasts have an easy life. Everyone, wish you the best. As time passed, the information in the chat channel gradually faded away. Only half a minute left. As more and more ferocious beasts and monsters gathered outside the castle, the lords had no mood to continue talking. At this time, Li Yuan had already arrived at the Black Shadow Crystal from the gate. Once midnight passes, it means a new day has arrived, and he can summon 10 dark shadows again. He didn't know whether others would think of summoning another wave of troops during this time, but he would not waste such an opportunity. As for whether he could recruit generals or new troops, Li Yuan didn't care. 10 black shadows, even if they are all ordinary black shadow warriors, they are at the 4th level at the beginning. 10 4th-order black shadows, immortal beings, are also a strong force for the Black Shadow Castle. At least, they can kill those low-level wild beasts so that the black shadows recruited in advance can deal with the high-level monsters with peace of mind. At the same time, these 10 black shadows can also upgrade during the fight. Li Yuan was not standing on the ground, but his whole body was suspended in the void in front of the tall Black Shadow Crystal. His gaze was directed towards the outside of the Shadow Castle. Whether it was the Red Moon Forest behind the castle or the jungle in front of the castle, pairs of scarlet or green eyes appeared in the dark space, like countless fireflies fluttering in the air. There is no doubt that the castle is now surrounded by wild beasts and monsters on all sides. Moreover, as some lords in the chat channel said, some beasts have begun to slowly approach the castle's invincible protective shield and are even making tentative attacks. The protective shield had become very thin at this point, as if it could break at any time. Not only that, more ferocious beasts and monsters were rushing towards the castle, and even the ground was shaking. The roars of beasts came one after another, and they never ceased to be heard. It's about to begin, shadows. Be ready to fight, Li Yuan said softly, and the dark shadows at the castle gate immediately dispersed and worked in groups to guard the 4 sides of the castle. At this time, there are only 10 seconds left. Li Yuan took a deep breath and directly put on the god-level armor, the dragon blood armor. The next moment, a silver-long sword appeared in his hand. This is one of the 5th-level weapons that the little fairy Mo Shanshan passed on, and he took it out from the warehouse casually. Li Yuan naturally doesn't know any sword skills, so his own fighting power still depends most on the dragon talisman and lightning magic energy. But with the horse charm in hand, he can also fight in close combat. It is better to have weapons than to have no weapons. 10 seconds passed quickly. The castle's protective shield, which was already extremely weak, disappeared in an instant. Instead, there was a high-level castle's own protective shield, emitting a faint light. Compared with the protective shield in the invincible state, this is only a 6th-order defensive shield, which is naturally nothing, but it is better than nothing. At least no ferocious beasts below level 6 can break through the protection shield. Only magical beasts can. At the same time, feeling the threat from outside the castle, the 49 defense towers located in various locations of the castle connected to the crystal core of the Black Shadow Castle, emitting rays of light and condensing energy shells for the magic turrets. At the last second, Li Yuan gathered the longsword in his hand and said coldly, "Kill! Kill them!" Ni Jiao was not there, and Ike suddenly shouted loudly, "Kill!" Similarly, The golden holy ape also revealed his true form. Although its huge figure is not as big as its mother, it is almost the same. A figure nearly 20 meters tall stood behind the castle. With the blessing of the Holy Source Tower, the golden holy ape also has the combat power of a holy domain. Li Yuan's arrangement for him was to guard the rear and resist the attacks from the monsters in the Red Moon Forest. 3 voices exploded above the castle like thunder. The moment the words fell, all the dark shadows rushed out of the castle, according to the predetermined groups. The flying shadows were in the air, and the others flashed on the ground. Perhaps for other arms, fighting at night is troublesome and disadvantageous. But for the shadows, the night is their battlefield. No matter the vision or other things, it will not have any impact on them. On the contrary, it will better play their advantage of being elusive. At this moment, Li Yuan quickly said to the Black Shadow Crystal, "Recruit Black Shadow." After saying that, Li Yuan did not wait for the black shadows to take shape. He turned into a flash of lightning and rushed to the gate of the castle. He only gave one order to the black shadows he had just recruited, which was to kill all the ferocious beasts and monsters that invaded the territory. And as the lord and owner of the castle, he should guard the city gate. Li Yuan guards the gate, and the golden holy ape guards the rear. General Ika serves as a mobile firefighter, going wherever he is needed. After all, Li Yuan and the golden holy ape cannot travel through shadows, but Ika can appear anywhere in the territory at any time. At this moment, howling sounds continued to be heard outside the city. Chapter 46, Ghoul Beast, Either You Die or I Live. 3 billion lords lost the protection of their invincible shield at this moment. The cruel and bloody moment swept across the entire war continent. Not only the 3 billion lords from Earth, but also many local forces were implicated to a certain extent. While these lords were being attacked by ferocious beasts and magical beasts, some magical beasts launched indiscriminate attacks on all living creatures on the war continent. But the monsters and ferocious beasts mostly attack the lords from the earth. The demon beasts and ferocious beasts seem to have lost their intelligence at this time, and they had only one thought, which was to destroy all the lords' castles. In the Dark Shadow Castle, almost endless numbers of demonic beasts are attacking the castle. Those rushing in the front are all low-level ferocious beasts, while the magical beasts are all in the back, but from time to time some magical beasts that can't help themselves will rush up. The magic shells from 49 defense towers emitted beams of light waves, sweeping away these low-level beasts. The black shadows, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, ruthlessly harvested the lives of these ferocious beasts. For those 7th-level black shadows, wherever their bodies pass, groups of ferocious beasts will fall down in an instant. But they also saw that the more powerful ones were in the rear, those magical beasts. Of course, the ferocious beasts that attack the castle, and these cannon fodders must also be eliminated. Otherwise, it is difficult to guarantee that there will not be space for the following monsters to re-enter the castle, which also provides them with energy. Although the energy value provided by these ferocious beasts is not much, the number of beasts is huge. 1 beast provides 100, and 100 beasts provide 10,000. Compared with what is happening at this moment, the ferocious beasts and monsters killed by the Black Shadows in the past few days are just a drop in the bucket. Among them, the most eye-catching is naturally IK, the 9th-level general. The armor on his body also advanced as he advanced. Although it was only at the 9th level, he almost ignored the attacks of other ferocious beasts and demons. In the dark night, he turned into a human-shaped bomb, rampaging through the beasts. Every time he appeared, dozens of ferocious beasts died tragically. Even those newly recruited 4th-level Black Shadows launched a frenzy of killing among the beasts. It is worth mentioning that the new Black Shadows recruited by Li Yuan this time are the same as last time, with 2 each of Helmet Shadow, Flying Shadow, Claw Shadow, Black Shadow, and Giant Shadow. Of course, they are only level 4 after all. In a one-on-one situation, they might be able to take advantage of the darkness and kill a 5th-level wild monster without difficulty. But the number of beasts was too large, and they had no order, so they would die from time to time under the siege of ferocious beasts. But these are all minor problems. If they die here, they will be reborn in another place in an instant and continue killing. Precisely because there were so many ferocious beasts and monsters, they upgraded extremely quickly. After only a few minutes, they all reached level 5. After a few minutes, many corpses of ferocious beasts had piled up outside the castle. There were also many magical beasts killed by high-level black shadows, all of which were around level 6. However, these ferocious beasts and monsters were ignorant of life and death and continued to attack the castle separately. At the gate, Li Yuan suddenly frowned. A vicious beast of the undead type. In his field of vision, there were many more zombie beasts in the second wave of beast attack. These zombie beasts were rotting all over, and the stench was so nauseating before they even got close to the castle. Generally speaking, undead monsters like the ghoul beast should not appear near the Red Moon Forest. After all, most of these undead monsters will only appear in cemeteries, mass graves, or other places with a particularly strong smell of death. The shadows have been nearby recently, and indeed they haven't killed any ghoul beasts. Judging from the current situation, perhaps the shadows had not discovered the ghoul beast before. It is also possible that this harmonious zombie beast had been hiding underground or somewhere else before, and has now come out due to the beast tide. But the level is not high, only level 6. The ones currently counted are the first wave of monsters that are attacking the castle. The others are just 3 or 5 in number. There were no other places like this. These zombie beasts were all rushing towards the gate, and there were probably more than 30 of them. With the help of the castle's lights, you can see pieces of rotten flesh on the bodies of these zombie beasts, and pieces of flesh fall off when they run. Every ghoul beast was emitting green gas, and the aura of death was very strong. Although many shadows also saw these zombie beasts, they tacitly did not come to help. Because Li Yuan's order was to let everyone perform their duties and not to disrupt the established defense deployment at will. Li Yuan casually chopped off the head of a gray wolf, looked at these zombie beasts coldly, and took the initiative to kill them with a long knife. With the blessing of the Holy Source Tower, Li Yuan possesses 9th level combat power. Among this group of ghoul beasts, the strongest is only a 7th level elite, and at most an 8th level combat power. Li Yuan was not afraid at all, and in a blink of an eye he was close to the group of zombies. Of course, the main focus now is defense. Li Yuan did not leave the gate too far. Otherwise, other ferocious beasts and monsters would take the opportunity to rush into the castle. However, there are 4 defense towers at the entrance, so ordinary beasts do not pose much threat. Swish swish. Li Yuan raised his sword and chopped down the 3 oncoming zombie beasts, with green blood splattering everywhere. The blood splattered on the ground, making a hissing sound, and actually corroded out black holes. Poisonous. Li Yuan frowned, and the long sword in his hand suddenly burst into flames. The next moment, Li Yuan swung the long sword in his hand again, and with overwhelming strength, he killed the zombie beast in front of him. The dragon spell used by the 9th level combat power had fire-controlling abilities, and these 6th level ghouls had no ability to resist at all. As the long swords chopped down, flames immediately burned along the ghouls' wounds, instantly engulfing them and turning them into ashes in the blink of an eye. In less than a minute, Li Yuan killed a large number of zombie beasts, and only about 10 were left out of the more than 30 zombie beasts. It was also the first time for Li Yuan to kill a monster so thoroughly. Not to mention, he did not feel any discomfort at all and did not hesitate at all. Either you die or I live. How can I live if you don't die? What's more, these were a group of monsters and beasts, and Li Yuan had no psychological burden at all when killing them. However, just after Li Yuan killed another zombie beast, a huge figure fell from the sky and pounced on Li Yuan. Before the figure arrived, a strong stench hit his nose first. A pair of rotten hands, larger than Li Yuan's body, slapped Li Yuan like lightning. At the same time, streams of green juice broke through the air, also targeting Li Yuan. I'm waiting for you, you beast. How could Li Yuan not pay attention to this 7th level elite ghoul? He turned the long sword in his hand, and it suddenly burst out with blue electric light, and even formed a blue lightning storm in front of him, sweeping towards this 7th level elite ghoul beast. Chapter 47. Life and Death. You can only rely on yourself and your troops. The blue light of lightning replaced the fire of the dragon spell. The smelly and rotten hand made a hissing sound, and its skin and flesh were torn apart before it even got close to the electric light. At this time, the long sword had already fallen. The rotten big hand, along with the arm, was chopped off directly. The broken arm was surrounded by electric light, and when it fell to the ground, it had already turned into charcoal and shattered into black ash at the slightest touch. Roar! The 7th level elite ghoul beast let out a shrill scream, and green blood pressure swept across the sky. Unfortunately, his screams suddenly stopped. Li Yuan stepped on the light of thunder and lightning, and electric dragons of fire were emitted together, splitting him in half and turning him into ashes in an instant. In the gap between the two bodies, Li Yuan's warlike figure was revealed. Of course, a 7th level elite monster is only as powerful as an 8th level monster, which is not difficult at all for Li Yuan. But Li Yuan did not hold back. He attacked with all his strength and did not give the zombie any chance. Who knows if this guy will use some life-threatening tactics before he dies. This was his usual strategy for killing the enemy after he was almost seriously injured by the mutant lizard. No matter how strong or weak the opponent was, he would attack with all his strength. Before the enemy dies, it could be a fatal threat. Along with the death of this 7th level elite ghoul beast, most of the low-level ferocious beasts around it were also slaughtered. The high-level monsters surrounding the rear also began to move, slowly approaching the castle. These monsters are the biggest threat to Shadow Castle. At the same time, far outside the Tatkin Plain in the Amo Gobi Desert, Emo Shan Shan, her little fairy lord, naturally also faced the impact of the beast tide. However, there are indeed few ferocious beasts and monsters in Amo Gobi. At first glance, there were not many magical beasts, perhaps less than 1,000. In addition, the fairy's castle has been transformed into a town with a 9th order crystal core defense. Ordinary monsters cannot break through the town's defenses at all. In addition, more than 500 mountain dwarves were now fully armed and were trying their best to kill the monsters and beasts. In particular, among the dwarves who took refuge with Emo Shan Shan, there was also a powerful Saint Realm warrior. It can be said that Emo Shan Shan's town defense may be the easiest one among all the lords. The number of beasts is small, and there are masters from the Holy Land in charge, so almost no ferocious beasts or monsters can get within 100 meters of the fairy castle. However, Emo Shan Shan was still very scared in her heart. At this time, Emo Shan Shan was standing at the window on the 3rd floor of the castle, his face pale. After all, she was just a girl of 16 or 17 years old. No matter how mature she was, she had never seen such a bloody scene. Such scenes only exist in movies, but now they are happening right before our eyes. Endless roars and the Warcraft's reckless attacks. If it were an ordinary girl, she would have already hidden in the bed and would not dare to look. However, Emo Shan Shan did not do so. Although she was terribly scared, she continued to shout and cheer upstairs. Uncle Green, be careful. Uncle Avel, go help Rand. There's a big wolf dog behind him. Uncles, come on. The trembling voice was very small, but it was so bright amid the roars and sounds of beasts fighting. Hearing Emo Shan Shan's encouraging voice, the morale of both the dwarves she recruited and the mountain dwarves who came to join them was greatly boosted. Protect the fairyland and the mountain lord. Kill all these beasts. We can't let them hurt Lord Shan Shan. Charge. Kill. Hundreds of dwarves also cheered in response, not caring about their own lives. That's right. Even though there were powerful men from the sanctuary, some mountain dwarves died in the battle, but they showed no signs of retreating. These mountain dwarves who came here for refuge were either slaves of the dwarf kingdom or servants of large families. None of the dwarves had status or position. Even the dwarf in the Holy Land was just a slave of a big family. He did something wrong and was killed by the family. He just managed to escape and survive. Normally, no one would take them seriously. It was Emo Shan Shan who fed them well, gave them good water, and provided them with good sleep, and gave them jobs so that they could lead a normal life and live in peace and contentment. She did not treat them as slaves to be beaten or scolded at will. The uncle's crisp voice and his pair of clear big eyes made the dwarves simply irresistible. During the battle, the loyalty of these dwarves continued to increase, and many were almost reaching 97 or 98%. Whenever she saw dwarves being torn apart by monsters, tears would flow from Emo Shan Shan's eyes. There were 2 dwarves who had just gone to move stones together yesterday, and they carefully wiped the dirt off Emo Shan Shan's feet. There's another one. They're all familiar faces, but now they are dead and I will never see them again. It would be great if I could go out and kill monsters too. Emo Shan Shan clenched her fists tightly, but unfortunately her strength was not that strong, and she was only at the 3rd level so far. After all, during this period of time, the fairy castle did not kill too many wild monsters to level up. She knew very well that with her strength, killing these beasts would only lead to her death and increase the burden on other dwarves. Come on, Mo Shanshan prayed silently in her heart. Another place, deep in the Takgon Plains, where the Angel Castle is located. Dark herds of beasts attacked the Angel Castle in waves, and rays of holy light illuminated the night. The angels fluttered their wings, and all kinds of holy magic were poured down upon the beasts. Yishui was wearing the armor of light that the angel had given her, and she kept pulling the bow and arrow with both hands. With every movement, a white arrow would shoot out from the string, piercing and killing one or more ferocious beasts. Yishui's current strength is not bad, and she has already entered the 7th level. One of the angels under her command was promoted to the 9th level, and his combat power is extremely powerful. In the endless sea, there is a golden castle. One after another, strange-looking aquatic monsters surged out from the sea and launched various magical attacks towards the castle. There were also giant octopuses, waving their long legs covered with suckers, sweeping across the castle. Unfortunately, facing the giant golden dragons standing across the sky, these sea beasts are obviously not enough. The sea surface under the moonlight was reflected in blood red, with corpses floating up and down. In a valley, a gray castle stood in the middle of it, and all around the valley, various magical beasts and monsters kept rushing down. There were corpses scattered all over the castle, inside and outside. Some are the corpses of monsters and ferocious beasts, and some are the corpses of soldiers recruited by the castle lord. The war in this castle seems to have come to an end, and the monsters have already rushed into the castle. No! A scream sounded in the castle, and more than a dozen monsters ran out, shouting about the torn body of a human. Immediately afterwards, the core of the castle was crushed by the beasts. In just a few breaths, the huge castle collapsed and turned into ruins. Similar scenes are happening in every place across the war continent. Some people dealt with the beast tide with ease. With their powerful troops, they easily stopped the beast tide outside the castle and even fought back. Some people led troops to seemingly resist and barely stopped the beast tide, but suffered heavy losses. Some people have died tragically in the beast tide, and the city is destroyed and people have died. The bloodiness and cruelty of the war continent were finally clearly displayed in front of all the lords. Life and death depends only on you and your soldiers. Chapter 48 ends so easily, but it doesn't. Red Moon Forest, Shadow Castle. As time passed, more monsters gathered from the darkness. There are more of them, and they are more powerful. There are very few ferocious beasts and monsters without intelligence, and those that appear now are basically magical beasts above level 6. Especially after Li Yuan killed the elite zombie beast, a large number of monsters attacked the castle. There are quite a few 7th level elite monsters, and 8th level monsters also appear from time to time. Only the 9th level did not attack in the end. As for the sanctuary level monsters, they have not appeared yet. Otherwise, Li Yuan would definitely be able to sense the holy level aura. It has to be said that the beast tide that appeared in the Shadow Castle was much stronger than those in other places. For some other castle lords, their beast tides, the appearance of 7th or 8th level monsters, is already the limit. But for Li Yuan, levels 7 and 8 are the norm. This may be similar to Li Yuan's previous guess. The scale and strength of the beast tide have a certain relationship with the overall strength of the castle. Of course, this is not the only factor. After all, Shadow Castle is backed by the Red Moon Forest, and the Red Moon Forest itself is a den of monsters. In addition, the reputation of the Black Shadow Castle was not low. In addition to the attention of local forces, their previous large-scale killing of magical beasts had obviously also attracted the attention of other magical beasts in the Red Moon Forest. It's just that they did not appear at that time. In the beast tide, these monsters were controlled by an irresistible consciousness and had to show up to attack the castle. At this time, the lights in the Black Shadow Castle were already bright, and with the addition of the magic artillery attacks from the 49 defense towers, almost an area of 1 kilometer was almost illuminated, making it difficult not to attract nearby monsters. At the gate, Li Yuan was not idle and was still killing the invading monsters. At this moment, 9 giant wolves nearly 10 meters tall were attacking the gate, each with a pair of fleshy wings on their backs. 8th level monster. He is powerful, but in terms of strength, he is naturally no match for Li Yuan. However, despite the siege of the 9 giant wolves, he was still able to fly, which still caused some restrictions and troubles for Li Yuan. In particular, these giant wolves can spit out invisible wind blades from their mouths, which can easily cause Li Yuan to ignore them if he is not careful, and his arms are cut with wounds. As soon as the wound appeared, the energy of the horse talisman healed it. Li Yuan swung his long sword continuously. Lightning and fire filled his body, like a stream of light passing through a pack of wolves. It has to be said that these giant wolves have very strong vitality. Some of them had their wings cut off by Li Yuan, but they still pounced towards the castle. Just then, a blue figure came from a distance. It was IKA. Boom! Before IKA landed, he reached out and grabbed the head of a giant winged wolf and threw it into the air. Bang, bang, bang. After landing, explosions were heard one after another. IKA actually used the giant wolf in his hand as a weapon to sweep away other giant wolves. IKA is now a Holy Realm fighter. The power of Black Shadow passes through the giant wolf in his hand. The flesh-winged giant wolf seems to have become a double-edged axe, smashing the other giant wolves into pieces. Finally, the giant wolf's own body exploded into pieces of meat in the air. "My king, are you okay?" IKA asked. Li Yuan shook his head and said calmly, "I'm fine. You continue to assist other places." "Good." IKA nodded and quickly disappeared from the spot. Li Yuan let IKA leave not because he was arrogant, but because he really had nothing to do. It's not that he couldn't kill those giant wolves, it's just that these 9 giant wolves were too huge to block other monsters. However, since IKA killed these giant wolves, Li Yuan naturally could not say that IKA did anything wrong. Around the castle, dark shadows were also constantly killing monsters. Nearly half an hour had passed, and still no monster had crossed the castle wall. The entire castle is impregnable. However, the monsters are still attacking as usual, and it seems that they will not retreat until the Shadow Castle is destroyed. And this time they came in a rush, with a large number of high-level monsters rushing up from all directions, even a few level 9 monsters among them. After all, there are less than 40 black shadows, and it was a bit overwhelming for a moment. Fortunately, at this time, IKA went crazy, like a human-shaped cannonball rushing through the herd, and instantly killed several 9th-level monsters. But this also gave other monsters the opportunity to attack the castle. The 49 defense towers have a combat power of only level 6, and are completely unable to deal with monsters above level 7. Roar! At this moment, a roar that resounded through the sky came from behind the castle. Amid the roar, a visible halo of light quickly spread from behind. It had no effect on Li Yuan and the Black Shadow. Instead, the beasts that were attacking the castle suddenly stopped moving at this moment. This was the roar of the Golden Holy Ape, which was accompanied by a strong mental attack, temporarily making the beasts lose their ability to move. The Dark Shadows naturally would not miss this opportunity and killed these sluggish monsters like cutting wheat. However, the beast's stagnation did not last long. After a few seconds, they regained their ability to move and continued to attack the castle. Li Yuan was not willing to fall behind and opened fire at full force. Thunder, fire explosion. At that moment, lightning and fireballs fell from the sky. The lightning and thunder magic energy at the 9th level of combat power, as well as the dragon talisman fire explosion, can almost instantly kill magical beasts below the 9th level. In an instant, char bodies fell outside the castle gate. Even if there were some monsters that were still alive, they had lost their combat effectiveness and could never get up again. Blue arcs of electricity and flames were spreading on these charred corpses, which looked extremely tragic. With the addition of General IKA, who had his hands freed, he killed more than half of the beast herd with just a few large-scale attacks. Piles of monster corpses formed a circle around the Black Shadow Castle. There was no communication at all, and Li Yuan and the Black Shadows once again fought with the remaining beasts. Finally, the number of monsters became fewer and fewer. In the woods far from the castle, there was not much movement and few monsters could be seen. There were also dozens of 9th level beasts that arrived at the end, as well as 2 elite 9th level beasts. But this obviously no longer posed a threat to the Shadow Castle. Not long after, all the monsters were killed on the spot. In the end, only a few monsters attacked from time to time, but they were quickly killed. Li Yuan has now retreated back to the castle, leaving the battlefield to the golden holy ape and other black shadows. Looking into the distance, Li Yuan frowned. Could it be that the beast tide has ended like this? The beast tide attacking the Shadow Castle this time was very strong, and at least 99% of the lords would not be able to hold on. But this is still far from the strength Li Yuan expected. After all, from the beginning to the end, no sanctuary-level monsters have appeared in the beast tide. Just as he was thinking, Li Yuan felt the ground suddenly shaking. Chapter 49, Upgrading the Town, the Powerful Sanctuary Tiger Monster. Upgrading the town during the beast tide was a plan Li Yuan had prepared long ago. After all, he already had enough supplies to upgrade the town. Firstly, he was afraid that the beast tide was too large and he and the shadows would be unable to cope with it, so he temporarily upgraded the town to catch the beast tide off guard. The second reason is that they are afraid that after upgrading the town, the territory will become stronger and attract a larger scale beast tide. Unexpectedly, the power of the first wave of beasts was not very strong, and the town was easily defeated even without being upgraded. And now, a tide of beasts is gathering outside the castle again, and some are even led by holy beasts. Li Yuan has no choice but to upgrade the town first. As soon as Li Yuan's voice fell, the stones, wood and iron in the warehouse quickly disappeared. What followed was a shaking of the earth, which was even stronger than the shaking caused by the regathering of the beast tide just now. Immediately afterwards, a golden light fell and enveloped the black shadow castle. After a few breaths, the golden light disappeared, but it could be clearly seen that the area within a 2-kilometer radius centered on the castle had become an open space. The original trees and boulders had all disappeared, leaving only the flat open space. Of course, those monsters that have gathered again are still there. At this time, these monsters were also very confused. They were just wandering in the jungle, but now there was nothing around them. Out of instinct, the monsters stopped in their tracks and roared low towards the Shadow Castle. The changes in towns are more about the changes in open space. As for the rest, the color of the castle turned dark gold, and it had 7 or 8 more floors, making it look even more majestic. There were no major changes to the Black Shadow Crystal and the Holy Source Tower, but the crystal core above the castle had become a lot bigger. The free protection barrier covering the castle also became much thicker, and the energy transmitted to the 49 defense towers increased significantly. With the improvement of the town, the attack power of these defense towers and the town's crystal core defense were immediately upgraded to the 9th level. They have even begun firing long magic shells to attack the monsters that have invaded their territory. The attack range of the defense tower is the entire territory. After the town was upgraded, the territory of the Shadow Castle has been increased to a full 5,000 meters. All the invading monsters are within the attack range of the defense tower. Roar, roar, roar. The monsters that were attacked by the defense tower and shocked by the castle upgrade finally reacted and charged towards the castle again. Naturally, Black Shadow and the others didn't need Li Yuan's reminder and went forward to meet them. Li Yuan did not take any action for the time being, nor did he pay too much attention to the changes in the town. Instead, he looked at the monsters. Now that all the obstructions from the trees have disappeared, we can clearly see the specific situation of these monsters. Just now, Li Yuan thought that the scale of the beast tide was larger than the first wave, but now Li Yuan found out that he was wrong. It's not that the second wave of beasts is larger in scale, but that they are stronger. They're all magical beasts above level 7 or 8, and there's not a single ferocious beast. And it gets even stranger. During the previous beast tide attack, those demonic beasts and ferocious beasts were in disarray with almost no intelligence visible. In other words, although those high-level monsters are intelligent, under the inexplicable guidance, they have only one goal, which is to destroy the castle in front of them at all costs. They fight on their own and attack the castle in a scattered manner. But in this wave of beasts, the monsters are different, they're not a mess. Those with thick skin and strong bodies rush to the front, followed by the flying monsters in the air for support, and behind them were various monsters with long-range attacks. They have not lost their self-awareness, and they still know how to fight in coordination. This is wrong. Li Yuan looked far behind the beasts. There was a tiger, which was also the only holy land in this beast tide. The real sanctuary monster. The sanctuary tiger sat on the back of an armored rhinoceros dragon, like a king. It is not big, about the same size as an ordinary tiger, and its fur is also golden shaded, but the royal pattern on its forehead is a strange red. Is it related to the Red Moon Forest? As expected, there's more than one holy beast in the Red Moon Forest. That's not the black-crowned golden eagle coming. Li Yuan looked at the tiger and couldn't help but look back at the Red Moon Forest. Although the open space extended for 2 kilometers, it was still only pushed back a little bit for the Red Moon Forest. As if sensing Li Yuan's gaze, the holy tiger also looked towards the castle gate. The light flashed slightly on its body, and the tiger's body slowly disappeared, replaced by a human figure in a golden robe. The sanctuary tiger, transformed into a human form, looked at the castle playfully and moved its mouth. No sound was heard, but a frivolous voice sounded in Li Yuan's ears. "Are you the human that He Lao San was talking about?" Hearing this, Li Yuan's face changed slightly. As expected, these monsters still have intelligence, and perhaps they were not attacked by the beast tide. At this moment, the voice of the golden-robed figure came again. "He Lao San is trying to trick me, right? You guys are much stronger than he said. Your place is great. It can actually improve combat effectiveness. 9th level magic circle. Can be used for both attack and defense. Not bad. You humans from another world are really interesting." Li Yuan's face changed again. This holy domain tiger was not simple. He could see at a glance the Holy Source Tower's enhancement of the Black Shadow's combat power. As soon as the voice fell, the Holy Land Tiger, which had transformed into a human form, stretched out a hand. This hand seemed light and fluttering, but it suddenly grew larger in the air and turned into a sky-covering tiger claw, which fell straight down towards the castle. The protective shield of the Black Shadow Castle seemed to sense the coming crisis and instantly burst into white light. But when the huge tiger claw fell, the white protective shield began to shake violently, especially the area below the tiger claw, which kept sinking downwards, as if it could not withstand the pressure brought by the tiger claw and was about to collapse. At this moment, the golden holy ape appeared. Its body expanded by several feet in an instant, and it raised its arms to block the tiger's claws. Boom! The earth shook. The golden holy ape's legs bent slightly, and his feet sank into the ground. Fortunately, the golden holy ape managed to block the tiger claw, and it disappeared, and the castle's protective barrier returned to its original state. On the back of the armored rhinoceros dragon, the figure in golden robe smiled lightly, seemingly not caring about the futile attack. Interesting, the blood-eyed demon ape's variant, the golden holy ape. What a pity! A future divine beast actually signed a master-servant contract with a visitor from another world. It's really a pity. If I had known earlier, I would have saved your mother's life. On the other hand, the golden holy ape was breathing heavily, obviously having just suffered considerable trauma from resisting the tiger's claws. In this way, it is very obvious who is strong and who is weak. Even though the golden holy ape also received the combat power blessing of the Holy Source Tower and its combat power was raised to the Holy Realm, it was still no match for this tiger. In the Holy Land, there are also different levels: primary, intermediate, and advanced. It is obvious that the golden holy ape, with the blessing of the Holy Source Tower, is just a rookie who has just entered the Holy Land, a low-level Holy Land. But this tiger is a master in the sanctuary, a mid-level or even high-level sanctuary. The golden saint ape said with some self-blame, "Master, I am no match for him. He should be at the intermediate saint domain." IKA also returned to the door at this time, staring at the golden-robed figure with a wary look on his face. Li Yuan nodded and looked at the golden-robed figure with a serious expression. The attacks from other beasts were nothing. This tiger was the biggest threat to him and the castle. Can the golden holy ape and IKA defeat each other by joining forces? Do you want to call nigga back? For a moment, many thoughts flashed through Li Yuan's mind. However, at this moment, the golden-robed voice spoke again. "Hey, that human from another world. How about you cancel the contract with this golden holy ape, and I will spare your life. Of course, you can't stay in this castle. You and your subordinates just need to leave the Red Moon Forest." Chapter 50, Infinite Self-Destruction. It's so unreasonable. The figure in the golden robe looked down at Li Yuan from above, as if giving him alms. After canceling the contract with the little monkey, he let Li Yuan go. I have to say that this condition is actually quite good, at least for the sanctuary tiger. But for Li Yuan, the contempt in these words was obvious. Just because the Shadow Castle cannot exist, what's the difference between this and killing Li Yuan? As long as the city is intact, people will live. If the city is destroyed, people will die. If it weren't for this restriction, Li Yuan would have moved away long ago. Why would he stay in the forbidden place of Red Moon Forest? In other words, there is no room for negotiation. Li Yuan was too lazy to say more, and the dragon blood armor on his body shone brightly. Niga is with the werewolf tribe and may have already taken action against them. Calling him back now may disrupt the plan. The agreement between him and Niga was that if the town was upgraded, Niga would take action against the werewolf tribe. After all, the town's territory now covers the werewolf tribe. Niga can get the blessing of the Holy Source Tower and possess the combat power of the Holy Land. Moreover, Niga's goal is not to destroy the werewolf tribe, but to snatch the wolf god's godhood. Maybe after Niga succeeds, he will rush back. Furthermore, although this holy tiger beast is strong, Li Yuan, the golden holy ape, and I may be able to resist it. There are other black shadows, and some of them can be separated to deal with this holy tiger beast first. No matter what, the town's defense is now at level 9, and the defense tower's attack is also at level 9. They only need to stop the monsters above level 9. The other monsters of level 7 or 8 cannot break the defense of the Shadow Castle at all. When they saw the dragon blood armor on Li Yuan activated, IKA and the golden holy ape understood what he meant. That means we have to fight hard. And the holy tiger beast naturally saw the dragon blood armor on Li Yuan at this time. What a great piece of divine armor. I never thought you had such a good thing. One more condition. Leave this armor and get out of the Red Moon Forest. It was unclear whether the Holy Domain Tiger Beast failed to see Li Yuan and the others' fighting spirit, or simply chose to ignore them. But just as he finished speaking, Ika's figure emerged from the ground behind him and stabbed the back of the Sanctuary Tiger Beast with his sword. Ignorant, do you really think you are a sanctuary? The Holy Tiger Beast sneered, and Ika's originally lightning-fast attack suddenly seemed to be stuck in a quagmire and turned into slow motion. Moreover, the armor on Ika's body was constantly breaking into pieces. Ika's expression also became ferocious, as if he was suffering from intense pain. After a moment, Ika's figure exploded. The Holy Land Tiger Beast killed IKA without actually taking any action. Why is the Holy Land called the Holy Land? That's because it can condense the domain. Can the special blessing grant you the domain out of thin air, even though you have the fighting power of the Holy Land? My domain is the domain of gravity. If you want to attack me, you can't even get close to me. The Tiger Beast of the Holy Land revealed the key secret of the Holy Land, which made Li Yuan's heart sink suddenly. He really ignored this problem. I originally thought that with the blessing of the Holy Source Tower, IKA and his men would possess the combat power of the Holy Land. But this combat power does not include the power of the domain. In the realm of the sanctuary, the caster is the god of the realm and is omnipotent, unless you can break the opponent's realm. But there are only two ways to break the domain. The first is to use the power of your domain to collide with the opponent's domain. Whoever is weaker will be shattered. There is another way, which is to use brute force that exceeds the opponent's territory and directly break the opponent's territory. However, Li Yuan is currently unable to do either of these two things. IKA and the Golden Holy Ape have the combat power of the Holy Domain, but they're also primary Holy Domain combat power and cannot compare to the Holy Domain Tiger Beast in brute force. They have no territory either. Li Yuan immediately changed his mind and gave up the method of active attack. If they rushed out like this, it would be like delivering food. After a moment's hesitation, Li Yuan said to General Ike, who had been reborn and was hiding in a shadow, "Use that trick." General Ika did not reply and quickly left Li Yuan's shadow. The Holy Domain Tiger Beast seemed a little impatient and said in a deep voice, "Humph, if the boss hadn't told me not to kill people outside at will, I would have killed you long ago. My patience is limited. Don't force me to kill you one by one. Hand over the Golden Holy Ape and the armor, quickly." Before he could finish his words, the Holy Domain Tiger Beast's expression changed slightly, and a ray of sword light slid across his cheek. A wound appeared on the face of the Sanctuary Tiger Beast, and blood oozed out of it. But the Holy Land Tiger Beast had already stretched out its hand and grabbed Ike, who was attacking from the side. "Damn it, how dare you hurt me? Is it you?" The Holy Land Tiger Beast looked angry, but when he saw General Ike, a look of doubt appeared in his eyes. Didn't he just kill this guy? Why did it appear again? At this moment, General Ik actually chose to self-destruct. Boom! With the combat power at the sanctuary level, one can imagine the energy contained in General Ike's body. Due to the momentary negligence of the sanctuary tiger beast and the unexpected self-explosion of General Ik, the armored rhinoceros dragon under his feet was blown into pieces. It was the Holy Domain tiger beast. Although it was not injured at the moment of supporting the gravity field, it was also blown to pieces. Damn it! The Holy Domain tiger beast looked extremely unhappy and roared. "You have angered me. You will all die." But as soon as he finished speaking, General Ik appeared again. However, the Holy Domain tiger beast was still holding up the territory, and he was aware of General Ike's appearance as soon as he appeared. "Why is it you again?" When the Holy Land tiger beast saw General Ik, he shouted in surprise again. General Ik didn't care about him and blew himself up again when he was discovered. When he exploded, he shouted, "Explode to kill those monsters, and come and deal with this one." In an instant, sounds of self-explosions were heard in other parts of the castle. For a moment, outside the Black Shadow Castle, there was a continuous rumbling sound as if firecrackers were being set off. The Black Shadows did not attack the monsters that attacked the castle head-on, but directly started a frantic self-destruction mode. Self-destruct, resurrect, self-destruct, resurrect. Infinite rebirth, infinite self-destruction. The Black Shadows are now almost all at level 8, and some have even been upgraded to level 9. Under their fierce bombardment, all the other monsters in the second wave of beasts were quickly killed. Whoosh whoosh. The Dark Shadows dealt with the monsters and all arrived at the city gate. Without saying a word, he rushed towards the sanctuary tiger beast, joined Ike's ranks, and launched a crazy suicide attack on the sanctuary monster beast. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of self-destruction continued to ring out again, and at the center of the explosion, the Holy Domain tiger beast was also roaring. Although he was powerful and had his own territory, he kept retreating in this endless bombing. Even his domain was revealed in a materialized form, with waves constantly rippling, as if it was about to be broken by brute force. What the hell are you guys? The Holy Land tiger beast is a holy land after all, and it is already seen that IKA and the Black Shadows are constantly dying and resurrecting. There are creatures in the War Continent that can be resurrected. Liches can do it. However, other creatures that can be resurrected will consume soul power every time they die. Once the soul power is destroyed, they're truly dead. But now, after IKA and the others self-destructed and resurrected, they still have the peak strength as before, and their aura has not declined at all. At the gate, the golden holy ape looked confused and seemed to be stunned as well. Li Yuan's face was full of smiles. What the Black Shadow Corps showed at this moment was their true strength. Chapter 51. Retreat helplessly. The beast tide attack ends. IKA led dozens of Black Shadows, self-destructing and reborn infinitely. The Holy Domain tiger beast is indeed powerful, but unfortunately the self-destructive power of the Black Shadows should not be underestimated. His domain was constantly shaking, and he was almost unable to hold on. After all, no matter how strong one is, one cannot withstand such a crazy self-destruction. Especially the self-detonation of IKA, the Holy Realm Fighter, is extremely powerful. In any case, Ika's Sanctuary combat power is real. It just lacks the domain power of the Sanctuary. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions never stopped. In just a few minutes, IKA and the Black Shadows had self-destructed at least 100 times, with no gaps in their self-destruction. Damn you bastards. The Holy Domain tiger beast roared wildly and was blown back continuously. The vibration of the field caused vibration inside his body as well, and his aura became chaotic and turbulent. If the domain was forcibly blown up, he might be seriously injured. Even though he had lost his domain, he was not afraid of the head-on combat power of IK and the others. However, if the opponent also adopts such a helpless tactic after the domain is broken, he might really be blown to death here. The Holy Land Tiger Beast was unwilling, but now it had to think about retreating. From birth to advancement to the Holy Domain, he has also gained some status in the Red Moon Forest. The Holy Domain Tiger Beast has never encountered such a frustrating battle. He thought he would be crushed at first, but now he's being crushed by the opponent. Human from another world, you will regret this. You will definitely regret it. After thinking of retreating, the sanctuary tiger beast did not hesitate at all and learned how to self-destruct from IKA and the others. If he didn't self-destruct, it would be difficult for him to leave. Of course, what he exploded was not himself, but the domain. Boom! The domain was torn into pieces, violent energy spread, and the aftermath of IKA and the others' self-explosion also disappeared. Taking advantage of this gap, the Holy Domain Tiger Beast restored its original form. A golden tiger soared into the sky and shuttled into the interior of the Red Moon Forest. Seeing this, Li Yuan's heart moved, and suddenly the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. Crackling, thunder flashed and headed straight for the Holy Domain Tiger Beast. The Holy Domain Tiger Beast exploded its own territory and was injured inside. It also did not expect that Li Yuan would launch a surprise attack at this time. Human from another world, I will make you pay the price, for sure. The Holy Domain Tiger Beast screamed, and its figure and voice quickly disappeared in the Red Moon Forest. At the castle gate, the black shadows that had just been completely destroyed condensed into a figure again, silently guarding outside the Black Shadow Castle. Li Yuan withdrew his gaze from the direction where the Holy Land Tiger Beast fled, turned his head, and said to General IK, you take the 3 9th-level Black Shadows to the werewolf tribe. Nijia seems to be in trouble. Little monkey, you go too. Upon hearing this, General Ika's face changed, and he immediately took the 3 Black Shadows out of the castle. Those 3 Black Shadows have advanced to the 8th level in the Beast Tide, and within the area, they have the combat power of the 9th level. 2 Ghost Shadows and 1 Giant Shadow. The Golden Holy Ape wanted to leave, but didn't know the direction, so he looked at Li Yuan helplessly. At this time, General IK came back, grabbed the golden figure's leg, and pulled him into the shadow space. After General IKA and the others left, Li Yuan smiled and said, the Beast Tide is over. Clean up the battlefield. That's right, the Beast Tide is indeed over. It should be said that it ended long ago, because the herd of beasts brought by the Holy Land Tiger Beast behind was not a Beast Tide at all. This was something Li Yuan did not expect. Although the original Beast Tide was very powerful, the Shadow Castle did not allow a single monster to break into the castle. It can be said to be a complete victory, especially the Black Shadows, who killed thousands of ferocious beasts and magical beasts. The improvement was very great. Even the 10 Black Shadows recruited tonight were all promoted to the 7th level in this battle. IKA is at level 9, Niga is at level 9. There's no change in either of them. 2 Ghost Shadows and 1 Giant Shadow, level 8. The other 44 Black Shadows were all at level 7, and most of them had already stepped half a foot into level 8. The main thing is that this time the Beast Tide is a coordinated operation, so the experience is evenly divided. Otherwise, the Shadows recruited before should all have the opportunity to truly enter the 8th level. But that doesn't matter. Even when Niga was not here just now, they still fought off a sanctuary monster, and it was a mid-level sanctuary monster. According to the Holy Domain Tiger Beast, there are still many Holy Domain monsters in the Red Moon Forest, and his strength is not the strongest. But there is nothing we can do now. We can only fight back. At least for now, the Shadow Castle. No, now it should be called the Shadow Town. The Shadow Town has already passed the first hurdle. As for the attack from the sanctuary monsters, we will have to wait and see. Anyway, if Black Shadow Town wants to continue to develop, it will have to confront Red Moon Forest head-on. This is something Li Yuan has already understood. It's best if we can coexist peacefully, but if not, then it's a fight to the death. Unless the Red Moon Forest immediately sends out a stronger sanctuary force, it will not be able to do anything to the Black Shadow Town. Moreover, the Tiger Beast in the Holy Land also said that there were monsters inside, and he was not allowed to come out to slaughter humans. In other words, the sacred monsters of the Red Moon Forest are restricted in the outside world. Therefore, the threat of the forbidden area of Red Moon Forest will always exist, but not now. As for the Shadow Castle, their strength will continue to increase. It has only been a few days, and they have been able to repel the Holy Domain monsters. If we give them more time, even if the monsters from the Divine Realm attack, they can still defeat them. Furthermore, after this battle, Li Yuan truly felt how powerful the Black Shadows were, and that they were truly unstoppable. Li Yuan is in a very good mood now. The castle has been upgraded to a town, and the Shadow Crystal can recruit 10 ghosts every day. The future is promising. Under Li Yuan's order, dozens of black shadows quickly cleared the battlefield. There were so many corpses of monsters that they were scattered all around the castle, and the blood had gathered into small streams. But this is easy for Black Shadow to clean up. Just put all these things into the shadow space and teleport them to other places. Unfortunately, the number of complete monster corpses has decreased a lot. The reason is very simple, because the self-explosion of the Black Shadows just now destroyed nearly half of the monster corpses. But even with just half of the monster corpses, the harvest was definitely not small, and what was obtained was even comparable to what was harvested from several days before. Li Yuan did not collect the surviving corpses of monsters for the time being, but contacted the little fairy Mo Shanshan. Although Mo Shanshan's fairy castle has been upgraded to a town, and its strength is not bad, he is not sure whether the fairy castle can survive. Who knows if more magical beasts than usual will suddenly appear over at Mozhan Mountain. Li Yuan, how are things going over there? After a while, Mo Shanshan replied to the message. Little fairy lord, the battle is over. I'm fine here. Uncle Green and the others are leading everyone to clean up the battlefield. Little fairy lord, but brother Dark Shadow, so many dwarves died. Shanshan is in pain, so in pain. After seeing Mo Shanshan's reply, Li Yuan didn't know how to comfort her. After a while, Li Yuan replied, give them a proper burial. In war, everyone will die, and perhaps even more will die in the future. We should all be prepared when we come to this war-torn continent. Come on. Fairy Lord, yeah. After closing the chat window, Li Yuan shook his head slightly. How can there be no casualties in war? War has always been a ruthless meat grinder. Not to mention those dwarves, even his Shadow Legion, except for the absent Nigga, each of them died hundreds of times. It's just that death means nothing to Black Shadow. Chapter 52. The werewolf tribe is destroyed, and 1/3 of the godhood. After 2 waves of beasts came one after another, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. And tonight will be a sleepless night for all the surviving lords. Those who were able to survive the beast tide were naturally overjoyed, and the next thing they did was to collect the corpses of the beasts. Li Yuan is also doing this now, and has no sleepiness at all. Although the shadows have now cleaned up the body parts and blood, the strong smell of blood can still be clearly smelled in the castle. If it were in the past, the smell of blood might have attracted other monsters. But at this moment, the monsters nearby should have been almost all killed, mainly because there were many monsters brought by the Holy Land Tiger Beast. Therefore, there are almost no other magical beasts in the territory of Shadow Town now. Since there were too many monster corpses, Li Yuan naturally did not let Black Shadow move the corpses back to the castle. He went out and collected them one by one. There is no doubt that the harvest of the beast tide was huge. Not to mention the energy stones. Every corner of the warehouse is filled with energy stones. There are also quite a few Yuan crystals. In addition, Li Yuan also collected some drawings. This is just what we got after collecting half a circle of monster corpses. You can imagine how huge the overall harvest is. It took Li Yuan nearly half an hour to collect all the corpses of monsters. However, Li Yuan has not yet figured out the quantity of various supplies, and is hesitating whether to go to the werewolf tribe. It is worth mentioning that although the beast tide has ended long ago, the defense tower has been firing magic shells all the time. The direction of these magic shells is naturally the location of the werewolf tribe. The werewolf tribe is within the territory of Shadow Town, so the defense tower's attack can reach there. But the distance is still too far. Although the defense tower's attack has reached the 9th level, the defense tower's attack is not a locking type. Therefore, at a distance of 1,000 or 2,000 meters, the attack of the defense tower may not be able to hit the enemy. In this way, the attack of the defense tower becomes a carpet bombing raid, an indiscriminate bombing. In the past half hour, most of the werewolf tribe has been bombed to the ground. But the defense tower's attack did not stop, which meant that there were still werewolves in the werewolf tribe, and they had not been killed. Nigga, IKA, and the others haven't come back yet, so I don't know if they got the godhead. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, Li Yuan's goal in this beast tide was not only to resist the beast tide, but also to obtain the wolf god's divinity. The appearance of the Holy Land Tiger Beast was just an accident. Logically speaking, now that Nigga has the help of IK, 2 ghost shadows, and a giant shadow, he should be able to destroy the werewolf tribe. We shouldn't waste so much time. Did something go wrong? At this moment, Li Yuan's face changed slightly, and he quickly jumped onto the castle. he saw a tall mushroom cloud rising in the north. At the same time, Nijieka and the three black shadows were all killed. Something happened as expected. With the blessing of the Holy Source Tower, Niga and Ik both have the combat power of a holy realm. With the two of them working together, there is no way they can't deal with the werewolf tribe. According to earlier investigations, there is only one half-saint in the werewolf tribe, and the other 9 levels are not to be feared at all. Moreover, the explosion just now was not caused by Nijia and Ika, but an explosion of a more powerful force. 3,000 meters away, even the Black Shadow Castle on Li Yuan's side was shaking, especially the town crystal core was glowing, obviously under threat. Li Yuan made a comparison and found that this explosive energy could definitely blow up the territory of the holy tiger beast. With a move of his figure, Li Yuan was about to head towards the location of the werewolf tribe in the north. But the next moment, Ikaniga and the others appeared quietly. They were back. Seeing this, Li Yuan couldn't help but stop and look at Niga. Nijia looked at Li Yuan, and his face showed self-blame. He knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, I have done my job poorly. Please punish me." Li Yuan frowned and asked, "What's going on? Is there a hidden master in the werewolf tribe?" Ik also knelt down and said with his head down, "Your Majesty, it was that half-saint werewolf. Niga was trying to steal the divine power, but the divine power contained the spiritual power of the half-saint werewolf. Niga was discovered as soon as he touched the divine power. After a struggle, the divine power was divided into 3. Niga took 1 piece, and the half-saint werewolf took 2 pieces. The half-saint werewolf wanted to die with us in the end, so he swallowed the divine power and exploded directly." Hearing this, Li Yuan's frown relaxed, and he said with a smile, "I thought it was something else. Okay, everyone get up." Niga and Ika slowly stood up, and Niga walked forward and presented half of the skull to Li Yuan. "Your Majesty, the wolf god's divinity has not yet fully condensed and can only be preserved in the wolf god's remains." Li Yuan nodded and took the skull. The moment he took action, the power of thunder and lightning in Li Yuan's body began to stir. What a coincidence! It looks like that wolf god was a thunder god before he fell. Similarly, Li Yuan also felt the violent power of thunder and lightning in his skull, which was extremely powerful. Not to mention, this made him feel like he was holding a nuclear weapon. There is no doubt that if the skull explodes and the power within the godhead erupts, this Black Shadow Castle will be blown to ashes. The power of a god, even 1/3 of it, cannot be resisted by a mere 9th-order defense. The explosion just now, coming from the north, is proof that Niga and Ika were killed directly. If nothing unexpected happened in the explosion just now, except for Nijieka and Black Shadow, no other werewolves would be left alive, including the goblins who had previously surrendered to Black Shadow Castle, and they would probably all be blown to ashes. Seeing that Nijia still had a look of self-blame on his face, Li Yuan couldn't help but say again, "Okay, it's worth the trip if we gain something." Although it was only 1/3 of the godhood, Li Yuan felt that it was indeed quite good. Besides, there was no specific loss on his side, just some goblins died, so it was completely a matter of getting something for nothing. As for how to use this divine power specifically, we will talk about it later. "Yes, Your Majesty." Nijia bowed to Li Yuan, but was obviously unable to come out. In his opinion, Li Yuan arranged for him to fight the werewolf tribe alone, which showed that he trusted and valued him. As a result, he messed up the matter and couldn't help feeling guilty towards Li Yuan. Li Yuan put away the wolf god's skull and said to the Black Shadows, "That's it. Everyone has worked hard today. Take a good rest." After saying that, Li Yuan was about to turn around and go to the warehouse to count the harvested supplies. But after walking a few steps, Li Yuan felt as if he had overlooked something and stopped immediately. After thinking for a while, Li Yuan's expression suddenly changed. "Where is the golden holy ape?" Just now, the golden holy ape followed Ika and the others to support Niga, and now he hasn't come back. Did he also die in the explosion of the divine body? That doesn't seem right. He has a master-servant contract with the golden holy ape. If the golden holy ape died, he would be able to sense it. He had just sensed the death of Niga and the others, but did not sense the death of the golden holy ape. So, where did the golden figure go? As if he had seen through Li Yuan's thoughts, Niga couldn't help but speak. Chapter 53. Count the harvest and build new buildings. Nijia stepped forward and said, "The monkey should not be dead. He was dealing with the 9th-level werewolf magician before and chased him out of the werewolf tribe. He might have been hit by the explosion, but he should be fine. In fact, Nijia was not so sure about this. But Li Yuan knew that the golden holy ape was not dead. He was either seriously injured and could not come back, or he had left the territory. The little monkey's hatred for his mother is an obsession. Go look over there and see if you can find him. Li Yuanchao said to Nijia with a gleam in his eyes. If the golden holy ape was injured, then no problem, he would still be a member of Shadow Town. But if it ran away without Li Yuan's permission, then there would be no need for this golden holy ape to continue living. Magical beasts from the divine realm are rare, but they must be obedient. Of course, Li Yuan felt that the chances of the little monkey escaping were slim. After all, the little monkey had left before. If I wanted to run, I would have run now. Niga took the order and immediately disappeared from the spot. IKA and the others were fine too, so they followed him. Li Yuan didn't think about it anymore and had already arrived at the warehouse. Seeing the warehouse full of supplies, Li Yuan smiled again and felt a little excited. The harvest is really great. There were more than 2,800 energy stones alone in this beast tide. Including the remaining ones, Li Yuan now has nearly 3,000 energy stones in total. 5,000 energy stones are needed to upgrade the Black Shadow Crystal. And just one beast tide can directly collect 3/5 of the energy stones. If there is another beast tide, maybe I can upgrade directly. Of course, this is just a thought. No one knows whether the town will face another beast tide. If not, then we can only rely on Sombra and the others to slowly brush them off. In addition to energy stones, the harvest of Yuan crystals was also huge, a total of 108. Including the previous Yuan crystals, there are more than 120 in total, and only 70 or 80 are needed to upgrade the barracks. The drop rate is not too high, but it is understandable as not all elite monsters will drop Yuan Jing. Not to mention the food, there was plenty of it. Most of the warehouse was food. In addition, there are some items collected from monsters, such as teeth, bones, fur, etc., which also occupy most of the warehouse. In addition to the two relatively valuable items, energy stones and crystals, there are also drawings. Li Yuan naturally didn't remember which monster dropped the treasure from. When he collected them in piles. It should be exploded by several special 9th-level monsters. Li Yuan stretched out his hand, and 3 pieces of craft paper appeared in his hand. He identified them all at once. Low-level building drawings, ordinary houses. Function: provides a place for soldiers and civilians to live. Can be reused 50 times. Construction materials: 800 units of wood, 500 units of stone. Intermediate building drawings, villa. Function: provide living quarters for high-ranking military officers and civilians, and can be reused 10 times. Construction materials: 2,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone. Intermediate building drawings, city wall. Function: 6th-level defense. Construction requirements: 50,000 units of wood, 20,000 units of stone, 10,000 units of iron essence. 3 drawings, 1 low-level and 2 intermediate-level. Li Yuan still felt a little disappointed. After all, the blueprints he got the previous 2 times were either saint-level or advanced-level, which was a big gap. These architectural drawings are really not of much use to him. The soldiers of the Shadow Legion don't need a place to live, so they can just go back to the Shadow Kingdom when they have nothing to do. But it's worth it to get these drawings. Now his castle has been upgraded to a town covering an area of 5,000 square meters, which is a very large area. Apart from the castle, the rest of the place is empty and looks very desolate, not like a town at all. These drawings can be used to build town buildings. The city wall is still very useful. The castle now has a city wall, which is very low and looks like an ordinary fence. The city wall is the wall that protects the entire town. Thinking about what these buildings would look like after they were built, Li Yuan couldn't help but smile again. He and Black Shadow might not need it now, but a castle standing in the territory does not look like a town. Besides, Li Yuan didn't want to live alone. Maybe in the future, some local forces or other lords will surrender, and then some people might move in. Moreover, what Li Yuan wanted was not just a town. He also has to build cities and create a dynasty. He can't do it alone. So Li Yuan no longer hesitated and started to build ordinary houses and villas. Li Yuan has no shortage of materials, and these buildings do not require many materials. Soon, many buildings appeared around the castle. Since it is the same blueprint, the houses built are the same, both ordinary houses and villas. Li Yuan arranged the residential area according to the model he remembered, with ordinary houses and villas arranged in an orderly manner, dividing it into several residential areas. So it still looks pretty good, especially those villas, which are almost comparable to mid-level castles. A lot of materials were needed to build the city wall, so Li Yuan did not continue and decided to wait and see the situation later. When Li Yuan finished building these buildings, Niga and the others also came back. The golden holy ape did not escape, but was actually injured and fell into a coma. He was carried back by Niga and the others. Li Yuan went forward to check and found that the golden holy ape was seriously injured, with all its internal organs broken. According to Niga, if the golden holy ape had not been far enough away from the werewolf tribe, he would have really died in the explosion of the divinity. However, in the current state of the golden holy ape, it was almost dead and was just hanging on for dear life. If it were left outside, the golden holy ape would have no way out unless the healing masters took action. Fortunately, the golden holy ape is Li Yuan's contracted beast, a man with a horse talisman. Li Yuan stretched out his hand and placed it on the bare, bloody hand of the golden holy ape, and immediately the power of the horse talisman enveloped the golden holy ape. In an instant, all the wounds on the golden holy ape's body disappeared, and its fur returned to normal. The broken internal organs in the body also directly recovered to their perfect peak state, and there was no sign of injury at all. As described in the horse talisman, this was not healing, but direct recovery, restoring the golden holy ape to its most perfect state. The golden holy ape also regained consciousness. He stood up and looked at his body. Nothing was wrong. "Thank you, Master, for saving my life again." At the moment when the divine power exploded, the golden holy ape was injured and felt completely disheartened, thinking that he was dead. His mother managed to keep him alive with great difficulty, but he died before he could avenge his father's death. How regretful and resentful he must have been. But now, Li Yuan saved him and gave him a new life. However, Li Yuan ignored the golden holy ape at this time, but just stared at him intently. Restored, perfectly restored. A flash of inspiration burst into Li Yuan's mind. The horse charm can restore any material that has been damaged by shattering to its full quality. Can that 1/3 of the divine nature be repaired? Chapter 54, Fire Godhead. The horse talisman is perfectly restored. Although Li Yuani told Nijia at the beginning that 1/3 of the godhood was also a good gain. However, if it could be a complete godhood, Li Yuan would certainly be more than happy to have it, and would never let it go. A complete godhead. No matter how powerful that werewolf god is in the realm of gods, is always a godhead. Gods, after igniting the divine fire, will condense their divinity. If the holy realm is a leap forward in the life level of living beings, then the divine realm is another leap forward in the life level at this stage of the holy realm. There's a saying that everyone below the sanctuary is an ant. Although this statement is a bit absolute, it does make sense. At least, if it weren't for the fact that the Black Shadow Core was immortal and used infinite self-destruction to repel the Holy Domain Tiger Beast, it would be unknown whether the Black Shadow Castle would still exist. To be honest, Li Yuan and the Black Shadow are indeed no match for the Holy Domain Tiger Beast now. It can be seen from the fact that the Sanctuary Tiger Beast easily killed IKA in seconds that this sentence makes sense. The Holy Land is already so powerful, so you can imagine how powerful the Divine Realm is. The same words can be used to describe it. Everyone below the Divine Realm is an ant, including those in the Holy Realm. Of course, a divine nature certainly does not represent a god. At best, it is just a key to enter the realm of gods. All I can say is that with the key of divine nature, it won't be too difficult to ignite the divine fire. It is enough to slowly integrate the godhood. However, in this case, the potential is almost gone, and the highest upper limit is the level of the original owner of this divine nature. And the divinity that one condenses oneself has the potential to grow. These messages are all written in the World Chat channel. To be honest, Li Yuan himself would definitely not be interested in a divine power with a fixed upper limit. As the future master of the Dark Shadow Kingdom, there is no way he can become a god by borrowing the divinity of others. His goal is, of course, to condense his own divinity. But just because he doesn't like it doesn't mean others don't need it. Just give a black shadow randomly. That's completely fine. It's also good to directly reach a divine realm. Niga and IK, they definitely can't do it, as the upper limit of their own potential is the divine realm. If nothing unexpected happens, they're still extremely strong in the divine realm. If they use other people's divinity, it will undoubtedly cut off their own potential. But it is different from other shadows. The upper limit of ordinary shadow soldiers is just the sanctuary. Being able to have a subordinate who can reach the divine level in a short period of time will be of great help in improving the strength of the Black Shadow Town. At least, if the Sanctuary Tiger Beast and the Black Crown Golden Eagle come again, they won't have to be afraid. Thinking of this, Li Yuan couldn't help himself and turned to Nijia and said, "Take me to the werewolf tribe immediately." Nijia was confused, but of course he obeyed Li Yuan's orders unconditionally. At that moment, Niga came over and gently pulled Li Yuan, and the two of them disappeared from the spot in an instant. The golden holy ape, who had recovered, looked left and right, and was also confused. IKA and the others didn't care too much, and chose to go back to the Shadow Kingdom. Li Yuan asked them to rest, so they naturally went to rest. After all, there were no monsters around for them to kill. When the golden holy ape saw that there was no one around, he transformed into a little monkey and went to the holy source tower alone. Besides, under the guidance of Niga, Li Yuan passed through the shadow space and successfully arrived at the location of the werewolf tribe. However, there is no trace of the werewolf tribe now, and only a huge deep pit is left in its place. The werewolf tribe is 3,000 meters away from the castle, and the range of this deep pit is more than 500 meters. If it rains in the future, this place will definitely become a lake. Li Yuan didn't even look at the deep pit for long. After appearing here, he directly took out the small half of the skull that Niga had just given him. Although the horse charm can restore anything, it requires something left after it is broken. For example, if a cup is broken, but the broken pieces are still there, the horse spell can successfully restore them. But if the cup is broken and the residue is gone, the horse spell cannot repair the cup out of thin air. This is also the reason why Li Yuan came to the werewolf tribe in person. The godhead was shattered here, and it is impossible to find any remnants. But after all, it exploded here, so the energy it released should have remained here. Although this may not necessarily be able to be restored, there is no chance of pregnancy if you try. If it succeeds, wouldn't it be a waste of a complete godhead? Li Yuan did it right away. He threw the skull into the air, and the power of the horse talisman instantly enveloped it. Nijia watched curiously from the side without asking any questions. Li Yuan stared at the skull floating in the air, his eyes shining with anticipation. At this time, the power of the horse spell was not just on the skull, but was also spreading in all directions, as if it was searching for other parts of the skull. After several minutes, Li Yuan's expression suddenly changed. He felt the changes in his skull. From all around, especially near the deep pit, some special particles were slowly drawn out by the power of the horse talisman. It was impossible to tell what they were specifically, but under the guidance of the horse talisman, these particles were slowly converging towards the skull. Not long after, there seemed to be something extra on the skull, a little bit of growth. Very little. But Li Yuan is now at the 9th level of combat power, so he still has some eyesight and can clearly see the growth of the skull. It looks like there's going to be drama. Li Yuan's eyes showed excitement, and he immediately increased the power of the horse talisman. In this way, as the horse spell continued to search and gather the lost energy of the skull in the air became more and more complete. The whole process is still very slow, because not only is the godhead shattered, but energy is also exploding, which will definitely be more difficult to repair. 3 full hours passed, until the night sky turned pale and the skull finally stopped repairing. The horse talisman also seemed to be unable to find any other emanating power from the godhead. At this time, Li Yuan could not feel the violent and chaotic power in his skull. On the contrary, the energy in it became much milder. Li Yuan waved his hand to call back the complete skull, took it in his hand to look at it, and frowned. To say it is complete is actually not complete, because there's a concave area on the top of the skull, as if it was broken by some sharp weapon. It is a very obvious wound. However, the horse charm could no longer retrieve the energy of the other skulls. What's going on? Li Yuan thought about it carefully and came to a conclusion. This skull that houses the godhead may not have been complete from the beginning. Why think about this? The skull is just a carrier of the godhead. As long as the godhead is intact, that's enough. Li Yuan smiled, and flames suddenly appeared on his hands. After a while, the skull in Li Yuan's hand turned red and turned into white powder in the air as the wind blew. The skull disappeared, and in its place was a red crystal the size of a baby's fist. The shape is irregular and looks a bit like a flame, and there's also a flame burning inside the crystal. Obviously, this is a fire godhead. Chapter 55, Beast Tide Event, Why Hasn't It Come Yet? Li Yuan compared the strength of the divine power in the world announcement. This fire-type godhood should be the godhood of a lower-level god. The realm of gods is divided into upper gods, middle gods, and lower gods, and above that is the level of main gods. Above the main god, there is the supreme god, the Lord of Rules. Judging from the divine nature, the wolf god was not that powerful, just a lower-level god. But it's not bad. No matter how weak a god is, he is still a god. Nijiao looked at the red crystal in Li Yuan's hand, felt the energy contained in it, and said without saying a word, "What a strong power! Godhood, naturally not bad." Li Yuan smiled with satisfaction, put away the fire godhood, and said, "Let's go back first. I have to say that this divine power is the biggest gain since coming to the war continent, and the gains from this beast tide cannot compare to it. Of course, this is also thanks to the horse charm. Without the horse talisman, the divinity would be only 1/3, and its value would be greatly reduced." After returning to the castle, Li Yuan found that IKA and the others were gone, and there was no intention of summoning them out again. It was almost dawn, but Li Yuan was nervous tonight and still felt a little sleepy. Without paying any more attention to other things, Niga was on guard alone. Li Yuan took a shower and went to the Xinyuan Tower, where he fell asleep. However, Li Yuan woke up not long after sleeping. Outside the window, warm sunlight shone in, as usual, as if nothing had happened last night. Li Yuan's strength is not as good as before, so his need for sleep is not too high. 2 or 3 hours of sleep is enough. I got up, went to the castle, washed up, and had a simple breakfast. Standing on top of the castle and looking around, the newly built houses in front are arranged in an orderly manner and look pretty good. But how should I put it? It lacks some popularity. But there is no need to rush for popularity. Now that the beast tide has just passed, the next step is the real period of development. The struggle for supremacy among all races is the great era of territory expansion. Li Yuan jumped off the castle, came to the yard, found a chair to lie down, and opened the trading square. Compared with the previous trading square, the trading columns in today's trading square are almost all filled up, all with transactions of various food materials, and the quantities are not small, with tens of thousands of units of food. There are quite a few lords who have taken out so many units, which shows that in the beast tide, most lords have reaped rich rewards. Of course, this refers to those lords who survived. Last night, a tide of beasts swept across the entire war continent, and all the lords were attacked by the tide of beasts. At least 1/10 of the lords lost their cities and people in the beast tide attack, and the situation was extremely tragic. The lord who survived naturally killed off the beast tide and obtained a lot of food. They certainly won't be able to finish all this food in a short period of time, so it's normal to sell it now. But the price is very low. After all, at this stage, everyone should not be short of food. Not to mention the low price, there were basically no transactions. There is some trading volume for some other special beast and Warcraft materials, but not much. Li Yuan thought about it, and thought that perhaps there was a lord who, like the little fairy Mo Shanshan, also obtained something similar to a furnace in the beast tide. This made Li Yuan frown. It was obvious that someone wanted to steal his business. He had already planned to let the fairy town occupy the weapons and equipment market of all lords in the future. However, other people also had the same idea, and he couldn't stop them. He just had to take enough initiative in the next period of time. Li Yuan walked around and threw some food into the trading square, all of which were special foods. There is not much demand for ordinary food, but for other lords, the more elite-level special food, the better. As for other ordinary food and materials, Li Yuan directly transferred them to the little fairy Mo Shanshan. Mo Shanshan is full of dwarves, and making weapons and equipment is their super professional expertise. I think they will be able to make a name for themselves in the weapons and equipment market very quickly, and their competitiveness is unquestionable. Finally, Li Yuan counted the other wood and stone materials and estimated that they were enough for the construction of the wall. So Li Yuan built the wall again. The blueprint was consumed in an instant, and at the edge of the territory, A city wall more than 30 meters high and more than 10 meters wide stood up. The dark walls glowed with a faint light, connected to the town's crystal core. At the same time, the town's defense shield also merged with the city wall, becoming indistinguishable from the other. In this way, it is almost impossible for magical beasts below level 9 to break into the territory. After the city wall was built, Li Yuan opened the chat channel again, wanting to see the current status of the lords from all sides. Unexpectedly, the chat channel was as lively as before the beast tide. Many lords were chatting. "It's terrible. The beast tide has passed, and I only have 7 or 8 soldiers left. That's it. I only have 5 types of soldiers, and they were just recruited. If you're not dead, then Ba. That's right. As long as you are still alive, think about those dead lords. They are really dead. My wife is dead. My wife is dead. She hasn't replied to me since last night. Hey. How did the person upstairs contact your wife? How did they know it was your wife? No matter what, the beast tide is over. At least those of us who survived have survived the first hurdle. But if we want to survive in the war continent, this is just the beginning. The castle's protective shield is gone, which means we will be completely exposed to the sight of local forces. That's right, brothers and sisters. Our biggest enemy right now is the local forces. So I suggest that we form an alliance. Form an alliance and fight against those local forces together. I think so too. Let's form an alliance. Is there any big guy willing to lead it? I feel that this is the truth. We should not fight among ourselves now. We should work together to eliminate those local forces. Relatively speaking, we have been developing for too short time. We cannot deal with those local forces alone. They are deeply rooted and too strong. By the way, have you overlooked one thing? The beast tide is active, but there is no movement now. Oh, right. The beast tide is over, isn't it? Could it be that it's not over yet? Shit. No way, no way. There will be another beast tide? What that voice said at the beginning seemed to be really talking about the first beast tide. When these last few chat messages appeared, the previously lively atmosphere suddenly changed. Damn it. Everyone is so happy. Why bring this up? Can't you let me be happy for a while? What a piece of shit, talking about a beast tide at this time. After seeing the news, Li Yuan also remembered the beast tide event. Rewards would be given according to the ranking. If ranked first, a special and unique reward would be given. But that voice hasn't appeared yet. Is it calculating the rankings among the lords, or is there really another beast tide? Chapter 56, Town Combat Power, Hypothesis on the Evolution of Black Shadow. Without paying too much attention to the information in the chat channel, Li Yuan called up his town information panel. Town name, Shadow Town. Town level, Primary Town. Town Core Crystal, 9th level defense. Territory range, 5,000 meters. Buildings, Black Shadow Crystal, Warehouse, Holy Source Tower, City Wall, Ordinary Houses X50, Villas X10. Upgrade Intermediate Town items. 500,000 units of stone, 1 million units of wood, 100,000 units of iron essence. Reputation, 12,000. Hint, you and your town have been hated by the dragons, the Goblin Kingdom, and the werewolves on the mountaintop. Judging from the data information, it is roughly the same as that of the fairy Imo-Shan-Shan. You should have more buildings than her, and also more reputation. Li Yuan has already surpassed the fairy's 8,000 reputation. But unfortunately, Imo-Shan-Shan's reputation is so great that it can attract mountain dwarves to join him. Li Yuan's reputation is not so much a reputation as a notoriety. Otherwise, he would not be hated by the 3 major local forces. The hatred of the Dragon Clan is due to the dragon blood armor. Not to mention the hatred from the Goblin Kingdom. Li Yuan killed quite a few goblins and goblin-affiliated goblins. The hostility of the werewolves on the top of the mountains is not surprising. After all, not only did Li Yuan kill those werewolves, he also stole the ancestral divinity that had been condensed for hundreds of years. It would be strange if he was not hated. This hatred is integrated into Li Yuan's aura. In other words, even if no one knew Li Yuan's identity, once he met the dragons, goblins, or werewolves, he would naturally be hated by these tribes. They would not treat him well, and might even attack him directly and want to kill him. This is a bit like the red-named player in the game. Li Yuan was somewhat helpless about this, but it didn't matter since they were all hostile forces anyway. We still need to properly deploy the defense of the town. After a few hours rest, he is now very energetic and naturally cannot just sit there and do nothing. Whether there will be another beast tied is another matter, but there cannot be no other magical beasts and ferocious beasts outside the territory. After the murderous atmosphere of last night has passed, these beasts will definitely invade the territory again. Of course, Li Yuan did not forget the holy tiger beast and the black-crowned golden eagle. There might be more than one holy monster behind this guy. If the Shadow Town does not continue to upgrade, these sanctuary monsters will be his biggest threat. In addition, he had noticed that someone mentioned the Red Moon Forest in the chat channel before. This means that there must be lords like him nearby, and we must be on guard. Don't be fooled by what is said in the chat channel about alliance or not. Since we have come to this war continent, there are no friends, only enemies. Unless the other party can surrender, for the time being, other lords may pose a threat to the Shadow Town. However, this naturally does not include the small fairy town that has become his territory. Although Li Yuan is not afraid of other lords, he cannot let them come to his door before he finds out. Other local forces should not be taken lightly either. Therefore, the Black Shadow Corps must take advantage of this time to intensify patrols around the area and find out the situation around the territory. Now, the overall quantity and quality of Li Yuan's troops are already quite good. Ghost General Niga, 9th level. Helmeted Shadow General IKA is also at the 9th level. There are 14 Ghost Soldiers, 2 at level 8 and 12 at level 7. There are 15 Giant Shadow Soldiers, 1 at level 8 and 14 at level 7. There are 6 Helmet Shadow Soldiers, 6 Claw Shadow Soldiers, and 6 Flying Shadow Soldiers. All of them are level 7. The total number of Black Shadow Corps is 49. In addition to the Black Shadow, there is also a Golden Holy Ape, level 9. Li Yuan thought for a while and made simple arrangements based on the number of people. In the following period, Generals IKA and Niga led 15 Black Shadows respectively to go out hunting and to inquire about the surrounding situation. The other Black Shadows were responsible for patrolling around the town to prevent any foreign invasion. Li Yuan will not leave the town easily for the time being. He and the Golden Holy Ape will be responsible for staying behind to prevent the house from being robbed. After all, the existence of the castle is related to his life. If the town's crystal core is destroyed because of going out, all his previous efforts and his own life will be wasted. Naturally, Black Shadow and the Golden Holy Ape had no objection to Li Yuan's arrangement. After the order was given, the Shadows each performed their duties. Niga and IKA left. Now that the monsters had not returned yet, they did not go to kill them. Instead, they led the team out of the town territory and went around to gather intelligence information. The remaining 17 Black Shadows, led by an 8th level Giant Shadow, patrolled on the city wall, while another 8th level Ghost Shadow patrolled outside the city wall, achieving internal and external coordination. As long as they were not enemies and were as mysterious and traceless as the Black Shadows, the 2 patrol teams were enough to detect any intruders. After finishing all these, Li Yuan went to the newly built house and villa to have a look when he had nothing to do, and the Golden Holy Ape followed him. You can't break through to the Saint Realm in a short period of time. How about finding a villa to live in? Li Yuan turned around and said to the Golden Sanctuary, which looked like a little monkey. The little monkey has just entered the 9th level. He had cultivated quickly in the Holy Source Tower before, but now that he has reached the 9th level, it is almost impossible for him to be promoted to the Holy Realm in the Holy Source Tower. After all, the Holy Source Tower is only at the holy level and is only effective for people below the holy level. Even if one forcibly raises the energy to the level of the holy domain, one still needs to rely on oneself to comprehend the domain. The Golden Holy Ape scratched his fur and said, "No need, Master. I'll just stay in the Holy Source Tower. I can't get used to it." Li Yuan was just talking casually, and the little monkey just let him do what he wanted. Well, let Nijia, IKA, and the others choose a room to live in when the time comes. Don't just go back to the Shadow Kingdom when nothing happens. The main reason is that Li Yuan wants to increase the popularity of his castle. Thinking of this, Li Yuan felt a little regretful. Unfortunately, the other shadows have no language system and cannot communicate through speech, which is very inconvenient. If these shadows could talk, then the Shadow Town would definitely be much more lively. Speaking of which, when the magic beasts reach the Holy Land, they can transform and speak human language. What about these Black Shadows? If they are promoted to Saint level in the future, will they be able to speak? The upper limit of these shadow soldiers is the sanctuary level, and they can all be upgraded to the saint level. Now, there's an opportunity just in time to give a try. Li Yuan's figure flashed, and soon he appeared on the city wall several thousand meters away. When the patrolling black shadows saw Li Yuan, they immediately knelt on one knee to express their loyalty and respect to him. Li Yuan nodded and pointed his hand at a giant shadow. "It's you. Come on, follow me back to Castle Fort." After saying that, Li Yuan jumped off the city wall, and the giant shadow he pointed at followed him obediently, without any doubt in his eyes. Because Li Yuan's words were destiny to them, and they had no choice but to obey. Chapter 57. The experiment failed, and a new Lord Neighbor appeared. Back at the castle, the giant, tall figure stood obediently in front of him. Li Yuan glanced at him, then took out the godhood he had obtained from the werewolf tribe. "Let's merge." The giant shadow looked down at the divine power in Li Yuan's hand, his expression still without any fluctuation. He has no language system and no related emotional fluctuations. In other words, they simply do not have the 7 emotions and 6 desires that humans should have, and are similar to being tools. Therefore, this time Li Yuan wanted to see whether the black shadow that was promoted to the Holy Realm could have real life, be able to speak, feel, and think instead of just following orders. If this can really be achieved, then the strength of the future Black Shadow Corps will rise to a new level. When encountering problems, they no longer just listen to Li Yuan or the 9 generals. They can think independently and make appropriate decisions. There is a huge difference between having ideas and having no ideas. The reason why Li Yuan chose the Giant Shadow was that the Giant Shadow's defense was stronger than other Black Shadows. The fusion of the Godhead will cause the body to be eroded by the Godhead's power. If the body is too weak, it is very likely that it will not be able to withstand the impact of the Godhead. This Giant Shadow is at level 7, and with the blessing of the Holy Source Tower, it is at level 8. In order to ensure success, Li Yuan even gave the Dragon Blood Armor to Zhu. Fortunately, the Dragon Blood Armor can shrink and expand on its own, otherwise Giant Shadow really wouldn't be able to wear it. After putting on the Dragon Blood Armor, the Giant Shadow raised his hand, grabbed the flame-shaped divine power, and pressed it directly on his forehead. The next moment, the divine nature sank into his brows, and the entire body of the Giant Shadow began to glow with flames and burn. At the same time, the Giant Shadow's body began to swell, and cracks appeared on its body. Obviously, the power of the Godhead was too strong, and the Giant Shadow could hardly bear it. Sure enough, in less than half a minute, the Giant Shadow's body exploded, leaving only the divine power and the Dragon Blood Armor. I kind of took it for granted. Li Yuan felt helpless when he saw this. It seemed that his experiment would not work for the time being. Things in the divine realm, especially the divinity of gods, cannot be used casually. Come to think of it, trying to fuse the divine nature at level 7 or 8 is courting death, isn't that? Perhaps we have to wait until the Black Shadow grows to the sanctuary before we have the chance to merge with the Godhead. Otherwise, it will be difficult to bear. Although the Nijieka Golden Sanctuary has sanctuary combat power in the territory, Li Yuan is reluctant to waste their original upper limit potential. Besides, Li Yuan didn't have such an urgent need for divine combat power. He just wanted the Black Shadow to have real life. The Giant Shadow reappeared, and Li Yuan waved his hand and said, "Okay, you go back first." Although Li Yuan was a little disappointed, it was not a big problem. The Black Shadow would grow and enter the Holy Land sooner or later, and it would not be too late to try again then. Anyway, the Godhood is already in his hands, and it won't run away on its own. Just as Li Yuan was experimenting with the Giant Shadow's fusion of divine power, the team led by IK was patrolling the territory. Although most of the wild beasts in the jungle had been killed in last night's beast tide, after so much time had passed, there were still some remaining wild beasts and monsters. Their levels were not very high, and more than 10 of them had been killed by them at this time. The Shadow team, led by Niga, has already left the territory. Their goal was not to hunt, but to find out everything about the territory according to Li Yuan's orders. Neither the Black Shadow nor Li Yuan had ever come out beyond a distance of 5,000 meters. The farthest distance was where the werewolf tribe was at the time, which was only 3,000 meters away from the high-level castle. At that time, we were afraid that there might be stronger monsters outside, and there was no need to do so. But now 7 days have passed, and the strength of the shadows has greatly increased, so we must figure out the external situation. In the jungle outside the territory, the number of wild beasts and monsters has increased slightly, but not by much. These magical beasts naturally could not stop Nigga and his companions. They continued to explore outside while killing monsters. An hour later, when Nigga and his friends were exploring in a circle, they actually found a castle. This place is about 3,500 meters away from the Black Shadow territory, which is more than 8,000 meters away from the town. A very close neighbor, and it looks like a high-end castle. Being able to upgrade to an advanced castle and survive last night's beast tide safely, the enemy's troops might be quite strong. From a distance, you can see figures walking around in the castle, but there aren't many of them. The castle is surrounded by a fence made of a mixture of wood and stone, and there are more than a dozen towers around it. On top of each tower, there was a militiaman holding a musket and on guard. Nigga pointed at a black shadow and asked him to go over and take a look at the specific situation of the castle. In the hall of the castle, there was a middle-aged man with a beard, and he seemed to be in a bad mood. Damn it, nearly half of the 20-odd militiamen died. The bearded middle-aged man felt scared when he thought of the beast tide last night. He and the castle were almost destroyed. Even though his castle is advanced, his troops are okay and come with thermal weapons. Don't underestimate those, as they are just firearms. They are powered by energy stones, and their bullets are energy bullets with considerable destructive power. But with such strength, they had no power to resist the beast tide. Just a little bit more, and the beast tide would have invaded the castle. Thinking of this, a look of relief flashed across the bearded middle-aged man's face again. There was no other reason. Just last night, when the beast tide was about to destroy his castle, the tide suddenly retreated. It was very strange that all of a sudden, all the monsters left, especially those powerful high-level monsters. As if they had received some orders, they all ran towards the direction of the Red Moon Forest and abandoned the castle that he was about to destroy. The bearded middle-aged man raised his head and glanced in the direction of the Red Moon Forest. A look of doubt flashed across his face. He did not forget that yesterday in that direction, not long after the beast tide on his side receded, a huge explosion was heard there. That place of the werewolf tribe. That's right, during this period of time, the bearded man's soldiers also discovered the werewolf tribe. But he has always been very cautious and almost never let the militia go to the Red Moon Forest again. Is there a lord over there too? Did he survive last night? The bearded man took a breath and shook his head. Even if there were lords alive over there, he probably wouldn't be able to covet them. Moreover, that was the Red Moon Forest, and he knew that this place was a forbidden place. Hey, we can't afford to offend them over there, but we could try this side. If you take down other lords' castles, you will get a high reward, which may be enough to make up for the losses caused by this beast tide. The other side only has a mid-level castle, and it survived because of the sudden departure of the beast tide, but its losses must be worse than mine. I'm afraid you didn't expect me to attack you suddenly, did you? On the other side of the bearded middle-aged man's castle, there is another castle, which has apparently been targeted by him. Chapter 58. Wait until he returns to the castle, then kill him. The bearded middle-aged man made up his mind and walked out of the castle. Leave 2 militiamen to guard the house, and the rest of the soldiers follow me, taking the 2 cannons with you. At a command, several militiamen moved 2 green cannons from the warehouse and left the castle together. Before leaving, the bearded middle-aged man hesitated whether to follow, but finally chose to go out with his troops. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. If you can be 1 step ahead now, you will be a big step ahead of others in the future. Just after the bearded middle-aged man left the castle, my eyes looked in the other direction of the castle intentionally or unintentionally. At the same time, a layer of golden light appeared in the bearded man's eyes. In his peripheral vision, he saw the shadow of a tree, and within the shadow, the outline of a human figure emerged. Others can't see it. Only he can see it. This is a special magical power he obtained after upgrading his barracks, golden eyes. This skill allows him to see things that ordinary people cannot see, such as certain hiding techniques, which are basically useless to him. That's why, as soon as the bearded middle-aged man went out, he saw the dark figure hiding in the shadows. However, he did not say it at that time, because he naturally wanted to see what this hidden creature wanted to do. Under the scrutiny of the golden pupil, it was a figure with bloodshot eyes and covered in a black robe. A humanoid monster? No, it should be a dark demon. As far as the bearded middle-aged man knew, There was no such humanoid intelligent creature, so he regarded the Black Shadow as a demon. There is no other reason. The shape and aura of the Black Shadow make it clear on its face that I am a dark creature. Level 7. It seems to be elite level. I didn't expect to be targeted right after the beast tide passed. The bearded man felt the energy fluctuations from the Black Shadow, and his heart moved slightly. With his strength, he naturally couldn't be an opponent of the 7th level elite, as his own strength was only at the 4th level. His troops are not good either. The strongest one is only level 6. But the bearded middle-aged man was able to survive the beast tide, so of course he must have some skills. Fort. This is what he relies on. The reason why he dared to attack other castles at this time was also because of his 2 artillery batteries. The turret was not built by him, but was built by the barracks when 2 gunners were recruited. This turret is also extraordinary. In addition to its attack power reaching level 8, it can also track targets. It can be understood as an automatically guided missile, which will pursue the target once it locks onto it until it explodes. During these few days, the 2 turrets have made many contributions to him and even killed several level 8 monsters. The bearded middle-aged man's mind was working quickly, but on the surface he remained calm and continued to move forward with the troops. In secret, he had already communicated with his own troops. Not long after, the bearded man shouted loudly, "Fire!" In an instant, the 2 turrets turned the direction of their gun barrels and aimed directly at the location where the Black Shadow was hiding. The speed of firing was also extremely fast. Almost at the moment when the bearded middle-aged man finished speaking, 2 shells with long tail flames fell onto the big tree and exploded with a loud bang. The violent force directly evaporated the big tree, and the place was in a mess. When the smoke and dust cleared, the bearded middle-aged man and his soldiers rushed over immediately. When he saw the empty ground, the bearded middle-aged man frowned. "Impossible. I clearly saw that demon being hit. My turret is powerful, but the enemy is a 7th level elite. Even if he is killed, the body should be left behind." The bearded man decisively opened fire and killed the shadow. All he wanted was to hunt down the elite and get the reward. A 7th level elite demon must have a lot of energy stones and even crystals, and there's a chance that blueprints or equipment may drop. He thought there was nothing wrong with his action, and the shell did hit the demon. If he was hit head-on by 2 shells, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. But now, the other party has disappeared, just like that, disappeared out of thin air. No one knows whether he is alive or dead. At that moment, the bearded middle-aged man activated his golden pupil again and searched the surroundings carefully, but still could not find the existence of the demon. Damn it, he actually escaped. The bearded man did not receive any information prompting him to kill the other party, so he naturally knew that the demon had escaped. This was the first time the bearded middle-aged man encountered a demonic creature. He couldn't help but guess that perhaps this demon had some special magic of escape. After staying there for a long time, the bearded middle-aged man did not notice anything unusual. I had been planning well and was going to attack another castle this time, but I encountered this incident as soon as I went out. For a moment, the bearded middle-aged man was a little irritable and hesitant. The most hurtful thing was that he failed to kill that demon, a 7th level elite demon. If he and the turret were not in the castle, and the demon came back, he would definitely not be able to defend the castle with only 6th level defense, and the city would be destroyed and people would die. Damn it, leave 1 turret behind, and the others follow me. Let's finish this battle quickly. After considering for a long time, the bearded middle-aged man still did not give up and went to attack another castle. The demon might come back, but not now. After being hit by 2 shells, even if he didn't die, he would definitely be injured. Even if the devil wants revenge, it will surely be after his wounds have healed. So, 1 soldier pushed a cannon back, and the bearded middle-aged man and other soldiers quickly headed southeast. In the distance, Nigga watched the middle-aged bearded man leave coldly. Next to him was the Black Shadow that had just been killed by 2 shells fired by the bearded middle-aged man. I have to say, the power of those 2 turrets is really strong. The Black Shadow didn't have time to react and was killed on the spot. The main reason was that Black Shadow never thought that he would be discovered, and even Nigga didn't expect it. Ever since they were recruited by Li Yuan, their ability to hide in the shadows has been invaluable, and they have hardly ever failed. Even when IKA was fighting against the Holy Land Tiger Beast last night, The opponent was unable to capture any trace of him and only relied on the domain to note Ika's location in advance. A few of you stay here and watch over here, while the rest of you go follow them. Niga pointed at several black shadows one by one, then disappeared from the spot and passed through the shadows directly and returned to the castle. At this time, Li Yuan was collecting dozens of wild beasts brought back by Ika and his men. Seeing Nijia coming back, Li Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is there anything going on?" "Yes, my lord. We found a castle in." Nijia concealed nothing and told Li Yuan everything that had just happened. After hearing this, Li Yuan's expression became serious. The opponent's strength is secondary. The black shadows are enough to easily eliminate the opponent. What's important is that this lord can actually see the hidden shadow, which is undoubtedly a potential threat to Li Yuan. People like this must not be allowed to stay. Li Yuan's eyes flashed with a fierce look, and he said expressionlessly, "Wait until he returns to the castle, and then just kill him. I will obey the king's orders." Nijia bowed, then sank into the ground and left. Chapter 59. My king has ordered to massacre this city without mercy. The bearded middle-aged man demanded a quick victory, so after arriving at another castle not far away, he did not give the other side any chance to react. He immediately opened the artillery and fired fiercely at the castle. After one round, 99% of the castle's troops were basically destroyed. The bearded men then rushed into the castle and slaughtered all the enemy troops. Including the castle lord, he was also slaughtered. The bearded man gave the final order, and the last shot blew up the core of the castle, and the castle was captured simply and smoothly. Meanwhile, the bearded man also waited for his reward moment. By destroying the local castle, he obtained extremely rich rewards. Not only did all the things in the warehouse belong to him, but he also got other extra energy stones and crystals and even a blueprint. Compared to killing monsters, this gain was obviously much greater. However, the bearded middle-aged man was not overwhelmed by joy. After all, the strength of the castle itself was not that good, and it was expected that it could be breached so easily. He did not forget that he had offended a 7th-level elite demon when he came out. Hurry back to the castle. When the castle was reduced to ashes, the bearded middle-aged man and his men rushed back to the castle without stopping. Seeing that the castle was safe and sound, the bearded middle-aged man finally felt relieved. He was really afraid that the 7th-level elite demon would return and attack him. But fortunately, there was no danger and the other party did not come back. Walking into the castle with the spoils, the bearded middle-aged man was in a very good mood. After last night's beast tide and today's raid on a castle, his energy stones and crystals are almost enough to upgrade the barracks to a level 3. The 2nd-level barracks gave him artillery, and the 3rd-level troops would definitely allow him to recruit stronger troops. Unfortunately, there are still a dozen energy stones and 2 yuan crystals missing. The barracks promotion was just around the corner. The bearded middle-aged man felt more and more regretful the more he thought about it, and couldn't help but think about the escaped demon. A 7th-level elite might be able to explode a yuan crystal. As he thought about it, the bearded middle-aged man felt a little disappointed that the devil did not come back to seek revenge on him. Of course, if he knew that he was not facing a demon, but the soldiers under Li Yuanchang town from the Shadow Lord, he would probably run away and would never dare to have any delusions. The Shadow Lord has a great influence in the chat channel, and most of the lords know him. The bearded middle-aged man thought that the development of his castle was quite good, but he still had self-awareness when it came to facing the Shadow Lord. But the bearded middle-aged man never thought about the Shadow Lord at all. But even if I wanted to now, it's too late. Because at this moment, the guards outside the castle began shouting, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy!" The voice stopped abruptly, but the bearded middle-aged man suddenly became energetic. "You're back so soon? Since you're here, why don't you stay this time?" That's right, the bearded middle-aged man thought that the devil had come back again and immediately ran into the yard. Along with the appearance of the bearded man, nearly 20 militia soldiers gathered around him, each holding a musket. 2 gun batteries were also positioned, ready to attack at any time. But apart from the 2 bodies of his militiamen in the yard, there was no sign of the devil. The bearded middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, then quickly remembered the opponent's invisibility function and immediately activated his golden pupil skill. However, as soon as he saw it, the bearded man's expression changed immediately. "Oh my God, The bearded middle-aged man swallowed hard and couldn't even speak, his face full of disbelief. It's not just one demon, it's more than 10 demons. And those demons seemed to know that the other party had discovered them. Shadows flowed on the ground, and their figures appeared. The leader is naturally the ghost General Niga, with 2 horns on his head. 9th level. Looking at the other ghosts, there were demons like before, and some were flying in the air, as tall as giants. None of them is lower than level 7. The bearded middle-aged man's body was shaking. He was almost frightened to the point of peeing, and he even wondered if he was dreaming. Isn't it just one demon? Why do so many of them suddenly appear? Could it be that these demons have already set their sights on his castle, and the demon just now was here to gather intelligence about the castle? What bad luck! He might be able to deal with 1 or 2 demons, but now, his legs were so weak that he could hardly stand. If nothing unexpected happens, his fate is already determined. He is dead. However, the bearded middle-aged man did not sit still and wait for death. He said with a trembling mouth, "My lord's demons, I am willing to submit to you. Please spare my life. I am willing to dedicate my soul to you and become your loyal servant." He gave up struggling and could only hope that these demons would let him go. Trading souls with the devil was something he had read in novels when he was still on Earth. Demons all like human souls and use them to trade with each other. The bearded middle-aged man doesn't care whether he is a devil or not. As long as he can survive, he will do anything. Kill. Niggery ignored the bearded man's pleas and waved his hand to order the other shadows to take action. The black shadows immediately scattered and started slaughtering the bearded man's soldiers. No militia could be their match. As for the artillery, it is completely useless at close range. And it was at this moment that the bearded middle-aged man finally noticed the message prompt that he had just ignored. Emergency warning. Your troops are being attacked by enemy troops. Please organize your troops and defend. Emergency warning. Your troops are being attacked by enemy troops. Please organize your troops and defend. This hint appeared as early as when the militia was first attacked. However, at that time, the bearded middle-aged man was only thinking about killing demons and getting energy stones and crystals and didn't pay too much attention. Seeing this prompt, the bearded middle-aged man was stunned again, with an expression of disbelief on his face. He always thought that these demons were native forces of the war continent, or just like in the novels, they came from another dark dimension. After all, the demons in novels are all villains, evil creatures that are the opposite of justice and light. Now think about it. There are countless types of soldiers, so how is it impossible to recruit demons? But there is no doubt that judging from the current levels of these demons, they are definitely top-level troops. In this place, how could someone recruit top-level soldiers? Top-level military force. The type of soldiers he had always dreamed of actually appeared in his castle. It's a pity that these top-level troops are not his, but are here to take his life. He didn't ask the other party why he came. There is no need to do so, just like the other castle he had just destroyed. There is no high-sounding reason at all. It's just for plunder. But the bearded man looked at those demons and thought about the fact that these people like shadows and were wearing black robes. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but the bearded man suddenly thought of a lord. The name of the lord and the combat effectiveness of his castle seemed to be very suitable for these demons. Shadow Lord. Are these the Shadow Lord's troops? His troops are demons. At this moment, a pool of blood flew onto his face, interrupting his guess. The bearded man's vision turned red, and after looking at the soldiers who had basically been killed, he knelt down directly in front of Niga. "My lord, I am willing to surrender. I am willing to surrender. Please tell your lord that my Whitebeard castle is willing to become your territory." Nijiao looked at the bearded middle-aged man and said coldly, "My king has ordered to massacre this city without mercy." As soon as the words were spoken, the knife fell. Chapter 60. Chat Channel. Discussion of demonic troops. The bearded middle-aged man wanted to escape, but there was no way he could escape. The knife flashed, and the bearded middle-aged man's head fell to the ground, and his body was separated. The head rolled on the ground a few times and then stopped, revealing 2 wide-open eyes. The beast tide has just passed, and the battle for supremacy among all races is just about to begin. How can you rest in peace if you die at this time? And with the death of the bearded man in middle age, his castle began to shake slowly, as if it was about to collapse. Dead. The Lord is dead. There were still 3 militiamen left in the castle yard. After seeing the death of the bearded middle-aged man, they simply dropped their weapons and raised their hands in surrender. From this we can see that these soldiers' loyalty to Big Beard is not very high, because only when the loyalty drops below 50% will the soldiers choose to betray or leave the castle. If the loyalty reaches more than 70 or 80%, the troops will continue to resist, regardless of whether the Lord is dead or not. But soon, the Black Shadow ended their lives. Their king didn't say anything about leaving any alive, so naturally they were all killed. Niga ignored all this. He knew that in order to completely destroy the opponent's castle, he had to break the crystal core of the castle. The 6th-level defensive crystal core is naturally nothing to Niga. With one punch, the crystal core of the castle was shattered. The next moment after the crystal core shattered, the entire castle turned into ruins and disappeared. At the same time, Li Yuan, who was far away in Shadow Town, received relevant prompt information. Congratulations, Shadow Lord. Your troops destroyed the enemy's castle crystal core and won the battle between lords. Your harvest is being counted. Please wait until the count is complete. You have obtained the advanced map, movable turret. You have obtained all the materials in the enemy's warehouse, including 918 energy stones, 2 crystals, 700 units of food, 14,564 units of wood, 8,780 units of stone, 234 units of iron essence, and some other materials. You are the 1,136th Lord to destroy the enemy castle. Your reputation value increases by 600. Seeing the last prompt message, Li Yuan raised his brows slightly. It seems in the past few days, many people have attacked other people's castles. No wonder, the reward from destroying the enemy's castle are indeed huge. For the lords of high-level, top-level troops, the income is much higher than hunting wild beasts and monsters alone. The rewards are also very comprehensive, including most of the supplies. Now that the beast tide has passed, all that remains is to wait until the rewards for the beast tide are settled, and then the fighting between the lords will inevitably increase. There may be small-scale alliances, but more likely there will be confrontations and wars. Li Yuan is now one of more than 1,000 people who have taken action against other castles. He is not at the forefront, but he is not the Queen Mother either. It can be seen that many lords are well aware of the future and are full of ambitions. They want to accumulate resources in this early stage so that they can go further in the future. However, Li Yuan didn't care too much about these things. After all, he had anticipated these things a long time ago. Overall, his gains this time were really great. But there are 2,000 energy stones, a lot of other things, and even an advanced blueprint. Movable turret, 8th level attack power. This type of drawing with a name on it does not need to be further authenticated. However, this type of weapon cannot be built directly from blueprints, but needs to be made by craftsmen according to the blueprints. It's not a big problem. The dwarf craftsmen from the fairy Mo Shanshan are professional. At this time, there were a total of 4,319 energy stones and 131 yuan crystals in Li Yuan's warehouse. There are fewer stones and wood, mainly because they were almost all used up in the construction of defense towers before. The current stones and wood are basically obtained this time. The total amount of timber is 21,800 units, and the total amount of lumber is 14,500 units. There are a lot of iron essences, nearly 50,000 units. I would like to take this opportunity to explain everyone's confusion about the data. I'm really a poor student now. I can't remember some things. If I forget to record them, I can't find where they have changed. I feel helpless. Feel free to spray. I have reorganized the current data. No matter what happened in the previous chapters, just refer to these chapters. Try not to make mistakes later. There is also the issue of food collection at the beginning. It is not like you can just kill the monster and eat it directly. If you eat it directly, you will not be able to collect other items. The food collected is all provided by the game system. You can understand that this thing charges a fee. For now, Li Yuan has all these resources. Whether it is upgrading the intermediate town or upgrading to the 4th level shadow crystal, there's still some gap. However, the difference between the energy stones and elemental crystals required to upgrade the shadow crystal is not much, so it can be used as the main direction in the future. After all, upgrading the barracks is more important than upgrading the town to a certain extent. Once the barracks are upgraded, more and stronger soldiers can be recruited, and naturally, resources can be gathered to easily allow the town to continue to upgrade. Li Yuan sorted out the supplies in the warehouse and went straight to Mo Shan Shan. Li Yuan, are you okay? Come out. Little fairy lord, what happened to the shadow cauldron? Li Yuan, I've sent you a blueprint. Show it to your dwarf craftsman and then make it. Little fairy lord. Okay, I promise to complete the task. Li Yuan, yes, there are also food and some warcraft materials, which are also transferred to you. Little fairy lord, got it. Li Yuan, let's do this for now. Weapons and equipment. Make more of them in the next few days. And the blueprint I just gave you. The rewards for the Beast Tide have not yet been announced. So Li Yuan is now taking advantage of the time to empty the Iron Essence market. For a long time in the future, Iron Essence will definitely become a standard trading item, and Li Yuan must control this standard. No matter when or where, fighting a war requires money. In other words, war means burning money. But just when Li Yuan was about to close the chat with Mo Shan Shan, Mo Shan Shan suddenly sent another message. Little fairy lord, Shadow Cauldron, please check the world chat channel. Many people are talking about your unit. Seeing this message, Li Yuan was confused. There were people in the chat channel who had speculated about his military type before, but they were just serious nonsense. Why are we talking about this again now? Li Yuan frowned and opened the chat channel directly. Sure enough, the chat messages that kept jumping around were basically all about him. Demons. Demons. The troops of Boss Black Shadow are super troops demons. Demons are dark creatures that are opposed to gods. Can they also become a type of soldier? You are so stupid. Everything can become a soldier. Angels and demons. Shit, didn't a goddess recruit angels before? So it's normal for Black Shadow to recruit demons. Hey, Boss Black Shadow is really awesome. He can even recruit demons. The angels and demons mentioned above, don't they mean that the goddess who recruits angels and the Black Shadow are naturally opposed? You're dreaming. The soldiers we recruit all obey us. That's not necessarily true. Our territorial castles all have camps. So why haven't we divided camps into camps yet? Do we need to form camps ourselves? Or will they be assigned directly? By the way, how do you know that Dark Shadow's army is a demon? Could it be that someone wants to harm Dark Shadow? Someone sent a message saying that his friend was being attacked by a group of demons with black robes and red eyes. They came and went without a trace and liked to stay in the Dark Shadows. He guessed that they were the soldiers of Black Shadow. But as he was talking, there was no more information about his friend. He disappeared completely and died. Okay, so it was just a guess, but the name Black Shadow really has this possibility. Chapter 61. Moving Opportunity. Yishui wants to build an alliance. Looking at the information in the chat channel, Li Yuan's face was a little gloomy. He had just destroyed a castle territory, and here someone was talking about his army. There is no doubt that this was done by the bearded middle-aged man. There is no need to actually type in the world chat channel. It is all about communication through consciousness. Otherwise, it would be impossible for this guy to transmit information to the outside world in a critical moment. I can't even rest in peace after death. Li Yuan snorted and secretly made up his mind that the Black Shadows would have to act more ruthlessly next time. However, this incident did not have much impact on him. Is Black Shadow a demon? Barely. Even if it is exposed, how many people can defend against the Dark Shadow? But not everyone has the golden eyes of a bearded middle-aged man. It is not ruled out that there are other means to detect the existence of the shadow, but such means are definitely rare. Also, as long as Li Yuan attacks other castles, the Black Shadow will be exposed sooner or later, so it doesn't matter if it is exposed now. Since they all say that their own troops are demons, then let them be demons. I just don't know if anyone has actually recruited a type of soldier like demons, otherwise they might take the blame for him. Thinking of the devil, Li Yuan became a little curious. He has the Shadow Army, the talismans, and the devilish energy. Can he recruit the 8 great demons? The combat power of the 8 demons is not to be underestimated. Each of them is extremely strong. However, demons do not belong to the shadow system. Just at this time, in the vast grassland of the Takken Plain, Ishiwejin was leading the angel team and was besieging a group of orcs, who were the Bearmen. The Bearmen are intelligent humanoid creatures from the War Continent. It seems that their tribe is not far from the Angel Castle. Taking advantage of the beast tide that occurred in the Angel Castle last night, this group of guys wanted to rob the Angel Castle. But right after he started to fight, he faced the Archangel Cheryl, who had evolved and grown into 6 wings and whose strength had reached the 9th level. There is no doubt that this group of bear people hit a wall and were killed by the angel team, and fled in panic. Yixue even led the angel team and attacked directly to the bear people's tribal stronghold, intending to uproot them. The angel team is now very powerful. Not to mention the 9th level Cheryl. Even Yixue herself has been upgraded to the early 8th level after last night. In addition, there are many 6th and 7th level angels. The overall combat power is already ahead of countless lords. The strongest of the Bearman tribe is only a 9th level elite, which is not very difficult for the angel castle to deal with. At this moment, with the divine light shining, the Bearman tribe was about to be destroyed. Yixue didn't do it herself because she set keywords and 2 keyword reminders in the chat channel. The first keyword is shadow, and the second word is angel. Therefore, Yixue had already been looking at the information in the chat channel. When she saw it, she was a little dazed. The Shadow Lord attacked other castles and revealed the types of troops. His army is a demon. Demon. Yixue's eyebrows were twisted into a line. To be honest, she really didn't expect that Li Yuan's soldiers would be demons. Demons are truly on the same level as angels, and are the top of the top military forces. Yixue continued to look at the information that was still discussing Li Yuan's military force. No need to guess. The army of Black Shadow must be demons. Otherwise, how can we explain why he was so powerful earlier? Bullshit. There are other people who are amazing too. For soldiers, it all depends on luck. So what if you know his soldiers are demons? Aren't you just jealous and envious? Of course I'm jealous and envious. He's a demon. Haven't you ever seen a Western fantasy novel or movie? In those novels and movies, besides God, there are angels and demons. But the goddess who recruited the angels didn't realize how powerful she was. Why is Black Shadow so powerful? Maybe the goddess is too low-key. Well, even if Black Shadow's troops are demons, what can you do? It's none of your business. How is it our business? What if the Black Shadow boss comes to attack me? Then here comes the question. Who knows where the Black Shadow's territory is? Let me see if it's far from him. There's a location, the Red Moon Forest in Andira State. That guy said his dead friend was there. The Black Shadow boss destroyed his castle, so it must be near the Red Moon Forest. Fuck, luckily I'm not even in Andira. I'm in Andira, but I've never heard of the Red Moon Forest. It should be quite far from me. Now that the location is known, are there any lords near the Red Moon Forest? Can you go over and check it out? Does the person upstairs want to send someone to death? He's definitely going to die. No matter if that lord is Black Shadow or not, he's really courting death. It's not that serious, right? Going to have a look would mean you're going to die. Then go ahead, brother. If you go, I will respect you as a man and burn incense for you every year. No more talking, I'm going to move. Moving? Isn't it not allowed to move? It's possible now. Didn't you notice? Fuck, it really works. Now every month lords of high-level castles and above have a chance to move. They can just take the castle crystal core with them. However, they need to provide extra materials to rebuild the castle. The chat messages are still continuing. Some people think that Li Yuan soldiers are demons, while others are uncertain. But with the appearance of the word moving, the chat room went astray. 3 billion Earth Lords. No, there should not be 3 billion now. The locations where they arrived at the war continent were all random. Some were good and some were bad. It was a pity that there was no way to change the location before, but now they are undoubtedly given the opportunity to choose independently and build a castle as their territory in the place they like. Of course, not everyone can move the castle. After all, there may be other forces in the place you choose, and you will be expelled unless you are stronger than the other party. Moreover, the migration requires additional materials to rebuild the castle. Ordinary lords cannot do this. Yixue watched these people talking about moving, and suddenly an idea came to her mind. Soon, she typed in the chat message box. Angel Castle is on the Takgon Plains. If anyone is willing, you can come and form an alliance with me. For the specific location and other things you want to talk about, you can add my group. Please fill in your military type and various strengths when joining the group. Thank you. Then Yixue added the personal chat group she had just created to the end of the message. This was a path Yixue had thought of a long time ago. Before coming to the war continent, she was a company executive and an ambitious woman. I have always believed in the power of teamwork. Although her angel team is powerful, she and the angel team are still too weak to dominate the war continent. So from the very beginning, Yixue wanted to win over and recruit other lords to compete for the world together. Her troops are powerful angels, no weaker than demons, capable of suppressing other lords and then using them for her own purposes. At this time, the appearance of Li Yuan, a lord with top-level demon troops, brought an urgent sense of crisis to many lords, especially those in Andira State and those near the Red Moon Forest who were absolutely unwilling and unable to fight against him. If Yishui, the lord who possesses the angel army, stands up now, he will undoubtedly recruit his first batch of troops. Chapter 62, Lord's Public Enemy. Extract magical skills again. How could Yishui not seize the opportunity that was delivered to her doorstep? In fact, as soon as she released the news of forming an alliance, it quickly caused a sensation. Immediately, many people wanted to join the private group she created. Unfortunately, although Yishui does want a team, she definitely doesn't want weaklings. She wants strong people, not just anyone. There are at least hundreds of millions of lords in Andira. If they all join in, what will happen? No matter what, Yishui's soldiers are all angels, who are no weaker than the Shadow Lords. There must be countless lords who want her protection. Therefore, Yishui naturally had requirements for the lords who joined the group. They must be not stronger than herself, but not much weaker either. What she wants is someone to help her conquer the world, not to be a nanny for these people. Therefore, most of the lords who wanted to join the group were blocked by her conditions and were directly rejected by her. Sporadically, for the time being, only a few lords with advanced troops were included in the group by her. In the chat group, the lord who was rejected by Yishui also complained. But as for Yishui's request, there was nothing they could do except complain. She just wanted to keep them down, and there was nothing wrong with that. As a result, many lords began to secretly plan to establish other alliances. Li Yuan's stimulation, coupled with Yishui's being the first to form an alliance, set off a trend of forming alliances at this time. It is not possible to fight alone for the time being because none of us are very strong. After all, although they are rivals now, the biggest threat now comes from the local forces. If they don't unite, they will not be able to survive the attacks from local forces in the first place. Secondly, if other lords form an alliance, and you do not form an alliance with them, wouldn't you fall behind other lords? When the time comes for the lords to fight each other, there's only one way to go, which is defeat. Especially those who have no ambition and weak military forces. Now they are eager to find protection from people with powerful military forces. Not only Andira, but the other 6 continents also began large-scale alliances. There were lords like Yishui who had top-level troops who stepped forward to take the lead, and there were also some lords who had previously added friends and discussed alliances. And there are indeed quite a few lords near the Red Moon Forest. Without exception, basically these people's troops are not very strong. Their large branches have also tried to join Yishui's group, but were rejected. There are more than a dozen of these lords, and they are led by a man called Lord Vulcan. His troop type is the Lava Behemoth, a high-level troop type. He was unwilling to become a vassal of others, so when he learned that many people were rejected by Yishui, he started to have some ideas and secretly began to recruit other lords near the Red Moon Forest. No matter how strong or weak the opponent is, as long as he is near the Red Moon Forest, he will take him. He didn't want to move for the time being, and he had ambitions, but if the Shadow Lord was really near the Red Moon Forest, he would have no way of resisting him. Therefore, we must gather all available forces to fight against the Shadow Lord we may have to face. The name of their alliance is the Vulcan Alliance, headed by the Vulcan Lord. At this time, the Alliance group was also discussing how to deal with the Shadow Lord, because the God of Fire formed an alliance using the Shadow Lord's gimmick in order to fight against the Shadow Lord and prevent everyone from being destroyed or annexed by the Shadow Lord. If we unite, can we defeat the Shadow Lord? His troops are demons. There is strength in numbers. Even if his troops are demons, there aren't many of them now. If we work together, we may be defeated. That's right. He only has 30 to 50 types of soldiers now. If we kill one, there will be one less. We have so many lords and so many types of soldiers. What are we afraid of? Well, we're still too few in number now. Let's go out and find more people. The stronger the alliance is, the less we will have to fear from the Shadow Lord. In the future, maybe we will have a place in Andira. But guys, are we really not moving? This is the Red Moon Forest. Don't be anxious, let's wait and see. As far as I know, those powerful beings in the Red Moon Forest usually don't come out. That's right, we haven't even upgraded our town yet, and our territory hasn't entered the Red Moon Forest yet, so we don't need to rush to move. But we still have to move, so take it slow and slowly move to other places. Let's kill that bitch Angel Lord if we have a chance. She's so disgusting. Speaking of which, why don't we contact Lord Shadow? Actually, I think we can give it a try and ask him to form an alliance. Haha, this guy hardly talks in the chat channel. Haven't you added him as a friend? I've tried hundreds of times to add him, but he refused. It's obvious that Sombra and the Angel Lord look down on us. Why bother asking for trouble? That's right, being strong is the most important thing. By the way, where's Boss Vulcan? Let's combine our resources and allocate them properly. Hurry, hurry. The Shadow Lord's troops are powerful and have made great progress. We can't fall behind too much, otherwise even if we unite together, we won't be his match. Let's get started. Once we are confident, we will kill Black Shadow first, and then kill that angel chick. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Okay, I'm here. Everyone, please report your supplies. I'll go first. Here I am. These lords are also full of confidence and are preparing to use the resources in everyone's hands to quickly make everyone stronger. At this moment, Li Yuan also saw in a chat channel that countless people were recruiting people to form alliances. Of course, there were also people who sent him private messages through the trading channel, asking him to form an alliance and wanting to join his alliance. There's also a lot of information that regards him and his Shadow Town as imaginary enemies. It can also be seen that he walked ahead of many lords, making them feel scared and terrified. Have I become a public enemy? Li Yuan shook his head and was not very interested in this. The power of the Black Shadow is beyond their imagination. If they really regard the Black Shadow as a devil, they are underestimating it. Once his 9 Black Shadow legions have more members, these so-called alliances will be vulnerable. Li Yuan closed the chat channel and cleared all private messages. He still has one thing he hasn't done, and it's been delayed for a while. When upgrading from an advanced castle to a primary town, there's a chance to pass the skill lottery. It was just that at that time, the tiger beast from the Holy Land was attacking, and I had to restore the wolf god's divinity. Later, I was too tired and accidentally forgot about this matter. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuan retrieved the prompt message from that time. Your high-level castle has been upgraded to a primary town, and you have a chance to extract a magical skill. Do you want to extract it immediately? Draw now. Li Yuan calmed himself down and felt a little expectant, wondering whether he had drawn a talisman or magic energy this time. Now he has drawn the horse talisman, the dragon talisman, and the lightning magic energy. Will it be the magic energy this time? Chapter 63. The evil energy of the moon. Undead zombies appear. Congratulations, you have won the moon magic energy in this lottery. As the prompt message appeared, an inexplicable force also merged into Li Yuan's body. Is it really demonic energy? The demonic energy of the moon. Li Yuan was naturally no stranger to the demonic energy of the moon. This is the demonic energy belonging to the moon demon curse blue, and its ability is extremely strong. Simply put, it can control gravity. You can manipulate gravity at will, which can be used for defense or attack. Li Yuan's mind moved, and his whole body floated in the air. With the blessing of the Holy Source Tower, his 9th level combat power allows him to fly in the air for a short period of time. And now, with the magic energy of the moon, he can truly fly. There are also imperial objects. Li Yuan stretched out his hand, and many things in the yard flew up. Bang, bang, bang. Some stones were instantly turned into powder under the pressure of gravity. After feeling it carefully, Li Yuan nodded with satisfaction. In the territory, even a 9th level opponent may not be able to get close to me. There's no doubt that the arrival of the moon's demonic energy has once again raised Li Yuan's combat effectiveness to a small level. One move of all things attracting heaven, directly suppressing gravity. When the thunder, lightning, magic energy, and dragon talismans are released together, the enemy will become a sitting target, and you can hit him however you want. With a smile, Li Yuan withdrew control of the moon's demonic energy, and all the floating objects in the yard returned safely to their original places. It is certainly a good thing that our strength can be improved. However, Li Yuan quickly started doing other things and put all the equipment that the fairy Mo Shanshan had given him on the trading square. I gave him more than 50 sets before, and more than 100 sets today, all of which are above level 3, including the 5th level sword he had used before, which was also hung up. The quantity is not too large, but there is no point in keeping it. Anyway, Mo Shanshan will make it and sell it. Of course, it is still an auction. After all, there are very few lords who can take out weapons to exchange for other things. This can raise the transaction price and bring more profits. As for the item for trade, it is naturally iron essence. At least now it's not like before, where someone took out thousands of weapons to sell. Although the discussion about Li Yuan's army being a demon has not stopped in the chat channel, his weapons and equipment put up for auction does not affect other people from auctioning them. After experiencing the beast tide, these lords became more aware of the importance of weapons and equipment. Besides, the rewards for the beast tide have not yet been calculated, and no one knows whether there will be another beast tide. So preparations still need to be made, and weapons and equipment are a must. These low-level equipment are nothing. The artillery that Li Yuan gave to Mo Shanshan is an absolute weapon. The 8th level attack power, if thrown out, would definitely cause a sensation. Although selling this kind of thing is somewhat like aiding the enemy, to be honest, this thing has little impact on him and Black Shadow. Any slightly stronger Black Shadow could not be hurt by the turret. The bearded middle-aged man was able to use the turret to attack the Black Shadow only because he possessed the magical power of golden pupils. Even if a weaker Black Shadow was killed by the turret's attack, so what? Just be reborn in another place, no problem. Iron essence is the most important material at this stage, because most lords have not yet upgraded to towns. If you want to upgrade your town, you need iron essence. If you want to upgrade your town, you also need iron essence. But by that time, most of the iron essence had fallen into Li Yuan's hands. If you want to get iron essence, you can only exchange it for other things. In this way, on the one hand, the development of other lords can be suppressed, and on the other hand, it is also for the subsequent upgrade and development of the Shadow Kingdom. As for Li Yuan's Black Shadow Town and Black Shadow Crystal, as well as other special buildings, he will definitely need some other more advanced resources. By then, the iron equipment and weapons in his hands will be able to take the initiative in this regard. Li Yuan looked at the auction price and found that the bids were no lower than before the beast tide. It seems that everyone really realizes the importance of weapons and equipment. Li Yuan looked for a while and then closed the trading square and walked towards the front yard, where IKA and his friends had brought back some monster corpses. There are still not many, which shows that there are really not many magical beasts in the territory. However, Li Yuan has not yet asked them to go out of the territory or go deeper into the Red Moon Forest. He will see the situation first. At least he will make plans after the reward for the beast tide are calculated. Now it is enough to have Nigga and the others outside. Just after collecting more than a dozen monsters, Nigga suddenly returned to the castle alone. Your Majesty, I and my men have discovered another castle. Nigga bowed to Li Yuan and then told him the details of the new castle he had discovered. The castle discovered this time is also a high-level castle, which is more than 13,000 meters away from the Black Shadow territory. The types of troops are similar to those of Big Beard, all human warriors. When Nigga discovered this castle, the lord of the castle was preparing to move. As a result, at this time, a group of zombies appeared. The lord of this castle was not only driven back to the castle, but was also resisting the invasion of zombies. Now the castle can be moved and relocated. Li Yuan saw it in the chat channel and confirmed it in the announcement. Therefore, he was not surprised that the lord wanted to move. After all, he had thought about moving the castle away from the Red Moon Forest before. The other party is also near the Red Moon Forest, so it is normal for them to move. Not to mention, Li Yuan was thinking about moving when he first learned that he could relocate the castle. The threat from the Red Moon Forest is too great. We'll talk about moving when the time comes, but is there a den of undead near this Red Moon Forest? Li Yuan thought so in his heart. During the beast tide, there were ghoul beasts appearing, and now zombies have appeared in other places. Zombies are more advanced than ghouls and are intelligent creatures, but they are all undead. This made Li Yuan suspect that there were a large number of undead creatures somewhere near the Red Moon Forest. Nijia then asked, Your Majesty, do we need to save this castle first? Rescue first, and then fight, so that they can get the resources and corresponding rewards for breaking through the opponent's castle. If they're killed by those zombies, even if they can get energy stones from the zombies, other material rewards will be gone. This is also the reason why Nijia came back and asked Li Yuan to give the order. Li Yuan thought about it and nodded. You can go alone. Change your clothes and don't reveal your identity as the Black Shadow. Save the castle first. Also, don't kill all the zombies. Leave a few for the other Black Shadows to follow and find their lair. Yes, I obey your command. After receiving Li Yuan's order, Nigga turned into a shadow and left. Li Yuan asked Niga to save the castle, not because he was too kind-hearted, but because he had another purpose. Because after this beast tide, the castle had another function besides the ability to migrate. Chapter 64. You are useless. Why should I keep you? After saving the castle and the lord, Li Yuan wanted the other party's castle crystal core. Your castle crystal core can devour the enemy's crystal core. At first, Li Yuan didn't realize that the castle could be moved. He just saw in the chat channel. When he went to read the announcement, he found that there was an additional function of swallowing the castle crystal core. Devouring the crystal core of the opponent's castle can strengthen the defensive capabilities of your own crystal core. Undoubtedly, this was another official move to create a point of opposition between all the castles. Not only can you obtain bonus resources by destroying the opponent's castle, but devouring the opponent's castle crystal core can also strengthen your own castle crystal core. It is conceivable that in the following period of time, the number of castle destructions will increase rapidly. It is not only the impact of local forces or monsters, but more likely it is the conquest and devouring between lords. Of course, Li Yuan was not entirely motivated by the desire to devour the crystal core. If the lord of this castle, his troops, or other things are useful to Li Yuan, he doesn't mind making the other party his territory. The extraction of magical skills previously did serve as a reminder to him. When the fairy Mo Shanshan's territory became his subordinate territory, there was also an opportunity to draw magical skills. However, if the opponent is too weak, such territory will be of no use. We could try it out later to see if we can get a chance to win the lottery every time we accept a territory. There is no chance to win the lottery, and the other party is of little use to him. If something happens, he could just be thrown in as cannon fodder. Whether now or in the future, Li Yuan will not keep useless people. If Mo Shanshan had not provided him with enough benefits and help at that time, he would not have taken over any territory for the time being. Although the life and death of those lords will be under his control after becoming a territory, this does not mean that they will be absolutely loyal. This is totally incomparable to the Shadow Legion. After all, human hearts are the most difficult to grasp. The other person may be loyal to you at this moment, but may betray you even to death for other reasons the next moment. A situation like this is unpredictable and completely out of his control. In this life and death war continent, Li Yuan will look upon this world with the greatest malice, including his fellow countrymen on Earth. Whether it was Mo Shanshan or the Golden Holy Ape, he always remained on guard. This is also the reason why he wants to find a way to assimilate them. Only by becoming a shadow can one be truly, absolutely loyal. At least, he will keep this idea until he becomes invincible. Now all he can rely on is himself and that group of lovely black shadow soldiers. Not long after, Niga came back and said that the zombies attacking the castle had been killed by him. Li Yuan and Niga came to the castle together. They did not bring any other shadows with them. It was just him and Niga. Now the other lords all thought that his troops were demons, so there was no need to expose them if possible. At this time, Niga had already followed Li Yuan's instructions and deliberately changed his attire. His black clothes and pink skin had changed. Even his head and horns had changed, turning him into a minotaur. Niga had just helped kill those zombies, and he appeared in this appearance. Since Nijia and Li Yuan traveled back and forth through shadows, it only took a few seconds. When he arrived in front of this high-level castle, Li Yuan's eyes fell on the castle lord and his soldiers. The lord is at level 4, and the other soldiers are at level 5 at most, with level 3 and level 4 being the main ones. Including the lord himself, there are a total of 24 people. Such overall strength can only be said to be mediocre. It is a miracle to survive the beast tide. The lord was about the same age as Li Yuan, about 20 years old, and wore a pair of glasses, looking like a student who was still studying. When he saw Li Yuan, the lord took the initiative to step forward and bowed to Li Yuan like in martial arts movies. Thank you to my friend's troops for helping me, otherwise my castle and I would be doomed. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhou Dong, and my castle is called the Zhou Castle. May I know your name, brother? Zhou Dong first called him friend, and then called him brother, obviously wanting to get closer to Li Yuan. Li Yuan replied, opened the door and entered the mountain, and asked directly, "Are you interested in becoming my territory?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Dong was stunned and was a little unresponsive. At the same time, a hint of vigilance flashed across Zhou Dong's eyes when he looked at Li Yuan. It seemed that the other party helped him for a purpose. But when he looked at Niga, the 9th-level Minotaur beside Li Yuan, Zhou Dong found that his vigilance was completely useless. "Do I have a chance to refuse?" Zhou Dong said with a wry smile. Li Yuan shrugged and said no. Zhou Dong sighed and said, "My friend's army is so powerful. If I don't agree, I would be ungrateful." After saying that, Zhou Dong took the initiative to hand over the territorial contract. Since the two people were face to face, the territorial contract was materialized. Li Yuan took the contract, quickly completed the signing of the contract, and then waited quietly. Unfortunately, several minutes passed, and no prompt message box appeared. In other words, recruiting territories does not necessarily mean you will have a chance to draw from magical skills. Just like killing monsters to get supplies, there is a certain probability. It's normal to think about it. If you can draw a lottery once by recruiting a dependent, you don't have to do anything else, and just fight for the territory. Although it was a little regrettable, Li Yuan didn't care too much about it, but instead focused on the information about the Great Zhou Castle in Zhoudong. Very poor, no special buildings, and ordinary troops. The supplies in the warehouse were also pitifully scarce. But we are all thinking about moving, so it would be strange if we could be successful. After thinking for a while, Li Yuan asked casually, "I see your barracks have also been upgraded to the 2nd level. What magical skills have you extracted?" "My lord, I drew the clone technique." Now that life and death are in the hands of Li Yuan, Zhou Dong's attitude becomes respectful. As he finished his words, another figure walked out of Zhou Dong's body, exactly the same as Zhou Dong himself. Li Yuan glanced at the two Zhou Dongs and was a little surprised. He could see that the two Zhou Dongs not only looked alike, but also had the same strength and aura. It is impossible to tell which is the real body and which is the clone. It can be said that these two are real. Li Yuan raised his lips and said, "Interesting. Does this mean you have two lives?" "Yes." Zhou Dong nodded and replied, "My clones can communicate with each other no matter how far apart they are. This is just showing his ability." However, Li Yuan shook his head after hearing this, and walked straight to the Great Zhou Castle, saying without looking back, "Just leave the troops behind." The words were spoken to Nijia, and Nijia immediately understood what he meant. Zhou Dong was not stupid. After coming to his senses, he shouted in horror, "Why? I have become your territory, and you still want to?" Before he could finish his words, both of his bodies were blown up by Niga. Li Yuan did not stop and continued walking towards the castle crystal core that was constantly trembling after losing its lord. Why? The art of clones is somewhat interesting, but that's all. The Black Shadow can return at any time to deliver the message, and he doesn't need this clone to help him deliver the information. You are useless. What's the point of keeping you? Chapter 65. The crappy setting of the crystal core, the three-headed hellhound. Zhou Dong died, but the other 23 human warriors were indifferent. Although their master should be Zhou Dong, the first one they were loyal to was also Zhou Dong, and the second one was Li Yuan. But now that Zhou Dong is dead, Li Yuan is their only loyal master. However, the loyalty level is not high for the time being, probably around 50%, and Li Yuan needs to improve it himself. Li Yuan was in no mood to pay attention to them now. As for loyalty, you just need to throw it into the Holy Source Tower when the time comes. The Holy Source Tower can improve the loyalty of the troops. Moreover, the reason for keeping these troops is simply to make the Shadow Town more popular. It's okay to do odd jobs in towns on weekdays. These soldiers cannot enter the chat channel, so there's no need to worry about them exposing information about the town. The main reason is that Li Yuan never thought of letting these weaklings go out to kill the enemy. At this time, Li Yuan had already arrived above the Great Zhou Castle, and in front of him was the crystal core of the Great Zhou Castle. Once the castle is upgraded to a high level, it will have a crystal core, which is the energy source for the entire castle. In addition to supporting the corresponding defensive forces, it can also provide some infrastructure energy to the castle. For example, there is electricity in the castle, all thanks to the crystal core. After Zhou Dong died, the crystal core was trembling, as if it could break at any time. Li Yuan reached out and grabbed the crystal core without saying a word. The crystal core emitted a weak force of resistance, but soon it seemed to have learned of Li Yuan's identity and withdrew its resistance. As the owner of the territory, one has the right to dispose of everything within the territory, naturally including the crystal core. The crystal core was easily taken away, and the Great Zhou Castle collapsed in an instant. However, none of the ruins fell on Li Yuan. When Li Yuan flew past, Everything around him automatically flew backwards, allowing him to arrive in front of Niga safely. Take the back with you. Upon hearing this, Niga nodded, and the power of Shadow covered all the human warriors, and they returned to the Shadow Castle together. After returning to the castle, Li Yuan asked Niga to throw those human soldiers into the Holy Source Tower and let them come out after their loyalty reached 100%. Li Yuan, naturally, couldn't wait to come to the crystal core of the Black Shadow Castle. The crystal core of the Great Zhou Castle is only the size of a fist, but the crystal core of the Black Shadow Castle is almost as big as a basketball. Looking at the crystal core that was continuously emitting white energy, Li Yuan frowned slightly. The existence of crystal nuclei has both advantages and disadvantages. The most obvious disadvantage is that the crystal core exists in the castle and cannot be carried around, which is very troublesome. If you are not in the castle, and others attack the castle and destroy the castle crystal core, the castle will be destroyed and everyone will die no matter where you are. In this case, it is necessary to have experts to guard the castle. Otherwise, it will easily end up like some tower defense games where the house is stolen. You fight to death outside, but end up losing your home, and the game is over. I have to say this is extremely lame, and I don't know why the official came up with such a stupid setting. Perhaps the crystal core should be able to fuse with the Lord in the future. Otherwise, there's no way to play. I can't even get out. Although it is possible to stay in the castle and let Black Shadow go out to conquer the world, it would be too boring to guard the castle all the time. I can only hope that the official will change this crappy setting soon. Li Yuan looked down at the Great Zhou Castle crystal core in his hand, then slowly raised his hand and brought it close to the Black Shadow Castle crystal core. Through the successive castle migration and crystal core swallowing, it can be seen that the official is also constantly improving this game. After a moment, a prompt message box appeared in front of Li Yuan. A castle crystal core that can be swallowed has been detected. Do you want to swallow it immediately? Swallow now. As Li Yuan's voice fell, a milky white energy spread out from the crystal core of the Black Shadow Castle, which swept the crystal core of the Great Zhou Castle in Li Yuan's handover. The crystal core of the Great Zhou Castle gradually melted and merged into the crystal core of the Black Shadow Castle bit by bit. Next, no prompt message appears. But Li Yuan could feel that the strength of the defense shield above the castle had increased a little. If quantified, if the previous strength of the shield was 1, then now the strength of the shield has increased to 2. The improvement is not much, but it is still an improvement. Li Yuan roughly estimated that if he wanted to increase the strength of the defense shield to the Holy Realm, he would probably need hundreds of crystal cores from such high-level castles. Of course, if you get the town crystal core, it will definitely be much less. After all, one is level 6 and the other is level 9. Li Yuan returned to the yard and began to count the other harvests from the Great Zhou Castle. This Zhou Dong is really poor. He only has 108 energy stones and no yuan crystals at all. Wood is okay, 27,000 units, and stone is 12,000 units. As for iron essence, just like yuan crystal, there is not a single unit. With such resources, it will take a long time to upgrade the castle to a town. Death would be a relief for Zhou Dong. Otherwise, with his strength, no matter where he moves, the possibility of the city being destroyed and people being killed is extremely high. At this moment, a message prompt box appeared, which was a chat message from a friend. Little Fairy Lord. Haha, Black Shadow Cauldron, guess what good stuff I got again? When Li Yuan saw the news, he knew without a second thought that Imo Shanshan must have been possessed by the European Emperor again. Is it that another master from the Holy Land has joined us? Or has some blueprints and equipment been revealed? Li Yuan say, Little Fairy Lord, I just picked up a puppy on the way to the Iron Ore Mine with Uncle Green. And it turned out to be a 3-headed hellhound with the potential limit of the divine realm. The 3-headed dog of hell? The upper limit of the potential of the god realm. That's not bad. However, Li Yuan was mentally prepared. With Mo Shanshan's luck, it was not surprising that he could pick up a magical beast with the potential to reach the divine realm. But at this time, the little fairy sent another message. Little Fairy Lord, Shadow Cauldron, I haven't signed a contract with Little Milk Dog yet. Do you need it? I'll increase your combat power. I saw in a chat channel that many people seem to be saying bad things about you. Mo Shanshan had also looked at the chat channel before, and everyone in it was talking about some demon. Although Mo Shanshan didn't know whether Li Yuan's troops were demons, Li Yuan was in the Red Moon Forest. There was such a powerful figure in the Red Moon Forest, so Mo Shanshan naturally thought that Li Yuan was the lord with demon troops mentioned in the chat channel. Therefore, Mo Shanshan felt that this three-headed hellhound with potential to reach the divine realm would be helpful to Li Yuan. Li Yuan was a little surprised when he saw Mo Shanshan's message. He didn't expect that she would give him the three-headed hellhound. Shaking his head, Li Yuan replied, "Even if you want to give it to me, you can't deliver it. You keep it first. Your town also needs experts to protect it, so that you can help me do more things. Take good care of it. Little fairy lord, it seems so. I can't send the little puppy over. Then I'll raise it first." Chapter 66, Thunder Rumbles, a Real Tide of Beasts. After ending the call with Mo Shanshan, Li Yuan's gaze fell on the dark shadows that had just returned. At that time, Niga killed the zombies that attacked the Dezhou castle and deliberately let 2 zombies go, allowing the Black Shadow to follow to their lair. At this time, the shadows had returned and told Niga all the news they had obtained. As for how they communicated specifically, Li Yuan was not quite sure. Anyway, Niga and IKA could communicate directly with the Black Shadow. When Nija told Li Yuan the news, he was a little disappointed. He also thought about having a den of the undead where he could have a big meal. It turned out that those zombies did not come from the necropolis, but were just a small group that was formed somehow with less than 100 of them. The overall strength is not strong either, with only 1 9th-level zombie at most. Li Yuan thought about it and said to Nija, "Kill them all." "Yes, sir." Niga bowed respectfully and then left the castle with the shadows. This zombie is not the kind of zombie that Li Yuanlao's family on Earth described. In fact, it is similar to the Western zombies, smelly and disgusting. They have thick skin and tough flesh, but not very smart, even worse than Warcraft. There is no point in keeping them. If it is a vampire from the War Continent, then you can consider subduing it and keep it so that you have the chance to assimilate it into a shadow in the future. In the War Continent, the Blood Clan is quite powerful and their individual strength is also very strong. However, they are dark creatures after all and are not mainstream in the War Continent. Most of them survive in clan groups. Even though there were only a dozen or so Black Shadows led by Niga, a gathering place of zombies whose highest level was only level 9 would naturally be no match for them. After a while, all the zombies were wiped out. The energy stones and other gains were few and insignificant, which shows how poor this group of zombies are. Li Yuan opened the trading channel and took a look. The prices of those weapons and equipment were still slowly changing. However, it was still early for the auction to end, so Li Yuan opened the chat channel again. In the chat channel, most of the discussion was about the demon class, and most other messages were drowned out. Li Yuan even saw an alliance recruiting people, openly under the pretext of opposing Li Yuan, saying that good cannot prevail over evil. Anyone who has demon soldiers can't be a good person. Anyway, just set up Li Yuan as the target and take Li Yuan's shadow territory as the goal. Li Yuan naturally didn't explain anything. There was no need. Even if you explain, few people will believe it, and it will only make things worse. Also, everyone knew that Li Yuan's shadow was already powerful, so Li Yuan's existence put too much pressure on them. It doesn't matter whether his soldiers are demons or not. The important thing is that Li Yuan is too powerful and poses too great a threat to other lords, so he must be suppressed. It would be great if we could suppress Li Yuan's shadow town. Li Yuan felt that the castles near the Red Moon Forest or a little further away from him might have formed an alliance to fight against him. It's a good idea, but I'm thinking too much. Li Yuan smiled and didn't take it too seriously. The reason, of course, is that Li Yuan has absolute confidence in himself and the Black Shadow, and whoever comes will die. At this moment, a loud thunder resounded in the air. Thunder rumbled, and lightning swept across the sky, full of dark clouds, as if it was the end of the world. What's going on? Li Yuan's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye he was above the castle. Amid the constant rumbling of thunder, the 9th-level defense shield of his castle was shaking violently. After a long time, the thunder slowly disappeared. The whole world was filled with the sound of the wind, as if time and space had stopped at this moment. But soon, in the jungle outside the territory, the roars of beasts began to rise one after another, and the sounds became more and more numerous and complex. It is daytime now, and we can see clearly. Thousands of meters away, the ancient trees in the jungle were shaking and falling down, and rumbling sounds were heard. Small black dots also appeared in the air. They were birds of prey and various flying monsters. Roar! Roar! Ouch! Chiu! Behind the castle, in the Red Moon Forest, bursts of roars were heard. The energy fluctuations contained in the roar made Li Yuan's face change drastically. This is a holy domain monster. Moreover, Li Yuan heard a familiar roar of a beast. It's the holy tiger beast. Li Yuan turned his head and saw a familiar figure in the sky above the Red Moon Forest. That was the first black-crowned golden eagle to appear. There are 2 holy domain monsters. There must be other holy domain monsters in the forest. However, what surprised Li Yuan was that, whether it was the Holy Land Tiger Beast or the Black-Crowned Golden Eagle, their destination was not the Black Shadow Town, but they were heading towards the interior of the Red Moon Forest. It seemed that they had sensed some great terror and did not dare to stay where they were, as if they were being expelled. In the depths of the more distant Red Moon Forest, there was a red light. But as soon as the red light rose into the sky, it quickly retreated into the forest like a rabbit seeing an eagle. What's going on? Li Yuan frowned. That was a tiger beast from the Holy Land, and it was actually running away. And that red light was most likely the forbidden existence of the Red Moon Forest, but it actually retreated at this moment. Li Yuan looked up at the sky and remembered the thunder just now. Could it be because of these thunders? At this time, both Ika and Niga sensed the crisis and returned to the castle with all the shadows. Niga and Ika's expressions were also extremely solemn. Ika looked around, frowned, and asked, "Your Majesty, what happened?" "Maybe the real beast tide is coming." Li Yuan shook his head, feeling helpless. No wonder the beast tide settlement has not appeared, because the previous beast tide may not be the beast tide impact, as the official said. That's because the 3 billion lords of the war continent suddenly lost the protective shields of their castles. This caused a brief riot among wild beasts and monsters, which led to a beast tide, but it was not an officially arranged primary beast tide. Moreover, Li Yuan just saw the red light deep in the Red Moon Forest. This is exactly the same red light in the eyes of those monsters in the beast tide that Li Yuan saw at that time. In other words, the beast tide he encountered at that time was most likely caused by the Red Moon Forest. This can also explain why the beast tide on Li Yuan's side was stronger, and there were 2 waves of beast tides. Maybe now what's going to happen next is... Li Yuan quickly opened the world chat channel to confirm his thoughts. As expected, the thunder just now did not only appear in the Red Moon Forest, but appeared in the 7 continents and the endless sea around the world. What happened? It feels like something big is going to happen. Natural disaster? Did a natural disaster happen on the war continent? Or are there gods fighting on it? Don't think too much. It might just be a thunderstorm. Can your thunderstorm cover the entire world? Nonsense. What are you thinking about? Aren't there any monsters gathering in your castle? I feel like there's another beast tide coming. Fuck, it can't be that fast. Didn't we just pass the primary beast tide? Are you sure that this is a primary beast tide? Why has the reward calculation been delayed until now? This doesn't make sense. No way. I just escaped death, and you tell me there's another beast tide? It seems that the official team didn't announce the start of the initial beast tide. We may have misunderstood. Last night was not a real beast tide. Chapter 67, Terror and Despair, the opportunity to change careers and become a freelancer. In fact, some lords had raised doubts at the beginning, and there might be another beast tide next. Even Li Yuan had thought so, but he didn't expect that this guess seemed to have become a reality. It's not just like that. It has become a reality. Just as everyone was making random guesses in the chat channel, a voice sounded in the minds of all the surviving warlords. It's the same voice that appeared 3 times at the beginning. The first time was when everyone was still on Earth, and the second time was when everyone had just reincarnated into the war continent. The last time was 3 days ago, when they were reminded that the primary beast tide impact was about to come. Hello, lords. The 7-day protection period has officially ended. After 3 hours, the primary beast tide will attack your castle on time. Your mission is simple: protect the core of your castle from being destroyed. Also, save your own life. The strength of the beast tide you encounter is randomly assigned. Whether it is strong or weak depends entirely on your luck. The top 1 million lords in the overall ranking will receive generous rewards. The lord who ranks first in the overall ranking will receive a unique special reward. Everything is subject to the final comprehensive standings. Finally, Give those lords who have no intention of participating in the battle for supremacy of all races a chance to switch to independent players. Change to a free man. The beast tide will no longer target you, but you will lose your castle and your troops and become a free man wandering in the war continent. Whether to fight for supremacy among all races or choose to be an independent person, you decide for yourself. Lords, this is your new era. The war continent will eventually belong to one of you. Will the person who sits on the supreme throne be you? This voice revealed a lot of information, and it took a long time to finish, causing an uproar among billions of lords. The real primary beast tide impact is about to begin. In other words, basically all the lords were fooled and regarded last night's beast tide as an official arranged beast tide. As a result, the official team came back with a sudden attack, catching everyone off guard. In the chat channel, messages scrolled across the screen in an instant. Fuck. It really is a beast tide. This is too bullshit. It's over. It's completely over. I risked my life to survive the beast wave in the early morning. How can I fight this beast wave now? Damn it, me too. I think that's the primary beast tide. They're already risking their lives. Now use the hammer to stop the beast tide. It's not just you. I'm sure most of the lords are in this situation. They're playing with us, treating us like monkeys, and then watching us die one by one, idiot. 3 billion Earth Lords. After a while, will there still be 300 million left? Many people were cursing the officials, using all sorts of foul language. After all, they had already suffered heavy losses from the beast tide last night, and they were completely unable to resist the real beast tide. You have to know that in the beast tide in the early morning of last night, at least millions of lords died. If it happens again now, how many more will die? Especially those lords whose troops were not strong, felt that they had no chance of survival. The beast tide had just passed, and everyone was happy to have survived the calamity, but now it can be said that joy turned into sorrow. The official is so cruel. For many lords, what they have to face is not a tide of beasts at all. All they have to face is death. There is almost no other second outcome. However, there are also lords with an optimistic attitude who are giving generosity to other lords in the chat channel at this time. It's not that we don't have a chance. The strength of the beast tide that all of us lords face is random, so we may be facing a small beast tide, which may not be as strong as the beast tide in the early morning. If this is the case, we can survive. Isn't this luck? Gambling your life on the strength of the beast tide. No matter how weak the beast tide is, I can't hold on. All my troops died last night, and there's no chance to recruit anymore. I wonder if the strength of this beast tide is related to the surrounding environment. Usually there are not many ferocious beasts and demonic beasts here, and there were not many beast tides last night, so there shouldn't be many primary beast tides here, right? Is that so? I killed a lot of them last night, so today's beast tide shouldn't be that bad, right? Who knows? Anyway, life and death are half and half. Alas, this time, except for those big guys, we, the middle and lower level lords, are basically finished. We can only rely on our fate. It's a fair fight. What the hell is fair? As they chatted, many lords began to curse again to vent their dissatisfaction. But this is of no use. No matter how harshly they curse, the officials will not show them any mercy. From the moment they arrived on the war continent, their fate was sealed. Bad luck is bad luck. But at this moment, someone started talking about another topic. Brothers and sisters, are you too pessimistic? Didn't the officials say that you don't have to participate in the beast tide attack? You can change your job to become an independent player and get rid of the status of a lord. That's right. If you think you can't withstand the impact of the primary beast tide, just give up decisively. Your life is more important. Anyway, I have already changed my job to become an independent person. Whether I live or die in the future depends on God. Can you tell me what happened after you changed your job to become a freelancer? The castle is gone. The barracks are gone. Only the supplies and the soldiers that have been recruited are still there. We will not be able to recruit new soldiers in the future. Isn't this almost the same as local forces? No, I can still level up by hunting wild beasts or doing other things, but I'm no longer bound by the castle territory. It seems pretty good. Why don't I just switch to being a freelancer and join the freaking battle of all races? No matter what, this is a chance for survival given by the officials, but we will lose the chance to compete for supremacy among all races. Whoever wants to fight for supremacy is being forced to do so. Disperse. I give up anyway. That's settled. I'm going to change my job to a casual player right now. From these chat messages, we learned about the situation after the job transfer to become a free man. In just a few minutes, a large number of lords gave up resisting the next primary beast tide and directly chose to transfer their jobs to become free men. Rather than dying in the beast tide, it is better to change your job and become a freelancer. Anyway, you can still enjoy leveling up by killing monsters. Maybe you can become a strong man who dominates a region in the future, but you will only lose the qualification to compete with all races for hegemony. The 3 billion Earth Lords are actually basically ordinary people on Earth, and how many of them really have big ambitions? It's enough to be able to survive. Speaking of which, fellow wanderers, how about we also form an alliance? Hey, what a good idea. The Independent Players Alliance. If we unite, we can also build a city and become the overlord, right? What's the point of being a hegemon? Just stick together for warmth. Come on, let's get started. Who will take the lead? I'm from the north of the endless sea. Anyone nearby can pull me over. With this random person's words, other topics were immediately overshadowed. There is no way. In just a short while, many lords have changed their jobs and become independent players. Perhaps at this moment, the number of individual players has far exceeded the number of lords. Chapter 68. Comprehensive Points Table. Who doesn't want to be first? Although many lords have changed their jobs and become independent players, the official has not deprived them of the right to use chat channels. Obviously, some other basic applications should also be applicable. Only with regard to the castle and the barracks did he lose all power. This can be considered as the capital given by the official to them to continue to survive in the war continent, so that they will not be helpless after their new life. Gradually, the chat channel was dominated by individual players' comments. In the dark shadow town, Li Yuan sighed softly. In the face of the cruelty of life and death, it is normal to retreat, and everyone wants to survive if they can. In just a short period of time, it can be said that those individual alliances have become large forces with large numbers of people. If all the individual alliances unite, they will be stronger than some lord alliances. Of course, this refers to the number of people. In terms of specific combat power, some individual alliances are definitely not as good as the lords. However, Li Yuan did not think there was anything wrong with this. The more individual players change their jobs, the more resources would be left for the lords like them. Moreover, those who are willing to change their jobs and become independent people do not have strong territories. In this way, a large number of weak lords will be directly eliminated, and their territories with strong combat power will develop better. There is no time limit for changing jobs. In other words, the lord can change his job to become an individual player at any time. As time goes by, even if this beast tide is passed, there may still be people who cannot bear the pressure and change their careers. The one who perseveres to the end will be the king. Li Yuan didn't think these individual players and their alliances would achieve anything. Without their arms, they only have more people. In the face of powerful arms, these individuals and their alliances cannot make much waves. At best, they are just a group of losers. It's not that Li Yuan looks down on them, but that's the fact. The ownership of the war continent will only be in the hands of these lords or local forces, not in the hands of these individual people. The final fate of these individuals and their alliances may be to rely on other territories. As for the local forces, the human race might also accept them. For other races, the possibility is not great. Li Yuan took a breath and exited the chat channel, too lazy to look at anything else. The next priority is to impact the primary beast tide and get first place in the overall points list. There are rewards for the first million, but who doesn't want to be first? After all, the first place in the comprehensive points auction can get a unique and special reward. Although Li Yuan didn't know how many lords chose to change their careers and become independent players, there must be many lords left. If there are advanced top-level troops, we will not give up the opportunity to dominate all races. Assuming that 2/3 of the lords choose to change their careers and become independent individuals, there will still be 1 billion lords left to continue fighting for supremacy. 1 million lords will be selected from 1 billion, and then the first place will be selected from these 1 million lords. I have to say, this is not an easy thing to do. Judging from the current combat effectiveness of Li Yuan's Black Shadow Town, he is still quite confident in himself, and it is not impossible for him to be the first. As long as there are no holy beasts attacking, the Shadow Town will be safe. But judging from the reactions of those holy domain monsters in the Red Moon Forest just now, there shouldn't be any holy domain monsters participating in the beast tide attack, right? At this time, there were still 2 hours and 40 minutes before the official primary beast tide attack. The little fairy Mo Shanshan sent him a message. Little fairy lord, Mr. Black Shadow, this beast tide shouldn't be very strong, right? Li Yuan, I don't know. Have you made the defensive deployment? Little fairy lord, I don't quite understand this either, so I'll leave it to Uncle Green, Uncle Rambo, and Uncle Avell. Li Yuan, well, that's not a big problem. Little fairy lord, come on, Black Shadow Cauldron, take first place in overall points. Li Yuan, you should also try your best to reduce casualties. That's it. I will go to deploy the territory defense. The strength of Mo Shanshan's territory is not weak. There are already thousands of mountain dwarves, and there is also a dwarf master from the Holy Land. Just like the beast tide last night, it shouldn't be too difficult to cross it. So Li Yuan was not too worried about Mo Shanshan. Little fairy lord, wait. Shadow Cauldron, wait. I see that I can now change my job to a freelancer. Should I change my job to a freelancer? Li Yuan, why do you want to change your job? Little fairy lord, I know myself well. I'm not cut out to be a lord. I don't know anything. It would be better for me to become a freelancer and bring these mountain dwarves to join the Shadow Cauldron. Li Yuan, no need. It's very dangerous here. I might move away in the future. Li Yuan, just stay in Amo Gobi honestly. By the way, have you found any other lords nearby? Little fairy lord, I haven't discovered it yet. Li Yuan, well, then I'll just stay in Amo Gobi. I'll decide whether to migrate or change jobs later. Little fairy lord, okay, listen to the Shadow Cauldron. After stopping the conversation with Mo Shanshan, Li Yuan began to deploy defenses in his own territory. Although he and Black Shadow killed thousands of ferocious beasts and monsters last night, almost all the ones around them were killed. But just after the thunder, the roars of beasts and dark shadows in the sky have been gathering, but it's too far away to see the exact number. Besides, there's still more than 2 hours left, and no one knows how big the beast tide can grow. Therefore, preparation measures must be taken to avoid not only failing to get the first place, but also failing miserably. Now that the territory has expanded, the means of defense must naturally change. Li Yuan first moved the 49 defense towers and placed them directly on the city wall. It's a pity that I have just received the blueprints of the turrets. Otherwise, if I place a turret every meter and cooperate with the attack of the defense tower, I can definitely suppress the small group of beasts outside the territory, and there will be no need for the defensive protection energy shield of the castle crystal core. However, he still moved the 2 artillery batteries obtained from the Great Zhou Castle to the city wall to defend against the enemy. At this time, of course, all available means should be used. In theory, a 9th level defense shield is not afraid of attacks below the 9th level, but this does not mean that the defense shield cannot be broken without a sanctuary. The accumulation of quantitative changes will achieve a qualitative change effect. If multiple 9th level monsters attack together, it is possible to break the crystal core defense. Therefore, Li Yuan did not plan to leave the territory this time and stayed outside the territory. The 23 human warriors captured from the Great Zhou Castle were also brought out of the Holy Source Tower by him. There was no obvious change in their strength, but their loyalty had increased significantly, directly from over 60% to over 80%. If they could stay in the Holy Source Tower for a few more days, they should be able to achieve 100% loyalty. 23 human warriors, mainly manning 2 turrets, were guarding the front gate to prevent any monsters from suddenly rushing in. As for letting them go out, that would be sending them to their deaths. Among these human arms, the strongest one is only at level 4. The Golden Holy Ape was stationed at the rear of the territory, just like last night, guarding against any monsters that might burst out from the Red Moon Forest. 3 hours passed quickly. Whether it was the Red Moon Forest behind or the jungle sky in front of the territory, they all fell into a brief peace at this moment. It's like the calm before the storm. But at this moment, thunder sounded again in the sky, only one, deafening. The thunder was like a command. After the thunder, continuous roars were heard in the woods and air outside the territory. Here it comes again. Are you surprised or not? Chapter 69. The horse talisman is repaired, and the dog is beaten behind closed doors. The roar of beasts continued, and at the same time, a list appeared in the chat channel. Comprehensive rating list. But now the list is still blank, and no points have been calculated. And in the chat channel, some people started talking again. They were individual players who had changed their jobs. Here they come. I can hear the beasts roaring. Ha! I changed my job to a freelancer a long time ago, and the beasts have dispersed. Damn, there are too many beasts, at least thousands of them, much more than last night. Is it too late for me to change my job and become a freelancer now? Change your job and become independent, brothers. There is no need to risk your life at this time. Your life is the most important. Don't mess with my mind, you loser. That's right, we came to the war continent to be lords. Only lords are qualified to dominate the continent. Who said that we individual players can't dominate the continent? Don't you see that we have so many alliances? We are not necessarily afraid of you. Huh, a bunch of cowardly losers, you dare say that? Lord Blue Sky, right? We in the Sanrin family will remember you. If we meet you in the future, we will be the first to kill you. Come on, am I afraid of you? Ha ha, you idiot, you should get through the initial beast tide first, can you? Don't worry, my troops are top-level troops with a lot of special buildings. A mere beast tide is nothing to me. The beast tide attack was about to begin, but a quarrel broke out in the chat channel. Judging from the situation of this conversation, those individual alliances might really attack some lords' castles in the future. There is strength in numbers, it's inevitable. However, Li Yuan was not interested in paying attention to the information in the chat channel, as the beast tide was already attacking his territory. Act according to the defense plan, and do not disrupt the formation at will. Yes, my king, master. The dark shadows and the golden holy ape everywhere shouted loudly. At this moment, the beast tide has approached the city wall, and it is so dense that it is no less powerful than last night. This shows that the beast tide that Li Yuan is facing is quite large. The first to attack the beast tide were the 49 defense towers on the city walls, and beams of magic shells fell among the beasts. Some wild beasts and monsters were hit by shells and torn into pieces in an instant. Many wild beasts and monsters were blown away from all directions, causing chaos in the herd, but the herds behind had no intention of stopping. The monsters or corpses that fell and were blown away were trampled into meat paste by the later herds, and they rushed towards the city wall frantically. Those tall monsters ran forward without any scruples. No matter whether they were shadows or their own kind, they were all killed and knocked away. They had only one goal, which was to flatten the high walls in front of them and shatter the defensive crystal core of the castle. This is just the stuff on the ground. In the air, there are countless birds of prey, which are even faster, flying towards the castle in an overwhelming manner. The entire territory was attacked in all directions, except underground. There were too many monsters in the herd. Although the shadows tried their best to stop them, some of them still crashed into the territory's defense shield. One or two are nothing, but if dozens of them crash into it, the protective shield will still be shaken. Some high-level elite monsters even self-destructed. Rumbling, the castle's defense shield shook extremely violently, and there were even tiny cracks in some places. As for the city walls, they were also constantly suffering heavy damage, and some of them collapsed. Li Yuan was not surprised. The 9th level defense shield could not block all the monsters. Sooner or later, some monsters would sneak into the territory. Li Yuan's figure appeared on the top of the castle and said in a cold voice, "Retract the defense shield and protect the castle." Black Shadow returns to the territory to defend. A 9th Order defense shield with a radius of 5 kilometers is naturally no match for a 9th Order defense shield that only covers the castle. As Li Yuan finished his words, the milky white energy shield above the territory suddenly moved towards the castle. At the same time, the shadows, led by Nagaika, quickly contracted their front line, killing and gathering towards the castle. And those magical beasts, without the obstruction of the crystal core defense shield, had only the 6th level defense wall to find it even more difficult to withstand the impact of the beast tide, so that a large number of magical beasts crossed the wall and entered the territory. Such a scene seemed like a defeat for the Black Shadows, but in fact, everyone was just fighting outside the territory. When outside the territory, the Dark Shadows cannot enjoy the blessing of the Holy Source Tower. Now the beasts have rushed into the territory, but at the same time, the Black Shadows have also received the combat power boost from the Holy Source Tower. Li Yuan watched from above the castle, only occasionally killing some flying monsters that flew over the castle and did not directly join the battle. compared to last night. He could see the battlefields of all parties more clearly during the day. Looking at the densely packed herd of beasts, there are quite a few elite 9th level monsters among them, and there are quite a lot of them. But it is only the elite 9th level. What he is concerned about is whether there are any holy domain monsters in the beast tide. From the current point of view, there is no sanctuary among the beasts, so he is not worried at all now. He does not need to take any action. He believes that the Black Shadows can successfully resolve the impact of the beast tide. It is just a matter of time. With so many of them, perhaps after this is over, the Black Shadow's strength will be able to rise to a higher level. It's possible for me to be promoted to the 9th level. The 2 beast waves last night have improved everyone's abilities, and they have almost reached the critical point for advancement. Li Yuan is almost at the peak of the 8th level, and promotion is not far away. He looked at the dilapidated city walls and the beasts that had almost rushed into the territory, and Li Yuan couldn't help but smile. Now that he has let the beasts in, it's time to close the door and beat the dogs. City walls, defense towers, repair. The moment the words fell, the power of the horse spell penetrated the void and descended on the dilapidated city wall. In an instant, the broken walls of the city wall seemed to have gone back in time, quickly flew back to the damaged area, and were restored intact. Including several defense towers destroyed by the beast attack, they were quickly repaired and fired magic shells again. There is a dark shadow in front and a city wall defense tower behind. What else could this be but beating a dog behind closed doors? While fighting in the territory, the combat power of the Black Shadows instantly rose to a higher level. The most obvious ones are naturally Niga, IKA, and the Golden Holy Ape, because they now have the combat power of the Holy Land. Whenever these 3 guys took action, the monsters died in piles. The remaining Black Shadows are also quite powerful. Most of them have been upgraded to level 8, and there are several level 9. The 20 or so human soldiers had retreated to the city gate under Li Yuan's command. The 2 artillery batteries, under the operation of the artillery, continuously fired shells and killed the beasts. After all, they had an 8th level killing power, so the effect was acceptable. In a short while, hundreds of ferocious beasts and monsters had fallen in the territory. No monsters rushed to within 500 meters of the castle. All were blocked by the Black Shadows 500 meters away. The flying monsters in the sky were also stopped by the Fei Inks at all costs. And even with the help of the 3 Holy Realm fighters, they were unable to break in. The Air Force is a little weak, and the number of Claw Shadows is still too few, only 6. Li Yuan decided that if there was an opportunity, he could appropriately strengthen the strength of the Fei Inks. In fact, there is a way to improve it through divine power. However, even the giant shadow with super strong defense can hardly withstand the power of the Godhead. The flying shadows have even lower defense than the giant shadow and obviously cannot bear it. Therefore, they can only think of other ways, or wait for the number of flying shadows to slowly accumulate. Fei Ying is now at level 7, and now has level 8 combat power, which is actually not too bad. For a moment, Li Yuan focused on the battlefield and seemed somewhat relaxed, as there was no need for him to take any action. The entire beast tide attack was under his control. At this moment, Li Yuan felt something. It seemed that the comprehensive scoreboard in the chat channel had been refreshed. Chapter 70. The scoreboard is updated. Li Yuan's ranking. In the chat channel, the lords have almost stopped talking. But those who have changed their jobs and become independent players were not affected by the beast tide. So the information in the chat box is still popping up. Hey, without the threat of the beast tide, it's really great. Being an independent person is really free. I can go wherever I want. You know what? The air quality in this war continent is amazing. It's even better than our hometown. There are so few ferocious beasts and magical beasts. Let's go attack those castle lords. Let's go. Team up nearby and kill lone beasts to level up. Speaking of which, after the primary beast tide ends, a large number of lords will die, right? Life and death are your own choices. You can't blame anyone if you die. It's their fault for not changing their job to become an independent player. They deserve it. Right, you deserve it. You look down on us. The more people who die, the better. Why are we still talking about this? It's just empty talk. The fact is that we can't compete with other lords right now. So let's get stronger quickly. If we don't get stronger, we will just be the ones carrying shoes for those lords. You guys go have fun. I'm going to find a place to secretly stay for the rest of my life. Waste? Who are you talking about? I'm talking about you, idiot. Your whole family is idiots. If you want to die, why do you bring me with you? Okay, stop messing around. The overall rankings have been updated. Oh my god, there are so many unfamiliar faces on the leaderboard. There are so many great players hiding there. The refresh of the scoreboard immediately attracted the attention of the three people. They stopped chatting and flipped through the list. After a while, the chat channel became lively again. The person being chatted with was none other than the Shadow, Lord Li Yuan. There was no other reason, because Li Yuan was only ranked 8th in the overall points list at this time and almost didn't make it into the top 10. People are like this. They can't stand seeing others do better than them. When they see that the people they originally thought were masters only have data like this, they get excited all of a sudden. Haha, wasn't the Shadow Lord so awesome in the early stages? How come he's only number 8? It seems that this demon is not as powerful as we thought. You underestimated the heroes of the world. There's no doubt that other lords have troops that are not weaker than the Shadows, and some are even stronger than the demons. The Shadow Lord is nothing more than that. I thought he would be able to take first place with great strength. Oh, whether he gets first place or not has nothing to do with me. In my opinion, it would be better if he died and the beast tied. The competition behind is so intense. Will Shadow Lord fall out of the top 10 in the end? Haha, if that were true, it would be a joke. I tell you to take it easy. The Shadow Lord holds a grudge. Be careful, and he will come after you in the future. Come on, if he can find me, I lose. In the chat channel, there were quite a few people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. They all hoped that Li Yuan's ranking would get lower and lower, and some even cursed him to die in a beast tide. Li Yuan naturally didn't pay attention to the chat channel. He knew he was too lazy to bother with these eliminated people. Now he is looking at the comprehensive points ranking. Primary beast tide, comprehensive points ranking, top 1 million. First place, Wanlong KO, points 34735. Second place, Jiayin Holy Land, with 32,178 points. Third place, Mountain of the Gods, with 31,643 points. Fourth place, Golden Town, points 30123. Fifth place, Angel Town, points 28767. Sixth place, Dark Knight Kingdom, points 27893. Seventh place, Catholic Cathedral, points 26785. Eighth place, Shadow Town, points 25623. Ninth place, Death Hell, points 25364. 10th place, Knight's House, points 24897. 11th place, Tianshan Town, points 22145. When Li Yuan was looking at the comprehensive scoreboard, the numbers on the list were constantly changing. Obviously, everyone was still killing the beast tide. Li Yuan, who was behind, didn't go to watch, as he didn't expect that he would be ranked 8th. It's not because it's too low, but because it's too high. Li Yuan originally thought that there were many hidden talents among the lords. In fact, that's it. He had to admit that he was a little disappointed with the strength of these lords. They were too weak. You know, Li Yuan's Black Shadow Town has not officially started the killing spree yet. He just blocked the beast hide outside the territory, and with such statistics, he is now ranked 8th. First place doesn't seem that difficult. Li Yuan looked at the standings and withdrew, confident of getting first place. From the constant fluctuations in the points, it can be seen that other lords are fighting hard to get a better ranking. Similarly, the lords who are ranked higher are also paying attention to Li Yuan's Black Shadow Town. The Shadow Town ranked 8th, which was something that many lords had not expected, even though this result was among the top 10 among hundreds of millions of lords. For Li Yuan, who had been in the limelight in the early stages, this result was obviously a poor one. No matter how you put it, how is it possible for the demons, a top-notch unit among the top-notch ones, to achieve such a result? Many lords found it hard to believe, but the ranking couldn't be fake. Could it be that the Shadow Lord had very bad luck and encountered a very strong and large-scale beast tide that even an army like demons could not withstand? While fighting against the beast tide, the lords were also wondering what was going on with Li Yuan. Little did they know that Li Yuan simply hadn't put in any effort yet. The beast tide has just begun now. Being a little behind is nothing at all. We can catch up in minutes. After all, the first wave of the beast tide consisted mostly of wild beasts and ferocious beasts, with a small number of magical beasts. For those advanced, top-level troops, they can be slaughtered in large numbers. When the remaining high-level monsters attack, that will be the biggest test for these lords. And by that time, it will be the time for Li Yuan to climb the list. However, When closing the comprehensive scoreboard, Li Yuan scanned the names of the forces of some of the lords in front. These lords who can make it into the top 10, or even the top 100, cannot be weak. For a lord with a fortune of around 1 billion, it is not something that can be achieved by luck alone. Therefore, these forces are very likely to be his strong competitors in the future. Among the top 10 forces, only Angel Town and God Town were slightly familiar to him. He had seen them in the chat channel. As for the others, I saw them for the first time. Silently memorizing the names of these forces, Li Yuan casually shot out a bolt of lightning and killed a bird of prey in the distance. Looking at the monsters that were constantly surrounding the castle, Li Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. The real hunting moment is about to begin. The first place belongs to him. No one can take it away from him. Please, after reading this book, give it a 5-star rating. Thank you. From 8 points, I work hard to 9 points, and I still want it to be a little higher. There will be 5 updates today, and it will keep increasing by 5 updates. Is that okay? Chapter 71. Continuously overtaking, a large-scale herd of beasts is coming. The war continent is located in the mountains of a continent bordering the endless sea. A magnificent castle stands between the mountains and forests and is currently being attacked by a tide of beasts. Around the castle, the corpses of monsters and ferocious beasts were scattered all over the place. Some were torn into pieces, some were frozen into ice sculptures, and some were burned into charcoal. Giant dragons were rampaging on the ground or in the sky, and no magical beast could resist them wherever they passed. There are also some giant dragons breathing out dragon breath of various attributes. Several giant dragons were flying high in the sky, casting a large range of dragon language magic. Shadow Lord, demon soldiers, haha, jumping clown. The number 1 in points must be mine, and the unique special reward is also mine. A 6th order white dragon stood on the top of the castle. A young man stood on the back of the dragon, watching his various dragons slaughtering the ferocious beasts and monsters that attacked the castle territory. His words were full of arrogance, and he had the confidence to do so, because his type of soldiers are dragons, not dragons of a single attribute, but dragons of various attributes. Among them are red dragons, fire dragons, ice dragons, and undead bone dragons. His castle is none other than the 10,000 Dragons Nest, which is currently ranked first on the standings. At this moment, his dragon army is constantly refreshing his points on the leaderboard. Although the holy land of covering the sky and above the gods were chasing closely, the gap was gradually widening, and it was difficult to catch up. However, at this moment, several huge figures quickly approached the 10,000 Dragons Nest. Leading the way was a leopard, a 9th level elite. Behind the leopard, there are also several various feline monsters. All of them are level 8. Roar! With a low roar of the beast, the leopard's agile figure leaped into the air and landed directly on the back of a flying dragon. Bang! The leopard slapped the flying dragon on the back of its neck with its claws. With such powerful force, the flying dragon and the leopard fell heavily to the ground. With roars and screams, the leopard tore the 7th level flying dragon into pieces. The other cat-like monsters also launched attacks on the other dragon troops. The appearance of these high-level magical beasts immediately reversed the situation where the magical beasts were unilaterally slaughtered by the dragons. In an instant, another fire dragon was killed. The young man on the white dragon's body saw this, and his face suddenly changed. He shouted loudly, "Kill the high-level monsters like the leopard with all your strength." Upon hearing the Lord's order, the giant dragons gave up slaughtering the low-level monsters and turned around to surround and kill the high-level monsters that had just appeared. Immediately, the giant dragons fought with the leopards and other high-level monsters. In the end, although the dragons killed all the leopards, several of them were injured, so the victory was not easy. Even 2 giant dragons were killed in the battle. It's not that the Dragon Clan is not strong enough. In fact, the Dragon Clan has a certain blood suppression on ordinary monsters. But now the monsters are under the instructions of the official, and they completely ignore this blood suppression and attack with all their might. Another thing is that the levels of the dragon troops of the young man are not very high. There's only 1 9th level dragon involved. The other dragons are all 6th or 7th levels, so it is normal to have casualties. The young man on the white dragon's back had a rather grim look on his face at this moment. He could still bear the damage of several giant dragons, but the loss of these dragons, coupled with the fact that the giant dragons just surrounded and killed high-level monsters such as leopards, had a very obvious impact on his points income, and the rate of points growth slowed down a lot. Looking at the rankings of other forces later, some small-scale changes have also occurred. The second-ranked Jutian Holy Land fell to 4th place, and the Hell of the Dead rose to 5th. An Angel Castle soared directly to the 2nd place. The young man looked at the Shadow Town and found that the Shadow Castle did not rise, but fell, and now fell to the 10th place. However, in the blink of an eye, the young man found that the Shadow Town suddenly disappeared to the 10th place. Can't even make the top 10? Forget it, this Shadow Lord is nothing to be afraid of. My opponents are the other lords. But when the young man looked up at some of the forces above, he found that he was wrong. The Shadow Town did not fall outside the top 10, but it just rose 5 places at once and appeared in 5th place, pushing the undead hell that had just risen up back 1 place. How is that possible? The young man found it hard to believe for a moment, but Shadow Town was indeed now ranked 5th, and its points were still rising wildly. While the young man was distracted, the Black Shadow Town moved up 1 place to 4th. What's going on? Why is he improving so quickly? The young man couldn't help but become anxious. Judging from the speed at which the Shadow Castle was rising, it was afraid that it would really affect his 1st place. At this time, their internal chat group started to buzz like crazy. The Alliance of Glory was an alliance formed by young people and others when Yi Shui was trying to persuade everyone to form an alliance. There are not many lords in the Glory Alliance, only more than 10, and they are all lords who possess top-level troops. Among them is not only the 10,000 Dragons Nest, but also another one in the top 10, which is the Catholic Cathedral, which was originally ranked 7th and now ranked 9th. The rest are outside the top 10, but almost all are in the top 300. What's going on, Catholic Church? Try harder. You're almost out of the top 10. Boss Wanlong KO, hold on, keep the 1st place. You are the only ones in the top 10 of our alliance. You must hold on to the end. Come on, come on, come on. The Glory Alliance is invincible. Follow the boss, and you'll get meat to eat. Oh my god, that girl from Angel Town is really fierce. She's already ranked 2nd. Damn it, am I seeing things? Black Shadow is 4th. Are all the other lords so weak? How could they be surpassed so easily by the Shadow Lord? It's so painful. Are you calling me a weakling? No, boss of the Catholic Church. Damn it, beat the Black Shadow. Come on, big guys. Beat up Black Shadow, beat up Angel, and then the back after you finish the front. Unfortunately, I don't have many beasts here, so I can't earn many points. 10,000 Dragons Nest and the Catholic Cathedral stopped talking and focused on dealing with the Beast Tide. They were the leaders of the Glory Alliance, and if one of them could maintain the 1st place and the other could maintain the top 10 this time, then their Glory Alliance would become completely famous. At this time in the Shadow Town, the battle was in full swing. Whether on the ground or in the sky, there are large numbers of magical beasts. Li Yuan's points suddenly skyrocketed just now because the Black Shadows launched a self-destructive attack on the Beast Tide for the first time. There was no way. There were just too many monsters and ferocious beasts gathered there. In terms of numbers alone, it has even exceeded the total number of the 2 herds last night. There are at least tens of thousands of monsters in the sky and on the ground. There are dozens of 9th-level monsters, and even a few elite 9th-level monsters. In the last round of self-detonation, both IKA and Niga self-detonated. They had no time to take care of some things, and could only self-detonate to slow down the offensive of the Beast Tide. After their self-detonation, more than 2,000 magical beasts were directly killed, which also allowed Li Yuan to gain a huge amount of points. However, in the distance outside the territory, many magical beasts were gathering. Li Yuan still hadn't made a move. Looking at the monsters in the distance, he felt a little confused. There are too many monsters. If the Black Shadows had not self-destructed just now, the Beast Tide would have very likely broken through the Black Shadows' defenses and come out of the castle. With tens of thousands of beasts attacking, if it were any other lord, even the 10,000 Dragons Nest, which is currently ranked number 1, would probably be doomed. Only the Dark Shadows can block it. No one else can. It seems like I was really hit by a high-intensity Beast Tide. But the good news is that there are no Holy Domain monsters. As long as there are no Holy Domain monsters, no matter how many other monsters there are, they will be useless. Thank you all for your enthusiasm. I saw there are dozens of people rating it. There should be quite a few readers now, probably several thousand, and there are only about 300 or 400 reviews. Please help me and give a 5-star rating with just a few clicks. Chapter 72, Fusion of Magical Skills, Thunder and Fire Lotus. Due to the subsequent concentrated attacks from ferocious beasts and magical beasts, the city wall that Li Yuan had previously repaired collapsed again. Countless ferocious beasts and monsters rushed forward one after another and headed straight for the castle. After all these ferocious beasts rushed into the territory, Li Yuan used the same trick again and repaired the castle and defense towers again, forming a pincer attack on the ferocious beasts in the territory. With thousands of ferocious beasts and monsters, the Black Shadows were finally overwhelmed. Fortunately, there were not many ferocious beasts and monsters appearing in the direction of the Red Moon Forest, allowing the Golden Holy Ape to free up his hands to assist the other Black Shadows. Although there were many beasts, Li Yuan was not overly worried about the safety of the castle. After all, without the magical beasts from the Holy Land, as long as the Black Shadows bomb a few more waves, these ferocious beasts will only be worth some points. It's time for me to have some fun. Li Yuan watched as he floated up from the top of the castle. If he didn't take action, Niga and the others would probably start to self-destruct again. In the comprehensive points ranking list, there will definitely be points for killing monsters. However, since it is a comprehensive score, it is impossible to only consider the monsters killed, but also the performance of castle troops and lords. That's why Li Yuan chose to take the initiative and show his support to the officials. Moreover, after watching the ferocious beasts and monsters attacking the castle, he was itching to do something. Besides, he had just obtained a moon demonic energy not long ago, so naturally he had to take it out and see the effect. He took a few steps out of thin air from the top of the castle and flew in the air. He stopped only when Li Yuan appeared at the castle gate. The air and the ground outside the castle were filled with a large number of chaotic monsters, but they were all stopped 500 meters away from the castle. The shadows moved among the beasts, and many died. Except for Nijieka and the other 2 9th-level Black Shadows, the other Black Shadows have died 7 or 8 times. It's completely fine. They were surrounded and attacked 1 second ago, and they appeared immediately the next second, taking the lives of the ferocious beasts and monsters one after another in a blink of an eye. At this moment, the herd received subsequent reinforcements, and the impact force was increased again. The Black Shadows were overwhelmed, and 2 8th-level Black Shadows chose to self-destruct, strangling more than a dozen monsters. Moreover, Niga and his men were not stupid. They knew that their air power was weak, so they had already given orders to the Black Shadows. If they had to explode, they could self-destruct in the air. After all, 6 flying shadows in the air could not cope with the densely packed flying beasts. During the time that had passed, it was mostly the 2 sanctuary forces, Nagaika, who assisted. Otherwise, those flying beast killers in the air might have already broken through the distance of 500 meters and would have been attacking the castle's defense shield. There is also the Golden Holy Ape, who would roar from time to time to help suppress all the flying beasts. Li Yuan's eyes swept across the herd of beasts outside the castle, then towards the flying beasts in the air, and he slowly stretched out his hands. Invisible power instantly burst out from Li Yuan's body, spreading in all directions and covering the entire territory. Everyone come down. Li Yuan's outstretched palm clenched into a fist as he spoke. His fist seemed to be the switch that turned on the power just now. As the fist was formed, terrifying pressure fell on the bodies of all the monsters and ferocious beasts within the territory. No ferocious beast or monster can be spared. Comprehensive coverage. In an instant, under the suppression of this invisible force, the flying beasts in the air almost all fell to the ground at the same time. The speed was so fast, as if an iron fist had fallen on them, causing them to fall without any control. Only those 9th-order birds were resisting with all their might, but their falling speed was only slightly slower, and they were still falling. Not only the flying monsters in the sky, but also many monsters on the ground felt the pressure like Mount Tai pressing down on them at this moment, causing their charging and killing figures to stagnate, as if they were in sticky quicksand, unable to move. The flying beasts that fell from the sky crashed to the ground, causing loud noises. The weaker beasts were even crushed to death after falling to the ground. Just like that, at least hundreds of ferocious beasts and 6th-level magical beasts died. And this is just the beginning. At the moment when countless birds fell, blue lightning and countless fireballs appeared in the sky. Looking up, it looks like a blue lotus is slowly blooming. The blue lightning is the petals, and the fireballs are the stamens and lotus pods, forming an extremely gorgeous lotus platform. But there is enormous power hidden in this lotus platform. Roar, roar, roar. The demonic beasts below let out uneasy roars, instinctively filled with fear. However, except for the 8th and 9th level monsters, the other ferocious monsters were unable to move under the invisible pressure. Not to mention these ferocious beasts and demons. Even the golden holy ape had its mobility suppressed. Li Yuan was controlling gravity on such a large scale that he had no time to care about it. He simply covered the entire territory indiscriminately from the beginning. The more than 20 human soldiers were suppressed and fell to the ground. Only the black shadows were not affected at all, because they are shadows themselves, which are essentially invisible and intangible. Gravity naturally has no effect on them. Li Yuan's face turned slightly pale at this time. It was obvious that controlling the moon magic energy, lightning magic energy, and dragon talisman at the same time consumed his energy. Although these magical powers all give him the corresponding energy to control, and these lightning and fireballs are not energy sources in his body, but using 3 magical powers at the same time consumes a huge amount of his mental power. Only with the blessing of the Holy Source Tower can the 9th level combat power cover the entire territory. If it was still at the 8th level, it would at most cover the entire castle, but now the entire territory is enveloped by his magical skills. This was a killer move he had specially thought of, a large-scale, indiscriminate lethal move. The demonic energy of the moon was not only suppressing the ferocious beasts below, but was also constantly compressing the thunder and fire lotus platform in the sky. The power of lightning is being compressed, and the power of the fireball is also being compressed. The thunder and fire lotus platform, whether it was the blue lightning or the red fireball, the color was rapidly darkening. It sounds slow, but in fact it only takes a few seconds. Li Yuan controlled gravity on a large scale, and with the rebound of thousands of demon beasts, his gravity field finally couldn't bear it. Roar, roar, roar. Those dozens of 9th Order ferocious beasts and several 9th Order elite magical beasts were the first to break free from the gravity field and roared towards the sky. As the monsters in other places struggled to break free, they bit by bit tore apart the gravitational field where Li Yuan's demonic energy was spreading. In an instant, the ferocious beasts and demonic beasts all regained their mobility. Although the thunder and fire lotus platform above their heads gathered explosive power, their brains controlled by the officials chose to turn a blind eye and launched another frantic attack on the castle, turning the scene into chaos again. The black shadows have not been idle. They were just slaughtering these ferocious beasts and monsters. Everyone go back to the castle first. But at this moment, Li Yuan's voice fell into the ears of all the dark shadows, including the golden holy ape and 23 human soldiers. After receiving Li Yuan's order, they abandoned their opponents without hesitation. Dark shadows appeared in the castle in an instant, and the golden holy ape also jumped from outside the wall back into the castle's protective shield. The 23 human soldiers were already at the door, so they naturally pushed the turrets quickly and stepped back into the milky white energy shield. Without the obstruction of the black shadows, the beasts surged into the 500-meter radius of the castle like a tide. However, at this moment, the blue and red lights in the sky shone down, reflecting the dazzling red and blue lights of the sky and the earth. Bloom, thunder, and fire lotus. Li Yuan looked at the thunder and fire flowers above his head, his eyes gleaming coldly. Chapter 73. No need to hold back, kill all these beasts. Thunder and Fire Lotus, a name Li Yuan gave casually. This should be the name, but he almost forgot it as soon as he said it. When Li Yuan's voice fell, the huge blue petals of the Thunder and Fire Lotus, which had originally been slightly closed, suddenly stretched out. Fireballs that were almost solid fell from the sky with a loud bang. At the same time, the blue petals suddenly shattered, and extremely violent energy, along with countless fireballs, fell. It was as if the sky was wrathful and was going to destroy the heaven and earth. Interlaced blue and red lights filled the dark shadow territory, with only the dark shadow castle being separated from it. At this moment, the ferocious beasts and demonic beasts were almost within 100 meters of the castle. But at this moment, the thunder and fire lotus in the sky exploded, and the fireball, driven by the lightning, burst into bursts of breaking air sounds. Then, fireballs accompanied by lightning continued to explode among the beasts. The sound of explosions and the screams of ferocious beasts and monsters suddenly echoed throughout the territory, playing the final movement of death. In the castle, the golden holy ape was stunned. General Ika and Niga had no expression on their faces, but the gleam in their eyes could not hide their shock at the scene. The 32 human soldiers kept swallowing their saliva. Damn the great Zhou castle. Such a powerful lord is the king they should follow. Originally, the loyalty of these people was only over 80%, but at this time it began to soar, and now it was close to 100. Boom boom. The explosions continued incessantly as hundreds of fireballs that had been infinitely suppressed exploded with incredible power. The lightning continued to spread along with the explosion of the fireball, connecting with the monsters one by one, like a jumping lightning net. The ferocious beasts below level 6 had almost no time to react and were directly turned into ashes. The slightly weaker magical beasts above level 6 were first blown into charcoal by the fireballs and then shattered by the power of thunder and lightning. Those high-level magical beasts above level 8 would still be severely damaged if they were bombarded head-on by the fireballs, with their skin and flesh torn apart by the double attack of thunder and lightning. A full half-minute passed before the aftermath of the Thunder Fury Lotus explosion began to slowly dissipate. There were piles of corpses scattered on the ground. Few of them were intact, and many had even turned into black ash. Seeing this, Li Yuan's mouth twitched. Too careless. The power of this Thunder Fury Lotus is naturally unquestionable, but its power is simply too great. With the explosion of the Thunder and Fire Lotus, at least 2,000 ferocious beasts were killed, but only a few corpses of monsters were left. In other words, Li Yuan lost the corpses of 2,000 monsters. Of course, there are also many gains. In addition to the energy value that brought him infinitely close to the 9th level, the overall score of the Black Shadow Town also instantly increased by more than 20,000 points. As a result, the ranking of Black Shadow Town was unstoppable and directly surpassed Yi Shui's Angel Castle. Now, Li Yuan has gained tens of thousands of points and is already ranked second in the standings. Only the 10,000 Dragon's Nest is still above him, but the gap between the two is not that big anymore. The current score of Wanlong Nest is 67836, while that of Li Yuan Black Shadow Town is 61834, a difference of only a few thousand points. The sudden rise in the ranking of Shadow Town naturally caused a stir in the chat channel. My eyes are blind. My eyes are blind, oh my god. The Shadow Lord who was beaten to a pulp by you guys is now flying straight into the sky. His points are rising like a rocket. What is going on? How can it increase so much? No wonder Black Shadow Boss's ranking has always been so low. It turns out he is holding back on a big move to make a splash. Fuck, this is too much. More than 20,000 points, a direct surge. Huh, where are those people who just belittled the Shadow Lord? Do they feel pain on their faces now? Crackling. Fortunately, I didn't say anything out loud and kept my mouth shut. Don't even mention that he got promoted to 2nd place. Even if he got promoted to 1st place, it has nothing to do with me. I'm a casual player now. It can be seen that the Shadow Lord must have used his ultimate move to annihilate a large group of beasts. Then the question is, if the Shadow Lord uses another ultimate move, won't he directly surpass the 10,000 Dragon's Nest? 2 prerequisites. The first is that he still has the ability to use his ultimate move. The second is that there are still many beasts attacking his castle territory. It's not easy to use this kind of big move again, right? I also think it's impossible. If they can come a few times, the other lords will just have to go to bed. Who knows? But didn't you see that the gap between him and Wanlong Ko is only a few thousand points? Why would he need another big move? The points of the 10,000 Dragon's Nest are also increasing. This is really exciting. If the market opens, I bet that the Shadow Lord will overtake and take 1st place. I will give you 100 energy stones. I can meet fellow gamblers in another world. Come on, fellow gamblers, let's go. I will also bet 100 energy stones on the 10,000 Dragon Nest to secure 1st place. A group of spectators who were watching the fun were stunned after a brief shock. In fact, who gets 1st place in the primary Beast Tide points list has nothing to do with them, so they can only watch the fun. In the Glory Alliance group, Alliance members were also stunned after seeing the Shadow Lord's points skyrocket. Fuck, is this medicine or an injection? 20,000 points, it goes up just like that. The boss is in danger. Don't panic, the boss of Wanlong KO might have a big move in mind. So stay calm, boss. Speaking of which, can Black Shadow's demon army have such a powerful move to kill thousands of monsters at once? That's impossible. No matter how strong the troops are, they can't be upgraded to the Holy Domain in these few days. The strongest troop of the 10,000 Dragon Nest boss is only level 9. Maybe it's the kind of magic scrolls written in novels? Forbidden magic. Who cares? As long as the boss of the 10,000 Dragon Nest holds steady, the first place must belong to our Glory Alliance. Come on, Glory Alliance. The young man from Wanlong KO had no intention of speaking in the group at this moment. He was also extremely shocked. Just now, he had surpassed the Shadow Lord by more than 30,000 points, but in just a moment, he was only a few thousand points behind. I can't lose, I can't lose. Giant dragons, kill the monsters with all your strength, and use large-scale attacks. Bailong, you come on too. The young man jumped off the white dragon's back, allowing his favorite white dragon to join the battle. In the Dark Shadow Castle, Li Yuan breathed slightly. The Thunder Fury Lotus just now really consumed most of his energy, and when he fell down, he almost couldn't stand. However, the effect of the Thunder Fury Lotus was obvious, killing more than 2,000 monsters at one time. And this was without the help of the Shadow. He achieved such an impressive result solely by relying on his own magical skills. In 7 days, less than 8 days, he went from a helpless man about to die to a master who could kill thousands of monsters in an instant. To be honest, Li Yuan felt like he was in a dream for a while. But the remaining beasts attacked the castle again without regard for their lives, making him realize that all this was not a dream, but reality. Li Yuan came back to his senses, looked at the howling beasts calmly, and said coldly, "Don't hold back. Kill all these beasts. If you haven't given a 5-star review to a product yet, please give it one." Zoxo. See you tomorrow. Chapter 74. First place on the list, Ishue's Bitterness. At Li Yuan's command, the black shadows appeared silently among the beasts. It is no longer a matter of simply stopping the beasts, but a reckless killing spree. A black shadow provoked several dozen magical beasts at the same time. When it couldn't bear it anymore, it exploded, causing the beasts to fly around. After being treated by Li Yuan, the golden holy ape knew that his master possessed extraordinary healing skills. He rushed out and fought without restraint. Relying on his huge body, he engaged several ninth-order monsters and killed them indiscriminately regardless of his injuries. Not to mention Niga and Ik, the two of them almost turned into the gods of death, ferociously killing the ferocious beasts and monsters. More than 20 human soldiers did not retreat. They guarded the artillery positions at the castle gate and took turns firing. Li Yuan did not make another move for the time being. Firstly, the black shadows he had released were enough to take care of the remaining 3,000 or 4,000 monsters. Moreover, if he were to use the Thunder Fury Lotus again, he would be sucked into a concussion. With his 9th level combat power, if he does not use large-scale killing moves, one more or one less of him will not make much difference. The Thunder Fury Lotus just now killed more than 2,000 ferocious beasts in an instant, which was enough for him to satisfy. Roar, roar, bang, bang. The roars of beasts and the sounds of black shadows exploding continued to ring out in the town. The comprehensive points obtained by Li Yuan were also rising rapidly at this time, and the speed of increase was extremely fast. Although the points of Wanlong Nest were also increasing, the speed was still not as fast as Li Yuan's side. Therefore, the gap of thousands of points was still slowly narrowing, until it was finally completely surpassed by Li Yuan's Black Shadow Town. In less than half an hour, Li Yuan successfully reached the top and ranked first in the overall points list. Undoubtedly, this caused a stir in the chat channels and those internal alliance groups. You know, a few minutes ago, Li Yuan Shadow Lord almost fell out of the top 10, but in the blink of an eye, he jumped into the top 5, and after a while, he directly pulled down the 10,000 Dragon's Nest. How could this speed not shock them? We used to say that the Shadow Lord was the strongest, and this has been proven true. He is the strongest. If there is no dark horse, Black Shadow Town will definitely be number 1. Too strong. And there's Hammer's Dark Horse. Didn't you see that Black Shadow Town has now widened the gap and surpassed by more than 5,000 points? Hey, Why are those people who played the 10,000 Dragons nest gone? Hey, where are those people who ridiculed the Shadow Lord? Why are they gone too? Haha, Samarin is also a human being. Now that he sees that Black Shadow Boss is powerful, he must be scared. He's afraid that Black Shadow Boss will remember his name. I don't know where the Black Shadow Boss is in the Red Moon Forest. Why don't we just go and seek refuge with him? As for you, Mr. Black Shadow's army is made up of demons. Would he be interested in a loser like you? You loser, come to Amo Gobi for a duel if you dare. Stop messing around with you guys. Are you relieved? Angel Town's ranking has dropped from 2nd to 4th. Damn, it's 5th now. Fuck, it really is. Angels and demons should be soldiers of the same level. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed. If Black Shadow Boss is so powerful, then Angel Castle shouldn't be weak, right? Maybe the beast tied to the goddess in Angel Town is not large enough. If the beast group is not large, you can't get the points even if you want it. It's not impossible. After all, the beast tide has a random intensity. Then there are other possibilities. For example, we have all been misled. The troops of the Black Shadow Boss are not demons at all, but other troops, a force that is more powerful than both angels and demons. Funny, if that's the case, then why didn't the demon lord show up? You are probably a fool. The name is just chosen randomly. If my army is a demon, I will name it Demon Castle. For example, the God Town, even though he showed up earlier and took out thousands of sets of armor, his army is really a god? If he is a god, how come he is not even in the top 10? He is just a show-off. Are there any soldiers stronger than demons and angels? No, who can say for sure? What if there is a chance? Whether it exists or not, does it have anything to do with us? We are just here to watch. In the chat group of the Glory Alliance, the information was a bit sad. The beast tide seems to be over soon. Boss Wanlong Nest, can you make another move? Get back to the top. What a pity. I feel like I'm going to get cold. Who the hell could have thought that Black Shadow would not only catch up, but actually come out on top? Useless. All the dragon-type soldiers can still lose. Say it again, you dare? Even if I can't get first place, I'll at least be second. How can you be ranked in the top 100? Second place is amazing? Second place. Second place. Second place. Get lost. Our Glory Alliance doesn't want weaklings like you. Oh, if there weren't only a few hundred beasts here, do you think it would be difficult for me to get into the top 10? I might even be the first. I don't even want to stay in this crappy Glory Alliance. You loser, idiot, I'm leaving. After saying this, this person directly withdrew from the Glory Alliance. The Alliance group suddenly became quiet. The Alliance, which had only been established for less than half a day, was already showing signs of breaking up. Enta Alliance. This is the alliance established by Angel Lord Ishue. The name was taken from the first characters of Andira and Takgon Plain, which was in line with her original intention to win over other nearby lords to form a team. Ishue has not considered the lords of other states for the time being. They are too far away, and the alliance will not be of much use. Today, the Anta Alliance has more than 20 members, most of whom are lords of advanced and top-level military forces. Compared to those grumpy guys in the Glory Alliance group, the Anta Alliance group is much more harmonious, and everyone is cheering for Ishue and another lord. Goddess, come on, stay in the top 5. Come on, Purple Gold Lord. You'll soon be in the top 10. Two big guys, stand up. Our Anta Alliance is relying on you. That Shadow Lord is really powerful. He even got to the first place. He is so strong. Isn't it said that his army is a demon army? It's the enemy of the goddess Angel army. Isn't this a bit too powerful? It's not a big problem. Maybe he just has a lot of low-level monsters there. It's just luck. That's right. The goddess Angel is the strongest. When we meet them in the future, good will prevail over evil, so they will naturally be suppressed by our goddess. Tak complains, Angel Town. After the beast tide last night, Ishue gathered all the materials needed to upgrade the town and successfully upgraded the castle to a town. At this moment, the silver armor on Ishue was stained with blood. She was in the town's territory and had just left the castle to kill a lot of monsters in the territory. There weren't many beasts left in the herd now, so she retreated back to the castle and was checking the overall scoreboard. Looking at the Shadow Lord who was in first place, Ishue's expression was somewhat bitter. The war continent is very large, and Ishue knows that there must be other powerful types of soldiers that can compete with her angels. But she really didn't expect that in this beast tide, she would have to try her best to barely stay in the top 5. You know, her goal is to be number 1. Of course, Ishue has always regarded Li Yuan as her target, and she imagined that she and Li Yuan were competing for the first place. As a result, Li Yuan is now indeed first, and she is only fifth. I have a splitting headache. I took an ibuprofen before I got up to write. I'll see if I can write another chapter. Chapter 75. If I say kill you all, I will kill you all. Although she had thought that Li Yuan might be the first, when the time really came, Yishui was still a little disappointed. Fifth was really not the ranking she wanted. The first three are better, but this fifth is not even satisfactory. Her troops are absolutely top-level angel troops. On the other hand, Li Yuan's Shadow Lord, although obviously not rank high, he quickly overtook others and directly won the first place. Devil Angel? Yishui shook her head. She guessed that the Shadow Lord's troops might not necessarily be demons, and everyone might have been misled before. No matter how powerful the devil is, he won't be much stronger than an angel. They should be on par with each other. Moreover, from the fact that Yishui can only rank fifth, it can be seen that the troops of other lords are not weaker than those of angels and demons. In other words, Li Yuan's troops might really surpass angels and demons. So, Lord Shadow, what exactly are your troops? Yishui's curiosity about the Shadow Lord has never diminished, and now she is even more curious. However, Yishui has now planned to establish the Anti-Alliance. Although it has suffered some setbacks in the ranking points, it still has confidence. In a struggle for supremacy among all races, it is not enough to rely on just one lord. A finger is not as powerful as a fist. The alliance members she gathered at this time are not bad either. When they unite, they may not be worse than Li Yuan's Black Shadow territory. If the Shadow Lord continues to stand out like this, he will definitely become a thorn in the eyes of all the lords. Being the target of everyone's criticism like this may not necessarily make it to the end, even if the Shadow Lord has extremely powerful troops. A large number of ants can kill an elephant, let alone these lords who are not weak to begin with. Of course, if Yishui knew about the various incredible attributes of the Black Shadow Corps, she would not have this idea. When the shadow grows up, it will not be a problem for one shadow to take on an entire territory alone. A dark shadow is a huge army. Shadow Town within a territory. Although there are still some beasts in the herd, their number has been reduced by 70% to 80%, and there are only about 1,000 or 2,000 left. The shadows no longer had to resort to the ruthless tactic of self-destruction and could easily intercept and kill the enemy. The ground, which had been darkened by Li Yuanlei's angry lotus attack, was now already covered with the corpses of magical beasts. There are no more ferocious beasts. They have all been killed in the front, and only the demon beasts are left. Without concerns about life or death, without fatigue, the 30 or so black shadows were pure and numb killing machines. However, the 20 or so human soldiers did not have such attributes. Even though they were only operating the turrets and did not use much effort compared to the Black Shadow, fatigue appeared on everyone's face. Including the golden holy ape, the continuous killing made its breath a little weak, mainly because it was numb from the killing. With his sanctuary combat power, except for the initial siege by dozens or hundreds of monsters, the subsequent monsters posed almost no threat to him. One slap and one kick, it's a completely mechanical operation. Li Yuan didn't pay attention at first, but now seeing the state of the golden holy ape and looking at the human soldiers, he couldn't help but frowned. Let's make it quick and decisive. As the voice fell, the golden holy ape and the human soldiers all felt an inexplicable force rushing into their bodies. In an instant, their energy and spirit returned to the most perfect state. After receiving Li Yuan's orders, the Black Shadows worked even harder to kill all the visible monsters in front of them. At this time, the sun was setting, the setting sun was shining with golden light, and it was almost dark. Before long, the remaining 1,000 or 800 monsters were attacking the castle with less force than before and were beginning to weaken. Li Yuan keenly discovered that some of the monsters in the herd were actually retreating. In the eyes of these monsters, madness seems to have disappeared. They may have regained some sanity and are no longer controlled by the officials. Looking at the sky, Li Yuan said to himself, "Is it going to end?" Some 6th and 7th level monsters were still fighting with the Black Shadows, while those 9th or 8th level elite monsters had begun to retreat. Up to now, there are actually not many high-level monsters, because the Black Shadows had chosen to kill high-level monsters long ago. There are only a few left out of dozens of 9th level monsters, and the ones left now are just hiding too far back. There are still 5 ninth level ones, and only 1 ninth level elite one left. What Li Yuan was concerned about was the ninth level elite, a giant snake with 2 heads. One head is green and the other is yellow. Each head is as big as a millstone. The body is hundreds of meters long, and the scales are green and yellow. The 2 heads stand tall, and even the snake tongues that come out of its mouths are 1 green and 1 yellow, which looks extremely weird. But at this moment, the 2-headed snake lowered its head and began to slowly slide backwards by wriggling its body. The other 5 ninth level monsters did the same. They used the bodies of the monsters that had not yet regained consciousness and were attacking the castle to cover themselves. They moved their bodies little by little, crawling to avoid the magic shells of the defense tower while quietly retreating. Another 2 minutes passed, and Li Yuan, who had been paying attention to the battlefield, discovered that even many 8th level monsters had joined the retreat. Sure enough, these monsters are gradually getting rid of the control of the official. The primary beast tide impact should be over. Li Yuan did not relax. After all, there were 2 herds of beasts last night, and he did not want to welcome another herd of beasts due to negligence. He looked back at the Red Moon Forest. At this time, a half moon, not very bright, was hanging in the western sky. The red light of the past also appeared above the Red Moon Forest, dyeing the trees and clouds with a faint red glow. However, the colors are very light, perhaps because it is not yet completely night, or perhaps it is the official suppression of the Red Moon Forest. In the forest, it was quiet and there was no movement. Looking around the territory in the distance, there was no disturbance or gathering of monsters. It won't happen again, will it? The second wave of beasts last night was caused by the Red Moon Forest. Now, those taboos in the Red Moon Forest seem to have been expelled by the officials and should have no time to cause trouble anymore. Li Yuan heaved a sigh of relief only after he confirmed this. But the next moment, his eyes swept over the retreating 9th level monsters and 9th level elite 2-headed snakes. Want to run? No way. Since you are here, let's all stay here. Ikanaga and the little monkey, don't worry about anything else. Kill the 9th level monster and the 9th level elite first. As he spoke, Li Yuan flew over the castle wall again and appeared among the beasts 100 meters away. When Niga and the others heard Li Yuan's order, they immediately pulled themselves out, crossed the already small group of beasts, and killed the 2-headed snake and other monsters. Although the 3 of them left temporarily, with the addition of Li Yuan, the other monsters were unable to attack within 100 meters of the castle. The main reason is that more and more monsters have regained their sanity and have no desire to fight anymore. They can only fight and retreat at the same time. How can they be their opponents? It is easier to kill them than ever before. Ikanaga and his men were all sanctuary fighters, so it was very easy for them to concentrate on killing a few 9th level beasts and an elite 9th level beast. They ended the battle quickly and returned to the scattered beasts to start the hunt. Yes, now the goal has changed from blocking the beasts from attacking the castle to chasing the beasts out of the castle. Soon, the last 300 to 500 ferocious beasts were all killed, and not a single one left the Shadow Castle safely. If you say kill all these beasts, then kill all these beasts. Install. Chapter 76, the ending is already decided, full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. The official arranged primary beast tide impact finally came to an end. Last night's misunderstanding, coupled with today's real beast tide, has left the lords physically and mentally exhausted after facing the beast tide twice. After 2 consecutive battles to stop the beast tides, their troops were also exhausted and suffered heavy losses. In the chat channel, the data on the list also stopped changing. First place, Shadow Town, points 198984. Second place, Wanlong KO, with 139,877 points. Third place, Death Hell, points 127863. Fourth place, Angel Town, points 108765. Fifth place, Dark Knight Kingdom, points 102,345. Sixth place, Tianshan Town, points 98679. Seventh place, Golden Town, points 92365. Eighth place, Mountain of the Gods, points 91234. Ninth place, Jiayin Holy Land, points 89,324. 10th place, Knight's House, points 87564. Compared with the initial comprehensive points table, the list at this time has changed a lot. However, the top 10 are basically those familiar names. The only one that dropped out of the top 10 was the Catholic Cathedral of the Glory Alliance, which was currently ranked 15th. Wanlong KO was ranked first at the beginning, but was eventually overtaken by Black Shadow Town, but still ranked second, only behind Li Yuan's Black Shadow Town. The Hell of the Dead and the Town of the Gods came from behind and climbed from the original 9th and 11th places to the 3rd and 6th places. The Holy Land of Zhejian was originally ranked second, but now it is 9th, almost falling out of the top 10. Angel Castle was previously ranked 5th and later ranked 2nd and 3rd, but unfortunately fell down again. It was supposed to be ranked 5th in the end, but in the end, Angel Castle took the 4th place with a slight advantage of less than 1,000 points. There are millions of lords on the list, and of course, everyone is most concerned about the top 10. There will definitely be huge changes in the names on subsequent lists. Some of them were ranked very low, but eventually made it into the top 100 or 10,000. There are also many names that have disappeared from the list. It is possible that they would fall out of the top million, but the biggest possibility is that they would be overwhelmed by the beast tide, with the city destroyed and people killed. After surviving the official primary beast tide, the chat channel is no longer just populated by individual players, and the lords finally have time to join in the chat. I was able to survive 2 beast tides a day. God, thank you so much. Stop talking. I just kowtowed to my parents, my grandparents, and the 3 pure ones. No matter what, I've survived. I want to sing a song now, but I don't have any Erwo 2. The time for our Lord's castle has finally come. Be careful what you say upstairs. We said this last night. Don't let the official do anything weird again. Damn it, stop being such a pessimist. If you do that again, I'll be damned. Now, there are only 2 types of soldiers left. Speaking of which, this beast tide was still lucky. I wanted to commit suicide just now, but the beast tide retreated on its own. I was scared to death. I survived, but I'm not even in the top 1 million on the leaderboard, so I can't get any rewards. Don't worry, brother. There are still hundreds of millions of lords who can't get it. If you can't get it, you can't get it. I think the saddest person right now should be the Lord of the 10,000 Dragons Nest. The first one becomes the second one. Head-to-head, I really thought Wanlong Nest would definitely be number 1. Who would have thought of it? Anyway, I thought of it. I have to praise the Black Shadow boss here. The boss is the boss. The strongest territory, the strongest lord, there's no way to escape now. Angel Town is only ranked 5th. Hey, it's on the same level as the Black Shadow boss's troops. Women are women. Don't create opposition between men and women. In a different world, do you think fists can't hit you? I was wrong. Women are the heavens and women are the earth. Women are the most awesome in this world. Oh, right? Are the points based on the number of beasts in the herd? My God. If that's the case, how terrifying would the number of beasts that Black Shadow Town would face be? At least more than 10,000, right? The comprehensive score must include other performances. But for the beast tide, the number of beasts must account for a large proportion. More than 10,000 monsters. Oh my God, forget 10,000. I can't handle even 1,000. Not even 1,000, you should really thank your ancestors for surviving. Black Shadow Boss was able to take first place because he killed a lot of monsters, but his performance in other aspects was also absolutely excellent. You said so much, you're really strong, really strong. That's not the case. What if the beasts encountered in Shadow Town are not strong? What if they're all low-level beasts and demons? The people upstairs are from the Glory Alliance, right? Are they here to clean up the 10,000 Dragons Nest? I'm just telling the truth. More than 10 level 9 monsters appeared over at the 10,000 Dragons Nest, and more than half of his troops died. Fuck, so many 9th level monsters? One of them can destroy my castle. In this case, the 10,000 Dragons Nest is really powerful. He's second. How can he not be great? You're just an idiot. If the scale of the beast tide is reversed, Lord Dark Shadow may not be able to defeat the 10,000 Dragons Nest. Who knows? I only know that the official special reward for the first place is unique, and the Shadow Lord has definitely won it. My chickens are turning purple with envy. Hey, stop bragging about them. Think about your own fate. Can you still hold on? If not, just change your job and become an independent player. We welcome everyone to join our Great Demon King Independent Player Alliance. Get lost. I don't change my job. Only losers change their job. The idiot upstairs, identification completed. I don't know when the official will issue the reward. I'm ranked over 89,000. Just wait, it should be here soon. The chat channel has returned to its former liveliness, but now most of the people are the lords who have survived the beast tide talking about the leaderboard and rewards. There are also some individual people who come out to speak, but the lords rarely pay attention to them. Of course, the standings are also being discussed in internal groups of other alliances. The members of the Glory Alliance were all in great pain at this moment, and the most devastated one, of course, was the Lord of the 10,000 Dragons Nest himself. I don't accept it. I really don't accept it. I actually lost. Brother, if you lose, you lose. It's a foregone conclusion. If they surpass you by just a little bit, then it's fine for you to be dissatisfied. But if they surpass you by tens of thousands of points, what's there to be dissatisfied about? That's right, one long nest. Keep a positive attitude. There's nothing shameful in admitting that others are stronger. After all, you are second. Like what people say outside, this ranking list cannot be said to be the true combat power of the territory. If the Shadow Lord was facing the beast tide on your side, he might not be able to take the first place. Look at it in a positive way. It's just a beast tide. Our goal is to dominate all races. But I really can't accept this. I lost more than 10 dragon soldiers, and I also lost the first place reward. Wanlong KO, you are the strongest in our Glory Alliance now. If you keep bullying me like this, I will quit the alliance. Okay, I was wrong. Thank you all for your comfort. That's right. We'll know who's stronger and who's weaker when we meet later. It doesn't matter now. Well, let's look forward to the future and work hard together. Although the Lord of 10,000 Dragons Nest said this, he was not really convinced in his heart. It was a unique special reward, and one could tell without thinking that it must be something very powerful. But now he had missed it. After the Shadow Lord gets the reward, he will probably become even more powerful, right? Thinking about this, the Lord of 10,000 Dragons Nest wanted to go crazy, filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. But several members of the Alliance have quietly withdrawn. If he says anything more, the Glory Alliance might really be disbanded and become a joke. Fortunately, his strength was recognized by many people, otherwise no one would comfort him. Chapter 77, Great Improvement in Strength, the Real Holy Land. The Lord of 10,000 Dragons Nest stood in his territory filled with monster corpses with a gloomy face. Shadow Lord, just wait and see. And those who laugh at me, just wait. The young man's eyes were gloomy, and he stopped chatting. He directed the remaining dragon troops to clean up the battlefield. Tak complains, Angel Town. Ishwe also personally cleaned up the corpses of monsters in the territory with her angel team. In the official beast tide, the angel team was greatly strengthened and many of them were upgraded. At this time, there were already 2 9th-level archangels in his angel team. A lot of supplies can be collected from thousands of monster corpses. During her free time, Ishwe searched for the name Shadow Lord again, wanting to add Li Yuan as a friend. Unfortunately, Li Yuan has never turned it back on since he turned off the function of being added as a friend. Ishwe sighed. To be honest, the Shadow Territory put a lot of pressure on her. If possible, she didn't want to be on the opposite side of Li Yuan. Her angel troops and territory were not weak. If she could join forces with the Shadow Lord, perhaps it wouldn't be long before the state of Andira would be conquered by their anti-alliance and sweep away those local forces and disobedient castle lords. But now the Shadow Lord is like a lone ranger, and without adding friends, it is impossible to communicate. If this continues, the Anti-Alliance will inevitably come into conflict with the Shadow Lord in the near future. There is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain. There can only be one king in Andira's state, either her, Ishwe, or the Shadow Lord. When 2 powers fight, one of them will suffer. This is equivalent to the internal friction in Andira, which gives opportunities to the lords of other states. What Ishwe wants is to dominate the entire war continent, so she thinks a little far ahead and now hopes to form an alliance with Li Yuan. Of course, what she didn't know was that Li Yuan had never thought of forming an alliance with other lords. Unnecessary. Surrender or die. It's that simple. Therefore, Ishwe's idea of forming an alliance with Li Yuan was destined to be just an empty dream. There will eventually be a battle between Li Yuan and Antaz's alliance and her angel town. However, these are all later stories, so let's not talk about them for now. Red Moon Forest, Shadow Town Territory. After the Black Shadows finished chasing the fleeing monsters, the battle was officially over and the territory finally became quiet. But then, the Dark Shadows began to clean up the battlefield nonstop. Some people collected the bodies, some threw the body parts and debris into the shadow space. Everyone was busy and having fun. Li Yuan was naturally not idle either. He was smilingly collecting a large number of relatively intact corpses of ferocious beasts and monsters. There is no doubt that a huge amount of supplies can be collected from tens of thousands of Warcraft corpses. But this was not what made Li Yuan happy. What made him happy was that this official beast tide caused the Black Shadow's strength to surge again. After all, tens of thousands of Warcraft corpses brought him not only simple supplies, but also terrifying amounts of energy. Especially Niga, the ghost general recruited by Li Yuan the earliest, who truly stepped into the Holy Land. It is no longer the combat power of the sanctuary, but the real possession of the domain, the complete sanctuary. Unfortunately, the Holy Source Tower is only a holy level building, and it no longer has any effect on improving the holy level. The highest it can do is to increase the combat power to the Holy Realm. Otherwise, with the blessing of the Holy Source Tower, Niga will possess demigod-level combat power. IKA is still a little bit behind the Golden Holy Ape, but he will probably be there soon. The number of 9th Order Black Shadows increased from the original 2 to 20, and half of the Black Shadows were upgraded to the 9th Order. The remaining Black Shadows were all upgraded to level 8. However, the biggest improvement belongs to the 23 human soldiers. Because their original levels are lower, the large amount of energy value directly allows them to upgrade from level 4 or 5 to level 7, and even a gunner has been upgraded to level 8. With such overall strength, it would be unreasonable not to take first place. Thinking about the large amount of energy, stone, crystals, and materials that could be obtained after collecting the corpses of these monsters, the smile on Li Yuan's face became even more intense. The 2 beast attacks last night brought him a huge amount of resources. There is not much shortage of materials needed to upgrade the Black Shadow Crystal to the 4th level. Combined with the materials collected later, it should be enough. There were too many corpses of Warcraft. Even though 1,000 or 2,000 were destroyed by Li Yuan's Thunder Fury Lotus and the self-explosion of the Black Shadows, there were still 7,000 or 8,000. Even if Li Yuan collected piles of them, it would still take a lot of time. We have collected less than 1/3 of the total. This is the 3rd blueprint. I wonder how much more we can get. Li Yuan continued to collect the monster corpses excitedly without identifying them immediately. He did not carefully check the specific quantities of the 3 drawings, other energy stones, and crystals. At this moment, Li Yuan suddenly looked up at the sky, and the official voice sounded again in his mind. "Hello, Castle Lords. The primary beast tide impact has officially ended. Congratulations to the 835,632,178 lords who survived. You have passed the test, and from now on you will truly embark on the great era of hegemony among all races. Congratulations to the top 1 million castles on the leaderboard. You will receive corresponding rewards, which will be distributed soon. Finally, congratulations to Lord Black Shadow for winning the 1st place in the comprehensive score of this primary beast tide impact. You will receive the most generous rewards, unique special rewards. Lords, the door to the Supreme Throne has been opened for you. Take a break and start your killing again." The term Supreme Throne once again appeared in the official voice. There is no doubt that this Supreme Throne may be the ultimate goal of countless lords fighting for hegemony. Once you step onto the Supreme Throne, you may become the final overlord of this war continent, the sole master of the war continent. Of course, the Supreme Throne can only belong to one person. The vast majority of lords are self-aware and know that it is impossible for them to sit on the throne. Perhaps only the top 10 lords like the Shadow Lord can compete for this position. They are qualified to pursue it. As for them, it is enough for them to become gods and enjoy eternal life. The high throne, who can sit on that seat? It's okay as long as it's not me. To be honest, I'm thinking of changing my job to become an independent player. In the primary beast tide, at least 200 million lords died. It's too dangerous. Can my good luck continue? It doesn't look like it can continue. The Supreme Throne is too far away from us. We just need to ignite the divine fire and become a god. I wonder if we can return to Earth after becoming a god. Now that Black Shadow Boss has received the unique special reward, he will be even stronger, right? The gap is getting bigger and bigger. Those who ranked in the top 1 million, what rewards did you get? Tell us about it. I'm ranked above 90,000, and I got a treasure chest. Inside is a magical beast cub with saint-level potential. Not bad. The one ranked 72nd should report here. Mine is a holy weapon. I guess they are all from the Holy Land. Their rankings are not high. I wonder if Black Shadow Boss will just ignite the divine fire. What are you thinking? Just become a god. What's the point of fighting for supremacy? Just let him be the Shadow Lord as the candidate for the supreme throne. But I'm really curious about what the reward from Black Shadow Boss is. It's a pity that I'm not in Andira State. Otherwise, I would definitely go to the Red Moon Forest to pay my respects to the Black Shadow Boss. That's a weird thing to say, paying respect to the deceased. You want to be beaten to death by Black Shadow Boss. Chapter 78, Special Reward. Inheritance, Right of the Shadow World. The appearance of the official shocked the surviving lords and scattered people. One is their future. No matter they are lords or individual players, they all want to strive for an eternal future. Another thing is what kind of special reward the Shadow Lord will get as the number one in the standings. This time, Li Yuan's name as a Shadow Lord had really spread to all the lords and was truly known to everyone. It can be imagined that Li Yuan's reputation was the highest among the lords at this time. If the local forces of the war continent knew about it, Li Yuan would surely become famous in the 7 continents and the Endless Sea. There are also countless lords and individual people who want to know the location of Li Yuan's Black Shadow Town. There is no other reason, it's just that such a big boss, a solid thigh, wants to hold on to this thigh tightly. Even if I could just drink some soup behind Li Yuan, that would be good. However, no one knows where the Shadow Lord is. The approximate location of the Red Moon Forest is also their guess based on the information provided by the friend of the deceased lord. It is still uncertain whether it is true or false. One who has been famous since the beginning, but is still shrouded in mystery. This is the Shadow Lord. If Li Yuan were to stand up and raise his arms at this time, shouting and wanting to establish a so-called alliance, there would undoubtedly be hundreds of millions of lords who would choose to follow him, and it would become the strongest alliance, directly dominating all the lords from the earth. Even when facing those powerful local forces in the war continent, this alliance will not be much weaker. But Li Yuan did not have such an idea, and the alliance would not be established for the time being. The king did not need alliances, he only needed to conquer. At this moment, after listening to the official notice, Li Yuan saw an information prompt box in front of him. Shadow Lord, congratulations on getting first place in the comprehensive score ranking of the primary Beast Tide Impact. As a lord, you are personally powerful, and your military strength surpasses all other lords. You deserve the first place. Now you have taken a big step towards the supreme throne. Please don't be satisfied with the status quo. Build cities, create kingdoms, and fight for hegemony in the war continent. This is your destiny. Now, please receive your first place honor reward. This reward is divided into regular rewards and unique special rewards. There is only one unique reward, and no one else will have it. This reward will be issued directly. No need to claim it. There are 4 options for regular rewards. You can choose the one that suits you best based on your own situation. Regular Reward 1. A set of God-level equipment. Regular Reward 2. Increase your strength directly to the Holy Realm. Regular Reward 3. Upgrade your town directly to a high-level city. Regular Reward 4. Buildings with different attributes for different arms. Unique Special Reward. Inheritance of the Shadow World. Li Yuan's gaze moved downwards little by little following the prompt message. Finally, his eyes fell on the last and unique reward, and his breathing became much heavier. The right to inherit the Shadow World. What does this mean? As soon as Li Yuan asked the question, the explanation about the inheritance rights of the Shadow World appeared clearly before his eyes. The Shadow World is the world where the 9 shadow armies are located. The right to inherit the Shadow World means that you now have the qualifications to become the master of the Shadow World. Requirements. 1. Summon the 9 Ghost Generals. 2. Unleash the ultimate darkness and let the Shadow Barrier cover the entire war continent. Your current permissions. 1. Freely enter and exit the Shadow World. 2. Use the Shadow Mark. 3. Cast the Shadow Barrier. Looking at these explanations, Li Yuan looked ecstatic. It is indeed a special and unique reward. It is a reward tailor-made for him. The next moment, Li Yuan took a deep breath, and his consciousness suddenly fell into darkness, as if he had come to another world. It wasn't just like that. He really appeared in another world, the world of shadows. Here, he could go to any place on the war continent with just a thought, provided that he has been to that place or his army has been there. There was no light here, only endless darkness, but Li Yuan saw countless densely packed scarlet eyes, which almost occupied his entire vision. They were not soldiers of the Black Shadow Legion, but huge, ferocious beasts. The Shadow World not only has 9 major legions, but also countless shadow monsters, which are also native creatures of the Shadow World. Roar, roar, roar. A muffled roar sounded in Li Yuan's ears, followed by a pair of scarlet eyes. Fortunately, at this time, the devilish energy of the moon spread from Li Yuan's body. Under the impact of the invisible gravity, these scarlet eyes suddenly scattered away into the distance. But the next moment, Li Yuan's face changed drastically. Fuck! With a loud curse, he no longer had time to take a closer look at the specific situation in the Shadow World and disappeared from the spot in an instant. After he disappeared, the ground under Li Yuan's feet suddenly turned scarlet. Just now, Li Yuan was standing on the top of the head of a giant black shadow beast, and on the closed eyelids of this giant black shadow beast. Now the eyes of this giant black shadow beast are open. It was the use of the moon's demonic energy that allowed Li Yuan to feel the extremely surging energy fluctuations under his feet. Holy Land? Divine Realm? Li Yuan didn't know the strength of this giant black shadow beast, but he was sure of one thing. It was 1,000 times stronger than he was now. If he had left a little slower, he would have become food for the giant black beast. Li Yuan's figure emerged in the dark castle, with a flash of shock and anger in his eyes. As the successor of the Shadow World, the first time I entered the Shadow World, I was almost eaten by the Shadow Beast. At the same time, this brief trip to the Shadow World also gave him a certain warning. Although he is now the heir of the Shadow World, he has only obtained this qualification and is not yet the true master of this world. Apart from the shadows that have already been recruited, let alone the Shadow Beasts of the Shadow World, even if he encounters other legions in the Shadow World, the other party may not recognize him as the successor and will attack him when they meet. However, being able to travel through the Shadow World is very powerful. At least I won't need Nijia and the others' help in the future. To become a master of the Shadow World, I must first recruit the 9 Generals Chi. Now I have recruited 2, and I still need 7. The next step is to unleash the ultimate darkness, and the shadow barrier will cover the war continent. Only if these 2 conditions are met can I be considered the true master of the Shadow World and command all the Shadow Corps, including the Shadow Behemoths. Li Yuan could hardly suppress his excitement when thinking about becoming the master of the Shadow World. Lord of the world, master of one world. However, the first condition is not difficult. You just need to recruit them slowly, and one day you will be able to recruit all 9 generals. The second condition is a bit difficult, allowing the Black Shadow Barrier to cover the entire continent. This is equivalent to letting the Shadow World swallow up the War Continent and turning the War Continent into a part of the Shadow World. This is consistent with the ultimate goal of the 10,000 races battle for hegemony. If we control the War Continent, we can control the Shadow World. Doesn't this mean that I will be the master of 2 worlds by then? After a while, Li Yuan suppressed his excitement and began to test his second authority as the heir of the Shadow World. Black Shadow Mark. Chapter 79. Added new troops, human and beast shadows. Li Yuan quickly understood what was going on with the Black Shadow Mark. He raised his hand, and runes condensed from the power of Black Shadow appeared in his hand. These runes are pure shadow power, enough to transform other living beings. That's right, the ability of the Black Shadow Mark is exactly what Li Yuan has always dreamed of. Use the power of shadow to assimilate other creatures, allowing the assimilated creatures to possess the attributes of the Shadow Legion. After death, you can be reborn in the Shadow World and travel through the Shadow World. The creatures bestowed with the Black Shadow Mark by Li Yuan are not much different from the Black Shadows, except for their thoughts and bodies. Of course, there is also absolute loyalty to Li Yuan. However, granting other creatures the Mark of Shadow does not mean that they can be directly transformed into shadows. The creature to be assimilated also needs to be able to integrate the Black Shadow Mark. If you can withstand the erosion of the power of Black Shadow, then you will be able to successfully possess the unique attributes of Black Shadow. If it cannot withstand such erosion, it will be completely assimilated into the power of shadow and return to the shadow world along with the shadow mark. That is to say, the black shadow mark is not 100% successful. Li Yuan shook the rune in his hand, turned around, and looked at the more than 20 human warriors who came over from the Great Zhou Castle. It's just right. We can let these human troops try first. You come here. Li Yuan pointed at someone at random and waved at him. The person being pointed at immediately trotted over to Li Yuan and said respectfully, "My king." They were respectful because Li Yuan was the lord, and they worshipped the godly scene of Li Yuan killing thousands of monsters with the Thunder Fury Lotus. As for the title of My King, it was simply copied from what he heard from Nijieka. Li Yuan nodded and asked, "What's your name?" "Your Majesty, my name is Zhou Cheng, a name given to me by the previous lord." The soldier replied honestly. Li Yuan thought about it and said, "Let's change his name to Li Cheng." "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the name." Li Cheng replied excitedly, kneeling on one knee. For him, it was the greatest honor to have Li Yuan change his name personally. "Get up." Li Yuan raised his hand to help, and Li Cheng stood up involuntarily. "Now, I will grant you a good fortune. Whether you can take it depends on you." Without waiting for Li Cheng to reply, a black shadow mark flew out of Li Yuan's hand and shot straight into Li Cheng's forehead. In an instant, the black shadow mark turned into a black mist, enveloping Li Cheng completely. Then, Li Cheng's screams were heard from the black fog. Li Yuan's eyes flickered as he watched Li Cheng's transformation process seriously and confidently. The power of the dark shadows was eroding Li Cheng's body, making every inch of his skin cells filled with the power of the dark shadows. From Li Cheng's screams, it can be seen that this process is extremely painful. About 10 minutes later, all the black shadow power on Li Cheng was absorbed into his body, and he successfully integrated the black shadow mark. At this time, there was a black S-shaped rune between Li Cheng's eyebrows. The aura on his body was not much different from before, except that his pupils had turned scarlet. The whites of his eyes were still white, but his pupils had turned scarlet like a black shadow. Not bad. The first one was successful. Li Yuan nodded in satisfaction, and then said, "Li Cheng, from now on, you are the general of the Human Shadow Corps, the 10th largest corps in Black Shadow Town, responsible for commanding the same type of troops as you." "General Li Cheng, I will obey the king's order." Li Cheng knelt on one knee again, his face full of excitement. At the same time, Li Cheng's loyalty to Li Yuan also reached 100% absolute loyalty. Li Yuan turned his head and looked at the other human soldiers again. Without saying much, he directly sprinkled 22 seals into his forehead. Suddenly, screams one after another rang out in the castle yard again. Although Li Cheng succeeded, some of this group of people might fail, but Li Yuan would not be merciful. Just as he said to Li Cheng, this was a blessing from him, and whether he could hold on to it depended on himself. If he can't hold on, there is no difference between dying now and dying later. Li Yuan did not look at the success rate of the human race's troops for the time being, but looked at the golden holy ape beside him, who had transformed into a little monkey. Li Yuan didn't need to say much. The golden holy ape took the initiative to walk over. "Owner!" The golden holy ape lowered its head, and it was obvious that it knew what Li Yuan was going to do to it. After all, it is a potential magical beast in the divine realm that is about to advance to the holy realm. How could it not see what Li Cheng had just experienced? The aura of Li Cheng is infinitely close to that of Nijieka and the others. After staying in the Shadow Town for so many days, the golden holy ape naturally knew the attributes of Niga and the others, and it was extremely envious of them, especially the ability to be reborn after death and to appear and disappear mysteriously. Now, the opportunity to have the same attributes as them is right in front of it. How can it refuse? Seeing this, Li Yuan asked with a half-smile, "Are you willing? If you accept this, you will never have the chance to be free again." Ido. The golden holy ape didn't hesitate at all. This is his chance to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can he seek revenge from the holy light knights of the holy sea for his mother. As for freedom, that is impossible. Although he is young, he has inherited his mother's legacy, and his wisdom is no less than that of any adult. Therefore, he was very clear about the character of his master. Even if he did not agree to merge the Mark Rune, he would no longer have freedom. Li Yuan said no more. and a black shadow mark fell on the forehead of the golden holy ape. In an instant, the golden holy ape began to tremble violently, and soon the power of black shadow enveloped it. However, the golden holy ape was powerful after all, and did not scream in agony like Li Cheng did before due to the erosion of the black shadow power. Not long after, the golden holy ape successfully integrated the black shadow mark. Like Li Cheng, there were no other changes except that the pupils turned scarlet. You should pick a name too. Li Yuan touched his chin and said, "There's a very awesome monkey in my hometown named Sun Wukong. You should call him Sun Wukong from now on." "Okay, master. From now on I will be called Sun Wukong." The golden holy ape had no objection. Li Yuan nodded and said, "Very good. Then Sun Wukong, from now on you will be the general of the Beast Shadow Regiment of the 12th Army of Black Shadow Town, responsible for commanding the future beast troops like you. General Sun Wukong, I will obey the king's order." Sun Wukong also followed Li Chengnijia and others, knelt on one knee, and called himself the last general. Li Yuan smiled and looked at the human soldiers. They had also absorbed the black shadow mark. However, apart from Li Cheng, there were originally 21 people, but now there are only 12 left. It is obvious that the others are all dead. A success rate of nearly half is pretty good. At this time, the dark shadows had almost cleaned up the territory, except for a pile of monster corpses that had not yet been collected. Li Yuan was not in a hurry, as he still had one permission to try. Dark Shadow Barrier. Chapter 80. Small World of Dark Shadows. Choose regular rewards. Warm correction. The beast shadows led by the golden Saint Ape Sun Wukong are the 11th core. Li Yuan already had some understanding of the black shadow barrier. In fact, it is equivalent to using the projection of the shadow world to cover individuals and other objects on the war continent. One of the conditions to become the true master of the shadow world is to let this projection cover the entire war continent and swallow it up. However, Li Yuan's strength is still too weak now, and the projection he can display is still very weak. It is impossible to make the black shadow barrier cover the war continent now, as the black shadow barrier is still very small. Li Yuan silently communicated with the shadow world, and the next moment, shadows began to spread under his feet. After the shadow appeared, it began to extend in all directions. Soon, the shadow stopped extending, and at this time, it had covered half of the black shadow castle. Li Yuan frowned and retracted the black shadow barrier. If possible, Li Yuan naturally wanted to let the black shadow barrier directly cover the entire territory. Since the war continent will be transformed into a part of the shadow world in the future, his territory will be transformed into the shadow world first. Unfortunately, the shadow barrier he had cast now couldn't even cover the shadow castle. After all, it's still not strong enough. Li Yuan shook his head slightly, but his eyes fell on the crystal core defense above the main castle. Crystal core defense, this crappy setting, Li Yuan has complained about it more than once before. This thing is the weak point of all castle lords. After all, this thing is related to the lord's life. If the crystal core is destroyed, the person will die. However, the town crystal core cannot be carried around, which limits the lord from leaving the castle for long periods of time. He has to leave most of his strength behind to protect the castle to prevent the castle crystal core from being destroyed. Although the range of my shadow barrier is small, it should have no problem covering the main castle. Once the shadow barrier is fixed, the barrier will be equivalent to the shadow world. Except for myself and Black Shadow, no one else can enter. As he thought about it, Li Yuan's eyes lit up. The shadow barrier does not enhance combat power, so it seems a bit useless at the moment. However, if it is only used to cover the main castle, it will become an extremely invincible artifact. That's right, it's invincible. Unless one is as powerful as the Lord of the World, no one can forcefully enter the shadow barrier. After all, the shadow barrier is part of the shadow world. In this case, the crystal core of the town is in the shadow world. Who can destroy the crystal core? Unless Li Yuan is a moron, he will let the enemy enter the shadow barrier on his own initiative. In an instant, Li Yuan soared into the air and appeared directly above the main castle. The shadow barrier slowly extended as before, finally covering the main castle. At this point, Li Yuan felt that he still had room for maneuver, and could not help but spread the shadow toward the black shadow crystal. The shadow crystal is related to the recruitment of soldiers and is also an indispensable building in the castle. If it is destroyed, soldiers cannot be recruited. Since Li Yuan still has the energy to construct the barrier, he naturally gives priority to the Black Shadow Crystal. After a while, the Black Shadow Crystal was also covered by the barrier, and the shadows disappeared completely. Although the shadow disappeared, Li Yuan could clearly feel that the dark shadow in the main castle was no different from the shadow world he had entered, and had become a small world affiliated with the shadow world. Of course, compared to the main world of the shadow world, Li Yuan has absolute control in the castle world. In this main castle, Li Yuan is the master of the world. In this way, the limitations of the crystal core will no longer be a limitation for me. With my current level, I can't provoke an existence that can break the barriers of the world. War continent. I can go anywhere now. No need to worry about who will steal my house. This will also become another absolute advantage between me and other lords. There's no need to worry about the crystal core being broken. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Li Yuan's eyes, and then he turned around and looked at the Red Moon Forest, a place that had always made him feel threatened. Moving? Now it seems totally unnecessary. Can the taboos there break the barriers of the world? Li Yuan felt that it was impossible. Such a strong man probably did not exist in this war continent. Therefore, as long as he and Black Shadow's strength continue to increase, it is not impossible for the Red Moon Forest to become his back garden. With a smile, Li Yuan flew down to the castle yard. The problem of crystal core defense has been solved, but he is still missing one thing, the dog talisman. If he gets the dog talisman, he himself will become immortal. Then who can threaten him in the war continent? Even if he hides in the castle, he will eventually be invincible. Of course, Li Yuan is not that kind of person. He likes to take the initiative. Li Yuan is becoming more and more confident about the future. After collecting the monster corpses, there should be enough materials to upgrade the Shadow Crystal. Upgrading the Shadow Crystal will allow you to draw magical skills, and you might even be able to draw the dog talisman, making him truly invincible. Not invincible in terms of combat power, but I will not be killed, and the castle will not be destroyed. You have no way to deal with me. You can only watch me grow until I become invincible in combat power. Li Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and felt a lot more relaxed. The inheritance rights of the Shadow Kingdom, and each of the 3 permissions brought him huge benefits. Freely enter the world of shadows and move through the shadows perfectly. This is a huge improvement in his personal strength. He can now appear and disappear like a shadow and travel regardless of the distance in space. The Mark of Darkness allowed him to successfully assimilate other people and beasts into the shadow attributes without having to worry about betrayal. In this way, the problem of the small number of black shadows can be solved, which is enough to improve the overall strength of the territory. Not to mention the Black Shadow Barrier, which perfectly solved the problem of the territory crystal core and allowed Li Yuan to be freed from it. It can be said that taking first place in the Beast-Tide impact points this time was really worth it. It was a huge profit. You know, this is only the only special reward for the first place. Li Yuan still has regular rewards that he has not received. Li Yuan immediately turned his attention back to the regular rewards. There are 4 regular rewards, but Li Yuan can only choose one from them. Regular Reward 1. A set of God-level equipment. Regular Reward 2. Increase your strength directly to the Holy Realm. Regular Reward 3. Upgrade your town directly to a high-level city. Regular Reward 4. Buildings with different attributes for different arms. Li Yuan looked at the 4 alternative rewards and began to consider the necessity of choosing them one by one. A set of God-level equipment, including armor and weapons. However, this thing is not a necessity for Li Yuan at the moment. If you encounter an enemy you cannot defeat, just go back to the main castle or enter the Shadow World. The God-level armor is nothing compared to it. Besides, Li Yuan now also has God-level armor, the Dragon Blood armor. Therefore, Li Yuan gave up this alternative reward without hesitation and continued to look at the next reward. Directly improve my strength to the Holy Realm? Li Yuan shook his head and gave up this option. Now he has broken through from the 8th level to the 9th level in the impact of the primary beast tide, and still possesses the combat power of a sanctuary in the territory. The 9th level is only 1 level away from the Holy Realm. I think it won't take too long, so there is no need to waste such an opportunity to choose the reward. Li Yuan continued to look at the next reward and directly upgraded the Black Shadow Town to a high-level city. I have to say this reward is pretty good. Now Shadow Castle is just a primary town, and there will be intermediate towns and advanced towns in the future, which are the promoted cities. After arriving at the city, there are also beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. In other words, if Li Yuan chooses this reward, the town will be able to upgrade 5 levels in a row, saving countless resources and materials. And Li Yuan will definitely be the first city lord and occupy an absolute leading position. Keep this option for now. Li Yuan pondered for a moment and looked at the last reward. Buildings with different attributes for different arms. What is this? As it involves the military force that is the foundation of the lord, Li Yuan's intuition tells him that this building is extraordinary. Fortunately, the official was very considerate, but when Li Yuan asked about his doubts, a prompt message about the attributes of buildings based on military units popped up. The buildings with different attributes of the arms are attached to the barracks and can be divided into single attribute barracks according to the attributes of the arms. Li Yuan looked at the official instructions and read them several times before he understood what they meant. What this means is that if your soldiers have more than 2 attributes, then after obtaining the building that divides the attributes of the soldiers, you can summon the soldiers of each attribute separately, instead of recruiting them randomly from the main barracks at one time. For example, in a main barracks, there are infantry, artillery, and cavalry. When recruiting through the main barracks, the type of soldiers recruited is random, which may be infantry, artillery, or cavalry. The choice of this attribute is not controlled by the lord. But if there are buildings with different attributes for different arms, you can build infantry barracks, artillery barracks, and cavalry barracks separately. In this way, the lord can recruit whatever type of troops he wants. Generally speaking, this building is designed to help the lord optimize the attributes of his troops. This building is undoubtedly of great use to Li Yuan. There are 9 shadow core in total, which are divided into 9 attributes. With the buildings that differentiate the attributes of different types of troops, he can recruit soldiers from any corps he wants. Just like now, the town's air power is weak. With this building, he can recruit a large number of Feying to strengthen the air power. Li Yuan once again compared the 2 rewards of building with different military attributes and upgrading advanced cities, and he already had a choice in his mind. Although upgrading advanced cities can allow Li Yuan to save unimaginable materials and resources. But for him now, upgrading the city is not urgent, and he is confident that he can lead Black Shadow to accumulate enough resources to upgrade the city. Moreover, his goal is not just a city, but to establish a dynasty empire. Therefore, Li Yuan chose buildings with different attributes according to military units. The reason was simple. Military units were the foundation of everything. Chapter 81, Barracks upgraded to Level 4, second branch of Military Construction Blueprints. Buildings with different military attributes are not blueprints, so Li Yuan does not need to spend other materials to build them. When Li Yuan chose the reward, black light flashed where the black shadow crystal was. There were not many changes. The 9 diamond-shaped crystals on the black shadow crystal were fused together, and 9 relatively smaller crystals were differentiated from them. There were a total of 10 diamond-shaped crystals on the barracks, 1 large and 9 small. 9 small crystals guard the large crystal in the middle. There are 9 small crystals, each with a mass pattern on it, corresponding to the 9 major shadow legions. From then on, when Li Yuan recruits black shadows, he can choose the army group to recruit. The large crystal can also be used, but just like before, it will randomly recruit soldiers or generals from the 9 legions. Li Yuan looked at the new black shadow crystal and felt a little regretful. It is only evening now, and it will take several hours before the next recruitment of shadows. Otherwise, he would want to try the effect immediately. In the short term, this reward will not have much effect. But in the long run, this reward is very powerful. It can make the black shadows under Li Yuan more harmonious and will not leave him with obvious shortcomings. At that time, any corps can dominate one side. After collecting all the rewards, Li Yuan returned to the work of collecting monster corpses. It was not until night fell that all the monster corpses were collected. Without a doubt, it was a great harvest. Energy stones, a total of 3,072. Yuan crystals, 123. As for these 2 special materials, there are more of them than the beast group last night, a few hundred more energy stones, and a dozen more Yuan crystals. After all, there were 2 waves of beasts last night, and the total number was just slightly less than the official beast tide. Of course, the most important thing is that Li Yuan's Thunder Fury Lotus and Black Shadow Self-Explosion destroyed a lot of monster corpses. Otherwise, there would be more. But it is enough to have so many gains. In addition to energy stones and Yuan crystals, Li Yuan also obtained 7 architectural drawings, which was a little less than he expected. As for the food and materials, Li Yuan did not count them carefully, as there was plenty of them anyway. I already have 4,427 energy stones in my warehouse. With the addition of the 3,000, or so I have now, there are a total of more than 7,000 energy stones. There were 131 Yuan Jing before, and now there are 254 in total. To upgrade the 4th level Black Shadow Crystal, only 5,000 energy stones and 200 elemental crystals are enough. Li Yuan grinned and came directly to the Black Shadow Crystal that had already integrated the attributes of the troops. A familiar prompt box suddenly appeared in front of him. Shadow Lord, your supplies are already enough to upgrade the 4th level barracks. Would you like to upgrade it immediately? Li Yuan said without hesitation. Upgrade immediately. As the voice fell, black light instantly enveloped the entire Black Shadow Crystal. Soon, the black light dissipated, revealing a new Black Shadow Crystal. Compared to before the upgrade, the aura of the Black Shadow Crystal is now stronger. The 9 masks on the crystals looked so vivid that they seemed as if you could just reach out and pick them up. At the same time, the information panel of the 4th level Black Shadow Crystal also popped up. Black Shadow Crystal, a unique military camp containing 9 military groups. Nine Corps, Ghost Shadow Corps, Cloud Shadow Corps, Giant Shadow Corps, Flying Shadow Corps, Elme Shadow Corps, Soft Shadow Corps, Devouring Shadow Corps, Clan Shadow Corps, Seed Shadow Corps. Level 4. Level 4 production capacity. 20 Shadow Soldiers can be bred every day. The Corps can be selected by themselves, and there's a 1 in 1,000 chance of recruiting a Shadow General. Upgrade items. 10,000 energy stones, 500 elemental crystals. Li Yuan took a quick look and found that the biggest change was that the number of shadows recruited every day doubled. The number of recruits per day increased from 10 at level 3 to 20. Another change is that the random recruitment of troops has been changed to self-selection of troops. This is of course the result of the buildings with different attributes for troops. Unfortunately, the chance of recruiting Shadow General has not changed, and the chance of reaching level 4 is only 1 in 1,000. Odds are always just odds. Even if the odds are 100%, it is not certain that we can actually recruit the Black Shadow General. In the end, it all depends on my luck. If I'm lucky, I can recruit a general tonight. Just wait till midnight tonight. Let's look at the material requirements for the level 5 Black Shadow Crystal. 10,000 energy stones and 500 Yuan crystals. At this time, Li Yuan still had 2,499 energy stones left and fewer Yuan crystals, only 54 left. There's still a long way to go to get the energy stones and crystals needed to upgrade the Black Shadow Crystal to level 5. The difference in energy stones is about 4/5, and the difference in Yuan crystals is about 9/10. However, Li Yuan believed that it would not take too long to collect these energy stones and crystals. After all, now that the official Beast Tide has hit, external operability has been greatly enhanced. We just need to continue to expand the monster spawning range, and then look for local forces in other territories to spawn monsters. Perhaps it won't take long for supplies to be gathered. Immediately afterwards, Li Yuan took out the 7 drawings obtained from this official Beast Tide impact. When he first started collecting Warcraft corpses, he quickly obtained 3 blueprints and thought he would get more later. In the end, there are only 7 cards. No one can predict the drop rate for sure. Hopefully there will be something good. Li Yuan checked all the drawings one by one. Among the first 5 drawings, there are 3 wall drawings, 1 villa drawing, and 1 ordinary residential drawing. Unfortunately, these 5 are the drawings that Li Yuan currently owns. The remaining 2 drawings are a basic teleportation array drawing and a barracks building drawing. The primary teleportation array is easy to understand. It can teleport directly from one place to another. However, the transmission distance of this primary teleportation array is very short, and it can only be built within the territory. It is useless to Li Yuan. With the Shadow World as a transit station, he can reach any place he and the Shadow have been to at any time. This is countless times more convenient than the so-called teleportation array, and even the high-level, god-level teleportation array cannot compare to it. The last barracks blueprint is very powerful. The name of this barracks is Unicorn Crystal. As the name suggests, this barracks can recruit unicorns as a type of soldier. The grade is not low, and it can be considered a high-level soldier. From this barracks building blueprint, we can see that lords are not limited to having only one barracks, but can build multiple barracks. The prerequisite is that you can get the barracks building drawings and have enough resources. Unicorn arms building drawings. Recruitable troops. Randomly recruit various unicorns. Construction materials. 80,000 units of wood, 40,000 units of stone, 10,000 units of iron essence, 1,000 energy stones, 50 yuan crystals. The demand for materials is not that much, and Li Yuan can get them now. Although Li Yuan now has the shadow crystal, it is also possible to build another barracks. Recruiting unicorns and transforming them into shadows can increase the number of shadows. But if we upgrade the second barracks in the future, it will definitely affect the pace of upgrading the shadow crystals. However, I can build it first. I won't upgrade the unicorn barracks yet. I should focus on upgrading the shadow crystal. In this way, with a level 1 barracks, I can get 2 unicorns for free every day, which will improve the strength of my newly formed Shadow Beast Corps. After thinking about it, Li Yuan decided to create a unicorn crystal. Build the unicorn crystal. However, after Li Yuan issued the construction order, a flash of light appeared on the drawing, and then it returned to its original state. At the same time, an information prompt box popped up. We are very sorry, because a unicorn crystal is not compatible with your shadow crystal. The construction of a unicorn crystal has failed. If you need to build, please destroy the shadow crystal first, then build the unicorn crystal. Li Yuan. Chapter 82. Faction Issue. Go directly to the auction. Li Yuan really didn't expect that even though he had the blueprints and resources, the construction would fail. Discord between the camps? What's going on? Li Yuan was muttering to himself, and suddenly remembered something. When his shadow castle was upgraded to an intermediate castle, an additional camp appeared in the castle attribute column. Until last night, when the territory was upgraded to a town, the camp was nowhere to be found. Could it be this thing? Li Yuan quickly called up the attribute column of the Shadow Town. Town name, Shadow Town. Town level, primary town. Town core crystal, 9th level defense. Territory range, 5,000 meters. Buildings, Black Shadow Crystal, Warehouse, Holy Source Tower, Defense Tower X49, City Wall, Ordinary House X50, Villa X10. Upgrade intermediate town items. 500,000 units of stone, 1 million units of wood, 100,000 units of iron essence. Faction, Dark. Reputation, 36788. Hint. You and your town have been hated by the dragons, the Goblin Kingdom, and the werewolves on the mountaintop. When did the Dark Camp come into being? Li Yuan was completely confused. He already had a faction, but the officials didn't even remind him. The prompt message just now said that the Unicorn Crystal and the Shadow Crystal were not in harmony with each other, so the construction failed. It seems that this camp is determined by the attributes of one's own troops. At the beginning, there was no camp, and Li Yuan thought that the camp should be chosen by the Lord, but he was obviously wrong. The Shadow Legion is classified as part of the Dark Camp, which is not a big deal. As for other buildings in the town territory, as can be seen from the previous prompts, buildings such as camps need to be consistent with their own camps before they can be built. If the camps are not compatible, they cannot be built successfully. Buildings such as walls and defense towers do not have camp attributes and can be built regardless of the camp. What a pity! The second barracks can be viewed, but not used. Unicorn, this thing should belong to the light camp. The justice camp. I can only keep it for now. Can I use it on the fairy side? Her troops are dwarves, so they should belong to the neutral camp. That doesn't seem to work. Her town is my territory, so it must be in the dark camp. Li Yuan felt helpless. He finally got 7 drawings, but in the end, they were all useless. The city wall has already been built, so there's no need to waste resources to rebuild it. Even if the city wall is destroyed, the horse talisman can restore it directly. Wow, Li Yuan still has 3 city wall blueprints. As for the fairy Mo Shan Shan, the city wall had already been built and was of no use. We can continue to build villas and ordinary houses to make the town look less empty. Now there are 2 major armies, human shadows and beast shadows. Although they have the attributes of shadows, they cannot return to the shadow world like shadows. When the number of these two core increases, they will also need accommodation. And that basic teleportation array blueprint is also useless. Fairy Mo Shan can be used, but it is only limited to now. In the future, from now on, how could Li Yuan not assimilate them all into shadows? So this thing is of no use to Mo Shan. Just because it's useless to me doesn't mean it's useless to others. It can be used to exchange for other resources. Take out the unicorn crystal blueprint and replace it as well. Taking advantage of the fact that there was nothing to do now, Li Yuan opened the trading square. As soon as the trading square was opened, the trading columns that caught my eye were crowded, and many lords took out things for exchange. After all, after 2 consecutive beast-hide attacks, everyone had more or less accumulated some things that they couldn't use or had in stock. But most of them are ordinary things, such as ingredients and food. As for the food that was popular at the beginning, there are some, but they're basically for sale, and no one collects the food. The demand for iron ore is still very high, and the trading volume is acceptable. In addition to these, the hottest place is actually the auction area in the trading square. Li Yuan was very familiar with the auction area. He had bought many things here, such as stones, and would worth tens of thousands of yuan. Li Yuan was not in a hurry to hang up the drawings, but instead roughly flipped through the items in the auction area. It's no wonder that the most auctioned items are various architectural drawings. Li Yuan flipped through several pages, but there was no architectural drawing that attracted him. It was obvious that these drawings were just average. All the city wall villas he has are in the auction area. However, even these ordinary buildings are not cheap, and all are paid with energy stones and crystals. The starting price for the city wall blueprints is 500 energy stones. Villa blueprint. Starting price is 300 energy stones. Ordinary house, 100 energy stones. There were also some other items for auction worth 7 or 800 energy stones, but Li Yuan took a quick glance and became too lazy to look. Some of them look good, but are actually useless. Li Yuan did not see the teleportation array drawings and military building drawings in his hands. Therefore, Li Yuan directly put all the drawings on the trading official website. For things like city wall villas, he looked at other people's prices and filled in the form directly. They were not important things anyway. He filled in the information and prices of the primary teleportation array and unicorn crystal himself. Auction item. Primary teleportation array building blueprint. Function. Within the town, one teleportation array can be freely moved to the location of other teleportation arrays. This blueprint can build 10 teleportation arrays. Construction requirements for a single teleportation array: 5,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, 500 units of iron essence, and 1 elemental crystal. Starting price: 1,000 energy stones / 10 yuan crystals. Auction time: 24 hours. Auctioneer: Shadow Lord. Li Yuan checked it and submitted it directly, then began to edit the auction copy of the unicorn crystal building drawings. Auction item: Unicorn crystal building blueprint, advanced arms barracks. Function: you can build another barracks and recruit unicorns as the second type of soldiers. The dual types of soldiers can greatly enhance the strength of the territory. Construction requirements: 80,000 units of wood, 40,000 units of stone, 10,000 units of iron essence, 1,000 energy stones, and 50 elemental crystals. Starting price: 3,000 energy stones / 30 yuan crystals. Auction time: 24 hours. Auctioneer: Shadow Lord. After editing the auction text, Li Yuan thought about it and changed the starting price to 5,000 energy stones or 50 yuan crystals. After all, it is the second type of troops. Although Li Yuan cannot use it, it is definitely a hot commodity. Even Li Yuan wants to build the unicorn crystal, let alone the other lords. If the price is too low, it would be unworthy of the blueprint. Especially those lord castles of the light or neutral camps will definitely be flocking to this blueprint. If everyone could come up with too many energy stones and yuan crystals now, Li Yuan would have wanted to directly start at 10,000. If there were so many energy stones, let alone 10,000, there would definitely be lords willing to bid for it, even if it started at 100,000. After submitting the information, Li Yuan will close the trading square. But at this moment, when Li Yuan's page returned, he suddenly saw an auction information for architectural drawings. Chapter 83, Ring of Hellfire, the popularity of military buildings. The auction item that attracted Li Yuan's attention was not a blueprint, but a piece of equipment. Auction item, Hellfire Ring, Holy Level. Function, there is 2,000 cubic meters of space inside, and everything except living things can be put inside. At the cost of consuming energy stones, it can also release offensive sanctuary-level magic, Hellfire Clone, which has the same strength as the original body and lasts for 3 minutes. Starting price, 800 energy stones / 8 yuan crystals. Auctioneer, Lord of the Holy Land of Heaven. This ring is a holy level equipment. On the one hand, there is space inside, which can be used as a storage ring in novels. The space is quite large, 2,000 cubic meters. Another function is that it has its own magic, which can split into a clone with the same strength as the original, but it can only last for 3 minutes. Compared to the first storage function, the second function is definitely more powerful. Saint-level equipment, which means that as long as he reaches the saint level, he can create a clone of his original body. If you encounter an opponent alone, 2 of you fighting 1 enemy. Even if it can only last for 3 minutes, it is still a powerful weapon for counterattack. However, Li Yuan attached more importance to the first function of the Netherfire Ring. Now that his main castle was shrouded in a dark shadow barrier and no longer threatened by the outside world, he could leave the castle and go out. Once you go out, carrying things becomes a problem. There is another main reason, which is that the corpses of monsters hunted in the territory will be directly stored in the warehouse after collection. But if you hunt monsters outside the territory, you have to carry the supplies from the corpses back to the warehouse yourself. When Li Yuan goes out to hunt monsters in the future, he can't bring them back to the castle every time he kills them. Although he and the Shadow can return to the castle through the Shadow world at any time, that would be too troublesome. So having a storage ring is a good choice. Saint-level equipment, starting at 800 energy stones. The price is not bad, not too high. Li Yuan took a look and chose to bid directly. The current price was 850 energy stones, and he bid 900. According to Li Yuan's estimation, the final transaction price of this ring should be just over 1,000 energy stones. The value of the Ring of Hellfire is good, but it is relatively not that practical. Except for the lords who are confident and strong enough to leave their territories, it does not seem to be of much use to other lords. The only powerful one is the Hellfire clone. Therefore, there won't be many people bidding for this ring, and the price will naturally not be raised. And for Li Yuan, 1,000 energy stones were easy to take out. Not to mention the 7 drawings just now, he can also start releasing water iron essence. The demand for iron essence is absolutely huge now. Except for a few lords who have advanced top-level troops, the others have not upgraded their towns yet. As for the auctioneer, the Holy Land of Jiayin, Li Yuan naturally had an impression of it. In the official primary beast tide, the Jiayin Holy Land ranked 9th in the final comprehensive points ranking list. Although not very high up, being able to rank in the top 10 among the 800 million surviving lords is enough to show that the other party is not an easy opponent. Judging from the name, this lord is most likely a fan of Hamadong, one of the ceiling of the online literature world. The Lord of the Holy Land of Yin put such a holy artifact as the Ring of Hellfire up for auction. Is it because he doesn't like it or has no use for it? Or is there some other reason? Li Yuan sneered, feeling that he was worrying too much. Why would others sell holy objects? What does it have to do with him? When Li Yuan was bidding for the Netherfire Ring, the chat channel exploded again because of him. The reason, of course, was his Unicorn Crystal Army building drawing. This is the first and only time a barracks blueprint appears in the trading square so far. Before this, no one knew that in addition to the existing barracks, new barracks could be built and soldiers could be recruited. This means that a lord can recruit multiple types of soldiers. Moreover, the barracks that Li Yuan hung on the auction block did not recruit ordinary soldiers, but advanced soldiers. Unicorns, anyone who has read any novels knows that they are extraordinary. In those novels, unicorns are noble and powerful sacred beasts, and are usually contracted beasts of gods. If unicorns can be recruited, the territory's strength and combat power will be greatly enhanced. Therefore, after the news of the Unicorn Crystal spread, the world chat groups and the internal groups of the major alliances immediately exploded. In addition to the initial types of soldiers, you can recruit other types of soldiers. This is the first time I've heard of this. Has anyone leaked such military construction blueprints? No, maybe this is the architectural blueprint of the first branch of the army. Really? All the good things go to the Shadow Lord. Not only are his troops demons, but he also revealed a blueprint for such troops. No, the one above, you are paying attention to the wrong direction. It was Boss Black Shadow who got the unicorn crystal and put up for auction. What does this mean? Boss Black Shadow doesn't even think highly of the unicorn as a unit. If you don't like it, you won't sell it. Wouldn't that make the Lord you buy stronger and create an opponent for yourself? Perhaps this mysterious Shadow Lord is super confident and doesn't care about this. Okay. The things that others look down upon are the things that I can never get in my life. It hurts so much. It really is a unicorn crystal. Damn it. My type of soldier is a unicorn. Damn, what a coincidence. Then why are you here? Go and bid for these 2 unicorn crystals. Why don't you take off? Please, clean your eyes and look at the price. The starting price is 5,000 energy stones. I have used all my energy stones to upgrade the barracks, and I still have a chicken's energy stones. Now I'm so poor that I only have my panties left. That's a shame. 2 unicorn crystals means double the number of troops. It's just too expensive. From the beginning till now, Black Shadow Boss has really made a lot of money. He doesn't even care about the good stuff and sells it out. The envious bird is hard. 5,000 energy stones is too expensive? Don't forget, soldiers are the souls of us lords. If everyone's power develops in the future and there are enough resources, who wouldn't want a second type of soldiers? I want the barracks blueprint, and I won't exchange it for a magic weapon. What the above person said is right. Just this advanced barracks building blueprint is worth 1,000,000 energy stones. Fuck, you guys are talking so much. If Black Shadow sells it now, wouldn't it be a huge loss? You don't understand this, kid. Take a closer look at the announcement. After the official primary beast tied, a lot more content was added to the announcement. Arms and territories are divided into camps, and the attributes of opposing camps cannot coexist together. Boss Sombra's troop type is demon, so he must be in the dark camp, while Unicorn is in the light camp. So it's not that Boss Sombra despises this unicorn crystal, but that Boss Sombra wants to use it but can't. If you give him a dark camp building, do you think he would sell it? That's true. This bulletin is updated frequently. If you don't pay attention, you really can't get the information in time. It's obvious that you're not an internet addict. Otherwise, when you play games, you'll often see new versions of games being updated, right? Haha. Do you think this is a unique special reward from the Shadow Lord? If so, it would be hilarious. I got a special reward for nothing, but I can't use it. What the above said makes sense. No way. This is the only unique special reward. It should at least be a blueprint of a top-level military camp, right? Hey, my skeleton troop type is the undead type, and I just happen to have 18,000 energy stones. I can't use the unicorn crystal even if I bid for it. It's really a great pity. Don't show off. If you show off, you'll get struck by lightning. If you can't afford it, then you can't afford it. Who are you showing off to? If there really is capital to bid, who is still making noises here? People have already quietly made bids in the auction area of the trading square. As mentioned above, after learning about the auction information of the unicorn crystal, the lords of the light camp and the neutral camp had already started bidding with red eyes. Of course, this is limited to those lords who already possess advanced or top-level troops. After all, the starting price is 5,000 energy stones, which is too high a threshold. How could a lord of ordinary troops come up with so many energy stones? Even those high-level, top-level military lords who can produce more than 5,000 energy stones are definitely not that many in number. However, energy stones can be borrowed and lent between each other. Especially in those alliance groups, there are also many lords of the Holy Light Camp who are looking for people to borrow energy stones. One more barracks is so important to them. They already have strong troops, and with the addition of a unicorn crystal, they will be even more powerful. This will make them more competitive in the future battle among all races. At this time, in the Angel Town on the Tacgon Plain, after Yi Shui saw the chat content about the unicorn troops in the group, she hurried to open the auction area of the trading officialdom. Searching for the keyword unicorn will directly bring up the auction information for the unicorn crystal drawings. The second type of troops, unicorns. Looking at the information in the column, Yi Shui's face turned red with excitement. Unicorns are definitely not as good as her angel troops. They are just advanced troops, while angels are the top of the top troops. However, angels and unicorns are a perfect match. No matter in terms of attributes or camps, they are a perfect match. If she could get this blueprint and recruit unicorns, with the cooperation of angels and unicorns, the strength of her troops would definitely surpass the top level and become the strongest among the billions of Lord's troops, and their strength would be infinitely enhanced. Even by then, she will have the confidence to confront the Shadow Lord, whom she had originally been unable to catch up with and could only suppress with the combined efforts of an alliance. I must get this blueprint, I must. Ishwa bit her lip and made a decision immediately. Even if her barracks were not upgraded this time, she had to take a picture of the unicorn crystal blueprint. As for the fact that the auctioneer is the Shadow Lord, that doesn't matter. She will get it from whoever bids it. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the continent, war raged. There are also many lords like Ishwa who are determined to obtain the unicorn crystal blueprint. As a result, the bids for the unicorn crystal drawings continue to rise. Chapter 84. There is a limit on private chats, and the blueprints for each type of troops are doubled. The starting price of a unicorn crystal is 5,000 energy stones, which is the most expensive item in the trading square today. You know, these blueprints of the city wall only cost a few hundred energy stones. The key is the hundreds of energy stones, which most lords can afford now, and many lords have made bids. But 5,000 energy stones is just the starting price. How many people can afford it? However, the auction price was constantly increasing from an initial 5,000 to 5,500 energy stones. And now it is still rising slowly, but the increase is not too big each time. After all, it is an energy stone. Now after 2 beast tides, everyone has some, but it is also an extremely precious material. From the current perspective, the value of energy stones is only lower than that of yuan crystals, and these two are necessary materials for upgrading the barracks. In short, the price has been rising all the way, which shows that there are still some people who can afford 5,000 energy stones. Sure. Li Yuanbin's depressed mood due to not being able to use this blueprint suddenly improved a lot. Just like what was said in the World Chat channel, Shabi would only put it up for auction if he could use it. But now that it can't be used, being able to exchange it for a large amount of energy stones is also a good ending. With enough energy stones, the Shadow Crystal can be upgraded to level 5 as soon as possible, which can offset the loss of the Unicorn Crystal. Li Yuan exited the Unicorn Crystal auction page and turned back to look at the Nether Fire Ring. At this time, the price of the Hellfire Ring has also increased a bit, and now someone has offered a price of 1,100 energy stones. Oh, it's already over 1,000 so soon. Li Yuan was a little surprised. He had previously guessed that few people would come to bid for the Netherfire Ring, but the price exceeded 1,000 in less than half an hour. Obviously, the final transaction price will be higher than he imagined, but it wouldn't be that high, so Li Yuan naturally wouldn't give up like that, and immediately raised the price to 1,200. After raising the price, Li Yuan exited the trading channel. Whether it is the drawings he is auctioning or the Hellfire Ring that is up for auction, the results will not be known until tomorrow. He will wait and see the situation tomorrow. In the friend list, the only friend, the fairy Mo Shan Shan, sent a lot of messages. Little Fairy Lord, Black Shadow, is awesome. You won first place. Congratulations, Black Shadow. Little Fairy Lord. Haha, I don't even seem to be in the top 1,000,000. Little Fairy Lord. Shadow Cauldron, I don't have many beasts here, and few of them are strong. Not a single dwarf died this time. Little Fairy Lord. But I also harvested more than 500 energy stones and 18 yuan crystals. Do you want the Black Shadow Cauldron? Little Fairy Lord. Uncle Green just brought back 3 blueprints. Is Mr. Black Shadow still busy? If you want them, come to me. These messages have been sent for quite some time, but Li Yuan was busy with other things and had no time to read them. Li Yuan naturally had nothing to worry about the little fairy Mo Shan Shan. At least there is a master from the Holy Land in the little fairy town. That is a real holy land, and ordinary beast tides cannot threaten her. Moreover, if anything happens in the local town, Li Yuan will be reminded. If there is no reminder, it naturally means that the fairy town is fine. Compared with Li Yuan's harvest, Mo Shan Shan's was much inferior. Whether it is energy stones or yuan crystals, they're not even a fraction of what Li Yuan got. As for the blueprints, Mo Shan Shan actually got 3, which was a bit unexpected. After all, Li Yuan only got 7. After thinking for a while, Li Yuan asked, "Where are the drawings you got?" The little fairy Mo Shan Shan has always had good luck, so maybe the drawings she got will be of good quality. Half a minute passed before Mo Shan Shan replied, "Little Fairy Lord, have you finished the work on the Shadow Cauldron? Here are the blueprints, a city wall, a furnace, and another blueprint for doubling the number of soldiers to be recruited. There are also city wall blueprints. In the trading square, city wall blueprints are the most numerous. There is also a furnace blueprint, which was the blueprint that Mo Shanshan had revealed before. Now, the second blueprint has come. If it is built, the fairy town will have 2 furnaces, and the efficiency of iron smelting will naturally double. After all, there are already a lot of mountain dwarves over there, so they should be able to handle it. Even if they are too busy for the time being, the number of mountain dwarves will continue to increase due to the fairy's natural ability to contribute to local forces. After the last drawing, Li Yuan was a little unsure what it was used for. One thing is very clear: any drawings related to military branches cannot be simple. The blueprint for doubling the number of soldiers to be recruited, judging from the name, will double the number of soldiers after use. However, does this mean doubling the number of arms that have already been recruited, or will the number of arms to be recruited in the future be doubled? If it is the second case, then the value of this drawing will be huge. Therefore, Li Yuan replied, "Give me the blueprint to double the number of soldiers to be recruited, and you can build the furnace yourself. Since you already have the city wall, there is no need to keep it. You can take the blueprint of the city wall to the official market and sell it." Little Fairy Lord: "Okay, we'll all listen to Black Shadow Cauldron." Soon, Li Yuan received the blueprint for doubling the number of troops sent by Mo Shanshan. After receiving the drawing, Li Yuan opened its specific information. Drawing for doubling the number of recruits for primary troops. Disposable item. Function: when recruiting soldiers, the number of recruits can be doubled. Only for use in level 4 barracks and below. Requirements: 100 energy stones. It turned out to be the second situation that Li Yuan had thought of. The number of recruited soldiers would double in the future. Unfortunately, this is not a continuous process, and not all recruited arms will have their numbers doubled in the future. This blueprint is a one-time item, which means that the number of recruited troops can only be doubled once. In addition, there is a limitation that it can only be used in barracks below level 4 and cannot be used above level 5. The requirements for using the blueprint are not high. Only 100 energy stones are needed. This is just a blueprint for doubling the number of recruits for the primary type of soldiers, which means that there will most likely be intermediate and advanced blueprints in the future. Li is not an ungrateful person. The Shadow Crystal is now at level 4. He can recruit 20 shadows every day, which means 40 if doubled. There are 20 more shadows on one drawing, which is quite good. Moreover, this blueprint was contributed by Mo Shanshan, which is almost like getting it for free. Use it when recruiting tonight. Li Yuan put away the drawings and turned around to make some food. As for the Black Shadows, they naturally performed their duties and patrolled the territory inside and outside, according to the grouping before the beast tide. After eating and drinking, it was still early, so Li Yuan prepared to lie down in bed for a while. But as soon as he lay down on the bed, a familiar message prompt appeared in front of him. "Shadow Lord, your stranger private chats have reached the upper limit of 50 million. Please clear them in time." Chapter 85, Destined to be an Opponent, Recruiting New Shadows. The private messages, like last time, came from the trading square. Li Yuan turned off the private chat in the chat channel, but he couldn't turn it off in the trading square. The last time he cleared man's private chat messages, Li Yuan met the fairy Mo Shanshan, the female lord who provided him with iron essence. Therefore, when Li Yuan cleaned up these private chat messages this time, he still roughly scanned the content. From the very beginning, most of the messages were asking Li Yuan to add him as a friend and asking if there was any extra food or other materials. Before and after the beast tide, there were people asking about iron spirits and weapons and equipment. Also, after the demon army incident, everyone came to ask him whether his army was actually demons and whether his territory was really in the Red Moon Forest. In the last few hundred pages of information, many people have asked what his beast tide rewards are. There are also a lot of private messages about Unicorn Soldier Crystal, and there are even a few familiar names, including those in the top 10 of the comprehensive points list. Some said that Li Yuan should sell it at a low price, while others said that they would pay in installments. They all wanted the Unicorn troops very much. Among them, Li Yuan also saw the message sent by the Lord of Angel Town. Li Yuan was quite familiar with Angel Town, because when the grain prices were high at the beginning, this lord implemented the policy of keeping prices low. It was this lord who took the lead in forming an alliance. He was a very ambitious man. In general, This angel lord has a good reputation among many lords and seems to have quite a few followers. The key point is that the other party seems to be a woman and is called a goddess by some lords. Of course, Li Yuan didn't know whether it was really a woman or not. Maybe it was just a man who picked his toes? At that time, Li Yuan paid attention to it and learned that the location of this angel lord was also the Takan Plains in Andira State. The fairy lord had said at the beginning that she and the Red Moon Forest were separated by the Takan Plain. Relatively speaking, Li Yuan is quite close to this lord. Moreover, in this primary beast tide impact, Angel Town seemed to have won the 4th place. There is no doubt that in the near future, the Angel Town where the Angel Lord is located will be the strongest opponent the Shadow territory has ever encountered. Angel Lord. Shadow, you refuse any friend additions. I can't add you. Can you add me? Something's up. Angel Lord, we can form an alliance. We are both ranked in the top 5. In the future, we can use Andira as a base to advance to other states. When we join forces, the other lords of the war continent will not be our opponents at all. Angel Lord, I know you are strong, but no matter how strong a person is, there are limits. Only the alliance can go further. Angel Lord, although you may not see my message, I still hope you can see it. Add me, and let's fight for supremacy together. Angel Lord, take your unicorn crystal off the shelf. Let's trade it privately. You should be able to guess that my troop type is the top angel troop type. Unicorns can increase my angel troop type to a certain extent, which is very important to me. Shadow, trade the unicorn crystal with me. I owe you a favor, and I have other blueprints to trade with you. Angel Lord, Dark Shadow, Dark Shadow, Dark Shadow. Angel Lord, Sombra. Can't you just read the private message? The unicorn is really important to me. Angel Lord, Dark Shadow Wea Aowea. Angel Lord, please reply to the message. Please, please. The last pieces of news are all related to the unicorn crystal. It can be seen that the Angel Lord really wants to get the unicorn crystal building drawings. The Angel Lord sent dozens of private messages in succession, obviously wanting to give Li Yuan a greater chance of accidentally seeing her messages. You have good fighting power and potential, but I'm afraid you won't be willing to become my territory, right? Since we're destined to be rivals, why add me? Whether you can get the unicorn crystal depends on whether you have enough energy stones and Yuan crystals. Li Yuan shook his head and ignored the messages from the Angel Lord. He cleared all 50 million private messages without hesitation. As I said, either surrender or die. There's no alliance. Time passed slowly, and Li Yuan fell asleep. However, he didn't sleep for long before he woke up naturally. At this time, there was still more than an hour until midnight. When Niga saw Li Yuan wake up, he came back to report that they had found 2 more castle territories in the direction of the Great Zhou Castle. Li Yuan didn't think much and directly gave the order to attack. Everything that could be brought back was assimilated into shadows. Stubborn lords and soldiers will be sent to their doom. Now that the primary beast tide has passed, the era of competition among all races has officially begun. Fighting for hegemony is the official goal given to everyone after reincarnation to the war continent. So Li Yuan will not have any psychological burden at all to take the initiative to attack other castles. If you're afraid of being attacked by others, then you can choose to change your job to become an individual player. If you don't change your job and still keep the castle, it means you want to fight for hegemony. Since you have chosen to fight for hegemony, you must be prepared to be destroyed at any time. Besides, if you don't attack others, others will attack you. There will be no peaceful coexistence. Even those so-called alliances are short-lived, and there will always be a winner within the alliance. Even though they had just passed the beast tide, these 2 castles were definitely not in their peak condition. If Niga led the team over, they should be able to easily deal with them. However, Li Yuan arranged for Ika's team to follow as well. Including Li Cheng and other people, they all followed. At this time, both the Black Shadow and the human figures he formed need to adapt to the territory battle. As for Li Yuan, he did not go, but stayed quietly beside the Black Shadow crystal, waiting for midnight to arrive. Now, he is not afraid of any more monster attacks. Even if there is another beast tide, even with Holy Domain monsters, Li Yuan will not be afraid. If I can't beat him, can I run away? Hiding in the main castle. Who can break in? The next day was almost here. Li Yuan was looking at the Black Shadow crystal, thinking in his mind how to arrange this recruitment. Today's shadow crystals can recruit soldiers based on their attributes, which means you can specify which type of soldiers to recruit. Another point is that he also has a blueprint for doubling the number of soldiers to be recruited. Therefore, this recruitment must be carefully arranged and cannot be carried out casually, so as to improve the organization of various corps and find out the deficiencies and fill them. So far, there are a total of 49 Black Shadows under Li Yuan's command. Including Mijia, there are 15 ghosts. There are 15 giant shadows, 6 claw shadows, and 6 flying shadows. If we include IKA, there are 16 helmet shadows. There are none of the 4 types of soldiers: soft shadow, devouring shadow, pincer shadow, and side shadow. So this time, should we recruit the arms that we already have, or other arms that we don't have yet? Chapter 86, 40 Sickle Shadows. The Iron Lord pretends to surrender. If possible, Li Yuan certainly hopes to keep the numbers of the major corps balanced. A level 4 shadow crystal can recruit 20 shadows at a time, and these 20 shadows are equally divided among the 4 legions. You can also recruit the 5 major corps that have already been recruited so that the numbers of the 5 major corps are similar. Especially the Flying Shadow and the Claw Shadow, there are only 6 each now, which is half less than the Ghost Shadow, Giant Shadow, and Helmet Shadow. However, it is not possible to recruit soldiers separately in this way, because recruiting soldiers by attributes is also limited, and only one type of soldier can be recruited at a time. For this reason, Li Yuan would be a little hesitant. After all, he was going to use the doubling blueprint this time. This time, we were able to recruit 40 Black Shadows, which is basically almost equal to the number of all the Black Shadows in these 8 days. Li Yuan prefers Shadow Devourer because it is the only corps with growth potential among the 9 corps. They can devour shadows to increase their strength, but this is only limited to the original work. In this war continent, all Shadow Legions have the potential to grow, so Shadow Devourer loses this advantage. However, Shadow Eater should not lose the ability to devour shadows. In other words, in addition to being able to devour energy to improve itself, the Shadow Eater can also eat shadows to strengthen itself. Relatively speaking, there is still a slight advantage, but it is not big. Looking at the Sickle Shadow, Soft Shadow, and Pincer Shadow, in fact, in terms of combat effectiveness, they are no worse than the Devouring Shadow. For a moment, Li Yuan really didn't know which corps to choose. This is not as random as before. Call the soldiers and generals, whichever corps you call, I will recruit that corps. Li Yuan complained in his heart and directly used the method of selecting soldiers and generals, leaving this opportunity to God. Finally, Li Yuan's finger pointed at the crystal representing the Sickle Shadow. Then you first. Li Yuan stared at the crystal of the Sickle Shadow Corps, quietly waiting for the arrival of 12 o'clock. Anyway, this is just a recruitment opportunity. I can just change to another one tomorrow. Moreover, the combat effectiveness of this Kama Shadow is not bad. In the original work, it is said that Kama Shadow is the most powerful among the 9 legions. Soon the time passed 12 o'clock, and the prompt box appeared instantly. The barracks has been charged. Would you like to recruit Shadow soldiers immediately? Li Yuan immediately said. Recruit came Shadow and used the blueprint to double the number of troops. As the voice fell, a shadow slowly emerged from the crystal of the side shadow corps. Soon, the shadows continued to split into 20, and just when the sickle shadows were about to take shape, their shadows split again. 20 suddenly became 40. After a few seconds, 40 sickle shadows were completely formed, densely packed together. It has 2 sharp feet on each side, and its arms are like 2 sickles, with sharp barbs on its arms and legs. The scarlet eyes were connected together in a V shape, which looked very strange. However, at this time, the 40 sickle shadows punched their arms on the ground and lowered their heads to express their submission to Li Yuan. Side Shadow Soldier. Strength level. Level 5 can be improved by killing enemies. Loyalty 100. Growth limit. Sanctuary. The initial level of the shadow also increased from level 4 to level 5 as the shadow crystal was upgraded. However, these 5th level sickle shadows are much weaker than the other black shadows, all of which are now above level 8. It's not a big problem. The era of competition among all races has arrived, and upgrading will not be more difficult than before. What a pity, we failed to recruit a general again. Li Yuan glanced at the dense sickle shadows and turned to look at the Red Moon Forest. There were no magical beasts for them to spawn in the territory, but there were still many magical beasts in the Red Moon Forest. Now that the beast tide had passed for a long time, the magical beasts that were not driven by the official had already returned to their usual places. Go to the forest behind to kill monsters and level up. The sickle shadows received the order, quickly sank into the ground, and headed for the Red Moon Forest. Although it is also possible to arrange for Scythe Shadow to enter the Holy Source Tower, the upgrade efficiency is obviously not as good as killing monsters outside. The main thing is that with the Black Shadow Barrier, Li Yuan is no longer afraid of the existence of the Red Moon Forest, so naturally he no longer has to worry about anything. It's only because the Red Moon Forest is behind the castle. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to find a place for Scythe Shadow and the Black Shadow to be recruited later to kill monsters and level up. The mountain range stretches for tens of thousands of miles, and the number of ferocious beasts and demonic beasts is at least 800,000, if not a million. A perfect copy for killing monsters and upgrading. Li Yuandu has already regarded the Red Moon Forest as his back garden. As for the powerful monsters in the Red Moon Forest, that's no problem. The sickle shadows can just rush over and attack them. If all else fails, you can just die and regenerate and try again. You can always kill the monsters and gain experience. Just when Li Yuan was arranging the recruitment of Kamiying, many other lords of the War Continent were already asleep. There are also people like Li Yuan waiting to recruit new soldiers before going to sleep. In one day and one night, there were 2 beast attacks and brutal and fierce battles, which made everyone physically and mentally exhausted. After 2 beast tides, many monsters were killed near the castle. Now the castle territory is relatively safe, allowing them to sleep peacefully. Just leave some soldiers on guard, and the Lord and some soldiers can rest. However, in the middle of the night, a message suddenly appeared in the chat channel, waking up many tired lords. Some people who had not yet gone to bed were also startled out. The reason is very simple, because the words Shadow Lord appeared in this chat. The person who sent the message was someone called Iron Lord. Brothers, I was attacked by soldiers who looked like the Shadow Lords. These soldiers are dressed in black robes, have scarlet eyes, and come and go without a trace. Some are as tall as trolls. Some are about the same size as humans. Some have horns on their heads. Some fly in the sky. And their arms are claws. There are at least 70 or 80 of them. Without exception, they're all black with scarlet eyes. Very strong, really strong. All of them are level 8 and level 9. My wall defenses are completely unable to stop them. These troops appeared directly inside my castle. My troops were high-level troops, cyborgs, more than 20 of them, including several level 7. They were all killed in an instant. These are similar to the demons that the Slain Lord mentioned last time. I don't know if they are demons or not, but I am near the Red Moon Forest. In the Red Moon Forest, besides the Shadow Lord, who else can have such strength? No. In addition to those demon-like soldiers, there are also some human soldiers. Are they soldiers from other castles that have surrendered? These soldiers wanted me to surrender and make my territory theirs. I pretended to agree, and now I'm going back with them to sign a territorial contract. Haha. Whether the other party is the Shadow Lord or not, it will be revealed to everyone soon. Brothers, I'm risking my life to gather intelligence for you. If I die, you must come and avenge me. Remember my location. I am at the foot of the mountain northeast of the Red Moon Forest, about 20,000 meters away from the outskirts of the Red Moon Forest. Chapter 87, Vulcan Alliance, These Jumping Clowns. The message sent by the Iron Lord is directly in the World Chat channel. Before this, he also sent this information within the Alliance group. The alliance he belonged to was the Vulcan Alliance. When the Iron Lord was attacked by the Black Shadow, he promptly sought help from the Vulcan Alliance. This is also the original intention of establishing their Vulcan Alliance, for everyone to help each other. Moreover, they were all near the Red Moon Forest, and the imaginary enemy was Li Yuan's Black Shadow Town, and they had already discussed many countermeasures. But the Black Shadow was too strong and captured the Iron Lord's high-level castle in minutes. The other lords had no time to come to the rescue. Faced with the powerful strength of Sombra, the Iron Lord could only choose the strategy of feigning surrender. The false surrender can infiltrate the interior of the Shadow Town and gather more information about it for the Vulcan Alliance. At the same time, reveal the location of the Shadow Territory to the outside world. This was also one of the several strategies that the Vulcan Alliance had thought of earlier. On the one hand, it can temporarily save the Iron Lord's life, and on the other hand, it can give the Vulcan Alliance enough time to organize a rescue. The third purpose is also very simple, which is to tell other lords the approximate location of the Shadow Lord and the forces under his command. The more powerful the Shadow Lord is, the more hostility he will encounter and the more enemies he will create. The Shadow Lord is so powerful and has abundant resources, which goes without saying. This will undoubtedly make more lords covet the Shadow territory. How many good things can you get by destroying the Shadow Town? Maybe you can get the unique special reward given to the Shadow Lord in the official Beast Tide. Of course, by doing so, the Iron Lord would be in a life and death crisis. Once Li Yuan discovered the chat records, or saw that he was pretending to surrender, he would definitely be killed. But there was no way around it. The Vulcan Alliance had internal terms and had already decided that whoever was attacked would become a spy. They signed a life and death agreement, which was also a restriction on everyone to prevent them from turning against them at that time. If you don't become a spy, you will die. If you become a spy, you may also die. However, if you go to the Shadow territory to be a spy, there is still a chance of survival. As long as the Vulcan Alliance can rescue him in time before the territorial agreement is signed, and other lords join in, he may not be able to survive. After all, a territorial agreement has been signed, and the lord of the main city can see his loyalty value, and then he will be exposed. Therefore, the time is not very long and is limited to before the territorial agreement is signed. Therefore, even though the Iron Lord was worried to death, he had no choice but to let himself be taken away by the Shadow while sending messages on the chat channel. The message he sent indeed caused a stir in the chat islands. It's simple. The Shadow Lord just won the first place in the Beast Tide, and someone revealed his background. Who wouldn't care? Whether it was the lords or the individual players who changed their jobs, they were all discussing the matter in the chat channel. Black robe, red eyes, and horns. If this isn't a demon, then what is it? Fuck, 70 or 80 types of soldiers. How could he recruit so many? Didn't he suffer any casualties in the two Beast Tides? Could it be that his barracks were upgraded to level for a long time ago? I am currently at level 3 barracks, and with the soldiers that died, I have only recruited 59 soldiers just now, unless he upgraded to level 4 barracks a long time ago. What the hell? Didn't the Iron Lord say that in addition to demons, there are also human soldiers? I guess he conquered other territories. But he's also very strong, either at level 8 or level 9. No wonder he can take first place. In addition to the more than 20 human soldiers, the Shadow Lord also has nearly 50 soldiers. The death rate of these soldiers is really low. Well, if I had such a powerful army, I wouldn't even look down on a unicorn crystal. My highest troop type is only level 6, and his is level 8 or 9. I seriously doubt whether there is a sanctuary in the Shadow Lord's castle. How funny. The loyalty of the Territorial Lord can be seen when signing the territorial agreement, and he even pretended to surrender. This Iron Lord is doomed. I thought that Shadow Boss was very powerful, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. My weak troops limited my imagination of top-level troops. The Iron Lord is about 20,000 meters northeast of the Red Moon Forest. This seems to be a rough estimate of the location of the Black Shadow Town, right? It should be possible. After all, the soldiers won't go too far to attack other castles now. So what if you know? Do you dare to go? I have to say that Black Shadow Boss is really quick. The Beast Tide just passed, but he is still attacking other lords in the middle of the night. That's why they're so good at not wasting time. Damn it, I'm in the northeast of Red Moon Forest. I might be very close to the Iron Lord. I feel I'm in danger. He said he would move later, but I'm afraid he can't wait. He has to leave overnight. We strongly condemn the Shadow Lord. We all come from the same world. Why don't we help each other? Why do we have to fight and kill each other? Is the person above so childish? You'd better die sooner and be reborn sooner. You've been in the war continent for 7 or 8 days, and you're still thinking about peace? The officials want a life and death struggle. I suggest you change your job to become a freelancer. Otherwise, you will have to be prepared for others to attack your territory at any time. Red Moon Forest, goodbye. I'm leaving too. This place is unbearable. There are a lot of monsters in the Red Moon Forest, and the big boss, the Shadow Lord, is eyeing us covetously. The Red Moon Forest Vulcan Alliance is recruiting people online to fight against the Shadow Lord together. Haha, you are really not afraid of death. Bullshit alliance. I don't think you can withstand the Shadow Lord, so you better leave first. Fuck, I'm under attack here too. It's the red-eyed demon. It's a demon. Upstairs, really? Fuck, is Boss Black Shadow going to purge the other lords of Red Moon Forest? That troll lord, what's wrong with you? Speak. Isn't he dead? Then Shabi, just surrender directly. The fact that the Iron Lord was able to feign surrender means that the Shadow Lord just wants to recruit some subordinates. Dead. The Troll Lord is dead. He was my good friend, but now he has no name. He's really dead. What a cruel Shadow Lord. I'm curious. Those of you near the Red Moon Forest chatting here won't be seen by the Shadow Lord. You are automatically exposing yourself. Don't be afraid of shit. As long as I move fast enough, the Shadow Lord won't be able to catch up with me. It seems that the Shadow Lord only appeared in the chat channel once. He may rarely check the chat channel. That's right. The Shadow Lord is now attacking the lords near the Red Moon Forest. How can you have time to come and watch us brag? Friends near the Red Moon Forest, run away. Even if you don't run away, surrender directly when you see the Shadow Lord. Survival is the best option. Besides, the Shadow Lord is so strong. It won't be a disadvantage to be his subordinate. Who knows? You may become his loyal subjects in the future. That's right. Either surrender or move. The members of the Vulcan Alliance, the Vulcan Lords, and others were a little surprised when they looked at the content of the World Chat channel. They underestimated the importance of the Shadow Lord in the hearts of other lords. Not many of them expressed their intention to attack the Shadow Lord. All of them were thinking about how to leave the Red Moon Forest, which was contrary to their intention. What a bunch of cowards so afraid of death. What should we do, Boss Vulcan? That guy still hasn't made a sound for a long time. Has he reached the Shadow territory? My friend's name is still there. He's not dead. Well, everyone, let me ask, are you still going to save him? Wait a minute and see what other intelligence the Iron Lord can get. He shouldn't sign a territorial agreement so quickly. The Troll Lord is really dead. I'm also his friend. I invited him to join the Vulcan Alliance this afternoon. Wait a little longer, but everyone, get ready first. It looks like the Shadow Lord is really going to sweep through the Red Moon Forest. How about this? Let's go to Boss Vulcan to gather first. I agree. All right, come on everyone. If we all come together, we can indeed avoid being defeated by the Shadow Lord one by one. Remember to take away important resources and the castle crystal core. The members of the Vulcan Alliance quickly packed up their resources, took away the castle crystal core, and fled towards the location of the Vulcan Lord. You have to go. The Iron Lord was captured and the nearby Troll Lord was killed. God knows if they will be the next. At this time, in another place. That is the location of the high-level castle where the Troll Lord that appears in the chat channel is located. After taking down the Iron Castle, Niga took the Iron Lord back to the Shadow Castle. IKA led the Shadows to the Troll Castle, which was another castle they had explored before. The Troll Army is a relatively powerful high-level army. The Troll Lord did not notice the Black Shadow at first, and the Troll soldiers resisted instinctively, but they were soon killed. The Lord came to his senses at the last moment and seemed to want to surrender, but by coincidence, a troll that was knocked away by the Black Shadow hit the Lord and smashed his head. He died directly at the hands of his own soldiers. In response, IKA remained expressionless and didn't care too much. Li Yuan said that anyone who was obedient could be taken back, but now that the Troll Lord was dead, it was not his fault. Before the Troll Castle collapsed and disappeared, the Shadows seized all the resources in the warehouse and rushed back to the Shadow Town with the resources. Since this place is beyond the territory, the harvest can no longer be automatically stored in the warehouse and has to be carried back by Black Shadow and his men. Under the night sky, the lights of the Shadow Castle are bright. Niga had already returned to the Shadow Castle with the Iron Lord. At this moment, Li Yuan was lazily lying on a chair in the yard, looking at the person kneeling on the ground in front of him with a smile. This person was the Iron Lord brought back by Niga. The Iron Lord knelt on the ground, trembling all over, because Li Yuan knew what he had done in the chat channel. When they met just now, Li Yuan made this clear directly. Therefore, the Iron Lord was simply frightened silly. In fact, Li Yuan really didn't have time to check the World Chat channel. After recruiting Sickle Shadow, he was ready to go to bed. But someone happened to see those chat messages. It was the little fairy Mo Shanshan who stayed up late. After seeing the chat message, Mo Shanshan notified Li Yuan in time. Therefore, he already knew the whole story before the Iron Lord arrived at Shadow Castle. Li Yuanjin didn't think anything of being exposed again. In the face of absolutely powerful strength, Those who play tricks and schemes are nothing more than clowns. Not to mention whether the Iron Lord's move would bring enemies to Li Yuan. If it could really attract other lords who covet the Shadow Town, then Li Yuan wouldn't have to go through the trouble of looking for them. If one comes, kill one at a time. If two come, kill both of them, and that's it. However, this incident did remind Li Yuan that there should be no other lords near the Red Moon Forest. No one should sleep soundly next to your bed. Li Yuan looked at the Iron Lord and smiled. Then he said, I'll give you a chance to live. Tell me about your Vulcan alliance. If you can satisfy me, I can spare your life. Chapter 88. If I want to see your heart, just take it out and see. The Iron Lord is a member of the Vulcan alliance, which Li Yuan did not learn from the news. It was the Iron Lord who had just said it himself, when Claw Shadow placed his claws on his throat. When the Iron Lord heard Li Yuan's words, he sold out the Vulcan alliance without hesitation. All these damn things, such as helping each other and being espionage, were thrown out his mind. Who wants to die when you can survive? Now Li Yuan is giving him a chance to survive. How can he not seize it? The Vulcan alliance might really be organizing forces to rescue him, but by the time they arrive, the grass on his grave will be 3 feet high. Besides, even if they come, we won't be able to defeat them. When the Iron Lord arrived at the Shadow Castle, he clearly realized that the Shadow Lord was much stronger than they had imagined, and was not someone their small group of Vulcan alliance could afford to provoke. The Iron Lord spoke for a long time before he finished explaining the situation of the Vulcan alliance, telling everything in detail. There are 12 lords in the Vulcan alliance, including the Iron Lord. The leader of the Vulcan alliance is the Vulcan Lord, and his troop type is the Lava Giant, which can barely be considered a top-level troop type. The other lords are all high-level soldiers, and their strengths are not much different. These dozen or so lords are all near the Red Moon Forest. Some are close, and some are far away. 1 top-level military force, and a dozen advanced military forces. It has to be said that this is a strong force. Perhaps there are only these lords in the Red Moon Forest now. The weak ones either died in the 2 beast tides, or the timid ones changed their jobs and became independent players. These few lords who possessed advanced troops were unwilling to give up and formed an alliance to face the crisis together. No, according to what the Iron Lord said, the goal of the Vulcan alliance, in addition to dealing with local forces, is to target the Shadow Town. After listening to the Iron Lord's narration, Li Yuan showed an amused look on his face. Interesting. Did you really form this alliance for me? The Iron Lord was sweating profusely, and he said quickly, Boss Dark Shadow, you are making fun of me. It is because we are ignorant and think too much. Boss Dark Shadow, I have said everything you asked me to say. Please spare my life. I am willing to be your territory in Iron Castle. Although I've lost all my troops now, I can still recruit 10 troops every day. Cyborgs are not as good as your demon troops, but they can still help you do something. At this point, the Iron Lord can only promote his own troops. Apart from his troops, he has nothing else to buy his life. Don't worry, don't be nervous. I'm a man of my words. If I say I'll spare your life, I will. Li Yuanshu raised his hand slightly, allowing the Iron Lord to stand up from the ground, and then said, I have a general understanding of the situation of your Vulcan alliance. The strength is still very good. However, it is just like that. That's right, compared to Boss Black Shadow, the Vulcan alliance is far inferior. The Iron Lord said with a smile. Li Yuan glanced at him and said with a half-smile, You are still a member of the Vulcan alliance, but now you have become the Vulcan alliance. Your attitude makes me feel very worried about you. If you meet other lords in the future, you will not sell me out again, right? Hearing this, the Iron Lord fell to his knees, almost prostrating himself on the ground. Boss Black Shadow, I submit to you sincerely and will never betray you. Please understand me, Boss Black Shadow. Li Yuan stood up from his chair and said, You are full of nice words. You must have watched a lot of melodramatic TV dramas. But I never believe in sincerity. So, I really want to see if your heart is true. Hearing this, the Iron Lord was slightly stunned and wanted to say something. But at this moment, the Iron Lord only felt a pain in his chest, as if something was being pulled out of his body. When the Iron Lord came to his senses, his pupils suddenly contracted and his face was full of fear. Right in front of him was a heart that was still beating. Bang, 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 bang. The Iron Lord lowered his head and looked at his torn chest, then looked at the bloody heart in Li Yuan's hand. He finally understood what Li Yuan said. I really want to see if your heart is real. The other party actually took out his heart. Dead, finished, completely finished. At the last moment when the Iron Lord was about to lose consciousness, in his blurry vision, the Shadow Lord stuffed his heart back into his chest, and then the wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He watched it all. The next moment, the Iron Lord was reborn, as if it was a dream. He lowered his head and touched his chest. Everything, including his clothes, was intact, as if nothing had happened just now. At this time, Li Yuan smiled and said, "Well, I've seen your sincerity. It's not bad. By the way, I don't know your name yet." My name is Chu Feng," the Iron Lord replied with a pale face. The scene that just happened didn't seem fake. It was very real. It was as if his heart was really dug out. Although he didn't know what had happened, the shock Chu Feng felt at this moment was many times stronger than before. If I say I want to see your heart, then take it out and see. Who the hell could have imagined this? It's so fucking horrible. Chu Feng, it sounds like the name of a protagonist. What a good name. Li Yuan boasted. Chu Feng didn't dare to respond. He knelt on the ground and didn't dare to say a word. After a moment of silence, Li Yuan continued, "The Vulcan Alliance wants to deal with me, so I can't just sit there and wait for death. Well, Chu Feng, are you willing to help me get rid of these threats? Of course, they're all your allies, and it's a bit difficult for you to kill them." "It's not difficult at all." Chu Feng waved his hands quickly and said righteously, "From now on, I am your dog, Black Shadow Boss. I will bite whoever you tell me bite. I only recognize you as my master. I don't recognize anyone else." "Very good. Your sincerity seems quite real." Li Yuan nodded with satisfaction. But when Chu Feng heard the word sincerely, his whole body trembled again, and he thought of the scene where his heart was dug out just now. Li Yuan turned around and said to Nijia, "Let all the sickle shadows come back." Niga nodded and disappeared from the ground in an instant. A moment later, 40 sickle shadows appeared in the yard. Kama Ying suddenly appeared, and Chu Feng was startled again, but after seeing Kama Ying's attire, he was not so nervous anymore. Black clothes and red eyes. These are the demon soldiers of the Shadow Lord. But the next moment, Chu Feng's eyes widened. In addition to the soldiers attacking his castle, there were so many demons here. There were 60 or 70 of them before, and now there are more than 40, making a total of more than 100. Li Yuan ignored Chu Feng's shock and said casually, "These troops are left to you." Chu Feng was confused. Li Yuan spread his hands and said, "Have you never seen Infernal Affairs? Don't you understand the meaning of surrender? If you want to surrender to me, you have to give me a surrender. Didn't I say that I want to deal with the Vulcan Alliance? Now it's up to you to do it. These 40 arms are at your command. Destroy the Vulcan Alliance." Chu Feng looked at the sickle shadows and hesitated to speak. Li Yuan saw what he was thinking and said with a smile, "Why? Do you think my troops can't handle it? Don't dare." Chu Feng thought for a moment and gritted his teeth and said, "Boss Black Shadow, your demon army is powerful. There is no doubt about that. However, based on my understanding of the Lord of Fire and his men, maybe they have already gathered together, and they are numerous and powerful." He didn't finish his words, but his meaning was very clear. The other side had a lot of people, more than a dozen lords combined, and at least several hundred types of soldiers. "Don't worry, just do it," Li Yuan said with a smile. Chu Feng could only reply, "Yes." At this time, he could only choose to trust Li Yuan. He felt that Li Yuan would never let him lead these soldiers to die. Perhaps the Shadow Lord had other arrangements, and he was just a guide. After thinking for a while, Chu Feng asked again, "Boss Black Shadow, have all those people from the Vulcan Alliance been killed? If you can make the other party surrender and become my territory, I will credit you with a merit." Li Yuan waved his hand and said, "Go ahead." Chu Feng didn't ask any more questions. What this meant was that those who were unwilling to surrender would be sent directly to the 18th level of hell. Understand? Chu Feng first bowed to Li Yuan, then bowed to the 40 sickle shadows, and then turned and walked out of the castle. But after walking a few steps, Chu Feng forced himself to stop and turned to face Li Yuan. "Oh, is there anything else?" Li Yuan asked. Chu Feng looked at Li Yuan cautiously and said hesitantly, "Boss Black Shadow, shouldn't we sign the territorial agreement first?" No hurry. Wait until you have dealt with the Vulcan Alliance." After Li Yuan finished speaking, he ignored Chu Feng and turned to walk towards the Xingyuan Tower. After hearing this, Chu Feng understood that if he didn't get rid of the Vulcan Alliance, he would never become a vassal of the Black Shadow Town. It is even unknown whether one can actually survive. "Boss Vulcan, I'm sorry. This is how the world is. The strong prey on the weak." Who made the Shadow Lord so strong? I don't want to die. At this moment, the scene of his heart being ripped out reappeared in his mind, making him leave the castle faster. Li Yuan stood at the window of Xinyuan Tower, watching Chu Feng leaving, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Originally, Li Yuan asked Niga and his men to show mercy and bring the Iron Lord back to Ollie just because he wanted to assimilate him into the Shadow. In this way, the Iron Lord cyborg troops can also be assimilated, which can increase the number of shadows. But now, since the Vulcan Alliance has offered it to me, wouldn't it be unfair to myself if I don't take it? The cleansing of the lords near the Red Moon Forest begins with the Vulcan Alliance. As for why Chu Feng is not assimilated into the Black Shadow now, it is mainly because the success rate of the Black Shadow mark is not 100%, and there is a possibility of failure. If Chu Feng can't hold on and dies, then this chess piece will be wasted. Judging from Chu Feng's words and actions, he is a little timid, but not too stupid. I believe that after the heart-to-heart scene, just now, Chu Feng also knows what the right choice is. Moreover, he should be able to use his identity as a member of the Vulcan Alliance to get rid of the Vulcan Alliance as soon as possible. You know what? At the moment of confession, Li Yuan felt a little disgusted at first, but afterwards he felt a little excited. It turns out that I am suitable to be a villain. Chapter 89. The power of the Shadow Lord makes me despair. In the Holy Source Tower, when IKA and his men put the harvest from the Troll Lord into the warehouse, Li Yuan received a prompt. 586 energy stones and 2 yuan crystals. There are some resources such as stone, wood, and food, but not many, and it seems that they have been almost consumed. However, compared to hunting wild beasts and monsters, the speed of accumulating resources and materials is still many times faster. Through the window of the Holy Source Tower, Li Yuan looked at the Black Shadow Crystal. The attribute-based military buildings allow the Shadow Crystal to now specify the military unit for recruitment. Compared with the rewards for upgrading the city at that time, Li Yuan chose to divide the attributes. Although Li Yuan had difficulty choosing the right type of soldier when recruiting soldiers, it did not mean that it was a problem with his IQ. If you choose to upgrade the city, you will save a lot of resources and definitely be ahead of other lords. But that would only improve the city. The barracks and other places would not get any improvement. At most, the Crystal Core defense would be improved a little. However, due to the existence of the Black Shadow Barrier, Li Yuan was not worried about the Crystal Core being destroyed at all. On the contrary, once the Shadow Castle becomes a city, his territory will expand many times. Will his existing troops be able to manage it? Especially the reputation value. It will definitely break the 100,000 mark, or even hundreds of thousands. In this case, how could those powerful local forces watch the emergence of a city built by visitors from another world? Li Yuan was no longer worried about the Crystal Core, because no one could break it. But now if you provoke multiple sanctuaries or divine beings to block the door and you cannot get out, how can you develop your territory? There's only a bare main castle barracks left. What's the use of it? How can we compete for supremacy among all races? Will it be a life of poverty for the rest of your life? One has to eat one bite at a time. Li Yuan felt that he was right to choose buildings with different attributes of troops. His IQ is normal. Some people always say that this place is forcibly reducing intelligence, which is helpless. I would like to say this. In the recent card issue, the reason why I got stuck was because I went back to read the chapter and paragraph reviews, which disrupted my mentality. First of all, I am not a god, and my IQ is not necessarily that high. If I were really high, I would write some brainless and cool novels. But since it was written like this at the time, there must be a reason. We all have God's vision and can see wider and farther. So we think the protagonist should be this or that. However, if we really want to throw everyone into this war continent as the protagonist, not everything we do will be 100% correct. Also, the town upgrade was not timely. They said they had other plans beforehand, but they still forced the town to be downgraded? I really don't understand. Finally, this is really a brainless article, written by an ordinary person, not a machine. Li Yuan fell asleep peacefully, not caring about anything anymore. IKA and Niga went out again, and IKA continued to investigate other castle lords outside the territory. Niga naturally followed Chu Feng secretly, which was Li Yuan's second arrangement. One is to guard against Chu Feng. After all, this guy has not yet been assimilated into the Black Shadow, and no one can guarantee that this guy will turn against them in the end. Although it will not pose any threat to Li Yuan, if the Vulcan Alliance runs away, it will be a huge loss. There are more than a dozen Lord's castles. That means a lot of resources. The second reason is that he is afraid that the Scythe Shadows really cannot deal with the Vulcan Alliance, so Niga can help them at that time. The territory is guarded by the Golden Holy Ape and Li Cheng and others, so Li Yuan has nothing to worry about. As for Chu Feng, Li Yuan paid even less attention to him. If Chu Feng can get things done well, Li Yuan will spare his life as promised. If you can't do anything, you will have to be thrown into the shadow world and feed those shadow beasts. It is true that Li Yuan urgently needs more black shadows, but he will not accept useless ones and waste the resources that the black shadows have fought hard for. At this time, Chu Feng, with 40 sickle shadows, had already left the black shadow territory. However, Chu Cheng did not return to the Iron Castle because his castle had long been gone, leaving only the castle crystal core with Li Yuan. After Chu Feng left the black shadow territory, he originally wanted to go directly to the castle of the Lord of Fire. But on second thought, he gave up. If he attacked so openly, he would probably suffer heavy losses. As Li Yuan thought, Chu Feng is not stupid. Whether you can survive is one thing, whether you can live well is another. Chu Feng knew very well that he not only had a hand in a letter of surrender, but also had a hand in a letter of surrender that would satisfy Li Yuan. In the Shadow territory, he didn't see any other lords who wanted to surrender. So, if he showed enough value, he might become the first person to surrender to the Shadow Lord, and his future would definitely be bright. The Vulcan Alliance must be done beautifully. Boss Black Shadow didn't let me kill all the lords of the Vulcan Alliance, so he probably still wants to use them for his own purposes. If you can persuade them to surrender, then persuade them to surrender. If that doesn't work, then kill them. Chu Feng secretly made up his mind and used all his brain cells to think of a relatively perfect plan. These 40 demon soldiers are not too strong. They are level 5 and less than level 6. It has been said in the Alliance group that everyone is now rushing to the Vulcan Lord's castle, and 4 lords have already arrived at the Vulcan Lord's castle. A head-on confrontation is not advisable. Chu Feng looked back at the sickle shadows with a helpless expression. He had talked to these sickle shadows, but they completely ignored him. Therefore, there is no way to come up with a solution with these sickle shadows. While rushing towards the territory of the God of Fire, Chu Feng was thinking of a solution. Finally, when he arrived outside the Vulcan territory, Chu Feng opened the internal chat group of the Vulcan Alliance. "Brothers, come out. I have something to say." Chu Feng decided to use the simplest method and tell the truth. After all, not every lord in their small group wants to confront the Shadow Lord. Seeing Chu Feng appear again in the Alliance group, the lord in the small group immediately popped up a lot of messages. "Fuck, Steel, you finally spoke. If it weren't for your name, I would have thought you were killed by the Shadow Lord. What's the matter? Why haven't you spoken for so long? Tell me in detail what happened when you arrived at Shadow Town. Have you figured out the combat capability of Black Shadow Town? Steel, hold on. We are ready to rescue you. All we need is your intelligence. Speak, Steel. What's going on over there in Black Shadow Town? Tell me quickly. Where is he? In which direction of the Red Moon Forest? Has Lord Dark Shadow signed a territorial agreement with you?" Those who were in the Vulcan castle of the Vulcan Lord and those who were on the road were all asking Chu Feng a barrage of questions. After waiting for a while for the message to appear, Chu Feng replied, "Everyone, give up. We can't be the opponent of the Shadow Lord. His strength is beyond your imagination. There are only more than 10 of us lords, and we can't be his opponent at all. Everyone knows that the Shadow Lord is strong. I just want to ask how strong you are and what makes you strong. Yes, it's normal for him to be strong. How many types of troops does he have? No matter how strong he is, are we afraid of him with so many of us? Don't worry, we will come to rescue you." At this time, as the initiator of the Vulcan Alliance, the Vulcan Lord seemed to have noticed something and sent out a message. "Steel, you betrayed us?" Chu Feng replied, "You are right, I betrayed you. I had no choice. The power of the Shadow Lord made me feel desperate. I could only make this choice. I am here now to give you a chance to choose. The Shadow Lord said that he is not a person who kills indiscriminately. As long as everyone is willing to surrender and become a vassal of the Shadow territory, we can all survive." Chapter 90. Either surrender directly or fight. When they heard Chu Feng directly admit his betrayal, everyone in the Vulcan Alliance was furious. "Damn it, Iron Lord. We had an agreement when we formed the alliance. We all helped each other and fought against the enemy together. You are a veteran of our Vulcan alliance. How could you betray me? Iron, you bastard. Don't let me meet you. I will kill you first. Boss Vulcan, just use the agreement to kill this grandson. I thought you were my good brother, you idiot. Are you in the shadow territory now? Come back if you dare. I will kill you. Chu Feng replied in the group. Don't forget, everyone. In our alliance agreement, except for being a spy, there is no restriction on death. I pretended to surrender to Black Shadow Town for you. If Black Shadow hadn't generously spared my life, I would be dead now. As for this matter, I have already fulfilled the agreement with the Vulcan Alliance, so I have not let you down. This time, I'm under the order of Boss Black Shadow to lead the demon team to deal with the Vulcan Alliance. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. I am now outside the territory of the god of Fire Castle, and the demon soldiers have surrounded you. Why didn't I deal with you right away? It is also because we are all members of the Alliance that I am giving you a chance to survive. With my recommendation, Black Shadow Boss can forgive all other matters and you can become Black Shadow Boss's territory. Everyone, if anyone is willing to surrender, please tell me in private. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone else. Just help me deal with the others when I attack the Vulcan Castle. I only bought you 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the Demon Squadron will launch an attack on the Vulcan Castle. So, please make your... Chu Feng replied very quickly, for fear of being kicked out of the group. As a result, he was kicked out of the group chat by the God of Fire before he could finish the last sentence. However, I've said almost everything that needs to be said. Chu Feng glanced at the Vulcan Castle from a distance with a slight smile on his face. This is Chu Feng's method. He wants to disintegrate this fragile alliance from within the Vulcan Alliance. Mainly, he was really worried that 40 Sickle Shadows would not be able to deal with so many lords. There were at least 400 types of soldiers in the castle of the God of Fire. If you attack rashly, you might even lose your life. If he hadn't shown enough value, would the Shadow Lord save him? Impossible. Yes, Chu Feng guessed that Li Yuan had also followed, but he just didn't notice it. Otherwise, how can these 40 demon soldiers defeat more than 10 lords? Of course, this was Chu Feng's misunderstanding of Li Yuan. Li Yuanjin didn't think of letting Chu Feng demonstrate his value. He just wanted him to lead the way. According to what Li Yuan thought, the Sickle Shadows just needed to charge forward directly. Those who refuse to obey will go to see the King of Hell, and those who obey will be taken back. It is as simple as that. 40 Sickle Shadows are just dealing with a Vulcan alliance. It is not that difficult at all. At most, it just takes more time. Besides, with Niga following them, the Vulcan alliance is nothing and can be destroyed in a snap. Li Yuan never expected that Chu Feng would have so many ideas. However, it must be said that Chu Feng's plan was still very good, because the Vulcan alliance was a hastily formed alliance for the sake of survival. The members have only known each other for a short time, so they don't have a very strong relationship with each other. Therefore, his words, if left in the alliance chat group, would definitely take root in the hearts of those lords. In fact, it was true, and soon the smile on Chu Feng's face became even more intense. Someone has already sent him a private message, and there is more than one person. At this time, in the main castle lobby of the Vulcan Castle, 11 lords were sitting quietly. The Lord of Fire sat at the main seat at the big round table, with 5 lords on each side, all of whom had just rushed over from other places. The face of the God of Fire Lord was as gloomy as water, and the expressions of the other lords were also somewhat ugly. The atmosphere was silent, and the few words Chu Feng left in the group made the relationship between them become weird. Including the Lord of Fire, they all secretly mobilized troops and kept a close eye on other lords. They can't see private chats, so who knows if there is anyone who is already contacting Chu Feng secretly. Maybe someone has already contacted us. Who could that person be? Therefore, they must be on guard so that if someone around them attacks them at this time, they can respond accordingly. It can be seen that Chu Feng's move was very harmful. He alienated these lords with just a few words. However, what they were afraid of was certainly not Chu Feng himself, but the demon team that Chu Feng mentioned. The demonic army has surrounded the God of Fire's territory. A minute later, a giant lava beast came to the lobby, lowered its head, and whispered a few words in the ear of the Vulcan Lord. The Lord of Fire nodded and said to everyone, "My troops told me that no enemies were found around my territory." Upon hearing this, the other 10 lords suddenly had different expressions. So, the Iron Lord is trying to trick us? The demons from Dark Shadows didn't come. What if it's true? Let's fight. I don't believe they can handle so many of us. My elemental fireman is no pushover. A man's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Steel is not weak, but he betrayed us after meeting the Shadow Lord. You mean you want to surrender? Have you contacted Steel? Contact your mother. Maybe it's you. You appear to be desperate, but secretly you have already communicated with Steel and are going to join Black Shadow. Fuck you, say it again. What's wrong with you? Alpaca, what the hell? Whoever contacts me is a bastard. What the hell are you arguing about? What should we do now? What else can we do? Either we surrender directly, or we fight. Do you even need to tell me that? As everyone quarreled, time passed by, and the few with bad tempers made the quarrel even more unbearable. The soldiers behind the lords were extremely cautious, as if they were afraid of being stabbed in the back. That's enough. The Vulcan Lord shouted loudly, and the quarrel stopped. He glanced at everyone present coldly and said in a deep voice, "Don't forget that the original intention of our establishment of the Vulcan Alliance was to deal with the Shadow Lord. If you still recognize the Vulcan Alliance, take out the Castle Crystal Core and give it to me for safekeeping." When these words were spoken, all the other lords changed color. "Lord Vulcan, what do you mean by this? We are allies, not your territories. If I give you the Castle Crystal Core, wouldn't that mean you can control it? Impossible, don't even think about it. The Castle Crystal Core is connected to our lives. What are you thinking about? Everyone, don't be anxious. Let's first listen to what the Lord of Fire wants to do." The Vulcan Lord looked around again and said, "What the Iron Lord said is nothing more than an attempt to alienate us and make us doubt each other. This also shows one thing, that is, they do not have the strength to deal with us all at once. Otherwise, why would they say so much? They could just attack my territory directly and kill all our troops. Isn't it okay to talk about other things later? Don't be scared by this traitor." Chapter 91. Nigga appears, strange operation. Obviously, the Lord of Fire was not stupid, and he immediately understood Chu Feng's plan. But for Chu Feng, this was not a problem at all, as his plan itself was an open conspiracy. After all, everyone knows how powerful the Shadow Lord is. The only difference is whether the demon soldiers who followed Chu Feng to the territory of the God of Fire this time can deal with them together. After hearing what the Fire Lord said, the other lords fell silent. But someone still said, "Even if that's the case, I can't give you the Castle Crystal Core. Forget about it." That's right. Other things are easy to deal with, but it's safer to hold the Crystal Core in your own hands. Another lord said. The Fire Lord said expressionlessly, "I know what you were worried about. I can sign a life and death agreement with each of you. After I get your crystal cores, I will never do anything harmful to you. I will just keep them for you temporarily. As long as you get through this difficult time, I will return the crystal cores to you intact. I have no other thoughts. I just want to make sure that everyone can work together and not doubt their comrade around them during the battle. The life and death agreement has been sent to you. You can sign the agreement first, and then give me the crystal core." After saying this, the Fire Lord said no more and waited for other people's reactions. Although his words were not very clear, everyone knew the significance of the Vulcan Lord's actions. Handing over the crystal core means returning to the Vulcan Alliance, otherwise you'd be a traitor. While these lords were hesitating, no one noticed that the shadow in the dark corner of the hall seemed to fade a little. At the same time, outside the territory of the God of Fire, Chu Feng was talking to several lords who contacted him. But at this moment, a voice came to Chu Feng's ears. "Tell the people you're talking to listen to the Vulcan Lord and give him all the Castle Crystal Cores." Chu Feng was startled and turned around quickly, only to find that Nigga had been standing behind him without him noticing. "General." Chu Feng came back to his senses, overjoyed, and bowed to Nigga without panicking. As expected, the Shadow Lord had other arrangements, and General Nigga probably brought other demon soldiers with him. Nijian nodded and said, "Do as I say." After saying that, Nigga disappeared from the spot, seemingly unwilling to communicate more with Chu Feng. Nigga had been following Chu Feng and the others all the way, and had no intention of intervening at this time, but he thought of something. Li Yuan assimilated the human soldiers in the Great Zhou Castle, seemingly intending to expand the Black Shadow Legion. As one of the 9 generals, Nigga has his own thoughts and wisdom. Naturally, he wants to help his king solve problems. Now is an opportunity. That's why he showed up and instructed Chu Feng to let those lords who were preparing to turn against him hand over the crystal cores to the Lord of Fire. But Chu Feng was a little puzzled. This operation was very strange. Letting the Lord who has already contacted him hand over the castle crystal core to Lord Vulcan. Wouldn't this be giving Lord Vulcan and his men a chance? But this was Nigga's instruction, most likely the order of the Shadow Lord. So how could he dare to refuse? Perhaps the Shadow Lord wants to wipe out the Vulcan alliance in one fell swoop. Chu Feng immediately sent private messages to those lords, and after some persuasion, he finally convinced them to give the castle crystal core to the Lord of Fire. After the conversation, Chu Feng spoke directly and shouted loudly in the direction of the fire god's territory. Everyone, there are only 5 minutes left. The demon soldiers seem to be unable to wait any longer, so everyone should make a decision quickly. I have privately chatted with my 5 friends. When the time comes, you guys take action. We will work together from inside and outside. When Chu Feng's voice came, the 11 lords in the castle left their seats almost at the same time, and their troops were dispatched together, protecting their respective lords firmly in the middle and being on guard against each other. The 5 lords have already had private conversations with Chu Feng. Although they also knew that this was Chu Feng's method, they dared not disbelieve it. That's human nature. It's impossible to trust anyone else when your life is at stake. At this moment, the only thing they can trust is their own troops. The Fire Lord glanced in the direction where the voice came from, secretly cursing the Iron Lord in his heart, and angrily said, "Why don't you hand over the crystal core at this time? If everyone pays, I will pay," said a lord. The other lords also had the same attitude, but no one was the first to hand over the crystal core. The God of Fire was also helpless about this. He tried to force these people to hand over their crystal cores, but although his lava beast was strong, it could not deal with so many lords. To this end, he did not hesitate to have a private chat with the lord with whom he had the best relationship at a great cost and asked him to come forward and hand over the crystal core and set an example for others. As long as they handed over the crystal core, regardless of whether they had a private chat with Chu Feng or not, they would have to join them in fighting against the demonic troops. A young lord, the elemental lord, finally stood up after getting the promise from the Fire Lord. "Let me do it. I believe in the Lord of Fire's deduction. There won't be too many demon soldiers coming this time. We will definitely win." As he spoke, the elemental Fire Lord delivered the crystal core of his advanced castle to the hands of the God of Fire Lord. "It's your turn, everyone." The other lords looked at each other, and 4 more lords gave the crystal cores in their hands to the Lord of Fire. Now the situation becomes 6-5. 4 lords gave the castle crystal core to the Lord of Fire, but the other 6 lords did not. The lords who handed over the crystal cores, as well as their troops, now stood behind the Lord of Fire. 6 pairs of eyes stared at 5 pairs of eyes, and the atmosphere suddenly became confrontational. But surprisingly, these 5 lords all gave the castle crystal core to the Lord of Fire. This made the Fire Lord feel vaguely uneasy. Chu Feng said that 5 lords had contacted him. Although it might be an exaggeration, it was definitely true that someone contacted him. In other words, there must be traitors among these 10 lords, and it is very likely that they are one of these 5 lords. But why did this traitor give him the castle crystal core? What was his purpose? But time was running out, and the Vulcan Lord had no time to think about it. Anyway, now that he has the castle crystal cores of other lords, he is not afraid of them doing something reckless. He can destroy the opponent's castle at any time. At least, for now, everyone is tied to the same line. The Fire Lord glanced at the lords and said solemnly, "I won't waste any more time. Since you are willing to trust me, I will not let you down. I will definitely find a way out for you. Now, follow my orders and lead your own troops. With a number of troops from the 3 families, form a defensive formation in the 4 directions of east, south, west, and north. The Fire Lord and I will guard the front gate." "Forget it. Let's go guard the front door." A lord stood up and said, "You are holding all of our castle crystal cores now, so nothing can happen to you." "That's right. You might as well not go out. Just let your troops go out." Another lord said. The Fire Lord thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, I'll rely on you tonight. Together we can break the legend of the Shadow Lord." "Just do it. Stop talking so much nonsense. Who will guard the east with me?" "I'll go with you. I'll go west first." Soon, everyone except the Vulcan Lord went out to deploy defenses. The Fire Lord sat on a chair, guarded by 2 giant lava beasts, one at level 7 and the other at level 8. Listening to the noise coming from outside, the Fire Lord frowned. He looked down at the pile of castle crystal cores on the table in front of him, and always felt that something was wrong, as if things were going too smoothly. The next moment, the Fire Lord's face changed drastically. Chapter 92. The town crystal core self-destructs, mirror field. The god of fire stood up suddenly, and even the chair behind him fell backwards. However, a big pink hand held the chair firmly. At the same time, the flames on the two lava beasts beside the Fire Lord went out silently. In an instant, the two giant lava beasts turned into two black stone statues, without any breath of life. The Fire Lord's Adam's apple bulged, as if he wanted to speak, but the big pink hand had already pressed on his shoulder, making him sit back in the chair. Fine beads of sweat formed on the face of the Fire Lord and flowed down his cheeks. He had a feeling that if he made any more movement, the big hand on his shoulder would crush his head. I thought you weren't afraid of death. Nigga stood beside the Fire Lord and spoke playfully. The Fire Lord swallowed and was about to speak, but at this moment he saw the shadow in the corner slowly moving. Soon, a strange creature with black eyes and red eyes appeared from the shadows. This is a devil. The Fire Lord's pupils shrank, and he looked at the person next to the devil and couldn't help but let out a miserable smile. Lord Black Shadow, what a great trick, Lord Vulcan said to the figure. At this moment, Chu Feng was completely confused. He was just about to give the order for all the sickle shadows to attack the territory of the god of fire. But before he could say anything, the people were brought into the castle by the sickle shadows. Chu Feng looked at Nigga, then looked at the two giant lava beast statues next to the Lord of Fire. Are you the Lord of Fire? Chu Feng asked the Lord of Fire. After hearing this, Lord Vulcan was also a little confused and asked, Aren't you Lord Black Shadow? At this time, Chu Feng had already seen a pile of crystal cores on the table. He glanced at Nigga and immediately understood the scene in front of him. No wonder Nigga asked him to ask those who had privately told him that they were ready to defect to the Shadow Lord to take out the castle crystal core. It turns out that Nijia has been waiting here for a long time. The castle crystal cores of all the lords are here. Now that we have captured the Lord of Fire, it is equivalent to capturing all the lords. What else can the lords do after getting these crystal cores? Chu Feng was moved and bowed to Nijia, saying, General, you are so talented. He is just a recruited soldier, but he has such intelligent thinking. He is worthy of being called the Demon General. With almost no effort, all the lords were taken down. Although the lords outside don't know it yet, their lives already belong to the Shadow Lord. With such troops, how could the Shadow Lord not be strong? Then, Chu Feng straightened up and said to Lord Vulcan with a smile, How can I be the Black Shadow boss? I'm the Iron Lord. Oh, Lord Vulcan, I really can't believe that we would meet under such circumstances. He had never been to the Fire God territory to meet the Fire God Lord, so the Fire God Lord naturally didn't know him. So he mistook him for Li Yuan. You are the Iron Lord. Upon hearing this, the Fire Lord raised his eyebrows, but did not say anything else. He just stared at Chu Feng coldly. Chu Feng smiled and walked towards them, reaching out to take the pile of crystal cores. However, when Chu Feng's hand was about to touch the crystal core, a black knife covered with barbs fell down, just short of cutting off his hand. A sickle shadow appeared and stopped Chu Feng from taking the crystal core. The next moment, the sickle shadow disappeared with 10 crystal cores. Chu Feng saw this. Fear flashed in his eyes, and he hurriedly bowed to Nijia in panic and said, I'm sorry, General. I just want to help. The Lord of Fire glanced at Chu Feng and sneered, Oh, it seems that you haven't done well after following the Lord of Black Shadow. You are so servile to a soldier. Besides, it seems that he doesn't trust you that much. Hearing this, Chu Feng didn't care and said with a smile, It is my honor to be a dog for the Black Shadow boss. Although Li Yuan is not here, General Nigga is here. He believed that Nijia would tell Li Yuan everything he said and did during this trip, and Chu Feng would naturally not give up the opportunity to show his loyalty. The God of Fire Lord could not deny it, snorted lightly, and said nothing more. Just at this moment, a lord walked in cursing. Is that bastard Steel playing tricks on us? There are no demons outside. The Shadow Lord might be. He wanted to say that the Shadow Lord did not send demons to attack the God of Fire's territory, but before he could finish his words, he saw the scene in the lobby. When the Lord saw the Fire Lord being captured, his face suddenly changed, and he retreated quickly. But after taking a few steps back, he remembered something and asked the Lord of Fire with an unpleasant look, Where's my castle crystal core? They took it away. The Fire Lord raised his hand and pointed at Nijia and Chu Feng and sighed, "Let everyone in." "Good." The Lord also smiled bitterly, turned around, and walked out. Neither Niga nor Chu Feng tried to stop him, and allowed the Lord to go out and find other lords. After a while, all 10 lords came to the lobby. No one brought troops in. The crystal cores are all in other people's hands. What's the point of bringing troops in? They're all captives now and are very clear about their identities. They had just prepared a large wave, but before they could do anything, the Shadow Lord's troops directly seized the crystal core of their castle. Seeing the 10 lords coming in, Chu Feng glanced at them and took the initiative to introduce himself. "Hello everyone, I am the Iron Lord. Friends who just sent me a private message. Please come over here." The 10 lords looked at each other, and then all of them walked towards Chu Feng. Not to mention the god of fire, even the 10 lords themselves had strange expressions. It turns out that everyone is afraid of death and has surrendered. Niga, who was standing behind the Lord of Fire, had a flickering look in his eyes at this moment. These humans were really indescribable. He acts in one way on the surface and another way behind the scenes. It is revealed vividly. Just now a group of people were shouting for war and killing, but it turned out that they had secretly sent a private message to Chu Feng and surrendered the Black Shadow Town. If he had not taken action, perhaps Chu Feng would have been able to easily take over the Fire God's territory. It's just that it won't be as perfect as it is now. In fact, this is true. If Niga had not intervened when Scythe Shadow attacked the castle of the God of Fire, the other lords would have instantly turned against him with their troops and directly joined Scythe Shadow to surround and kill the lava beast of the Lord of Fire. Chu Feng looked at the Lord of Fire with a smile and said, "Lord of Fire, look, it seems that no one wants to die with you. Our alliance is actually a joke." "Yeah, it's really a joke." The God of Fire laughed at himself. To be honest, he didn't expect that so many people would choose to betray him. According to his plan, there should be only 3 or 5 people. Chu Feng glanced at Nijia and asked, "General Nijia, how do you arrange for the Lord of Fire?" He wanted to kill them. He was sure that he could suppress the others, but the Fire Lord was a stubborn person. He had been targeting the Shadow Lord since the establishment of the alliance. It would be difficult for him to truly surrender. Even if he surrendered to the Shadow Lord, he probably wouldn't be treated well in the future. Before Niga could speak, the Fire Lord took the initiative to speak. "No need to arrange for me. I've already arranged everything, including you." As soon as the words fell, the whole castle began to shake and the scene continued to expand. When many lords saw this, some of them couldn't help but exclaimed, "You actually gathered all the resources to upgrade the town." That's right, the advanced castle of the Lord of Fire is currently upgrading the town. The Fire Lord smiled and said, "Yes, I have gathered them a long time ago, and I was going to give you all a surprise. But who could have thought that a Shadow Lord would scare you into such a state? Haha, since you don't want to die with me, then I can only take you with me to die." "What are you going to do?" Chu Feng asked loudly, instinctively feeling the crisis of death. The Fire Lord raised his lips and replied, "Didn't I tell you to take you with me to die? The town will destroy itself. Don't you understand? Fuck, are you fucking crazy? Lord Vulcan, if you want to die, why do you have to drag us along? Stop, you lunatic." When the lords heard the words of the God of Fire, they were terrified. Even Chu Feng, who had always been full of confidence, changed his expression and there was some despair in his eyes. Town, 9th level crystal core. How powerful is the self-destruction power? The 11 lords, including him and all the soldiers under his command, will definitely not escape death and will be buried with the Lord of Fire. The same goes for those demons. They're only level 5 and they have to die too. Although General Niga is powerful and appears to be at the 9th level, a 9th level warrior would be seriously injured if not killed under the self-destruction of the town, and it would be impossible to save him. In the end, everyone will die. No wonder the Fire Lord acted so calm just now. He might have already made such a plan when he was caught by Niga. "Lord God of Fire, you have such a cruel heart." Chu Feng gritted his teeth. The Lord of Fire grinned and said, "You forced me to do this. If you had listened to me and dealt with the Lord of Darkness, why would I do this? The Lord of Darkness killed my brother, and I want to avenge him. What's wrong with that? It's you who didn't help me. It's you who didn't help me." After hearing this, Chu Feng was stunned for a moment, and finally understood why Lord Vulcan was unwilling to surrender to Lord Black Shadow, even at his death. It's not about fighting for hegemony, but because the Shadow Lord killed his brother. The castle was shaking and still expanding, and giant lava beasts had already gathered at the entrance, preventing anyone from breaking out. The troops of other lords were also outside fighting the lava monsters, trying to rescue their lords. The town was upgraded instantly, and the self-destruction program followed. Boom boom. Located above the main castle, the castle crystal core, which already possesses 9th level power, is beginning to show cracks. Powerful force burst out from the cracks in the crystal core. Just then, Niga, who was behind the Fire Lord, spoke. I was going to spare your life, but you were determined to kill my king. You deserve to be killed. The Fire Lord did not even turn his head, shook his head and sighed. It's a pity that the Dark Lord did not come, otherwise he could have come with me to see my brother. However, the death of your soldiers is also a big loss for the Dark Lord. Is the town's self-destruction strong? If you want all of us to be buried with you, then you may be overthinking. Niga let go of the Fire Lord, and an extremely powerful force burst out from his body. At the same time, a black mirror emerged and quickly grew larger. At the moment when the Vulcan town was about to self-destruct, the entire castle was absorbed by the mirror. At this moment, the mirror seemed to have turned into a small world, swallowing up the god of Fire Castle, and then exploded upside down in the mirror. The Lord of Fire was also in the mirror and was subsequently submerged by the ruins of the castle. Snap! When the Vulcan town self-destructed, huge energy fluctuations caused ripples on the mirror surface. But there was no sign of breakage on the entire mirror surface, and not a single bit of energy leaked out of it. At this time, in the original territory of Vulcan town, the castle and all the other buildings were gone, leaving only a flat ground. On the plain, the 11 lords had no idea what was going on. They all stared with their eyes wide open and their mouths wide open, all of them stunned. Elsewhere, groups of soldiers of various types were also staring blankly at the mirror in the void. Except for the Lord of Fire, other lords and soldiers were not harmed by the self-destruction of the town's crystal core. Including the lava beast of the Vulcan Lord, everyone was safe and sound. It was not until the Vulcan castle and the mirror world disappeared in a thin air and returned to its flat black state that Niga's figure reappeared. Take the people back to see the king. Niga stood in the void. His eyes fell on Chu Feng, and then disappeared into the night. The Black Mirror just now was exactly the realm that Niga had condensed after advancing to the sanctuary after the official beast tide, the Mirror Realm, able to absorb people and objects into the mirror field. As long as the energy does not exceed the maximum limit that Niga can withstand, it can be suppressed. The self-destruction of a mere 9th order crystal core, although powerful, is naturally nothing to a sanctuary like Niga. Only after Niga's figure disappeared did Chu Feng and the other lords come to their senses. A lord looked at the place where Nijia was before in shock and asked weakly, "Is this the demon army of Lord Black Shadow?" "Yes, he is one of the soldiers of the Shadow Lord." Chu Feng replied dryly. The lord asked again, "Is the strength of this army 9th level, or Holy Domain? It should be the Holy Land, right?" Chu Feng swallowed and replied. He always thought that Niga was at the 9th level, but he never thought that Niga would be at the Holy level. After all, it is only the 8th day since everyone arrived at the War Continent. How could they upgrade their troops to the Holy Realm in just a few days? But at this moment, the facts are before them. It can withstand the self-destruction explosion of the 9th level town crystal core and protect them unscathed. Who can achieve such strength except from the Holy Land? The other lords were silent as well. They were just shocked, countless times, and extremely grateful. Damn, the Shadow Lord's troops all have strong sanctuary warriors. Fortunately, they all agreed to Chu Feng's surrender. Otherwise, if he followed the Fire Lord to fight with the Shadow Lord, he would die without knowing how. From now on, you'll be a good dog for the Shadow Lord. Chapter 93. Everyone was shocked. Greetings to the Lord of Shadow. The Vulcan Lord was reduced to ashes along with the town, but his troops are still there. Among the 36 lava beasts, Chu Feng and others killed 2 that were loyal to the Lord of Fire, and the rest were all suppressed. As for the resources of the Vulcan castle, they had naturally been emptied by the Scythe Shadow before the castle destroyed itself. After suppressing the lava beast, Chu Feng glanced at the other 10 lords and said, "Now that things have come to this, I hope everyone can restrain their thoughts and stop doing things that will lead to death, such as talking nonsense in the chat channel. Of course, if you want to die, I can't stop you." As soon as these words were spoken, The lords immediately echoed them. That's a must. If you still do this now, won't that just make yourself unhappy? Don't worry, Iron Lord. We are all in the same boat now. We are not like Lord Vulcan, who has a grudge against Boss Black Shadow. We just want to survive now. Speaking of which, the Lord of Fire is really hiding something. Damn it, he actually wants to drag so many of us to die with him. Boss Black Shadow is really good at hiding. His troops are all in the Holy Land. Hey, the Holy Land. Iron Lord, you have met with Boss Black Shadow. When you are over, you must say a few good words to your brother. Is the Black Shadow boss easy to talk to? Oh, he should be a man, right? Thinking of the scene when the Lord of Fire's castle self-destructed, these lords were still frightened. If it weren't for the appearance of a Saint Nigga, they would all have died. But they were both afraid and curious about the Shadow Lord they were about to meet. After all, the Shadow Lord has always been a mysterious existence and has almost never appeared in the World Chat channel. You'll know what kind of person Black Shadow Boss is once you meet him. Alright, stop talking. Now hurry to Shadow Town. Chu Feng waved his hand to interrupt the Lord's words and asked them to take their respective troops and rush to the Black Shadow Town together. When they arrived at the territory of Shadow Town, it was still dark. Nigo appeared and led them into the town territory. The king is resting. You just wait here. The king will summon you when he wakes up. After saying this, Niga ignored them and disappeared. Chu Feng and the other 10 lords did not dare to express any dissatisfaction. They all stayed in their territories obediently and did not dare to move around at will. Although they could see villas and houses in their field of vision, they did not have the courage to live in them. Everyone could only stand in the shadow territory, looking at the town in front of them with curiosity and shock. Their territories are all mid-level and high-level castles, and they have never seen what a town looks like. The Vulcan Lord's castle was upgraded to a town at the last minute, but unfortunately they didn't look closely at it at the time, and the town collapsed as the crystal core self-destructed. Is this the town? It looks so majestic. My main castle doesn't seem to be as tall as that castle. There's so many buildings. Is that tower a special building? Look at that city wall. Those are defense towers, right? Oh my god, there are dozens of defense towers. Oh my god, that's it. If Sombra doesn't send out any soldiers, I can't get in even if I shoot. Don't even mention you. Even our Vulcan alliance can't break in. I'm helpless. This is the gap between us and the first place. I've decided. From now on, I will follow Black Shadow Boss obediently. What kind of bullshit fight is this? Do I have the qualifications to do that? That's right. Hugging thighs is the kingly way, and Boss Black Shadow is the golden thigh among thighs. My troops are not weak. When I meet the Black Shadow Boss, I must show them off. The lords discussed in low voices, all thinking about how to demonstrate their value and strive for a good future after the Shadow Lord appeared. Shut up. But at this moment, a loud shout rang in their ears, shaking them dizzy. The figure of the golden holy ape appeared before their eyes. However, the golden holy ape just scolded them, and his tall and majestic figure walked through their sight without paying any attention to them. Chu Feng glanced up at the castle building and quickly lowered his voice and said, "Stop talking. Don't disturb Black Shadow Boss's rest." Everyone nodded in agreement and shut their mouths decisively. They were afraid that if they opened their mouths again, the giant demon ape would slap them to death. But they also saw surprise on each of their faces. The Shadow Lord's army is composed of demons, so there is no need to think too much about this monster. It must have been conquered by the Shadow Lord. A magical beast that is at least a 9th level elite beast can almost destroy their castle. These lords once again gained a new understanding of the strength of Shadow Town and the background of Shadow Lord. And this is not all, because they have not seen other types of demon soldiers with their own eyes. That night, the 11 lords were like good children. Regardless of their sore legs and sleepiness, they all kept their mouths shut and stood quietly until dawn. I have no complaints, and I dare not complain at all. Around 10 o'clock the next morning, Li Yuan walked out of the Xinyuan Tower. After resting for a few hours, I feel full of energy. Li Yuan was just about to stretch when he saw a large group of soldiers of various types and the lords outside the castle. At the right time, Niga's figure emerged and appeared beside Li Yuan. Li Yuan glanced at Nijia and asked, "Is this the person from the Vulcan Alliance?" "Your Majesty, yes, they are the 11 lords of the Vulcan Alliance." Niga replied respectfully. Li Yuan was a little surprised and said, Didn't Chu Feng say that the Vulcan Alliance only had 12 members? How come he brought back so many? At that moment, Niga told Li Yuan everything that happened last night, no matter how big or small. I killed the Fire Lord's brother. Li Yuan sneered. Nowadays, not many lords died at his hands. Could it be the lord of the Great Zhou Castle, or the middle-aged lord with a big beard? But at this point, it doesn't matter who the Fire Lord's brother is. After all, the Fire Lord has died and gone to accompany his brother. Li Yuan didn't think about it anymore and asked Nijia, "Okay, I got it. By the way, how is the situation in IK? Your Majesty, IK has not returned all night, and we don't know what the situation is for now," Niga replied. Li Yuanxian thought for a moment and said, "Maybe he's still investigating other castle lords." "Well, what about those sickle shadows? Were they idle last night?" Nijia replied, "No. After we came back last night, I sent the sickle shadows into the Red Moon Forest to kill monsters and level up." "Good job." Li Yuan originally wanted to pat Niga on the shoulder, but he found that he was half a body shorter than Niga, so he had to give up. "Bring those lords in. I'll wash up and eat something first." After saying that, Li Yuan walked towards the castle, while Niga went outside the castle to inform Chu Feng and other lords of the Vulcan Alliance. Under the leadership of Niga, Chu Feng and others came to the castle yard. About an hour later, Li Yuan slowly walked out of the castle. Seeing Li Yuan, Chu Feng and the other 10 lords all rushed to bend down and kneel on the ground, as if they were afraid of being late than others. Greetings, Lord Shadow Lord. Chapter 94. Lucky Draw Opportunity, Rabbit Talisman, and Sky Magic Energy. All the lords kept a very humble attitude and dared not be less humble. The Fire Lord, who never bowed his head or bent his waist, was now waving to them from hell. Li Yuan looked at these lords and had no intention of asking them to stand up. He glanced at everyone, and finally his eyes fell on Chu Feng. Through Niga's report to him, Li Yuan naturally knew what this guy did last night. This guy is indeed a real villain, full of sinister schemes. Similarly, it can also be said to be a talent. To others, people like Chu Feng are useful, but they dare not use it indiscriminately, because no one knows when this guy will stab them in the back. But Li Yuan didn't care and just wanted to understand the Black Shadow Mark. As long as Chu Feng can withstand the assimilation of the Dark Mark, he might become the most capable dog under his command in the future. The premise is that he can resist and survive. Taking his eyes off Chu Feng, Li Yuan looked at the other lords. "I heard that everyone is willing to transfer your territory to the territory of my Black Shadow Town." Hearing Li Yuan's question, everyone replied in unison, "We are willing." "Okay, then send me the territorial agreement." Li Yuan didn't say any more nonsense and directly asked these lords to initiate the territorial agreement. Whether these guys can be assimilated into Black Shadows is another matter. The territorial agreement must be signed first, and before the Black Shadow Mark can be bestowed. After all, accepting the territory comes with a chance to extract magical skills. If the Black Shadow Mark is granted first, there's a chance that some lord may not be able to resist and die. Wouldn't that be a waste of opportunity? With 11 territories, there should be a chance to draw a prize this time, right? The last time that the Zhou Castle became his territory, it did not provide any lottery opportunities, and Li Yuan felt a little regretful. Chu Feng and the others had made up their minds to join Li Yuan, so naturally they had no objections and quickly sent their respective territorial agreements to Li Yuan. After receiving the agreements, Li Yuan directly signed his name on these 11 agreements. Suddenly, all the information about the territories, castles, etc. of these 11 lords appeared in front of Li Yuan. But Li Yuan did not pay attention to the information of these lords for the time being. He was looking at the official prompt box, his eyes filled with a hint of anticipation. After half a minute, Li Yuan finally showed a slightly excited smile on his face, and the prompt box really appeared. "Shadow Lord, you have successfully acquired a territory and gained a chance to extract a magical skill. Do you want to proceed with the draw immediately?" "Shadow Lord, you have successfully acquired a territory and gained a chance to extract a magical skill. Do you want to proceed with the draw immediately?" Moreover, it's not just one chance to draw a lottery, but 2 chances to draw a lottery, which is a huge burst of luck. "I'm so lucky this time. 2 chances to win the lottery." Li Yuan could hardly suppress the joy in his heart. He didn't even bother to pay attention to Chu Feng and the others. He turned around and walked towards the castle. Chu Feng and the others looked at Li Yuan's response with bewilderment on their faces. Just sign an agreement, and that's it? But soon, 2 black balls of light flew out from the door of the castle lobby. I don't need trash in Black Shadow Town. So, only after you pass my test can you become a true vassal of my Black Shadow Town. I hope you all survive. Listening to Li Yuan's voice, especially the last 2 sentences, all the lords changed their expressions. Test? Survive? Could this test be life-threatening? For a time, these lords fell into endless panic. Someone wanted to ask a question, but just as he opened his mouth, 2 black light balls in the air moved. A ball of light fell on the heads of these lords, instantly split into 11 parts, and sank into their brows. Another ball of light flew out of the castle and came to the territory outside the yard, above the troops of the lords. Similarly, the black light ball shattered into hundreds of rays of light, shooting towards the bodies of these various soldiers. In an instant, the black shadow mark began to assimilate. Screams and roars of pain could be heard from the castle yard and the territory outside. However, Li Yuan, who was in the castle lobby, turned a deaf ear to this and whispered, "Draw the magical skill immediately, twice at a time." After a moment, the prompt box popped up again. "Congratulations, Shadow Lord. You have obtained the sky magic energy in this draw." "Congratulations, Shadow Lord. You have obtained a rabbit talisman in this draw." Seeing the demonic energy in the sky, Li Yuan frowned slightly. He had to admit that he was a little disappointed. The sky magic energy has 2 main functions. The first is flying in the air, and the second is limb regeneration. Now Li Yuan possesses the magic energy of the moon, and under the control of gravity, he has the ability to fly. The horse talisman that has been obtained can instantly restore the body to its original state, which is on a level higher than the limb regeneration of the sky magic energy. The function is duplicated. Li Yuan shook his head slightly, but there was nothing he could do about it, since it was his fault for winning the lottery. Fortunately, the second rabbit charm I drew was not bad. The rabbit charm represents extreme speed. Possessing the rabbit talisman, one can move at incredibly fast speeds and can also add this speed to anything. In addition to this, the rabbit charm can also enhance the owner's thinking and reaction abilities, which means that physical movements will also be accelerated. Chapter 95, Conflict of Talisman Power, Arrangements by the Territorial Lord. There is one more important point about the rabbit charm. When the rabbit talisman is enhanced and strengthened to the extreme, it can even break through the speed of time, surpass the speed of light, and break the limitations of time and space. Travel through the timeline to a certain extent and go back to the past. In the original book, there's an ion frequency beam enhancement, but here, Li Yuan naturally does not have such a thing. If he wants to unlock the time and space impulse, he has to rely on his personal strength. Now he is not even in the Holy Realm, and it is obviously beyond his ability to transcend the limitations of time and space. Just as Li Yuan was recalling the sky magic energy and the rabbit talisman, the 2 rewards automatically emerged. A little rabbit and a purple gas quickly entered Li Yuan's body and merged with him seamlessly. Feeling the 2 extra forces in his body, Li Yuan's eyes twitched slightly. He didn't seem to make any movement, but the air around him seemed to ripple, and an energy stone appeared in his hand. Although it seemed that he was still standing there without moving, he had actually been to the warehouse. The energy stone in Li Yuan's hand is the evidence of his trip to the warehouse. Going back and forth to the warehouse, just 1% of a second? Not bad. Not bad. This speed is very strong. Although Li Yuan is unable to exceed the speed of light at this moment, his current speed has already exceeded the speed of sound. Li Yuan could originally travel through shadows with the help of the Dark Shadow World, and the extreme speed possessed by the Rabbit Talisman undoubtedly made his mobility even better. As for the Sky Demonic Energy, the 2 abilities in his memory were not very good, but Li Yuan also tried them a little. Purple Demonic Energy burst out from Li Yuan and immediately dispersed in all directions. Seems interesting, Sky Weather ability. Surrounded by the demonic energy in the sky, Li Yuan could clearly feel that he seemed to be able to forcibly change the weather in the sky. The next moment, Li Yuan appeared directly above the castle, stirring up the demonic energy in the sky again. Suddenly, the world, which was originally a sunny day, fell into darkness, and the next moment, the sky returned to normal. But then the sun disappeared, large flakes of snow fell from the sky, and the cold wind was howling and biting. A few breaths later, Heavy rain began to fall in the snowflake world again, pouring down like cats and dogs. The cycle of the 4 seasons, the change of weather, and the lack of sunshine and rain were all presented in Li Yuan's hands in just a dozen seconds. However, with Li Yuan's current strength, he naturally cannot change the celestial phenomena of the entire war continent, and can only manipulate it on a small scale. He is able to control the territory of Shadow Town. With this ability, it would be nice to be a farmer. The ability of sky demonic energy is okay, but it is not so satisfactory against the masters of this mythical Western fantasy world. To a certain extent, it is not as good as the 2 abilities of limb regeneration and flying. Of course, it would be quite interesting if it were used together with other abilities. For example, when it's raining heavily and there's a thunderous attack, wouldn't you be numb? As the saying goes, there are no useless props, only useless people who don't know how to use props. This is the truth. After all, it is one of the evil spirits of the 8 demons, so it certainly cannot be useless. There is naturally a certain difference between possessing the sky demonic energy and the strength of Shimu, the sky demon itself. The coordination between spells, the coordination between magic energy, and the coordination between spells and magic energy has yet to be developed. However, the power of the talisman in my body seems to be in conflict now. Li Yuan carefully felt the demonic energy and the power of talismans in his body, and could clearly feel that the several talismans he now had seemed difficult to cast at the same time. It was not impossible, but it was not so easy to use, and there was a sense of stagnation. After thinking about it, Li Yuan quickly guessed the reason. The powers of the 12 talismans are relatively chaotic and uncoordinated, and some of the powers are even mutually reinforcing and counteracting. These forces exist in a person's body at the same time, and when they converge, they will obviously cause certain conflicts and confusion. However, among the 12 talismans, there is one that is specifically designed to solve this problem. Tiger Talisman. This talisman has auxiliary power that can balance the power of other talismans and can perfectly solve the problem of power confusion. At the same time, it can also bring out the power of each spell to a greater extent. I hope I can get the Tiger Talisman soon. Li Yuan sighed secretly in his heart, but drawing the magical skill reward was something that was beyond his control. I can only get the chance to draw the lottery as soon as possible, and hope that I can be lucky again next time I draw. After getting familiar with the 2 new powers, Li Yuan flew down and returned to the yard. At this time, the assimilation of those lords and arms by the Black Shadow Mark has also been completed. There were 11 lords, but now only 5 are left. In other words, 6 lords could not resist the assimilation of the Black Shadow Mark, and all died. When Li Yuan appeared again, the remaining 5 lords knelt down to Li Yuan at the same time. Meet my king. Compared with the previous kneeling, this time there was something called fanaticism in their eyes. After they assimilated, they already knew the changes in their bodies. Immortal, shuttling through shadows. Any one of these 2 attributes is enough to drive anyone crazy. So what if you work as a dog for the Shadow Lord? You will definitely make money. In addition, they were also impressed by how Li Yuan changed the weather in the sky with a wave of his hand above the castle just now. Such means are no less than those of gods. Therefore, when they met Li Yuan, their loyalty to the Shadow Town was also increasing rapidly. When they first arrived, they were more afraid. After all, their crystal cores were controlled by Li Yuan, so they had to obey and were afraid of death. As for their loyalty at that time, it was at most 50 to 60%. If the castle crystal core had not been controlled, there was a high probability that they would have rebelled. Now, the loyalty of these 5 lords to Li Yuan has increased to between 85 and 90. Of course, they became Li Yuan's territorial lords, and naturally, they also had the loyalty blessing of the Holy Source Tower. Within a day or 2, their loyalty will increase to 100% and remain stable at 100%. When their loyalty reaches 100, they're almost the same as Sombra. Loyalty will not fall. Then he would no longer have any thoughts of rebellion and would only fight to the death for Li Yuan. Fight again after death, fight again after death. However, Li Yuan kept them not for these few people, but only for their respective arms. Just a few people, it doesn't matter. The key point is their barracks. They can continuously recruit soldiers, which is equivalent to providing Li Yuan with shadow soldiers. The shadow transformed soldiers also have a loss rate, but with 5 barracks, no matter what, the number of soldiers recruited every day exceeds the number of shadows recruited by Li Yuan himself. Although he is not a genuine shadow warrior, his attributes are not much different, and he can also charge in a battle for him. Moreover, these arms can still maintain their original capabilities. Everyone, get up. Li Yuan nodded to everyone and glanced at the lords. As expected, Chu Feng, the Iron Lord, really managed to survive the transformation into a film. It can be seen that this man is still very strong in spirit. Li Yuan didn't have much impression of the other four people. So, Li Yuan retrieved the specific information about the territories of these people. As for the 6 dead lords, Li Yuan didn't pay any attention to them. There was no point in caring about them. Unfortunately, their castle crystal core was also shattered, but Li Yuan did not receive the energy stone reward. If your family's land is destroyed, you will not be able to receive rewards. In theory, Li Yuan could use their castle crystal cores to strengthen the Shadow Town crystal cores, but they couldn't do that if they wanted to shadow it. You can only choose one of the two. You can't have both. 6 castles can only provide more than 3,000 energy stones, which is a pity. However, compared with the value that these lords who remain now will create in the future, these 3,000 energy stones are nothing. Li Yuan glanced at these lords and said, "Please introduce yourselves." Hearing this, 5 lords, including Chu Feng, stood up one by one. Your subordinate Chu Feng. Your subordinate Qianjiang. Your subordinate is Zhao Yunlong. Your subordinate is Su Fengyan. Your subordinate is Li Qiye. Li Yuan listened to these people's self-introductions while also comparing their territory information. Li Yuan knew the information about Chu Feng's territory, so he didn't go to check it out. This guy's troops are cyborgs, but all of them were killed by Black Shadow before, and now he is left alone. Qianjiang, the lord of the castle, a high-level castle. The second-level barracks recruits intermediate-level soldiers, the 2-armed violent bears, and there are currently 17 of them. The double-armed violent bear has thick skin and strong flesh, and its fighting ability is not bad. Otherwise, the Qianjiang castle would not have been upgraded to a high level. Zhao Yunlong, lord of Tunglong Castle, an intermediate castle. The second-level barracks recruits high-level soldiers, the Weapon Soul clan, and the current number is 15. The Weapon Soul clan is a branch of the human race on the War Continent. They are no different from humans in normal times, but can summon weapon souls to fight in battle, and they have swords, spears, swords, and halberds. Su Fengyan, lord of Liangshan Castle, high-level castle. The second-level barracks recruits high-level soldiers, elemental firemen, and there are currently 19 of them. The elemental fireman is equivalent to a fire elf. He is born with the ability to manipulate fire, and his strength should not be underestimated. Li Qiye recruited mid-level soldiers, human swordsmen, and there are currently 9 of them. This type of soldier is just an ordinary human being who practices swordsmanship. Relatively speaking, their combat effectiveness is average. Of course, weakness is relative, and Kendo itself is not weak. If these swordsmen were to be promoted to a high level, or even to the Holy Realm, their combat power would be very strong. In the War Continent, there are many powerful human swordsmen, and they seem to have formed a very strong local force. Li Yuan had seen it in the announcement. It seemed to be called the Kendo Guild, and it was spread across 7 continents. In the future, we will definitely come into contact with the Shadow Territory, and it will be a situation where it is either you die or I live. Li Yuan compared the self-introductions of these lords and knew all their information. Their troops have their strengths and weaknesses, but that's not a big problem. With the attributes of Sombra, even if they're not strong, they will become strong. Immortality and indestructibility. Self-destruction means eternal damnation. In fact, the number of soldiers of these lords is more than just this, but their soldiers have just been transformed into shadows, and quite a number of them have died. Now that we know each other, the next step is how to arrange these people. Li Yuan pondered for a while, and then came up with a plan in his mind. Chapter 96. Next target, Takken Plains. Li Yuan wanted these 5 lords to recruit soldiers for him, so they must rebuild the castle barracks. So now there are 2 options. First, let these lords rebuild their castles and barracks within their territories or nearby. Second, let them leave the Shadow Territory and rebuild elsewhere. Comparing the 2, each has its advantages and disadvantages. The first option is that the recruitment and assimilation of troops can be carried out almost at the same time, and it is conducive to the integration of the troops of these lords. But now the town's territory is not that big, only 5 kilometers. A bunch of castles standing here seem a bit redundant. mainly because Li Yuan doesn't like these lords gathering here. In the Red Moon Forest, there can only be Shadow Castle. In the future, this will be the palace of his Black Shadow Empire. How can there be all kinds of people inside and outside the palace? This is inappropriate. If there really were any, they should be the palace maids and eunuchs who served him, as well as the 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines. If we need to guard the Shadow Corps is enough, there is no need for these miscellaneous soldiers. Therefore, Li Yuan planned to let these 5 lords leave their territories and expand their territory to other places. Anyway, they have already been transformed into shadows and can go back and forth through the shadows at any time. At that time, Li Yuan can also use them to travel through the shadow world and reach where they are, which can also expand Li Yuan's range of activities. Instead of traveling directly, these lords or soldiers will take him there. As long as he is positioned once, Li Yuan can travel by himself. On the map of Andira, the Red Moon Forest is located in the west of Andira and is shaped like a delta. Further west is the end of Andira, and at the far west is the even vaster Endless Sea. Therefore, the north and south directions of the Red Moon Forest actually end up being the Endless Sea. Only in the east is there a vast plain, which is the Takkan Plain. The female lord who has angel soldiers is right here. Outside the Takkan Plain is the Amo Gobi Desert where the Mozhan Mountains are located. After crossing the Amo Desert, you will reach the central part of Andhra Pradesh. In the central continent, that is where the local forces thrive and develop. Various forces are intertwined, and it is the central area of Andira state. If you could be king in central China, you will basically be the king of Andira. Li Yuan's goal is very clear. What he has to do now is to deal with the other lords and local forces around the Red Moon Forest first. Next, of course, is the Takkan Plain. If Li Yuan's shadow wants to get out of the Red Moon Forest, he will definitely not be able to bypass the Takkan Plain. As for the Endless Sea behind the Red Moon Forest, let's not consider it for now. After all, the Endless Sea is too big, separating the 7 continents of the War Continent. There is no need to get involved now. Therefore, Li Yuan would arrange Chu Feng and other lords as the vanguard camp to be the first to enter the Takkan Plain and take root. After Black Shadow has dealt with the Red Moon Forest, he will go to Takkan Plains to meet up with them. At that moment, Li Yuan gave the order. You guys will take the troops and head east to the Takkan Plain in a moment. Try to collect the resources you need to rebuild the castle along the way. If you encounter a strong enemy, there is no need to tangle with them. If you encounter other lords or local forces, come back immediately to report your location coordinates. Your goal is to reach the Takkan Plains and find a suitable place to rebuild the castle. Find out all the information about the lords and local forces in the Takkan Plains. Of course, you must also vigorously develop your territory in the Takkan Plains. You can't just hide and collect intelligence. Also, after recruiting your troops every day, bring them all back first. Do you understand? Everything? Chu Feng and others immediately replied, Understood. At this time, Chu Feng opened his mouth slightly, as if he wanted to say something, and Li Yuan looked at him. Chu Feng gritted his teeth and whispered, Your Majesty, there is no danger for me to go to the Takkan Plain. However, my castle is gone now, and I don't have any soldiers. I'm afraid it will be difficult to rebuild the castle in the short term. 2. Li Yuan thought for a moment and said, The Lord of Fire still has 11 lava giants left. You can take them away. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chu Feng bowed and replied without saying anything else. Li Yuan nodded and said again, We need to go to the Takkan Plain quickly and rebuild the castle and barracks quickly. You guys already know each other beforehand and are now my territorial lords. You are working for me, so you need to work together and help each other. Don't be lone rangers. We will work together and devote ourselves to the great cause of the king's empire. The lords did not say the words die first because there was no point in saying it. Generally speaking, it is difficult for them to truly die as long as Li Yuan does not die. Okay, then everyone go ahead. I hope everyone can rebuild the castle barracks soon. The sooner the better. These guys won't be of much help to him if they stay, so the best option is to rush to the Takkan Plain as soon as possible. With a wave of his hand, Li Yuan returned their castle crystal core to them. As long as the castle crystal core is still there, they can recreate their previous castle buildings, and so on, by spending a certain amount of resources and materials. Li Yuan was not worried that there would be problems if they took the crystal core. After all, they were now part of the territory of Shadow Town. No matter where these guys were, they would be blessed with the loyalty of the Holy Source Tower and would not be able to have any other thoughts. The only thing to worry about is that after these guys rebuild the castle, they encounter opponents stronger than them. Once the enemy is strong enough, they will not be able to collect the crystal core in time and travel through the shadows to return to the Shadow Castle. If the castle crystal core is destroyed in this situation, these lords will also die. This is an unusual situation. If Li Yuan doesn't die, they will also die, truly die, and will not be able to be resurrected again. The city was destroyed and people died. This was the official setting, and even they couldn't resist it after being transformed into the film. At least before Li Yuan surpasses the official, this setting is something he cannot cross now and must abide by. However, this is uncontrollable. The specific situation depends on their respective luck. If he dies, he dies. At most, it will be the loss of a source of shadow soldiers. It will have no impact on Li Yuan himself. The five lords xie and left one after another, but Li Yuan stopped Xu Feng and said to him, "You can rebuild your castle a little further east, closer to the Amo Gobi Desert. You can also pay attention to whether there are dwarf lords there. If you find any, contact me in time." "Yes, your majesty." Zhu Feng ziplit zet pet fun. Li Yuan nodded and waved to let Xu Feng leave. The reason why Xu Feng was asked to get close to Amo Gobi was naturally to confirm the specific location of the little fairy Mo Shanshan. There are so many mountain dwarves in the fairy castle. There are thousands of them. There is even a sanctuary among these dwarves. It would be such a waste if it is not shadowed. Chapter 97. To do business, you still need someone to help you. The five lords left the castle and gathered outside the territory. After discussing for a while, they headed towards the Takgon Plain. In the War Continent, there are actually quite a few moving teams like theirs. Together, we can avoid many unknown risks. After Li Yuan watched them leave, he started to check his own warehouse. Before the destruction of the God of Fire's castle, the side shadows moved all the things in the warehouse back. Not only the supplies of the Vulcan castle itself, but also the supplies of the other 10 lords are temporarily stored in the Vulcan castle warehouse. Xu Feng and his men naturally needed supplies to rebuild the castle, but Li Yuan did not provide them. If you want supplies, go find them yourself. He recruited his subordinates to work for him, not to be their babysitters. As for Mo Shanshan, although Li Yuan had given her a lot of things, they were basically profitable and not given away for free. The resources in Li Yuan's warehouse did not change much, except that there were more than 2,000 energy stones, but not much more stone and wood. It was mainly the Vulcan Lord who upgraded the town. He not only used his own materials, but also most of the materials from the other 10 lords. Otherwise, Li Yuan would have hundreds of thousands of stones and wood. Now, wood is only a little over 70,000, and stone is only a little over 40,000. The iron essence is still the same, less than 60,000 units. Therefore, if you want to upgrade the Shadow Territory to a mid-level town, the two resources of stone and wood are still in short supply. Wood requires 1 million units, and stone requires 50 units. 100,000 units of iron essence are needed, but there is no rush. The little fairy Mo Shanshan will slowly get them for him. In addition, Li Yuan will continue to reap rewards as he cleans up the Red Moon Forest. With the addition of more than 2,000 energy stones, Li Yuan now owns a total of 4,980 energy stones. I need more Yuan crystals, plus the 50 or so from before, there are now 62. It is still a long way from the 10,000 energy stones and 500 elemental crystals required to upgrade to level 5 crystal. But don't forget, Li Yuan still has a lot of things at the auction that have not been sold. A unicorn crystal alone might be enough to gather all the energy stones needed to upgrade to a level 5 shadow crystal. Maybe Yuan Jing will still be a lot worse by then, but it's not a big problem. Li Yuan still has great confidence in himself. If I can't gather them all, other lords will not be able to gather them either. As for the stone and wood materials, Li Yuan just didn't want to waste the Black Shadow's time. Otherwise, he would have gathered them quickly. There is no shortage of stones and trees in the Red Moon Forest. Li Yuan took a look at the trading square and found that the price of the drawings he put up had risen a lot. Especially for the unicorn crystal, some lords have already offered a price of 7,000 energy stones, while others have offered 97 yuan crystals. There is still more than 10 hours until the end of the auction, so there is no rush. This is the price. It's still a little bit lower. After thinking about it, Li Yuan directly contacted the little fairy Mo Shanshan. "Li Yuan, come out and do something." Little Fairy Lord, Black Shadow Cauldron, what's going on? Li Yuan, go find my auction item, the Unicorn Crystal. Fairy Lord, okay, I found a Shadow Cauldron. Wow, this is the barracks building blueprint? Are you going to sell this too? Li Yuan, we don't need it, so let's not talk about it. Just listen to me and make an offer. Little Fairy Lord, haha, Black Shadow Cauldron, I understand you wanted to be a stooge. Li Yuan, that's right, I was acting as a shill. I raised the price of energy stones to 10,000 yuan, and yuan jing to 200 yuan. Little Fairy Lord, adding so much at once, isn't it too high? Why not add it slowly? Li Yuan, it's okay. At worst it will fail to sell. I can just keep it and find a way to use it later. Little Fairy Lord, okay, I'll go right away. Soon, the auction price of the Unicorn Crystal Blueprint soared to 10,000 energy stones, or 200 yuan crystals. This price is indeed a bit high. But compared to the value of the Unicorn Crystal itself, this is nothing. Instead of letting the fairy increase the price slowly, it is better to raise the price all at once, so that other lords who are eager to get the Unicorn Crystal, or those who are still waiting and watching, will know that there are people who are richer than them and want the Unicorn Crystal more than them. The main thing is that Li Yuan is giving them time to prepare energy stones and yuan crystals. Such a high price was something that not only other lords, but even Li Yuan himself could not afford. But now there's an alliance. Resources can be shared, they can borrow and crowdfund to gather these resources. If we work together, we may be able to get it together. It just depends on whether these people are willing to give it up. Just as Li Yuan said, if it was really bought by Mo Shanshan and failed to sell, the worst that could happen was that he would just keep it for himself. This time, recruiting Chu Feng and his territories as his own gave him an idea. This Unicorn Crystal can be used. Although it cannot become the barracks of his castle, it can become the troops in his territory. It's very simple. First, capture a castle of the light neutral camp, and let him build the Unicorn Barracks first. Then, Li Yuan just needs to sign a territorial agreement with the other party, and the Unicorn of Light will be transformed directly. The Unicorn Crystal is just SOSO. If Li Yuan attacks the territory of another high-level troop, the effect will be the same. Or if it is auctioned off, then we can find the lord who bought it and take it down directly. It's also a good choice to throw it away now to exchange for some resources to upgrade the barracks. It will be sooner or later anyway. Afterwards, Li Yuan sent another message to Mo Shanshan. Pay more attention to this auction. If the price doesn't change, just increase it a little bit. Little Fairy Lord, Oak, I know, I've seen this trick on TV. Li Yuan, well, you also need to make reasonable arrangements for the dwarves on your side. Some of them should be used to refine iron essence, and some should be used to forge weapons and equipment. Little Fairy Lord, I understand. Li Yuan, I understand. The official beast tide has passed. You should focus on these two matters. Little Fairy Lord, no problem, don't worry about the Black Shadow Cauldron. Little Fairy Lord, the Black Shadow Cauldron, someone is following it. Someone is following it. After seeing Mo Shanshan's reply, Li Yuan opened the auction room, and as expected, the auction price of the Unicorn Crystal had increased a little. 1,100 energy stones. The yuan crystals did not move, and there were still 200 of them. After all, this thing was much harder to obtain than the energy stone. Li Yuan smiled. There's indeed a difference between having someone to support you and not having someone to support you. If you don't push them, you won't know how many resources other lords can gather. Before he knew it, it was already noon. Suddenly, Li Yuan, who was basking in the sun, received a notification message. Shadow Lord, your troops destroyed the enemy's castle crystal core. You will obtain all the supplies in the other party's warehouse, and also receive an extra 500 energy stones as a reward. Seeing this prompt message, Li Yuan didn't understand. It was obvious that IKA and his friends had found another castle in the Red Moon Forest. The lord of the castle refused to surrender and was killed by IKA. Chapter 98, Sky Wolf Lord and Tat Alliance. The Red Moon Forest is very large, and it will take time for IKA to lead the team to clear out the other castle territories in the Red Moon Forest. Therefore, Li Yuan had no intention of letting them come back for the time being. Even after they came back, they couldn't upgrade for a while. After all, they were all at level 8 or 9, and a lot of energy was needed to upgrade. The focus of the upgrade now is the 40 sickle shadows. After a night and half a day of killing monsters in the Red Moon Forest, more than 10 of them have been upgraded to level 6. At this time, The number of ferocious beasts and magical beasts increased again outside the Red Moon Forest. However, compared to before the 3 waves of beast attacks, the number of ferocious beasts and magical beasts has obviously decreased a lot. At least in Li Yuan's territory, there are basically no magical beasts or ferocious beasts to be seen. There must be more ferocious beasts and magical beasts in the direction of the Takgon Plain. However, the side shadows naturally do not need to go far away. The magical beasts in the Red Moon Forest are enough for them to kill. Moreover, IKA will destroy the castle crystal core, and all the black shadows, including Li Yuan, will receive some energy rewards. Red Moon Forest, north of Shadow Town. After destroying a lord's castle, IKA and his companions traveled thousands of kilometers north and unexpectedly discovered another castle. It can be seen that there are really quite a few castles near the Red Moon Forest. The 12 lords of the Vulcan Alliance who had just been defeated, the Bearded Lord, and the Troll Lord who was killed by his own troops. In front of him was the Lord of the Great Zhou, and the Lord who was destroyed by the Lord of the Great Zhou. Going back further in time, there was a stupid lord who was led out of the castle by his own troops and killed by goblins. These are just the lords that Black Shadow encountered. There are 16 in total. There is no doubt that there were deaths in other places, such as those captured by beast tides or destroyed by local forces. Of course, there are also those who change their jobs or move away. And now, the castle lord that IKA met was in the process of moving. The enemy's troops are flying troops, with bodies resembling wolves and birds, and belong to the advanced black wolf bird type. In the sky above the lord's castle, there were about 30 black wolf birds flying in formation away from the Red Moon Forest. In the middle of the formation, there is a black wolf bird with a young man in gray clothes on its back. The other black wolf birds all had some supplies tied to their bodies. Judging from the direction they were obviously going to migrate to the Takgon Plain to get away from the Red Moon Forest. If you didn't meet me, you could just leave. Since this general has seen you, you should stay. As Ika's voice fell, he waved his hand, and the black shadows behind him scattered and disappeared. The first to attack the black wolf bird was Fei Ying, who also had the ability to fly. The flying figures soared into the sky, and the leader was a 9th order flying figure. He stood in the air, with a wave of light coming out of each of his palms. The black wolf bird in the front of the opponent was only a 6th level bird. It was crushed into pieces by the light wave without even making a scream. However, these light waves did not break up, but instead split into thin waves, which coiled around the other 3 black wolf birds. Boom! With a loud bang, Fei Ying used light waves to smash the 3 black wolf birds to the ground. The young man in gray in the middle of the black wolf bird formation naturally discovered that his troops were attacked and shouted loudly, "Protect me and run." Suddenly, more than a dozen black wolf birds changed their formation, guarded the young man in gray in the middle, and flew quickly in another direction. The young man in gray was also trying to see what had attacked him. What kind of monster is this? No, I can't view the monster information. This is not a monster. Is it a military type? At first, the young man in gray thought he was attacked by some kind of flying monster. But when he wanted to obtain information about these flying beasts, the display showed unknown, which was obviously the army of other lords. In other words, there's a lord leading his troops to snipe him. Fuck, I just moved and you came to me. You must have been watching me for a long time. However, the young man in gray did not dare to order the black wolf bird to turn around and surround and kill those flying soldiers. He saw a flying soldier that just appeared and killed his 6th level black wolf bird instantly. These flying soldiers were stronger than him. While escaping, the young man in gray was asking for help in the Alliance group. He is a member of the Anti-Alliance. The Anti-Alliance is not comparable to the Vulcan Alliance. The number of its members has been increasing all the time and is almost 200. The Sky Wolf Lord moved this time at the invitation of the Angel Lord, the initiator of the Anti-Alliance, who wanted to relocate the castle to the Takgon Plains. Urgent. Urgent. I was on the way to migrate, but was sniped by a ruthless guy. The enemy is very strong, and they also have flying troops. There are not many of them, but my troops are no match for them. I'm currently located east of the Red Moon Forest, just past Waluo Lake. If there are any allies nearby, please come and help me. If there's no support, I might have to die here. The young man in gray sent several messages asking for help in the internal group of the Anti-Alliance. Now, he was very nervous. Even though the enemy only had 6 flying soldiers, They all seemed stronger than his black wolf bird. Seeing that the troops in the rear were being killed one after another, they might catch up soon. At this time, some people in the anti-alliance group began to respond. What's going on? You were ambushed right after moving. Your luck is so bad. I was by Hualuo Lake before, but now I'm almost at Tatgon Plains. Sorry, I can't come. No matter how many troops the enemy has, leave some of them to fight to the death. Just run. As long as you are alive, you still have a chance. Hualuo Lake? I'll be there in a few minutes. Hang in there. I seem to be quite close to you. By the way, do you know who ambushed you? It must be the random guys. I saw a lot of people saying they were attacked by the random guys. Damn, what a bunch of rubbish. I'm afraid there aren't many lords around the Red Moon Forest. The Red Moon Forest itself is full of dangers, and there's also a big evil Lord Black Shadow. Shit, could it be the Shadow Lord's troops? Aren't the Shadow Lord's troops demons? They're not flying troops. Who told you that demons don't have wings? Lord Skywolf, please tell me quickly, what kind of soldiers are chasing you? Are they black with red eyes? The young man in gray was the Skywolf Lord. He was reading the news while running away frantically. When the Skywolf Lord saw this message, he looked back and his soul almost jumped out of his body. Black skin, red eyes. Aren't those flying soldiers? They're killing his black wolf bird now, like this? The Skywolf Lord replied in the group in near despair. These soldiers look a bit like bats. They have black skin and red eyes. Damn it, they are not the demon soldiers of the Shadow Lord. Fuck me. After receiving the reply from the Skywolf Lord, the anti-alliance group was silent for a moment. 80% chance it's the Shadow Lord. I'm sorry, Lord Skywolf. I want to help you, but I'm powerless. Sorry. I can't use the Dark Shadow Lord's demonic troops. Ahem, Skywolf Lord, you're on your own. I won't come here to die. Sorry, brother. Although it is not 100% certain that it was the Shadow Lord who was attacking the Skywolf Lord. But when the name of Lord Shadow appeared, those who had originally planned to support Lord Skywolf decisively chose not to die. There is no way. The Shadow Lord is the number one among more than 800 million lords. There are not many people who can go to provide support. If they go, they will just be delivering food. Not only will they fail to save people, but they will also have to sacrifice themselves. At this moment, they could only mourn in silence for the Sky Wolf Lord. When the Sky Wolf Lord saw the news, the little hope he had was instantly shattered, and he was truly in despair. Angel Lord, you founded the Anti-Alliance. Why don't you come and help? Don't forget, I also lent you 600 energy stones. Now, the Sky Wolf Lord's last wish is to form the Angel Lord of the Anti-Alliance. The Angel Lord's troops are angels, which are not much weaker than demons. If the Angel Lord was willing to lead the angel troops here, he might have a chance to escape. In fact, Angel Lord Yishui had already seen the information in the chat group, because Shadow Lord was the keyword in her message prompt. Yishui did not expect that the Shadow Lord would act so quickly. After the beast died, he continued to attack the lords near the Red Moon Forest. She could see that the Shadow Lord was going to clean out the other lords of the Red Moon Forest. If she had the same strength as the Shadow Lord, she would probably do the same and not give other lords a chance to survive in the Red Moon Forest. But there was one thing that puzzled her. Since the Red Moon Forest was a forbidden place, why did the Shadow Lord do this? Logically speaking, the Shadow Lord should move the castle. Setting up a base camp in the Red Moon Forest is undoubtedly like burying a time bomb under one's own castle that can explode at any time. Is the Shadow Lord so powerful that he ignores the Red Moon Forest? Or has the Shadow Lord found a way to resolve the threat posed by the Red Moon Forest? Or is it simply to attack other lords and get the rewards for the enemy castle battle? Facing the questioning of the Sky Wolf Lord, Yishui was also in a difficult position. She wanted to take a picture of the Unicorn Crystal Barracks building, so she borrowed a lot of energy stones from her allies. The Sky Wolf Lord was also very generous. He transferred 600 coins to her at that time and did not even ask for interest. But now the Sky Wolf leader wants her to go there in person to provide support, which is simply not realistic. Not to mention whether her angel team can defeat the Shadow Lord's demons. Even if she rushes over now, it will be too late. After a moment's silence, Yishui replied in the group, Sky Wolf, give up your other supplies and let your strongest troops take you away. Don't take anything else. Just survive. As long as you can reach the Tatgon Plains, I will provide you with all the supplies you need to rebuild the castle. Sky Wolf, it's not that I don't want to save you. It's just that I'm too far away from you. Sorry. Chapter 99. Anyone who dares to insult my king shall be killed without mercy. What Ishwe said was true. She really couldn't make it because it was too far away from the Red Moon Forest. But it was impossible for the Sky Wolf Lord to understand her. You and multiplied by you and multiplied by. After a burst of cursing, Sky Wolf stopped sending messages and had no time to send messages. With a loud clatter, the black wolf birds he arranged to cover the retreat were constantly killed and fell to the ground like dumplings. In less than a minute, only 20 of his black wolf birds were left. Even with the 2 beast-tide attacks, the Sky Wolf's troops had never suffered such great losses. Damn it, is it really the Shadow Lord? The Sky Wolf Lord was terrified and said to the black wolf bird behind him, "All of you go and stop them. Go quickly." His black wolf birds were quite loyal. More than a dozen of them did not flee, but turned around to face the pursuing Feying. The other 2 early 8th Order black wolf birds took the Sky Wolf Lord and flew away at the fastest speed. Although he had resentment towards those people in the Anti-Alliance, they were not wrong. The type of soldiers did not matter. The first thing to do was to survive. If you survive and take the Crystal Core to the Tactical Plains, you will have a chance to make a comeback. However, at this moment, IKA and several other 9th Order Black Shadows appeared, and they were able to take off briefly. IKA, with a black shadow, blocked the Sky Wolf Lord and his men in midair. A blade of light flashed through the air, and the 8th-stage early black wolf bird guarding the Sky Wolf Lord was instantly cut into 2 pieces. Blood rain fell from the sky, spraying the Sky Wolf Lord in the face. The black wolf bird he was sitting on also let out a scream, and turned around and flew away, ignoring the Sky Wolf Lord on its back. If the Sky Wolf Lord had not reacted quickly and grabbed its fur in time, he would have been almost thrown off. He could feel that the loyalty of the black wolf bird was declining rapidly, but at this moment, what else could he do? If the black wolf bird can escape, let its loyalty decrease. You know what? This made the black wolf bird faster, which was a good thing for him. Lord Shadow, you will die miserably. Seeing the black wolf bird flying away, the Sky Wolf Lord cursed softly in the air. The voice was very soft and small, but it fell into Ika's ears. Hearing this, General IK, who had been looking relaxed, suddenly had a dangerous cold look in his eyes. The next moment, a flying shadow appeared at his feet, carrying him and quickly chasing after him, constantly approaching the Sky Wolf Lord. When the Sky Wolf Lord saw this, his face changed again. He stood up and exclaimed, "Damn it, why are you chasing me? I have no grudge against you. You have also intercepted all the supplies for the castle. Let me go, just spare my life." At this time, the sun was shining obliquely, and the Sky Wolf Lord left a shadow on the back of the black wolf bird. In an instant, Ika's voice sounded in his ears like the whisper of death. "Anyone who insults my king shall be killed." Before the Sky Wolf Lord could react, IKA walked out from the shadow behind him and chopped off his head with one knife. He probably never imagined that he would die from an ordinary curse. If he had not cursed Li Yuan and surrendered in time, General IKA would not have killed him with Li Yuan's order. But who told him to scold Li Yuan? To IKA, Li Yuan is his heaven and his earth, and he will not allow anyone to insult him. Anyone who insults the king will be killed without mercy. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as if in this world. Not everyone is like Black Shadow, who can start over again after death. The Sky Wolf Lord's head and body were separated, and his Black Wolf bird troops were about to fly around. IKA kicked his feet, and the Black Wolf bird fell quickly to the ground as if it had been hit hard. The death of the Sky Wolf Lord also caused the loyalty of other Black Wolf birds to continue to decline, and it has already fallen below 50%. Even though there are no people left, it's already pretty good to still have a loyalty of 50. However, the Black Shadows were not idle. They knocked the remaining 17 Black Wolf birds to the ground in a few minutes. IKA looked at the sky, then at the dying Black Wolf birds, and ordered, "Remember the coordinates here. Return to the castle." As soon as the words fell, the Black Shadows sank into the ground with the Black Wolf bird and the supplies. At the same time, in the Anti-Alliance, the name of Sky Wolf disappeared. As expected, he still couldn't escape. More than 30 Black Wolf birds were unable to escape with the Sky Wolf. Sigh, the Shadow Lord is really too cruel. It's such bad luck, you say. We're already in the process of migration. It's a bit sad. Are there any more people migrating over there in the Red Moon Forest? Hurry up, or the Shadow Lord might attack us. What a pity. Skywolf is a very easygoing person. It's okay, don't think too much. If we meet the Shadow Lord alone, we will definitely not be able to defeat him. This is why we formed an alliance. Once our anti-alliance is established, and we have linkage and mobility, we won't have to be afraid of the Shadow Lord anymore. Well said, this is just the beginning. The anti-alliance is invincible. The members of the anti-alliance could not help but feel sad about the death of the Skywolf Lord. The pressure brought to them by the Shadow Lord was also increasing. It is true that they have joined the Inner Alliance and are led by the Angel Lord, the Lord of the top military forces, but can they really defeat the Shadow Lord? Angel Lord Yishue silently looked at the place where Skywolf was originally located in the friend list. The anti-alliance had just been established, and she had already lost a lord of a high-level army. This was undoubtedly a blow to the prestige of Yishue, the initiator of the alliance. The most important thing was that she did nothing during this period. Yishue opened the private chat message, but there was no response from the Shadow Lord column. Shadow Lord, maybe we are really going to be on opposite sides. After a long silence, Yishue sent a message in the group. Lord Skywolf is the first lord of our alliance to sacrifice. He is a pioneer of the alliance, and we will all remember him. One day, I will help him get revenge. I will use the head of Lord Black Shadow to pay tribute to the soul of Lord Skywolf. At this time, Yishue must stand up and speak. Otherwise, she as the leader of the alliance will really lose her dignity. As expected, after her message appeared in the group, the other lords became excited. Yes, we must avenge the Skywolf. We must take revenge. The Shadow Lord must die. With the leadership of the Angel Lord Goddess, we will definitely become stronger. I have confidence in the Lord of the Alliance. I have confidence in us, and I have confidence in the Inter-Alliance. It's just the Shadow Lord. We can kill him together. Those damn demon soldiers. They will all go to hell when the time comes. Yishue sat in the castle, thought for a while, and replied to the message in the Alliance group. Allies who are still near the Red Moon Forest, come to my side as quickly as possible. Don't give the Shadow Lord the opportunity to defeat us one by one. The Shadow Lord is now clearing out the castle lords in the Red Moon Forest. Don't harbor any hope of luck. Once he has cleared the Red Moon Forest, he will definitely come to the Takgon Plains, because the other directions are the Endless Sea. The Shadow Lord wants to dominate. His next target must be the Takgon Plains. So, we must integrate the resources of all our allies and become stronger together before he arrives at the Takgon Plains. Then it will be the time for our anti-alliance and the Shadow Lord to fight to the death. Chapter 100. What's the point if you know his military type? IKA has returned to the castle and reported to Li Yuan everything that happened after he separated from Niga. Although IKA only killed 2 castle lords, there were still many traces of the existence of territories during the search. That said, there are other castle lords along the way. However, the lords of these castles have either died, changed their jobs and left, or moved away. As for the local forces, the Shadows have not discovered them yet. But just because it hasn't been discovered doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The Goblin Kingdom and the Werewolf Kingdom on top of the mountains are both native overlords of Andira. In addition to these 2 dominant forces, there are also many other ethnic forces. The Red Moon Forest special location doesn't mean that no one dares to come. The existence of the previous Goblin tribe and Werewolf tribe means that there are local forces near the Red Moon Forest. Perhaps the Shadows just haven't discovered it yet. We need to speed up. It looks like we should let the Shadows act separately. Clearing out the local forces and other castle forces in the Red Moon Forest is only Li Yuan's first step out of the Red Moon Forest. He cannot spend too much time on this. Otherwise, it will easily shorten the gap between him and other lords. The focus should still be put on upgrading the town and upgrading the Shadow Crystal. We can't waste too much time. 2 black shadows in a group expand the search range to 20,000 meters from north to south to the end of the Red Moon Forest. Whoever encounters the castle lord or local forces, notify the other groups and work together to resolve it. Old rules. Those who don't obey will be killed, and those who surrender will be brought back. After giving new instructions, Li Yuan asked IKA to lead the Black Shadows to leave the castle territory. After IKA and the others left, Nijia suddenly spoke up. King, we have been searching outside the Red Moon Forest. Do you think it is possible that someone has built a castle inside the Red Moon Forest? We have been searching outside, so we might have missed them. Hearing this, Li Yuan was stunned. He had never thought about this question. After all, the Red Moon Forest is extremely dangerous. There is more than one holy beast inside, and it becomes more dangerous the deeper you go. Subconsciously, Li Yuan felt that there would be no lord inside the Red Moon Forest. However, the lords are reincarnated here in random locations. Maybe someone's castle is actually initially located in the Red Moon Forest. Not every place in the Red Moon Forest is dangerous, and there is no guarantee that there won't be areas with few monsters and ferocious beasts. Or maybe the lord was lucky and the castle was not conquered by monsters. If you build a castle in the Red Moon Forest and manage to survive, it will be more dangerous whether you change your job to a solo player or migrate. If you want to leave the Red Moon Forest, you will definitely have to face the monsters and ferocious beasts in the forest. In this case, it would be better to stay in the Red Moon Forest. Moreover, there might be local forces in the Red Moon Forest, which is quite possible. According to the experience Li Yuan gained from the novels he had read, there are often some indigenous people in these dangerous, forbidden places. Either they are there to cause trouble to the protagonist and increase the difficulty of the dungeon, or they are there to give good things to the protagonist. Therefore, Niga's reminder is not unreasonable. Li Yuan thought for a moment and said, "Then you can go to the Red Moon Forest. You can also take a look at the situation of the holy beasts. Also, on the day of the beast tide, you should have seen the retreating red light. Pay attention to it as well. I obey your command." Niga half knelt on the ground and quickly disappeared from the ground. Li Yuan couldn't help but look back at the back of Red Moon Forest and whispered, "Red Moon Forest, what secrets do you have?" Now that Li Yuan is no longer afraid of the Red Moon Forest, he naturally wants to find out what it is like. Niga has also entered the Holy Land at this time. His strength is not inferior to those Holy Land monsters in the forest. He has a chance to find out some information. Of course, the Red Moon Forest can be called the Tomb of Gods, and perhaps there are powers above the divine realm there. But even if Nijia can't win, he can still die and come back later. After Niga left, Li Yuan turned his attention to the 18 black wolf birds brought back by IKA. When these black wolf birds saw Li Yuan coming, they made whimpering sounds from their wolf-like mouths and seemed to be very afraid. All of them now had their powers sealed by IKA, and they all collapsed on the ground, unable to move. Without further ado, Li Yuan directly threw out 18 black marks. After a few minutes, the shadow transformation was completely completed, but only 10 black wolf birds were left. Li Yuan easily lifted the ban on them and called over the golden holy ape Wukong. "These black wolf birds are left to you." Li Yuan pointed at the 10 black wolf birds and said to son Wukong. Wukong now only holds the position of General B Shadow, but he has no subordinates at all. These black wolf birds just happen to be his team. "Yes, my king." Wukong looked at the black wolf birds and seemed a little dissatisfied. These black wolf birds are indeed not strong. The only one in the early 8th stage died while transforming into a shadow. Now there's only one level 6 black wolf bird left, and the others are all level 5. Li Yuan saw what Wukong was thinking and said with a smile, "Since you're free now, you can also go to the Red Moon Forest. If there's a magical beast you like, you can catch it and let me transform it into a beast shadow for you." Hearing this, Wukong was overjoyed and said, "Then I'll go right away. You guys come too." When turning around, Wukong also called upon those black wolf birds. The black wolf bird had been transformed into a shadow at this time, so it was naturally extremely obedient and followed Wukong. But soon, Wukong appeared beside Li Yuan again and said hesitantly, "Your Majesty, I'm going to the Red Moon Forest, so you..." "Worried about me?" Li Yuan shook his head and said, "Don't worry about me. It's a little difficult for me to die now. Go ahead." Now, apart from the officials who might be able to kill him, there's almost nothing that can threaten him in the war continent. Time passed slowly, and soon it was night. During this period, Black Shadow did not send back any news, and he did not receive any prompts to kill the local forces and destroy the castle. The outer circle of the Red Moon Forest stretches for tens of thousands of miles, so it is normal that the Black Shadow did not encounter other forces for a while. After dinner, Li Yuan took a shower, lay down on the bed, and opened the trading square. At this time, there were still a few hours left before the auction of his drawings. When he put them up last night, it was almost dawn. The prices of city wall villas do not fluctuate much. After all, there are quite a lot of lords selling them. The city wall costs about 600 energy stones, and the villa costs less than 400. However, The bidding price for the primary teleportation array building blueprint has reached more than 1,500 energy stones. Of course, compared to the unicorn crystal building blueprints, it pales in comparison. The price of the unicorn crystal building blueprint has now risen to 12,600 energy stones. The bidding price for Yuan Jing is still lower, 560 pieces, not even 600. From this we can see that it was an absolutely wise choice for Li Yuan to let Mo Shanshan act as a support. Some lords only bid with energy stones, some bid with crystals, and some bid with both. The final decision on which transaction method to use will be made by Li Yuan. In other words, based on the current price of the unicorn crystal, the energy stone and the Yuan crystal both exceed the requirements of the level 5 black shadow crystal. I wonder if we can increase the auction time limit. Li Yuan wants to go to bed now, because he doesn't have to wait until midnight to recruit new soldiers tonight. After all, he will most likely upgrade the Shadow Crystal to level 5 tomorrow, and the upgraded barracks will surely be able to recruit more shadows. If we recruit at midnight, we will lose a recruitment opportunity. Li Yuan fiddled with the auction house, and actually found a function to increase the auction time limit. But you have to pay for it. To add 1 hour, you have to pay 10 energy stones. Without saying anything, Li Yuan directly delivered 100 energy stones and increased the auction time of the unicorn crystal building blueprints by 10 hours. Give those lords more time to prepare energy stones and crystals. The more the better. After dealing with the increase in the auction time limit, Li Yuan went to take a look at the Netherfire ring that he had participated in the auction. Someone made a bid after him, but the increase was not much, just 80 energy stones added to his 1,200 energy stones. Li Yuan is now very wealthy, so he directly raised the price to 1,500 energy stones. If someone else raises the price and the auction deadline is up, I won't bother to pay attention to it. He just thought that the Ring of Hellfire was somewhat useful, but he didn't have to buy it. If he couldn't buy it, he wouldn't force it. After doing all this, Li Yuan fell asleep peacefully. The dark shadows were tirelessly searching for local forces and other castle forces inside and outside the Red Moon Forest in a carpet-style manner. The Golden Holy Monkey Wukong is also in the Red Moon Forest, looking for new members for his Beast Shadow team. Only people like Li Chang spontaneously patrolled inside and outside the territory. At night, in the internal chat group of the Glory Alliance. Brothers, the Shadow Lord has gone crazy killing people in the Red Moon Forest. Why? You are also in the Red Moon Forest. No, I'm not in Indira, but, hey, I'm in Alliance in Indira. It's the alliance founded by the Angel Lord who ranks 4th on the standings, the Anter Alliance. Fuck, this is okay. I can join 2 alliances? There's no official rule that you can only join 1 alliance. Haha, boss, Wanlong KO, don't get me wrong. I'm just gonna get some information, not to betray our Glory Alliance. It's okay. Tell me, what did Lord Dark Shadow do again? It's not a big deal. I heard that the Shadow Lord was clearing out the other castle forces in the Red Moon Forest. He killed a lot of lords. Tonight, he also killed a member of the Anti-Alliance. They are high-level soldiers and high-level castles. It's a big batch. It's a high-level troop. It's normal for such a small troop to be killed by the Shadow Lord. Brother, you are a little too proud. To be honest, it took less than 5 minutes from the time the Lord asked for help to his death. Hiss, destroying a high-level castle force in 5 minutes? Really? How could it be false? I'm a friend of that Lord, and I have been watching his messages in the group. It was really less than 5 minutes, 3 minutes, right? Are demon troops really that strong? Do we all guess the Shadow Lord's troops wrong? Whether it is a demon army or not, we will only know when we encounter it. If you really encounter the Shadow Lord, what's the point of knowing his army types? Chapter 101. Haiba Family's Private Soldiers, the Werewolves of the Holy Land. The Lord of Wanlong Nest looked at the messages in the group and said nothing, but his ambition was growing in his heart. The Shadow Lord is running his own base, so he can't just sit there idle. The strength of his troops is pretty good now. Although many of them died in the official beast tide, it is time to go out and develop outside. A temporary lag doesn't mean anything. Even if the Shadow Lord obtains a unique special reward, he is not truly invincible. As I said, in the battle for supremacy among all races, no one can definitely sit on the supreme throne until the final moment. However, the Lord of 10,000 Dragons' Nest had the same curiosity as Ishwe. Why doesn't the Shadow Lord move away from the forbidden place of Red Moon Forest? Judging from what the Shadow Lord did, He would not be a fool who would deliberately stay in the Red Moon Forest to commit suicide. Therefore, the Shadow Lord must have a purpose that they were unaware of for staying in the Red Moon Forest. What they didn't know was that Li Yuan did have a purpose. Li Yuan's purpose was very simple. He just wanted to use the Red Moon Forest as his back garden. The Glory Alliance has even more allies, now numbering in the thousands. Therefore, the news about Li Yuan sniping other lords of the Red Moon Forest quickly spread in the World Chat channel. In the World Chat channel, there was naturally another wave of explosions, as usual. That night, IKA and his team acted separately, and their efficiency was greatly improved. They discovered several local forces in succession. Half of the Black Shadows have been promoted to the 9th level, so the groups are basically 1 9th level and 1 8th level. These local forces were not strong and were easily taken away by the Black Shadows without any effort. Coincidentally, they are all Goblin tribes, 3 in total. Unexpectedly, the goblins from these 3 Goblin tribes were very brave and did not choose to surrender, so they were all wiped out. So, when Li Yuan woke up the next day, there were hundreds of Goblin corpses in the yard. Li Yuan guessed it without asking, and immediately collected all the Goblin corpses. After some collection, Li Yuan obtained 600 low-level weapons and equipment, 7 6th-level equipment, and 1 7th-level equipment. There are more than 1,000 energy stones and quite a few Yuan crystals, 21 in total. The 3 local forces are a pleasant surprise. Li Yuan did not pay too much attention to it. After all, the strength of the Black Shadow Town had been improved, so it would be much easier to obtain these resources. While making breakfast for himself, Li Yuan opened his attribute panel. Lord, Li Yuan. Strength, 9th stage midterm. Territory level, primary town. Arms, Shadow Core. Buildings, warehouse, Shadow Crystal, Holy Source Tower, Defense Tower, City Wall, Villa, Residence. Equipment, Dragon Blood Armor. Magic skills, Dragon Talisman, Horse Talisman, Rabbit Talisman, Lightning Magic, Moon Magic, Sky Magic. Energy Stone, 5,786. Yuan Jing, 83. It looks like Yuan Jing should be the final buyer for my Unicorn Crystal Blueprint. Li Yuan looked at his last 2 pieces of data and made a plan in mind. After all, he now has nearly 6,000 energy stones, plus the auction price of some other drawings. It should be around 10,000. There are less than 100 Yuan crystals. If the settlement is made with Yuan crystals, it will just fill the gap. Tens of thousands of energy stones, hundreds of Yuan crystals, no matter which one, it would be an unimaginable amount of money for other lords. But when you come to Li Yuan, you still have to make a choice. Isn't that infuriating? Fighting and killing are really not as good as doing business. After thinking for a while, Li Yuan shook his head and said, I almost forgot. It seems that the capital for doing business was also obtained through fighting and killing. However, upgrading the Shadow Crystal today should be done. Li Yuan smiled knowingly, took the breakfast he had prepared, and went to the restaurant to start eating. It was at this time that Hualuo Lake was near where IKA and his men had chased the Sky Wolf Lord last night. More than a dozen scattered soldiers, leading their respective troops, bypassed Hualuo Lake and quickly headed towards the Red Moon Forest. Hurry up, brothers. This is the Hualuo Lake we talked about in the chat channel last night. We should be able to see the Shadow Lord soon. Yes, we can see the Red Moon Forest. Even in broad daylight, it feels like there is blood there. Are we being too reckless? If we go over like this, will Black Shadow Boss think we are intruders? So, when we encounter the Shadow Lord's demonic troops, we must not resist and must make our intentions known immediately. But that's a demon. Can it listen to us? Who wants to conquer the world without subordinates? The Shadow Lord shouldn't reject us, the scattered people who come to seek refuge with him. Never mind. This is our chance anyway. Everyone else is calling for the Dark Shadow Lord to be killed. But if we take the initiative to join him, he will definitely welcome us to join. He's number 1 on the leaderboard. If we join him, we'll definitely be his loyal followers. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. These scattered people were all preparing to join Li Yuan. In other words, although they were timid and changed their jobs to become independent players, they were unwilling to lose the opportunity to dominate the competition among all races, so they came to cling to the thighs. There are more than a dozen 3-man groups, plus their troops, so the number of these scattered people is as large as 200. It's definitely not strong. If it were strong, who would switch to being a solo player? The group of people chatted with each other as they headed towards the Red Moon Forest. Although they have a certain disguise on the surface, there are so many of them that their disguise is equivalent to nothing. Moreover, they were so focused on getting on with their journey that they didn't realize that they had been targeted as soon as they arrived near Hualuo Lake. Staring at them was a mass of armored warriors. The figures were not tall, and they were the Goblin troops, not the regular troops of the Goblin Kingdom, because there were special maple leaf symbols on their armor. If Li Yuan were here, he would be able to recognize that this is exactly the same armor worn by the Haiba family dignitaries who were captured last time. The maple leaf symbol is the symbol of the third family of the Goblin Kingdom. This team of goblins has a total of 500 people. Although they are not regular soldiers of the Goblin Kingdom, they are private soldiers raised by the Haiba family and are no worse than the regular troops of the kingdom. Even stronger. After all, the private soldiers of the big families are all elite soldiers selected from the army. When it comes to training family private soldiers, they're willing to spend more resources than the royal family does. This is the capital for their family to survive. Therefore, even though this is only a team of 500 people, the leader is a semi-saint. The rest of the Goblin armored warriors and ordinary soldiers all start at level 6, and there are 5 level 9 captains, 4 teams of warriors, and 1 team of magicians. Although these Goblin warriors are not tall, they are densely packed together, with their auras faintly connected, and their momentum is quite powerful. Moreover, there are more than just Haiba family's private soldiers. Next to the semi-holy Goblin leader, there were 2 tall and strong humans. It's just that these 2 humans possess explosive power and exude animality. They are werewolves from the top of the mountains. A slightly shorter man, like the Goblin leader, is a half-saint. The other werewolf with a scar on his face has a restrained and deep aura. He is a genuine sanctuary. Chapter 102. Keep all the resources that come to your door. 5 9th level ones, 2 semi-saints, and 1 holy realm one. Not counting those Goblin private soldiers, this is also an absolutely powerful force. Just these few of them might be enough to sweep away 99% of the Earth Lords. The scattered people heading towards the Red Moon Forest saw all the situations. A 9th rank captain looked at the semi-holy Goblin. Butler, do these lowly and evil alien humans need to be killed? The semi-holy Goblin called the butler, said coldly without even thinking, just leave 2 alive. Yes. When the 9th rank captain received the order, he immediately waved his hand, and a team of more than 100 people followed him and chased after those scattered people. After a while, screams and fighting were heard from the front. The 2 werewolves said nothing. It was obvious that they were not the main group on this trip. The leader was the semi-holy Goblin. This is normal, as the Red Moon Forest belongs to the Goblin Kingdom. Although the werewolves are powerful and this is a holy land, this is the Goblin Kingdom, so they naturally won't interfere. Not long after, the Goblin team that had just left came back. None of the members were killed or injured, and they also captured 2 stray people. As for the other individual soldiers and soldiers, they were all killed. The 2 stray men were carried to the ground like dead dogs, and they were still numb. They were just making their way, looking forward to a bright future following the Shadow Lord, when the Goblin troops rushed out and started a massacre against them without a word. Their strength was so great that the individual soldiers and the troops were totally unable to resist and were killed in the blink of an eye. Butler, the alien has been brought back. The 9th rank captain waved his hand, and the 2 soldiers behind him threw the 2 stray men in front of the semi-holy Goblin. The 2 wanderers were horrified and looked at each other, then knelt down before the Goblin half-saint. Mr. Goblin, spare me. Spare me. Uncle, we didn't do anything. We are good citizens. Seeing the cowardly looks of the 2, the semi-holy Goblin said in disgust, are you humans from another world, all such wimps? Looking at you is 10,000 times more disgusting than looking at those disgusting and dirty goblins. The 2 random people didn't dare to say a word and continued to beg for mercy, hoping that these goblins would spare their lives. Shut up, the semi-holy Goblin shouted, and with such powerful momentum, he immediately blew away the 2 wanderers. After the 2 wanderers fell to the ground, they kept spitting out blood and were almost half dead. They could hardly breathe. The semi-holy Goblin then spoke up. It seems you are on your way. Where are you going and who are you meeting? A lone man struggled to stand up. He dared not hide anything and answered honestly. To answer the Goblin Master, We're going to the Red Moon Forest to find a man called Lord Shadow. Lord of Dark Shadows, the semi-holy goblin muttered, seeming to know this title. The semi-holy goblin's eyes flashed, and he asked again, "Do you know where he is?" "I don't know, I just know that he is near the Red Moon Forest." Sanrin replied. The ninth-rank captain of the goblin semi-saint dynasty took a look, and immediately 2 goblin soldiers stepped forward and dragged the 2 stragglers away. Before they were dragged too far, 2 heads flew up and were chopped off by the goblin soldiers. The local forces of the war continent basically have a natural disgust and hostility towards humans from other worlds, so how could they possibly spare their lives? Of course, there are some exceptions. A typical example is Li Yuan's territory and the little fairy Mo Shanshan. But people like the little fairy Mo Shanshan are only a minority after all. 99% of the Earth Lords or individual people are not recognized by the local forces, and they can't wait to kill them. When facing these local forces, the only option is to kill them except to defeat them with powerful military force. This is the official guideline given to both sides. The struggle for supremacy among all races naturally includes these local forces. Who can become the king of the war continent? Not only the 800 million Earth Lords have the opportunity. Maybe the person who sits on the throne in the end may be a figure from local forces. The goblin half-saint looked at the Scar Sanctuary werewolf at this time and said, "Arouse, these aliens should be the useless, scattered people among the group of people in the alien world. They're going to find a man called Lord Shadow. I'm afraid they're also the target of your mountaintops. The visitors from other worlds have been in the war continent for 8 or 9 days, and the Goblin Kingdom is not completely unfamiliar with them. The reason was simple. They captured a lot of independent men and even defeated some castle lords. There are many spineless people among these Earthlings, so naturally, they said some things that only the Earth Lords knew. And which lord doesn't know the name of a Shadow Lord? So no matter whether it is the goblins and werewolves in front of us, or some other local forces, as long as they are the forces that have defeated the Earth Lord, many of them have actually heard of the name Shadow Lord. The Shadow Lord is more famous than Li Yuan himself imagined. The werewolf in the Holy Land, named Arouse, nodded and said, "This Shadow Lord is very famous among those aliens. It is said that he is the #1 in the Beast Tide attack and has a group of demons working for him. Why, Carter, isn't he your target?" Carter smiled and said, "Yes, I suspect that he was the one who killed the 3rd brother." The 3rd brother he mentioned was naturally the goblin nobleman who was killed by the Black Shadow when he went to the Red Moon Forest before, and the 3rd steward of the Highbaugh family. "The top of the mountains, we want this Shadow Lord," Arouse said. Cart did not respond to this, and said with a smile, "Didn't you say that the Godhead was broken?" Hearing this, Arouse sighed and said, "It seems that the Highbaugh family has many eyes on the top of our mountains." "Same here," Cart said with narrowed eyes. Arouse did not hide it and continued. "The previous Godhead was indeed broken, but the priest later discovered that the Godhead had been restored. Therefore, we need this Shadow Lord very much." Carter didn't seem surprised when he heard this, and it was obvious that he had known about this for a long time. Arouse saw Cartel's calmness, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes, not directed at Cartel, but at the top of the mountains. As for the shattered and restored Godhead, even on the top of the mountains, few people knew about it. Obviously, the spies buried by the Highbaugh family on the top of the mountains are of a relatively low status. Otherwise, they would not be able to obtain such high-level information. At this time, Carter put his hands into his wide sleeves and said, "But, although the 3rd brother is not my biological brother, he is closer than a biological brother, and he is also loved by the 3rd young master." The 3rd young master said that I must avenge him. "Oh, and the 2nd young master, he is very interested in the soldiers recruited by these aliens, and said that he wants to raise such a slave. This Shadow Lord. Don't worry, the summit of the mountains will give you, the 3rd young master and the 2nd young master, satisfactory compensation." Arouse interrupted Carter and said meaningfully, "Of course, the brotherhood between the 1st and 3rd stewards will also receive additional compensation." A hint of joy flashed across Carter's face, and he nodded and said, "That couldn't be better. Alas, my poor 3rd brother died so tragically." Arouse cursed the damn greedy dwarf in his heart, but didn't say anything more on the surface. As for the other half-saint werewolf, he was like a sculpture throughout and didn't say a word. The reason why Carter deliberately brought up these things was simply to gain some benefits for himself. As for the affairs of the 2nd and 3rd young masters of the Highbaugh family, There was no need for a mere housekeeper to mention it. It had already been arranged at the top of the mountains. Cart got what he wanted. A smile appeared on his wrinkled old face, and he turned to look at the goblin troops. "What are you all still standing there for? Go out and find the location of a shadow lord for our werewolf guest." "Yes, butler." The next moment, the scout team of the goblin army spread out and searched in an arc shape towards the direction of the Red Moon Forest. Carter and Arouse stopped talking, and the team continued to move forward. From the beginning to the end, the Shadow Lord was just a bargaining chip between them. Neither Arouse nor Cart took the so-called Shadow Lord seriously, as if they could easily control him if they met him. They learned a lot of information from other Earth Lords and knew that the forces under the Shadow Lord were very powerful. But how strong can it be? They knew very well that these aliens came to the war continent and started from scratch. Even though they can recruit all kinds of soldiers, including the same types of soldiers as the ethnic groups in their war continent, it's only a few days. How strong can they be? Both the Goblin tribe and the Werewolf tribe were destroyed, most likely because the other party had carried out some conspiracy. As for the demon soldiers recruited by the Shadow Lord, they are even less worth mentioning. If thousands of demon lords came out from the polar abyss of the war continent, they might be afraid. Of course, if it was really the demon lord of the polar abyss who appeared here, it would not be them who came, but the large army of the Goblin Kingdom. But there were only dozens or hundreds of demons, nothing more than ordinary dark creatures that could be killed at will. The third young master of the Highbaugh family particularly likes to raise various magical beast slaves, including 2 demons from the polar abyss. Therefore, they didn't care about the Shadow Lord's demonic troops at all. Just a while after this joint team of werewolves and goblins left this place, General Ika's figure slowly emerged from the shadows. "Goblins and werewolves, are they coming for our territory?" Ika looked at the team going away, with a slightly solemn look in his eyes. After all, this team is not weak and is stronger than any local force they have destroyed. Suddenly, Ika's expression changed slightly, and he immediately disappeared into the shadow world. At this time, the werewolf of the sanctuary, Arouse, came back and looked at the place where Ika had just been with a frown. Obviously, Ika's appearance made Arouse feel a fluctuation, but after coming back, he did not find anything unusual. With a hint of doubt, Arouse disappeared from the spot and returned to the goblin team. At the same time, Ika had returned to the Shadow Castle and immediately told Li Yuan what he had seen. Li Yuan was not surprised by the arrival of goblins and werewolves. The goblins, including the Goblin tribe, died in 2 waves at the hands of the Shadow. The divinity that the werewolves had been pursuing for hundreds of years was taken away. It would be strange if they didn't come, but Li Yuan didn't expect them to come so soon. Li Yuan smiled and said, "Niga felt frustrated the last time he fought the Holy Land Tiger Beast, but this time he should be able to have a good time. Let the Black Shadows return. How can we not accept the resources that are delivered to our door? Keep them all." Chapter 103, Recruiting Shadow Eater, Level 5 Shadow Crystal. Not long after, Niga returned from the Red Moon Forest and reported what he saw and heard inside the Red Moon Forest. Most of the night was enough for Niga to visit many places in the Red Moon Forest. However, according to Niga, he did not find any magical beasts above the sanctuary level in the Red Moon Forest. He did not sense the breath of the Holy Domain Tiger Beast and the Black Light Golden Eagle, nor did he find any clues as the red light in the beast tide receded. This was within Li Yuan's expectations. If the secret of the Red Moon Forest could be figured out so easily by Niga, the Red Moon Forest, this forbidden place, is a bit of a false reputation. But there is no need to rush this matter. As the territory expands, all the secrets will slowly emerge. When Nija heard that a master from the Holy Land was coming to attack, he took the initiative to ask for the order without Li Yuan's order. "Your Majesty, I promise to bring back the head of the werewolf from the Holy Land." Nija's fists were pounding on his chest. It was obvious that Li Yuan was right. This guy was more excited than anyone else. However, Li Yuan said, "You can fight him, but it would be a waste to kill him. He is a Saint Domain Master after all." Hearing this, Nija immediately reacted and changed his words. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I promise to capture the Holy Land werewolf alive." "Try to keep the other goblins alive as much as possible," Li Yuan instructed. Now with the Black Shadow mark, all enemies may become his death warriors, so he can no longer kill them directly like before. Nija and Ika looked at each other. understood what Li Yuan meant and nodded at the same time. Li Yuan waved his hand and said, "Go ahead. I don't want to be beaten into the castle by others. With us here, this kind of thing won't happen." Niga and Ik sank into the ground and disappeared into the castle. Li Yuan played with a bone ring in his hand and looked towards the east thoughtfully. This was exactly the Hellfire ring that he had bid for yesterday. The auction had already ended, and he bought it for 1,500 energy stones. As mentioned in the introduction, this ring of Hellfire can release a clone with a time limit of 3 minutes. At the same time, there's a very large space inside the bone ring. I don't know if there are 2,000 cubic meters of Li Yuan, but it's very big anyway, and it's really good for carrying things with you. Li Yuan turned the Netherfire ring on his index finger, and a smile flashed across his face. To march into the Tatkin Plains, the Goblin Kingdom has to go through it, because the territory west of the Tatkin Plains belongs to the Goblin Kingdom. If we have to face attacks from other native forces in Andira in the future, the Goblin Kingdom will serve as the last buffer. Therefore, this Goblin Kingdom has long been on Li Yuan's cleanup list. After eliminating the Goblin Kingdom, the area controlled by the Shadow can also radiate from the Red Moon Forest to the Tatkin Plains. Unexpectedly, the Goblin Kingdom came to him on its own initiative before he could even cause trouble. Of course, the Goblin Kingdom is not only found in Andira. There is not only one Goblin Kingdom here. There are Goblin Kingdoms in other states, except the Endless Sea. These Goblin Kingdoms have formed a Council of Elders, and a succession of a new Goblin King in each continent requires the approval of the Council of Elders. However, the Goblin Elder Council is not an Andira state, and there's only one branch in central China. However, goblins are only creatures of medium to low intelligence in the War Continent. Overall, they're just a third-rate force. This still refers to the unity of the 7 Goblin Kingdoms. But how is it possible for the Goblin Kingdoms on the 7 continents to unite? Among the 7 Goblin Kings, who wouldn't want to be the only king on the continent? If we count them separately, the Goblin Kingdom in Andira State wouldn't even be considered a 5th-rate force. But the 5th-rate forces are not so easy to defeat, as can be seen from the fact that the chief steward of one of the opposing families is a semi-saint. This Highball family must have a demigod in the Holy Realm, or even someone in the Divine Realm. In addition to the Highball family, there are 2 other such families. In addition, there's a royal family directly under the Presbyterian Church, which is definitely stronger. Of course, Li Yuan was not so arrogant as to think that the current Shadow Town could easily swallow up the Goblin Kingdom of Andira. But now that the goblins of the Highball family have come to our doorstep, there was no reason for Li Yuan not to take advantage of the situation and do some small moves to leave some foreshadowing for the future conquest of the Goblin Kingdom. As for those werewolves, they are much more difficult to deal with than the Goblin Kingdom. No matter in terms of status or combat power, werewolves are superior to goblins and can be considered a medium-sized native ethnic group. Werewolves have not established any country on the 7 continents. Only the top of the mountains is the holy place in the hearts of all werewolves in the War Continent. Unfortunately, Top of the Mountains is not located in Andira State, and there is only one branch that manages the werewolves in this state. This is also the reason why Arouse did not bully Carter. A strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake, and the goblins are all the local snakes in the Red Moon Forest. So no matter whether it is goblins or werewolves that come this time, since they have come, Li Yuan is sure to defeat them. If things go well, Li Yuan will pierce the Goblin Kingdom, including the top of the Werewolf Mountains. Soon, Li Yuan stopped thinking about it and opened the auction square. The time for the unicorn crystal drawing he had hung up was almost up. At this time, the bid for the drawings of the unicorn crystal building had reached 13,800 energy stones and 612 yuan crystals. There is no doubt that the little fairy Mo Shanshan has contributed a lot. But later on, she didn't dare to bid too high, for fear that others would not follow suit. Although Li Yuan said that it failed to sell, but that was more than 10,000 energy stones. Just thinking about it makes me excited. In the end, the price of the unicorn crystal building blueprint was set at 14,000 energy stones. At the last second, the price of yuan crystal jumped from 624 to 625. There is no doubt that someone has timed this. Li Yuan chose Yuan Jing as the auction settlement method without hesitation. As for who bought the unicorn crystal, Li Yuan didn't care. He thought the other party must be very strong. If I were weak, I wouldn't be able to borrow so many yuan crystals. It is impossible for anyone to own 600 yuan crystals. They can only be borrowed. But what does this have to do with him? The 620 yuan crystals were received and have actually been transferred into his warehouse. 712 yuan crystals, together with the 10 or so yuan crystals that Keiming and his friends got from killing monsters in the Red Moon Forest. Li Yuan now has a total of more than 700 yuan crystals. It is no exaggeration to say that among the 800 million lords, he is definitely the one with the most yuan crystals. This is just the profit brought by the unicorn crystal. The auctions of the other drawings have already ended. The blueprints for the construction of a primary teleportation array were sold for 2,100 energy stones. The blueprints for the city wall chapter sold for a total of more than 3,500 energy stones. Together with the remaining energy stones in Li Yuan's warehouse, there are a total of 10,970 energy stones. Originally, there were nearly 12,000 energy stones, but the Ring of Hellfire consumed some of them. However, it was enough to upgrade the Shadow Crystal. The next moment, Li Yuan came directly to the Black Shadow Crystal in the lobby. Sure enough, when there were enough resources, the prompt box appeared in front of Li Yuan as expected. Shadow Lord, your resources are sufficient to upgrade the Shadow Crystal level. Would you like to upgrade it immediately? Upgrade now. As the voice fell, black light bloomed on the Black Shadow Crystal, and the strands of black light seemed to tear the space apart. Not long after, the black light disappeared. The level 5 Black Shadow Crystal has expanded in size compared to before and has become darker. The masks on the 9 small black crystals became clearer and clearer, as if they could be grabbed out with one's hand. Black Shadow Crystal, a unique military camp containing 9 military groups. 9 Corps, Ghost Shadow Corps, Claw Shadow Corps, Giant Shadow Corps, Flying Shadow Corps, Helmet Shadow Corps, Soft Shadow Corps, Devouring Shadow Corps, Clamp Shadow Corps, Side Shadow Corps. Level 5. Level 5 production capacity. Can breed 40 shadow soldiers every day. The Corps can choose by themselves, and there is a 1 in 1,000 chance of recruiting a Shadow General. Upgrade items. 20,000 energy stones, 1,000 yuan crystals. Not only has the number of shadows that can be recruited each day doubled, but the demand for upgrade items has also doubled. The next upgrade will require 20,000 energy stones and 1,000 yuan crystals. The reason why he was able to upgrade the Black Shadow Crystal twice in a short period of time this time was because of the 2 Beast Tides, which allowed Li Yuan to obtain a lot of energy stones and yuan crystals. Next time, it will not be so fast to upgrade the Black Shadow Crystal. It's not a big problem. Let's recruit soldiers first. As soon as Li Yuan had this thought, the hint from the Black Shadow Crystal appeared. The Shadow Crystal has enough energy to recruit soldiers. Would you like to recruit them immediately? Li Yuan glanced at the 9 small crystals and set his sights on the 3 crystals of Soft Shadow Group, Devouring Shadow Group, and Clamping Shadow Group. Li Yuan already had corresponding soldiers for the other 6 corps, but these 3 types of troops had never been recruited. After hesitating for a moment, Li Yuan decided which army to recruit this time. Recruit Shadow Eater. As Li Yuan's voice fell, the crystal light of the golden mask with orange eyebrows, beard, and horn glowed brightly. The next moment, shadows flowed out from it. Soon, in the lobby, small shadows emerged from the ground one after another. Their shapes resemble small black sharks less than 1 meter long, and they look a little cute. Especially the V-shaped blue mouth on their heads makes them even more kawaii. However, these little shadows have no eyes. This is also the biggest difference between Shadow Eater and other shadows. The other black shadows all have scarlet eyes, except Shadow Eater, who has no eyes. Don't be fooled by the fact that these Shadow Eaters are small and cute. They are the most dangerous type of soldiers among the 9 Shadow Legions, because they can devour the shadows of living beings to strengthen themselves. As long as there is light, there will be shadow, and as long as there is a shadow, the Shadow Eater can devour it. Killing invisibly. Chapter 104. Hidden attributes of military units and surprises. Once the shadow is swallowed by the Shadow Eater, the creature will fall into a coma and become a living dead like a vegetative person. In this way, it is actually no different from being dead. From this we can see that the soldiers of the Shadow Eater Corps are terrifying and are truly powerful weapons. At this moment, those devouring shadows were still slowly taking shape in the shadows. Now, there were only more than 10 of them, and they had not yet fully emerged. Taking this opportunity, Li Yuan opened the attribute panel of Shadow Devourer. Shadow Devourer Soldier. Strength level, level 6, can be improved by killing enemies. Loyalty 100. Growth limit, Divine Realm, Lower God. With the upgrade of the Black Shadow Crystal, the initial level of the Shadow Eaters recruited this time has also been raised from the previous level 5 to level 6. Wait, the upper limit of Shadow Devourer's growth is actually the Divine Realm. Not only is it the realm of God, but it also marks small realms like the lower gods. Is it because of the special features of the Shadow Devourers that their growth potential is stronger than that of other Shadow Legions? Li Yuan thought about it, called out his own troops, and randomly opened the attribute panel of a 9th level ghost. Although the ghost is not there now, Li Yuan can still see it. Ghost Group Soldiers. Strength level, 9th level, can be improved by killing enemies. Loyalty 100. Growth limit, Divine Realm, Lower God. Li Yuan was stunned for a moment, then looked at the other Black Shadow soldiers, such as Flying Shadow, Giant Shadow, and Claw Shadow. Their strength limits had all changed. They have all been promoted from their previous sanctuary to the level of lower gods. Li Yuan opened the attribute panels of IKA and Niga again. The growth limits of these two generals also changed. It was the realm of gods before, and now it has become the realm of gods, the main gods. Is it because of the upgrade of the Shadow Crystal that the upper limit of the potential of the troops has changed? Do other Lord's troops have this ability as well? Or is it only my Shadow Core that has this potential for growth? Just as these thoughts flashed through Li Yuan's mind, an official prompt box appeared in front of him, giving him a belated explanation. Congratulations, Shadow Lord. Your Shadow Crystal has been upgraded to level 5, successfully unlocking the hidden attribute of a unique soldier type, potential growth. As a unique type of soldier, the potential of the soldier type will be enhanced every time the barracks is upgraded to 5 levels. After seeing the prompt message, Li Yuan realized that he was not the only one who received such treatment. As long as the Lord has a unique type of troops, their troops will have their potential limit enhanced after every 5 upgrades of the barracks. But what does this matter? Not to mention that there are very few lords who possess unique types of troops. Even if their troops can be strengthened, can they compare with Sombra? Besides, he doesn't care about other people's affairs. As long as the Shadow can get its potential enhanced, that's enough. This means that the Shadow troops he recruited have the potential to grow into the Divine Realm. Even though he is only a lower-level god, he is still a god. As for the 9 Black Shadow generals, their growth ceiling has been raised to the main god level. However, this potential enhancement does not include other Shadow soldiers. For example, the human figure General Li Chung, his growth limit is level 9, and he has not been strengthened. Also, Chu Feng and his troop types have not been strengthened. The little monkey should not have been strengthened, but his upper limit was marked the realm of God, the upper god. As an ancient mythical beast that feeds on dragons, its upper limit as a higher god is not bad. However, this upper limit is not really fixed. If one can obtain a higher level godhood, one can also devour and evolve. No matter what, the enhancement of the upper limit of the potential of the troops this time is something to be happy about. Li Yuan was naturally happy. In the past, he only thought about bringing endless holy lands, but now, he has directly become an endless number of lower gods. There will be 9 more main gods. It feels good just thinking about it. But Li Yuan has no upper limit to his growth. In other words, Li Yuan will definitely be able to surpass the level of the main god in the future, reach the level of the supreme god, or even the Lord of Rules. Of course, Li Yuan felt that there was a realm above the Lord of Rules. After all, Li Yuan is a man who controls 2 worlds. There should be a world master above him, right? And there is official. The official is too mysterious. Whether it is a person or something else is still unknown. Can the Lord of the World break the official restrictions? I'm afraid not. After all, whether it is the Shadow World or the War Continent, they seem to be controlled by the chess player official. However, these things are still a little far away from Li Yuan, and he is not yet able to lift the chessboard. However, no one wants to be a pawn, and Li Yuan is no exception. One day, he will figure it all out. I don't know whether it is possible or not, but you must have the intention. As for now, let's deal with the War Continent and the Shadow World first. At this moment, all the little shadows emerge from the shadows, looking like jumping little sharks. Huh, Only 39. Li Yuan took a quick look and saw that there were only 39 devouring shadows in front of him, not 40. Suddenly, a darker shadow emerged from the group of shadow devourers. The next moment, in the middle of the shadow devouring group, a head slowly rose up. This head is very similar to the mask on the shadow-eating crystal, with golden skin and a single horn on the forehead. The mustache and long sword-like eyebrows are both orange-red. Looking at the figure that had not yet completely walked out of the shadows, Li Yuan's eyes were already filled with excitement again. General Sombra. This is General Sombra. This time, Li Yuan recruited Shadow Devourer. So the general recruited this time would naturally be the general of the Shadow Devourer group. In the blink of an eye, the Black Shadow General walked out from the shadows, and the other little Shadow Eaters all stepped back obediently, leaving him enough space. General Black Shadow looked around, and finally his eyes stopped on Li Yuan. Thump! General Black Shadow fell heavily to the ground on one knee, bowed his head and shouted, "General Mingta, I pay my respects to the king." The rest of the little Shadow Eaters also bent their bodies comically, following their general, and worshipped Li Yuan, the Shadow King. Mingta? I have to say, Li Yuan really couldn't remember the name of the Shadow Devouring group's general. Mingta, the third Shadow General recruited by Li Yuan. Li Yuan couldn't hide his joy. He raised his hand and said, "Get up. Everyone get up." First, the upper limit of the military potential was strengthened, and now the long-lost Shadow General was recruited, with surprises coming one after another. How could Li Yuan not be happy? General of the Shadow Devouring Group. Mingta, strength level 7, can be improved by killing enemies. Loyalty 100. Growth limit, Divine Realm, Lord God. Like Nijieka, Mingta's upper limit is also the main God level, and the initial level is level 7. Looking at Mingta and the other Shadow Eaters, Li Yuan's face was full of smiles. After a while, Li Yuan calmed down and asked Mingta, "You devour shadows to increase your strength. How do you do that?" "Can you devour the shadows of any creature?" "Your Majesty, we can only devour the shadows of creatures weaker than us," Mingta replied respectfully. Hearing this, Li Yuan was a little disappointed. He thought that he could devour the shadow of any creature, which would be really awesome. Go find those powerful gods specifically, swallow their shadows, and upgrade to invincibility in minutes. But the reason why Li Yuan asked this was that he had already guessed that there were limitations to Shadow Devourer's devouring of shadows. Otherwise, this game would be unplayable. It makes the gods seem too weak and the Shadow Eater too powerful, which seriously destroys the game experience. After a moment of silence, Li Yuan asked again, "Mingta, can you change your appearance?" "What has it changed into?" Mingta asked puzzledly. Li Yuan said, "Just become like me. Of course, don't be exactly like me." After hearing this, Mingta's tall body suddenly turned into a shadow. The shadow flowed and surged, and finally turned into a young man who was somewhat similar to Li Yuan. Mingta looked at himself, then at Li Yuan, and asked uncertainly, "Is that so, Your Majesty?" "Yes, that's it." Li Yuan touched his chin and started thinking about other things in his mind. If only the Shadow Devourers were recruited this time, Li Yuan would let them stay in the territory, grow slowly, and help other Black Shadows. But now that Mingta, the Dark Shadow General, has been recruited, Shadow Eater may be able to make other arrangements. Although Shadow Devourers can also grow by killing enemies, relying solely on killing enemies to upgrade would waste their powerful Shadow Devourer talent. But if they were allowed to devour the shadows of other creatures near the Red Moon Forest, that would not be in line with Li Yuan's short-term goals. After all, any creature whose shadow is swallowed by the Shadow Eater is equivalent to death. Although Li Yuan does not dislike killing, he cannot kill people indiscriminately now, as there are not many Shadow Corps members left. For example, Li Yuan wants to completely shadow the Goblin Kingdom. So, Li Yuan just had a sudden idea, whether he could let Mingta take Shuring away from the Red Moon Forest, go to another part of Andalus State, or even better, go to Sukarno State. Shikala is the continent closest to Andhra Pradesh. Moreover, even if Mingta took Shadow away, it would not affect the expansion of the Black Shadow territory. After all, the War Continent is so large, and the number of living beings in other places in small areas is calculated in billions. The Shadow Eaters can swallow as many shadows as they want, and it doesn't matter how many shadows they swallow. At the same time, This will also help Li Yuan to make arrangements in other places. Let's go to Shikala Island. After all, what he wants to fight for is the entire war continent, not the Red Moon Forest and Andira State in front of him. Among the other lords, who could send troops to other continents at this time? Impossible things. Also, if Mingta and his team went to Shikala State, it would be equivalent to opening up a channel between the two continents. At that time, Li Yuan will be able to use the Shadow World to travel between the two continents of Andira and Shikala. If something really happens, Shadow Eater can travel back at any time. As for Andira, is it difficult to conquer it? Li Yuanjin didn't think it was that difficult. With the growth rate of him and Black Shadow, he believed that it wouldn't be long before he could walk out of the Red Moon Forest, cross the Takgon Plain, enter the Central Continent, and become the only king of the Andira continent. After thinking for a while, Li Yuan finally said to Mingta, "Take all the devouring shadows and go all the way north, cross the sea to Shikala State, and in the name of my Black Shadow Lord, launch an attack on the Lord and local forces of Shikala State. I obey your command." Mingta naturally obeyed Li Yuan's orders unconditionally. Li Yuan was silent for a moment, and then said, "Your current strength is a little weak. On the way to Shikala Continent, you can kill some fierce beasts and monsters, but it is best not to touch castle lords like me, so as not to expose your identity. The World Chat channel is still prone to information leakage." "Understood," Mingta replied. Li Yuan nodded, and the corners of his mouth raised inadvertently. Now the other lords all think that the Shadow Lord is in the Red Moon Forest, so what if another Shadow Lord appears somewhere else? Should be fun, right? You know, Shadow Eater doesn't have red eyes, which are enough to disturb the vision. Therefore, Mingta, the newly recruited Shadow General, was sent out less than half an hour after arriving at the Shadow Castle. After Mingta and the Shadow Eaters left, Li Yuan looked far to the east. Niga and the others should have encountered the goblins and werewolves. To be honest, my luck today is really good. The Shadow Crystal was upgraded to level 5, the Shadow Core's potential was enhanced, and the Shadow-Eating General Mingta was recruited. In addition, there are goblins and werewolves who come to your door. Everything is worth being happy about. However, when some people are happy, some are unhappy. This is how the world is fair and conserved. Takken Plains, Angel Town. Yishui is still staring at the trading square and the completed unicorn crystal auction. "Who is it? Who stole my unicorn crystal building blueprints?" Yishui's face was as cold as ice. At this moment, she was almost gritting her teeth, and every hair on her face was trembling. In order to bid for the unicorn crystal building blueprint that Li Yuan was auctioning, she flattered herself and borrowed from most of her allies in the Antao Alliance, promising many benefits. She finally managed to collect 15,000 energy stones and 650 yuan crystals. Because she didn't know which settlement method Li Yuan would eventually choose, Yishui prepared both the energy stones and yuan crystals. The quantity of both resources exceeded the final transaction price, but she was afraid that someone would raise the price at the last minute, so she could raise the price at any time. As a result, at the last second of the auction, when Yishui thought she had firmly won the bid for the drawing, someone suddenly raised the price, and the timing was just right, so that Yishui was too late to raise the price. That's right. At that time, there were 13,800 pieces and 612 yuan crystals. This price was given by Yishui. This price remained at that level for at least half an hour before the auction ended. It was precisely because of this that Yishui slacked off at the last minute, causing the drawing she had obtained to be lost. "If I knew who you were, I would kill you." Anyone who encounters such a thing will be unable to suppress the anger in his heart. Unfortunately, even Li Yuan didn't know who took the unicorn crystal building blueprints, let alone Yishui, a third party. At this time, in Shikala continent, far away at the other end of the endless sea, a woman in red sitting on the back of a snow-white unicorn showed a face that was at least 9 points and whispered, "Build the unicorn crystal barracks immediately." The voice was clear, but with an emphasis, as if it was not just one person speaking. After the voice fell, 2 crystal buildings like the unicorn she was sitting on appeared separately in the yard of her castle. Not 1, but 2. Moreover, next to these 2 unicorn crystals, there are 2 more unicorn crystals. In other words, after the castle lord built 2 new unicorn crystals, he now had a total of 4 unicorn crystal barracks. Suddenly, a breeze blew and scattered the long hair of the woman in red. Under the long black hair, there are 2 heads. 1 body, 2 heads. Chapter 105. The Elf Queen and 20 Sanctuary Combat Forces. With 2 heads and 1 body, this is certainly not a monster. After all, they are from Earth, not natives of the War Continent, but castle lords. They are just a pair of conjoined sisters. Among the tens of billions of people on Earth, there are quite a few conjoined twins with deformed bodies. The sisters were very lucky. They were chosen by the officials and reincarnated into the War Continent, becoming castle lords. Unfortunately, after reincarnation, they still did not separate and still shared the same body. Not only do they share a body, they also share a castle crystal core. But the strange thing is that the other buildings in their castle are double in number. For example, there are 2 warehouses and 2 barracks. Why is this so? They speculated that this was the official compensation given to the sisters. Although they share the same body, they are 2 people, not 1. Therefore, they had 2 barracks from the beginning and were able to recruit twice the number of soldiers as others, giving them slight lead. But unicorns are just advanced troops after all, and double the number cannot surpass the top troops. Moreover, unicorns are not a type of military unit with extremely high combat power. Therefore, their territory is not too strong, and it is only a mid-level castle now. However, their 2 unicorn barracks are level 4. Among the 800 million castle lords today, only a very small number can upgrade their barracks to level 4. But this pair of conjoined sisters have both barracks at level 4, which is a bit unusual. You must know that even Li Yuan has only upgraded the Black Shadow Crystal to the 5th level. Energy stones and crystals are many times harder to obtain than the stones and would needed to upgrade the castle. Not only that, the conjoined sisters not only upgraded both barracks to level 4, but were also able to take out more than 600 yuan crystals to auction the blueprints. Can the conjoined sisters accomplish these things on their own? Obviously, their territory has help from other forces. After the conjoined sisters built the new unicorn barracks, they immediately began recruiting soldiers. A level 1 barracks can only recruit 2 types of soldiers. The 2 barracks of the conjoined sisters naturally recruited for unicorns. After the 4 unicorns appeared, they chirped at the conjoined sisters. Just after the 4 unicorns appeared, a sexy and tall woman walked out of the castle. The woman was enveloped in dazzling light, as if she was the embodiment of light. She has a devilish figure, long golden hair, delicate fair skin, and exquisite facial features, and does not look like a human being. A pair of long, pointed ears indicate that they are not real humans. When the conjoined sisters noticed the woman's appearance, they immediately turned around, bowed to her, and said, "Greetings to Her Majesty, the Elf Queen." This woman is the Queen of the Elves. The Elf Queen ignored the conjoined sisters and looked at the newly recruited unicorns and the 2 newly built unicorn crystals. There was no fluctuation. It seemed to appear out of thin air. It was magical. The Elf Queen sighed, turned to look at the conjoined sisters, and said, "Thank you for your hard work. An elf will come and take the unicorn away soon." "Yes, Your Majesty." The conjoined sisters bowed and replied. The Elf Queen took a step forward, the space rippled, and her graceful figure disappeared in the castle. Tearing space apart, it can be seen that the strength of this Elf Queen has reached the divine realm. After the Elf Queen left, the left head of the conjoined sisters said indignantly, "From now on, we can only provide unicorns to these light elves? These are our troops. The Elf Queen didn't kill us only for the sake of these unicorns." The other head continued, "Besides, they promised us that they would separate us. Lily, don't you want to have a body of your own? Anyway, I have been thinking about it day and night for more than 40 years. As long as I can have a body of my own, I want to put on makeup, fall in love, and play with men like other women. I will do anything." On Earth, they are all nearly 50 years old and lead in human lives. Reincarnation in the War Continent made them younger. Okay, I think so too. I hope they can keep their word and don't make us wait too long. The conjoined sisters have already joined the local forces, namely the Light Elves. The elves are divided into many branches, such as Light Elves, Night Elves, Blood Elves, and so on. The conjoined sisters seek refuge with the Spirit of Light. This place is called Grey Forest, the kingdom of the Elves of Light, and one of the top 5 superpowers in Shikala Continent. The conjoined sisters' castle upgrades, barracks upgrades, and even the beast-tide impact were all solved with the help of the Light Elves. Of course, it was the Yuan crystal that the Light Elf took out that took the photo of Li Yuan's unicorn crystal building. The two sisters were responsible for recruiting unicorns every day and giving them to the light elves to form the light elf cavalry. There are many lords who, like the conjoined sisters, have taken refuge with local forces. After all, if you conquer a lord, you can have a barracks that provides an unlimited supply of soldiers of all types. Which local force wouldn't want that? It mainly depends on whether these local forces can restrain their desire to kill the lords of other worlds. For the castle lord, there's a reward for killing local forces. On the other hand, the local forces also receive guidance from some unknown source, and they receive special rewards for killing these visitors from other worlds. Whether to kill each other or not depends on one's own attitude and vision. In Dire State, Red Moon Forest. The Highbaugh family's goblin soldiers and two werewolves are now approaching the Red Moon Forest, with only half an hour left to go. Looking at the Red Moon Forest, Arouse and Carter were both a little solemn. Red Moon Forest, a forbidden land, the tomb of the gods. With their status, they naturally know the secrets of this place. If they didn't have something to do, they really wouldn't want to come here. Not long after, the team slowly entered the territory of Black Shadow. After crossing another valley, you will see the Shadow Castle. As the team moved forward, Carter suddenly said, "You guys on the top of the mountains are really brave. You dared to hold a sacrifice outside the Red Moon Forest to condense the godhood of your wolf god. Aren't you afraid of angering the beings in the Red Moon Forest? Just try it." Arouse replied casually without saying anything more. Carter sighed. The last patriarch of our Highbaugh family, under the order of the Old King, went to explore the Red Moon Forest with the wolf god and his men, and died in the Red Moon Forest. Unfortunately, we don't have the sacrificial means that you have. Arouse smiled but said nothing. He didn't know that the Highbaugh family was trying to reunite the divinity through sacrifices on the top of the mountains. But the next moment, the smile on Arouse's face suddenly changed, and he shouted loudly, "Enemy attack!" Hearing this, Carter was also stunned and looked left and right quickly, but he did not find anything unusual. But at this moment, dark figures emerged from the shadows on all sides of their team and surrounded them. Less than 50 dark shadows surrounded more than 500 goblin werewolves. Black outfit, red eyes. Carter frowned, then laughed and said, "Interesting, I was just worried that I couldn't find you demons, but you guys..." Before he could finish his words, Cart's face changed drastically. At a glance, at least half of these various demons exude the aura of Holy Realm combat power. More than 20 holy places. How is this possible? Chapter 106. Half Saint, Half God, Arouse is shocked. It was a rare opportunity for Nijia to meet a master from the Holy Land, and he was itching to take action. However, as a fellow Shadow General, Kay decisively stopped him and waited until the goblins and werewolves entered the territory before taking action. The territory can enjoy the blessing of the Holy Source Tower and enhance the combat effectiveness of the Shadow Soldiers. If Niga had taken action in advance, the Shadow Soldier would have lost this advantage. Although he would not lose, he would definitely waste time. Sure enough, when the dark shadows appeared, the group of goblins and the two werewolves were stunned. There were more than 40 black shadows in total. According to their perception, more than 20 of them were of Sanctuary Realm combat power, and the rest were all of Rank 9 combat power. Putting aside the Realm of Gods, even the Goblin Highbaugh family does not have so many high-end combat forces. The Sanctuary is not a cabbage grown on the roadside. The number of Saint Realm Masters in the Highbaugh family does not exceed 2 hands. Is this the demon under the command of the Shadow Lord, who ranks number 1 among the lords from other worlds? As confident as Carter was when he came, and as disdainful as he was of the so-called Shadow Lord, he was as shocked and terrified as he was now. He brought 500 private soldiers and 5 ninth-level captains. He's a half-saint. A werewolf is a half-saint and a saint, so his strength is not weak. But compared with the shocking power of these demons in front of them, it is really nothing, and there's simply no match. Retreat, retreat. Without any hesitation, Carter, the chief steward of the Highbaugh family, immediately issued the order to retreat. The goblin private soldiers are also well-trained and will immediately change their formation upon receiving orders. However, when they moved, the shadows also moved, instantly changing their shapes and spreading out in a fan shape, blocking them in their territory. Ika's figure appeared in front of the black shadow and said coldly, "Those who surrender will not be killed." But Carter would not listen. Under the escort of 5 ninth-level captains, he fled all the way to the rear. Faced with more than 20 holy domains and more than 29th level beings, Cart had no courage at all to fight with them. The only thought in his mind was to escape. Don't let any of them go. The king has ordered that we try to capture them alive. Nijia, I'll leave the werewolf to you. Ike, he shouted coldly and rushed towards Carl. The rest of the shadows kept changing their positions, and some even suddenly appeared from the 5 teams, disrupting the formation of the goblin private soldiers. In an instant, the Black Shadow engaged in a battle with these goblin soldiers. Of course, it was completely a crushing defeat of the goblin private soldiers by Sombra without any surprises. Except for the lack of domain, the more than 20 Black Shadows are the real fighting force of the sanctuary, and they suppressed these goblin private soldiers in the blink of an eye. Not many goblins died. As the shadows deliberately held back, only a few dozen of them died, including the semi-saint chief Steward Carl, who was captured alive by IKA in just a few moves. The gap in combat power between them and the Black Shadow was too big. The half-saint werewolf was suppressed in an instant when he saw the goblin soldiers, and his brain didn't even have time to react. He also wanted to escape just now, but before he could move, all the goblins were suppressed by this group of terrifying demons. The entire process, from the Black Shadow's attack to the suppression, took no more than 3 breaths. Sir, the half-saint werewolf turned to look at the holy domain Arouse, wanting to ask what to do. However, Arouse beside him stood there, with no intention of leaving. The muscles on his face kept shaking, as if he was under tremendous pressure. The next moment, Arouse's head turned into a snow-white wolf's head. At the same time, his clothes were instantly torn apart, and he turned into a giant white wolf. It's not that Arouse doesn't want to retreat, but that he can't do it. This was because Nigga, who had not shown up until now, had completely locked onto Arouse with his aura that was beyond the sanctuary, making it impossible for him to escape. Even under such overwhelming pressure, Arouse had to transform into a more powerful wolf to fight against the inexplicable pulling force in the air. Roar! Arouse opened his mouth and let out a roar, finally breaking free from the powerful pulling force. He supported himself on the ground with all 4 limbs and gasped heavily. As for the other half-holy werewolf, he was not so lucky. A mirror appeared in front of him, and in an instant, it pulled him into the mirror. No matter how this semi-holy werewolf struggled in the mirror, he could not break the mirror and was directly imprisoned in the mirror. Then, a pink palm grabbed the mirror and squeezed it gently. Kiki, klater. The mirror shattered and the semi-holy giant wolf fell out of it, its body covered with wounds and bloodstains, and it landed straight on the ground. After shaking, the half-saint werewolf did not die, but fainted. Nigga kicked the half-holy werewolf towards IKA. This is of course the reason why Nigga held back. As Li Yuan said, he is a half-saint after all, and he cannot be wasted. IKA had already finished the battle. With a flash of his body, he caught the half-saint werewolf in the air and held it in his hand. In the other hand, he was holding the semi-holy goblin Grand Steward Carter. Don't play too long. I'll take them back first. After saying that, IKA glanced at the other Black Shadows and shouted, "Bring them back in batches." Immediately afterwards, the Black Shadows were seen disappearing and not reappearing one after another. After a while, the suppressed goblins and dozens of goblin corpses all disappeared from the spot. Arouse ignored all this. When Nigga appeared, his eyes never left Nigga. Demigod. Arouse was shocked. As early as when he was locked by Nigga's aura, Arouse had already suspected that the other party was a demigod because his aura alone had forced him to return to his true form. Now that I see Nigga with my own eyes, the aura he carries far exceeds that of the sanctuary. Who else could he be but a demigod? Isn't it said that these aliens have just arrived in the war continent less than 10 days ago? Even if the military force has great potential, it is impossible for it to grow to the level of demigod in just a few days. Suddenly, Arouse's heart moved, and he spoke in human language from his wolf mouth. You have absorbed the power of the Godhead? Only the power of the Godhead can elevate a person to such a realm within a few days, and the territory of the Black Shadow Castle is the biggest suspect in taking away the Godhead of the Wolf God. It is difficult for Arouse not to think about the Godhead. There are other demons as well. So many holy places probably benefit from the Godhead of the Wolf God. The Shadow Lord used his divine power to cultivate a demigod and a bunch of semi-saints. After all, He is a sanctuary, even if he is only in the early stage of the sanctuary, but he can see that the other 20 or so black shadows are not real sanctuaries. Just like the holy tiger beast back then, he could see that Nigga at that time only had the holy combat power, but no domain. Want to know? Beat me, and I'll tell you. With a grim smile on his face, Nigga appeared directly in front of Arouse and punched his hairy head. Chapter 107. Remember to beat him harder, otherwise it won't be real enough. The battle between the strong men in the Holy Land is more of a clash of domains. However, Nigga did not choose to continue using the mirror field, but instead attacked Arouse with pure force. The werewolf's physical defense was not bad, but Arouse had no doubt that Nigga's punch would smash his head to pieces. Even if he didn't use his domain power, he was still a demigod. If you ignite the divine fire, you can be called a demigod. If you condense the divine nature, you will officially enter the realm of gods. Arouse retreated madly, and at the same time, wind blades spurted out of the huge wolf's mouth and swept towards Nigga's fist. A gust of wind blew, and Arouse seemed to blend into the wind, his figure floating. Although Nigga doesn't use his domain, Arouse dares not to use it. This is his domain, the wind domain. In the windswept field, Arouse can transform into wind and travel, which is an excellent means of escape. So boring. You're running away before the fight even starts. Arouse's wind field took him out of the territory, and Nigga wanted to follow him out and have a real fight with Arouse. But IKA had told him not to play for too long, and this seemed to be the king's intention. If the battle was outside the territory, Nigga believed that he could defeat Arouse without the support of the Holy Source Tower, but it would definitely take some time. Therefore, Nigga immediately shuttled through the shadows and appeared in front of the wind field. Great! With a light shout, a dark sword appeared in Nigga's hand and slashed down towards the windswept area. Boom! The windswept area lasted for a few breaths before being torn apart by the long sword. The power of the demigod broke through Arouse's wind field. The domain was forcibly broken, and Arouse spat out a large mouthful of blood, his body swaying in the air. The next moment, Nigga landed on Arouse's back. I hope you can survive, and then you can accompany this general and have a good fight. Before Arouse could figure out what this meant, a strange force sealed his spirit. There was a darkness in front of him. When his vision returned to light, Arouse found that he was in a castle. At the same time, bursts of screams were heard. What's going on? Glancing over, he saw everyone in the castle yard, including the half-Saint Carter, rolling on the ground in pain. Sanctuary, you are the first sanctuary we have captured. When Arouse heard the voice, he turned to look at the source of the voice, and the other party was also looking at him. Are you the Shadow Lord? Arouse asked with difficulty. Yes, I am the Shadow Lord. Li Yuan nodded and casually shot out a black shadow mark. Soon, Arouse, the powerful sanctuary, also joined the goblins in the yard nearby in their screaming feast. Looking at Arouse's painful howls, Li Yuan felt deeply saddened. Just a few days ago, the black-crowned golden eagle, a sacred beast, made Li Yuan sleep uneasy just by flying through the air. But now, in the blink of an eye, Nigga has become a sanctuary. At this moment, they also captured a strong man from the Holy Land for the first time, and all the people in the Holy Land became prisoners of the Black Shadow territory. The Shadow Castle is no longer what it used to be. It is much more powerful. 10 minutes later, the screaming finally stopped. 355 goblins were transformed into shadows, a pretty good success rate. All 5 9th-level captains were alive, and Carter, the half-saint, naturally survived as well. However, the werewolf half-saint died, leaving only the holy werewolf Arouse, who was successfully transformed into a shadow. Although Arouse was the last to be shadowed, it was probably because of his great strength that he was the first to be successfully shadowed. After being transformed into a shadow, Arouse regained his human form. Feeling the changes in his body, he couldn't help but look sharply at Nigga. You too. What he asked was naturally that he felt that he had the fighting power of a demigod. Nija curled his lips and ignored Arouse, saying, Remember, you will have a good fight with me later. Arouse glanced at Cart and his group of goblins who had also recovered, and finally looked at Li Yuan. Arouse, meet my king. Arouse knelt decisively on the ground, showing his absolute loyalty to his new king. On the other side, Carter also led his private goblin soldiers, knelt down in front of Li Yuan, and shouted, My king. Li Yuan nodded and said, Everyone get up. After hearing Li Yuan's words, the goblins and arouse stood up. Li Yuan sat back in his chair and waved to Carter and arouse. Come and tell me about the Goblin Kingdom and the top of the mountains. The announcement on the World Chat channel only contained a brief introduction to the Goblin Kingdom and the top of the mountains. Carter and arouse came from the Goblin Kingdom and the top of the mountains respectively, so naturally they wanted to know more detailed information. The two of them immediately walked over obediently and told Li Yuan everything they knew about the Goblin Kingdom and the top of the mountains. Half an hour later, Li Yuan had a better understanding of the Goblin Kingdom and the top of the mountains. The Goblin Kingdom in Andira State is composed of three major families and the royal family. The three major families are the Tant family, the Eno family, and the Haiba family where Carter belongs. The patriarchs of the families are all members of the Seven Continents Elders Council. The three major families each have 50,000 private soldiers, while the royal family has 200,000 soldiers and 2 seats in the Council of Elders. In terms of high-end combat power, the three major families are about the same in strength, with each having a god-level master and a dozen holy domains. The royal family is more powerful, which is basically the sum of the three major families, that is 3 gods and more than 30 holy realm combat forces. It's normal to think about it. Otherwise, how could the royal family suppress the three major families from rebelling? However, this also shows that the strength of the Goblin Kingdom is indeed quite good, with a total of 6 gods. Of course, they should all be lower-level gods, not high-level gods. As for the top of the mountains, its high-end combat power is much stronger than that of the Goblin Kingdom. The headquarters of Mountaintop is not in Andira State. It only has a branch in the central part of Andira State. There are more than 10 gods in this branch alone, and hundreds in the Holy Realm. You can imagine how powerful the headquarters on the top of the mountains is. Arouse has never been to the headquarters, but according to him, there is a main god at the headquarters on the top of the mountains. The Lord God is already an absolute top-level combat force in the War Continent. The fact that there's a main god in charge is enough to show that the top of the mountains is a first-class force in the War Continent. Li Yuan thought carefully for a while, and said to arouse, "Go fight with Nija outside the territory, and come back after the fight." Arouse was a little confused. Nija laughed and said, "Thank you, your majesty." Li Yuan smiled and said, "You're welcome. Just remember to beat him up a little, otherwise it won't be real enough." Arouse was confused again. What did it mean if he was beaten so badly? Then, Li Yuan looked at IKA and Cart and said, "IK, go out and fight Cart again. Let him bring 50 goblins to fight you together. And remember to beat him hard." Carter, what's going on? Why is the fire burning him again? Not long after, outside the territory, the screams of goblins and werewolves were heard again from afar. But at this moment, the golden holy ape, who had gone to the Red Moon Forest to recruit followers, suddenly returned to the yard. There was a look of surprise and doubt on the face of Lei Gong, the golden holy ape. Moreover, the area below his waist and abdomen, including his legs, had turned into gray stone, and the petrification was rapidly spreading to his upper body. Chapter 108. The Snakeman Palace, the Great Elder Visits. Seeing the state of the Golden Saint Ape, Li Yuan couldn't help but frown and asked, "What's wrong with you?" "I met a powerful big guy. I've never fought him before." The Golden Holy Ape had a slightly wry smile on his face and didn't pay much attention to the petrification of his body. Just be petrified, die, and come back to life again. Seeing that the body of the Golden Holy Ape had been petrified to the point that only his head was left, Li Yuan casually cast the power of a horse talisman on him. Suddenly, the petrification of the Golden Holy Ape's body stopped spreading, and the petrified parts quickly recovered to their perfect state. "Thank you, your majesty." The Golden Holy Ape bowed slightly to Li Yuan, thinking that it was good not to die this time. Li Yuan waved his hand and asked curiously, "You are not in the territory, but you have the combat power of the 9th level elite, not much worse than a half-saint. Tell me, what happened to you? Apart from running back, you didn't even have the strength to resist." The Golden Holy Ape's combat power is not bad, but now he has escaped back. If he hadn't taken action, the little monkey would have had to wait for death. "That's right, your majesty." The Golden Saint Ape's eyes flashed, and he explained the whole story in detail. In order to find satisfactory subordinates, the Golden Holy Ape left the castle territory and went deep into the Red Moon Forest 2,000 miles away. Along the way, the Golden Holy Ape did find 7 or 8 powerful 9th level magical beasts, and subdued them with brute force. But as the golden holy ape continued to go deeper into the Red Moon Forest, he discovered a palace. The golden holy ape thought that this palace was also a castle, a building similar to the Black Shadow Castle. Therefore, the golden holy ape took a few subdued monsters and wanted to sneak over to take a closer look at the palace. The golden holy ape shuttled through the shadows, and no trace was discovered. But the monsters he subdued were discovered by the guards in the palace before they could get close to the palace. Countless snake men emerged from the palace, including several semi-saint snake men, who almost killed the monsters instantly. The golden holy ape had found these few magical beasts with great difficulty, so naturally he didn't want to watch them being killed. So the golden holy ape kept shuttling through the shadows, trying to save those monsters. With the means of the golden holy ape, even if facing several semi-saints, although he is no match for them, he still has a chance to rescue the monster. However, after a shadow shuttle, the golden holy ape was about to grab a monster and leave. At this moment, he felt that a pair of eyes seemed to open in the palace behind him, and their gaze fell directly on him. That gaze was invisible and just looked at him. There was nothing special about it. As if by magic, the golden holy ape looked back, and coincidentally his eyes met those eyes. However, the golden holy ape soon discovered that his body was changing and his legs quickly turned into stone. Moreover, the golden holy ape could not expel the power that petrified him, which meant that his entire body would turn into stone and he would die. Although the golden holy ape was not afraid of death, he was also very clear that even if he was reborn after death, he would not be a match for those eyes. So, before his body was completely petrified, the golden holy ape shuttled through the shadows and returned to the castle. Snake people, petrification ability? Li Yuan's eyes flashed, and he had some guesses in his mind about the snake people who used this ability. Although the golden holy ape did not recruit any younger brothers this time, he was able to discover a local force inside the Red Moon Forest, which was also a meritorious service. It's not the periphery of the Red Moon Forest, but the local forces within 10,000 meters of the Red Moon Forest. The local forces that can live in the Red Moon Forest are not Warcraft, so it goes without saying that they are special. Li Yuan looked at the Golden Saint Ape and asked, "At least I've seen it. Is there a simple overview of the number and strength of the snake people in that palace?" This palace is huge, no smaller than the Shadow Castle. Judging from the size of the palace and the atmosphere of life, the total number of snake people should be no less than 5,000. When we were first discovered, I saw 5 half-saint snake men. So, the snake men have at least 5 half-saints. The Holy Land, the owner of those eyes must be the Holy Land. Li Yuan nodded after hearing this. The local force of the snake people was indeed quite powerful. In one Holy Land, there are more than 5 semi-saints, with a total number exceeding 5,000. And this was just the golden holy ape's inference. He ran too fast, and what he saw might not be all of the snake people. Seeing that Li Yuan asked so clearly, the golden saint ape couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Your Majesty, are we going to attack this snake tribe?" "No hurry, first." Before he finished speaking, Li Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. I saw that in one place, ripples appeared in the protective shield covering the castle. It's a very slight fluctuation, and you won't even notice it if you don't pay attention. The Crystal Core defense can cover the entire territory, but Li Yuan now only covers the castle. Covering an area of 5 kilometers, the strength of the energy shield is naturally not as strong as just covering the castle, but it is still only a 9th level defense. Yes, someone quietly penetrated the Crystal Core defense shield. The fact that such a small wave could penetrate the defensive shield was enough to show that the invading enemy was very powerful. Just as the protective shield fluctuated, Niga's figure appeared in the castle. As the strongest person in the Black Shadow Town at present, he naturally discovered someone invading the castle at the first moment. Breaking into the castle is courting death. As soon as Niga appeared, there was an angry look on his face. A black shadow sword appeared in his hand, and he immediately slashed towards the void. The next moment, a figure fell out from the edge of the castle's protective shield. Li Yuan looked up and saw a human body with a snake tail, all green. His facial features were good, but he seemed to be quite old. When a snake girl appeared, she stared at Niga, who was guarding Li Yuan. He is only at the initial stage of the Saint Realm, but he can exert the power of a demigod. The snake girl is very strong, a powerful person in the late holy domain. She can directly see through the disparity between Niga's realm and strength. The Holy Source Tower is a holy level building that can only enhance the combat power of the holy realm and below. Although demigod has the word god in its title, strictly speaking it is still at the saint level, not the god level, so it has enhanced combat power. However, facing a demigod like Niga, the snake girl did not show too much fear, but was just a little surprised at first. However, as the snake woman watched the dark shadows appearing in the castle yard right under her nose, she felt a little heavy-hearted. He was completely unable to catch any trace of these dark shadows moving around. Moreover, the combat power of these black shadows, like Niga, has been increased by 1 level. The combat power of more than 20 saints is equivalent to more than 20 semi-saints. This power really frightened the snake girl. At least she is alone here now, and she might really die here. There's another point, that is the golden holy ape. She saw the golden holy ape being petrified, but now he is fully recovered. You know, that is not the petrification technique of ordinary snake people. The petrification spell cast by those eyes was almost impossible to be solved by anyone. But now the facts were in front of her. The petrification spell was ineffective. Compared to the fighting power of Niga and the others, this is what shocked the snake girl the most. Humph! So much nonsense. Niga's face turned cold, and he immediately drew his sword and was about to kill the snake woman. At this moment, the snake girl suddenly fell to the ground, squirming her body, and bowed slightly to Li Yuan. Then she said, "Dear Lord of the Otherworld, please forgive my unintentional offense. I am Dana, the great elder of the snake people. I came here to seek peace, not war." Hearing this, Li Yuan glanced at Niga and nodded slightly at him. Niga understood and retreated, but also locked onto the aura of the snake girl Dana, staring at him with cold and wary eyes. Whenever the snake woman made any unusual movement, Niga would launch a fierce attack on her, and the other black shadows had the same idea. The golden holy ape kept looking at the snake girl Dana with suspicion in his eyes, as if he was confirming something from her. After a moment, the golden saint ape whispered to Li Yuan, "Your Majesty, the eyes that petrified me were not from this snake girl. This snake girl Dana is very powerful in the late sanctuary realm." But the golden holy ape could feel that the pair of eyes in the snake people's palace definitely did not belong to Dana. Those eyes were very clear, even a little innocent. On the other hand, the eyes of the snake girl Dana are very vicissitudes, and you can tell at a glance that she is an old snake girl. After hearing the words of the golden holy ape, Li Yuan nodded slightly. It seems that this so-called great elder of the snake people is not the strongest fighter of the snake people. There is more than one saint in the snake people tribe. Perhaps the owner of the pair of eyes in the Snake Man Palace is the strongest. Is it the peak of the holy realm, or a demigod? Or maybe, is he a true powerful god? It's not impossible. After all, the fact that the other party could survive in the Red Moon Forest was itself an extraordinary thing. Li Yuan stood up from his chair, put his hands behind his back, and said playfully, "You actually want to seek peace? Then I have to ask Elder Dana to explain to this lord. Why don't you wait outside the territory to be summoned, but directly break into my castle?" Upon hearing this, the snake girl Dana bowed to Li Yuan again and said apologetically, "It was Dana who was rude. Please don't blame me, lord." "Well, even if you don't tell me, I know it." Li Yuan glanced at Dana, smiled meaningfully, and said, "Elder Dana came here in secret. I think she wanted to see if my territory is qualified to have peace with your snake people, right? No matter where you are, there could be no peace for the weak. If it weren't for powerful soldiers like Niga and Sombra, this snake girl named Dana might have destroyed the Sombra town. The reason why we're talking about seeking peace now is simply because we feel that the Shadow Territory is not a soft persimmon." After hearing Li Yuan's clear statement, Dana didn't know how to respond for a moment. In fact, it is true. The demigod fighting force of Niga, together with other demigod fighting forces of Black Shadows, forced Dana to surrender. Before coming here, she had 2 preparations. First, if the territory is weak, then just wipe out the territory. If the territory is strong and the snake people cannot destroy it in a short time, then sit down and have a good talk. Dana was silent for a moment, then said, "My snake people have no interest in the outside world struggles. Otherwise, we would not live in seclusion in a forbidden place like the Red Moon Forest. We, the Snake People, also know about alien visitors like you, the Lord, who will inevitably fight for hegemony with the local forces outside. But we, the Snake People, can assure you that we will not interfere in the fight between you and any other local forces. So, I came to visit you this time because I hope that our two forces can coexist peacefully. Dana continued. If you wish, our two forces can sign an agreement to never invade each other. Li Yuan looked at the snake girl Dana and did not answer the question. Instead, he asked, there is one thing I am curious about. How can you Snake People live in the Red Moon Forest? The Red Moon Forest is not a good place. Wait, Elder Dian, you keep saying that you want to live in peace with us. Are you waiting for the Red Moon Forest to attack me? Even the Golden Holy Ape discovered the palace of the Snake People, so there is no reason why the Black-Crowned Golden Eagle and the Holy Tiger Beast could not discover it. But the Snake People were in the Red Moon Forest and were not expelled or killed. In other words, the fact that the Snake People can survive in the Red Moon Forest is tacitly acknowledged by the Red Moon Forest, or perhaps there are other secrets. I'm sorry, Lord, but your first question has nothing to do with the purpose of my visit. The second question has nothing to do with our Snake People. How to survive the crisis in the Red Moon Forest is your business, Lord. My Lord, I wonder what you think of the peace proposal I just made. Dana turned the topic back to discussing peace and did not mention a word about the secrets of the Snake People. Li Yuan just asked casually and didn't expect the other party to answer. After thinking for a while, Li Yuan said calmly, Okay, let's talk about our business first. Since you know that I am a lord from another world, and you also know that we, the lords of other worlds, and the local forces are fighting for supremacy among all races, we will all fight for the supreme throne. Then you should know that we are destined to have no peace, only surrender to each other, or perish. Upon hearing this, Dana's face changed slightly, and she pretended to be calm and said, It depends on your attitude, Lord. Li Yuan shrugged and said calmly, My attitude is very simple. You, the Snake Tribe, must submit to me, surrender to me, and submit to me. This is impossible. The Snake Girl Dana refused without hesitation, and then looked at Li Yuan and said, Since we separated from the Orc Empire, we will never submit to any force again, no matter it is the local force or the lords of other worlds like you. The Orc Empire is an empire formed by powerful orcs and is one of the most powerful empires in the War Continent. The Great Elder's attitude is so firm, which means there is no room for negotiation. Li Yuan spread his hands and said, Well, the Snake People are welcome to attack my territory, or you can wait for me to attack your Snake People's palace. Upon hearing this, the Snake Girl Dana couldn't help but frown and said, My lord, do you think too highly of yourself? No, it's not that I think too highly of myself. Li Yuan shook his finger and said to the Snake Girl Dana, It's you who underestimated me. Chapter 109, You Can Only Choose the Choice I Give You. As Li Yuan's voice fell, all the dark shadows gathered in the yard, including more than 350 goblins and Li Cheng's more than 20 figures. Even the bruised and battered werewolf arouse of the Holy Land and the Half-Saint Cartel came to the yard. Seeing this, Dana's face changed slightly. Lord, do you want to force me to stay? Whether it is goblins or werewolves, Dana has just discovered that it is not surprising that Li Yuan can recruit these local forces. You two saints, now with the fighting power of demigods, can indeed keep me here. Dana looked at Li Yuan, but her expression calmed down and said, But this little bit of strength is nothing in front of my Snake People. Lord Shadow, I think you should consider my peace proposal carefully. Hearing Dana call out the name of his territory, Li Yuan smiled unconsciously, squinting his eyes, and said, Since you know that I am the Lord of Shadow, if my guess is correct, you snake men have at least destroyed one lord's castle. Dana did not deny it after hearing this, and said, They're the ones who attacked our Snake People. We are passively defending. They were used instead of him, which meant that the Snake People destroyed more than one castle. What Dana meant was that if you, the Shadow Lord, come to attack our Snake People, we, the Snake People, will make you disappear as well. I come to you to negotiate now, because I think highly of you. Don't be ungrateful. Li Yuan smiled and said, That's because they're too weak, but I am not those rubbish. As he spoke, a red crystal appeared in Li Yuan's hand, and he weighed it casually. When she saw the red crystal, Dana's pupils suddenly contracted, and she exclaimed in surprise, Godhead! Elder Dana has good eyesight. Li Yuan continued to weigh the fiery red crystal. At the same time, A surging and violent force slowly emanated from the red crystal. The space around the red crystal is distorted. What are you going to do? Stop now. The snake girl Dana swallowed her saliva and stared at the divine power in Li Yuan's hand, feeling horrified all over. Li Yuan wants to blow up the godhead and release the power inside the godhead. The godhead, even the weakest lower-level godhead, once exploded, was enough to kill any creature below the god level. Li Yuan grabbed the divine power in the air and let the violent force ravage the space. He said, "Are you going to stop now? I haven't even thrown it into the palace of your snake people. It's just a divine power. It shouldn't be able to blow up your palace, right?" Upon hearing this, the snake girl Dana was slightly stunned, and then her face was full of disbelief. As a person in the late sanctuary, Dana could not be unfamiliar with the godhead, as it was the symbol of the divine position. As long as one can refine the godhead, one can fully inherit the power of the godhead, skip the ignition of the divine fire, and become a god directly. And now, this Shadow Lord actually used the divine power as a bomb? Doesn't he know the value of godhead? What kind of brain circuit is needed to come up with the idea of using the divine power as a bomb? That is godhood, not cabbage. Furthermore, if the power of the divine nature were to be fully unleashed, Dana would definitely not escape death. But including Li Yuan, all living beings here cannot survive the explosion of the divinity. At that moment, Dana even wondered if she had met a madman. He doesn't even care about his own life. While Dana was stunned, the power of the divinity had already disturbed the void around her, causing her body to feel waves of tearing pain. Stop now. Dana came back to her senses and shouted again, fear in her eyes. She even saw tiny cracks appearing on the divine crystal, as if it could explode at any time. Upon seeing this, Li Yuan bent his 5 fingers and grasped the divine nature in his hand. Suddenly, the violent energy that surged out of the godhead quickly retreated, and the cracks on it slowly dissipated. The snake girl Dana's expression changed again. What kind of method was this? Li Yuanrong's divine nature was intact. He weighed it in his hand again and said with a smile, "Elder Dana hasn't answered my question yet. Can this thing blow up your palace?" Dana looked at Li Yuan with an unpleasant expression, not knowing how to answer this question. Can it? Of course it can. If this divine power exploded in the palace of the snake people, 99% of all the snake people would die, except for the owner of the pair of eyes inside the palace. After a long while, Dana gritted her teeth and said, "What on earth are you going to do?" Elder Dana has a really bad memory. Li Yuan played with the divine power inside. Then I will repeat it again. You snake people will submit to my black shadow territory. This time, Dana didn't immediately say it was impossible. There is no way. Anyone who encounters a madman who uses the divine power as a bomb would not dare to give a casual answer. Dana's expression changed constantly, and finally she stepped back and said, "We the snake people can move, and we can continue to migrate into the Red Moon Forest. As far as I know, you are in great need of supplies, and I can make the decision and leave all the supplies we have accumulated to you." These words revealed a glimmer of hope, and she was indeed a little scared. Faced with such a crazy lord, if he really ran to the snake people and dropped the divine power on them, the snake people would be truly gone. However, Li Yuan shook his head and said, "No, you can only choose the option I give you." Hearing this, Dana was desperate, but she dared not say anything. She had already made huge concessions, saying she wanted to move out and give up the land, but the other party refused. After a moment, Dana gritted her teeth again and said, "In addition to moving, I can also tell you how to avoid being expelled from this Red Moon Forest. This is the secret of the snake people, and Dana is using it as a bargaining chip." In her opinion, although the Shadow Lord's forces were not weak, the Red Moon Forest was a forbidden place after all. In time, the Shadow Lord will definitely be forced to leave the Red Moon Forest. If he does not leave, he will sooner or later be killed inside the Red Moon Forest. This is also one of the reasons why Dana chose to give in and move, just to temporarily maintain the relationship between her and Li Yuan. From now on, whether Li Yuan leaves or is killed by the Red Moon Forest, it will have nothing to do with the snake people. However, what Dana could not have imagined was that after she threw out this chip, Li Yuan still shook his head nonchalantly and said, "The secrets of your snake people are worthless to me." I said, "Surrender or die. You can only choose one." If it were in the past, Li Yuan might have been interested in the secret of the snake people. But now, the Red Moon Forest poses no threat to him and will inevitably become his back garden. What is the use of keeping this secret? Besides, these snake people have surrendered and been transformed by him, so no secrets are secrets anymore. I am willing to submit to you, Lord Darshadow, but I cannot rule over the entire tribe. Dana was silent for a long time before she said, Lord, can you let me go back and discuss this with the other elders? Under Li Yuan's threat, Dana had no choice but to surrender. No matter whether she really surrendered or not, she had to surrender now. Otherwise, she was worried that she would not be able to leave this place. Li Yuan thought about it and said, Okay, but we have to leave a hostage. She didn't understand what this meant. There were no other snake people here except her, so where could she keep the hostages? But before Dana could say anything, Li Yuan looked at Nijia and ordered, Go with the little monkey and bring back the 2 snake people. Dana, you said you would bring it, so where should we bring it? Yes, sir. After receiving the order, Niga and the golden holy ape disappeared from the spot at the same time. In the blink of an eye, Niga and the golden holy ape came back, but each of them was holding a snake man in their hands. When Dana saw the 2 tribesmen, she suddenly looked towards Li Yuan. In less than a second, his people were brought here. How did he do that? Even for her, who was in the late Saint realm, it would take several breaths to travel a distance of nearly 10,000 meters. Not to mention that they had to capture 2 tribesmen from their palace. You know, the owner of those eyes is in the palace, but her people were still brought here. Unless they are traveling through space. Only by traveling through space can they make that person unable to react in time and allow Niga and the golden holy ape to bring back the 2 snake people smoothly and quickly. But to travel through space is something that only those in the divine realm can do. Regardless of whether it is Niga or the monkey, they are obviously not at the divine level yet. The 2 snake men also saw Dana at this time and couldn't help but exclaimed, Grand Elder, save me. Dana glanced at them, her expression changing again, and she was filled with thoughts for a moment. The number 1 among the Lord from another world is really unpredictable and mysterious. The other party said that they were keeping a hostage, but in fact they were telling her, Don't try to play any tricks, I can appear in your palace at any time. Now that the hostages are here, please come in, Elder Dana. Li Yuan sat back in his chair and waved his hand, saying, I hope Elder Dana won't make me wait too long. Otherwise, I might have to go to your palace in person and advise your people in person. How to persuade? Of course, use the godhead that is about to explode to persuade. The appearance of 2 of her tribesmen here made Dana have no doubt about the truth of this statement. Dana suppressed the many thoughts in her mind and quickly replied, Don't worry, Lord, I will give you an answer as soon as possible. Then, Dana turned to the snake man in the hands of the little monkey Nijia and said, You stay here first. I will come to pick you up later. After saying that, Dana wriggled her long green tail, turned around, and slowly retreated, then quickly left the castle territory. Your Majesty, are you just going to let her go like this? Niga asked puzzledly. Li Yuan glanced in the direction where Dana left and said with a smile, When 2 armies are fighting, they should not kill the envoys, right? There must be some masters among the snake people. Li Yuan guessed that it might be a demigod. Otherwise, Dana would not have acted so calm and confident just now. It was not until he took out the divine power that her mood changed. He is just a demigod. Li Yuan doesn't think he is that powerful. He took out the divine power with the intention of intimidating the snake girl Dana. But if the snake people are really unwilling to surrender, Li Yuan doesn't mind sending them to the west with a divine power. The growth ceiling of the black shadows has been raised to the divine realm, so using divine power or not actually has little impact. For Black Shadow, becoming a god is just a matter of time. Of course, to deal with the snake people, it is not necessary to blow up this divine nature. Even though the snake people are numerous, and there are some in the late holy realm, the dark shadows will be able to defeat them if they really want to. It's just that Li Yuan was afraid of the owner of the eyes in the Snakeman Palace. He guessed that the other party was a demigod, but was he really just a demigod? Li Yuan's intuition told him that there was something wrong with the owner of those eyes. The snake people were able to stay in the Red Moon Forest, probably because they had to pay some kind of price. Moreover, the wolf god's divine power can still be used on other people, such as Li Cheng. He is a figure general after all, so the 9th level upper limit is too low. In fact, if it were the previous Li Yuan, he would really kill the snake people directly like he did with the Goblin tribe, and the werewolf tribe before, and kill them until they surrender, even if they don't surrender. But now, if we can make the other party surrender without losing a single soldier, why not do it? There are more than 5,000 snake people. At least 2,000 to 3,000 of them have transformed into shadows, and there are also powerful late-stage Saint Realm warriors like Dana. For now, due to the daily limit on the number of soldiers that Shadow Crystal can recruit, transforming other creatures into shadows is a relatively cost-effective deal. And this is something that Other Lord cannot do. Therefore, it is worth to try to use courtesy before force against the snake people, which is cost-effective. However, the opportunity has now been given to the snake people, and it depends on whether they can seize it. Li Yuan twisted his neck and looked around the yard. Arouse, Cart, you two come here. The two men immediately came in front of Li Yuan and bowed. Your Majesty, what do you want? Li Yuan looked at the two men with bruised faces and noses, and first asked Arouse, what is the attitude of the top of the mountains towards the godhead of the wolf god? If the godhead is still there, the top of the mountains will not give up. Arouse paused and said, in fact, this godhead belongs to the only legitimate heir of William's family in the mountains. His father is one of the only 3 main gods in the mountains and is also the high priest of the mountains. If the godhead is taken back, the high priest can resurrect little William. After hearing what Arouse said, Li Yuan frowned slightly. This godhood actually involved the main god. Li Yuan thought for a moment, then asked, as you said, this godhead belongs to the son of your so-called high priest, and he can use the godhead to revive him. So why doesn't he come to the Red Moon Forest in person? The Lord God is an absolute big shot in the war continent, and he has fully comprehended at least one law. Arouse replied, in ancient times, there was only one continent in the war continent, but the wars among all races broke out, and countless gods intervened, which split the war continent into 7 continents. Later, the 4 supreme gods of fate, destruction, death, and life appeared and made an agreement among all races that the main gods could not intervene in the affairs of the continent again, otherwise they would be killed by the 4 supreme gods. Hearing this, Li Yuan was stunned. He had never heard of this 10,000 races agreement, and it was not mentioned in the announcement. But it would be a good thing if the Lord God could not take any action. If a main god came to the territory now, Li Yuan would not die, but he would have no choice but to hide in the castle and not be able to get out. Since the Lord God can't come, it doesn't matter. Suddenly, Li Yuan came up with an idea and asked Arouse, speaking of Arouse, if I am willing to give up this godhood, would your high priest be willing to pay a high price in exchange for it? The divinity of a son of the Lord God in exchange for 100 or 80 of your godhoods of higher gods is not too much, right? Arouse's eyes lit up as well, and he replied in surprise. Given how much the high priest values little William, he might even exchange him with the king. Then can you contact this high priest? Li Yuan asked again. Alu was stunned for a moment, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Well, your majesty, you think too highly of me. Li Yuan thought about it and realized that Arouse was just a holy land. How could it possibly contact a big shot like the Lord God? However, this reminded Li Yuan that the divine power in his hand could not be used for the time being. Keep it well. You may need it someday, and exchange it for 100 or 80 godhoods of the higher god, which is quite good. Li Yuan thought for a while and said, then, you should think of a way first and try to contact them. Yes, your majesty. Arouse bowed and replied. Although he could not contact the high priest directly, he could indeed pass the message up slowly through other channels. As for whether it will succeed and whether it can reach the ears of the Lord God, that is unknown. Li Yuan nodded and asked Carter, what about the Highball family? This godhead has nothing to do with you. Your majesty, in fact, the Highball family is not very interested in this godhead. It is because the mountain summit has other transactions with the Highball family that they sent us to help Arouse retrieve the wolf god's godhead. After a pause, Carter looked at Arouse and said, but for some reason, the royal family is very interested in this godhead. Therefore, in addition to trading with the mountain summit, the Highball family also has trades with the royal family. If Arouse takes back the godhead, the royal family will secretly make a move and snatch it away. This is also top secret information of the Highball family. But now that Carl has been transformed into a shadow, he naturally doesn't have to worry about anything and just says it directly. Arouse frowned but didn't react much. After hearing this, Li Yuan turned to look at Arouse and asked, not many people know that this godhood belongs to the son of the high priest of the mountains, right? Not much. I didn't know before I came here. Arouse replied. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan laughed. The reactions of the Haiba family and the royal family could basically be explained reasonably. The Haiba family did not know the origin of this divine power, so they tried to have the best of both worlds, helping the top of the mountains and the royal family at the same time. The royal family of the Goblin Kingdom probably knows who the owner of the Godhead is. As for why they wanted to snatch the Godhead midway, maybe he had the same idea as Li Yuan and wanted to get benefits from the high priest on the top of the mountains. To be honest, Li Yuanjin didn't expect that there were so many twists and turns behind just the divine nature. However, this did not affect the fishing plan he had planned long ago. On the contrary, the importance of this divine power will attract more fish to him. Not long after, Cult and Arouse, along with 50 or so goblins, quickly fled from the Shadow Territory with their defeated troops. The Shadow Territory is too strong. We can't defeat them. We have to ask for help. Chapter 110. This Shadow Lord is a madman. Red Moon Forest, a dense forest towering into the clouds. A slightly reddish light enveloped the entire woodland, like a diffuse sunset glow. Snakeman tribe. In the woods, colorful pythons coiled among the trees, and countless small snakes hissed and shuttled around. A retro palace sits right in the center of the snake group. Outside the palace, there were half-human, half-snake figures wandering around. There are also snake man guards armed with various weapons, who are on guard within the territory. The snake people, although they don't seem very strong, were originally an important ethnic group in the Orc Empire. The reason is simple, because they have an amazing king, Queen Medusa, a queen that all the strong men of all races fear, the strongest person under the Lord God. After the ancient war of gods, in the years when the main gods did not appear, Queen Medusa was invincible and few creatures could fight against her. If Queen Medusa wanted, the Orc Empire would be in her hands. At that time, she would not only be the queen of the snake people, but also the queen of the entire Orc Empire. For some unknown reason, Queen Medusa did not seize the throne of the Orc Empire, and only wanted to break through and become the main god. Contrary to expectations, Queen Medusa failed to break through and died. After losing the invincible Queen Medusa, the snake people went into decline and lost their voice in the Orc Empire. They even suffered suppression, ridicule, and expulsion from other orcs. The huge Snake Man tribe was torn apart, and the original Snake Man gods were almost gone, either dead or killed. The Snake Men were also scattered to various places in the 7 continents, completely away from the power center of the Orc Empire. The snake people descended from Queen Medusa suffered a devastating blow, with only 1 in 10 surviving. The Snakeman tribe in the Red Moon Forest was formed by some of the survivors. When they came to the Red Moon Forest, there were only 300 to 500 of them, and now there are only 4,000 to 5,000 of them. In their heyday, their lineage had hundreds of thousands of people. At this time, the atmosphere in the Snake People's palace was extremely weird. 5 elders of the Snake People sat around a round table, looking at their chief, Elder Dana, with strange expressions. There was anger and surprise in their eyes, but more of it was incomprehension. Because, after Dana hurried back to the palace, she summoned the 5 elders and said that she wanted to discuss letting the Snake People join the Shadow Lord. They all have some understanding of the Shadow Lord. A visitor from another world, with demon soldiers under his command, he ranks first among countless lords from other worlds. But so what? Demons are very powerful. Many demons appeared in the ancient wars of gods, but they were eventually suppressed by the gods into the polar abyss. Although demons would escape from time to time, they were basically quickly eliminated by various races. Demons can be said to be the common enemy of all races. But now, Dana actually wants the Snake People to join the Shadow Lord who has demon troops. If Dana wasn't the Great Elder, these Snake People would have scolded her, saying that she was crazy or her brain was eaten by the devil. Great Elder Dana. A male Snake Elder looked at Dana strangely and said weakly, "Great Elder, you are not feeling unwell, are you? Did you accidentally?" Dana looked at the male Snake Man coldly. The male Snake Man lowered his head and said nothing. In fact, he just wanted to ask if your brain was damaged by practicing. Dana knew what was going on in the minds of the elders. She looked around at them and sighed. "Don't worry about it. Nothing has happened to me. What I just said was not a joke. I was serious." When the elders heard this, their expressions became more confused. The most important thing is, what is the purpose of the Great Elder choosing to join a lord from another world? If the snake people were willing, they could have joined the royal family of the Orc Empire. Those beasts who like to think with their lower bodies are flocking to the snake women of the Medusa and Nuwa lineage. By joining the royal family of the Orc Empire, one can gain a foothold in the Orc Empire and maintain a certain status. What's the point of going to join a lord from another world now? Dana sighed and continued. If possible, I don't want the snake people to surrender to the Shadow Lord. This will bring shame to our lineage of Queen Medusa. However, only by surrendering to the Shadow Lord can we survive and preserve the bloodline inheritance for Queen Medusa. Hearing this, a snake elder frowned and said, That's too alarmist, Great Elder Dana. Even though the Black Shadow territory is the #1 among those alien lords, the few lords we killed were just that strong. No matter how strong the Black Shadow territory is, how strong can it be? Yes, Great Elder, they have been in the War Continent for less than 10 days. Another Snakeman elder echoed. Although you're the only saint in our Snakeman tribe, you are in the late saint realm, which is much stronger than ordinary saint realms. The 5 of us are also semi-saints, and our strength is not bad. Can the Shadow Lord pose a threat to us? I don't believe it. Besides us, there is also the one in the inner hall. The male snake elder spoke up again. The Black Shadow territory. I'm afraid they don't even have a saint realm. To say they have reached the saint realm is overestimating them. They've only been here for a few days. Maybe they don't even have a half-saint realm. Great Elder Dana shook her head and held up 2 fingers. They have 2 sanctuaries, Dana said expressionlessly. One is the demon soldier of the Shadow Lord, and the other is the captured werewolf of the sanctuary. In addition, there are more than 300 private soldiers of the Goblin Highball family who have been subdued. The lowest one is level 6, 5 are level 9, and 1 is a semi-saint. The other demons of the Shadow Lord include 1 semi-saint, more than 29th level demons, and more than 28th level demons. There are more than 20 other humans. All of them are also level 8. By the way, Lord Black Shadow also has an ancient divine beast, the Golden Holy Ape, under his command. It's a half-holy beast. I can't fully understand the strength of the Shadow Lord, but even if he is not a saint, he is definitely not weaker than a semi-saint. Listening to Elder Dana's words, the other 5 elders opened their mouths wide, with a look of disbelief on their faces. All in all, this is only the 8th day since the Shadow Lord came to the War Continent. Not only did he upgrade his own troops to the Holy Domain, he also subdued a Holy Domain werewolf and the private soldiers of the Goblin Highball family. There are still 3 semi-saints. There are dozens of others at the 8th and 9th levels. How could it develop to this extent in just 8 days? It's simply unbelievable. After a long time, an elderly snake woman said in a deep voice, according to what the Great Elder said, the strength of this Black Shadow Lord is very strong, but our snake people's high-end combat power is not bad either. If a war really breaks out, as long as the one in the inner hall takes action, we will not lose. Well said. Another Snakeman elder said in a cold voice, Great Elder, I suggest that we take the initiative to attack the Black Shadow territory. He is growing too fast, and we must nip the threat in the bud. It is also a good opportunity for these visitors from other worlds to see how powerful our Queen Medusa's lineage is. Oh, I haven't finished speaking yet. Great Elder Dana laughed and cried, and then said, The Black Shadow territory is shrouded in a strange magic circle. In his territory, they can improve their combat power by 1 level. The 9th level becomes a semi-saint. The semi-saint becomes a sanctuary, and the sanctuary becomes a demigod. As soon as these words were spoken, the 5 Snake Man elders all changed color. According to what Great Elder Dana said, doesn't that mean that the other party has 2 demigods and a bunch of sanctuary semi-saints in the territory? What kind of fight is this? You wouldn't even want to die like this. After a moment, the elder who said he would take the initiative to attack the Black Shadow territory frowned and said, If that's the case, let them attack us. In this case, they will not be blessed by the magic circle. Great Elder Dana glanced at him and said dimly, Lord Dark Shadow, he has a complete godhead. Hearing the word godhood, the Snakemen elders changed color again. Where did he get the godhood? Asked a Snakeman elder. Another Snakeman elder frowned and said, Then we have to start the war sooner, otherwise the other side will have an extra god-level person. If there really is a god-level person, then our Snakeman tribe will have no chance, and the one in the inner hall will not be able to stop it. At this time, Elder Dana suddenly asked, "Who told you that Lord Black Shadow wants to refine his godhood and become a god?" Hearing this, the 5 snake elders looked at Dana strangely. What else can one do if the godhead is not refined in a god? Great Elder Dana sighed and said, "If we don't surrender, he will use this divine power to blow up our snake people." The 5 elders were stunned for a moment, and then they finally understood why Dana proposed that the snake people should join the Shadow Lord. That is a divine power, yet it is used to threaten the snake people to surrender. Just now they had confidence in the snake people, but now, let's just forget it. No one will fight with you, just drop the bomb. But soon an elder realized the problem and said, "Then we can move to another place." I also mentioned migration, but the Shadow Lord did not give us this opportunity, said Elder Dana. The elder frowned and said, "We will just migrate as we please. Even if he is monitoring us, it is still okay for us to migrate separately." I said, "Lord Dark Shadow will not give us a chance to migrate." Elder Dana glanced outside the palace and said with a wry smile, "If my guess is correct, as soon as our people start to migrate, the Godhead will immediately explode in our palace. They can travel freely through space and come to us at any time." Bailey and Lael, they're in the Shadow territory now. I saw them capture it with my own eyes. Did you notice them when they came to the palace? Great Elder Dana looked around and said, "Perhaps the Shadow Lord already knows the content of our current conversation." As if in response to Dana's words, Ika's figure suddenly appeared in the corner. "Congratulations, you got it right." When Ika's voice was heard, all the snake men elders immediately felt as if they were facing a great enemy, and they glared at him angrily. Ika ignored them and said with a smile, "My king told me to tell you to talk slowly, but don't talk for too long." After saying that, Ika looked towards the inner hall, and his figure immediately sank into the ground and disappeared. The snake men elders looked at each other, not knowing what to say. They didn't feel much when Elder Dana said it, but now with the appearance of Ika, they all felt a fatal threat. The other party can really come here at any time, which means that they have been monitored. As long as they make any unusual movements, the Godhead will explode in their palace. As for whether the other party will really blow up the Godhead, who knows? Is it time to gamble? What if it really explodes? It was not until Ika had left for a long time that Great Elder Dana said, "Let's vote. Let's decide together whether to fight or surrender." The 5 snake man elders looked at each other for a while before they spoke one after another. This Shadow Lord, the power his soldiers possess is so mysterious, they can actually travel through space. He either really wants to kill us, or he wants us to surrender and use the power of our snake people to help develop his territory. That's a Godhead. If it explodes, our entire tribe might all be reduced to ashes. Faced with such a madman, do we have any other choice but to surrender? Is there a choice? It seems that there is no choice. As survivors of Queen Medusa's lineage, these elders are naturally not afraid of the threat of death. But what about the other weaker tribesmen? If they all die here, Queen Medusa's lineage will be gone forever. Finally, an elder of the snake tribe said weakly, "Go and surrender. Queen Medusa's bloodline cannot be cut off." The other snake men elders also nodded and agreed with his words. "Okay, as long as we agree." Elder Dana stood up, glanced towards the inner hall, and said, "I'll go talk to that person. If she has no objection, then we'll surrender." After saying this, Elder Dana twisted her snake body and went to the inner hall. The other snake men elders had different expressions on their faces, some showing shame, some showing bitterness, and more often, some showing helplessness. Faced with the survival of their tribe, they can only choose to compromise. Elder Dana's figure quickly disappeared in the inner hall passage. After a while, Elder Dana appeared under a 5-meter-high statue. The statue is also a tall snake woman. Her entire body is grayish-white, as if she had been petrified. The snake girl in the statue has delicate facial features. Not only is her lower body coiled with a snake, but there are also small snakes on her head. Those are the hair of this snake person. The little snakes come in various shapes and sizes, some hanging down, some raised up, and look lifelike. This is the statue of Queen Medusa, and it is also the belief of the snake people of Queen Medusa's lineage. Elder Dana knelt respectfully on the ground in front of the statue, prostrating herself and saying, "Dana, please see the Lord's servant of God. Divine servant, the divine servant of Queen Medusa. When Queen Medusa died, It was this divine servant who risked his life to lead their lineage and escape from the Orc Empire. God's servant, he is dead. A clear sound was heard, and a beautiful little girl appeared on the shoulder of the statue of Queen Medusa. Chapter 111. Divine Servant, Little Girl, Queen Medusa. Upon hearing that the servant of God had died, Elder Dana suddenly looked up. But after seeing the little girl, Dana was stunned and said in surprise, "Your Highness, you are awake." "Well, I'm awake," said the little girl, jumping off the statue. Unlike other half-snake, half-human snake people, the little girl has 2 legs just like humans. However, the little girl's pupils are vertical. Dana was overjoyed and bowed to the little girl again. "Dana, welcome back, Your Highness." After a pause, Dana raised her head, looked around, and asked in a low voice, "Your Highness, the divine servant. He used his last bit of strength to wake me up, and then he died yesterday." The little girl frowned and muttered, "This complete idiot has persisted for so long. He should have died a long time ago." Although the words were ruthless, Dana could hear it. Her Royal Highness, the little princess, was very sad about the death of the divine servant. The divine servant was the attendant of Queen Medusa. Being able to serve as Queen Medusa's attendant, this divine servant must be very powerful, and he was also one of the best among the upper gods. Unfortunately, after the death of Queen Medusa, the gods fought with many powerful enemies in order to protect their people. In the end, he almost died, and even his godhood was shattered. But the servant of God survived and brought the little princess, Dana, and others to the Red Moon Forest. After sacrificing their broken souls to the forbidden existence in the forest, their lineage was able to survive safely in the Red Moon Forest. Yes, that's why they survive in the Red Moon Forest. Find the forbidden existence inside the Red Moon Forest and sacrifice your soul to it. This was also the method that Dana wanted to tell Li Yuan at that time. Of course, not everyone can find the forbidden existence in the forest, and the other party does not want every soul. The reason why the divine servant was able to find and defeat the forbidden existence was because Queen Medusa had been to the Red Moon Forest and seemed to know the forbidden existence. The soul that the other party requires must be strong and pure. Ordinary souls are not wanted. The divine servant only follows Queen Medusa all his life, with no other distractions at all. He will fight for his life, even if it means fighting for 100 battles to preserve the lineage of Queen Medusa. This just meets the forbidden existence's requirements for the soul. Therefore, Queen Medusa's lineage remains safely in the Red Moon Forest without being expelled or killed by the Red Moon Forest. And the last remnant of the God Servant is also silently protecting the snake people. Dana and the other elders said that they were not afraid of the threat from the Shadow Territory, and that they had previously relied on this divine servant. Although the divine servant sacrificed his soul, he still had residual power. When he first settled in the Red Moon Forest, he still possessed power close to that of a god. It just slowly dissipated with the passage of time, but it was still enough to be on par with a demigod. But now, the servants of God are dead, and their strongest power is gone. Fortunately, Her Royal Highness the Princess woke up. Seeing Dana looking at her longingly, the little girl rolled her eyes. "I heard everything you just said. Don't look at me. I don't have any. Although I woke up, it was only the Holy Land. If the Shadow Lord you mentioned is that powerful, even with me, we will definitely not be able to defeat him." Hearing this, Dana could only smile bitterly and said, "Then, Your Highness, what do you think? If you can't beat them, then join them. That's fine. You did a good job." The little girl patted Dana's shoulder in a condescending manner and then walked out. "I haven't been out for many years. I'm going to go out for a walk first. You guys can handle the rest by yourselves." As she spoke, the little girl's figure kept flashing, and she disappeared in the palace in the blink of an eye. But the next moment, the little girl came back. The little girl's face suddenly appeared in front of Dana, and she said seriously, "I still like others to call me Her Majesty the Queen. Remember that. Remember, Your Majesty the Queen." Dana nodded quickly in response. The little girl nodded and left the palace. After the little girl left, Dana looked up at the statue of Queen Medusa and smiled helplessly. As the grand elder of this lineage of snake people, Dana knows more than other elders of other tribes. Back then, when Queen Medusa tried to break through to the realm of the main god, she left behind a bloodline. This bloodline is the little girl just now, who is respected as the little princess by the snake people. But no one on the entire continent knew who Queen Medusa and this little princess were born to. Later, Queen Medusa failed to break through and died, and the mystery of the little princess's biological father became even more unresolved. But no one cared at that time. Countless powerful people in the Orc Empire wanted to get the little princess and wanted to surpass Medusa's lineage. While the little princess was under the protection of the god servants, she fell into a deep sleep during a fight and has only just woken up. Dana knew the little princess's biological father. The divine servant told her. The little princess has no biological father, because before Queen Medusa was about to break through, she seemed to know that she could not successfully advance to the main god, leaving herself a glimmer of hope. She stripped away her own blood and soul and gave birth to the little princess. In other words, the little princess is essentially the reincarnation of Queen Medusa, so naturally there's no such thing as a biological father or mother. Let me describe it in a more philosophical way. That is, the little girl is Queen Medusa, but Queen Medusa is not a little girl. After the death of the divine servant, only the great elder knew this secret. Her Majesty the Queen agreed to join the Shadow Lord. Does she want to use the Shadow Lord's power to return to the top? Dana looked in the direction where the little girl left and couldn't help but think so in her heart. Queen Medusa is so proud. How could she willingly surrender to a lord from another world? She must have her own purpose in doing so. It's a pity that the Lord Divine Servant is no longer here. Dana sighed regretfully, then walked out of the inner hall and convened a clan meeting again. Not only elders, but also other high-level officials from the Snake People tribe attended the meeting this time. All those who had a say were here. Upon hearing that they were going to surrender to the Lord of another world, these Snake People who were not there before were furious and were not willing to do it all. Dana told her everything one by one. However, facing the threat of force from the Shadow Lord, the Snake People were still unwilling to compromise, and even threatened to never surrender even if they died. Dana had no choice but to shout. This is also what the little princess meant. When the words, Her Royal Highness the Little Princess, were heard, the originally noisy meeting place suddenly became quiet. But it was only quiet for a moment, and then the Snake People became even more excited. Great Elder, has Her Royal Highness the Princess woken up? Where's Her Royal Highness the Princess? Where is she? She finally woke up. Welcome back, Her Royal Highness the Princess. With Her Royal Highness the Princess, why should we fear that dark Shadow Lord? Dana pressed her hands down and finally managed to make the venue quiet again. She looked around at all the participants and said solemnly, although Her Royal Highness has awakened, the Divine Servant has exhausted all his strength and can no longer protect us or Her Royal Highness. What? The Lord God's servant has fallen, a snake man exclaimed. In a sense, the existence of the little princess is the spiritual sustenance of all the Snake People here. But the existence of the God's servants is their sustenance for survival. But now, the Lord Divine Servant has fallen, and the power to protect them is gone. Your Highness the Princess is not very strong now. She is only in the early stage of the Holy Domain. Dana spoke again, and said solemnly, So, for the safety of Her Royal Highness the Princess and the comfort of our entire tribe, we can only choose to surrender to the Shadow Lord now. Otherwise, we will suffer a catastrophic disaster and cease to exist. But this is an insult to the honor of Queen Medusa. There are also radicals who are unwilling to surrender and cannot let go of their former pride. At this time, the figure of the little girl appeared in the meeting hall and reached out to grab the radical snake man. In an instant, the snake man was caught by the little girl in front of him. She said in a cold voice, Look at what you are like now. What glory do you have? Glory belongs to the past, to my mother, Queen Medusa. What qualifications do you have now to have such glory? You can only fight for your glory by yourself. Only if you survive can you have a chance to fight for it. Join the Shadow Lord. Who has any objection to this? Although the little girl looked small, her aura suppressed all the Snake People present, and no one dared to speak. Dina, take me to see the Shadow Lord. The little girl looked at the Great Elder Dana. Great Elder Dana nodded, bowed, and said, Your Highness, please. Soon, Dana appeared outside the Red Moon Forest with the little girl. For the sanctuary, at a distance of 10,000 meters is just a matter of a few breaths, but Dana did not walk that fast. On the way, Dana couldn't help but ask, Princess, No, Your Majesty, may I ask why you agreed to join us? This person is Queen Medusa too, and she just surrendered without hesitation. Dana thought about it and still felt that something was wrong. The shadow territory is powerful, but it is not qualified to be the queen's helper. You know, Queen Medusa was an invincible powerhouse under the Lord God. How could she possibly look down on the Lord of Shadows? It's all for you guys, the little girl said impatiently. There's a voice in my head that says I can't let you die. Otherwise, who will care whether you live or die? Upon hearing this, Dana understood. All the talk of relying on the Shadow Lord and all the glory is fake. Her Majesty the Queen just wants her people to survive. Strictly speaking, it was just the original Queen Medusa. At the same time, it also indirectly illustrates that the new Queen Medusa in front of us is no longer the original Queen Medusa. What the little girl didn't tell Dana was that she had just been to the Shadow Territory and also discovered some secrets. Dana said no more and took the little girl to the Shadow Territory in a short while. This time, they naturally did not enter the castle directly. When they approached the Shadow Territory, they slowed down. At this time, Nigga was naturally already waiting outside. Under the guidance of Nigga, Dana and the little girl slowly came to the castle. Greetings, Lord. Dana bowed slightly to Li Yuan, who was sitting on the chair, and lowered her posture. Li Yuan nodded. His eyes fell on the little girl, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Just as the little girl stepped into the territory, the castle crystal core began to vibrate violently. This is the reaction of the crystal core feeling a great threat. And this is the second time. In other words, this was not the first time the little girl came to the Shadow Territory. Li Yuan knew about it, but the other party didn't seem to be hostile. Li Yuan also felt the breath of the other party's snake people. He guessed that this person might be the strong man behind the snake people. She came to inquire about the specific situation of the Black Shadow Territory, so he ignored her before. Li Yuan could see that the little girl was just in the early stage of the Holy Domain, just like Nigga. But the fact that it can cause the castle crystal core to move abnormally indicates that there is a high possibility that a more powerful power is hidden in the little girl's body. Seeing Li Yuan looking at the little girl, Dana quickly introduced, My lord, this is the princess of our tribe. This time, the princess will represent our snake people and sign a surrender agreement with you. The protocol here is different from the official protocol. The official agreement is subject to official restrictions, while the real agreement is subject to the rules of heaven and earth. This thing is similar to the oath to heaven in the fairy tales. What's your name? Li Yuan asked with interest. The little girl said coolly, Medusa. As soon as the name came out, Dana's face changed suddenly, but she lowered her head silently and said nothing. Li Yuan was also slightly stunned. He naturally didn't know about Queen Medusa's amazing talent on the road of war, but he had really guessed that there was a Medusa among the snake people. Because he had read many novels and watched many TV shows, looking into Medusa's eyes could turn people to stone. The golden holy ape was petrified before, most likely because of this little girl. Intentionally or unintentionally, Li Yuan looked into the little girl's eyes, as if he wanted to experience the feeling of being petrified. But the little girl looked at him like an idiot and said, The petrification technique requires me to actively activate it. It's useless for you to look at me now. Ahem, is that so? Li Yuan touched his nose awkwardly and said, Very good. I accept the snake people surrender to me. Let's sign the agreement. However, the little girl said, Don't worry, I have some questions to ask. Oh. Li Yuan looked at the little girl in surprise and asked, Tell me about it? The little girl glanced at Nijieka, pointed at them, and said, These are the soldiers you recruited, right? Yes, that's right. Li Yuan nodded, somewhat curious about what the little girl wanted to say. The little girl pointed at the golden saint ape and the figures of Li Cheng and the others, and asked, They're probably not the soldiers you recruited, but I can feel that they have the same attributes as your soldiers. Can you tell me what the attributes of your soldiers are? Hearing this, Li Yuan looked at the little girl with a slightly different look. It is obvious that this little girl is definitely not ordinary. She can actually feel the difference between her own troops and the shadow troops. But Li Yuan smiled and said, Why should I tell you? Because they also have the attributes of your army. The little girl was referring to the goblins this time, and continued, I have reason to believe that after we join you, you will also let my people have such attributes. If I guess correctly, it should not be easy to obtain the attributes of your soldiers, and there may be great risks. So I have to confirm whether it is worth doing so. After hearing this, Li Yuan was a little stunned. This little girl is simply amazing. It feels like the other person knows everything. Li Yuan was silent for a moment, then said, "What if it's not worthy of your support?" The little girl didn't even think about it, and said directly, "Kill you all, I will die, and my people will live." Chapter 112, I'm not kidding, and I don't like to joke. If I kill you all, I will die, and my people will live. The meaning of this sentence is easy to understand, and Li Yuan also heard the meaning of it. The little girl does have a secret, and she apparently has a desperate means to slaughter all of the shadow territory. Even if Li Yuan exploded his divine nature, he couldn't stop her. I have to say, this little girl is a bit arrogant, even more arrogant than him. If they come over, who will be the boss? However, Li Yuan was not used to discussing surrender with such an attitude. In that case, Li Yuan looked at the little girl and said with a smile, "Then let's start the fight. Let's see who can kill everyone." After these words were spoken, the little girl's face froze, and the great elder Dana's heart also began to beat wildly. The good and harmonious atmosphere suddenly became full of tension. Unexpectedly, the little girl suddenly shrank her neck and laughed dryly. Ahem. Well, I was just joking, don't take it seriously. I slept for so long and finally woke up. It would be so worthless if I died. I'm not kidding, and I don't like to joke. Li Yuan smiled as he said to Nijia, "Go, slaughter the snake people. Kill them all, leaving no one alive." "Yes, your majesty," Nigga responded, glanced at the little girl with a sinister smile, and slowly sank to the ground. Seeing this, Elder Dana became extremely anxious and was about to speak, but was interrupted by the little girl. Wait. The little girl raised her right hand and shouted loudly, "I agree to sign the surrender agreement. Sign it now." Nijia stopped, half of his body sinking into the ground. However, Li Yuan scolded Nijia. "Why stop? I told you to go and destroy the snake people. Can't you hear me?" So, Nigga continued to sink underground obediently. The little girl stamped her feet and shouted angrily, "Hey, I've already agreed to sign the surrender agreement. What else do you want?" "I changed my mind. Is that not okay?" Elderly Yuan said calmly. "You..." The little girl took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in her heart. Then, like an eggplant hit by frost, she said with a droopy face, "Okay, you win. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have threatened you just now. I admit my mistake, and I accept the punishment." Li Yuan raised his hand, and Nigga, with only his head left, stopped. He corrected his mistakes and showed a good attitude. Li Yuan looked at the little girl playfully and continued, "But this is not enough." Before the little girl could open her mouth to ask, a black shadow mark appeared in Li Yuan's hand and flowed between his fingers. "Don't you want to know the attributes of my arms?" Li Yuan ejected the black shadow mark in front of the little girl and said, "You will know once you integrate this thing. Is there danger?" The little girl frowned and stared at the black shadow mark intently. Li Yuan nodded and replied, "Yes, we might die. Of course, you can also refuse and then see whether you kill all of us or I kill all of you snake people. But I can assure you that no one on my side will die, and on your side, perhaps everyone will die except you. Is this a threat?" The little girl raised her head, no longer in her playful attitude. Li Yuan spread his hands and said, "Do I even need to ask this? It's just a threat. I'll give you 5 seconds to think about it. Nijia, go ahead." Nijia continued to sink, his mouth already sunk into the ground, and he could not reply. The little girl looked at the black shadow mark, seeming a little hesitant. What she said to Li Yuan just now was not a joke. If she really wanted to fight, she was confident that she could defeat Li Yuan. No matter what, she is the second Queen Medusa. How could she not have some special means? However, Li Yuan's reckless behavior made her feel a little at a loss. In fact, she didn't really mean to do anything when she said that. She just wanted to take the initiative and gain more benefits for the snake people in the surrender agreement. But Li Yuan reversed the situation with just a few words, putting her in a passive position. This is a typical case of someone digging a hole for themselves, then being forced to jump into it, and then having it covered up. Trying your best isn't scary. What's scary is trying your best, but in vain. Although the little girl did not inherit many things from Queen Medusa, she cannot really have the mentality of a child. Li Yuan's self-confidence really made her hard to understand. It was as if what he said was the truth. He would really kill all the snake people, and not a single one of them would die. And the key point is that the little girl can indeed feel the specialness of Li Yuan's army. So Li Yuan's confidence made her become less confident. Seeing that Nijiao was about to sink completely into the ground, Dana beside him suddenly said, "Respected Lord Shadow, can I do it for Her Royal Highness the Princess and fuse your mark?" "You are not qualified," Li Yuan said bluntly. Dana wanted to say something else, but the little girl seemed to have made up her mind and said, "Okay, I'll merge." "Your Highness, no." Dana's face turned pale instantly, and she wanted to stop it. However, the little girl had already reached out and grabbed the black shadow mark in front of her and swallowed it in one gulp. Li Yuan wanted to say that he didn't need to swallow it, but he had already eaten it. When the little girl swallowed the black shadow mark, in an instant, the black shadow mark turned into wisps of shadows and enveloped her. Through the shadows, you can see that the little girl's childish face becomes distorted, and she lets out muffled groans from time to time. Seeing this, Dana could not help but yell at Li Yuan. "If anything happens to your highness, we, the snake people, will fight you to the death forever. You'd better pray that your prince survives." Li Yuan didn't care about Dana's threat at all. To be honest, Li Yuan was also curious about whether this little girl could survive the transformation. After all, this little girl has secrets and is not an ordinary snake person. Since the other party dared to say that he could kill them all, it meant that he could withstand the explosion of the Godhead, which in itself was extraordinary. But the little girl was very tough and didn't even open her mouth to scream. Li Yuan didn't know how painful the process of becoming a shadow was, but when the golden holy ape Wukong was transformed into a shadow, he screamed in agony. Including the sanctuary werewolf Arouse, he was screaming and calling for his mother at the time. Li Yuan guessed that the little girl should be able to be transformed into a film successfully. Of course, even if the transformation into a film fails, it doesn't matter. Death is death. As for the snake people's endless fight to the death, let them die too. The worst that can happen is just a waste of time. As I said, what Li Yuan wants is subordinates, not masters. Slowly, the shadow surrounding the little girl gradually faded and was finally completely absorbed by her. Dana ran over quickly, looked the little girl up and down, and asked with concern, "Your Highness, are you okay?" The little girl felt her body, and without even looking at Dana, she came directly to Li Yuan with a fiery look in her eyes. "I want to sign a surrender agreement. Now, immediately, right now." Li Yuan smiled and said, "Since you already know what you want to know, is it necessary to sign the surrender agreement now?" The little girl was stunned for a moment, then nodded rapidly. "That's right." After saying that, the little girl turned around and shouted at Dana, "Go back and bring all the tribesmen here now. Immediately. Immediately." Dana. Chapter 113. The Man in White arrives, and taboos exist. Great Elder Dana was confused by the little girl's attitude. Although she knew that her princess had an eccentric mind, this was too eccentric, and even 10 wild horses could not catch up with her. What on earth did that black mark make Her Royal Highness the Princess go through? However, when Dana was about to ask a question, she was faced with the angry shout of the little girl. "What are you still standing there for? I told you to bring all the tribesmen here." "What? My words are no longer effective, right?" Dana said weakly. "Your Highness, we have so many people in our tribe. Can we bring them all here?" "Yes, bring them all here," the little girl nodded seriously. However, at this time, Li Yuan said, all right, bring everyone here. Isn't this a snake's nest? If more than 5,000 snake people really come to the territory, Li Yuan can't handle it, so let it go. The picture is too beautiful to look at." Seeing the little girl looking at him blankly, Li Yuan explained, "Wait, I'll go to your side." "Well, you're the boss now. I'll listen to you." The little girl seemed a little impatient, and she leaned over and whispered, "It's okay now, boss. Why don't we go now?" "Boss? Why does this sound like someone who is involved in gangsterism?" But it doesn't matter. The little girl must have this kind of personality. At first he thought the fairy Mo Shanshan was a middle school girl, but now this is her. Shadow transformation can endow other creatures with the attributes of shadow, as well as 100% loyalty, but will not affect their own personalities. Just like the golden holy ape, although he has turned into a shadow, his obsession is still to seek revenge on the holy light knights of the Holy Sea. However, after being transformed into a shadow, in their minds, Li Yuan is supreme, and everything will take precedence over Li Yuan's orders and be obeyed unconditionally. Li Yuan smiled and said to the little girl, "You have so many people from your tribe, and many of them will die. The rest won't die anymore," the little girl replied as a matter of course. Li Yuan pointed at Dana and asked again, "Will they be willing?" Hearing this, The little girl straightened her chest and said, "They all listen to me. I am Queen Medusa." Upon hearing this, Dana's face changed drastically. "Just surrender. Why did you tell the secret out?" Li Yuan saw Dana's reaction and couldn't help asking, "Didn't she call you princess? How come you're the queen now?" "I was originally the queen, but now I am just—" The little girl wanted to continue speaking, but Dana shouted, "Your Highness, you can't say that." "What can't you say? Didn't you hear what I just said? From now on, Lord Dark Shadow is my boss. What secret can I have in front of the boss?" The little girl was 100% loyal to the end, frowned and said, "I'm so annoyed with you, boss. Why don't you just shadow her now?" When Dana heard this, she immediately thought of the black mark. The reason why Her Majesty the Queen changed her attitude so drastically is probably because of this thing. At that time, the Shadow Lord also said that as long as this thing was integrated, Her Majesty the Queen would be able to know the attributes of his troops. Thinking of this, Dana asked tentatively, "Your Highness, do you know the attributes of Lord Shadow's troops?" "Okay, got it." The little girl did not hide it and said directly, "Shadow Shuttle, Immortal." In order to make Dana understand more clearly, the little girl continued to explain, "As long as there is a dark place with shadows, we can appear. As long as we have been to a place in the future, we can ignore the distance and go there instantly. Also, we don't have to die from now on. Even if we die, we can be resurrected immediately. It's not the low-level resurrection like the undead lich. We don't need any origin to resurrect. Resurrection is a perfect state, unlimited resurrection." After hearing the little girl's explanation, Dana was stunned for a moment. Shadow travel was not a big deal, as they had experienced it before and just treated it as ordinary space travel. Although traveling through space is a means of the divine realm, it is not exclusive to the divine realm. Some special space creatures can also do it when they are weak. But this immortality is a bit beyond imagination. In this world, how is it possible for immortality to exist? Even the four most powerful supreme gods today cannot be said to be immortal. Because long before the ancient times, there were more than 4 supreme gods on the war continent. Now there are only 4 supreme gods left, and the other supreme gods are naturally dead. No wonder the Shadow Lord said so confidently that they could kill all the snake people and none of his people would die. If people could be resurrected immediately after death, can they still be considered dead? After a while, Dana came back to her senses and asked in disbelief, "Is this true?" "It's a must." The little girl rolled her eyes and said, "Otherwise, why would I ask you to bring all the tribesmen here? This is a great fortune for our snake people. Oh, if I had such ability at the beginning, how could it have become like this? I might have broken through long ago." Dana nodded heavily. Even her breathing became short. "That's right. This is the great fortune of the snake people. Take refuge. You must take refuge." She was actually thinking about fighting the Shadow Lord to the death. She was really out of her mind, etc. Dana's eyes sparkled, and she asked cautiously, "Then, Your Highness, what price do we need to pay?" "There is no such thing as a free lunch. How is it possible that one can obtain such attributes simply by joining the alliance? As for the price, it's nothing. It's the thing I just merged. You should have seen it. That thing may not be able to merge successfully. If the fusion fails, you will die. Also, from now on, I will only listen to the boss." Listening to the little girl's words, Dana nodded thoughtfully. "From now on, you have to obey the orders of the Shadow Lord, which means you will have to work for the Shadow Territory in the future. This is not a price at all. After all, you can't die, so just sell your life. You can sell it casually and however you want. But there is a risk of death, which is still a concern for Dana. No matter what, she is the great elder of the snake people and still needs to consider the life and death of the tribe. Although the little girl is Queen Medusa too, many years have passed. Apart from the dead servant of God, is there any other tribesman you know?" Moreover, the little girl said that she was Queen Medusa, but in fact she didn't seem to really think of herself as Queen Medusa. So she has no feelings towards the snake people. But Dana is different. Many of the snake people today have grown up under her watch. But immortality is so tempting. After a moment of silence, Dana respectfully asked Li Yuan, "Lord, is our chance of survival high?" "About 50%. Those with strong mental toughness have a higher chance of survival." Li Yuan Raplia. The little girl naturally knew Dana's concerns and said calmly, "A 50% chance of survival is better than all the tribe members dying. Moreover, The tribe members who survive will gain eternal life. But Dana hesitated. The little girl said domineeringly, "No buts. All the tribesmen must fuse the marks. If anyone is unwilling, I will kill him." Queen Medusa has said so. What else can she say? Well, faced with the temptation of immortality, Dana had no intention of refusing. So, Dana turned around and looked at Li Yuan eagerly. Li Yuan flicked his finger, and a black shadow mark merged into the center of the eyebrows of Dana, the great elder of the snake people. The little girl raised her eyebrows, obviously remembering the scene of herself swallowing the black shadow mark. At this time, Dana, who was shrouded in shadows, did not have the willpower of the little girl, and screams rang out from time to time. Li Yuan ignored Dana and asked the little girl Medusa, "What did Elder Dana want to stop you from saying just now?" Everyone is curious about secrets, and Li Yuan is no exception. "Oh, that's it, boss." The little girl did not hide anything and told Li Yuan her identity in detail. After hearing this, Li Yuan was speechless. This little girl, no matter how you look at her, doesn't look like a queen, and he is the strongest person below the main god. A bit incredible. As if she could see Li Yuan's disbelief, the little girl muttered, "Maybe she had a hard time in her previous life, so she shaped me into this kind of personality." "Oh, boss. Actually, I'm not her. I just have some memories of her. Can you please stop looking at me like that?" "Ahem, all right." Li Yuan withdrew his thoughts and asked about the main matter. "Just now you said that you knew the existence in the Red Moon Forest?" "She knows him, not me." Medusa obviously wanted to draw a line between herself and her previous life. She corrected Li Yuan's words first, then said, "Actually, I don't really know him. There was a man in white in the Red Moon Forest. He seemed to know me, but I didn't know him. It seemed that when she was a child, she accidentally broke into the Red Moon Forest, and it was the man in white who sent her out. It seems that he also gave her the method to create a second life. Sometimes she is me, sometimes I am her." Medusa still easily confuses her identity. However, Li Yuan still understood and noticed the key information in Medusa's words. Man in white. This was not the first time Li Yuan heard that there was a man in white in the Red Moon Forest. When the third steward of the Haiba family came, a silver-armored goblin soldier once said something. 800 years ago, a group of gods wanted to enter the Red Moon Forest, but they provoked a human in white clothes who came out and killed all the gods. Among them was the owner of the divine power in his hand, the son of the high priest on the top of the mountains. What is unexpected is that the little girl Medusa would have an inexplicable relationship with this human in white. The white-clad humans also gave Queen Medusa the method to create a second body, which seems to show that they have a very good relationship with Medusa. If the other party knew that Queen Medusa's second incarnation was transformed by him, would there be any problem? Although Li Yuan is not afraid of the white-clothed people or the black-clothed people now, if he really provokes the white-clothed people, it will inevitably affect the development of the territory. "I can't die, but I can't win." Li Yuan was thinking about this when suddenly a cold wind blew and a chill suddenly rose in the Black Shadow territory. Looking up, I saw a man in white clothes who appeared in the castle yard at some point and was walking towards Li Yuan step by step. Li Yuan's eyes kept twitching, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Speak of the devil, and he'll appear. Fortunately, Li Yuan is now on the steps of the main castle, so he is not afraid of the existence of this taboo. At this moment, the only people beside Li Yuan were Niga and Medusa. The other dark shadows in the yard, including the shadow-like golden holy ape goblin, were all unable to move, as if they were frozen in place. Chapter 114. One sword, breaking the sky, splitting the earth, and cutting the sea. The shadow barrier only covers the main castle. So, now there are only 3 people who are still able to move. That is Li Yuan, Niga, and the little girl Medusa, who were not affected by the white-clothed people. The town's crystal core shines brighter than ever before. It was not because he was afraid of the men in white, but he was warning Li Yuan that the men in white posed a high threat. The defense towers in the territory are no longer effective. Just like the IK golden holy ape and the others, they seem to be frozen and had lost their effectiveness. Even the blessing of the Holy Source Tower was frozen at this moment. One can imagine how powerful and terrifying the man in white who is walking towards the castle is. Niga was as if facing a formidable enemy. The power of dark shadows lingered all over his body. The aura of the sanctuary exploded to the limit, and he was ready to self-destruct at any time. There is no way The man in white is too strong and cannot be dealt with head-on, so he can only self-destruct. Don't be nervous, he can't get in. Li Yuan patted Niga, then turned to look at the little girl Medusa. The man in white had never been to the Shadow Town before, and now he suddenly came, obviously for her. Medusa was also looking at the man in white at this time, with some confusion in her eyes, but she quickly came to her senses and blocked Li Yuan in an instant. Uncle Jiang, don't come over here. You can't hurt him. He is my boss, my master. The Medusa girl also burst out with the aura of the early sanctuary, and the aura was still rising. Suddenly, tiny scales appeared on Medusa's body, and her aura from the early stage of the sanctuary soared directly to the late stage of the sanctuary. Not only that, the aura is still rising, and he has already shown the combat power of demigod. A ball of gray-white fireworks swayed above Medusa's head, igniting the divine fire and heading towards the divine realm. But this was obviously not an ability that Medusa could display. There was pain on her face, and traces of blood seeped out from between her scales. The shadowy Medusa, Li Yuan, is her life. Before she dies, no one is allowed to hurt her, even if the man in white has a special relationship with her. Just like before, Medusa took the initiative to explain to Dana her abilities after becoming a shadow. If Dana didn't want to, Medusa would kill her with her own hands. The reason she said that was because she wanted to protect the snake people. The men in white appeared with their heads down, ignoring Medusa, and continued walking forward. Niga and Medusa stood in front of Li Yuan on both sides, ready to rush out and fight desperately at any time. Li Yuan was behind the two of them, looking at the man in white. The man in white was tall, at least 1.9 meters tall, but his movements were very stiff. Every step he took made a squeaking sound, as if his joints had not moved for a long time. However, his white hair was combed very neatly and meticulously. The clothes are whiter than snow and not stained by a single spot. Behind him, he was carrying a long sword without a scabbard, just tied to his back. The sword was very long, with the hilt exceeding the white-clothed man's shoulder, while the tip of the sword was almost reaching his ankle. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps. Finally, the man in white came to the stairs. He did not stop, but continued to move forward and raise his right foot. But this kick was unable to land, as if there was an invisible wall in front of him, blocking him. This is naturally the barrier of the Black Shadow Barrier. The man in white stood there for a long time, then retracted his right foot, took 2 steps back, and walked forward again. This time, with every step the man in white took, the space beneath his feet shook and cracks in the void appeared. Just by walking, the space is shattered. This simple performance alone is enough to show that the man in white has surpassed the ordinary realm of gods. A higher god? Lord God? Even though Li Yuan had great confidence in his Black Shadow Barrier, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. The next moment, the man in white stepped on the crack in the void and approached the stairs again. However, the right foot of the man in white still failed to land successfully, and the void crack disappeared into nothingness when it approached the steps. And there was no change in the space ahead, not even a ripple. The man in white took a few steps back again, and he finally raised his head, revealing his true face. Oriental face. Li Yuan was a little surprised. After all, this was a Western fantasy world. Although there were humans, overall, they were more westernized. For example, high-nose bridge, deep eye sockets, pupils of various colors, and hair of various colors. Oriental faces like this are not common, of course, except for the Orientals who came from Earth. The man in white raised his head and looked towards the castle with his empty eyes, as if he was wondering if there was something blocking his way ahead. Then, the man in white raised his hand and grabbed the hilt of the sword behind him. He is about to draw his sword. At this moment, the town's crystal core burst into endless light, obviously telling Li Yuan that the threat level of the man in white had increased again. When a man in white grasped the hilt of the sword energy began to burst out. The Ninth Order milky white defense barrier that originally existed above the territory was directly shattered by the raging sword energy. The man in white took off his sword and walked towards the castle again through the void. With every step he took, the sword in his hand would be raised a little bit, and when he reached the stairs, his sword was already raised above his shoulder. The sword light was already like a rainbow, and the man in white seemed to be standing in a sun. The sword in the hand is the sun. The faint red light in the Red Moon Forest was dispersed by the sword energy. The man in white said nothing, and the long sword in his hand slashed straight down into the void in front of him. In an instant, the sword light burst out brightly and rushed straight into the sky. Li Yuan, who was on the steps, looked up at the sky with his eyes wide open. The sword light shot up into the sky, and a crack, along with the trace of the sword, continued to spread into the distance. It spread so far that Li Yuan couldn't see the end. 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles, or 1,000,000 miles. All one could see was that on both sides of the tiny crack, the space was collapsing rapidly and silently, with subspace turbulence emerging. A sword that can break the sky is just like this. Stunning, stunning, unrivaled. Li Yuan didn't know what words to use to describe the man in white at this moment. But at this moment, the sword in the white-clothed man's hand had already fallen on a translucent barrier with a hint of black air. This time it was no longer an invisible barrier, but a barrier of black shadow barrier appeared. Obviously, the white-clothed man's sword was so powerful that it forced the barrier of the black shadow barrier to appear. But that's all. The barrier of the black shadow barrier remained calm, as if nothing had fallen on it at all. The long sword in the white-clothed man's hand was naturally impossible to penetrate at all. But behind the castle, there is a deep ravine 100 meters wide, extending straight into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the sword light had penetrated the tens of thousands of miles of Red Moon Forest, and the ravine had reached the end of the Red Moon Forest. After the end, there is the endless sea. The sword light continued to break through the endless sea, and only stopped after another 1,000,000 miles. The waves separated into two sides, creating waves hundreds of meters high. Boom, boom. The tide receded, and water from the endless sea poured back, rushing towards the ravines in the Red Moon Forest. The sword of the man in white not only cut through the sky, it also cracked the earth and severed the ocean. But unfortunately, the Shadow Castle was safe and sound. The barrier of the black shadow barrier had disappeared at this time, as if nothing had happened. The man in white still maintained the posture of slashing with the sword. After a long while, he slowly retracted the sword and put it back on his back. He stopped swinging his sword, as if he knew that he could not break the barrier in front of him with his own strength. The man in white took a few steps back, looked at Li Yuan, who was close by, with his empty eyes, and then looked at Medusa. Then, he mechanically raised his right arm and waved towards Medusa, looking a little silly. Li Yuan was amused by this scene. It was obvious that since they couldn't get in, they let others out. Medusa looked at Li Yuan, as if asking her if she wanted to go out. Li Yuan nodded and said, "Go ahead." He also wanted to see why the white-clad swordsman was looking for Medusa. The aura and scales of Medusa that she had as a demigod were gone. She walked down the steps and towards the swordsman in white. "Uncle Jiang." Medusa walked up to the white swordsman and called out softly. The swordsman in white looked down at Medusa, and in his empty eyes, there finally was a hint of emotion. It has a gentle taste. The next moment, the white-robed swordsman stretched out his hand towards Medusa, and a force descended upon Medusa through the air. Medusa wanted to retreat, but she couldn't move at all. "Uncle Jiang!" Medusa shouted loudly. The white-clad swordsman ignored her. As he channeled his power, shadows lingered outside Medusa's body. He wanted to expel the dark shadow mark from Medusa's body. On the steps, Li Yuan shook his head and said, "Senior, please stop wasting your time. In this world, no one except me can remove the black shadow mark. You are very strong, but I don't think you can do it." After hearing Li Yuan's words, the white-clothed swordsman stopped, as if he had acknowledged the fact. He turned to look at Li Yuan, opened his mouth, and a hoarse and intermittent voice came out. "Condition." Hearing this, Li Yuan asked tentatively, "Senior, do you want me to remove the black shadow mark of Medusa?" "Yes. Tell me your conditions." The white-clad swordsman spoke a little more coherently. Before Li Yuan could reply, Medusa said, "No, I don't want it." The swordsman in white said, "The ability is good, but if he dies, your ability will be gone. Red Moon Forest. Here you go. You peel off the mark." The last sentence was said to Li Yuan, and the white-clothed swordsman gave his conditions. As long as Li Yuan can remove the black shadow mark from Medusa's body, he will give up the Red Moon Forest. You know what? Li Yuan was really moved. The Red Moon Forest is going to become his back garden, and this white-robed swordsman is the biggest obstacle and also the biggest crisis. Exchanging a Medusa for the Red Moon Forest is really a good deal. But Medusa spoke again, and said to the swordsman in white, "Uncle Jiang, can you please leave me alone? You and I are not familiar with each other." No matter in her previous life or this life, she and the white-clothed swordsman were really not familiar with each other. Apart from knowing that the swordsman in white sent his mortal body to leave the Red Moon Forest, and that his surname was Jiang, he knew nothing else. "I promised your mother that I would take you home," said the swordsman in white. "My mother?" Medusa asked doubtfully. "Is it from my previous life?" The swordsman in white shook his head and said, "No, it's your mother." Medusa frowned when she heard this. She had no impression of her parents at all, or rather, she didn't even have the concept of parents. "No matter what, I don't want to have my mark stripped off." Medusa raised her head stubbornly and said to the swordsman in white. The swordsman in white sighed. "You are now affected by the mark, and the decision you make may not necessarily be your true thoughts." Obviously, the swordsman in white also saw the blessing of loyalty from the black shadow mark. Then, the swordsman in white said to Li Yuan, "Agree to my conditions, otherwise, as long as you come out, I will kill you." Hearing this, Li Yuan's expression changed slightly. The thing I was most worried about happened. Someone blocked the door, but at this time, Medusa had returned to the black shadow barrier and appeared in front of Li Yuan. In an instant, Medusa rushed towards Li Yuan. Li Yuan instinctively reached out to block it, but ultimately didn't, because Medusa, after transforming into a shadow, couldn't possibly do anything bad to him. In an instant, the two of them strangely merged into one. Chapter 115. The Underground World, Red-Armored Fire Ants. Medusa and Li Yuan merged into one. The white-clothed swordsman at the foot of the stairs opened his mouth, but in the end, he could not say anything. He knew what Medusa was going to do, but he couldn't stop her. Li Yuan and Medusa were seen combining into one, their bodies changing back and forth between illusion and reality. Finally, Medusa's figure fell out of Li Yuan's body. The aura of Medusa had weakened significantly. On the contrary, Li Yuan's aura has increased significantly, and at this time, he has reached the peak of the 9th level. It's just a little bit away from the Holy Land. Moreover, Li Yuan could feel that he seemed to have a special connection with Medusa. It is not a connection in the ordinary sense, but a connection at the life level. His life is connected with Medusa's life. No, to be precise, Medusa's life and Li Yuan's life are bound together. Li Yuan's life is primary, and Medusa's life is secondary. Medusa stood on the steps, took a deep breath, and said to the swordsman in white, "Uncle Jiang, you forced me to do this." The white-robed swordsman looked at Medusa, shook his head bitterly, and his eyes fell on Li Yuan. "The war continent is not as simple as you think. You're not the first to come here. You can't die in the war continent. But once you leave here, that may not be the case." The figure of the white-robed swordsman slowly disappeared, but the voice came again. "When you leave this world, I will come to find you again. Take care of yourself." When the swordsman in white left, Li Yuan couldn't help but look at Medusa and said with a smile, "Your identity is a bit unusual." "I don't know what's going on," Medusa replied weakly. Li Yuan nudda. Medusa was telling the truth. She didn't know why the swordsman in white was so nice to her. But it's not a big problem now. Li Yuan just needs to know that from now on, the Red Moon Forest can no longer stop him, and there's no threat at all. The reason is simple. Medusa has just merged with him and formed a symbiotic relationship with him. To put it simply, Medusa's life is attached to Li Yuan, although it still has the attributes of Black Shadow power. If Li Yuan dies, Medusa will also die. This is also the reason why the white swordsman chose to leave. Even if Li Yuan left the main castle, he can no longer kill Li Yuan, unless he wanted to kill Medusa as well. But this is obviously impossible. He and Medusa have an unusual relationship, and he would never kill Medusa under any circumstances. "Well done," Li Yuan said to Medusa. Medusa smiled and said, "I can do anything for the boss." Li Yuan looked at the place where the white-clothed swordsman was just now, and felt a little sad in his heart. This swordsman in white is really too strong. At least it is at a level above that of a Lord God, maybe even stronger. Similarly, this swordsman in white is also very mysterious, and what he says is also very strange. "Take Medusa home." Where? Also, the other party said that they would come back to find them when they left this world. What do you want to find them for? Li Yuan's intuition told him that the white-clad swordsman was still looking for Medusa at that time, and might also want to take her home. Leaving this world means, in the end, does Li Yuan want to leave the war continent? The most important thing is one more thing. That is what the white-robed swordsman said. They were not the first to come to the war continent. What this means is that the 3 billion Earth Lords who were reincarnated here are not the first batch of players. Before that, there were players from other places coming. So, the white swordsman and Medusa's mother, are they all from the previous batch of players? Even if this is not the case, the white-clad swordsman knows many secrets. For example, what exactly is official? For example, why would the officials reincarnate them from another world to this war continent? If this is true, what is the current identity of the white-clothed swordsman? Player, or has he already jumped out of the ranks of players? Judging from the situation of the swordsman in white, it is obvious that he is not in a normal state and seems to be under some kind of restriction. Otherwise, if we wanted to bring Medusa home, we should have brought her back long ago. The water is deep here. Li Yuan sighed and decided not to think too much about it for the time being. Now I'm only at the 9th level, not even in the Holy Realm. What use will it be even if I know some secrets? It's better not to know anything, so as to avoid worrying yourself. Even a big shot like the white swordsman has not jumped out of the chessboard yet. With the departure of the swordsman in white, the dark shadows and defense towers in the territory all returned to normal. The strange thing was that it was as if time had stopped just now, and the dark shadow outside had no idea what was happening. Even Dana, the great elder of the snake people who was currently being transformed into a shadow, began to scream. At this moment, message prompts kept flashing in the friend chat channel. When I opened it, I saw that the little fairy Mo Shan Shan had sent countless messages. Little fairy lord, Black Shadow Cauldron, I saw a huge light. Uncle Avell said it came from the direction of the Red Moon Forest. A super strong man cut the sky with a sword, and space cracks appeared in the sky on my side. Little fairy lord, is there something wrong with you? Is there a strong man attacking your castle? Little fairy lord, Dark Shadow Cauldron, are you saying something? Little fairy lord, there can't be a super powerful being attacking your castle, right? Black Shadow Cauldron, please speak up and don't scare me. Little fairy lord. Little fairy lord, Dark Shadow Cauldron, please say something. Looking at the message sent by Mo Shan Shan, Li Yuan couldn't help but look up at the sky. At this time, the sky had already returned to normal. After the space was broken, the heaven and earth would be repaired immediately. But this is too outrageous. The white-clothed swordsman just swung his sword backwards, and the space torn apart by the sword light actually spread to Amo Gobi. As if he had thought of something, Li Yuan didn't even have time to reply to Mo Shan Shan. Whoosh! Li Yuan instantly appeared above the castle. He wanted to see what happened after the white-clothed swordsman chopped down his sword. When Li Yuan arrived above the castle, the corners of his eyes began to twitch constantly. Damn it, you're such a fairy! Behind the castle, there was a vacuum zone 100 meters wide that stretched far into the distance, dividing the Red Moon Forest into 2 parts. From a distance, you can see the surging water rushing towards the castle. What does this indicate? This means that the sword of the white-clothed swordsman hit the endless sea behind the Red Moon Forest. Li Yuan looked down at his castle, wondering what his black shadow barrier had just experienced. No wonder in ancient times, the gods broke the war continent into 7 continents. If this swordsman in white could use a few more swords, it would not be impossible for him to break Andira into 7 small continents. Of course, this also indirectly illustrates the power of his shadow barrier. This sword couldn't quite cross Andira, but it was close. However, his shadow barrier wasn't damaged at all. Mejasenaga and the golden holy ape also heard the sound of flowing water and came to Li Yuan. Everyone stared blankly at the surging water. Li Yuan turned to look at Medusa and asked, "Can you do this in your prime?" "No." Medusa shook her head. In her heyday, she was known as the strongest person under the Lord God, but she couldn't do this. It is very obvious now. The swordsman in white is at least a main god. Why did the Lord God start? It was because Li Yuan felt that the swordsman in white did not use his full strength. After all, Medusa was also in the castle at the time, and perhaps the white swordsman was afraid that if he used all his strength to break the barrier, he would hurt Medusa. Of course, after this sword strike, the swordsman in white knew that he couldn't break the black shadow barrier even with all his strength, so he stopped. After thinking for a while, Li Yuan suddenly said to Medusa, "Speaking of which, if you are in danger in the future, this person will come to help you, right? Medusa said bitterly. Boss, what danger can I encounter now? Li Yuan was stunned. This statement seemed to make sense. Medusa has been transformed into a shadow and has the attribute of infinite rebirth. No matter how dangerous she is not that dangerous. At this time, Medusa said again, however, if you are in danger, Uncle Jiang should help you. Li Yuan nudda. After all, if he was in danger, Medusa would be in danger too. However, Li Yuan was just asking casually. It was a good thing to have help from a being who was no weaker than the main god. But for Li Yuan, he would not entrust his life to others. Besides, although the swordsman in white is very strong, Li Yuan himself is not bad either. I believe it won't be too far for him to advance to the realm of the main god. Li Yuan has never lacked confidence. Looking at the rushing water again, Li Yuan had other thoughts. Li Yuan had always put the conquest of the endless sea at the last place and was not in a hurry at all before. And now his castle leads directly to the endless sea, so it is not impossible to consider the arrangements for the endless sea. The endless sea is the territory of the aquatic tribe and the dragon tribe. The 10,000 dragons' nest could be in the endless sea or on other continents. Both are possible. The 9 black shadow armies should be able to fight in water. After all, they are shadows of invisible matter. However, we can transform some water creatures next. Many thoughts flashed through Li Yuan's mind, and then he returned to the yard and reported the news to Mo Shanshan, asking her not to worry. Little Fairy Lord, I hope the Black Shadow Cauldron is okay. I was scared to death because he didn't reply. Li Yuan, well, I was busy just now and didn't read the message. Little Fairy Lord, yeah, actually I also think that Black Shadow Cauldron will be fine. You are so powerful. It's just that Uncle Avel said that the one who just took action might be a god, so, Li Yuan, gods are nothing. We can all become gods in the future. Fairy Lord, I believe in the Shadow Cauldron. Li Yuan, okay, I have something to do, so let's not talk about it for now. You need to hold on to the iron spirits and weapons and equipment over there. Little Fairy Lord, well, rest assured, Black Shadow Cauldron, I will. I will transfer a batch to you in the evening. After finishing the chat, Li Yuan subconsciously opened the world chat channel. After all, Mo Shanshan was also affected, and I'm afraid many lords saw the sword of the white-robed swordsman. As expected, at this moment in the world chat channel, countless individual players and lords were having a heated discussion about the sword light, especially the individual people and lords in Andira State. After all, the other states are not close. It's incredible. You all saw it, didn't you? It's like someone used a knife to cut the sky in half. How could I not see it? It's too dazzling and terrifying. I suspect it's a fight between gods. Does anyone know where this thing started? I've seen some light here in the central continent. I can tell you responsibly that I don't know. Some say it appeared from the Red Moon Forest, while others say it appeared from the Endless Sea in the west. Hammer, it's impossible. I'm in the Endless Sea on the west side. I clearly saw the light coming from the east, and it cut open all the water on this side of the Endless Sea in an instant. Then this means that it came from the mainland. So, is this the light of a sword or a knife? Who cares if it's a sword or a knife? Just be awesome. By the way, is it that the Shadow Lord was killing people all over the Red Moon Forest and angered the forbidden existence of the Red Moon Forest? Maybe it's a forbidden place. As I said before, the Red Moon Forest is really dangerous. Fortunately, I moved away early. It's also possible that the gods are fighting in the Red Moon Forest. Haven't you heard that when gods fight, mortals suffer? If it happens to affect the Shadow Lord, wouldn't that be great? It's a pity that this Shadow Lord doesn't add friends. Otherwise, I could check to see if he's still there. Ah, if the ruthless Lord Shadow is missing, this war continent will lose a lot of fun. Based on the speed at which the Shadow Lord was causing trouble before, if he is still here, it won't be long before we all get the news. Forget it, everyone should mind their own business. Let's get out of here and go kill some monsters. I'm advertising. I have a city wall blueprint here. I'm selling it at a big discount. If you want it, go to the trading square and search my name. Are there any lords near the Red Moon Forest? Won't you come out and say a few words? Were they all killed by the Shadow Lord? Is anyone here? Let's go over and take a look. If the Shadow Lord is really gone, maybe we can pick up some good stuff. Thanks for the invitation. We are watching Angels in the Takgon Plains. Oh my god, This is the goddess who went to seek refuge with the angel lord. Isn't she pretty, brother? Beautiful, a true goddess. No picture, no truth. What the hell? I can't post pictures from his crappy place. Even if I could, I don't have a camera. A bunch of idiots, they get orgasmic when they mention women. Trash. That's right, you scumbags will die under a woman's crotch sooner or later. You lick dogs, you'll not die well. You will have nothing. Fuck women. Women will only slow down my sword-drawing speed. You are all men, but you are just pretending to be a bastard. You deserve to masturbate for the rest of your life and never have any offspring. What's wrong with me liking men? You're welcome to bite my gun. Looking at the world chat channel that had gone awry, Li Yuan decisively quit. It was a bit offensive to the eyes. The struggle among all races for life and death. Is this it? A bunch of bystanders. Following Li Yuan's instructions, IKA once again led the shadows out of the castle and swept the surroundings in the previous grouping. The goblins were not idle either. Led by several captains, they went out hunting. Although these shadow-like creatures have acquired the Black Shadow's properties of traveling through space and infinite rebirth, they do not have the property of not eating. Of course, Li Yuan would not provide them with food. If they wanted food, they had to go out and find it themselves. By the way, they could also get some corpses of magical beasts. Li Cheng took his shadow to the back of the castle to build a dam. After all, the backflow of water from the endless sea had created a gap in the newly repaired city wall. Li Yuan didn't mind the sea water flooding into his territory, so he left this gap in the city wall to allow the sea water to flow back and forth. The presence of mountains and water adds to the scenery of the territory. As for the golden holy ape, he also re-entered the Red Moon Forest and continued to look for his brothers to replenish the Beast Shadow army. Therefore, now besides Li Yuan, there are only Niga and Medusa left in the castle. There was also Dana, the great elder of the snake people, who had just completed her shadow transformation. For some unknown reason, her shadow transformation took a very long time. We almost collapsed completely during that period, but fortunately we managed to persevere in the end. Like Medusa, after transforming into a shadow and gaining the attributes of a dark shadow, Dana couldn't help but immediately return to the snake people and bring all her tribesmen with her. As for the chance of death from shadow transformation, if you die, and those who survive will never die again. The surviving snake people just need to continue living. The creatures that have been transformed into shadows will not affect their reproduction, so the number of their snake people will soon exceed the current number, and the number will increase. Just like the black shadows recruited by Li Yuan, it will almost never decrease. It is also worth mentioning that the offspring of the creatures that have been transformed into shadows do not need to continue to be transformed into shadows. In other words, the offspring they gave birth to naturally possessed the two major attributes of Black Shadow. At the same time, they have been absolutely loyal to Li Yuan since birth. After Dana's active confession, Li Yuan also mastered all the information of the snake tribe. Since he was going to be transformed into a shadow anyway, Li Yuan was too lazy to sign any surrender agreement and directly asked Dana to explain the situation of the snake people. If an agreement is signed, Li Yuan will be able to receive these information prompts. The snake people have a total of 5,382 people. In addition to Medusa and the great elder Dana, there are 5 semi-saints and 12 ninth-level ones. There are also hundreds of others of level 7 or 8. Of course, most of them are low-level snake men, and even among these 5,000, there are quite a few young snake men. In addition, there is a stockpile of collections from the snake people. They had fled to the Red Moon Forest, and they didn't have much supplies with them, and they had basically used them all up. What is left now is what has been accumulated slowly over the years. There are more than 2,000 energy stones and more than 100 yuan crystals, which is neither too much nor too little. Although no surrender agreement was signed, the official seemed to be everywhere, and prompt messages appeared in front of Li Yuan from time to time. Congratulations, Shadow Lord, you have successfully conquered the snake tribe. The reputation of your shadow territory in the War Continent has increased significantly again. From now on, your shadow territory will gain the favor of all the snake people in the War Continent. In Andira, your shadow castle has the highest reputation. You will gain the hatred of most local forces, but there are also a few local forces who want to join your shadow territory. Looking at these prompts, Li Yuan didn't care too much. The entire Serpent people and the entire War Continent have a favorable impression of the Black Shadow territory, which should be because Medusa took the initiative to surrender. They're also the only group that has a favorable impression of the Black Shadow territory. As for gaining the hatred of most local forces, there is nothing much to say about this. The Dragon Tribe, the Wolf Tribe on the top of the mountains, the Goblin Kingdom. Sooner or later, we will be in a hostile relationship. If there is hatred, then there will be hatred. When the time comes, we can just destroy them all. Before night fell, Li Yuan carefully went to the snake people and converted all of them. The success rate was quite high, and in the end there were nearly 4,000 snake people left. The only pity is that among the 5 elders of the snake people, one of the oldest elders died before he could go through the shadow transformation process. The other 4 semi-saint elders all survived. During this period, the white-clothed swordsman did not appear again, which made Li Yuan's tense heart relax a little. However, he still carried a part of the power of the Black Shadow Barrier with him at all times, ready to move the Black Shadow Barrier to himself at any time. It's never wrong to be careful when facing uncontrollable powerful forces. If the white-clothed swordsman comes again, it will be bad. After transforming the snake people into a shadow, Li Yuan directly collected all of the snake people's treasures into the Ring of Hellfire. All the members of the snake people tribe had no objection to this. After all, everything they had now belonged to Li Yuan. Just continue to live here. If anything happens, I'll call you. After some simple arrangements, Li Yuan and Niga left the Snakeman Palace and returned to the Black Shadow Castle. Medusa selected 5 beautiful snake girls, transformed into complete human forms, and followed everything to the Shadow Castle. It was said that these people would take care of Li Yuan's daily life. Li Yuan thought that he would have to cook for himself every day, so he agreed. After returning to the castle, the 5 snake girls went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Medusa went to choose a villa. She was not the hostess of the castle, so it was naturally impossible for her to live in the castle with Li Yuan. Therefore, Li Yuan promised her a villa, which was empty anyway. As for Li Yuan himself, he naturally began to count the supplies brought back from the Snake People's palace. The first are energy stones and yuan crystals. There are a total of 2,572 energy stones and 102 yuan crystals. Originally, the Snake People did not have so many. They were the rewards they received for defeating 2 territories that invaded their territory a few days ago. Li Yuan had previously upgraded to level 5 Black Shadow Crystal, so there were only a few energy stones left, but now he has more than 2,000. There are 212 yuan crystals left, plus the current ones, a total of 314. In addition to energy stones and crystals, the Snake People also have a lot of other things. Not to mention the miscellaneous materials. Li Yuan was too lazy to look at them, and gave them all to Mo Shanshan to make weapons. The remaining ones are 10,000 units of iron essence, 100,000 units of stone, and 180,000 units of wood. Normally, the Snake People don't need these things, but they collected so many recently because they wanted to expand the scale of the palace. This is a good bargain for Li Yuan, as he needs these things right now to upgrade his town. Now that the Shadow Crystal has been upgraded to level 5, it is a little difficult to upgrade it to level 6. Upgrading primary towns to intermediate towns becomes the first choice. However, relying solely on the materials obtained from the Snake People and those in his warehouse, it would still be a long way to go to upgrade the castle to an intermediate level. At this time, there were a total of 263,300 units of wood and 151,280 units of stone in Li Yuan's warehouse. 53,200 units of iron essence. There is still a lot of room for improvement, but it's not a big problem. Stone and wood are minor issues. The key is the iron. For now, we can only rely on Mozhan Mountain for iron essence. As the output, there is quite a bit. After 2 beast tides, the strength of the mountain dwarves in the fairy territory has also been improved to a certain extent, which will naturally increase production. According to the fairy lord, the output of iron essence is now close to 3,000 units per day. If we temporarily give up on making equipment and weapons, the output of iron essence can be increased by half. However, the crafting of weapons and equipment cannot be stopped. Weapons made from 10 units of iron essence and other materials can be sold for at least 100 units of iron essence. The market has increased tenfold. It would be foolish to stop crafting equipment. It is not difficult to collect 100,000 iron essences as long as you equip weapons. Speaking of equipment, the Snake Men also have a warehouse with 10 large boxes. These equipments were not made recently, but were used by the ancestors of the Snake people who fled here. These were all left behind by the Snake people who died in the battle. There are 160 sets of armor and weapons, all of which are level 6. There are 123 pieces of armor and miscellaneous weapons, most of which are level 6, and a few are level 5. The grades of all of them are not low. The main reason is that the Snake people were fleeing at that time, and those weapons and equipment of too low grades were discarded by the Snake people. After thinking about it, Li Yuan sent all these weapons and equipment to the auction house in the trading square. After all, no one needs it now. The goblins have their own weapons and equipment, and the shadows don't need them either. Part of the auction items are stone and wood, and part is for iron essence. Li Yuan now only exchanges these 3 types of materials. The purpose, of course, is to gather enough supplies to upgrade the mid-level town. When the auction of these equipments is over, together with the iron essence from Imo Shanshan, the supplies should be almost enough. Next, when the number of weapons and equipment on Mo Shanshan's side increases, Li Yuan will have to start plans to empty the other lord's iron spirits. However, when these equipment from the Snake people appeared in the trading square, they caused a heated discussion again. Logically speaking, many people have been selling weapons and equipment. The God Lord had previously traded thousands of sets, and Li Yuan had also auctioned many weapons and equipment. Everyone should not be too surprised, but the problem arose with these weapons and equipment, because there is a special symbol on these weapons and equipment, which is a colorful little snake. Ancient weapons and equipment of the Snake people. Oh my God, do we still have these things? Nowadays, these ancient weapons are basically collected by the powerful families in the Orc Empire. Aren't the Snake people a very common race? What's wrong? It's common now, but thousands of years ago, the Snake people were the #1 race among the orcs. What's going on? Is there any secret? Tell me in detail. Thousands of years ago, an extremely powerful figure appeared in the Snake people, Queen Medusa. Speaking of this Queen Medusa, after a while of chattering, someone briefly described the glory of Queen Medusa and the Snake people in the past. It's amazing. Such a powerful race has fallen into decline just like that. Even their old weapons have become someone else's collection. TSK. Here comes the key question. These Snake people weapons were taken out by the Shadow Lord. That means that Boss Black Shadow has attacked another snake tribe, and it is a tribe that inherited the ancient snake tribe. Hiss, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. This tribe had no shortage of powerful gods in the past. Even if they're declining, we can't deal with them, right? Maybe there are powerful people from the Holy Realm in charge. Damn it, can the Shadow Lord take over the Holy Realm? Calm down, after all, it's Dark Shadow Boss. After all, Dark Shadow Boss. Some people said that Black Shadow Boss was dead before, but now he appears in the blink of an eye and slaughters an ancient snake tribe. Pa. My face hurts. Just as people were discussing the Snakeman equipment that Li Yuan was auctioning on the World Chat channel. Red Moon Forest, 10,000 meters east of the Snakeman Palace, the underground world. In the dim underground world, with faint lights, you can see that it is a high-end castle. There were huge ants crawling around the castle. Some were on guard, and some were moving large stones or wood. These ants are all red in color, and they are not ordinary small ants. Each of these ants is a giant creature about 7 or 8 meters long and 2 or 3 meters high. Their bodies are like red iron, and their breath is hot, just like a steel fortress. Red armored fire ants, a high-level military force. His whole body is filled with fire poison, the venom of which can even melt iron. In addition, he has immense strength and extraordinary combat power. A small number of red-shelled fire ants is nothing, but if their number increases, they will be the king of the forest. Almost no living creature can escape their devouring. The reason why it is an advanced troop rather than a top-level troop, in addition to being weak in the early stage, is that the red-armored fire ants have no intelligence and are not intelligent troop types. They can only obey the orders of the Lord. Nowadays, the number of troops of most lords is not very large. Even Li Yuan has less than 100. However, around this high-end castle, the number of red-shelled fire ants is more than 100, and there are at least 200 or 300 coming in and out. This is just on the surface. There may be more in other places. However, the general levels are not high. Basically, they're level 3 or 4, and a few are only level 5 or 6. There was only a 7th level red-armored fire ant, which was guarding a bald monk. This bald monk is the lord of this high-end castle. He is about 50 years old and is twirling a string of Buddhist beads in his hand. Before reincarnation, he was a monk, and his appearance did not change after reincarnation. The old monk was turning his Buddhist beads while paying attention to the content of the World Chat channel, and his expression changed slightly. Snake people, Red Moon Forest, could it be the snake people next door? Chapter 116. Crazy Snake People, the Old Monk's Helplessness. The Old Monk's Castle is in the underground world, which is actually not far from the Snake People's palace. In the past few days, the old monk saw the existence of the Snake People's palace from the memory of the red-armored fire ant. Because red-shelled fire ants have no intelligence, they naturally cannot communicate. Every time the red-shelled fire ants come back from going out, the old monk can understand the situation outside by checking the memories of the red-shelled fire ants. In the memory of the red-shelled fire ants, it was a medium-sized tribe. The number of snake people is at least 4,000 to 5,000, and there are several powerful power fluctuations among them, and even a holy land. No way. The Shadow Lord can conquer the Holy Land? The old monk slowed down the movement of the Buddhist beads in his hands and suddenly felt something was unbelievable. There is no doubt that the Shadow Lord is powerful. At least he is the official #1 in the standings. Although resisting the impact of the beast tide does not represent all the strength, being able to take first place cannot be weak. The old monk's castle was in the Red Moon Forest. He also thought about moving it at that time, but he was in a secret underground world and was difficult to be discovered. Also, it would be difficult for him to leave since he was inside the Red Moon Forest. Not to mention whether he would encounter Li Yuan. Even the monsters inside the Red Moon Forest would be too much for him and his red-armored fire ants to withstand. Of course, there was another important reason why he stayed. That is, there's a red-shelled fire ant nest near his castle, with at least tens of thousands of red-shelled fire ants inside. Among the thousands of red-armored fire ants he had, only about 30 of them actually belonged to his army. The others were lured back through his troops. The old monk is not a real monk. He was a wine-drinking and meat-eating monk on Earth. He specialized in doing all kinds of flirting to make profits, and also deceived many women. Coming to this war continent, he must have ambitions. Stay and continue to hook up with those red-shelled fire ants. When he slowly lures all the red-shelled fire ants in that nest over, who will be afraid of the Shadow Lord then? If we allow the red-armored fire ants and the native red-armored fire ants to develop and increase their numbers several times, dozens of times, or even hundreds of times, we can conquer the forbidden area of the Red Moon Forest. That is also something that we can think about. The large-scale red-shelled fire ants are not afraid of even the gods. It can sweep away everything. The old monk was also quite lucky. In the underground world of the Red Moon world, there was not much moisture in the past few days, and there was almost no damage to his castle territory. He had been hiding very well recently and basically had not been to the surface world. He was just waiting to slowly accumulate strength. But now that the Snake Man tribe has been destroyed, the old monk still feels a little guilty. Although he was very secretive underground, his castle would still be easily discovered if the Shadow Lord raided the area. After all, he had recently been preparing to upgrade the town's resources and had sent a number of red-shelled fire ants out to cut wood, leaving many traces behind. The old monk thought for a while and patted the thigh of the 7th level red-armored fire ant next to him. DeLong, go find Xiao Long and ask the other fire ants to destroy the traces of felled wood. Don't cut wood for the time being. Come back and dig for stones underground. I will exchange the stones for wood. Also, send a few to check out the situation of the snake people. The red-armored fire ant called Dalong quickly shuttled through the castle and ran to the cave outside in a few seconds to deliver the message. Dalong and Erlong were the red-armored fire ants recruited by the old monk on the first day. They were also the 2 strongest under his command, both at level 7. I hope we won't be discovered, otherwise the red-shelled fire ants will have to dig holes and migrate from here. The reputation of the Shadow Lord is still intimidating. Right now, the old monk has never thought about confronting the Shadow Lord, even if he has thousands of red-armored fire ants. Thinking secretly in his heart, the old monk continued to turn the Buddhist beads, waiting for the red-shelled fire ants to return. At this time, it was already night on the surface. In the palace of the snake people, Elder Dana was holding a meeting with the remaining 4 semi-saint elders and 10 ninth-level elders. The other 2 ninth-level elders, like the semi-saint elder, died in the process of transformation. Whether it was the 4 semi-saints or the 10 ninth-level saints, they all looked excited in the conference hall at this moment. Although many of their people died in this surrender to the Shadow Lord, this could not stop their excitement at the moment. Okay, listen to me. Great Elder Dana looked around, and the other snake men fell silent. Everyone is happy, and I understand that. But don't forget who gave us this ability. Yes, Lord. The snake people all stood up and shouted respectfully, with fanatical admiration in their eyes. Dana nodded and said, "Now we are not just snake men, but also warriors of Lord Shadow. More importantly, we don't have to practice and advance slowly like before. Killing wild beasts and monsters, and killing the hostile forces of Lord Shadow Lord, will earn you energy value upgrades. It's night now, and there are more monsters and wild beasts outside than during the day. After a few hours of rest, everyone should be accustomed to the current conditions, so it's time for us to take action. Everyone, go out and hunt monsters. Remember, everyone is going to be mobilized, including the children. You have to bring them along. The corpses of the monsters cannot be wasted. We must bring them back and present them to the Lord. We will become the most powerful warriors under the Lord. Come on, my people." After Dana's mobilization, the elders and the 9th-level snake people immediately went out to gather the tribesmen, men, women, young and old, all called out, quickly divided into teams, and then rushed into the jungle. Soon, the roars of magical beasts were heard. As luck would have it, the red-armored fire ants that were arranged by the old monk to spy on the snake people encountered the snake people. As expected, 7 or 8 red-shelled fire ants were killed instantly, leaving only 1 red-shelled fire ant missing 3 legs and escaping. And at this time, the Shadow Castle. Li Yuan was enjoying the meal prepared by the snake women, which included both meat and vegetables, and was much better than what he cooked himself. You know what? It's really nice to have someone serving you. While eating, Li Yuan suddenly realized something was wrong. The energy value was flowing into his account. Although he is still a long way from upgrading to the Holy Realm, but at this rate of improvement, it feels like it will only take a few days. After a little thought, Li Yuan guessed that it must be the energy value provided by the snake people. After all, there are more than 3,000 snake people. If they really let go and kill monsters, the speed will definitely not be slow, which is reasonable. In the underground world, the legless red-armored fire ant also fled back to the castle. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The red-armored fire ant named Dalong brought it, and quickly came to the old monk. Seeing the miserable appearance of the red-shelled fire ants, the old monk was stunned. What had happened to them to make them so miserable? The old monk hurried over and put his hand on the antennae of the red-shelled fire ant that was already crawling at his feet. In an instant, a series of images appeared before the old monk's eyes. The densely packed figures were all snake people. Some of them had transformed into human form, and some were half-human. These snake people were like crazy. They killed any monsters and ferocious beasts they encountered. Basically, everyone's body was covered in blood. According to his recent observations, the snake people rarely go out. Even if there were snake people going out, there would only be small-scale teams going out to hunt for food. Like now, with groups of snake people coming out, at least thousands of them. How could he not be shocked? Boom, boom. At this moment, there was a constant shaking sound in the underground world. The old monk suddenly looked up at the sky above the castle. There were so many creatures running on the surface that the bottom floor was shaking. No need to think. These must be the snake people. They have come here. The old monk's face changed slightly. He couldn't figure out why the snake people had become like this. Also, didn't the World Chat channel say that the snake men were defeated by the Shadow Lord? Then what are these snake men now? Don't find me, don't find me. The old monk's hands holding the Buddhist beads were shaking at this time. If he was discovered by the snake people now, he would be dead. Some things often happen as you think they will. In the jungle on the surface, a young snakeman and his family and companions were hunting down the monsters that they had driven out. As he was running, he missed a step and fell into a dark tunnel. 2 of the snake men behind him also followed in his footsteps and fell into the tunnel together. Ah! The screams of 3 snake people rang out in the tunnel. This tunnel is one of the passages through which the old monk's red-shelled fire ants travel to the surface. So their screams naturally reach the underground world. Dalong, go check it out. If any snake people break in, arrest them all. The old monk quickly asked the red-shelled fire ants to go in the direction of the noise to investigate the situation. At this time, there were 3 snake people in the tunnel, 2 men and 1 woman. Their strength was not bad. They were all at level 3. The tunnel was not straight, and they bumped into each other and stopped at a bend. What's going on? Why is there such a big hole here? What luck we have. What should we do? Let's climb up. No, do you smell anything? It smells like sulfur. At this time, a snakeman took out a shining bead, making the tunnel a little brighter. Soon, the female snakeman exclaimed, "Run. This is the passage of the red-armored fire ants. I've seen this kind of cave before when I went out with my father. There seems to be a nest of red-armored fire ants nearby." Red-armored fire ants. When the other 2 snake people heard this name, their faces changed drastically. As long as the level of a single red-shelled fire ant is not very high, they will naturally not be afraid. However, this is the passage of the red-shelled fire ants, which means that there must be countless red-shelled fire ants at the other end of this cave. Faced with a swarm of red-shelled fire ants, they would not be able to resist. Even if the 3 of them faced a dozen red-shelled fire ants, they would definitely end up with no corpse left. The 3 snake people immediately wanted to climb up and escape from here as soon as possible. But suddenly, a male snakeman stopped and said, "Speaking of which, have we forgotten something? We can't die." Upon hearing this, the other 2 snake people also reacted. They almost forgot about this matter. After a pause, a snakeman asked, "Should we go up or down?" "Forget it, let's go up first. Even if we can't die, it's useless if there are only 3 of us and we find a nest of red-armored fire ants. Well, go back and tell my parents first, and let them tell the elders." Well, it seems like we can't leave. Just when the 3 snake people were discussing whether to go or stay, a red-shelled fire ant appeared at some point, and its huge pincers grabbed towards them. They didn't even have the strength to resist, and were bitten and dragged down the tunnel. There were 2 other red-shelled fire ants running upwards, trying to block the exit of the cave that was stepped on. In less than a minute, the red-armored fire ants dragged the 3 unconscious snake people to the castle and threw them in front of the old monk. The old monk looked at the 3 snake people in front of him, each with a big head. "Buddha, you are kidding me." He prayed sincerely that the snake people would not discover his castle. But now the snake people appeared before him. To be honest, the old monk is not willing to have a conflict with the snake people now. Although the old monk also had a plan, waiting for his red-armored fire ants to increase in number and form a sanctuary, he would then devour the snakeman tribe and then go and wrestle with the Shadow Lord. But now his strength was simply not enough to compete with the snake men. After a moment of silence, the old monk gritted his teeth and said, "Kill them all. You can't let him go, and you can't keep him, so the only thing you can do is kill him to silence him." It can be seen that the old monk is also a decisive and ruthless person. But unfortunately, if he had kept the 3 snake people alive, it would have been fine, but this killing sent them directly back home. After receiving the order from the old monk, the red-armored fire ants dragged the 3 snake people aside and ate them directly. Just when the 3 snake people were killed by the red-armored fire ants. Outside the palace of the snake people, the 3 snake people appeared in their own homes, having been resurrected. In fact, you could decide your own position after resurrection. However, these 3 snake people were in a coma before they died, so they were naturally allowed to return home. As soon as they were resurrected, they ran out of their homes and gathered together. Where we died, wasn't it the nest of red-armored fire ants? I don't know. When the red-armored fire ants caught me, I was poisoned and passed out. I don't even know how I died. I felt that it was not a nest of red-shelled fire ants. I was somewhat conscious at that time, and I seemed to hear someone talking. Someone is talking? Red-armored fire ants can grow into magical beasts, but they are not intelligent magical beasts and cannot transform and speak. I was puzzled too, but someone really spoke up and said to kill us all. It's strange, the red-armored fire ants can talk. So what should we do now? Continue to hunt down the monsters, or tell the elders about this? Nonsense. There are red-armored fire ants so close to us. Of course we should tell the elders first. Chapter 117. Before migration, let's give him a big blow. After the 3 snake people had discussed it, they immediately shuttled through the shadows and went to the jungle to find the elders. There are still some members left in the tribe, but none of them are the leaders. Although they have all been transformed into shadows, You should know that they're not real shadows and still maintain their original personalities and behaviors. So sometimes, they're unable to make timely and accurate decisions. For example, when they fall into the tunnel, they can completely travel through the shadows and return to the ground. But they didn't, and they didn't react at all at that time. When they came to their senses, they hesitated whether to go down the tunnel to see what was happening below. But at this time, the red-shelled fire ants had already arrived and captured and suppressed them in an instant. The main reason is that they are too weak, only at the 3rd level, and the energy in their bodies is not enough to support their self-destruction. After being suppressed, they didn't even have the chance to die voluntarily, let alone travel through the shadows. This can also be considered as a defect of other creatures after they have transformed into shadows. They are not like real shadow soldiers who possess complete and absolute fighting instincts. Black Shadow can make the most appropriate and correct decision in the face of any emergency. After becoming a shadow, it all depends on your own abilities. Of course, if not, the snake people would not be able to discover the special situation under the tunnel. It didn't take long for the 3 snake men to find their families, and under the guidance of their parents, they found Dana further ahead. At this moment, the snake people have gone crazy and killed each other. Moreover, many snake men have quickly upgraded to the next level under the slaughter of demon beasts. Dana is in the late stage of the holy domain, so it is naturally very difficult for her to ignite the divine fire and become a god. Therefore, Dana's main task is to protect the tribe members. If they encounter a monster that is too strong, she will personally knock it down and let the tribe members kill it. After listening to the stories of the 3 young tribesmen, Dana's expression suddenly became solemn. There is indeed a red-shelled fire ant nest 20,000 meters away from the Snake People's palace, but it is relatively far away. Until now, the Snake People have never provoked the red-shelled fire ants. After all, the red-armored fire ants are known as jungle killers. If the former Snake Man Palace attracted the red-armored fire ants, it would be a disaster for them. The high-level Snake People can escape, but it is hard to say about the low-level ones. Moreover, as far as Dana knows, the queen ant in the nest of the red-armored fire ants is most likely also a holy domain. Could it be that the red-armored fire ants are developing in the direction of the Snake People? The place where the 3 Snake People discovered the red-armored fire ant tunnel was only 10,000 meters away from the Snake People's palace. Of course, the Snake People have all turned into shadows at this time, so they're definitely not afraid of the red-armored fire ant colony. Dana was even thinking about whether she should mobilize a group of tribesmen to follow her to deal with the red-shelled fire ant's nest. There must be countless red-armored fire ants gathered in the red-armored fire ant's nest, which is more convenient for them than chasing the fleeing monsters. However, when Dana heard the young tribesmen say that someone was talking underground, she couldn't help but frown. The point is, someone still ordered the red-shelled fire ants. In the past, this would have been impossible. The red-shelled fire ants are special magical beasts without intelligence. They have no intelligence above level 6, and are basically difficult to tame. Even if someone could tame it, this is the Red Moon Forest. Who would have the audacity to run to such a forbidden place to subdue the red-armored fire ants? After a moment's silence, Dana's eyes lit up, and she already had a guess in her mind. It was impossible to tame it before, but that is no longer the case. Dana looked at the 3 young snake people and said, "Where's the place where the tunnel was found? Take me to see it." "Okay, great elder." 3 young snake people grabbed Dana. The next moment, Dana and the others shuttled through the shadows and appeared directly at the place where the 3 snake people had fallen before. "Hey, the cave entrance is gone." The 3 young snake men searched around for rotten leaves and branches, but the entrance to the cave was gone. Dana looked around and said, "No need to look for it. The cave entrance has been sealed." Will normal red-shelled fire ants take the initiative to seal the entrance of their tunnels after their tunnels are discovered? Considering what the young snakeman mentioned about someone talking below, Dana was almost certain of her guess. In this underground world, there is a lord from another world. Those red-armored fire ants are not the red-armored fire ants in the red-armored fire ant nest, but the soldiers of this alien lord. Of course, this still needs to be confirmed. Ignoring the 3 young snake men, Dana's mental power flowed quickly in all directions like water. If there really is a lord underground, there cannot be only one tunnel. As Dana's spiritual power sank, she soon discovered something in the soil. Although she did not find any obvious tunnels, she did discover that the soil in many places showed signs of fresh disturbance. Obviously, these are filled-in tunnels. The mental force continued to move downward, and suddenly, a smile appeared on Dana's face. When she was about 300 meters underground, Dana's mental power was blocked by a barrier force. Moreover, her mental power also suffered a slight impact, probably only at the 6th level, which naturally did not cause any harm to her. I can't believe there's a castle so close to our snake people. Judging from the barrier's defensive strength, it should be a high-level castle. Dana is a powerful person in the late sanctuary. The 6th level defensive barrier is undoubtedly useless to her. In an instant, Dana's mental power penetrated the protective barrier and saw groups of red-shelled fire ants, which made her face startled. How come there are so many red-armored fire ants? Dana has some understanding of the Lord's troops. It would be great if there were dozens of these alien lords. But in this castle territory, there are more than 1,000 red-shelled fire ants. Could it be that the Lord subdued the red-armored fire ants in that red-armored fire ant nest? Maybe it's like that. His army is red-armored fire ants. It's not impossible that he has a special method to subdue other red-armored fire ants. But judging from the number of these red-armored fire ants, he won't be able to subdue too many of them. Many thoughts flashed through Dana's mind, and she soon guessed the old monk situation almost exactly. Then let this lord be considered as a gift from our snake people to Lord Black Shadow. Dana's eyes flashed, and she decided to gather other tribesmen and take down the castle directly. At this time, the old monk underground had a miserable look on his face, because the castle crystal core above his castle was glowing, and this was the crystal core warning him that it was invaded. His castle is probably exposed. It should be that the 3 snake men he killed attracted the attention of other snake men, and some experts discovered his castle. I just want to quietly stay alive and become stronger. Is that so difficult? Thinking silently in his heart, the old monk stared closely at the castle crystal core above his head. When the castle crystal core stopped flashing, the old monk pinched the Buddhist beads in his hand, and with a ruthless heart, he said to the red-armored fire ants with a sullen face, "Xiaolong, take some red-armored fire ants out, lead those snake people to the red-armored fire ant nest, and then find a chance to go to the safe passage. Dalong, let's go to the snake people's palace. Now that he has been discovered, let's take down him before he migrates." Yes, the old monk is ready to move. At this moment, he and the red-armored fire ants were no match for the snake people, not even if he had thousands of red-armored fire ants. As for the relocation, old monk, arrangements have already been made. In such a dangerous place as the Red Moon Forest, and with a Shadow Lord, he would of course have to leave himself a way out to save his life. Therefore, recently, the old monk asked the red-shelled fire ants to dig 2 tunnels underground. One passage leads to the palace of the snake people. After all, destroying the snake people tribe was part of his plan. It's just that his current strength is not enough for him to fight against the snake people. But that doesn't stop him from making preparations in advance. This passage has long been extended to the bottom of the snake people's palace. It can break through the surface and appear in the snake people's tribe at any time. Under normal circumstances, the old monk would definitely not dare to go directly to the snake tribe, as that would be simply seeking death. But things are different now. He just sent red-armored fire ants to the surface secretly and concluded that almost all members of the snake tribe went to the woods to hunt down the monsters and ferocious beasts. Although they didn't know why, this meant that the defense of the snake tribe's base camp was empty. Therefore, before migrating, he had to rob all the storage supplies of the snake people. Since the Snakeman tribe is still there, it means that the one wiped out by the Shadow Lord might be another Snakeman tribe. Taking away the supplies of the snake people will enable him to rebuild his castle faster after migrating to other places. Among them, of course, there was also the idea of revenge on the snake people for forcing him to move. The other passage was the safe evacuation passage arranged by the old monk for himself, leading directly to the outside of the Red Moon Forest. Although they haven't reached the end of the digging yet, he has just arranged for more red-shelled fire ants to go over there and will open up this passage as soon as possible. If we launch a surprise attack on the Snake People's palace first, and then rush over, it should be almost done. After leaving the Red Moon Forest, we will find a secret place to hide and continue to develop the red-armored fire ant colony. Relying on the red-armored fire ants, it might be difficult to dominate the war continent in the future, but becoming a powerful force should not be a problem. The old monk had a clear understanding of his future and had thought it through long ago. After the order was given, Xiaolong, a 7th-level red-armored fire ant, hissed and left with some red-armored fire ants. The old monk sat on the dragon's back, and when he confirmed that there was no need to continue exploring the surface, he took away the crystal core of the castle. Suddenly, the huge and advanced castle disappeared underground and ceased to exist. As for the supplies in the warehouse, they were taken to a safe evacuation passage by another group of red-shelled fire ants. The old monk put away the castle crystal core and did not stay for too long. He took 500 red-armored fire ants and quickly headed towards the Snake People's palace. He believed that the Snake People were probably gathering here at this time. In fact, this is true. Under Dana's arrangement, many tribesmen are gathering here. Dana could have taken care of a high-level castle on her own. However, she wanted to leave these more than 1,000 red-shelled fire ants for her tribe to upgrade, which gave the old monk the opportunity to steal the house. Chapter 118. After all, the clown is me. In the Shadow Castle, Li Yuan took a nice bath with the careful care of 5 beautiful snake girls. Then he sternly rejected the snake women's earnest request to warm his bed and laid down in the bed alone, ready to have a good sleep before midnight. Therefore, of course, he didn't know what was happening on the Snake People's side. Medusa didn't know either, as she was practicing in the villa at this time. In her previous life, she was already at the peak of the upper god level. Her cultivation speed was very fast, and it was only a matter of time before she returned to the peak. Although she could level up by killing monsters, killing ordinary monsters was not as fast as her practice. Therefore, Li Yuan's arrangement for her was to let her recover her strength peacefully, and she would not have to come out unless there was a special need. Dana arranged for her tribesmen to inform Medusa, but seeing that she was in seclusion, they did not disturb her. This doesn't mean that Dana is not loyal to Li Yuan. She just wants to rely on the Snake People to defeat a castle lord and give Li Yuan a surprise. Of course, there is also the intention of not wanting other shadows or shadow-transformed soldiers to compete for the credit. Shadow soldiers like them don't want to be without desires like the Black Shadows. However, this is not a bad thing for Li Yuan. The people under his command are competitive, which is also beneficial to their development. The Red Moon Forest, under the shining moonlight, appears as red as ever. The long river slashed by the white-robed swordsman ran through the Red Moon Forest. Under the reflection of the sea water, there seemed to be a red cloud stream above the Red Moon Forest. In the dense jungle, Dana has summoned 2 semi-saint elders and 2,000 tribesmen. The other tribesmen, led by 3 other elders, continued to hunt monsters in the forest. In this way, the energy provided by the red-shelled fire ants underground can be reasonably distributed to avoid too many people and too little porridge. Soon, the tribe had gathered. Dana had already found a tunnel that had not been destroyed by the red-shelled fire ants. It was well hidden, but was still discovered. Go ahead and kill all the red-armored fire ants down there. At Dana's command, Erlang of the Snake, people rushed into the tunnel. Soon after they entered, they encountered some red-shelled fire ants, which were baits left by the old monk. The Snake People couldn't help but start hunting down these red-armored fire ants. Dana was among the tribesmen, protecting them, and, at the same time, extending her mental power to observe the reaction of the castle underground. But after seeing this, Dana's expression changed slightly, and the next moment, she appeared in an empty underground world. That castle was right here just now. There's no mistake about it. Dana looked around. The darkness could not block her sight at all, but there was still nothing here. Did they discover us and migrate away? The Snake People had defeated 2 castle lords and knew some things about the Lord from other worlds, such as the ability to relocate castles. You're quite fast, but can you walk? Dana's mental power flowed out wildly, spreading continuously in the underground world, tracking down the old monk's escape route. If this lord wants to move, he can only escape by digging a hole underground. However, at this moment, Dana heard the continuous screams of her tribesmen, forcing her to stop her mental exploration. Through shadow travel, Dana returned to where the tribe was. Damn, why are there so many red-armored fire ants? Kill, kill, kill. No one can retreat. All of these are energy points that can help us upgrade. How can we retreat? How is that possible? It's kind of tragic. I died twice. That's nothing. I've broken through to the 6th level. I'll come over and avenge you right away. As soon as the Snake Man finished speaking, he rushed towards the colony of red-armored fire ants and chose to self-destruct. Suddenly, many red-shelled fire ants were blown into several large pieces. When Dana came back, she frowned at the scene. The tribesmen were killing the red-shelled fire ants fearlessly, but Dana felt something was wrong. At this time, the place where the snake people were located was a three-way intersection. The passage they came from had two passages on each side. Red-crested fire ants were constantly crawling in one passage, while in the other one, red-crested fire ants were fleeing. This made her feel as if someone had deliberately asked them to chase and kill the fleeing red-shelled fire ants. Some of the snake people didn't think much about it and just chased after them. Sure enough, something went wrong soon, and a rumbling sound was heard in the passage. That was the sound of the self-destruction of the snake people above level 6. However, the vibration and rumbling sound in the passage did not stop. So many red-shelled fire ants. So many. Go ahead, brothers and sisters. Upgrade is just around the corner. A reborn 6th-level snakeman pointed at the passage and shouted excitedly. While shouting, he rushed toward the passage. Several other reborn snakemen also chased after them quickly, wanting to hunt more red-armored fire ants. With the attribute of infinite rebirth, Dana did not stop her people from going to die. Self-destruction and death to kill monsters are their advantages after they transform into shadows, so they naturally don't care about dying again and again. But Dana still felt something was wrong, so she could not help but use her mental power again and rush towards the passage. Upon seeing this, Dana's expression changed immediately. In this passage, she saw countless red-shelled fire ants, far more than she had previously explored. There are more than 1,000. There are as many as 3,000 to 5,000. This couldn't be the army of the castle lord. There was only one explanation, and that was that these red-armored fire ants came from the red-armored fire ants' nest. Dana was not stupid and reacted quickly. The castle lord opened up a tunnel leading to the nest of red-armored fire ants, attracting a colony of red-armored fire ants. Why do this? Of course, it was to contain the snake people and escape smoothly. In other words, the castle lord's evacuation route was not here, but there were other passages. What a cunning human! Dana still did not let the snake people retreat, allowing them to fight with the ant colony from the red-armored fire ants' nest. Since we have encountered this group of red-armored fire ants, we will also destroy the nest of red-armored fire ants that has threatened the snake people for many years tonight. The immortal snake people are still afraid of these stupid and brainless ants? Of course, the castle lord can't be let go. At that moment, Dana's mental power surged out frantically, looking everywhere for traces of the old monk and the other's departure. At the same time, Dana's figure flashed, and she slapped down with a loud bang. The earth wall in front of her collapsed with a loud bang, revealing a relatively small passage. Without thinking too much, she stepped straight into it. And this passage is the evacuation passage left by the old monk. The old monk still underestimated the strength of the strong men in the Holy Land. This low-level cover-up could not be hidden from Dana. The speed of the strong men in the Holy Land is not slow. Not long after, Dana caught up with the evacuating little dragon and the red-armored fire ants responsible for transporting supplies. The result is self-evident. Dana easily killed these red-shelled fire ants and looted a lot of supplies. But Dana's face looked unhappy because she did not find the Lord from the alien world here. Any other escape routes? Dana discovered that this place was infinitely close to the outside world of the Red Moon Forest. Logically speaking, this should be the passage through which the castle lord left, and those supplies are the proof. So, Dana began to search slowly in this passage. Her intuition told her that in addition to the original way, there must be another tunnel leading to here in this passage. After about a few minutes, Dana really found a weak area in the earth wall. Dana violently broke through the earth wall and instantly entered the new passage, while her mental power continued to spread to the end of the passage. After a while, Dana's expression became strange. At the end of this passage is the palace of the snake people. An absurd idea suddenly appeared in Dana's mind. No way, he's going to our place. Dana muttered to herself, and, thinking about it carefully, it seemed that the lord of the castle might really do that. The other party may know that the snake people are coming out in full force. This is the rhythm of evacuating while trying to cause trouble to the snake people. What to do in the snake tribe? Of course, it's for the snake people's storage supplies. What a good calculation. Even Dana couldn't help but admire the courage of the castle lord. If he had not been able to find the passage through which he evacuated, perhaps this lord would have been able to make a fortune from the snake people before moving. It's a pity that no matter how good the plan was, it still failed. Not to mention that Dana already knew his plan. She also didn't know that they couldn't find anything in the Snakeman Palace. The snake people stored supplies had already been taken away by Li Yuan. Now, in the warehouse of the snake people's palace, there is nothing usable except some food and sundries. I wonder what expression this lord would have when he saw the empty warehouse in the Snakeman Palace. Dana smiled and immediately called a group of tribesmen to move all the supplies in the passage back to the palace warehouse through the shadows. And Dana, naturally, returned to the Snakeman Palace. As for the underground world, Dana didn't care. The two semi-saints and nearly 2,000 tribesmen were just wasting time there, so there was no rush. It won't be too late to destroy the red-shelled fire ant's nest after we deal with that daring lord from another world. Dana returned to the palace and did not withdraw the tribesmen who were left behind to guard the palace. There were not many of them, only a few dozen snake men. Dana hid behind the window, quietly waiting for the arrival of the lord from the other world. Not long after, Dana looked outside the palace. Hundreds of miles away, the soil began to loosen upwards. The next moment, the head of a red-shelled fire ant popped out of the soil. Grand Elder. Just as one of the snake men was about to speak, Dana shook her head at him. The red-shelled fire ant shook its head, as if checking the surrounding situation. After making sure that no one had discovered it, it slowly crawled out, turned around, and began to clean the entrance of the hole to facilitate the exit of the red-shelled fire ants behind it. Red-shelled fire ants crawled out of the hole one by one, and the old monk naturally appeared in Dana's sight. The old monk shrank his neck and looked towards the palace of the snake people. Just as he had seen in Dalong's memory, the huge Snakeman Palace was empty, with only a few dozen snake men patrolling. These snake people are really crazy. They ran out to kill monsters for no reason. We just received news of the death of many soldiers. It seems that the group of snake men have been taken to the red fire ant nest. They won't be able to come back in a short time. If I can get the supplies from the snake people, I won't lose too much on this move. The old monk thought secretly in his heart, then waved his hand at the red-armored fire ants and whispered, "Kill those guards quickly. Rustle, rustle." Upon receiving the order, the red-armored fire ants immediately ran towards the snake guards in the dark. The old monk came to the snake people's palace, but brought with him 500 red-armored fire ants, including basically all the red-armored red fire ants he recruited. The snake man guards put up almost no resistance and were killed by the red-armored fire ants. However, after receiving Dana's order, they did not resurrect in front of the red-armored fire ants, but appeared beside Dana. Behind Dana, there were hundreds of snake people carrying supplies back. After the red-shelled fire ants killed all the guards, the old monk did not go in immediately. Instead, he carefully let the red-shelled fire ants circle around the snake people's tribe. Then he approached with peace of mind and began to look for the snake people's warehouse. After finding the warehouse, the old monk couldn't wait to walk in. When the old monk saw the supplies in the warehouse, he was stunned. There were too few things. Wood and stone, why are there so few things? After all, they're the snake people in the Red Moon Forest, but they only have these ordinary supplies? Not even a single weapon or equipment. Hey, these things look familiar. The old monk glanced at the wood and stone, and his expression was slightly stunned. There were obvious teeth marks on the wood and stone. After looking at it a few more times and roughly checking the number, the old monk's expression changed completely. "Go retreat." The old monk roared, turned over quickly, and jumped onto the dragon's back, commanding the red-armored fire ants to run out of the warehouse. There was no other reason. The old monk recognized that these supplies did not belong to the snake people at all. But it's his. In other words, the advance evacuation team he arranged had been intercepted. After all the calculations, it turns out that the clown is actually himself. However, the speed at which these snake people brought back supplies was too fast. But at this time, the old monk had no intention of thinking about anything else and just wanted to escape from the snake people's palace as soon as possible. However, when he led the red-armored fire ants out of the warehouse, standing in front of them was Dana with her arms folded across her chest and hundreds of snake people with bright eyes. The old monk discovered that the way these snake people looked at them was as if they were seeing delicacies, and they wanted to swallow them up immediately. Well, benefactor, I said I took the wrong road. Do you believe me? The old monk was lying on the back of a red-shelled fire ant, his hands already shaking, and he couldn't even turn a Buddhist bead. Dana said expressionlessly, "The Lord has ordered that the enemy forces must surrender or die. Which one do you choose?" This old monk actually dared to sneak attack the palace of the snake people. In the past, Dana would have killed him without any explanation. But Li Yuan has issued an order that if they encounter the enemy lord's forces, those who surrender will not be killed, and those who do not surrender will be slaughtered. Therefore, even though Dana really wanted to kill the old monk at this time, she would still resolutely carry out the orders given by Li Yuan. But after hearing what Dana said, the old monk was a little confused. The Lord has an order? The old monk's pupils shrank sharply, and he looked at Dana in disbelief. This snakeman tribe is 100% a local force, and cannot be composed of troops from other lords. But when the other party mentioned the Lord, it was obvious that he was referring to the lord of the castle like him. As expected, this snake tribe had taken refuge with a certain castle lord. It is easy to explain why all the snake men went out hunting tonight. They were killing monsters for the castle lord. But who has the ability to get the snake people to surrender? You should know that the snake people have 1 saint and 5 semi-saints, a lot of powerful people. This was something the old monk had already figured out. He had been coveting the snake tribe for a long time, but he could only lie low and wait to come back later. Now, such a powerful snakeman tribe has actually defected to other lords. The old monk could not imagine who could force the snake people to surrender. It was simply impossible. Even the Shadow Lord cannot possess such strength. Wait, Shadow Lord. The old monk remembered what happened in the chat channel, and that the Shadow Lord had put the ancient equipment of the snake people up for auction. He originally thought that the Shadow Lord was conquering another snakeman tribe, but judging from the current situation, this did not seem to be the case. It can't be the Shadow Lord, oh my god. Although the old monk was still unwilling to believe it, if we were to ask who could conquer this snake man tribe, the Shadow Lord would be the most likely suspect. The old monk weakly asked Dana, "Excuse me, benefactor, is the Lord you are talking about the Lord of Shadows?" "Yes, it is Lord Black Shadow." Dana did not hide anything. When she mentioned Li Yuan, this powerful late Saint Domain warrior was full of piety and respect. But the next moment, Dana said in a cold voice, "Merciful Lord, I am willing to give you a chance to live. As long as you surrender, the Lord can grant you a new life. Tell me your choice. Don't waste this elder's time." The old monk didn't hear what was said next, and his face was full of shock. It really is the Shadow Lord. The Shadow Lord actually suppressed the snakeman tribe that owned the Holy Land. Those who can conquer the sanctuary can only be above the sanctuary. Doesn't this mean that the Shadow Lord's troops have grown to the Holy Realm and are now super powerful Holy Realm troops? Maybe there is more than one Holy Domain soldier. Otherwise, how can we conquer the powerful snake people? Submit or die. At this time, Dana became a little impatient, and the aura of the Holy Land suddenly burst out. The old monk was suddenly awakened and quickly replied, "Submit. Submit. I am willing to submit to the Shadow Lord." However, at this moment, the red-armored fire ants behind him suddenly rioted and rushed towards Dana and other snake people. "Stop, stop. Stop the fuck." The old monk's face turned pale, and he shouted loudly. But these red-shelled fire ants simply did not listen to his orders. He was the only one who belonged to the army he recruited, and they were still there to guard him. These recruited red-shelled fire ants were also hissing, as if they were trying to appease those violent red-shelled fire ants. But it was useless. The red-armored fire ants that were abducted from the red-armored fire ant nest had gone out of control under the stimulation of Dana's holy aura just now. These out-of-control, red-armored fire ants even attacked the old monk on the back of the dragon. "Stop, damn it! I'm your master. I tell you to stop." The old monk shouted loudly, and his soldiers tried their best to protect him. Unfortunately, he only had about 20 soldiers, but there were more than 400 other red-armored fire ants. Almost in an instant, the old monk and his troops were overwhelmed, and only screams were heard among the rioting ants. Dana was a little unresponsive when she saw this sudden scene. Soon, Dana shouted to the tribesmen behind her, "Kill all these red-armored fire ants." Dana also took action personally, and soon, all 500 red-shelled fire ants were slaughtered. The old monk had lost his arms and legs, and the venom of the red-shelled fire ants was causing his body to burn bit by bit into red charcoal. The old monk was filled with reluctance. He had already surrendered and was ready to join the Shadow Lord. But who could have thought that the red-armored fire ants were out of control, and he was about to die in disguise at the hands of his own soldiers? Although these were not the red-armored fire ants he recruited personally, they were abducted by his red-armored fire ants. He thought these would be the basis for his strength, but now they have become the things that claim his life. His death was so unjust. No, this is not the fault of the red-armored fire ants or the snake people. If anyone should be blamed, it should be the Shadow Lord. If he hadn't conquered the snake people, how could the snake people have discovered his castle? If the snake people had not discovered his castle, how could he have thought of moving? If he had not thought of moving, he would not have come to the snake people's palace. That's right, it's the Shadow Lord. Before the old monk turned into red charcoal, his consciousness left the last trace of envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Li Yuan in the chat channel. In an instant, the old monk's body turned from red charcoal into white ash. Only one crystal was emitting light in the white ash and making a hissing sound. Castle crystal core. Dana stretched out her hand and took the crystal core into her hand and found that the crystal core was already covered with cracks and was about to explode. Puff! Dana gathered all the power of the holy domain in her palm, and in order to prevent the crystal core from exploding, she crushed the 6th-level castle crystal core. Meanwhile, in the dark castle, there are still 10 minutes until midnight. The snake girl had woken him up as Li Yuan had instructed, and he was about to go downstairs to the shadow crystal to recruit Shadow. But at this moment, a prompt message appeared in front of him. Your troops destroyed an enemy castle, and you are rewarded with 500 energy stones. You have obtained all the enemy's supplies, including 80,000 units of wood, 140,000 units of stone, 800 units of iron essence, and some other supplies. Li Yuan was stunned for a moment. It seemed that the Black Shadows had discovered another Castle Lord force in the Red Moon Forest. He was still a disobedient lord and was eventually killed by the Shadows. However, when Li Yuan went downstairs, he found a group of snake people appeared in the yard, and under the leadership of Dana, they were delivering things to the warehouse. Spotting Li Yuan, Dana quickly stepped forward and saluted, saying, "Greetings, Lord." Li Yuan looked at the transported supplies and asked in surprise, "Did you take down that castle, Lord?" "Your Excellency, yes." Dana respectfully told Li Yuan everything that happened to the old monk tonight. After hearing this, Li Yuan didn't feel sorry that a lord who was able to recruit red-armored fire ants died, but he was a little surprised. He has always been paying attention to the ground and has never paid attention to the underground world. He needs to pay more attention to this in the future. As for the old monk, he is dead, so it doesn't matter. However, Li Yuan was somewhat interested in the red-shelled fire ant's nest. If we can deal with this red-shelled fire ant nest, then the problem of the underground world can be solved. After thinking for a while, Li Yuan said, "Wait a minute, I'll bring some people over and go with you to see the red-armored fire ant nest." Li Yuan then turned around and returned to the castle lobby to prepare to recruit new Black Shadows. For this shadow recruitment, he has already decided which legion to recruit. Chapter 119, Alien Group Soft Shadow, Anti-Gang Alliance. At 12 o'clock midnight, Li Yuan stood in front of the Black Shadow crystal. The familiar prompt message arrived as expected. Your barracks have been fully charged. Do you want to recruit immediately? Li Yuan's eyes swept across the 9 small crystals and fell on the mask with orange skin, yellow eyes, and purple hair. Recruit Soft Shadow. Following Li Yuan's voice, a large black shadow flowed out from the crystal belonging to the alien group's Soft Shadow. Just like before, these shadows continued to disperse and turned into small black balls. Finally, 40 soft shadows emerged from the ground. It looks a bit scary, with 3 sharp horns on its head, and looks like a big snake overall. There are 2 long needle-like arms on each side, without palms or claws, and a pair of V-shaped scarlet eyes are exposed outside the black clothes. This is just what they reveal. Under their black clothes, they have multiple eyes and a mouth full of densely packed worm teeth. Soft shadows, their bodies are like rubber, able to stretch and retract, and they are very strong. Soft Shadow Group Soldiers. Strength level. Level 6 can be improved by killing enemies. Loyalty 100. Growth limit. Divine Realm. Lower God. What a pity we didn't recruit a general. Li Yuan shook his head. came to the yard alone and said to Dana, "Let's go and take a look at the red-armored fire ant nest." "Yes, my lord." Then, the two of them went to the Snake People's palace. At this moment, the Snake People are no longer on the surface, but have gone to the underground world. When Dana went to the Shadow Castle, she messaged the other elders and asked them to set their sights on the red-armored fire ants. In the underground world, under the continuous attacks of the Snake People, they discovered more and more tunnels. These tunnels were not dug by the old monk and his companions, but were passages left by the colony of red-shelled fire ants in their nest. The red-armored fire ants are powerful, but the Snake People are immortal. Therefore, with the help of these tunnels, they are slowly approaching the nest. Li Yuan's arrival naturally aroused the excitement of the Snake People. This is their new master, who has given them a new life. Now that he is here to supervise the battle, it will naturally make them work harder. Boom, boom, boom. The Snake People above level 6 exploded with crackling, sounds like firecrackers. They just did the same thing. Otherwise, they would be pushed behind by the swarm of red-armored fire ants. However, Li Yuan's arrival made them explode even more violently. Li Yuan glanced at the battlefield and had to say that these Snake People had a good grasp of the essence of shadow combat. Explode the soldiers, besides the unlimited number. Of course, the other thing is self-destruction. In just a few minutes when Li Yuan appeared, at least 500 or 600 red-armored fire ants were killed by the Snake People. The tunnel was littered with the corpses of red-shelled fire ants. Li Yuan looked forward and stretched out his hand. Suddenly, a 6th-level red-armored fire ant fell in front of him under the influence of gravity. The next moment, a black shadow mark appeared in his hand, and he pressed it into the head armor of the red-armored fire ant. The reason why Li Yuan came here was naturally to transform the red-shelled fire ant into a shadow. If such a huge number of red-armored fire ants were transformed into shadows, they would be a strong fighting force. It's just a pity that when the black shadow mark merged into the red-armored fire ant, the red-armored fire ant twisted its 6 legs frantically and then turned into ashes. This is the same as the failure of shadow transformation, but Li Yuan can feel the difference. Afterwards, Li Yuan captured more than 10 red-shelled fire ants, but all of them failed without exception. Non-intelligent creatures cannot be transformed into shadows. Li Yuan Siga. In fact, he had already tried to transform low-level ferocious beasts into shadows and had come to this conclusion. There is a condition for becoming a film star, which is that you need to have a strong will. Non-intelligent creatures only have pure survival instinct. There is no such thing as a mind. What a pity! Li Yuan turned to look at Dana and said without interest, "You guys take your time. I'm leaving." "Oh, I'll leave some help for you." As soon as those words fell, 40 soft shadows appeared and rushed directly towards the 7 or 8 passages ahead. Dana glanced at the soft shadows and was about to speak, but found that Li Yuan was no longer in the underground world. Since the red-armored fire ant could not transform into a shadow, Li Yuan naturally went back to the Black Shadow Castle to sleep. It just so happens that we have this colony of red-armored fire ants, which would be a good way to upgrade the newly recruited soft shadows. We will also have other arrangements for them later. Just as the Snake People and Soft Shadow continued to attack the nest of the red-armored fire ants. The World Chat channel has already been flooded with messages from the Shadow Lord. As for the reason, it was the last words left by the old monk in the chat channel before his death, which shocked countless lords and individual people. The Shadow Lord auctioned off the ancient Snake Man equipment. It wasn't that he defeated the Snake Man tribe. It was that he subjugated the ancient Snake Man tribe. This snake tribe has more than 5,000 people, 1 late saint, and 5 semi-saints. Now they're all submitting to the Shadow Lord. By the way, the Shadow Lord is in the Red Moon Forest. This has been confirmed. The Snake Tribe has personally admitted it. Now the Snake People are following the orders of the Shadow Lord and are strangling the monsters in the Red Moon Forest. They are definitely targeting the Castle Lord. Haha, if you're still in Red Moon Forest, hurry up and leave. The Shadow Lord is too strong. I advise you to unite and attack him. Otherwise, you can't be his opponent. Also, I heard that the Orc Empire is very interested in the Ancient Serpent Tribe. You can sell this news to the Orc Empire and let the Orc Empire deal with the Shadow Lord, and you will reap the benefits. Lord Shadow, you will not die well. I curse you. One day, you will die without a burial place. I curse you. The old monk's last words finally brought the curse on the Shadow Lord to an abrupt end. Apparently, he died before he could even utter the second part of the curse. The Night Owl Lord and the scattered people were all shocked by what the old monk narrated in his last words. I knew the Shadow Lord was very strong, but I didn't expect him to be so extremely strong. More than 5,000 snake men and an ancient snakeman tribe with more than 5,000 people, 1 saint and 5 semi-saints, my God. How did you do it? I just want to know how the Shadow Lord conquered the snake people. Now, I heard that some big guys who have top-level soldiers have soldiers of the 8th and 9th ranks. Even if the Shadow Lord's demon soldiers are of the 9th rank, it is impossible that all of them are of the 9th rank. I believe that it is risking my life to kill a half-saint. But that is the Holy Land. Not only is there a Holy Land, but there are also 5 half-saints. Below the half-saint, there must be a bunch of 9th rank soldiers. Don't even mention the Saint Realm. Even a half-saint realm monster is not something an ordinary 9th level monster can withstand. Even an elite 9th level monster can't compare to it. Those below the Holy Domain are ants. Once the strong ones in the Holy Domain have their own domains, they cannot be defeated by numbers. That's right. The Holy Land is the top fighting force among those local major forces. It is the strongest existence under the gods. After saying so much, doesn't that mean that the Shadow Lord's troops have a sanctuary? And it's not just an ordinary sanctuary. Otherwise, how could we possibly subdue a snakeman tribe that has a strong sanctuary late-stage warrior? It seems impossible to give it to me. Holy Domain troops. Has anyone's troops broken through to the Holy Domain? Just because we can't doesn't mean that Lord Shadow can't. You know, he won a special reward for being the first in the Beast-Tide assault. What if the reward is to upgrade his troops to the Holy Domain? Fuck, if that's the case, what's the point of playing this game? We can only wait for the Shadow Lord to unify the war continent. Anyway, I don't really believe it. Maybe it was the enemy of the Shadow Lord who deliberately said this to flatter and kill the Shadow Lord. But the Lord Ami the Butcher who spoke is dead, and his name has disappeared. If Lord Sombra really has a sanctuary, Indira would be the first to suffer. It's far away from me, and I can still disappear for a long time. When Lord Sombra reaches me, I will surrender. So, unambitious? You have ambition, good job. Once you kill the Shadow Lord, I will join you. Although many lords and individual players were talking about this, and that in the chat channel, more lords were panicking about it. The current Shadow Lord is very powerful, and is even the official #1, but there are still many top lords who are dissatisfied. After all, there are many factors that affect the Beast-Tide points, and they cannot fully represent the combat power value. But now the Shadow Lord has conquered a Snake Man tribe of 5,000 strong men from the Holy Land. This level of power has already exceeded their endurance limit, because now none of the Earth Lords in the entire war continent have entered the Holy Land. Honor Alliance, internal chat group, boss of the 10,000 Dragon Nest. Although you are not in Indira State, you can't just watch the Shadow Lord continue to become so powerful. We must find a way to deal with him. Otherwise, we will run into each other sooner or later. By then, it will probably be too late. If we really wait for the Shadow Lord to attack us, we will be out of luck. A strong man from the Holy Domain must be arrogant. It is more difficult to make a strong man from the Holy Domain surrender than to kill him. I just can't figure out how this guy, the Shadow Lord, managed to make the snake people bow their heads. I am now in the territory of the Orc Empire. Do you want to find a chance to talk to the Orc Empire about this? Tell us when you get the chance. We must do this to cause trouble for the Shadow Lord. Oh, right, Indira State, that's the territory of the Angel Lord, right? Didn't she set up the Honor Alliance? She's the one who should be anxious. Angels and demons are natural rivals. Given the strength that Shadow Lord is showing right now, Angel Lord's chick can't handle it, right? We have to bear it even if we can't. The Angel Lord established the Honor Alliance, and he must be aiming to unify the Indira State. From what I know, the Honor Alliance has quite a few top-level soldiers. Maybe they can really fight against the Shadow Lord. Then I hope they can fight to the point of both being injured. Haven't you received the news yet? In addition to the Anti-Alliance, there is also an Anti-Gang Alliance. Anti-Gang Alliance. Is this specifically targeting the Shadow Lord? Yes, it was also done by many top lords, and some even went there from outside the Indira State. I'm going to go there with so much hatred and resentment that I'm going to cross continents to fight crime. This bullshit Anti-Gang Alliance is actually just another alliance formed by the major alliances. It is equivalent to uniting as a whole to restrict the development of the Shadow Lord. But judging from the current situation, it is a bullshit restriction. I think they are just sending food to the table. I also think they're going to die. By the way, after learning that the Shadow Lord has the Sanctuary Serpent people, some of them have already run away, right? Running away is the right thing to do. If it were me, I would definitely run. My life is more important. The members of the Glory Alliance were all sighing over Li Yuan's conquest of the Snake People. No one was not shocked, including the Lord of 10,000 Dragons' Nest. The strength displayed by the Shadow Lord was enough to make even him feel a little scalp tingling. One sanctuary is enough to destroy his castle. And now, the Shadow Lord already possesses this strength. There is no doubt that no Lord now can be a match for the Shadow Lord. Only by uniting together can we have a chance. Unfortunately, now everyone is basically far away from each other, and there are actually very few forces that can truly unite. The main reason is that the war continent is too large, and the lords are unable to build teleportation arrays. Even if a very small number of lords are able to make it, it cannot be popularized at this time. The Lord of 10,000 Dragons' Nest was silent for a long time, opened a friend list, and discussed countermeasures with several friends. The Anti-Alliance is also discussing this matter at this time. Basically, everyone is shocked and worried about the future. After all, except for some undercover agents, all the members of the Anti-Alliance are lords of the Andira state. The Shadow Lord will definitely unify Andira in the future, and their Anti-Alliance is the obstacle that must be removed. They feel more urgent than the lords of other continents. Finally, as the initiator of the Anti-Alliance, Yishui had to stand up and cheer up the Alliance members. Everyone, please don't say discouraging words. With unity, we can win. No matter how strong a person is, he is still just one person. As for us, the number of Alliance members has exceeded 3,000. The number is still rising. If everyone works together, we will surely develop in a short time. Also, the information in the World Chat channel may not be true, so don't scare yourself. As for the real specific situation of the Shadow Lord, I believe we will have an answer soon. As Yishui continued to talk, the members of the Anti-Alliance finally quieted down. Like the Lord of 10,000 Dragons' Nest, Yishui also opened her own friend list and had private chats with her friends after ending the group chat. The Anti-Gang Alliance. This alliance itself is not very well known and has been developing members in secret. At the beginning, the alliance only had a few lords with top-level troops. Some are located near the Red Moon Forest, some are located in other parts of Andira, and some are close to Andira. After a period of development, the number of members of the Anti-Gang Alliance has exceeded 1,000. Their goal, just like their name, was to destroy Li Yuan's Black Shadow Castle. Even after the alliance was formed, it had already begun to gather. As long as they are assembled and the time is right, they are ready to attack the Shadow Lord immediately. As mentioned in the World Chat channel, this Anti-Gang Alliance was set up by those big alliances. In fact, it is true. The Anti-Gang Alliance was promoted by those big alliances, mainly to help them find out the truth about the Shadow Lord. To this end, these major alliances have provided a lot of supplies to the Anti-Gang Alliance. Similarly, Li Yuan's conquest of the Snake People, who possessed powerful Holy Realm Masters, also sparked heated discussions in the Anti-Gang Alliance. This news is both good and bad. The good news is that our efforts were not in vain. The Shadow Lord is really in the Red Moon Forest. The bad thing is that the Shadow Lord probably now possesses the combat power of a sanctuary level. If this news is true, then even if we have assembled our team and found the Shadow Lord, we will only be giving away experience. There are a lot of rumors in the World Chat group. Who knows whether it is true or false? Then what should we do? Should we go and kill the Shadow Lord? Go. Why not? Wait, 2 big guys will join our alliance, and they will be here soon. Boss. What boss? Can you defeat the Shadow Lord? Not long after, 2 lords joined the alliance group, and all members saw the prompt. The Lord of the Catholic Church has joined the group chat. The God Lord has joined the group chat. Fuck, the real boss is here. Both of you are bosses. Catholic Church, I remember this guy. He was once in the top 10 of the standings. Lord of the Gods, the one who finally ranked 6th. I can't believe it. 2 great masters have come at once. Our Anti-Gang Alliance has instantly been elevated to a higher level. Welcome, boss. Give him tea. Please have a cigarette. When the Temple of God and the Lord of God joined the group, the anti-gang alliance became lively. The original anti-gang alliance only had 6 top-level military units, castle lords, whose rankings were not high at the beginning. The strongest one was ranked outside the top 100, and the others were ranked in the thousands. Of course, not everyone can join their anti-gang alliance, as the required soldiers are flying types. Because only flying troops can facilitate the rapid gathering of their members, otherwise too much time will be wasted. From this we can also see that the Lords of the Catholic Temple and the Lords of the Gods also have flying troops. Moreover, compared with other members of the anti-gang alliance, their strength is indeed that of a big boss. Although the Catholic Church fell out of the top 10 in the official Beast Tide, it did not fall far behind. The Lord of Gods finally ranked 6th. Not to mention the top 10, even the top 100 castle lords are definitely legendary bosses. Although he is not as influential as the Shadow Lord, he is not accessible to ordinary castle lords. The joining of these two naturally made these lords, most of whom were high-level and mid-level soldiers, feel very excited. Two big guys, why don't you release the photos? No, why don't you come out and say hello to everyone? Are you guys here to help us deal with the Shadow Lord? With the help of 2 super guys, I feel like I'm hard again. Miss, don't lean upstairs. Everyone shut up, or we won't be able to hear what the boss is saying. Soon, the Catholic Church and the Lord of Heaven spoke in the anti-gang alliance group. Lord of the Catholic Church. Hello, everyone. I am the Lord of the Catholic Church. You are right. I will do my best to help you deal with the common enemy, the Lord of Shadows. I believe that when we gather together, it will be the end of the Lord of Shadows. Lord of the Gods. Hello, everyone. I am the God of the Gods. I am here to help you too. Lord of the Shadows is just a clown. He must be killed. With these 2 people's speeches, the members of the group became even more excited. Speaking of which, my dear friends, according to our original plan, in 3 days, all members of our alliance will be able to gather at the Bolong Highlands in the Takgon Plains, and after they are fully assembled, they will head towards the Red Moon Forest. But now the Shadow Lord has the help of the Serpent People and the Holy Land. Is there any change in our plan? Yes, he is in the late stage of the Holy Domain. It is not that easy for us to defeat the Shadow Lord. The 2 great gods should know this news. Do you have any plans? Lord of the Catholic Cathedral. After some discussions among our top soldiers, the words in the World Chat channel are not credible. And some lords suspect that this is fake news made by Lord Black Shadow to confuse us, because he is afraid that we will fight him. Lord of the Gods. Yes, this news is probably fake. I also suspect that Lord Black Shadow forced other lords to send it in the World Chat channel, and then killed this lord. You can think about it. For a strong man in the late stage of the Holy Domain, the next step is to ignite the divine fire and become a god. How could such a person submit to others? Could Lord Black Shadow be a god? Obviously impossible. Lord of the Catholic Church. Let's wait for everyone to gather first. When all the lords have gathered and are close to the Red Moon Forest, we will go to investigate the specific situation of a Shadow Lord. If there is a sanctuary, we will make other arrangements. Lord of the Gods. If there is no sanctuary, then send Lord Black Shadow to the west. The 2 lords talked back and forth, and soon the morale of the anti-gang alliance, which had just been weak, was boosted. Okay, let's listen to the 2 bosses. Fuck him. Fair competition bullshit. With Shadow Lord here, it's hard to believe it can be fair. We have thousands of flying lords, but we can't defeat a single Shadow Lord like him. What a joke. Send the Shadow Lord back to the west. Send the Shadow Lord back to the west. Lord of the Catholic Cathedral. I feel relieved when everyone is so confident. Well, when the Alliance army is assembled, I will personally lead my troops and rush to the battlefield with everyone to destroy the core of the town of Lord Black Shadow. Lord of the Gods. I will come too. The anti-Black Alliance will win. Lord of the Shadows will die. Haha. With the help of these 2 big guys, victory is in sight. In a week at most, the name of the Shadow Lord will completely disappear. If we really destroy the Shadow Lord, our anti-crime alliance will surely stand out among all the alliances and become a major alliance. Stop talking, it's late at night, and my blood is boiling. I'm also very excited. Haha, I want to find my soldiers and go to bed. Fuck, you also do military service? My soldier type is Mantis, brother. Are you jealous? Awesome, awesome. Before there was the Caterpillar, and now there's the Mantis. I admire you so much. All the members of the anti-gang alliance were extremely excited at this moment, as if they had already seen the body of the Shadow Lord. Chapter 120. Mo Shanshan and Chu Feng both became undercover agents. Whether it is the Lord of Heaven or the Lord of the Catholic Temple, they only come forward to give confidence to the anti-gang alliance. The polite words spoken are also ambiguous and not definite information. Also, they said they would come after the assembly, but they did not say they would definitely come. The Shadow Lord is a huge mountain hanging over their heads. They say it's easy, but the pressure in their hearts is no less than that of others. If the chances of winning are high, they will certainly show up. But if they really can't win, and they still show up with the anti-gang alliance, then they are stupid. Therefore, nowadays they're just giving verbal support and shouting slogans. Poor members of the anti-gang alliance. They thought they would really give their full support, and they were shouting with excitement. After the God Lord ended the group chat, he sent a message to Yishui. The Catholic Church sent a message to Wan Longkeo and discussed the situation of the anti-gang alliance. That's right, these two lords were arranged by the Glory Alliance and the Anti-Alliance respectively. The purpose was naturally to let the anti-gang alliance take the lead. They didn't really seek to defeat the Shadow Lord, but at least they could directly find out the real information about the Shadow Lord. After all, from the beginning to now, the Shadow Lord has been shrouded in fog. His legends continue to appear in the World Chat channel, but it is almost non-existent to say that there are people who really know about the Shadow Lord. No one knows what the Shadow Lord is like. Of course, it would be great if the Anti-Gang Alliance could defeat the Shadow Lord, this biggest threat to them. That night, with the cooperation of the alien groups Soft Shadow and the Snake People, the nest of the red-armored fire ants was finally uprooted. Although there was an early sanctuary queen in the red-armored fire ants' nest, the red-armored fire ant colony was slowly wiped out, and the only remaining sanctuary queen was easily killed by Dana, a late sanctuary master. But the number of the red-armored fire ants in the colony was over 10,000, and the Snake People and Soft Shadow did not resolve the battle until after dawn. Then they cleaned up the battlefield and carried the corpses of the red-armored fire ants to the Black Shadow Castle in batches. Because the Snake People launched many self-destructive attacks, and Dana's final battle with the Queen Ant also destroyed a lot of red-armored fire ant corpses, the remaining red-armored fire ant corpses were less than the total number of red-armored fire ant nests. When they moved all the corpses, the total number was just over 5,000. But including the magical beasts that the Snake People had hunted before, there were almost 6,000 corpses placed in the territory. Under the shining sun, it looked like a large red area. After wiping out the nest of red-armored fire ants, the low-level members of the Snake People were basically promoted to a higher level. There are not many upgrades for high-level Snake People, mainly because there are quite a lot of people in their tribe, and the energy value is not much when divided equally. Of course, there's another important reason, which is that 40 Soft Shadows have joined the battlefield. The 40 Soft Shadows were basically upgraded by one level and all reached the 7th level. Although they joined the encirclement and suppression of the red-armored fire ants, nest only later, as pure killing machines, they killed quite a few red-armored fire ants. Dana could see that Soft Shadow was Li Yuan's direct military unit, so naturally she didn't dare to say anything. Similarly, she could also see how strong the fighting will and instincts of those Soft Shadows were, far more powerful than those of the Snake People. This couldn't help but make Dana feel a little urgency. The combat effectiveness of the Snake People must be improved as soon as possible, otherwise they will be of little use to Li Yuan. Li Yuan has more than just the Snake People under his command. There are also other shadow creatures, so the Snake People must be stronger. Even if they are not as good as Li Yuan's direct troops, they are definitely not weaker than other shadow creatures. Only in this way can they get more attention and resources from Li Yuan, so that the Snake People can have a better development. Therefore, after moving all the red-armored fire ants and the corpses of magical beasts, Dana did not stop. She returned to the palace of the Snake People and let the Snake People rest for a while. Then she led her tribesmen into the Red Moon Forest, collecting magical beast corpses for Li Yuan while training the troops. It was a little after 9 in the morning when Li Yuan Kai got up, full of energy. I walked to the window and stretched, and naturally saw the piles of dead red-shelled fire ants outside the yard at a glance. This is quite a harvest. But unfortunately, the grades of these red-armored fire ants are generally not high, and there are very few high-grade ones. There seems to be a sanctuary ant queen. I wonder if she can reveal some good stuff? I have also reached the peak of the late 9th stage. If there are 2 more waves, maybe I can advance to the Holy Realm. When the 5 snake girls learned that Li Yuan had gotten up, they hurried into the house to help him wash up, and breakfast had naturally been prepared long ago. After breakfast, Li Yuan came to the castle yard. Just at this time, Li Yuan's only friend, Imo Shanshan, sent a message. Little Fairy Lord, Brother Black Shadow, the Iron Spirit and weapons and equipment have been transferred to you. Please check them. Little Fairy Lord. By the way, Brother Black Shadow, there was a lot of information about you in the World Chat channel last night. I heard that there's an anti-gang alliance that was specially established to deal with you. The anti-alliance also sent a master called the God, Lord, to go in. Brother Black Shadow, you have to be careful. Anti-gangster alliance? What kind of name is that? Aren't you afraid of being banned? The Lord of Gods, Li Yuan had some impression of him. After he was the first to auction the Goblin weapons and equipment, this guy followed closely and put thousands of equipment on the shelves, which caused a sensation at the time. Moreover, in the standings against the Beast Tide, the God Lord was also in the top 10. I didn't expect that this guy also joined the anti-alliance formed by the Angel Lord. Is he also in Andira? This guy seemed to be clamoring constantly at that time and showed hostility towards Li Yuan. As for the fact that the Angel Lord wanted to deal with him, it was perfectly normal. Since they were both from the same state of Andira, the only outcome would be a fight to the death. Li Yuan, how do you know this? Little Fairy Lord. I'm now a member of the anti-alliance. Wow, this girl actually knew how to go undercover. Li Yuan, do you know the specific situation of the anti-gang alliance? Fairy Lord, I don't know. I heard there are a lot of them, and they're all flying soldiers. I wanted to join, but was rejected. Little Fairy Lord, Brother Shadow, do you need me to ask Uncle Abel to come and help you? Abel is the dwarf warrior from the Holy Land who took the initiative to join Imo Shanshan. Li Yuan, it's okay. They're just a bunch of little bugs. They want to attack me, but they are just here to get what they want. You don't have to worry. Little Fairy Lord. All right, Brother Black Shadow, come on. I will stay hidden in the Anti-Alliance and get information about them for you, brother. Li Yuan. Okay, thank you for your hard work. After finishing the chat with the Fairy Lord, Li Yuan smiled playfully. Flying troops, it seems that those guys really want to unite quickly to attack his shadow territory. Unfortunately, these people have no idea what they are facing. Come, I sincerely hope you'll come soon. Shaking his head, Li Yuan continued to walk out of the castle. But at this time, a familiar figure appeared in the yard. It was none other than the shadow-transformed lord, Chu Feng. Chu Feng returned to the Black Shadow Castle and bowed respectfully to Li Yuan. Greetings, my king. Why are you back? Li Yuan asked puzzledly. He then sent Chu Feng and the others to the Takgon Plains, saying that there was no need to return to the Shadow Castle. Chu Feng stepped forward and said to Li Yuan, I have something important to report about the anti-gang alliance. Hearing this, Li Yuan immediately reacted, looked at Chu Feng strangely, and asked, You went undercover too? Also? Why do you say also? Chu Feng was confused, but he certainly wouldn't ask. So he replied, I joined the Glory Alliance on my way to Takgon Plains from the castle, and later, I joined the Anti-Gang Alliance targeting our Black Shadow territory with the Black Wolf Bird as my troop. Even more advanced than the little fairy Imo Shanshan, with multiple undercover agents. Chu Feng's original soldier type was a cyborg, but when he left, he had no soldier type, so Li Yuan gave him the Black Wolf Bird that had transformed into a shadow. The requirement to join the Anti-Gang Alliance is to be a flying soldier, which really gives him an opportunity. Li Yuan nodded and said, Since you are back, tell me what you have gained after joining these two alliances. Chu Feng has joined the Anti-Gang Alliance and should have more information. It is true that Li Yuan is confident in himself, but if he can deal with his opponent more easily, why not do it? Return to the king. Chu Feng organized his words and said, At the beginning, although these two alliances were hostile to our Black Shadow territory, they only talked verbally and did not take action in a short period of time. However, last night, the World Chat channel broke the news about your conquest of the Snake people, which made those people unable to sit still, especially the masters of the two major alliances, the Glory Alliance and the Anti-Alliance. Isn't it just a tribe of snake people? They wouldn't do that, right? Li Yuan said indifferently. Yesterday, the Snakeman tribe defeated a castle lord. Perhaps this guy revealed the information before he died. Li Yuan had encountered this kind of revelation before, so it was not surprising. Chu Feng glanced at Li Yuan quietly and asked in a low voice, Your Majesty, Have you really conquered a tribe of 5,000 snake men, and there's a saint and several semi-saints among them? Yeah, about the same. After replying, Li Yuan reacted and asked hurriedly, the anti-gang alliance was scared and is not coming? If that's the case, it would be a pain in the ass. It's a rare opportunity to kill thousands of castle lords at once. Chu Feng secretly sighed. His king really conquered a snakeman tribe that owned a holy land. In this way, Chu Feng's original worries disappeared. The reason why he came back was because of the strength of the anti-gang alliance. But now that Li Yuanjin has defeated the snake people, what is there to worry about? Chu Feng laughed unconsciously, bowed, and replied, the anti-gang alliance was indeed frightened at first, but the Glory Alliance and the Anti Alliance each sent a master, the Lord of the Catholic Temple and the Lord of the God. With the addition of these two, the anti-gang alliance has regained confidence. According to the plan, they will gather in the Takgon Plain within a week and then advance to the Red Moon Forest to find our Black Shadow territory. After hearing this, Li Yuan couldn't help but feel relieved. The duck that was in his mouth almost flew away. It's good that they come. I'm just afraid that they won't come. Chapter 121, Super God Blueprint, Building Replication. Seeing that Li Yuan was not worried at all, Chu Feng asked again, Your Majesty, do we need to come back when the time comes? What he was talking about was, of course, the time when the anti-gang alliance attacked. After all, after transforming into shadows, they can return to the Shadow Castle at any time and participate in the upcoming battle. No, just do what you need to do. Li Yuan shook his head and asked, Have you guys reached the Takgon Plain? Not yet, but soon in the next 2 days. Chu Feng replied. Li Yuan waved his hand and said, Then go back, and don't forget what I told you to do. Yes, Your Majesty. Chu Feng bowed and then sank into the ground and disappeared. The reason why he came back was not because he really thought that the so-called anti-gang alliance could threaten Li Yuan. Just having his information can at least help Li Yuan to a certain extent, so that Li Yuan will not be put in a passive position when the anti-gang alliance arrives. It can also be understood that as a subordinate, he wants to show off. After Chu Feng left, Li Yuan couldn't help but smile. To be honest, he had never thought at first that his conquest of the snake people would cause such a sensation. Fortunately, the anti-gang alliance was not scared and eventually came. This is thanks to the Glory Alliance and the Anti-Alliance. If they hadn't sent out the Holy Lord of Heaven and the Lord of God, the anti-gang alliance might not have come. If I have the chance, I really have to say thank you to them. There are more than 1,000 castle lords, plus their soldiers. If the average number is 30 or 40, that would be about 30 or 40,000 people. Moreover, they're all flying-type soldiers. If the battle really reaches here, the scene will definitely be spectacular. But that's it. Not to mention the Black Shadows. There are 3 genuine sanctuaries under Li Yuan's command. If we destroy them all, there will be tens of thousands of energy stones alone. With 10 Yuan crystals for each lord, that would be 10,000. Please don't let me down, my dear people. Since you're all staring at me, I'll let you take a look. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Li Yuan's eyes, and he had already sentenced the anti-gang alliance to death in his heart. It would be nice to tame the shadow, but it also depends on his mood. Now, others have united to attack him, and Li Yuan still wants to conquer him, but he doesn't have such a good conscience. However, by then, the collapse of the anti-gang alliance will inevitably expose many of Li Yuan's methods. But Li Yuan no longer cared. Since you have decided to provoke him, you must pay the price. Besides, if all races want to fight for hegemony, some things will be exposed sooner or later, and Li Yuan did not deliberately conceal anything. Li Yuan didn't think anymore and came to the piles of red-shelled fire ant corpses and began to collect the corpses. Apart from the Holy Land red-armored fire ant, the other red-armored fire ants included hundreds of magical beast corpses. A total of 892 energy stones and 21 Yuan crystals were brought to Li Yuan. Not many, mainly because the quality of the red-shelled fire ant colony is low, and there are not many high-level red-shelled fire ants. There are not many ordinary foods and elite foods, only less than 2,000 units. Perhaps the red-shelled fire ants can eat less. However, there are quite a few other materials, such as the venom, teeth, and hard shells of red-shelled fire ants. 2 blueprints were also revealed, but they were both ordinary houses. They were of no use to Li Yuan and would only be sold. Li Yuan didn't care about these and would talk about them later. Now Li Yuan's attention is all on the corpse of the Holy Domain Queen Ant. Strictly speaking, this was the first sanctuary monster captured and killed by the Shadow Territory. The little monkey's mother was being hunted down by the Holy Light Knights and died at the gate of the Black Shadow Castle. But despite this, the corpse of the blood-eyed demon ape still revealed a saint-level blueprint, which is now the Holy Source Tower. The Holy Source Tower still has a great effect on the Shadow Territory, even now. I don't know if you can reveal more. Collect now. The Warcraft corpse was collected successfully. You obtained 400 energy stones, 20 crystals, and a special building blueprint. In terms of energy stones and yuan crystals alone, the number is twice that of the blood-eyed demon ape's corpse. Obviously, there's indeed a certain difference between killing someone by oneself and not killing someone by oneself. Of course, those killed by the snake people can also be considered as the gains of Shadowtown. Of course, Li Yuan was more concerned about that special architectural drawing. The Xinyuan Tower was such a special drawing. Identify immediately. As the voice fell, a stream of light flashed on the craft paper, and the specific information of the drawing was clearly displayed in front of Li Yuan. Ungraded architectural drawings. Copy. Function. Select any building in the territory to copy. The copied building will be built at the initial level. Requirements. 200 yuan crystals. Tasteless architectural drawings? Li Yuan's eyes suddenly wrinkled. From a literal sense, isn't this even lower level than low level? But when he looked at the function of this blueprint again, Li Yuan burst out laughing. A huge explosion of character. Li Yuan was more or less disappointed that the red-shelled fire ant colony could not be transformed into a shadow. What he didn't expect was that the benefits of the red-shelled fire ant colony were waiting for him here. This blueprint is not a specific building blueprint. It has only one function, which is to copy other buildings within the territory. But just this one function is worthy of his super god rank. Only one building can be selected for copying. Was there any need to choose? Any normal lord would know which building to choose. Barracks, the foundation for all lords to make their living and for all lords to dominate the world. If you copy the barracks, the territory will have 2 barracks, and you can recruit more soldiers every day. Why did Li Yuan's unicorn crystal building blueprint sell for a high price the day before yesterday? Wasn't it because he wanted to use it to own 2 barracks? As for why this blueprint was of poor quality, Li Yuan also had an idea. It all depends on which drawings you choose to copy. If you choose a junk building to copy, then this blueprint will naturally be a low-level fighter. The same applies if you choose a low-level, ordinary barracks. However, if someone like Li Yuan chooses to copy his Black Shadow Crystal, then he would be a god. Architectural drawings that surpass the god level. But it's a little expensive. It costs 200 yuan crystals. Luckily, I have plenty in stock, including the 40 or so yuan crystals he just obtained. Li Yuan now has a total of 356 yuan crystals. Li Yuan thought about it and realized that upgrading to level 6 Black Shadow Crystal would require a full 1,000 yuan crystals, and he was still sure of more than half. Now it is applicable to copy drawings, so you can use it first. Without much hesitation, Li Yuan returned to the castle lobby and said in front of the level 5 Black Shadow Crystal, "Apply the copy drawing, copy the Black Shadow Crystal." In an instant, 200 yuan crystals were deducted from Li Yuan's warehouse. But then, the Black Shadow Crystal did not appear, but another prompt message came. The blueprint has been used successfully. The Black Shadow Crystal blueprint has been copied for you. Immediately afterwards, another drawing appeared in front of Li Yuan. Dark Shadow Crystal Drawing. Function: randomly recruits soldiers from the 9 core of the Black Shadow Core. Construction materials: 100,000 units of wood, 50,000 units of stone, 10,000 units of iron essence, 1,000 energy stones, 50 yuan crystals. Looking at the Black Shadow Crystal drawing, Li Yuan finally understood. Copying only copies the blueprints, not the complete building, which needs to be rebuilt by yourself. But it was not a big problem. Li Yuan looked at the construction materials and found that he could take them out. Besides, the anti-gang alliance that is sending resources is on the way, so a little bit of this won't make a difference. Build a Shadow Crystal now. Chapter 122. Intermediate Town, Magical Skills. As the voice fell, another Black Shadow Crystal appeared next to the tall Black Shadow Crystal. However, it is different from the current level 5 Black Shadow Crystal. It looks like the original Black Shadow Crystal. A larger shadow crystal stood, with 9 smaller crystals surrounding the larger crystal. The existing level 5 shadow crystal is attached to another attribute-based building, and copying only copies the original shadow crystal. Black Shadow Crystal, a unique military camp containing 9 military groups. 9 Corps: Ghost Shadow Corps, Claw Shadow Corps, Giant Shadow Corps, Flying Shadow Corps, Helmet Shadow Corps, Soft Shadow Corps, Devouring Shadow Corps, Clamp Shadow Corps, Side Shadow Corps. Initial level, Level 1. Level 1 production capacity. 2 shadow soldiers can be bred every day. The type of corps is random, and there is a 1 in 10,000 chance of recruiting a shadow general. Upgrade items: 100 energy stones, 1 yuan crystal. Li Yuan thought about it and directly upgraded the new Black Shadow Crystal to level 3. A total of 1,100 energy stones and 51 yuan crystals were consumed. The daily production capacity of the 3rd level Black Shadow Crystal naturally increased from the initial 2 Black Shadows to 10. With the addition of the level 5 Shadow Crystal, 50 shadows can be recruited that day. If Li Yuan wants to upgrade to level 4, he cannot come up with so many energy stones and crystals for the time being. After upgrading the new crystal, he only had 2,865 energy stones and 305 elemental crystals left. To upgrade the 4th level Black Shadow Crystal, you need 5,000 energy stones and 200 elemental crystals. The yuan crystals can still be taken out, but the energy stones are not enough. That's all it will be for now. Li Yuan sighed. Having become poor all of a sudden, he was looking forward to the arrival of the anti-gang alliance even more. If nothing unexpected happens, the anti-gang alliance will be related to the upgrade of his town and 2 barracks. Who knows? Some buildings may even be upgraded twice. Not only this anti-gang alliance, but also the Goblin Kingdom. It's been a while since Carter went back. I hope the Highball family can give some support. Li Yuan smiled, and his gaze fell on the new level 3 Black Shadow Crystal again. Shadow Lord, your barracks have been fully charged. Would you like to recruit soldiers immediately? Li Yuan nodded and said, recruit now. At that moment, the new Black Shadow Crystal diffused shadows, and 10 shadow groups separated from it and transformed into Black Shadow soldiers. 3 Ghost Shadows, 2 Giant Shadows, and 5 Flying Shadows. The initial level is level 4. That's not a problem. Now the low-level Black Shadow is being led by the high-level Black Shadow, and the upgrade is still very fast, and it will be able to catch up soon. Li Yuan called back IKA and took the 10 Black Shadows away. After finishing these things, it was already afternoon, and he suddenly received a message that the auction was over. Only then did he remember that he had lost the Snake People's weapons and equipment at auction. After checking the harvest, Li Yuan smiled and said, it seems that my town can be upgraded without the anti-gang alliance coming. 160 sets of 6th-level weapons and equipment were sold for a total of 320,000 units of wood, 190,000 units of stone, and 28,000 units of iron essence. The other 123 pieces of miscellaneous weapons were sold for 210,000 units of wood, 90,000 units of stone, and 19,000 units of iron. A total of 530,000 units of wood, 280,000 units of stone, and 47,000 units of iron. Adding these, Li Yuan calculated all the storage in his warehouse. Timber, 775,000 units. Stone, 522,000 units. Iron essence, 93,200 units. There are only more than 200,000 units of wood needed to upgrade the mid-level town. The stone even exceeded the requirement of 500,000. As for the iron essence, if the Black Shadow Crystal had not just been built, its number would have reached 100,000 units. But this is not a big deal. Li Yuan put the blueprint of the ordinary house he had obtained before on the official trading platform. In addition, he also hung 100 sets of low-level equipment made by the dwarves under Mo Shanshan in the trading square. In order to ensure the speed of upgrading the town, Li Yuan chose direct exchange instead of auction. Part of it was exchanged for wood, and most of it was exchanged for iron ore. Li Yuan's price is not too high, especially for wood. A set of level 3 or 4 equipment only costs a few thousand units of wood. As for iron essence, a set contains 300 to 500 units. As a result, within 2 hours, the 100 sets of weapons and equipment were sold out. Li Yuan harvested again 250,000 units of wood and 6,000 units of iron essence. It was easy to gather the materials to upgrade the intermediate town. Shadow Lord, your resources are sufficient to upgrade the intermediate town. Would you like to upgrade it immediately? Upgrade now. As soon as Li Yuan finished speaking, a ray of golden light burst out from the crystal core of the castle, covering the entire Black Shadow Castle. Then, the light continued to spread outside the territory. At the same time, the ground began to shake. At this moment, Medusa, who was practicing in the villa, quickly flew out. What happened? Medusa thought that an enemy was invading, and as soon as she appeared, the aura of the sanctuary was clearly revealed. But after she saw the changes around her, her eyes changed slightly, and she was a little shocked. The castle not far away is constantly rising, and small castles are appearing one after another. The whole castle became taller and more magnificent. The open space outside the castle was also expanding, and some trees and huge rocks disappeared, turning into flat land. Medusa was in the air, looking at Li Yuan, who also appeared above the castle, and felt emotional. The power of the Lord from another world is truly unimaginable. After nearly 20 minutes, the strange changes in the castle finally stopped. The golden light disappeared, and in its place was a brand new Black Shadow Castle. The Shadow Castle is now about 70 or 80 meters high. With the two previous subforts, there are now 6 subforts to guard the main castle. The interior has also become more luxurious, with all kinds of furniture and decorations, complete and gorgeous. Right in front of the castle, everything turned into flat land, having long since passed the original swamp. However, the 3 directions behind the castle, to the left and right, were originally the Red Moon Forest. Although it already belonged to Li Yuan's territory, it was not affected by the town and still maintained the state of a dense forest. It seemed that Li Yuan had consciously made this change. Because Li Yuan has always wanted to treat the Red Moon Forest as his back garden, not much has changed. If it had become flat land with no trees left, it would not be a back garden. It is worth mentioning that the long river cut by the white-clothed swordsman did not change its topography. As the castle extends, the river has been surrounded by 3 subforts and looks like a lake 100 meters wide. From this we can see that the upgrades and changes of the castle are not static. They involve the Lord's consciousness, and can also make corresponding reasonable changes based on the original terrain to make it more suitable for the castle style. Li Yuan sat on the eaves of the main castle and called up the castle's information panel. Town name, Shadow Town. Town level, Intermediate Town. Town core crystal, 9th level defense. Territory range, 10,000 meters in radius. Buildings, Black Shadow Crystal 2, Warehouse, Holy Source Tower, Defense Tower, City Wall, Ordinary Residence, Villa. Upgrade Advanced Town items. 1 million units of stone, 2 million units of wood, 200,000 units of iron essence. Faction, Dark. Reputation, 328943. Hint, you and your town have been hated by the Dragon Tribe, the Goblin Kingdom, the Werewolf Mountain, and the Orc Empire. The defense of the town's crystal core is still at level 9. Li Yuan guessed that perhaps the rank of the town crystal core would continue to rise only after it was upgraded to a city. However, upgrading the city should not be far away. The territory range has doubled from the original 5,000 meters to 10,000 meters, or 10 kilometers. This area is 10 kilometers in radius, and if the Red Moon Forest is included alone, it accounts for almost 1/3 and 1/4 of the area. Perhaps when it is upgraded to a city, it can cover most of the Red Moon Forest in the rear and extend to the Endless Sea. And straight ahead is almost a Hualuo Lake. The Dark Camp, that doesn't matter. There are more people from the Orc Empire who hate the Shadow Town, probably because of the Snake People. Of course, this is all to be expected. What Li Yuan is most concerned about now is naturally another thing after upgrading the town. When you upgrade your town, you'll get a chance to draw a magical skill. Li Yuan didn't have to wait too long before the information prompt appeared. Your Shadow Town has been upgraded to the intermediate level, and you have a chance to extract a magical skill. Do you want to extract it immediately? Li Yuan, draw now. P.S. I'm having a bit of writer's block and can't write well, so let me just say a few words. Curse some idiots. My recent condition is indeed not good, but I have to update every day. I force myself to write, but the results are not satisfactory. I accept that some old readers have abandoned the book. However, some people are very dishonest. When you thought what you wrote was okay, I begged you to get a 5-star rating, but you ignored me. Now I'm going to abandon the book. I will be given a bad review in a minute, and it will be displayed in the comment section. What's especially special is that those people who have watched the show for several hours gave bad reviews. After all, I have watched it for so long and spent so much time with you, but in the end it only gets 1 or 2 stars. Is this the legendary, ruthless movie? Love to see, but I can't do without you quietly removing the bookshelf. It didn't cost you a penny. You can give it 1 star if you want, it doesn't matter. It's not a masterpiece to begin with. It's just a brainless and refreshing novel. But don't post it in the comments section and influence others. Show off your presence. Who are you trying to disgust? Stealing someone's money is like killing their parents. Don't you understand? Cursing your ancestors for 18 generations is the least of my responsibilities. Of course, thank you to those readers who are still reading. If it weren't for you, I might have been too busy to write some time ago. Well, I'll sort out the outline first and update it in the evening. Chapter 123, The Bull Talisman, Mo Shanshan is attacked. Congratulations, Shadow Lord. You have obtained the Bull Talisman in this magical skill extraction. After the prompt appeared, a calf merged into Li Yuan's body. In an instant, Li Yuan felt his strength increased greatly, and it should not be a problem for him to arm wrestle a giant dragon of the same level with his bare hands. Relatively speaking, the Bull Talisman does not enhance his combat power too much. After all, Li Yuan is not a melee character. As a lord, he would not go and fight the enemy head-on unless necessary. But it is better to get any benefits than nothing, that's for sure. Intermediate Town, Level 5 Black Shadow Crystal, Level 3 Black Shadow Crystal. Overall, the development of the Shadow Territory is now moving in a good direction. There is no doubt that, for now, the level of Li Yuan's towns and barracks is the highest among all lords. Although some lords of top-level troops have also upgraded to towns, they're all primary towns and are still far from being upgraded to intermediate levels. As for the barracks, most of them are level 3, and those at level 4 are only a very small minority. The next step is to get rid of the anti-gang alliance and the Goblin Kingdom, and then head towards the Taken Plains. Today, IKA is still leading the shadows to sweep the Red Moon Forest. However, no more castle lords were found, and Li Yuan did not receive any information about the capture of the enemy castle. It was obvious that the lords of the nearby castles had either moved away or their castles had been destroyed and no longer existed. Unless they are hiding extremely secretly, there should be no other castle lords in the area outside the Red Moon Forest. It can be said that victory in unifying the Red Moon Forest is in sight. Of course, there is still the Red Moon Forest itself that has not been conquered. The depth of the Red Moon Forest, which is the distance from the Endless Sea, is not very wide, about 100 kilometers or more than 100,000 meters. But the Hungwan Mountains are a mountain range that stretches for tens of thousands of kilometers. Therefore, the Red Moon Forest currently occupied by Shadow Castle is only a small part. And in other places inside the Red Moon Forest, there are undoubtedly countless magical beasts. The black-crowned golden eagle and the sacred tiger beast that had appeared before have not appeared again since they retreated during the beast tide. According to what the goblin said at the time, the black-crowned golden eagle appears every 10 days, and it is unknown whether it will appear again. It is certain that there are magical beasts in the Holy Realm, but are there magical beasts in the Divine Realm? If nothing unexpected happens, yes. The Holy Land Tiger Beast calls the black-crowned golden eagle Black Third, which means that these Holy Land monsters are most likely a complete organization. Of course, with the appearance of the white-clothed swordsman, Li Yuan basically no longer cared about the threat of the Red Moon Forest. After all, the white-clothed swordsman had said that he would give the Red Moon Forest to him. If he was not the boss of the Red Moon Forest, would he have said that? Therefore, the entire Red Moon Forest will be in his pocket sooner or later. Li Yuan's targets are the outside world, Indira, the Endless Sea, and the other 6 continents. As for the Red Moon Forest, he will wait until his Shadow Castle is upgraded to a city or even a dynasty capital. Not to mention the Red Moon Forest. Even the state of Indira might have completely become his territory. In the evening, the little golden holy ape monkey came back. The results of this battle were fruitful. We captured more than 20 9th-level monsters and 2 elite 9th-level monsters. After Li Yuan's shadow transformation, more than half of it was finally left, which finally slightly expanded the size of the beast's shadow. The main reason is that the little monkey has high standards and doesn't want ordinary monsters at all. Obviously, the little monkey wants to build a powerful beast shadow army, not just find a bunch of trash to fill in the numbers. As night fell, the shadows returned once more. IKA led the team and conducted a carpet search across a 50,000-mile radius around the Red Moon Forest, but they did not find any other castle lords. Li Yuan didn't let them go any further. Even if they did, there might not be any place there, so why waste time? Li Yuan recalled all the Black Shadows and called the Snakeman tribe's chief Elder Dana to hold a brief meeting. Except for Medusa, who was practicing in seclusion, and Mingta, Shuriying, and Chu Feng, who were not in the Red Moon Forest, all of Li Yuan's subordinates were present. Let's set our sights back on the Red Moon Forest these few days. While hunting down the demon beasts, we'll also see if there are any other castle lords in the forest. Dana, your snake people are already in the north of the castle, so cooperate with the little monkey's beast shadow and take charge of the mountains north of the castle. IK, you lead all the black shadows except the soft shadows and are responsible for the direction south of the castle. Nijia, 40 soft shadows are given to you to clear the monsters in the river. Li Chung, your people and other goblins will assist on both sides. Don't kill low-level beasts. Try to hunt high-level monsters. If you encounter other territories or local forces, come back and tell me first, and I will evaluate whether to subdue them or attack and kill them. In a few days, a war of our own will begin. I hope that everyone can see significant improvements in these few days. When they heard that a war was about to break out, Nijieka and the others remained calm, except Dana, whose expression changed slightly. Dana hesitated for a moment, glanced at the goblins present, and asked, "My lord, the war you were talking about, do you mean sending troops to the Goblin Kingdom?" The Red Moon Forest is located in the territory of the Goblin Kingdom, so Dana naturally thought that Li Yuan was going to attack the Goblin Kingdom. "We must definitely fight the Goblin Kingdom, but not now." Li Yuan smiled and said, "The war I'm talking about is that someone is coming to attack our Black Shadow territory. They are a group of lords like me. They have gathered the forces of thousands of lords. They will arrive in about 4 or 5 days, or at the latest a week." Hearing this, Dana was shocked. Thousands of lords, that would mean tens of thousands of troops. Although she knew that the Shadow Lord was the strongest among the lords from other worlds, she was still a little worried about so many people joining together. Although including the snake people, the other soldiers of the Shadow Lord have immortal attributes. However, immortality does not mean that there are no other means to deal with them. For example, some powerful magicians conceal them. But on second thought, it seems there is nothing to worry about. In the Dark Shadow territory, there are 3 saints. In the territory, there are 3 demigods. In addition, those Ninth Order ones are all semi-saints, Saint Realm combat power. There are also the Lord's own troops. Their terrifying fighting instincts make them complete killing machines. With such combat power, unless the enemy has the help of the Divine Realm, it is impossible to cause any damage to the Black Shadow territory. My lord is the strongest among the lords of the alien world. He does not have any divine troops under his command. How could the 1,000 lords have divine troops? At that moment, Dana raised her head and chest and bowed, saying, "My lord, the snake people are willing to serve as the vanguard for this battle. We'll talk about it later." Li Yuan waved his hand and said, "Okay, the meeting is over. Let's proceed according to the plan." Soon, Li Yuan was the only one left in the deputy fort meeting room. The 5 soft girls from the snake tribe had already prepared bath water for him in a large bathtub and covered it with a layer of various flower petals. Lying in a fragrant fish tank, Li Yuan received energy points continuously. Just when I was enjoying the bath, the fairy lord Mo Shanshan sent me a message. "Little fairy lord, brother Black Shadow, something bad has happened. Something bad has happened. My town has been attacked." Chapter 124, Fallen Angels Polar Abyss. Li Yuan was a little surprised that the town of Mo Shanshan was attacked. After all, mountain dwarves kept coming to Mo Shanshan's territory to seek refuge, and their number had already exceeded 2,000. This scale is already much stronger than some small tribes of local forces. More importantly, Mo Shanshan has a holy dwarf under his command. Although there are many holy places in the Black Shadow territory, even superbosses like the White Swordsman have appeared. That's because of Li Yuan's level. He can come into contact with these people. It is undeniable that there are many sanctuaries in the War Continent. Not to mention that there are countless sanctuaries, perhaps 1 or 2 million can be gathered together. However, the War Continent is too vast, and the number of living beings is even greater, easily counting in the billions. If we disperse those 1.8 million holy places and compare them, is it really a lot? There aren't many. It's a rare commodity. For the vast majority of ordinary creatures, they may never see a saint in their lifetime. The sanctuary is a legendary existence. Similarly, when Li Yuan heard that Mo Shanshan was attacked, although he was surprised, he was not too worried. As long as she doesn't provoke some powerful forces, a holy dwarf will be enough to protect her town and her personal safety. Of course, you still have to ask about the specific situation. Li Yuan, what's going on? Is an attack by local forces, or are there other lords? Little Fairy Lord, there are local forces, a group of fallen angels. But when Uncle Avel appeared, they ran away. Sure enough, the dwarves of the sanctuary scared off the attackers, and the little fairy town was safe. Li Yuan, I'm glad you're okay. Pay more attention to safety and be more vigilant. Little Fairy Lord, well, okay. Li Yuan, by the way, have you discovered the existence of other lords over there? Little Fairy Lord, Uncle Green and the others said there are some, but they are quite far away from here and pose no threat to us. Li Yuan, then you should pay more attention and remember their positions. Little Fairy Lord, Brother Black Shadow, do you want me to attack their territory? If I attack them, the smelting of refined iron and the forging of weapons and equipment will be affected. From Mo Shanshan's words, Li Yuan could tell that she was unwilling to go out and attack these lord forces. Some mountain dwarves had died before, and Mo Shanshan had been sad for a long time, so naturally he didn't want to let the dwarves go out and fight. Li Yuan didn't care, and he didn't want Mo Shanshan and the dwarves to fight now. There is no need for this for now. The fairy territory just needs to protect itself and do what they should do. However, the dwarf cannot avoid fighting in the future. Li Yuan didn't say much more than these words. Li Yuan, you don't have to go. You just need to ask the dwarves to pay more attention to other lords. In addition to these lords, there are also local forces. After all, they're all enemies, and we must know them well. Well, it shouldn't be long before I can reach your side. Little Fairy Lord. Really? That would be great. When? Li Yuan. Not too long. Little Fairy Lord. Okay, then I'll wait. Li Yuan. Okay, then go to bed early. Little Fairy Lord. Well, good night, Brother Black Shadow. Gobi, a little fairy town. Mo Shanshan turned off the chat with her friends, sat on the bed, pursed her lips, and there was some confusion on her cute little face. Li Yuan was going to find her, which made her happy and a little scared. The good news is that Li Yuan is finally coming. As soon as Li Yuan arrived, she completely clung to the support of the Shadow Lord. The reason why I approached Li Yuan in the first place was precisely for this. The dwarf army is neither strong nor weak, but it is almost impossible for them to dominate all races on their own. Even if so many mountain dwarves come to surrender, it won't work. Although Mo Shanshan's territory possesses a vast amount of iron resources, she is well aware that possessing a treasure is a crime, and trouble may come to her at any time. Not to mention the threats from those alien lords. Now that she has taken in so many dwarves, the nearby dwarf kingdoms must have already noticed her. Having a big leg like Li Yuan to hold her and could at least give her enough sense of security. What he was afraid of course, was Li Yuan's character. No matter what, she is also a pretty and soft girl. Her beauty is alluring and all men like her. From the communication these days, he shouldn't be that kind of person, right? Mo Shanshan recalled the events since she met Li Yuan and said to herself, but people's hearts are hidden in their stomachs. Oh, I don't want to think about it anymore. At the end, Mo Shanshan pulled the quilt over her head in shame and anger. There's no point in thinking more. When the Shadow Lord comes, if he really wants to do something to her, what can she do? You can only pick them as you like. In the dark shadow castle, Li Yuan was still soaking in the bathtub, leaning against the edge of the tub, deep in thought. It was somewhat beyond Li Yuan's expectations that there were fallen angels in the Gobi, where the little fairy lived. The angel lord of the Takgon Plains. Her troops seem to be angels. I just don't know whether the angel lord recruits normal angels or fallen angels, or both. I wonder if the angel lord has been noticed by the local angels. Angels are highly intelligent creatures in the War Continent. All angels believe in and follow the God of Light. God King is not a state of mind, but a respectful title. Creatures who are infinitely close to the Supreme God will be honored as God Kings. Just like Queen Medusa, her full name is actually the God King Medusa. Under the influence of the God of Light, the angel race also formed an unparalleled empire, the Empire of Light. War continent, one of the few empires. Those who can establish an empire naturally have super powerful people at the level of the main god standing behind them. The fallen angels are actually the betrayers of the Empire of Light. They no longer believe in the god of light of the angel clan, but instead plunged into the polar abyss. To put it simply, it has become darker. The polar abyss can be regarded as the enemy of the entire war continent. All creatures that walk out of the polar abyss are called demons. This polar abyss is not in the 7 continents of the war continent and the endless sea, but it is on the back of the war continent. It can be understood that the war continent is a piece of paper. The 7 continents and the endless sea are the front side, and the polar abyss is the back side. When the 2 sides are combined into one, it will be the real war continent. The war continent was broken into 7 continents, but the polar abyss is still a complete continent. Relatively speaking, the polar abyss is stronger than the endless sea of the 7 continents. The war among the gods in ancient times was an invasion provoked by the polar abyss, which almost swept across the 7 continents and the endless sea. If the 4 supremes had not expelled the abyss demons at the last moment, the polar abyss would have unified the 2 sides. There is naturally a supreme god in the polar abyss. Unfortunately, there are only 3 supreme gods: war, chaos, and corruption. There is one less supreme god than the 4 positive ones: fate, destruction, death, and life. This is also the main reason for their failure. And the fallen supreme god is a fallen angel. It is said that this fallen angel is the biological son of the god of light. My son has become the supreme god, but I'm still lingering at the peak of the main god. This may be the legendary blackening that is 10 times stronger. It's a bit far-fetched to think about these things, but it's not completely because I'm idle. After all, Li Yuan is the man who is going to launch the ultimate darkness against the war continent, so all positive aspects should be covered. 7 supreme gods, you have a long way to go. Li Yuan shook his head and smiled, turned over and walked out of the bathtub, wiped the water off his body, and walked out wrapped in a bathrobe. Wait a minute, come down right away. Li Yuan Chao said something to the person downstairs and went back to the bedroom to change clothes. The person he was talking to was Niga, who had just returned to the castle, and Li Yuan also ended his bath because of this. Li Yuan had instructed that if they discovered local forces or other lords, they would come back to him to assess whether to kill or capture them. Now that Niga is back, he has apparently made new discoveries. Chapter 125, From the River, The Attack of the Blood Clan. Li Yuan put on a coat and walked down the castle. In the yard, besides Niga, there was also an 8th level figure under Li Cheng's command. Li Yuan glanced at the 2 and asked, "What's going on?" Nijia replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, when I was clearing high-level monsters along the river, I was attacked by an unknown enemy." "Even you didn't find the enemy?" Li Yuan frowned. Nijia is now in the Holy Land. Although it is only in the early stage, his combat power is not inferior to that of the middle stage of the Holy Land. "I was in the river at first and didn't notice the enemy approaching." Nijia turned his head and looked at the 8th level figure and said, "It was Li Cheng who contacted me, so I came out of the river. When I came out, the other party disappeared. However, this attacked figure, he just suffered an attack, and the power in his body is very strange. I temporarily sealed him and brought him back specially. Please take a look, Your Majesty." Hearing this, Li Yuan looked at the 8th level figure and then signaled Niga to lift the ban. When the seal was lifted, a look of pain appeared on the face of this 8th level figure. A bloody force rushed straight to his heart, as if trying to occupy his heart. This force was not weak. Along with the beating of the figure's heart, it actually carried a trace of special power that was transforming the figure's physique. However, this transformation was of no use at all and did not change the human figure at all. Until this power was exhausted, the figure did not change at all, except that there was some pain in the middle. The reason why this power is useless is naturally due to the existence of the Black Shadow Mark. How could the Black Shadow Mark allow other forces to transform the creatures it assimilated and easily wipe out this force? Li Yuan looked at the figure and said with a smile, "Someone is actually trying to take advantage of my military. That's quite interesting." The other party attacked the figure, not killing him. If Li Yuan guessed correctly, the other party wanted to use this power to control the human figure. What does the controlled figure do? Of course, I want to find out the information about the Shadow Territory. So, The other party is the lord of another world. But among the lords of other worlds, is there any strong one who can avoid the sensing of the Saint Nigga? It is basically impossible. Therefore, this unknown enemy is most likely a local force. Of course, whether there's some highly intelligent race or high-level magical beasts in the Red Moon Forest remains to be investigated. Li Yuan asked the figure, "Did you see the other person?" The figure replied, "The opponent is very strong. I didn't see him. By the time I reacted, my neck had already been attacked." At this time, Nijiao also said, "After I received the news from Li Cheng, I went out and checked everywhere, but did not find any traces left by this person. According to my guess, the other party should be very strong in concealment and speed. Perhaps he is also a saint." The fact that he was able to evade Nigga's perception showed that he couldn't be too weak. At this moment, a figure appeared outside the castle gate. It was the werewolf sanctuary Arouse. Arouse walked in the yard from the door and bowed to Li Yuan. "Arouse, hello, Lord." Seeing Arouse, Li Yuan's eyes lit up and he couldn't help asking, "Did your high priest agree to exchange the godhead with me?" "Sorry, Lord," Arouse said. "After I returned to the central continent, I learned that the high priest had been in seclusion a few days ago, and now no one can contact him on the top of the mountains. Apart from this high priest, can't we contact other werewolves in the William family?" Li Yuan fronat. Arouse paused and said with a bitter smile, "My lord, the death of little William in the Red Moon Forest is what the other werewolves of the William family wish for. How could they want to revive little William? If you tell them now that little William's godhead is in your hands, they might secretly send experts to break little William's godhead again. After all, the high priest is in seclusion now. Well, there is really no shortage of family infighting dramas. If the direct lineage survives, how can a collateral lineage take over? The direct line finally died, and the collateral line became the direct line, which can be considered a success. But if little William is resurrected by the high priest, the side branch will have to return to the ranks of side branches again. When the high priest was still around, the side branches didn't dare to do anything. But now that the high priest is in seclusion, it is inevitable that they will do bad things in secret." "Okay, I understand." Li Yuan shrugged and said, "Since you are back, why don't you stay for a few days? After a few days, you can go back to Zhonglu and contact the William family directly to tell them that little William's godhood is with me. They can come to trade or rob. It's all fine. Anyway, just come, they're all resources." "Yes, my lord." Arouse was confused, but did not question Li Yuan's decision. But the next moment, Arouse sniffed his nose and asked curiously, "Lord, has the territory been invaded by the vampires recently?" "Vampire?" Li Yuan looked at Arouse in confusion. Arouse looked at the 8th level figure and said, "I smell the scent of vampires on him." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly understood. The ones who attacked the figure were vampires. In the Red Moon Forest, in addition to low-level zombies, there are also vampires. Chapter 126, 12 Surnames, the template of the protagonist in counterattack. Before, when Li Yuan encountered those low-level zombies, he thought of creatures like the vampires. He calls himself a noble gentleman, transformed from the human race. The vampires feed on blood, possess extremely fast speed and recovery ability, and will not die unless their blood core is shattered. They are immortals in disguise. In addition, it is difficult for vampires to have reproductive abilities, so they use a method called first embrace to transform humans into their offspring. Therefore, the vampire clan is a group connected by blood. Most of them divide their clans by surnames, and the vampires of the War Continent have a total of 12 ancient surnames. The 12 surnames represent the 12 blood families and also represent the 12 blood ancestors. The Holy Mountain of the Blood Clan is also controlled by these 12 families. Within the Blood Clan, there are clear levels, and high-level blood clans have extremely strong suppressive power over low-level blood clans. According to blood inheritance, as long as they have the same blood inheritance, the elders have even stronger blood suppression over the younger generations. Even if the descendants are of a higher level, they will still be absolutely suppressed by the first embracers. It is said that in ancient times, the vampires were actually the descendants of a great man from the polar abyss. It was this supreme leader of the Blood Clan who first embraced 12 humans and turned these 12 humans into the 12 blood ancestors of today. However, in the ancient War of Gods, many of the 12 blood ancestors died, and only a few were left. It is worth mentioning that this ancient vampire supreme being also has a mortal feud with the ancestors of the werewolf clan. Therefore, vampires and werewolves have never gotten along since ancient times, and if they meet, it is basically a life-and-death battle. The top of the Werewolf Mountain and the Holy Mountain of the Blood Clan have always been in opposition in the War Continent. For any other forces, interests come first. No matter how big the hatred is, they can form a certain alliance in the face of interests. The tops of the mountains and the Holy Mountains will not. This hatred seems to be engraved in their blood inheritance. The figure has returned to normal, but Arouse can still sense the scent of the vampire in him, which shows. And when Arouse talked about the vampires, there was a hint of cold hostility in his tone. Of course, after becoming a shadow, Arouse will naturally follow Li Yuan's will, and the hatred with the vampires will be put second. Blood Clan, werewolf. Li Yuan looked at Arouse and asked meaningfully, Blood Clan, do they know about the reunion of Little William's godhead? Upon hearing this, Arouse pondered and said, Lord, you mean that this Blood Clan also wants to take Little William's divinity from you? So they attacked your soldiers? But how do they know that Little William's divinity is in your hands? Maybe he followed you? Li Yuan smiled and said, It is also possible that they were there when you were gathering the divine nature for Little William. If this is the case, the other party is hiding really well and has only just started attacking the Black Shadow territory. However, this is just Li Yuan's guess, and it may not be true. Perhaps there was a Blood Clan hiding inside the Red Moon Forest, and they felt the threat from the Black Shadow territory and took action. This was easy to confirm, and Li Yuan immediately wanted to summon Medusa from the Snake Tribe. But after thinking about it, Medusa had been sleeping before and had just woken up, so Li Yuan asked Niga to go find Dana. My lord, are you looking for me? Dana asked curiously. Li Yuan asked directly. The snake people have been hiding in the Red Moon Forest for thousands of years. Have you discovered the existence of the Blood Clan tribe nearby? Blood Clan, Dana muttered, thought for a moment, and then answered respectfully, Your Excellency, we, the Serpent people, live in seclusion in the Red Moon Forest. We don't actually have a large range of activities, and the God Servant didn't allow us to go out at will. One is to protect His Majesty, and the other is that there are still many dangers in the Red Moon Forest. So we basically live around here. As far as I know, there are only 2 small tribes of goblins and werewolves near your territory. Farther away, I'm not sure. Hearing this, Li Yuan asked in surprise, Do you know the 2 tribes of goblins and werewolves? We know, but they are unaware of our existence. They don't affect us, and we don't want them to show up. Dana said this and continued, If the 2 alien lords we killed before had not intended to attack the snake people, we would not have easily shown up to deal with them. What this means is that we are hiding in the Red Moon Forest and generally don't ask about other things. Li Yuan nodded and said, That means there are no vampires in this area. I might be right, Arouse. Maybe your enemies don't want to see Little William resurrected. There's no need for the William family to take action. However, at this time, Dana said, My lord, I've seen the vampires in the Red Moon Forest. Didn't you say that there are no vampires in the Red Moon Forest? Li Yuan frowned. Dana said a little aggrievedly, What you just asked was whether there is a vampire tribe in the Red Moon Forest. Get to the point. Li Yuan rolled his eyes. Dana thought for a moment before saying, That should have been 800 or 900 years ago. When I was out, I accidentally saw a vampire being hunted and escaping into the Red Moon Forest. At that time, his rank was not high, only around rank 9. However, he had a pair of black and white wings, which were different from the wings of other vampires, so I was deeply impressed by him. 800 or 900 years ago, and Little William seemed to have died more than 400 years ago. It is difficult to unite this vampire with the divinity of Little William. Besides, since this vampire was being hunted by other vampires, it was impossible that he was arranged by the vampires to be sent to the Red Moon Forest. And not everyone can enter the Red Moon Forest. In addition to the God Servant who sacrificed his soul, the snake people also have a relationship with the white-robed swordsman. Perhaps this vampire had died a long time ago. Therefore, Li Yuan was more inclined to his own guess that some people in the Blood Clan were unwilling to see the resurrection of the son of the high priest on the top of the mountains. The other party has already made a move, so they will definitely not let it go like this. Li Yuan looked at Nijia and said, I don't like this kind of sneaky enemy. Find him quickly. Yes, your majesty. Niga took the order and immediately grabbed the 8th level figure and left the Black Shadow Castle. At this time, Arouse seemed to remember something and suddenly asked Dana, You said that the wings of the vampire are black and white? Well, when he transforms, one wing is black and the other is white. Dana nodded in response. Arouse sighed and said, I know this vampire. He is the only vampire that we, the werewolf tribe, do not hate. Hearing this, Li Yuan and Dana both looked at him. The conflict between werewolves and vampires is irreconcilable. But now Arouse said that there is a vampire clan that the werewolves do not hate. Moreover, there seemed to be a hint of admiration in the tone, which immediately aroused Li Yuan's curiosity. Seeing that Li Yuan wanted to listen, Arouse couldn't help but tell him the story of this vampire. This vampire is called Med, and he comes from a small family affiliated with the Covey family, one of the 12 families of the Holy Mountain. When the descendants of the Blood Clan are strong enough, such as when they grow to the Holy Realm, they're qualified to establish a subsidiary family outside. This will help the family expand and develop more descendants. This shows that there are only 12 families in the Holy Mountain. In fact, there are countless small families dependent on them in the entire war continent. Med's father is Sanctuary, the patriarch of the Kaz family. Med's mother was a female blood slave raised by the Kaz family. The humans raise blood slaves and bleed them regularly to provide food for the vampires. Perhaps it is because the vampires are all transformed from humans, so they particularly love human blood, especially the blood of female virgins. It is very difficult for vampires to produce offspring, let alone between vampires and humans. But as the clan leader, he failed to control his lower body and forcibly took the blood slave's body, and the blood slave became pregnant. If vampires can give birth to offspring, they're called pure-blooded vampires. Once this kind of blood clan is born, they will be taken to the Holy Mountain and become a holy, sun-like existence, because they can return to their ancestors and even awaken the bloodline of the supreme vampire. But the offspring born between vampires and humans are mixed-blood vampires. Although they are still a rare species, they are not welcomed by vampires at all. After all, this would be considered a desecration of their noble vampire bloodline. After Med was born, even her mother was given by the patriarch of the Kaz family to other descendants as a blood slave and plaything. Although Med himself was not killed by his father, the patriarch, he did not acknowledge his identity either and live a life worse than pigs and dogs. Fortunately, this guy is patient enough and becomes stronger little by little. It was not until Med secretly grew up to the sanctuary that he began his crazy career of revenge. The first person Med killed was his mother, ending her miserable life with his own hands. The second person killed was his father. Then there's the entire Kaz family and the vampires from other families. Anyone who is a vampire is Med's target of revenge. At first, Holy Mountain didn't take it seriously, but in the end they discovered that Med was not suppressed by his bloodline. Even the direct descendants of the Covey family cannot suppress Med's bloodline. Bloodline suppression has been the Blood Clan's means of ruling since ancient times, so descendants simply cannot resist those in power. The emergence of Med undoubtedly broke this iron rule. So the Holy Mountain put Med on the wanted list, and all the family started hunting him. Although Med had just entered the Holy Land, he was very powerful and killed many vampires. During this period, Med also collected a lot of intelligence for the werewolf tribe, causing great losses to the Holy Mountain. But ultimately, due to his limited strength, Med eventually disappeared. Although they said he was missing, everyone knew in their hearts that he was most likely killed by the Holy Mountain. I didn't expect him to escape to the Red Moon Forest. Arouse sighed and said, I don't know if he is still alive. How can this kind of counterattacking protagonist die so easily? Li Yuanchao glanced at the back of the castle and said with a smile, I have a hunch now that the guy who attacked the figure is this guy. Okay, that's it. Dana, go back to the snake tribe and continue what you are doing. Arouse, don't just sit there. You're sensitive to the smell of vampires. Go and help Nigga. Dana and Arouse bowed together and said, Yes, Lord. After the two left, Li Yuan smiled. He quite liked ruthless people like Med. If it really is him, I can use him for my own benefit. Of course, if he doesn't want to, Li Yuan doesn't mind ending his miserable life. I looked at the time, and it was already midnight. Li Yuan came to the black shadow crystal in the lobby and had already put Med's matter behind him. I'm going to be a vegetarian tomorrow. How about a general? Chapter 127, Feying Bart, Castle of Despair. Li Yuan first recruited the third-level black shadow crystal that was newly built yesterday. 3 claw shadows, 2 ghost shadows, 3 sickle shadows, and 2 giant shadows. Unfortunately, Li Yuan failed to recruit the Black Shadow General as he wished this time. Hurry up, old man. Li Yuan cast his eyes towards the level 5 Black Shadow Crystal and said, recruit Feng immediately. In a few days, the Shadow Territory will be attacked by thousands of lords with flying troops, so it will be natural to strengthen the Air Force at this time. Soon, shadows began to shift, and flying figures with wings on their backs appeared in the hall. Among these flying figures, one with golden skin instantly caught Li Yuan's attention. This flying shadow, both in terms of wings and body shape, is several times larger than ordinary flying shadows and stands out among the 40 flying shadows. The next moment, the flying shadow flapped its wings and appeared in front of Li Yuan. After retracting its wings, it knelt on one knee on the ground. The rest of the flying figures also knelt down towards Li Yuan. General Bart, I pay my respects to my king. As expected, he recruited General Shadow, General Bart, one of the 9 generals. Luck is just so good. Li Yuan smiled and said hurriedly, get up. Everyone get up. Thank you, your majesty. Bart stood up in response, and the other Feng also stood up in an orderly manner. General of the Feng group, Bart. Strength level, level 7, can be improved by killing enemies. Loyalty 100. Growth limit, Divine Realm, Lord God. As for the other flying shadows, their initial levels are all level 6. After tonight's recruitment, the number of Feng jumped up, becoming the corps with the largest number of soldiers under Li Yuan. Including General Bart, there are 51 flying shadows in total. Next is the Sickle Shadow, 43. Then there are the 40 Shadow Devourers, including Mingta, who were sent to Shikala continent, as well as the 40 soft shadows of the alien group. On the contrary, the number of ghost and giant shadow troops recruited at the beginning is slightly smaller. Including Niga, there are 20 ghosts. There are 19 giant shadows, 7 helmet shadows, including General Ika, and 9 claw shadows. Adding them together, the number of Black Shadow legions has reached 229. Among the 9 Black Shadow Corps, Li Yuan has already recruited soldiers from 8 of them, except for the shadows of the Hunting Claws Corps. The numbers vary, but I believe it won't be long before the numbers of each corps can catch up. The number of Shadow Generals recruited has also reached 4. Ghost Shadow, General Niga, Helmet Shadow, General Ika, Devouring Shadow, General Mingta, and Flying Shadow, General Bart. These are Li Yuan's direct troops. As for the other shadow transformations, they can only be regarded as auxiliary arms. It works, but it's not as comfortable as using the shadows. Li Yuan called back General Ika and asked him to take Bart and the other flying shadows directly to the place where there were more monsters in the Red Moon Forest. The main problem is that there are no more monsters near the castle, and the efficiency of spawning monsters is too low. Bart and his team had just been recruited, so naturally they needed to kill monsters and level up quickly, and bring their ranks up as soon as possible. While Ika was taking Bart and Feiing away, Li Yuan collected a wave of monster corpses. The entire army was mobilized to attack, so the harvest was naturally not bad. There were already 800 or 900 monster corpses piled up, and none of them were lower than the 7th grade. Fortunately, the Red Moon Forest is a forbidden place, otherwise there wouldn't be so many monsters to kill. Of course, sooner or later they will all be killed, but the Red Moon Forest is very long and wide, so it will take a while to kill them all. After some collection, Li Yuan harvested more than 300 energy stones and 9 yuan crystals. Just after the collection was completed, the Black Shadow Snake people brought back the corpses of magical beasts, and Li Yuan was too lazy to continue. Before going to bed, Li Yuan found the snake girl and told her, "Eat vegetarian food tomorrow. As for fulfilling a vow, if you believe in it, it will happen. If you don't believe in it, it won't happen." After all, General Bart was recruited, and eating vegetarian food for a day would be a change of appetite. Just when Li Yuan was sleeping, about 200 miles outside the river channel in the Red Moon Forest that was cut by the white-clothed swordsman, is still an underground world, a very secret cave. It is much deeper than the old monk's underground castle, and is at least 1,000 meters from the ground. In the dim cave, there's a primary castle. It's called Castle of Despair. Inside and outside the castle, there were more than a dozen human archers patrolling and guarding nearby. The castle is bare and has no special buildings. And those human archers were all very thin, with pale skin, and looked malnourished. On the right side of the castle, there's the sound of flowing water, which is an underground river. It was the existence of this underground river that prevented the lord and soldiers of this desperate castle from starving to death. Because you can catch fish in the dark river from time to time. Apart from this limited food, the Castle of Despair has no other resources. The human archers are not very strong. They are all at level 2 or 3, and they haven't even found a way out of the cave yet. This is the fundamental reason why the Castle of Despair is still a primary castle. It can only stay in this underground world with few resources. They were pretty lucky, actually. When the official beast tide attacked, only a few rats ran into the castle, and they easily survived the crisis. But as the owner of this desperate castle, Zhao Kai is not desperate. Like his fellow soldiers, Zhao Kai's skin was also very white. It was not the kind of white that came from not seeing the sun, but a sickly white. At this time, Zhao Kai was sitting by the river with his legs crossed, humming a little tune, and looked quite happy. As for the reason, it was because Zhao Kai hugged a thick thigh for a day. When Zhao Kai first reincarnated into the war continent, especially when he appeared in such a hellish place, he was desperate. Just a few days ago, he was cursing God every day for bringing him to this godforsaken place. This is how the Castle of Despair got its name. But just a few days ago, there was a sudden earthquake and a rotten, broken wooden coffin flowed down the underground river and was fished back to the castle by his soldiers. It was the appearance of this broken coffin that rekindled Zhao Kai's hope for life. Because in this coffin, there is a super powerful being, a sleeping vampire. When they opened the coffin, the vampire was awakened and sucked the blood of Zhao Kai and his soldiers. Perhaps because they had been sleeping for too long, in order to understand the situation, the vampire gave them the first embrace. In this way, Zhao Kai and his troops also became members of the Blood Clan. Zhao Kai had no resistance to becoming a vampire. The power of the vampires is unquestionable, especially their ability to achieve immortality in disguise. As for other lords from other worlds, they participate in the so-called battle for supremacy among all races. Isn't immortality one of the things they pursue? And now he just gave all his blood and got it. There is also a price to pay, which is nothing more than becoming a descendant of the vampire in the coffin and changing from a lord to a subordinate. But he was the one who recruited the soldiers all the time. Apart from this vampire, he was also the second in command in this territory. No matter what, this is 1,000 times better than them dying of old age in this cave. Not only that, the vampire who gave him the first embrace was also extremely powerful. Zhao Kai once asked the other party vaguely, and the answer he got was that as long as no one from the God Realm took action, he would be invincible. In other words, this is most likely a demigod. Among all the lords who have reincarnated to the war continent, who has the fighting power of a demigod. It's the fighting power of the holy domain, and it seems that only the Shadow Lord, whom he has envied, jealous, and hated countless times, has it. The strongest troops of the other lords are only at the 9th level. In other words, among the 800 million remaining lords from other worlds, his territory is the strongest, without a doubt. Even now it is still a primary castle with only a dozen types of troops. What Shadow Lord, what Glory Alliance, what Anti-Alliance, they are all trash. As long as the demigod takes action, he could be killed in seconds. At least, that's what Zhao Kai thought. And after that vampire learned about the situation of the alien lord's reincarnation in the war continent, he also became interested in his army. After all, the military building means that there will be an unlimited supply of military units, allowing him to obtain countless vampire descendants. In particular, these vampire descendants can kill enemies and become stronger. Therefore, the vampire naturally occupied the castle and expressed his intention to let Zhao Kai develop the territory. Zhao Kai was excited at that time. With the help of a demigod, shouldn't his castle territory take off? Although the owner of the castle has changed, he, Zhao Kai, will always be second to none. If they want to develop, they naturally cannot stay in this cave with no resources and must return to the ground. But on the ground was the Red Moon Forest. Zhao Kai naturally didn't need to say much about the danger of the Red Moon Forest itself, as the vampire knew it. But Zhao Kai also mentioned the Shadow Lord, and told the vampire everything he knew. Although he was trapped 1,000 meters underground for several days, he still often checked the World Chat channel. The strongest lord from another world. The soldiers are demons. It is suspected that they are masters from the Holy Land, and they have conquered a tribe of snake men numbering 5,000 who have strong men from the Holy Land. When a vampire heard the news, he immediately became very interested in the Black Shadow territory and left the cave. Obviously, he was going to find the castle of this Shadow Lord. Zhao Kai was very excited, thinking that the Shadow Lord who was praised to the sky in the chat channel was about to be finished. Who could have thought that such a powerful Shadow territory would be overturned by a small, junior castle lord like him? Can a Shadow Lord withstand the power of a demigod? The answer is obviously no. No lord can withstand the attack of a demigod. Either you will be subdued by that vampire, or you will be completely killed. There are only these two endings. Even if he was subdued, that vampire gave the Shadow Lord the first embrace, so he is also the Shadow Lord's elder brother by blood. It would be even better if he was killed. People who are lucky and always in the limelight deserve to die. Zhao Kai looked at the surging dark river, as if he saw himself sitting on the supreme throne in the water. His mouth was cracked to his ears. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a blood-red cloak with red inside and black outside appeared behind him. The middle-aged man in the cloak had a thin face, and his eyes were cold and ruthless, like knives. Zhao Kai's beautiful dream was shattered in an instant. He quickly turned around and prostrated himself at the feet of the middle-aged man in the cloak, his mouth almost touching the tip of his shoe. "Greetings to my beloved father. You are finally back." Zhao Kai called him Dad so naturally that he almost licked the soles of the middle-aged man in the cloak's feet. The middle-aged man in the cloak lowered his head. A hint of disgust flashed in his eyes, and kicked him away. "Stop calling me father. I hate hearing the word father," the middle-aged man in the cloak said coldly. "If it happens again, I will crush your blood core with my own hands." "Okay, sir. There won't be a next time. Never again." Zhao Kai fell to the ground in fear, not daring to raise his head again. After a while, the middle-aged man in the cloak said, "I saw the man you mentioned, the Shadow Lord." Hearing this, Zhao Kai raised his head and asked expectantly, "Did you kill them all? Did I say I was going to kill them?" The middle-aged man in the cloak said expressionlessly, "Your information is wrong. His soldiers are not demons. They do not have the power of the abyss. Moreover, he has several types of soldiers, all of which are very strange and cannot be transformed by my blood. Only creatures from the polar abyss are called demons, and they carry the power of the abyss." As a local strongman, the middle-aged man in the cloak naturally recognized that those human figures and soft shadows near the river were not demons. The Shadow Lord's army isn't a demon? If he is not a demon, then why does he have such powerful strength to help the Shadow Lord become the #1 lord? Then do you know the races of those soldiers? Zhao Kai asked. The middle-aged man in the cloak shook his head and said, "I haven't seen it." Zhao Kai thought for a moment and then asked, "So you went to the Black Shadow Castle and met the Black Shadow Lord?" "No." A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of the middle-aged man in the cloak. The reason why he didn't go was naturally because he saw something in that river that others couldn't see. Before he had to fall into a deep sleep, there was no river in the Red Moon Forest, and it was impossible for anyone to dig a river in the forest. The middle-aged man in the cloak could see that it was a river cut out by a strong man with a sword. From the Red Moon Forest, he slashed to the endless sea, causing the water from the endless sea to flow back. If his guess was correct, it was because of the appearance of this sword that the place where he was sleeping collapsed, causing him to fall into the dark river and come to the Castle of Despair. The place where the strong man drew his sword was the Black Shadow Castle. There is no doubt that this is an extremely powerful person who is far beyond his reach. God knows whether that strong man is still in the Shadow Castle, and whether he is a friend of the Shadow Lord. If he goes there, wouldn't he be seeking death? Therefore, he found the figures led by Li Cheng near the river in the cloak and wanted to embrace one of them for the first time. He then borrowed the person to go back to the castle to check the situation. But he never expected that the other party, although a human, was not affected by his blood. In fact, at the end, he even felt that the blood left in the human's body had disappeared directly. Later, a master from the Holy Land came out to investigate, and the middle-aged man in the cloak had to temporarily retreat back to the Castle of Despair. Hearing what the middle-aged man in the cloak said, Zhao Kai showed some disappointment in his eyes, but he didn't dare to ask any more questions. The middle-aged man in the cloak thought for a moment and said, "I have just woken up from a deep sleep and need a lot of nourishment to recover my peak strength. Recently, I will bring you some Warcraft corpses for you to collect and gather resources to upgrade the barracks. As for the Shadow Lord, don't provoke him for now." He was very afraid of the strong man with the sword, so he was unwilling to take the risk of going to the Shadow Castle again. The holy mountain of the vampire clan has not yet collapsed, so he cannot die. After saying that, the middle-aged man in the cloak disappeared from the spot, leaving Zhao Kai stunned. Just now I was thinking that the Shadow Leader was doomed. As a result, the demigod now told him not to provoke the Shadow Lord. What's going on? Is the Shadow Lord so powerful that even demigods are afraid of him? How is this possible? At the same time, on the ground, outside the river, Arouse, the werewolf of the sanctuary, has reunited with Niga and is discovering the place where the figure was attacked. Nijiao looked at Arouse and asked in a deep voice, "How is it? Are you sure you can find the attacker?" Under his nose, a figure was ambushed, which made Niga feel very bad and made him feel very incompetent. Arouse sniffed the spot and nodded. "The smell is very faint, and it has been so long, I may not be able to catch up." "You have to catch up even if you can't." Nijiao's eyes flashed with ferocity, and he shouted, "Lead the way." Even though Arouse has turned into a shadow, he is not a real shadow after all, and Niga is not looking at him in a good face. Arouse also knew Niga's status, so he naturally didn't say much. He immediately followed the scent of the vampire and tracked him all the way. Half an hour later, Arouse took Niga for a walk in the forest and returned to the river. However, this place is about 2,000 to 3,000 meters away from their original location. The smell of the vampires disappears here. Arouse looked around and could no longer sense any vampire scent. Nijiao also looked around and suddenly said, "Do you think he went into the river?" After saying that, without waiting for Arouse to reply, Niga jumped directly into the river. Arouse shook his head and could only follow. This river water is actually the sea water of the endless sea. After these days of immersion, the water quality has become clearer. Underwater, there are already many fish, some even ferocious aquatic creatures. However, for the two sanctuaries with their clear vision, these are not a problem, and they easily dealt with some monsters. The two continued searching underwater, but found nothing. But suddenly Niga noticed something strange and turned to Arouse and said, "There's something wrong with the water flow ahead. There is a backflow vortex." Arouse also noticed something unusual. Soon, the two found a huge whirlpool at the bottom of the river, with water rushing into it. Niga and Arouse looked at each other and entered the vortex one after another. After flowing for a while, the two people finally popped their heads out from triangular opening. "I didn't expect there is a hidden river here. It should be the sword from before that cut off this dark river." Niga looked at the two holes in front of him and was about to speak when Arouse spoke. "We may have found the right place. There's a smell of vampires here." Arouse pointed to the two forked river entrances ahead and said, "There's a smell of vampires on both sides." Upon hearing this, Nijia immediately perked up and said, "You go to the left, and I'll go to the right." Chapter 128. Invisible Brain Supplement is the most deadly. Niga and Arouse were moving quickly through the dark river, one on the left and one on the right. Both of them are in the Holy Realm, so their speed is naturally not slow. However, the underground rivers are winding and tortuous, and one has to dive in some places, so it is quite troublesome to travel. Niga moved forward to the left, but after moving for a while, he didn't know his exact direction, so he had to keep moving forward along the underground river. I don't know how much time had passed, but in the distance, Niga saw a bright light ahead. It was dim, but Niga was sure he wasn't seeing things. "Call out." Nijia stepped on the water and quickly approached the light like an arrow shot from a bow. In the shadows, Nijia saw Zhao Kai's castle of despair. There is actually a castle lord. Niga looked around the small castle. To him, there were basically no secrets inside. Although Zhao Kai and his soldiers had been transformed into vampires through the first embrace, their strength was still too weak. As for Lord Zhao Kai, he is only at the 3rd level now. This was after he had received the initial embrace from the cloak and had been transformed and strengthened by his blood. Before this, he was just a 2nd level one. As for the other dozen or so human archers, the strongest is only level 4, and most of them are level 2 or 3. Such a weak castle dares to attack my Black Shadow town. Nijia looked at the castle of despair, touched the long horn on his forehead, and a hint of doubt flashed in his red eyes. Not to mention whether these people dared to attack the Black Shadow territory. Even if they did it outside the river, and it was impossible for them not to be noticed by him. These people do have the same aura as that figure at that time. Are there other experts? Niga looked back at the dark river and thought of the direction Arouse went. Arouse said that there is also the breath of vampires on the other side of the dark river. Could it be that there are powerful vampires on the other side? After thinking about it, Niga did not enter the Castle of Despair, but went directly back to the place where he parted with Arouse. On the other side, Arouse kept frowning as he shuttled through the dark river. In his sense of smell, the smell of the vampires was becoming stronger and stronger. This means that the vampire who attacked the Black Shadow territory is most likely somewhere in this dark river. Suddenly, Arouse stopped, and in his sight, a monster corpse floated out from the dark river in front of him. Nintrank magical beast, saber-toothed unicorn. Arouse watched the body of the saber-toothed unicorn floating past him along the dark river, and his eyes narrowed slightly. All the blood in the saber-toothed unicorn's body has disappeared. Sure enough, it's right here. Arouse moved his feet, and his figure quickly swept through the dark river. Next, Arouse saw the corpses of monsters floating down the river. Without exception, these magical beasts are all 9th-level magical beasts, and all the blood in their bodies has been sucked dry. They are all high-level monsters, which means that the opponent is quite powerful. The Holy Land can't escape. But absorbing such a large amount of monster blood is either for upgrading or to replenish the energy needs after hibernation. As a werewolf, Arouse is the mortal enemy of the vampires, so he naturally knows the habits of the vampires very well. Thinking of this, Arouse couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Is the Lord going to guess right? Is this really the Med?" It's really possible. When Med was hunted to the Red Moon Forest, if he didn't die, he must have been seriously injured and had to fall into a deep sleep. As a result, he is now madly devouring the blood of high-level monsters to restore his previous strength. It was said before that Med was in the early stage of the Saint Realm, but judging by the amount of blood he sucked, he must be in the late stage of the Saint Realm or even the peak stage. Arouse still has some favorable impression on a vampire who is determined to overthrow the Holy Mountain, even though the other party is also a vampire. While thinking, Arouse had already walked forward thousands of meters, but still had not reached the end of the dark river. Just then, Niga's figure appeared beside him. It's not that Niga's speed is faster than Arouse, but that he just follows Arouse's breath and travels through the shadows all the way. Nijia caught up with Arouse and asked coldly, "What's the situation? What happened to those monster corpses?" "General, it should be done by that vampire master." Arouse nodded and asked, "General, how about you? That guy is really on your side." Nijia did not hide anything and said truthfully, "There is a weak castle territory, and the people inside are all the vampires you mentioned." Upon hearing this, Arouse couldn't help but look at the corpse of the monster that had just floated past them. "I see." Arouse thought for a moment, then continued. "The person in the castle should have been embraced by the vampire. He needs the blood of a monster to restore his strength, and the castle needs the corpses of monsters. He wants to help the castle develop. No matter what he wants to do, if he attacks the Black Shadow territory, he is the enemy of my Black Shadow territory. Find him and bring him before the king to face charges." After Niga finished speaking, he shot out. Arouse chased after him without saying a word. Finally, the two came to the source of the dark river, which was not the real source, but an underground waterfall. However, above the waterfall, there's a gap that leads directly to the ground. At the source of the waterfall, Arouse did not smell any scent of the vampires. It was obvious that the vampire master had left the dark river from then on. The two flew down to the ground and appeared in the Red Moon Forest. Nijia sensed the location of the Black Shadow Castle and frowned. This is northwest of the castle, a full 50,000 miles away from the castle. 50,000 miles, that's 25,000 meters. It's not really that far, mainly because the underground river is too winding and twists and turns. 50,000 miles to the northwest. This place is not far from the Snake People. Nijia said, looked at Arouse, and asked again, "Can you track the other party's breath?" "It's very thin, but can be captured." Arouse replied affirmatively. Nijia nodded and said, "Hurry up, it's almost dawn. We have to deal with this guy before the king wakes up." At this moment, the two continued to travel through the forest, following the scent of the middle-aged man in the cloak. On the way, they also saw some signs of fighting, but the signs were not obvious, and the other side easily defeated the opponent. When the sky was getting light, the sky in the east turned pale, and the red light in the forest faded. In a dense jungle, there was lying a huge magical beast, an elite 9th-level magical beast, the silver-armored violent ape. The silver-armored ape was huge, like a small mountain, and it crushed a large number of trees. It was now dying and was obviously about to die. Above the head of the silver-armored violent ape, there was a cloaked figure standing at this moment. It was the middle-aged man in the cloak from the Castle of Despair. The middle-aged man in the cloak opened his mouth slightly, and streams of scarlet blood flew out from various wounds on the silver-armored ape's body, went into the cloak's mouth, and was sucked into his stomach by him. At the same time, the heart of the middle-aged man in the cloak was beating rapidly, and the blood core in it was refining the blood of the silver-armored violent ape and converting it into his blood power. However, in addition to the middle-aged man in the cloak and the corpse of the iron-armored ape, there was also a group of people present. It was the great elder of the snake people, and 2 9th-level snake people. A snakeman pointed at the middle-aged man in a cloak who was sucking the silver-armored violent ape and said, "Great elder, this silver-armored violent ape was originally fighting with us, and we were about to defeat it, but this guy suddenly appeared, repelled us, and snatched the silver-armored violent ape away." Great Elder Dana ignored this 9th-rank tribesman and kept her eyes on the middle-aged man in the cloak. Blood Clan, a holy vampire. This is not important. What is important is that she was summoned by Li Yuan before and happened to ask about the vampires. I heard that the people in the Black Shadow territory were attacked by the vampires. Could it be this person? At this moment, the middle-aged man in the cloak had already devoured the blood of the silver-armored ape and looked towards Dana. "I have no intention of being an enemy of the snake people. How about the body of this silver-armored violent ape belong to you?" Long before, the middle-aged man in the cloak had already sensed the existence of the holy land of Dana. So he didn't kill the snake people just now, but just repelled them instead of killing them and swallowing their blood. Although the middle-aged man in the cloak is not afraid of the strong men in the Holy Land, he has not yet recovered his peak strength. Naturally, he didn't want to get entangled with Dana, who was in the late stage of the Holy Realm at this time. It would not be worth it and would also affect his eating later. However, the middle-aged man in the cloak also sensed a strange aura from Dana and the other 2 snake men. But now the blood and energy in his body were surging, so he couldn't remember where he had encountered it. Dana also saw how powerful this vampire was. His bloody aura made her feel terrified. Although the aura of the other party now is only at the late saint domain like her, it seems that there is still a lot of blood in the body that has not been refined. If all of it is refined, it is very likely that he will be at the peak of the saint domain. Seeing that Dana didn't say anything, the middle-aged man in the cloak was about to fly away. But at this time, Dana shouted loudly, "Stop!" If it were in the past, Dana would certainly not be willing to provoke powerful enemies for the snake people. But now, the snake people are no longer afraid of anything. Especially since this vampire was involved in the shadow territory. How could he be allowed to leave peacefully? This person must be left behind and handed over to the Lord for disposal. The middle-aged man in the cloak frowned, looked at Dana and said, I have no intention of being an enemy of your snake people. Don't force me to do it." Boom! As the middle-aged man in the cloak spoke, a powerful aura burst out from his body. At the same time, a pair of flesh wings stretched out from behind him and spread out gently, and a powerful shock wave spread out in all directions. Even Dana's body was shaking slightly. "It's you." Dana recognized the middle-aged man in the cloak. Because the wings behind the middle-aged man in the cloak are black and white, one side is black and the other side is white. This was the same vampire she had described to Li Yuan as someone she had seen that year. But the next moment, Dana asked in surprise, "How come your strength has become so strong?" When she first met the middle-aged man in the cloak, he was only at the 9th level. His current strength has actually surpassed hers. The middle-aged man in the cloak was stunned for a moment, then hesitantly asked, "Do you know me?" Dana had only seen him at level 9 before, but in fact that was only because he had used a secret technique which caused his level to drop. In fact, before escaping to the Red Moon Forest, he was already close to igniting the divine fire. But this news was blocked by the Holy Mountain. Before Dana could speak, she heard Arouse's doubtful voice coming from behind Millen. "It's you, Med." In an instant, the figures of Nigga and Arouse appeared on the left and right sides of the silver-armored violent ape's body. Invisibly, they and Dana formed an encirclement around the middle-aged man in the cloak. The middle-aged man in the cloak, Med, suddenly changed his expression. If it weren't for the arrival of 2 more saints, if he wanted to leave, it would be impossible for 7 or 8 saints to stop him. But because someone called out his name, Med turned to look at Arouse and frowned. Werewolf. But when his eyes swept over Nigga, Med's face changed again. He had felt Nigga's breath before. It was by the river when he first embraced the figure. You are the Shadow Lord's men. At the same time, Med looked at Dana again, and he finally figured out why Dana had a strange aura. This aura is the same as the aura on Nigga. The same goes for that werewolf. Without saying a word, Med flapped his wings and ran away at his fastest speed. The 3 holy places don't matter. What he is afraid of is the super strong man in the Black Shadow Castle who can split mountains and draw sea water, able to conquer 3 sanctuaries and late sanctuaries like Dana. How could the Shadow Lord, a lord from another world, possibly do that? He had learned about lords from other worlds from Zhao Kai. They have only been in the War Continent for about 10 days, so how could they possibly grow to the point where they can conquer the masters of the Holy Land? Obviously, the super strong man is in the Black Shadow Castle. That super strong man, perhaps like him, is also supporting the lord of another world. If you can't beat him, then you have to run away. Chapter 129. Madman, madman, they're all fucking crazy. Med fled away at a very fast speed. However, Nigga was already prepared, and the next moment, Med's figure fell into a mirror. Is the mirror realm that Nigga controls after entering the sanctuary. However, Nigga was only in the early stage of the sanctuary, and his domain did not stop Med for long. In just 3 breaths, the mirror shattered, and Med's figure flew out of it, shooting away into the distance again. But after Nigga's obstruction, Arouse and Dana had already reacted. Especially Dana. She is in a late sanctuary and is also extremely fast. She has already intercepted Med in front of her. Stay. The snowy land is frozen. A snow-white scepter appeared in Dana's hand. She waved it towards Med, and countless snowflakes fell from the sky. Snowflakes were flying, and all the trees they touched turned into ice. Dana is a magician in the late sanctuary stage, and her magician is of the ice and snow type, which is not very common. There were more and more snowflakes, and 2 giants made of ice and snow walked out and punched Med. A cold breath swept in all directions. Med said nothing. Tiny blood needles condensed from in front of him and shot towards Dana with a sound of breaking through the air. Swish, swish. Boom! The blood needle pierced into the body of the ice giant and exploded instantly. The 2 ice giants were also blown to pieces with missing limbs. But more ice and snow floated over, and the ice giant quickly recovered and rushed towards Med without slowing down. Med's eyes were stern. Instead of retreating, he moved forward and took the initiative to face an ice giant. He flapped his wings and landed high on the shoulder of the ice giant. The blood power was boiling, and a huge force was shaking out from under Med's feet. With a loud bang, the ice giant was instantly shattered from the shoulder and turned into a ball of snowflakes. Med used the powerful rebound force, flapped his wings, turned into a blood-red shadow, and flew in another direction. He didn't even think about fighting. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. However, Med was stopped again, and the one who took action was naturally the werewolf Arouse. Facing Med, Arouse knew he was no match for him and had already transformed into a giant black wolf. Arouse, who was originally in the early stage of the Holy Domain, after the transformation, his aura was almost at the level of the middle stage of the Holy Domain, which made him much stronger. Med, you can't escape. Stay and come with me to see the Lord. The Lord is very interested in you. He probably won't kill you. Arouse leaned forward, his aura surging, and as he spoke, his domain was also unfolding. Bloodthirsty field. Within his domain, he can suppress the enemy's energy and blood, which has a certain suppressive effect on the vampires. Med's face looked grim. He groaned and broke free from the bloodthirsty area. But Dana and Nigga had already separated behind him and surrounded her again. Med said in a deep voice, I was wrong to offend the Black Shadow territory. Here, I apologize to your Black Shadow Lord. I promise that from now on, I will never appear in the Black Shadow territory again, and I will not target the Black Shadow territory. Hearing this, Nijia sneered and said, Apologize? You don't have the final say. Only my king is qualified to judge your fault. If I fight with all my might, you can't stop me. Med was not willing to be outdone. Nijia said in a fierce voice, Fight to the death? Then give a try. As soon as he finished speaking, Nigga appeared beside Med, and his 5 fingers formed into claws, grabbing Med's chest. The vampire's weakness lies in the blood core and the heart, Arusco told him. Med was quick-witted and quick-handed. He retreated quickly and punched at Nigga's sharp claws. However, an ice wall appeared behind him, blocking his retreat, and snowflakes were flying towards him. The snowflakes were no weaker than sharp swords, surrounding Med. Damn it! Med was filled with rage, and his pair of wings quickly retracted, wrapping himself up in them. The snowflakes that Dana waved hit Med's wings with a crackling sound, but did not cause any harm to him. And Nigga's claws turned into fists and hit Med's wings hard. Med's figure flew backwards and smashed the 2-meter-thick ice wall behind him into pieces. Arouse appeared and pounced on Med. However, in midair, Arouse's eyes moved and he began to retreat frantically. Dana's expression also changed slightly, and ice walls appeared in front of her, protecting her. At this moment, Med, who was covered by wings, exclaimed, "Why are you here?" Then we saw that Med's wings were forcibly pushed open, revealing Nigga's figure. Nigga shuttled through the shadows and appeared inside Med's wings, getting close to Med's body. "Since you want to die, I will grant your wish." Med's reaction was also extremely fast. Almost as soon as he screamed, his right hand passed through Nigga's body. But at this moment, Med's face changed drastically because he saw Nigga, who was pierced through the body, with a look of sarcasm and disdain on his face. In terms of fighting spirit, can you compare with this general? Listening to Nigga's words and feeling the violent aura fluctuations from Nigga, Med tried to throw Nigga away, but Nigga held him tightly with both arms and he couldn't break free. Moreover, at this time, Nigga restarted the mirror field and absorbed them all into it. "No, you lunatic!" Along with Med's cry of shock and anger, a violent shock wave erupted in Nigga's mirror field. Cracks suddenly appeared in the mirror field and then exploded. The surging energy rushed over, flattening the area within a radius of hundreds of meters, and a vacuum zone appeared in the Red Moon Forest. When everything calmed down, Med was the only one left on the field. As for Arouse and Dana, they had already left the center of the explosion through the shadows. Their defense, just now, was completely unable to prevent the self-detonation of a saint, especially the compressed self-detonation of the mirror field. Even if it is the late stage of the Holy Domain, it will definitely be severely damaged by this force. In fact, Med had indeed suffered great trauma at this time, and his white wings were blown drooping under his body. The cloak on his body had already been torn to pieces, and he was half kneeling on the ground, breathing heavily. Even the corpse of the elite 9th-level monster and the silver-armored violent ape, not far away, were turned into ashes in the explosion. Fortunately, there was still a lot of Warcraft blood stored in Med's body that had not been refined. At this moment, his blood core was trembling wildly. On the one hand, he was injured by Nigga's self-explosion, and, on the other hand, he was quickly refining the Warcraft blood to heal himself. The Blood Clan's recovery ability is very strong. With the double recovery, Med's injuries are recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dana and Arouse also returned to the battlefield. Looking at the devastated battlefield, they both sighed. They have the ability to be reborn infinitely. However, they really can't do what Nigga did and just self-destruct. Again, they don't have the unique fighting instincts of Sombra. If you can't win, just self-destruct. This is just a basic operation for the shadows. The nature of creatures that have become shadows causes them to have more thoughts and considerations, and they cannot be as decisive as shadows. It is undeniable that self-destruction is indeed the most direct and simple way to fight the enemy, especially when facing an enemy like Med, who cannot be defeated head-on. In just this short period of time, Med's injuries recovered almost completely and his wings grew back. Glancing at Arouse and Dana, Med said with an unpleasant expression, "You guys, are you still going to stop me?" Fortunately, his physical body is at the level of a demigod, but the energy in his body has not yet recovered to its peak. Otherwise, the self-detonation of a saint in the mirror field could really seriously injure him. But Med couldn't understand it. Just to keep him, he lost a sanctuary master like this. It was too damn outrageous. That is a holy place, not cabbage, not cats and dogs on a roadside. Dana and Arouse looked at each other, raised the staffs in their hands, expressed their attitudes with actions, and the ice and snow fluttered in the air again. Arouse shook his head and said, "Med, stop resisting in vain. The Lord wants to keep you. You really can't leave. What a joke. You three couldn't keep me here. Not to mention there are only two of you left." Med was also angered by Niga and said coldly, "In that case, I will kill you two first." This time, Med did not run away, but took the initiative to kill Arouse. The main reason is that Arouse is weaker than Dana, so he naturally wanted to get rid of Arouse first and then kill Dana. Arouse looked at the attacking Med, without retreating or avoiding, allowing Med to get closer to him. But when he did this, Med hesitated. "I'm here to kill you, and you don't resist. What does that mean?" But soon, Med understood, because Arouse was still flying through the air with his limbs moving, and his aura was chaotic. Fuck, you're gonna blow yourself up too. Having just been hit by a self-explosion once, Med dared not endure it again and quickly retreated. However, just as he was about to step back, a violent aura came from behind him, and ice and snow were flying everywhere. Looking back at Dana, who was walking towards him, Med felt like he was dreaming, and everything became extremely absurd. He just wanted to embrace a type of soldier from the Shadow Territory, but the other party just kept fighting to the death. In order to capture him and keep him, they even sacrificed 3 saints. He is just a mixed-blood vampire. Is he really that important? One is in the middle stage of the Holy Realm, the other is in the late stage of the Holy Realm. If 2 of them self-destruct, can he withstand it? He might not die, but most of his life would be gone. Boom, boom. Dana and Arouse's self-explosion came as expected, and Med was attacked from both sides, with nowhere to escape. Mad, crazy, they're all crazy. This was the only thought in Med's mind before he lost consciousness. When Med woke up, he was lying in a devastated pit with almost every bone in his body broken. Even with the Blood Clan's recovery ability, they cannot recover in a short time. They may have to sleep for hundreds or even thousands of years to recuperate. More importantly, 2 cracks had appeared on the blood core in his tattered heart. Fortunately, I held on. Mais secretly réussite. At the last moment, when Arouse and Dana were about to self-destruct at the same time, he reserved most of his strength to protect his heart and blood core. If not for this, his blood core would probably have shattered and he would have died on the spot. After struggling for a while, Med gritted his teeth and staggered to his feet, then staggered towards the entrance of the dark river. But before he had taken a few steps, Med saw 3 figures standing in front of him. Med reached out to push back his messy hair and blinked hard several times, looking as if he had seen a ghost. In front of him, the leader was Niga, with Arouse on the left and Dana on the right. Arouse shook his head and sighed. "Med, are you still going to fight us to the death? It's all your own fault. Why don't you just obey us and go see the Lord?" Dana also muttered. Nijia strode forward, grabbed him by the neck, and said, "Go back to the castle." Puff. Med was lifted in the air and finally couldn't hold on any longer. Blood gushed out his throat. He fell forward to the ground, and his consciousness sank again. But the moment he lost consciousness, he understood one thing. That's just him being too sentimental. It's not that he is so important to the Shadow Territory that they have to sacrifice 3 saints to keep him. But he didn't die at all. What's the point of sacrifice? But he clearly saw that these 3 people had self-blew themselves up, and he was also seriously injured and on the verge of death. How come these 3 people didn't die? At this moment, underground, in the Castle of Despair, Zhao Kai commanded the archers and had already fished out more than 30 monster corpses from the Dark River. All of them are level 9. After collecting corpses, Zhao Kai obtained 32 energy stones, 2 yuan crystals, and hundreds of units of elite food and ordinary food. This is the first time Zhao Kai has seen energy stones and yuan crystals after coming to the War Continent for so long. Zhao Kai was very excited. It's different with a thigh hug. At this rate, his barracks would soon be upgraded and more soldiers could be recruited. At that time, killing monsters and sucking blood can upgrade his troops. Although it is unknown why the vampire is afraid of the Shadow Lord, with the help of a demigod, his Castle of Despair will definitely catch up with the Shadow Lord in the shortest time possible, and it is very likely that he will even surpass him. There must be a lot of resources in the Shadow Lord's castle. There is no shortage of energy stones and crystals. We still have to think of a way to make him take action against the Black Shadow Lord. According to the information I received, the Anti-Gang Alliance will come to Red Moon Forest in a few days. When the time comes, we will take advantage of the situation by stalking the cicada while the Oriole waits behind us. When both the Shadow Lord and the Anti-Crime Alliance are defeated, we can take advantage of the situation. Thousands of lords plus the Shadow Lord, wow. They'll be rich in one wave. Zhao Kai was thinking happily when an archer came forward and said, "Lord, there haven't been any monster corpses floating here for a while." Zhao Kai was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "It's okay. Just wait patiently. Maybe he is tired and is resting." But just as he finished speaking, 3 figures appeared in front of him. "What are you doing? Do you know?" Before Zhao Kai could react, one of the men picked him up and carried him into the dark shadows. Out of the corner of his eye, he seemed to see a person in front of him holding another person in his hands. Looking at the outline of the figure, as well as the power of the bloodline that came from the same source, Zhao Kai's hair stood on end in an instant. It seemed to be the thigh he had just hugged. How could this happen? You are an invincible demigod. How could you be caught? Zhao Kai's brain suddenly froze. He did not come to his senses until the scene changed and he appeared on the gray ground. Chapter 130. The upper limit of the main god, the seedling of the elf mother tree. The warm morning sun shines on the Shadow Castle, and all you can see are piles of monster corpses. While Niga and his team were tracking down Med, the other shadows were not idle. After one night, no less than 3,000 monsters were piled up outside the castle yard. And these are all high-level magical beasts. If low-level magical beasts were also killed, the number would at least double. Niga appeared outside the yard with Med in his hand, followed by Arouse and Dana. Zhao Kai, who was held in Alushi's hand, was stunned when he saw so many corpses of monsters. But the next moment, Arouse moved his hand and knocked Zhao Kai unconscious. Li Yuan once explained that if they encountered local forces or lords from other worlds, they needed to tell him before making any plans. Especially when encountering lords from other worlds, you must not reveal too much information in the near future. The reason for doing this is naturally to prevent these alien lords from obtaining more information about the Shadow Territory. Li Yuan didn't think much of being exposed. But it's not possible now. What if the exposed news is known by the Anti-Gang Alliance, and these people don't come? Therefore, after returning to the Shadow Castle, Arouse immediately made Zhao Kai lose consciousness. Just at this moment, Ike suddenly appeared and bumped into Niga and others. Seeing Ike, Nija's eyes moved slightly, and he asked in surprise, "Ike, have you broken through to the Holy Realm?" "Yeah, I just broke through." Ike also showed a smile on his face. In fact, he was recruited only a few days later than Niga, but Niga had been in the Holy Land for several days, and now he had finally advanced to the Holy Land. Congratulations to General Ika for his great improvement. Dana and Arouse also congratulated Ika. Ika nodded at the two of them without saying much. Like Niga, he had a higher status than Dana and Arouse. Glancing at Med in Niga's hand, Ika asked, "What's going on?" Ika didn't know anything about the vampires last night, so Niga briefly told him about it as they walked. When I arrived at the castle yard, I happened to meet Li Yuan coming down from upstairs. Li Yuan had woken up long ago and had even eaten the vegetarian breakfast prepared by the snake women. "Greetings, your majesty." "Greetings, lord." Nijieka, Dana, and Arouse all bowed respectfully to Li Yuan. Li Yuan waved his hand, looked at Ik, and said, "You finally broke through to the Saint Realm. Okay, next, you have to help Bart and raise his level as soon as possible." "I will do my best to assist Bart." Ika replied respectfully. Li Yuan nodded and asked again, "You came back, didn't you, just to tell me that you broke through to the Saint Realm?" Ika said quickly, "Your Majesty, we found a strange sapling in the forest. It seems to be a newborn elven mother tree." "Elf mother tree?" Li Yuan asked in surprise. Not only Li Yuan, but also Dana and Arouse beside him showed surprise. Dana whispered, "That's impossible, the elf mother tree." Arouse also hesitated and said, "The elf mother tree is the most precious treasure of the elves. How could it be in the Red Moon Forest?" Ika ignored the two and said to Li Yuan, "Whether it is or not, I'm not sure, but this sapling has a vague consciousness, as if it is nurturing life. There are several balls of light hanging on its branches, and there are fluctuations of life inside. Although some elves give birth to live young, most of them are conceived from the elven mother tree. An elven mother tree often represents an elven tribe. According to Ika, this is still a sapling of an elf mother tree. It is still in its growth stage and has not yet given birth to an elf. However, the elf mother tree has no seeds. The growth of the elf mother tree can only be achieved by separating branches from other elf mother trees and going through many complicated procedures. Moreover, it is very difficult, and there is no guarantee that it will survive. Otherwise, this war continent should have been unified by the elves long ago, and there would be no struggle for hegemony among all races. Because in a sense, this is the barracks building of the elves. As long as there is an elf mother tree, elves will continue to emerge from the tree. The Red Moon Forest is a forbidden place. How could there be an elf mother tree sapling? However, IKA also said that he was not sure whether this tree was the mother tree of elves. Li Yuan pondered for a moment and said to IKA, "You go back first and ask Black Shadow to watch over the tree. I'll go over and take a look later." "Yes." IKA bowed and clasped his fists, then disappeared into the yard. "We will know whether it is the mother tree of elves when we go to take a look later." Li Yuan didn't think about it anymore. He looked up at Nijia and asked, "Is this the guy last night?" "Your Majesty, it is him." Nijia threw Med to the ground and said, "This vampire is very powerful. Even if the three of us join forces, we are still no match for him. Moreover, he controls the lord of a low-level castle." At this time, Arouse stood up with Zhao Kai in his arms and said, "My lord, this is the owner of the castle." Li Yuan looked at Zhao Kai in Arouse's hand. He was still a beginner in the castle after such a long time. He was really a talent. If it were normal times, Li Yuan wouldn't mind shadowing Zhao Kai, but now the situation is special, so there is no need. After all, during the shadowing process, there is no guarantee that this guy will say something nonsense in the chat channel. "Kill him." Li Yuan took his eyes off Zhao Kai and said to Arouse, "Go to his castle and kill him. Take back his castle crystal core and supplies." Just like that, Zhao Kai was sentenced to death while he was unconscious, and his beautiful dream was shattered before it even began. Arouse took the order and left, but soon came back, bringing back the castle crystal core of the Castle of Despair and presented it to Li Yuan with both hands. The Lord is dead, and the castle's crystal core is about to shatter. Li Yuan threw the crystal core towards the Black Shadow Castle without even looking at it, wanting the Black Shadow Castle crystal core to swallow it. But he thought about it and realized that the crystal core of the primary castle was basically equivalent to 0 in strengthening the Black Hawk Castle. So he simply crushed the crystal core of the Castle of Despair in his hand. In this way, he could also get some energy stones as a reward. Sure enough, when Li Yuan crushed the crystal core of the Castle of Despair, he immediately received a reward message. It's a pity that the reward is not much, only 100 energy stones. It doesn't mean that you will get the same energy stone every time you get the castle crystal core. This is officially determined based on the situation. Can the reward a big boss with all kinds of magical equipment gets for killing a first-level monster be the same as the reward a first-level rookie gets for killing a first-level monster at the risk of his life? Li Yuan is now a mid-level town. It is considered good to get a reward of 100 energy stones for destroying a primary castle. The same principle applies to soldiers upgrading by killing enemies. In a holy land, it is basically difficult to obtain energy points by killing a first-level beast, and upgrading will not be as easy as in the early stages. If you want to upgrade, you must kill high-level monsters. It's just like playing games. The higher the level of the boss you fight, the richer the rewards you'll get. After solving the crystal core of the Castle of Despair, Li Yuan casually threw out more than a dozen black shadow marks, which penetrated into the eyebrows of more than a dozen human archers. After killing Zhao Kai, Arouse brought his troops back with him. After throwing out the black shadow mark, Li Yuan looked at Med on the ground and said, "Now that you are awake, don't lie down. Get up." After saying that, Li Yuan asked Arouse again, "Is he the ruthless man in your story?" "Your Excellency, he is Med," Arouse replied. Li Yuan smiled and said, "It seems that I guessed right. This kind of protagonist template character shouldn't die so miserably. According to what is written in the novel, this kind of person will survive from desperate situations and then get the golden finger and embark on the road to counterattack again. There's one more thing I haven't said, and that is, I am his golden finger." After hearing Li Yuan's words, Med on the ground no longer pretended to be unconscious and stood up tremblingly. "Are you the Shadow Lord?" After Med stood up, he looked at Li Yuan with a gloomy face, but his eyes were sweeping other places. This is of course looking for that Supermaster. Although he is dying now, it can be seen that Li Yuan is only at the peak 9th level, not even in the Holy Realm. This further strengthened his belief that there must be a super powerful person standing behind the Shadow Lord. Don't be rude to the king. Niga was not going to tolerate Med's attitude, and with a wave of his hand, he forced Med to kneel on the ground. Li Yuan raised his hand, signaling Nijia not to act rashly, and then nodded to Med. Yes, I am the Lord of Black Shadow. I heard your story from Arouse. You are very good, you know how to endure, and you are ruthless. Are you interested in working in the Black Shadow territory? In fact, Li Yuan can also forcibly transform into a shadow, but that only targets creatures of a lower level than him. If someone is higher in rank than him and has a strong willpower and would rather die than surrender, then he is doomed to die. Li Yuan was quite interested in Med, so he spent more time talking to him. Med stood up again, bowed towards the shadow castle expressionlessly, and said, Senior, please show yourself. While speaking, he didn't even look at Li Yuan. Li Yuan did not realize that he was being ignored. Instead, he turned around and looked at his own shadow castle with a confused look on his face. Senior? What's senior? What's the situation with the chicken? Seeing this, Arouse sighed and said, Med, there is no one else here except the Lord. Med looked back at him and continued to keep his posture low and humble. He looked like, stop pretending, I've seen through it all. Arouse was speechless and explained to Li Yuan, My lord, Med, he seems to think that there are strong people supporting you. Hearing this, Li Yuan was not stupid, so he guessed something. Obviously, as a 9th-level warrior with so many powerful people under his command, he felt that it was impossible for him to do it on his own. I have to say that Med's imagination is a bit out of control, and he almost couldn't catch up. Li Yuan shook his head and said, I won't waste any more time. You should know that I am the lord of the otherworld. I am a natural enemy of you local forces, including your enemy, the Holy Mountain of the Blood Clan. Follow me, and I will grant you the power of revenge. Hearing about the Holy Mountain of the Vampires, Med moved slightly, but still remained bowing towards the castle. Li Yuan was so angry that he laughed at Med's performance. Is it true that I don't have even a hint of domineering aura? He rolled his eyes, waved his hand to invite the rattan chair over, sat down, and then said to Arouse, You say it. If you really won't listen, then kill me. After saying that, he realized that he still had a pile of Warcraft corpses that he had not collected, so he went to collect the Warcraft corpses. Li Yuan left the rattan chair, and Arouse walked towards Med. After looking at Med for a while, Arouse said, Do you really think that the Lord has other strong people to help him? What else? Med sneered. You are a native sanctuary of our war continent, and so is that Snake Man. Arouse said helplessly. But you should have seen that General Niga and General Ike just now are both the Lord's troops, and they are also from the Holy Land. So what? Med still maintained his opinion and said, Let alone that senior, even if it was me, if I wanted to support a lord, especially in this Red Moon forest with so many monsters, I could cultivate 1 or 2 sanctuaries in a short period of time. They can level up quickly by killing monsters. Arouse didn't know what to say. After a moment of silence, Arouse said, You should be curious about our self-destruction, right? Upon hearing this, Med indeed made some unusual moves. He saw the self-explosions of Arouse, Niga, and the Snakeman. But now, these 3 people are all unharmed, and it is impossible to tell that they had just experienced a self-explosion. However, after thinking about it, Med said, This should be the life-saving method given to you by that senior. No, you don't understand. There is no such thing as a senior. Arouse's voice also rose, and he shouted, This is the ability given to us by the Lord. We can be immortal. Immortality? Impossible. Med was even more unconvinced and sneered. The blood race is already considered the immortal species of the war continent. But if the blood core is broken, they will die. Moreover, in this world, there is no such thing as immortality. Even gods, main gods, and even supreme gods will fall and die. It was Nijia who was laughing beside him. Nijia crossed his arms over his chest and said with a playful smile, Well, Arouse, how about you give this guy another one? Arouse looked resentful. I was a fool to blow myself up to prove it to this fool. It is true that one will not die from self-detonation, but the process of self-detonation and the feeling of death are not fake. Just at this time, the human archers of the Castle of Despair had completed their transformation into shadows. Unfortunately, perhaps after spending several days of inhuman life with Zhao Kai, Their willpower was too weak, and only one of them succeeded in transforming into a shadow. With a wave of his hand, Arouse caught the third-level human archer in his hand. "Watch carefully," Arouse said something to Med, then reached out to the archer's chest and took out a thumb-sized blood-red crystal core. This is the blood core that condensed after the archer became a vampire. As Med hesitated, Arouse crushed the archer's blood core into slag. As the blood core shattered, the archer's body turned into ashes bit by bit. But the next moment, the archer's figure appeared again at the same place, as if nothing had happened just now. Med's mental power instantly enveloped the archer. The body is intact, the blood core in the heart is intact, and more importantly, the person is still the same person. This archer was his descendant, so Med naturally recognized him. Just like Arouse and Dana, his descendant possessed the strange aura that he first sensed. At this moment, Arouse attacked again, slapping the poor archer into a pulp with one slap, and the blood core naturally shattered into ashes. Arouse was too lazy to talk nonsense with Med, so he just went ahead and saw the truth. Almost at the moment when the archer died again, the archer next to him was resurrected. Med said at this time, "Do you want to try again?" Med remained silent, his expression changing constantly. He thought of the black mark that Li Yuan had just created when he waved his hand. It should be this thing that gave his descendants the immortality. Looking back at the unresponsive Black Shadow Castle, the nerves in Med's mind finally began to relax. "Is it really him?" Med looked at Arouse. Arouse nodded and said, "Yes, this is the power that the Lord has bestowed upon us. In addition to being immortal and able to be resurrected infinitely, we can also travel through shadows, possessing the ability to travel through space that only gods can possess." Hearing this, Med turned and looked at Niga. During the battle in the jungle, this guy did strangely appear inside his own wings. Thinking of this, Med still found it hard to believe and asked in a low voice, "But who cut out that river?" "Lord Shadow." A peak 9th Order cultivator could pierce through the Red Moon Forest with one sword? When Med mentioned the river behind the castle, Arouse finally understood why Med was sure that the Shadow Lord had strong helpers. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Arouse said, "That was not slashed by the Lord. It was by a swordsman in white. According to the Lord, the opponent might be a strong man above the Lord God realm. He was fighting against the Lord because of the snake people, and he used this shocking sword." Med quickly asked, "And then, isn't this nonsense? The Lord is safe and sound, and even the castle has not been damaged at all." Alu paused and sighed sincerely. "There is one more thing you may not have noticed. Take a closer look at my current rank." Med, who was already in shock, suddenly heard this and couldn't help but look at Arouse seriously. Demigod. Looking at Niga and Dana next to him, they were also at the demigod level, which was his peak realm back then. In the Lord's territory, we can upgrade a level. It's just that you are not within the Black Shadow's territory just now. Otherwise, any one of us could easily capture you. As for the fact that this combat power can only bless those below the divine realm, Arouse did not say anything. Anyway, it is enough to let Med know how powerful the Shadow Lord is. This vampire is really a waste of breath. Med remained silent for a long time and asked, "What do I need to pay to gain these abilities?" "When you get these capabilities, you know what you're paying for." After collecting the monster corpses, Li Yuan walked over slowly and said impatiently, "I have something else to do. I'm very busy. Tell me your choice." A seedling that is suspected to be the elven mother tree is waiting for him. Med smiled bitterly and said, "Do I have any choice? Lord, please grant me the ability." The next moment, Med half knelt on the ground and lowered his head. "Don't be so miserable. If you have my ability, then you are from my shadow territory. With the help of my Black Shadow territory, the holy mountain of the Blood Clan means nothing." Li Yuan spread his hands, and a black shadow mark fell on the center of Med's eyebrows and instantly merged into it. Med's face changed immediately. An endless pain spread throughout his body, even more painful than the blood river being shattered. But like Medusa, Med did not utter a sound. It can be imagined that Med's willpower is very strong. Coupled with the fact that the other party is a special vampire, his potential ceiling is probably not low. Soon, Med completed the shadow transformation. Med felt the magical power in his body and immediately knelt down to Li Yuan and said, "Med, hello, Lord." By this time, Med also realized the price he paid. It was his loyalty that from then on he never had any thoughts of rebelling against the Shadow Lord again. All actions will be based on the will of the Shadow Lord. Li Yuan glanced at Med, and sure enough, his guess was correct. The upper limit of Med's potential, Lord God. He deserves to be recognized as a protagonist by Li Yuan. Li Yuan can see the information of the creatures that have been transformed into shadows. For example, Medusa's upper limit of potential is the main god. As for Aristana and the others, their upper limit of potential is basically that of a lower god. The golden holy ape, whose upper limit of potential is that of a higher god. A future main god. It is worth wasting so much time. Get up. Li Yuan pulled Med to his feet, and the power of the horse spell surged into his body, instantly healing all his injuries. Med felt his wounds heal, his mouth slightly open, and he was shocked again. You have to know that he was so badly injured that even his blood core was cracked. It would take at least several hundred years to repair it. And now it's just a moment. He really underestimated this lord from another world. This lord from another world was far more mysterious than he had imagined. Med, thank you, Lord. At this moment, Med felt that meeting the Shadow Lord might be the greatest opportunity of his life. With the abilities bestowed by the Lord and his support, yes, the holy mountain of the vampires is nothing. Med, you stay here and get familiar with the shadow attribute. Dana, you go and learn the snake people first. Nijia, you go back to your river and work. Arouse, come with me to see the sapling. Li Yuan gave a few instructions and took Arouse through the shadows to the south of the Shadow Castle. He was able to sense Ika's location, so before long, Li Yuan and Arouse appeared in front of Ika. Li Yuan didn't waste any words and asked, "Where is that tree?" "It's not far from here. I will take your majesty there right away." Ika said this, and then appeared in an area with fewer trees with Li Yuan and Arouse. Not only are there few trees here, but the trees that grow, they're also very small. Unlike other places, the trees are often so small that they can be hugged by several or even dozens of people. "Your Majesty, look, that's the tree." Ika walked ahead and pointed at a small tree only 3 or 4 meters high in the sparse woods. Chapter 131. Transform buildings and add more troops. 3 or 4 meters, just a little higher than a floor. The trunk is not thick, only as big as the mouth of a small bowl, and there are not many branches, only 7 or 8 horizontal branches. The leaves are small and long, a bit like pine and a bit like willow. But among these green leaves, there are bits and pieces of starlight dancing, emitting the fluctuations of life. On the branches, there were 3 round balls shining with faint light. Among these 3 spheres, the breath of life is more intense, and wisps of weak energy are transmitted from the tree trunk and merged into them. It is worth mentioning that there is a small black dot in the center of this ball of light. As if it sensed an outsider, when Li Yuan looked at the small tree, its leaves curled up like a mimosa, wrapping up the 3 light balls, and the starlight dissipated, turning it into an ugly little tree. Arouse took one look and exclaimed, "It's really the elf mother tree." Hearing this, Li Yuan couldn't help but look at him. To be honest, Li Yuan was not sure whether this was the mother tree of elves, which was why he called Arouse. As shadow soldiers, Ika and his men don't know much about the war continent. The knowledge they knew was basically what Li Yuan provided them through system announcements, and he would give them a general idea from time to time. Therefore, when Ika returned before, he just speculated that this was the mother tree of elves. Arouse quickly explained, "My lord, I once followed an elder to visit an elf tribe. In their territory, there's a tree like this, but that elven mother tree is towering into the sky, with lush branches and leaves, and is much larger than this one. However, that elven mother tree is of the fire attribute, and it breeds fire elves. If my guess is correct, this is an elven mother tree of dark attributes, and the elves it will breed in the future will be the night elves." Dark night elves? This matches the black shadow very well. Li Yuan nodded and walked towards the elf mother tree. He looked carefully from top to bottom, his eyes even penetrating the soil. Underground, at the roots of the tree, there's a dry branch. Obviously, this is the secret of the growth of this elven mother tree. It is from this dry branch that roots and sprouts take place. This dry branch was broken off from the elven mother tree somewhere else. As to why it appeared in the Red Moon Forest, it is unknown. Li Yuan didn't care. He only knew that he would soon have a new type of soldier, the elves. At this moment, Prompt boxes appeared one after another in front of Li Yuan's eyes. Congratulations, Shadow Lord. You have discovered the Night Elf Mother Tree. You can spend 100 crystals to transform it into a Shadow Crystal-affiliated troop building. The Night Elf Troop Building. After transformation, the Elf Mother Tree will be like a barracks, breeding a corresponding number of elf soldiers every day according to the level. Do you want to convert immediately? After reading these prompt messages, Li Yuan laughed. It was like a pillow given to me when I was sleepy. After the Elf Mother Tree is transplanted back to the Shadow Castle, we can wait for the Elf Mother Tree to give birth to elves in the future. Only after these elves were born did Li Yuan transform them into shadows. But if this is the case, the number of elves will definitely decrease. After all, the success rate of shadow transformation is not 100%. But if it is transformed into a military building, it will be different. The Elf Mother Tree will give birth to elves every day, just like the Shadow Crystal. You know, it's not possible for the Elf Mother Tree to give birth to elves every day. It takes a long time for those elf light balls to mature and fall. Even for a mature Elf Mother Tree, it takes 10 days to half a month to give birth to an elf. After the transformation, the breeding capacity of the Elf Mother Tree has undoubtedly been enhanced. Moreover, the elves born from the Elf Mother Tree do not need to be transformed into shadows and are still 100% loyal. Because it belongs to the Shadow Crystal subsidiary building and naturally has the attributes of the Shadow troops. Li Yuan didn't think much and said, "Transform immediately." He can still take out 100 yuan crystals now. Conversion failed. Warm tips. The conversion target is not within the territory, so the conversion cannot be performed. Judging from the meaning of the prompt, it is obvious that the Elf Mother Tree must be in the Shadow territory for the transformation to take place. However, this is not a problem for Li Yuan, it is just a small one. Li Yuan immediately raised his foot and stomped lightly on the ground, and the evil energy of the moon spread out instantly. Suddenly, the ground with a diameter of 10 meters centered on the Elf Mother Tree began to shake, forming a circular crack. The next moment, the ground began to float up from the ground little by little. Arouse, you stay and act with IKA. I'm going back to the castle first. As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic energy in the sky turned the place into darkness. Li Yuan then took the Elf Mother Tree and returned directly to the Shadow Castle. The two Shadow Crystals are both in the lobby of the main castle, so they can be protected by the Shadow Barrier. But this Elf Mother Tree can't be planted in the lobby, right? Although they're both military buildings, they are not biologically related after all, and are still inferior to the Shadow Crystal. Of course, as Li Yuan's personal strength increases, the range of the Black Shadow Barrier can continue to expand. If he could advance to the Holy Realm, then he could cover these courtyards. Plant it in the yard first. There really should be a tree in the yard. So Li Yuan chose a vacant lot next to the Holy Source Tower, dug a big pit with the moon's magic energy, and then pulled the Elf Mother Tree and landed it steadily in the pit. After finishing it, Li Yuan said, "Transform immediately." After spending 100 yuan jing, I have successfully transformed the Elf Mother Tree into a Shadow Crystal-affiliated troop building for you. After the prompt message appeared, wisps of black shadow power were seen coming from the lobby, continuously pouring on the Elf Mother Tree. The Elf Mother Tree, which was originally only 3 or 4 meters high, grew upward at a speed visible to the naked eye. It didn't stop until it grew to 12 or 13 meters. But at this time, the Elf Mother Tree had changed greatly, with rich starlight and lush branches and leaves. Especially the light balls among the branches and leaves, they were already densely packed, at least hundreds or thousands of them. There are 2 big balls of light in it. Through the light film, you can even see 2 figures moving inside, trying to break out of the shell. At the same time, relevant information about the Elf Mother Tree appeared in front of Li Yuan. Night Elf Mother Tree, Shadow Crystal affiliated military building. Initial level, level 1. 2 major legions. Night Elf Magic Legion, Night Elf Warrior Legion. Level 1 production capacity. 2 Night Elves can be bred every day, with random types of soldiers and a 1 in 10,000 chance of bred a potential elf of the Lord God. Upgrade items, 100 energy stones, 1 yuan crystal. Chapter 132, Shadow Core, Shadow Devouring Traces. Like the second Shadow Crystal, Li Yuan directly upgraded the Night Elf Mother Tree to level 3. It consumed 51 yuan crystals and 1,100 energy stones. Fortunately, I had just collected a wave of high-level monster corpses and collected some yuan crystals and energy stones. But overall, there are a lot less energy stones and crystals. Now, there are only 2,932 energy stones and 179 yuan crystals left in Li Yuan's warehouse. Li Yuan is still willing to spend money on military buildings. After the Night Elf Mother Tree was upgraded to level 3, the tree became taller and was already more than 60 meters high. The branches spread out, covering a very wide area, covering the entire Holy Source Tower. Among the leaves and branches, the number of pokeballs has multiplied countless times, and it is dizzying to see them all. There are at least tens of thousands of them. Of course, they're basically still in the embryonic egg state. There were only 10 elf light balls that were very large, with a dark aura wafting from them, and one could see living creatures moving around in them. Because it is a subsidiary troop of the Shadow Crystal, the Elf Mother Tree basically absorbs the shadow power of the Shadow Crystal. So the black color in these light balls is more obvious, and the outer shell is covered with a layer of black shadow. If left in a natural state, these 10 pokeballs would have already hatched from their shells and become real lives, night elves. But now that the Elf Mother Tree has been transformed into a military building, Li Yuan naturally needs to recruit it. Recruit now. As Li Yuan spoke, the Elven Mother Tree shook slightly, and the 10 mature light balls in the distance began to tremble. Soon, 10 balls of light fell from the tree and exploded in the air. In their place were 10 ordinary night elves. It has long ears, dark gray skin, and eyes are not scarlet but have a hint of pink, which makes it look a little weird. There were 5 men and 5 women, and all the key parts of their bodies were simply covered. Recruited as a branch of the military, they skipped the childhood growth period and were already able to fight after their appearance. The night elves all bowed to Li Yuan. "Greetings, my king." In the consciousness of the night elves, just like Sombra, Li Yuan has been their only king since the moment he was born. Li Yuan nodded, and then checked the information of these elves. Night Elf Magician. Level 3. Loyalty 100. Potential limit, Sanctuary. Night Elf Warrior. Level 3. Loyalty 100. Potential limit, Divine Realm, Lower God. Night Elf Warrior. Level 3. Loyalty 100. Potential limit, Sanctuary. Among these 10 elves, 7 are warriors and 3 are magicians. All of them are at the initial level of level 3. However, their potential limits are different. Some are in the Holy Realm, and some are in the Divine Realm. The elves are a highly intelligent race in the War Continent, and their tribe has a main god. Therefore, in the recruitment tips, there's also a prompt saying that Li Yuan has a certain chance of recruiting night elves with the potential to become the main god. The elf troops are also top-level troops, but as a subsidiary military building of the Shadow Crystal, it is born with the attributes of Shadow and is naturally stronger than other elves. Now that we have one more branch of the military, we can form another corps. Li Yuan looked at the newly born night elves and was already naming their legion in his mind. Black shadows, beast shadows, human shadows, elf shadows? Night elves, forget it. Just call them Shadow Legion. Unfortunately, they are all ordinary night elves, and there is no suitable candidate for the position of general. Then wait until we recruit elves with the potential to be the Lord God. Naturally, the generals under him must be qualified to be the Lord God. Of course, although the Beast Shadow General Golden Holy Ape is only a higher god, the human Shadow Li Chung is only at the upper limit of the Holy Realm. But who told them to follow Li Yuan for so long? It's not a big problem. We can just give them a few main God's divine powers when the time comes. The night elves themselves are able to recruit elves with the potential to become gods, so Li Yuan's requirements are naturally higher. However, these night elves are too weak, only at level 3, so it is not easy to upgrade them quickly. After thinking about it, Li Yuan turned his gaze to Med in the yard. For a guy like Med who has the potential to become a god, Li Yuan naturally wants to make him a core general. Blood Clan, Blood Shadow. Li Yuan had already chosen a name for him, but now Med can stay in the castle temporarily and go out after the anti-gang alliance incident is over. This is a good opportunity for him to take care of these night elves first. Med, who was experiencing the attributes of the Black Shadow, heard this and hurried over. Lord. Li Yuan pointed at 10 night elves and said, "These night elves are temporarily handed over to you. Help them upgrade as soon as possible. By the way, don't worry about the Blood Clan. There will be opportunities in the future. When things here are over, I will appoint you as the Blood Shadow General and use the Blood Clan to build a Blood Shadow Core for me. And this Blood Shadow Core is the capital for you to overthrow the holy mountain of the Blood Clan. Do you understand? I understand. Please rest assured, Lord. Med bowed and replied with a firm look in his eyes. The Blood Shadow Core that Li Yuan mentioned was naturally the vampires who had transformed into shadows like him. If there was such an undead army fighting for him, the chances of overthrowing the holy mountain of the vampires would undoubtedly be greatly increased. At least, it's much easier than doing alone. Then Med took the night elves out of the castle to find suitable ferocious beasts and monsters for them to kill. Li Yuan returned to his rattan chair and thought about his current military strength. Needless to say, there is no need to say much about the 9 Black Shadow Legions. Now only 1 legion is missing, and his 9 legions will be complete. In addition to these 9 major legions, there are also the Beast Shadow Legion, the Human Shadow Legion, the Shadow Legion that is just being established, and the future Blood Shadow Legion. At this point, he had a total of 13 corps under his command. However, except for the Black Shadow Corps, the other 4 corps are still small in scale and need continuous improvement and development in the future. Li Yuan might even establish other corps, depending on the specific circumstances. The Black Shadow Corps is Li Yuan's direct corps, and the other corps can only be said to be affiliated corps. In addition to these, Li Yuan also has more than 300 shadow-transformed goblins, 11 lava giants, 10 black wolf birds, and a sanctuary werewolf. The ones with a larger number must be the snake people, with more than 3,000 people and 2 saints. In addition, there are Chu Cheng, Su Fengyin, and their dozens of troops who went to the Takken Plain first. With such strength, if it were exposed to the outside world, and Li Yuan claimed to be the second lord of the alien world in the war continent, who would dare to say that he was the best in the world? Thinking about this, Li Yuan couldn't help but smile, and he looked forward to the arrival of the anti-gang alliance even more. This battle with the anti-gang alliance will be his first official step into the battle for supremacy among all races. He will make sure that these more than 1,000 lords from other worlds never return, leaving no one alive. At the same time, this battle will also allow all alien lords and local forces to clearly see the power of Black Shadow. However, neither Chu Feng nor Mo Shanshan, the 2 undercover agents, sent any message. Perhaps the anti-gang team is still gathering, and it will take some time for them to arrive. Li Yuan yawned and couldn't help but think of the Shadow-Eating Corps he had sent out. I don't know how Mingta and the others are doing. Have they crossed the Endless Sea and reached Shikala Continent? He asked Mingta to act in the name of the Shadow Lord in Shikala Continent, which should not affect the arrival of the anti-gang alliance. As luck would have it, Mingta returned to the Shadow Castle at this time. Chapter 133. Mingta returns, potential evolution blueprint. Along with Mingta's return, there was also a Shadow Eater. Greetings, Your Majesty. When Mingta returned, the first thing he did was to kneel down and pay homage to Li Yuan. Li Yuan waved his hand, asked Mingta to stand up, and said with a smile, "I was just thinking about you, and you came back. Your Majesty, I came back this time to deliver the corpse of the monster." Mingta glanced at the Shadow Devourer behind him, and immediately the Shadow Devourer opened his mouth and spit out the corpses of monsters. Although Shadow Eater's body is not big, there seems to be another space inside its body, and the magical beasts it spits out are in piles. Most of them are aquatic creatures, and a few are land monsters. The number is at least over 3,000, but their levels are slightly lower, with only 1 or 2 ninth level ones. After all, the Shadow Devouring group strength is not very high. Li Yuan took a look and saw that Mingta had reached the peak of the 8th level and was not far from the 9th level. And the Devouring Shadow behind him also reached the early 7th level. It can be seen that these days, under the leadership of Mingta, the improvement of this group of Shadow Devourers is also very good, and they should have been promoted to the 6th level or above. Without immediately collecting the monster corpses, Li Yuan asked, "Have you reached Shukalala Continent?" "I just logged in and wasted some time on killing monsters along the way." Mingta said respectfully, "Along the way, I followed your request and did not alert other lords from other worlds." What this means is that the Shadow Devouring group discovered quite a few lords from other worlds while crossing the sea. 3 billion Earths are scattered across the war continent, so it is not surprising at all that there are castle lords in the Endless Sea. However, Li Yuan was not in the mood to pay attention to these for the time being. He nodded and said, "Well done. Next, find a base in Shikala continent, and then select a few Dark Army castle lords who look good, knock them out, and capture them. Then, you can slowly develop the power of these lord castles. Well, collect more intelligence on the relevant local forces." The reason why we asked more castle lords to come here was naturally because of the problem of shadow mortality rate. Find a few more. There will always be one or two among them who can hold on until the shadow transformation is completed, which also saves Mingta from running around and wasting time. At this point, Li Yuan added, "By the way, don't use the name of the Shadow Lord. The specific situation will be discussed after you bring it back to the Otherworld Lord. The anti-gang alliance is about to arrive, so it's better not to cause any trouble." Now, Li Yuan is very cautious, fearing that something might happen and cause the anti-gang alliance to back down. "Understand," Manga replied. Li Yuan nodded, and then said, "Okay, let's go. If there is anything, come back and report at any time." At that moment, Mingta left through the shadow space and returned to Shikala continent, which was far away across the ocean, in an instant. Shuring's going to Shikala continent is just Li Yuan's layout for the future, so he is not so anxious now. Li Yuan was not idle either. He stood up and collected all the monster corpses that Mingta brought back. More than 600 energy stones and 22 yuan crystals. The harvest of these two key materials is pretty good. Not to mention the food and sundries. The point is that Li Yuan also collected 2 blueprints from the monster corpses that Mingta brought back this time. This explosion rate may be related to the fact that there are few aquatic monsters killed by Li Yuan. However, it is not new to get blueprints when killing monsters, but I still feel a little excited every time I identify a blueprint. It's like buying a lottery ticket. Even though you know you won't win 5 million, you can't help but feel a little excited when you check the lottery numbers. After all, what if you get hit, right? This is how identification drawings work. Without identification, you will never know what grade it is. I hope it's something good, but not another wall house or something like that. Thinking this in his mind, Li Yuan held 2 drawings in his hands and whispered, "Identify immediately." There was a flash of light on the first drawing, and the information on the drawings suddenly appeared. Low-level building drawings, ordinary houses. Function: provide the place for soldiers and civilians to live. Can be reused 50 times. Construction materials: 800 units of wood, 500 units of stone. As expected, it turned out to be another ordinary house blueprint. This is a bit annoying. Li Yuan curled his lips and continued to look at another drawing. God-level potential evolution blueprint. Improve the potential of soldiers. Function: you can raise the upper limit of a type's potential by 1 grade. Consumption: 50 yuan crystals. Int. 1. This blueprint is a God-level potential evolution blueprint, which can raise the potential to the main God level at most. 2. This blueprint has a certain chance of critical hit and 3 levels in a row. When Li Yuan saw the word God level, his eyes lit up. The Holy Source Tower is still only a holy level blueprint, and the last copied blueprint was of no grade. Of course, although it is called a low-grade product, it is actually a blueprint of super high-grade product. Li Yuan has never obtained the God-level blueprint. Regardless of whether it is the Holy Source Tower or the replica building, they were all exploded from the corpses of the Holy Domain monsters. The strongest magic beast that Mingta brought back this time was only level 9, but it unexpectedly revealed a God-level blueprint. I have to say that Li Yuan is quite lucky. The potential of the troops has increased. Before, I was still thinking about how to increase the upper limit of the potential of Little Monkey and Li Cheng, and now here comes the potential increase blueprint. With this, I'm beginning to suspect that I'm the official illegitimate child. In the World Chat channel, many people say this about him. The strongest branch of the military, the one who gets to see the spotlight in every way. If this isn't the official illegitimate child, then who is? Complaints aside, Li Yuan was naturally in a good mood after carefully reading the functions and consumption of the potential evolution blueprint. Any potential below the Lord God level can be upgraded, which means it can be upgraded to the Lord God level. The consumption is not that much. Only 50 yuan crystals are needed. So the question is, who will this potential evolution blueprint be used on? Li Yuan's first reaction was naturally to use it on the Black Shadow. However, the potential ceiling of shadow generals like Niga is that of the Lord God, so they no longer need this evolutionary blueprint. As for ordinary black shadows, they all have the potential to be lower-level gods. After using the blueprint, it only raises them to the potential limit of the middle god, although it is possible to critically upgrade them 3 levels to the main god. But who knows the possibility of a critical hit? If there is no critical hit, then the potential limit of an ordinary shadow can only be raised to the level of a mid-level god. Obviously, this is a waste of the value of the god-level potential evolution blueprint. Moreover, Li Yuan guessed that as the level of the shadow crystal increased, the upper limit of the shadow's potential might be further improved. It looks like this is still a good deal for the little monkey. Li Yuan smiled and summoned the little monkey back from the forest north of the castle. Although Li Cheng is also a candidate, Li Cheng's original potential ceiling is too low. It's just the upper limit of the sanctuary. Even if it is upgraded, it will only be a lower-level god. It's a waste to use this blueprint. It just so happens that the little monkey's potential ceiling is the upper god, and the next stage is the main god.